If I roll this dice, I have a chance to obtain a top-tier spiritual root, but I have rolled for a full 16 years and only received some worthless rewards. Just when I thought I could only live a mediocre life, I suddenly rolled the 6 top-tier spiritual roots of wind and thunder, water and fire, earth and wood. I widened my eyes. My breathing quickened. After 16 long years, I finally created the spiritual root aptitude that a male protagonist in a cool novel should have. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared before my eyes. The system can create a barrier, isolating all breath. I immediately walked to the door, confirmed that all the servants had gone to the herb garden, closed the door, called up the attribute list, and with trembling fingers clicked on the bottom option to start my game of life. Please choose your main cultivation path. 1. Sword cultivation. 2. Thunder repair. 3. Earth repair. 4. Fire repair. 5. Water repair. 6. Wood cultivation. 7. Wind cultivation. I noticed that I had obtained the 6 paths reincarnation skill, which must be related to these 6 spiritual bodies. The 6 supreme spiritual root qualities must develop together and cannot be specialized in one area. At the same time, I possess supreme swordsmanship talent, so I naturally have to choose sword cultivation. After realizing this, I immediately clicked on sword cultivation. In an instant, a strange source of heat surged within me, and I felt dazed, as if I had a long dream, but I couldn't remember what happened in the dream. When I opened my eyes again, I was drenched in sweat, and the light screen in front of me had turned into an attribute list. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 16 of 65. Race, mortal. Cultivation, none. Peerless, celestial grace. Top-level charm. Technique, 6 paths reincarnation technique, can be inherited. Spiritual root qualification, 6 paths spiritual body, containing top-level wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots. Descendant of the immortal emperor, obtained a peerless cultivation technique and 1000 high-grade spirit stones. View interpersonal relationships. I wasn't in a hurry to inherit the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, but instead clicked on view interpersonal relationships at the bottom. The light screen changed, and an avatar appeared. It was the manager of the medicine garden. Iron Lao. Iron Lao, 7th layer of Chi refining realm, filled with disdain for you. If you have a cultivation spiritual root, he will definitely scheme against you. With a hatred level of 1 star, I couldn't help but complain in my heart. I worked hard for you, and you treat me like this. But I quickly calmed down. This is a golden finger, allowing me to see others' impressions of me. But why are there no other people? I didn't think too much about it and pushed open the door, discovering it was almost noon. I couldn't be lazy anymore, or I would be found out. I immediately ran towards the herb garden. Hanju, are you still sleeping in? A middle-aged servant scolded with a laugh. I scratched my head awkwardly, causing others to burst into laughter. They didn't think much of it. After all, I had rarely failed in my duties over the years, so an occasional slip-up wasn't a big deal. The female cultivator at the entrance of the herb garden suddenly opened her eyes and looked at me, slightly frowning. This young man is quite handsome. A line of text appeared before my eyes. Xing Hongshan has developed a fondness for you. Current favorability is 1 star. What's going on? Who is Xing Hongshan? I was puzzled and instinctively turned my head to look. Could it be that female cultivator? Sure enough, she was also staring at me at that moment. Our eyes met, and Xing Hongshan gave me a faint smile, causing me to quickly turn my head away. Oh no! I've attracted the attention of someone with top-tier charm. I am a mortal, and she is a cultivator. It is impossible for us to fall in love. Does she want to use me as a furnace? No! I need to find a way to avoid this. As night fell, after the other 5 servants in the house had fallen asleep, I quietly sat up, activated the barrier with the system, and secretly practiced the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. As soon as I closed my eyes, several lines of text appeared before me. You have begun your first cultivation, and you have the following choices for your cultivation development. 1. A high-profile, unparalleled genius, which grants you a Chi refinement realm magical artifact. 2. Low-key cultivation, which can unlock the functions of hidden cultivation level and spiritual roots. Without hesitation, I chose the second option. This function clearly seemed like a divine skill, allowing me to cultivate in peace without fear of being detected. 2 years have quickly passed, and I have reached the 7th level of Chi refinement. I have cultivated the 4 elemental roots of wind, earth, wood, and water to the 7th level of Chi refinement. Through the interpersonal relationship list, I know that Xing Hongshan has also only reached the 7th level of Chi refinement. Over the past 2 years, Tai Lao has been traveling outside and has not returned. It is worth mentioning that Xing Hongshuan's affection for me has risen to 2 stars, but we have not communicated. However, I can sense that Xing Hongshan often stares at me, which makes me quite uncomfortable. Being too handsome also has its troubles, but all I want is to cultivate immortality. At that moment, Xing Hongshan suddenly stood up, walking gracefully towards me. attracting the attention of other servants. She came directly in front of me and smiled, saying, "Come with me for a moment." I was stunned, and the other servants looked at me with envy and jealousy. To be noticed by such a beautiful fairy should have its benefits, if it were them. Even just spending time alone would be enough for a lifetime. I didn't dare to refuse and could only nod in agreement. The two of us walked out of the herb garden, and the male cultivator beside us opened his eyes and asked, "Junior Sister Lu, what is this?" He looked me over and frowned. Xing Hongxian smiled and said, "It's nothing, senior brother. Continue your cultivation. I want to have a private chat with this young man." I awkwardly smiled at the male cultivator, feeling very nervous, and followed Xing Hongxian into the woods. I was caught in a struggle within myself. What should I do with this damn charm of mine? If it really is as I think, should I resist or comply? Xing Hongxian and I arrived at a secluded area in the woods, and I felt anxious, fearing that she would make some kind of request. Xing Hongxian turned to look at me, her gaze intense. She smiled and said, "Young man, you don't need to be nervous. I'm not here to make things difficult for you. I want to ask you, are you willing to be a servant in this herb garden for the rest of your life?" I fell silent, thinking that she must be about to ask me to be her puppet. Xing Hongxian stepped forward and whispered in my ear, "Help me with something, and I will take you to cultivate immortality, freeing you from your mortal identity." Xing Hongxuan's lips moved without sound, but I heard her clearly. "Help me get the alchemy formula from old Tai, and I will take you away from the Yuqing sect to the demon cult. I will treat you well in the future, and we can even become Dao partners." A transmission technique. I widened my eyes. This woman is actually a demon cultivator. I was completely confused. This was no joke. If I agreed, I would offend the entire Yuqing sect, but if I refused, Xing Hongxian would definitely not let me leave this forest. Old Tai is not here. This is just the outer gate of the Yuqing sect. Even if I shouted at the top of my lungs, I doubt anyone would respond. Xing Hongxian did not urge me and patiently waited on the side. I was weighing my chances against Xing Hongxian. We were both at the 7th level of qi refining, but I had no spells or magical tools. How could I possibly defeat her? I couldn't confront her directly. I could only pretend to be frightened and say, "I don't know where that thing is, and besides, there is Brother Zhang in the qi refining stage." Xing Hongxian showed a satisfied expression. I didn't mention the alchemy formula, which meant I was still quite clever. "It's okay, there's still time. I can wait for you," Xing Hongxian said with a soft smile. She then took out a pill and said, "This pill can help you unlock your spiritual roots. Take it first, consider it a gift for our meeting." I looked at the pill, feeling like it was chocolate, definitely not something good. I had no way to refuse and could only feed it into my mouth. I wrapped the pill with my spiritual power to prevent it from melting. After swallowing it, I opened my mouth to deliberately let Xing Hongxian see, pretending to be excited and said, "Thank you, fairy, I will do my best." "Humph, wait until I cultivate for another year, and you'll know my strength. I will never join the demon sect just like that. What I want is immortality, not a life of near-death experiences." Xing Hongxian smiled slightly, reached out to touch my cheek, and said, "Little brother is really understanding. I will train you as my husband in the future." I appeared very excited on the surface, but inside I was quite disdainful, thinking to myself, what makes this woman worthy of me? After Xing Hongxian took advantage of me for a while, the two of them returned to the herb garden. The male cultivator looked at me suspiciously, frowning, while Xing Hongxian smiled mysteriously and continued to meditate and cultivate. As I entered the herb garden, a line of text suddenly appeared before my eyes. "You are threatened by the demon cultivator Xing Hongxian, and you have the following choices. 1. Steal the pill recipe to gain Xing Hongxuan's favor and obtain 5-star hatred from the Yuqing sect. Absolutely do not comply. Do not let Xing Hongxian obtain the pill formula. After Xing Hongxian leaves, I can obtain the sword technique and the divine sword, and also choose a reward." Seeing this, my eyes lit up, and I became more determined in my thoughts, absolutely not to obey. As night fell, I returned to the house, activated the barrier function, and spat out the pills from my stomach, tucking them into my belt. After the 5 servants fell asleep, I continued to cultivate. With my aptitude, surpassing Xing Hongxian was by no means difficult. In the following days, I worked as usual, while Brother Zhang stayed in Tai Lao's attic to cultivate, which gave me an excuse not to enter the building. Xing Hongxian also seemed unhurried. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months passed, and I broke through to the 8th level of qi refining. All 4 types of spiritual roots also reached the 8th level of qi refining, and my lifespan increased by 20 years, which made me overjoyed. The feeling of rapidly increasing spiritual power is truly wonderful. In contrast, Xing Hongxuan's cultivation has not progressed at all. This is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. I secretly feel proud. That night, I heard footsteps outside the door, and I immediately lay down and closed the barrier. "I will lure Brother Zhang away, and then you can go in to find the elixir." Xing Hongshuan's voice reached my ears. Han Jie opened his eyes and hurriedly climbed up. Mud. Still can't hide. Han Jie waited patiently. At the 8th level of the Qi refining realm, he had already cultivated divine sense, and his senses surpassed normal people. He vaguely heard the sound of tables and chairs being bumped against each other from the distant loft. You're cleared for action. Xing Hongshuan's voice came, and immediately afterward, Han Jie sensed Xing Hongshan and Zhang Dove sweeping away from the eaves of the house. Han Jie quietly got up, ready to go and make a show of it. After carefully leaving the house, he looked towards the entrance of the herb garden and found the male cultivator collapsed under a tree, not knowing if he was dead or alive. What a weak roadie, Han Jie secretly spat. He headed toward the loft. Tai Lao's attic had 2 floors and was as opulent as a villa. Filled with all sorts of porcelains and scrolls, Han Jie entered the house and began to blindly wander around. No heart at all. Even if he did have a treasure, he had no place to put it. After sitting for half an hour, Han Jie got up and continued rummaging through the box, at least for show. Another half hour passed. Xing Hongshan is back. She hurried into the house, found Han Jie, and asked, "Did you find it?" Han Jie stood next to a vase and turned around. "I can't find it. I haven't found it." After rummaging through it, he suddenly saw that Xing Hongshuan's body was covered in blood. Did she kill Zhang Dove? Han Jie subconsciously stepped back, resulting in accidentally knocking over the vase on the small table. Bing! The vase fell to the ground and shattered. Han Jie saw a secret book appear in the vase fragments with 2 large characters engraved on it. Dan Spectrum. Quiet. The room was instantly silent. A pin drop. Han Jie froze, embarrassed. Is this how Tai Lao hides his stuff? Xing Hongshan shifted her gaze from the Dan recipe and looked toward Han Jie with a ghostly gaze. Han Jie was pleasantly surprised. To be hidden in a vase. This old man really knows how to hide things. Chapter 5, Absolute Finger Divine Sword. Preparing for Foundation Establishment. Han Jie was nervous. He tried to act surprised, always on guard against Xing Hongshan striking. Xing Hongshan suddenly came forward and grabbed his hand tightly, laughing excitedly. Not bad, you're really my mascot. As long as you're happy, Xing Hongshuan's goodwill towards you grows. You can become a Taoist couple with 3 stars of goodwill. Han Jie surfaced the line, and he revealed a bitter smile. Xing Hongshan didn't see through it, though, as she bypassed Han Jie, picked up the Dan sheet, and began flipping through it. She seemed to be looking for something. Han Jie waited apprehensively. Should I make a move? If he let Xing Hongshan take away the Dan recipe, he wouldn't be able to get the sword technique. Xing Hongshan seemed to be injured and her breath was very unstable. You're going to her up? Let her know what's going on. Just as Han Jie hesitated, a cold wind swept through the gate. Han Jie was caught off guard and was knocked out, smashing into the wall and rebounding to the ground. It doesn't hurt much. It's just a little scary. Han Jie fixed his eyes on Tai Lao. With a crooked neck and a shiver in his right foot, he pretended to faint. Put down my danmaku, Tai Lao said in a deep voice, his tone cold. Xing Hongshan said in a cold voice, you've unexpectedly returned. Tai Lao said expressionlessly, I came back a long time ago. I've just been waiting for you to show up. As soon as I came back before, I saw the 2 of you. After so many years, all the other disciples don't pick up my quests. You're the only ones to do so. There's definitely something fishy going on. After saying that, Tai Lao fiercely struck out and slammed his palm at Xing Hongshan. There was a piece of talisman paper stuck in the middle of his palm. Xing Hongshan subconsciously jumped out of the way as lightning erupted from Tai Lao's palm, transforming into a power grid that wrapped around Xing Hongshan. Tai Lao followed with a kick, sending Xing Hongshan flying out. Almost instantly, Old Man Tai snatched the Dan recipe away. Xing Hongshan landed on the ground, and she convulsed. Tai Lao multiplied his attack, and Xing Hongshan rushed to escape. The 2 quickly rushed out. Lying on the ground, Han Jie hesitated to get up. No way. If you get up, you won't be able to clear your name. Han Jie also thought about escaping, but it was so dangerous he didn't even know where to run. He waited patiently. A full hour had passed, and Han Jie couldn't help but scratch his ass. He suddenly sensed an aura approaching the attic. Iron Old Man. Han Jie didn't dare to move. Tai Lao walked inside the attic. He couldn't help but frown when he saw Han Jie. Han Jie suddenly coughed. Elder Tai walked to a side chair and sat down, quietly staring at Han Jie. Han Jie performed the most remarkable and realistic acting skills in his past life. He covered his head and climbed to his feet. Looking around in confusion, he was pleasantly surprised when he saw Tai Lao. Elder Tai, you're finally back. Han Jie's neck shrank and he looked around nervously. He asked cautiously, where did the witch go? Tai Lao looked at him with an expressionless face. Han Jie hurriedly stood up and faced Elder Tai with his head lowered in an apprehensive manner. Han Jie was gambling. Tai Lao did not notice Xing Hongshuan's exchange with him. If he found out, then Han Jie could only fight. What did she tell you? Tai Lao inquired. Han Jie didn't dare to hide it and answered truthfully. Humph. She wants to train you to become a husband. What a joke. Tai Lao was exasperated and laughed, thinking that this kid was dreaming. He carefully sized up Han Jie. Ha, that's true. This kid has really become handsome, just by looking at his face and eyes. He is not inferior to those inner disciples. It's too much of a change. Murphy. Tai Lao reached out, grabbing Han Jie's right wrist and carefully pondering it. Han Jie was nervous and ready to strike at any time. This kid doesn't have a spiritual root or cultivation. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Tai Lao thought silently. Seeing Han Jie's terrified appearance, he couldn't help but think of Han Jie's parents, and his mood became irritated. He didn't have the heart to say, "Get back to bed." Han Jie let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly saluted. He quickly left the loft. Tai Lao then began to clean up the house. Back inside, Han Jie quietly went to bed. Since you didn't help Xing Hongxian steal the Danmaku, you succeeded in obtaining the swordsmanship Absolute Finger Divine Sword. Han Jie was in a happy mood, and finally had a means of preserving his life. He immediately chose to pass it on. A flood of memories flooded into his mind. The Absolute Finger Divine Sword wasn't considered a martial art, but a spell, using the finger as a sword, and the spiritual energy was transformed into sword chi. Han Jie possessed a supreme understanding of the way of the sword and learned this spell that night, but he didn't expose it and remained low-key. Day 2. When Han Jie woke up, he heard the other slaves say that Zhang Dove was dead. It is said to have died an incredibly miserable death, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The male cultivator who guarded the entrance to the herb garden also left early in the morning, and something big seemed to have happened last night. Han by no means mourned for Zhang Dove. Xing Hongxuan's goodwill towards you grows. You can become a Taoist couple. Current goodwill is 3.5 stars. Han Jie froze. How did the favorability grow again? Inexplicable. However, in a short period of time, Xing Hongxian shouldn't dare to show up again, so Han Jie could cultivate in peace again. Half a month later, Tai Lao left the herb garden again. In the last decade, he has been going out more and more often. Han Jie heard Elder Wang say that Elder Tai seemed to be approaching the end of his days and was looking for herbs to increase his lifespan. Not everyone was like Han Jie, who could easily keep breaking through. Tai Lao's cultivation was stuck at the 7th level of the Qi refining realm, unable to grow any further. This is the difference in qualifications. Tai Lao is a typical mortal cultivating immortality, trying to change his fate against the odds. Han Jie prayed in his heart, hoping that the old man would die on the way. The reason why he was so vicious was because he noticed that Tai Lao still had a 1-star hatred level towards himself. What a potential enemy! A wink. 2 years have passed. At the age of 20, Han Jie had cultivated all 4 spiritual roots to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. He only needed to cultivate the lightning and fire spirit roots to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm as well, and then he could start preparing to break through the foundation establishment realm. However, the thunder aura and fire aura could not be captured around the herb garden. Han Jie realized it was time for him to leave. That night, he left quietly. Han Jie still had 1,000 top-grade spirit stones that he hadn't taken out, which would be his backbone for walking the cultivation world. Along the way, Han Jie used his divine sense to explore his surroundings as he walked. He was prepared to go directly to worship the Jade Clearance sect and become a disciple of the Jade Clearance sect. The Jade Clearance sect shouldn't be able to reject a cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Early the next morning, Han Jie finally found the mountain gate of the Jade Clearance sect. The Jade Clearance sect, located in a valley between mountains, was filled with immortal mist, and at the mountain gate stood 2 gigantic stone statues that resembled Shilin. Stand still and show the clan order. A Jade Clearance sect disciple raised the sword in his hand and said, there were a total of 4 disciples guarding the entrance of the Jade Clearance sect into the valley, and their cultivation levels were all at the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. Han Jie turned off the hide function and arched his hand. My name is Han Jie. I'm a casual cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and I want to worship the Jade Clearance sect. I don't know if there's a doorway for me to do so? 9th level of the Qi refining realm. The attitude of the 4 disciples changed instantly. The disciple in charge of the sword spoke towards the disciple next to him, and that disciple quickly left. Just wait, I'll have someone go inform the outer sect deacon. The sword deacon disciple opened his mouth. Han Jie said thanks. Within the Jade Clearance sect, no other cultivator knew his name except for Tai Lao, who hadn't returned yet and was probably dead outside, so Han Jie wasn't worried about exposing his identity. Anyway, he hadn't done anything to jeopardize the Jade Clearance sect and had a clear conscience. Chapter 6, Worshipping the Jade Clearance sect, Cultivating the Fire Spirit Root. Han Jie didn't have to wait long, and soon an outer sect deacon arrived. This person's cultivation level was also at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. I'm the outer door deacon of the Jade Clearance sect. Yang Luo, can Brother Han let me check if there are demonic cultivators infiltrating our Jade Clearance sect during these years? The outer door deacon said with an arch of his hand. Acting politely, Han Jie didn't have anything on him and wasn't afraid to check. He raised his hands. Gennaro began to fumble. After searching, he asked suspiciously, "Why doesn't Brother Han even have a storage ring or bag?" Han Jia said helplessly, "On the way here, I encountered an attack from a Foundation establishment demon cultivator. In order to save my life, you know." Gennaro was silent, looking at him sympathetically. "Can you exert your spiritual power?" Yang Luo continued to ask. Han Jia could understand wanting to see if he was a demonic cultivator. He immediately raised his right hand and used his finger as a sword, pointing towards the mountain wall next to him. Phew! A sword chi shot out along his index finger and pierced through the mountain wall. Yang Luo's eyes lit up. What kind of spell is this? He was too embarrassed to ask more, but he could sense that Han Jia was not a demonic cultivator. "No more problems, come with me. I'll take you to the outer gate to register your identity. From now on, you are an outer disciple of the Jade Clearance sect." Yang Luo smiled. Afterward, he led Han Jia inside the valley. As Han Jia walked, he asked, "How many disciples are there in the outer sect? What are the requirements to enter the inner sect?" "There are more than 2,000 disciples in the outer sect. Only by building the foundation can they enter the inner sect, but building the foundation is difficult. Every 3 years the sect will conduct a small sect competition. The top 3 will all have the foundation building dan. The foundation building dan can help the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm break through the foundation building dan." "Are there many inner disciples?" "I'm not sure about that. The inner gate of the Jade Clearance sect is located within a small piece of world, and even us outsiders can't get a clear picture of what's going on in the inner gate. It seems like the Jade Clearance sect is very powerful." "That's natural. The Jade Clearance sect is a famous sect in the Great Yen cultivation world." "Does the Jade Clearance sect have a place to cultivate thunder aura and fire aura?" "The outer sect doesn't have it. The inner sect might have it. If you have a thunder spirit root, you can apply to the Hall of Elders. You might be able to make an exception and join the inner sect. This kind of rare spirit root will usually receive special cultivation from the sect." Yang Luo was secretly surprised. Could it be that this person still had a thunder spirit root? Han Jia's eyes lit up as he asked, "As long as you have a thunder spirit root?" Gennaro nodded. "Brother Yang, would you help me with an introduction? If I can enter the inner sect, I will definitely not forget your favor in the future." Han Jia said in a low voice. He raised his right hand and lightning erupted from within his palm. Yang Luo's pupils shrunk. "Yang Luo, the outer deacon of the Yuqing sect, has developed a favorable impression of you, with a current favorable impression of 1 star. Yang Luo laughed. "Since you and I are called brothers, we naturally have to help you in this matter. So I'll make an exception and help you go and explain it to the Hall of Elders." "Many thanks to Brother Yang. I am grateful." Well. Yang Luoka had been at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm for 20 years, and it was difficult for him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation. The only thing he could do was to accumulate connections. Under Yang Luo's leadership, Han Jia saw many outer disciples meditating and practicing along the way. The outer gate did not assign disciples exclusive cultivation sites or caves, and everyone was just looking for a place to nab their Qi, and they were not allowed to cause any trouble. Soon, Han Jia arrived at the outer sect's complex. Most of the houses resembled Tai Lao's pavilion, with ancient colors and smells, and there were quite a few disciples coming and going on the streets. Apart from cultivators, there were also mortals. It turned out that there were quite a few mortal slaves in the immortal cultivation sect as well, and it wasn't just the alchemists who needed them. The mortals are happy to serve them, at least without risking their lives and being fed. The Hall of Elders was located in the center of the valley, a 4-story attic that was filled with a strange fragrance. Han Jia followed Yang Luo in. Yang Luo walked up to the counter and said, "There is a loose cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm who wants to join our Yuqing sect." The first floor wasn't that big, and there was only someone at the counter, an old man. The old man glanced at Han Jia. This glance caused Han Jia to be inexplicably flustered. He couldn't see through his opponent's realm either. Could it be a foundation establishment realm cultivator? Aha! The old man answered and turned to take down a sign from the wooden cabinet behind him. Yang Luo followed and whispered, "Is the Grand Elder here? This person possesses Thunder Spirit Root and wants to enter the inner sect." "Thunder Root?" The old man glanced at Han Jia in surprise. He beckoned. Han Jia immediately followed. At the same time, he mentally asked the system to reveal only the Thunder Spirit Root, Fire Spirit Root, and Wind Spirit Root. 3 Spirit Root qualifications. The old man's face showed astonishment as he said, 3 Spirit Roots. Yang Luo wasn't surprised, but showed envy. "Register your identity first, temporarily as an outer disciple, and when the Grand Elder returns, I will tell him about this matter." The old man murmured. Han Jia began to register his identity. Afterward, Han Jia left after receiving the clan order, a storage bag, the Jade Clearance Sect's Dao robe, 100 lower-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of Qi-gathering pills. Yang Luo personally arranged accommodation for him. Not far from Yang Luo, a separate wooden house, Alright, brother Han, you and rest first. Someone will come to inform you when there is news. I still have things to do. Yang Luo smiled. Han Jie clasped his fists and watched Yang Luo leave. Yang Luo's attitude felt real to him, different from what was written in the novel. Even if people were interested in drawing him in, they would not deliberately curry favor. They are all cultivators, and they won't just give you a dog just because you are better qualified. Han Jie closed the door to his room and began to cultivate. He could finally cultivate with confidence and boldness. The thing that surprised him came back. It was surprising that fire aura could be sensed here. Han Jie decided to cultivate the fire spirit root to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm first. Generally speaking, cultivators would only choose one technique to cultivate, with most of the attributes of the technique being single, and very few people would cultivate 6-2 attributes like Han Jie. Han Jie was top qualified and didn't feel tired in the slightest. He enjoyed getting stronger, a feeling of increased longevity, to be precise. At first, Han Jie's first thought after seeing the attribute panel was longevity. He doesn't want credit or fame. He doesn't want beauty. He just had to live long enough to never become terminally ill at a young age like he had in his previous life. My qualifications destined me not to risk my chances to seek opportunities. I want to cultivate practically, never cause trouble, and if I cannot provoke the enemy, don't provoke, unless the other party has to beat me to death. Han Jie thought silently. A wink. 6 months have passed in a flash. Han Jie's fire spirit root was cultivated to the 4th level of the Qi refining realm. The Grand Elder of the outer sect had finally returned, and Yang Luo personally came to inform Han Jie. Han Jie packed up his things and tied the storage bag to his belt before following Yang Luo to the Hall of Elders. Originally, the Elder Hall had already forgotten about this matter. I just happened to pass by your door and realized that you were still cultivating, so I remembered this matter. A bitter cultivator like you should be appreciated by the Great Elder. Yang Luo laughed. There was admiration in his tone. For 6 whole months, Han Jie hadn't opened the door to his room. If it wasn't for the aura fluctuations inside, others would have thought it was an empty room. Han Jie laughed. Thank you, Brother Yang. In the future, if there's a chance to get more foundation establishment pills, I'll make sure to get one for you. Chapter 7, Fairy Shixian. Favorability increase. Elders Hall. Han Jie met the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was obese, much like the Maitreya Buddha, with a smile on his face and his eyes smiling into 2 curved slits. He surveyed Han Jie and said with satisfaction, the temperament is very good, no worse than the inner disciples, even close to catching up with the elite disciples. Jade clearance sect Taoist robe with a white background in green silk. Han Jie put on, the charm effect came out completely, not like a slave origin at all. There were many female cultivators peeking at him on the way here. A disciple can't compare to an elite disciple. Han Jie said humbly. The Grand Elder smiled and said, let's go. Follow me to the inner sect. If you want to join the inner sect, you have to worship the master. The inner sect has 18 peaks and 18 preaching elders. If someone looks up to you, you can directly become an inner sect disciple. If not, you can only take part in the sect competition and strive to build the foundation as soon as possible. Disciple understands. The two then left the Hall of Elders. The old man in front of the counter said, this son's fire spirit power has enhanced quite a bit. It seems that he has been practicing hard for half a year. Yang Luo laughed. Yes, he hasn't even gone out. He has good qualifications and is willing to practice hard. He might become an elite disciple in the future. The old man shook his head and lost his smile, and didn't say any more. He had stayed here for hundreds of years, and had seen geniuses with better qualifications than Han Jie, so he just had a few feelings in his heart and didn't think much about it. No words on the way. Under the leadership of the Grand Elder, Han Jie arrived in front of a teleportation spell formation in the corner of the valley, which was guarded by several disciples. The teleportation spell formation was very much like an altar, a circular stone platform with odd patterns carved all over it, and stone pillars erected in all directions with many irregular hollows on them, specializing in placing spirit stones. It was Han Jie's first time using a teleportation spell and he was nervous, but he didn't dare to show it for fear of losing face. The outer disciples began to place the spirit stones. What kind of cultivation ethos do you want to join? Each peak has a different ethos due to the different personalities of the ruling elders. Some are competitive, some are low-key and hard cultivating, and some go out on missions all year round. The Grand Elder suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Han Jie replied, a low-key and bitter cultivator. I don't like to be lively or high-profile. The Grand Elder revealed an odd smile and said, then I'll bring it to Jade Pavilion Peak first. At this time, the teleportation spell formation was activated, and a strong light burst forth, shaking Han Jie to close his eyes. Han Jie felt a strong sense of weightlessness, and if he were a mortal, he would definitely have to vomit. About 3 seconds passed. Han Jie opened his eyes, and what was reflected in front of him was a towering mountain peak with a sea of clouds filling the area in front of him, as if he was standing on top of the clouds. Beneath his feet was a teleportation spell formation, and in front of him was a stone staircase leading to the city. This city was located on a short hill compared to the 18 huge peaks around it, but when Han Jie looked below the teleportation spell formation, it was like a 10,000-foot cliff, and he couldn't see the ground due to the clouds and mist. The city of Dwarf Mountain was very large, and in the air, many cultivators flying with their swords could be seen, and even various raptors could be seen. That's the inner gate of the Jade Clearance sect. It's where you do your quests and receive your paychecks, and you can also trade inside. The Grand Elder then opened his mouth to introduce himself, his tone filled with pride. Han Jie was also stunned, originally thinking that the Yu Qing sect was the kind of small sect in ancient immortal dramas, but he didn't expect it to be so big. He thought he had come to the immortal world. He had really underestimated the strength of the Jade Clearance sect. After all, he had stayed in the herb garden for the first 20 years of his life, with an active range of less than a 2-mile radius, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a bird in a cage. The Grand Elder waved his hand, and Han Jie followed, feeling lifted up by something and almost falling over. He looked down and a huge gourd unexpectedly appeared under his feet. Stand firm. If you fall, even if you have a cultivation of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, you'll still have to fall to your death. The Grand Elder laughed out loud with a magnificent smile. Han Jie hurriedly attached himself to the soles of his feet with his spiritual energy, clinging to the surface of the gourd. The giant gourd flew them towards the most remote giant peak to go. All the other giant peaks had disciples going up and down, but only this one appeared to be silent. The ruling elder of Jade Pavilion Peak is immortal Xixian. Her cultivation is profound and unfathomable. She likes to cultivate in seclusion and prefers quietness, so Jade Pavilion Peak is not lively. Plus she doesn't allow the disciples under her to develop a love affair and tie the Taoists together, so there are very few disciples, and those who remain at Jade Pavilion Peak are basically bitter cultivators. The Grand Elder laughed. Han Jie raised his eyebrows and said, "Really? That's great." He was afraid of female cultivators pestering him. After all, he's absolutely unique and has charisma added to full. The Grand Elder shook his head and laughed. The Grand Elder of the Jade Clearance sect's outer sect is favorably disposed towards you, with a current favorability of 1 star. A line appeared before Han Jie's eyes. He found it inexplicable. Soon, they arrived within the palace complex of Jade Pavilion Peak and flew straight to the main hall. The Grand Elder stood in front of the gate, his mouth moving slightly, presumably using a sound transmission technique. Boom! The gate opens. The Grand Elder led Han Jie in. The hall was dark, and as they walked in, oil lamps lit up on either side. Han Jie's gaze fell on the 2 figures that were meditating in front of him. 2 female practitioners. One of the female cultivators was dressed in a blue robe, with a graceful posture and a face that could be described as a beautiful country, presumably immortal Xixian. The female cultivator behind her should be a disciple. Her temperament and appearance were much worse, but she was no less beautiful. Immortal Xixian opened her eyes and her gaze landed on Han Jie. After the Grand Elder approached, he smiled and said, "This son is named Han Jie, a casual cultivator, with 3 spirit root qualifications, possessing the rare thunder spirit root, and when I inquired on the way, he also prefers a quiet place for cultivation, and doesn't wish to be too high profile." Han Jie bent down and saluted. "Chang Yuer has developed a crush on you. Her current crush is 2 stars. That's 2 stars? Skinny." Han Jie secretly spat, his heart tensing up. This Jade Spectre Peak doesn't live up to its name. The female disciples mustn't all be jackals and tigers. Immortal Xixian opened her mouth and asked, "When you join this peak, this seat will not help you seek good fortune. Everything depends on yourself. In terms of cultivation, this seat will not be slow to teach you, but if you are slack, this seat will expel you from the peak." Han Jie immediately assured, "As long as there are no commands, disciples can remain in seclusion for 100 years without leaving their homes." "Really? Never false. Fairy Xixian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability is 1 star. Chang Yuer's favoritism towards you has decreased and her current favoritism is 1 star. 2 lines appeared before Han Jie's eyes. He couldn't help but despise that Chang Yuer. "Are you a ing love brain? This is a place of cultivation. Can you know spells? Attack towards this seat and let the seat see what you can do." Immortal Xixian continued to ask. Han Jie nodded and decided to go all out. This Jade Spectre Peak was too suitable for him. In any other peak, he would have to be annoyed to death by a female cultivator like Chang Yuer. Han was by no means a Lu Shaohui, and he also liked women, but women were definitely not as important as longevity, and he only wanted to cultivate now. It's a knife in the eye of the colorful character. When the cultivation is accomplished in the future, it is possible to cultivate a few Dao couples to play around with, but they can't be moved to true feelings, only to cultivate together. Han Jie mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were brought together, aiming at immortal Changshi. 5 fingers erupted with sword chi, converging to create a palm-width sword chi that killed immortal Shixian like lightning. When it was about to touch immortal Shixian, the sword chi dissipated out of thin air, and the hair on immortal Shixian's forehead fluttered along with it. Chang Yuer's favoritism towards you has increased and her current favoritism is 2 stars. Chapter 8 Yuaning Master. Just a thunder aura away. Hanju ignored the prompts that appeared before him and waited for immortal Shixian to speak. Immortal Shixian asked, "Is that the only move you know?" Yes. Han Jia was quite frank, and he didn't want to puff up his face. This sword technique is good, so stay at Jade Pavilion Peak in the future. Immortal Shixian nodded slightly and said. The Grand Elder laughed. Then I won't bother. He nodded at Han Jia and turned to leave. Immortal Shixian stared at Han Jia and said, "Why don't you kneel down and worship your master?" Han Jia returned to his senses and immediately knelt down. Apprentice Han Jia pays his respects to master. Long live master. Immortal Shixian couldn't help herself and said in a good-natured manner, "Do you take master to be an empress?" Han Jia didn't look up. Immortal Shixian secretly said, "This son has an excellent image and temperament, and this heart is also very good." She pulled out a token from her sleeve and handed it to Chang Yuer behind her. "Take your senior brother to the inner sect to register, and help him arrange his cave residence on the way." "Yes, master." Chang Yuer got up obediently. Han Jia followed and rose to salute before following Chang Yuer away. They had just stepped out of the palace when the doors closed after them. "Senior brother Han, my name is Chang Yuer. From now on, call me senior sister. You're new here. If you don't know anything, feel free to look for senior sister." Chang Yuer laughed, right into Han Jia's gaze, and instead of being shy, she stared straight at him. Han Jia bowed his head slightly and said, "Many thanks, senior sister. Senior brother doesn't dare to bother, but if senior sister needs help, she can always order senior brother." He, that's very nice of you. It's better looking than the other brothers and sisters." It was the first time Chang Yuer had met such a handsome man, and his attitude and personality made her comfortable. She secretly vowed to protect senior brother Han and not let him be bullied. The two of them talked and laughed all the way to the edge of the cliff, where Chang Yuer sacrificed her flying sword, allowing Han Jia to stand behind her and wrap her arms around her waist. Han Jia hesitated. "Other than you, other senior brothers don't have the chance to embrace senior sister's waist." Chang Yuer grunted. In fact, she had met Han Jia, a senior brother, throughout Jade Pavilion Peak. Just Han Jia could be considered her senior brother, and it was difficult for Jade Pavilion Peak to enter a new disciple for several years. With words spoken to this point, Han Jia couldn't afford to be melodramatic. "I have to say, elder sister's waist is so thin." 1 hour later, Chang Yuer led Han Jia to a cave entrance and said, "Inside is your cave. Senior sister's cave is right next to it, so you can usually cultivate in peace." "That close?" Han Jia looked in the direction she was pointing, and the entrance to her cave was just 100 meters away. Han Jia sighed in his heart. While on the surface, he paid his respects to Chang Yuer. The two said their goodbyes. After entering the cave entrance, Han Jia saw a mechanism on the cave wall and twisted it, and a stone door directly appeared in the cave entrance, blocking the entrance, and immediately afterward, the cave passage followed and lit up. He walked toward the end of the cavernous passage, a cavernous room of about 100 square feet, with a bed, table and chairs, and wooden cabinets. A nice treat. Han Jia walked over to the bed and sat down, taking out his newly acquired inner sect storage bag. The inner gate storage bag was 10 times more spacious than the outer gate storage bag, and could store 100 cubic meters of stuff inside. He got the Taoist robe of Jade Pavilion Peak, a flying sword, the secret book of sword art, the Jade Pavilion Peak token, 100 medium-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of chi-gathering pills. Han Jia learned through Chang Yuer that 1 top-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and 1 middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones can be used for cultivation or as currency. He immediately took out the 1,000 top-grade spirit stones stored in the attribute panel before placing them in his storage bag. This amount of spirit stones was enough to make Han Jia a rich man. It's worthy of the immortal emperor's descendants' luck. Opening with 1,000 top-quality spirit stones, Han Jia called up the attribute panel to view the relationships. Chang Yuer, 2nd level of Foundation Establishment Realm. Your senior sister, treats you like a younger brother. Current favorability is 2 stars. Fairy Shixian, 3rd level of Yuaning Realm. Your master, admires your heart. Current favorability is 1 star. A brother to look at? Han Jia was speechless. Sure enough, favorability doesn't mean liking, so I can't make a fool of myself in the future. However, he was surprised at immortal Shixian's cultivation level. Surprisingly, he was a Yuaning Realm cultivator. The Grand Elder of the Outer Sect was only at the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation level. Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Jindan, and Yuaning were the realms he had learned about so far. In other words, Immortal Xixian was the strongest cultivator he had come into contact with so far. Not bad, not bad, Han Jia thought prettily. He packed up his things and started flipping through the secret books of the Imperial Sword Art. The Royal Sword Art must be mastered, or else you will have to embrace your elder sister's luxuriant waist when you go down the mountain in the future. The top-tier sword Dao talent allowed him to master the Royal Sword technique in half an hour. He recognized the flying sword by dripping blood, and this method was recorded in the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. After everything was done, he stepped out of the cave and with his feet on his flying sword, he began to hover around Jade Pixie Peak to familiarize himself with the sword royal art. Inside the Jade Spectre Hall, Immortal Xixian suddenly opened her eyes, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. This son is really practicing the royal sword art for the first time? The exchange between Han Jie and Shang Yuer was something she had overheard before. Could it be a lie? If he was lying, why would he need to show his sword writing skills now? Immortal Xixian couldn't figure it out and decided to observe a bit more. After Han Jie flew dozens of laps, he quickly returned to his cave and began to cultivate. He began to cultivate fire spirit power. You have successfully become an inner disciple of the Jade Clearance sect and have begun your first cultivation after entering the sect. You can choose the following development routes. 1. Earn prestige and lead Jade Pantheon to become the most powerful peak, and receive a top-grade magic weapon. Offend Fairy Xixuan. 2. Cultivate in a low profile and in obscurity, and gain Fairy Xixian's recognition. You can get a secret book of body techniques. Han Jia took a look and couldn't help but put on his pain mask. What the hell? To lead Jade Spectre Peak to become the most powerful peak instead of offending Immortal Xixian? Something's very wrong with this master. Don't be a devil's mole? Han Jia shook his head and lost his smile, silently choosing the second one. He wasn't interested in absolute magical artifacts and only wanted to get down to earth and cultivate. With this cultivation, 3 years passed by in a flash. Han Jia had successfully cultivated the fire spirit root to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. It's just short of Thunder Aura, but you can't capture the Thunder Aura on Jade Spectre Peak. Han Jia agonized and decided to go forward to pay his respects to his master. He immediately got up and walked out of the cave. He executed the royal sword technique and quickly flew to the front door of the Jade Pavilion. He knelt down in front of the gate and opened his mouth. Master, my disciple has something to ask for. His voice was not loud, so he believed that Immortal Xixian could hear him. It didn't take long for the doors to open. Han Jia walked into the hall without a hitch. He walked over to Immortal Xixian and knelt down in front of her, saying, my disciple has cultivated the Wind Spirit Root and Fire Spirit Root to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and I'm just short of the Thunder Spirit Root before I can build my foundation. So I hope that master will instruct my disciple where I can cultivate the Thunder Spirit Qi? Immortal Xixian opened her eyes and frowned. You're going to cultivate 3 types of spiritual power? It's not just that. The old man fixes the 6th system. Yes, master. Han Jia replied respectfully. Immortal Xixian said softly, this is not a good path, and the heavenly tribulation you encounter will be stronger than others. You can cultivate one aura alone, and it won't be too late to cultivate the other auras after the Jindan has become a great success. Chapter 9 Foundation Establishment Realm 3rd Level, Mo's Revenge. Apprentice wants to go on like this, although it's difficult, but I believe that I can succeed with my will, and I'm willing to spend all my time on cultivation. Han Jia replied. Immortal Xixian didn't reject it outright, indicating that there was still a chance. Immortal Xixian looked meaningfully at Han Jia and said, the inner sect has a teleportation spell formation to the Thunder Spirit Pool, but staying at the Thunder Spirit Pool for a day requires 10 medium-grade spirit stones. It seems cheap at first glance, but where is one day enough for a cultivator? Han Jia was pleasantly surprised. Thank you for your guidance, master. I'll go now. When he finished speaking, he got up and left in a hurry. Immortal Xixian smiled before closing her eyes again and continuing her cultivation. As Han Jia arrived at the inner gate city, he casually stopped a female disciple and inquired, this senior sister, excuse me, where is the Thunder Spirit Pool? Can you tell me? Go that way, go to the end, and the one with the word Thunder Lantern hanging is the Thunder Spirit Pool. Thanks a lot, Sifu. Han Jia slipped away quickly, not giving the other party a chance to strike up a conversation. Where there are people, there is a jungle, and the fewer friends he makes, the less trouble he will be in. What is a friend? If you help me and I help you, we are friends. Since we have to help, there's trouble. 10 minutes later, Han Jia found the Thunder Spirit Pool Pavilion. Entering the attic, he saw a teleportation spell formation in the inner courtyard. He directly took out 100 top-grade spirit stones for a 3-year package. If you leave early, you can return the spirit stones. The Jade Clearance sect wouldn't screw over its own disciples. The disciples who worked here were all here on a mission, and the owner of the Thunder Spirit Pool was an elder, so no one dared to make trouble. The working disciple was slightly surprised to see Han Jia being so expansive, but he didn't say much. Although Thunder Spirit roots were rare, There weren't just a handful of them in the Jade Clearance sect. Opening his eyes again, Han Jie came to a pool filled with hot air. The visibility range was close, and the thundercloud was so short that it felt like he could reach out and touch it. Besides him, there was already a cultivator meditating and cultivating not far away. Don't move around inside the thunder spirit pool. You can only cultivate by the side of the pool, or else you'll deserve to be struck to death by lightning. A cold grunt came from the back. Han Jie twisted his head to look, and the one who spoke was actually a large tree, and on the main trunk of this tree was a human face written with vitriol. Tree Demon. Han Jie nodded at it before walking to the side and meditating to cultivate. The thunder spirit pool soon fell into silence with only the sound of thunder. Han Jie was pleasantly surprised to find that there was an extreme amount of thunder aura here, which was faster than his usual cultivation of other systems of auras. That's great. Han Jie was excited. One short year, Han Jie successfully practiced his thunder spirit route to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Instead of leaving, he prepared to build his foundation. Previously, he had already cultivated each lineage of spirit power to perfection, and it was just the right time to train his thunder spirit route to the 9th level of perfection as well. The 6 systems of Qi refining were perfected, and the foundation was built directly. Foundation building all required foundation building Dan, but that was for mortals. Han Jie was a top-notch spirit root qualification. The first layer of the 6 paths reincarnation technique recorded the method of avoiding the calamity, which was extremely overbearing, and that was to absorb the heavenly thunder. The 6 paths of reincarnation dissolved the heavenly thunder into thunder spiritual power, helping him to enhance his cultivation. 1 month later, Han Jie began to build his foundation. It just so happened that the thunder spirit pool was less crowded, and even if the foundation building was successful, it wouldn't cause too much of a reaction. Sitting in meditation, Han Jie's hands kept changing stances, running the 6 Tao reincarnation technique heart technique, and the 6 systems of spiritual energy rotated within him, forming a 6-colored vortex in his dantian. The tree demon suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. The cultivators not far away also opened their eyes. Only the lightning within the thunder spirit pool began to gather towards Han Jie. Is he trying to build a foundation? The cultivator's face looked odd as he silently pulled away from Han Jie for fear of being struck by heavenly lightning. Half an hour later, a streak of thunder and lightning was like a dragon and snake intertwined above Han Jie's head. The strange thing was that these thunderbolts directly disappeared as soon as they touched Han Jie, without causing any damage to him. Both the tree demon and the cultivator frowned. What kind of technique does this son cultivate? Surprisingly, you can transform a robbery. They were surprised, but neither of them interrupted. Influencing others to cross the threshold is a big taboo in the cultivation world. Lacking in virtue, with his supreme spiritual root qualification as well as his supreme technique, Han Jie's foundation building went smoothly without any surprises. 3 days later, he succeeded in building his foundation, reaching the cultivation level of the first layer of the foundation establishment realm. Congratulations on reaching the foundation establishment realm. You have the following choices. 1. Fame in Yuqing sect. You can get 9 phantoms of thunder, hatred of immortal Shixian. 2. Cultivate in silence, and develop Jindan as soon as possible. You can get a top-quality magic sword. Han Jie chose the second one without hesitation. After the successful breakthrough, he didn't leave immediately, but planned to continue in cultivating his thunder spirit power until the end of time. He first passed down the second layer of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique's heart technique. The next morning, he continued his cultivation. This person really has a good heart. He didn't even go out to celebrate his success in building the foundation. Instead, he continued to cultivate. The cultivator thought silently. A line followed before Han Jie's eyes. Mo Vengeance has taken a liking to you. Current liking is 1 star. Han Jie opened his eyes and noticed that the cultivator was staring at himself. Han Jie politely nodded slightly at him. Mo Vengeance followed and nodded his head. Then the two of them continued to cultivate without communicating. Han Jie walked out of the thunder spirit pool as he pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Han Jie. Life expectancy, 27/187. Race, mortal. Cultivation level, 3rd level of foundation establishment realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be passed on. Spell, finger sword. Avatar, none. Spells, none. Spiritual roots qualification, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots, increasing a certain amount of Qi. The innate energies are as follows. Unrivaled in the world, immortal posture, top charisma, divine fate sword idiot, top sword qualification, top sword enlightenment, stance, top stance qualification, descendant of the immortal emperor, receive a superb immortal cultivation technique in 1,000 top grade spirit stones, view relationships, 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm, This was his thunder spirit root cultivation, and the foundation establishment realm was similarly divided into 9 layers, so this speed could not be said to be fast. 2 years and 3 levels of cultivation. Most importantly, life expectancy skyrocketed to 187 years. Han Jie was satisfied. Brother, I don't know your name? My name is Heavenly Thunder Peak Mo Vengeance. A voice came from behind Han Jie, and Han Jie never stopped and turned to look. Han Jie cupped his fists and smiled. I'm Jade Spectre Peak Han Jie. Jade Pantheon? No wonder I saw you look strange. It's a pity for you to join Jade Pixie Peak with this kind of talent. Do you want to come to my Heavenly Thunder Peak? My master is a thunder cultivator. Mo Vengeance shook his head and said. Han Jie laughed. I've already worshipped immortal Shixian as my teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. How can I defect at will? Thank you, brother Mo, for your kindness. Mo Vengeance laughed. Your gong method is remarkable. In just 2 years you have reached the 3rd layer of the foundation establishment realm. When you look at the entire inner sect, you are considered one of the best. Brother Mo is overpraising. I have no intention of comparing myself to the other senior brothers of the inner sect. Ha ha ha. The two chatted for a while before they each left. After returning to Jade Pavilion Peak, Han Jie hesitated to go and greet immortal Shixian. Forget it. Master is also an ascetic. I'd better not disturb. Han Jie silently returned to the cave. Back on the bed, Han Jie wanted to take a rest, so he clicked on relationships to check it out. He noticed an email marker in the upper right corner, still bubbling red. He couldn't help but be curious and clicked on it to check it out. Chapter 10 Miserable Best Friend. Big Brother's Goodwill. Your best friend Xing Hongxian was pursued by the Yuqing sect and escaped with serious injuries. Your friend Xing Hongxian was chased by a fellow disciple and was lucky to kill him back. Your friend Xing Hongxian betrayed the Green Destiny Demon Cult and was hunted down by the Green Destiny Demon Cult. Your friend Xing Hongxuan's favorability towards you grows. Current favorability is 4 stars. Han Jie was speechless. This is miserable. The most outrageous thing was that after a few years had passed, Xing Hongxuan's favorability towards him had even grown. None of them saw each other again. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Can't figure it out. Han Jie looked around, and none of the people who had created a relationship with him had progressed in their cultivation. That would be cool. Let's set a small goal first, to surpass immortal Shixian. Han Jie closed the attribute panel, shook his spirit, and continued to cultivate. 3 years later, Han Jie's fire spirit root was cultivated to the 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm. In terms of aura concentration alone, the thunder spirit pond was thicker than the aura outside, so Han Jie spent a longer time. By the time he cultivated earth, wind, water, and wind to the 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm as well, it should be another 12 years. Anyway, he now has 187 years to live. In time, however, if one cultivates all 6 spiritual roots to foundation establishment perfection, it is estimated that one will have to fight for time with the great limit of lifespan. Han Jie thought silently. The reason for practicing 6 systems is that it takes 6 times as long as practicing a single system. Han Jie thought of the Thunder Spirit Pool. It seems like it's still necessary to utilize these spirit pools. Within the Jade Clearance sect, apart from the Thunder Spirit Pool, there were other spirit pools with a total of 8 attributes, and the other 2 attributes were gold and ice. It had to be said that the Jade Clearance sect did have a strong foundation. This was good, so Han Jie wouldn't have to change sects. A few days later, Jade Pantheon suddenly rang a bell. Han Jie opened his eyes and immediately got up. Once the bell was rung, it meant that immortal Shixian was going to summon all the disciples. For the first time in so many years, I hope it's not some kind of trouble. I still want to keep practicing. Han Jie thought silently. After walking out of the cave, he bumped into Chang Yuer. Senior brother, long time no see. You've built your foundation? Chang Yuer greeted with a smile, and immediately after, she stared at her beautiful eyes. She was only at the 2nd level of the foundation establishment realm and couldn't see through Han Jie's cultivation, but she could feel that Han Jie's spiritual energy was very strong, far from being comparable to that of a chi refining cultivator. Han Jie humbly laughed. A fluke. A fluke. Chang Yuer was secretly alarmed. Has senior brother surpassed me? No way. I have to hurry up and cultivate. I can't be compared to my senior brother. Chang Yuer's favoritism towards you has decreased and her current favoritism is 1.5 stars. Han Jie's head was full of questions. What the hell? Did I say something wrong? Chang Yuer smiled as she led Han Jie up the mountain, as if their relationship was as old as ever. Along the way, they encountered other Jade Pavilion Peak disciples, and Han Jie was the youngest in seniority, so he had to call out senior brother and sister when he saw people. Unlike what he had imagined, there were other male disciples within the Jade Pavilion Peak, quite a few of them, all of them with a strong appearance. The ratio of men to women is about the same. The group came to kneel in front of the main gate of the Jade Pantheon. They waited patiently. During this time, Han Jia was met with scowling gazes from the others. The female disciples all flashed smiles at him. No one has taken a liking to him though. These disciples had already been cultivating hard for many years, unlike Chang Yuer who had joined Jade Pavilion Peak not more than a few years before Han Jia. One after another, disciples arrived. When the gate opened, Han Jia calculated that there were a total of 56 disciples. The most downtrodden Jade Spectre Peak had so many disciples, not to mention the other peaks. Most of the disciples' cultivation was stronger than Han Jia's, making him unable to see through the cultivation. After entering the hall, Han Jia silently retreated to the end. As the youngest junior brother, he naturally had to be at the end of the line, lest he offend some careful senior brothers and sisters. A futon had been set up in the hall, divided into 2 rows for the disciples to sit facing each other. Han Jia sat at the end, opposite Chang Yuer. Chang Yuer scowled at him, like a child. Childish. Han Jia quietly raised a middle finger. Chang Yuer didn't understand the gesture and thought it was a secret signal, following with the middle finger toward Han Jia. Han Jia. At this time, Immortal Shixian opened her mouth. The sect leader has just made a decision that for the future 18 peaks battles, the 3 peaks ranked in the last 3 will each elect 10 disciples to go and fight against the Green Underworld Demon Sect. Over the years, the Green Underworld Demon Sect has so dispatched traitors to scheme against the Jade Clearance Sect. The sect leader is preparing to fight back. Han Jia observed the expressions of the others, realized no one was panicking. Wasn't Jade Spectre Peak ranked in the bottom 3? Han Jia had previously thought that Jade Pantheon was the weakest peak. The eldest disciple, Lu Sanxin, laughed. Master, although our Jade Pavilion Peak is not outstanding, it has always been firmly in the top 10, so there is no need to worry. The other disciples followed in agreement. We couldn't be any more lowly than we are at the bottom of the pile. The Green Destiny Demon cult is really getting more and more arrogant. It is rumored that there are quite a few spies of the Green Destiny Demon sect in the outer gate. You have to be careful about recruiting disciples these days. The devil cult spies don't even practice devil arts. It's long overdue to deal with the Green Destiny Demon sect. Every time I go out to practice, I encounter their people, arrogant to the extreme. Han Jia listened silently without saying anything. Immortal Shixian said, Master naturally isn't worried about the rankings, but this matter also signals that sooner or later there will be a battle between the Jade Clearance sect and the Green Destiny Demon sect. When you all pick up your quests lately, all of you pick up the quests related to the Green Destiny Demon sect. Even though Jade Pixie Peak is low-key, it's not that they don't want to work for the sect. The disciples nodded. Han Jia. Immortal Shixian suddenly called out. Han Jia hurriedly got up. The other disciples looked at him. A few years after joining the peak, you reached the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm from the 9th level of the Qi Refining realm. It seems that you are a genius. Immortal Shixian laughed. Everyone's face changed when these words came out. This speed of cultivation. Han Jia replied. Fluke. Master, I don't want to be high profile. Recently the sect has come out with a cultivation program for the most outstanding geniuses of each peak, which will be concentrated together for cultivation. And in the future, it will also become the brand name of the younger generation of the Jade Clearance sect, and my master would like to recommend you to go. Immortal Shixian said with a smile, and the disciples' eyes changed as they looked at Han Jia. Han Jia directly knelt down, and said with fear and trepidation, Master, I don't want to go. What kind of virtue can I have? I just want to stay in the Jade Pavilion Peak and cultivate silently. I don't want to compete for fame and fortune. Besides, I'm new here, so I should let my senior brothers and sisters have this opportunity. The absolute wall is fraudulent. Han Jia had a compulsion in his heart. Even if he really was a premier genius, he was senior, just coming in and becoming the core training object of the sect. This is not a trap? Could it be that Immortal Shixian was testing him? If he was the mole of the Green Destiny Demon cult, he would definitely seize this opportunity. Really? Immortal Shixian asked with narrowed eyes. Han Jia nodded his head and said, Never false. Immortal Shixian nodded her head. Han Jia breathed a sigh of relief and sat down afterward. The eyes of the other disciples looking at him became soft. Ryu Sanxin has developed a crush on you. Current crush is 1 star. Sure enough, big brother wants to go. That's right. If other disciples were to take over this kind of thing, where would the eldest brother's face go? Immortal Shixian looked at Lu Sanxin and said, Then let you go. You're the eldest disciple of Jade Pavilion Peak, so you mustn't cause any trouble. Apprentice understands. Lu Sanxin revealed a smile as the other disciples congratulated him. Chapter 11, 9th level of Foundation Realm. Tree Demon's Chance. Walking out of Jade Spectre Peak, Han Jia was about to return to his cave. Lu Sanxin walked over, reached out and pressed his shoulder, smiling. Junior brother, your good intentions are appreciated by senior brother. In the future when you encounter trouble, feel free to talk to senior brother. Han Jia blinked and said, Then senior brother first wishes eldest brother Godspeed. How can you push away a favor that comes to you? Ha ha, Lu Sanqi laughed loudly and then left. Han Jia had just taken a few steps when Chang Yuer caught up again. Senior brother, you haven't done a sect quest yet, have you? Do you want senior sister to take you? Chang Yuer asked with a smile. No, I want to practice. Cultivating in the cave is very slow. Go and do missions to earn spirit stones, then go to the various spirit pools to cultivate. Twice the result with half the effort. And at the same time, there are still contribution degrees for doing missions, and you can buy pills when the contribution degree is high. I'm afraid of dying, so I'd better forget it. How can a cultivator of my generation be afraid of death? If you're not afraid of death, what's the point of cultivating immortality? You, Chang Yuer was infuriated. Why is this senior brother such a wimp? The reason Han Jia didn't go was because he had a lot of spirit stones. Humph, if you don't go, you don't go. Chang Yuer twisted her head and walked away. Han Jia, on the other hand, was lost in thought. It was true that you couldn't stay in the cave and cultivate. You had to go to the spirit pool. Don't wait until 100 years from now, when life expectancy is tight. Then it's too much of a waste. After thinking about it, Han Jia directly set off for the inner gate city. 10 years have passed in a flash. Han Jia had been lingering in the various spirit pools, spending nearly 400 top-grade spirit stones. His cultivation reached the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and all 6 spiritual roots had been cultivated to the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to achieve the Jindan realm even after spending the remaining 400 or so top-grade spirit stones. Han Jia began to focus on cultivating Thunder Aura and Fire Aura. He couldn't spend the spirit stones completely. There would definitely have to be spending money in the back. 10 more years. Why don't we just finish cultivating the Thunder Spirit root directly, and we can absorb more Fire Aura in the cave as well. That's all. After Han Jia decided, he headed directly to the Thunder Spirit Pool. The Thunder Spirit Pool currently didn't have a single cultivator, and Han Jia wasn't afraid of loneliness. Brat, you're here again. I thought you were a genius before. How come you're still only at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm after so many years? The tree demon couldn't help but flirt. Han Jia shrugged his shoulders. It's precisely because the qualifications are dull that he's this hardworking. Also, the tree demon closed his eyes when he finished speaking. Han Jia was an old customer, and he didn't need much reminding. Soon after, Han Jia entered his cultivation state. Time passes quickly, year by year. 5 years later, Han Jia's Thunder Spirit Root cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Mo Vengeance came again and brought a female disciple with him. This female disciple was extremely pretty and had the demeanor of a lady of the house. Brother Han, you're here too, Mo Vengeance said in surprise. Han Jia opened his eyes. He smiled and replied, Brother Mo, you're here too. Mo Revenge was an absolute genius, and through his relationships, Han Jia noticed that he had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Although nearly 20 years had passed, to be able to break through 2 layers at the Foundation Establishment realm and impact the Jindan realm, what was it if not a genius? Introducing, this is our Heavenly Thunder Peak's junior sister and my clan sister, Mo Zhu. Mo Vengeance said with a smile. Han Jia followed and cupped his fists. I am Jade Spectre Peak Han Jia. Mo Zhu nodded, carefully sizing up Han Jia and asked, how come you're still at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm? My clan brother said that you might already be at the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Han Jia laughed. Steady as you go, you guys also seized the time to cultivate. When he finished, he sat down. Although Mo Vengeance was puzzled about his cultivation, he didn't ask much. The two soon began to meditate. It wasn't long before they were surprised to find that Han Jia's speed of absorbing aura far exceeded theirs. What exactly is the technique he cultivates? No, it's spiritual root qualification. Mo Vengeance was secretly alarmed. Mo Zhu also looked at Han Jia in surprise. Han Jia didn't care about their reactions. He had to hurry. Every minute is a spirit stone. 3 years later, Mo Vengeance and Mo Bamboo are ready to leave. Mo Vengeance looked at Han Jia and wanted to say something, but seeing how serious Han Jia was, he felt bad about interrupting. The two siblings left the Thunder Spirit Pool. Big brother, then why hasn't Han Jia's realm risen? Mo Zhu asked in doubt. With the speed at which Han Jia absorbed aura, he should have broken through long ago. Mo Vengeance's eyes were complicated as he said, this person must have a means of suppressing his cultivation. I'm afraid that his cultivation has already caught up to me. At the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, Mo Zhu stared at the beautiful eyes, said, you said before, 20 years ago, he was only at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. So fast. Mo Vengeance took a deep breath and said, Jade Pavilion Peak is full of bitter cultivators. I didn't expect this kind of genius to appear. Let's go. We have to be as hardworking as him. Mo Zhu nodded. In the meantime, Han Jia saw 2 lines. Mo Vengeance's favoritism towards you has increased. and the current favoritism level is 2 stars. Maju has developed a crush on you. Current crush is 2 stars. Han Jia was indifferent. He had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and was in the process of impacting the realm of perfection. Half a year later, Han Jia finally cultivated his Thunder Spirit Force to perfection, and if he wanted to cultivate it again, he wouldn't be able to grow. He got up and prepared to leave. Kid, it seems that you have a method of suppressing your cultivation. It's not simple. The tree demon opened his mouth and laughed, his tone not as mocking as before. Han Jia shrugged his shoulders and smiled. He walked over to the teleportation spell and was about to leave. I have a chance here. Would you like to participate? The tree demon asked. Han Jia raised his eyebrows and said, don't want to. The tree demon froze and said, there are a large amount of spirit stones, as well as clan contributions, and you might even get magic weapons and heavenly treasures. Are you sure you don't want to participate? Dangerous? If you want to get a good chance, you naturally have to go into danger. Forget it then. I'm afraid to die. The tree demon was so angry that its branches shook. Han Jia urged, Senior, hurry up and let me out. I still have to go back to my cave to retreat. The tree demon snorted coldly and activated the spell formation, sending Han Jia out. Han Jia had returned a year and a half's worth of spirit stones in the attic, and there were still nearly 300 spirit stones left in his storage bag. He didn't return to his cave immediately, but instead headed to the salary building. For so many years, he had not received his salary, and it was time to take it. The Jade Clearance Sect's pensions are paid once a year and can be accumulated to receive them. The salary building was one of the most bustling pavilions within the Jade Clearance Sect, and there were many disciples who still needed to line up to receive it. Han Jia's aura drew sideways glances from many female cultivators, and the male cultivators soon noticed Han Jia as well. As Han Jia's cultivation continued to rise, his absolutely unparalleled charismatic aura was thoroughly displayed. The system could only hide his cultivation, but not his charisma. Who is this person? So handsome. Our Jade Clearance Sect even has such a man. I've seen it before. It seems like it's a disciple of the Jade Spectre Peak. TSK, just like walking out of a painting. Every disciple of Jade Pantheon Peak has a good skin. Do either of you know his name? In the face of the surrounding chatter, Han Jia pretended not to notice. After receiving his salary, he flew away, causing those female cultivators who wanted to hit on him to regret it. Just after walking out of the salary building, Han Jia bumped into Emoju. Brother Han, you're here. We're really destined to bump into each other here, Emoju said in surprise, directly coming up and holding Han Jia's arm. Han Jia's face instantly solidified. Chapter 12, 7 Illusory Steps, 10,000 Demon Realm. The female cultivators who walked out of the salary building frowned when they saw Emoju holding Han Jia's arm. They all wailed inside. Han Jia hurriedly retreated a step and kept his distance from Emoju. Emoju smiled warmly. Brother Han, it just so happens that I have a matter that I need your help with. Here comes the subplot. Denial. Han Jia shook his head. I'm sorry, I still have to go back to my training. Cultivate what? This is a big chance. Heard about it, Emoju said in a hurry. She suddenly noticed the female cultivators behind Han Jia and felt that it was inconvenient to talk about it here. So she pulled Han Jia to leave this place first. Miss Mo, don't pull your punches. I'm not afraid as a woman. But you're afraid as a man? Master forbids us to have a man and a woman. Bah, we've only met for the second time and you think I'm falling for you? Emoju's pretty face instantly reddened. She quietly glanced at Han Jia. Brother Han was indeed good-looking, and it was the first time she had seen such a good-looking man. If you are a Taoist couple. Emoju's ears were red. Han Jia noticed her look and felt bad. Dangerous. He hadn't even attained Jin Dan yet, so he couldn't have a child's love. This Maju was beautiful to look at, but it can't break his Taoist heart. Han Jia immediately moved a step to the side, keeping a meter away from her and walking side by side. The two walked down a deserted alley. Say, what is it? Han Jia asked. Emoju looked left and right to make sure no one was there, then whispered, Brother Han, have you heard of Li Qianlong? Never heard of it. What? You've never heard of Li Qianlong? Get to the point. Han Jia didn't have the good sense to say. Although he was almost 50 years old in this life, he had yet to leave the Jade Clearance Sect, and he couldn't even recognize all the famous people in the Jade Clearance Sect, let alone the entire immortal cultivation world. Li Qianlong is the Jade Clearance Sect's 100-year hard-to-come-by outstanding talent. It is said that he almost achieved the God of Transformation. His cave is located in a big mountain outside of the Jade Clearance Sect. He set up a lot of prohibitions in his cave. Before that, it has been hidden. Recently I got the information that his cave is now on the surface, but his harnessed beasts guarded it inside. This harnessed beasts are afraid of thunder and lightning. We are all thunder cultivators. We can certainly skykick it. The more Emoju said, the more excited he became. Han Jia asked, where's your older brother? Last year, When the inner sect competition had just ended, he was chosen by the sect leader for special cultivation, and I couldn't find him. Han Jie raised an eyebrow. It's over? Oops. Overdoing his cultivation and forgetting such a big deal. He hoped that immortal Shi Xian wouldn't blame him. If it's really as you say, why didn't the clan personally collect such caves? Han Jie asked rhetorically. Mo Zhu shrugged his shoulders and said, his cave isn't much of an attraction to the sect, but for us Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, it's a chance. Han Jie asked, how did you learn of this news? A friend of mine told me about it, and the news didn't make the quest list. There is fraud. Definitely can't go. Han Jie immediately refused. It's too dangerous. I'm not going, and I advise you not to get involved, or you'll die a horrible death. After saying that, Han Jie turned around and left. You the man. Ma Zhu was so angry that she stomped her foot. However, her favorability towards Han Jie didn't drop, and she hesitated instead. Even a genius like Han Jie didn't dare to go. Could it be that it was really dangerous? Returning to Jade Pavilion Peak, Han Jie came to the Jade Pavilion to kneel. The inner sect competition was a big event, and if he was the only one from Jade Pavilion Peak who didn't go to watch the battle, it would be a big sin. Come on in, there's just something I need to see you about. Immortal Shi Xian's voice drifted in, and the door opened after it. After entering the hall, Han Jie realized that Immortal Shi Xian was not the only one. Chang Yuer and an old man were also there, and so on. This old man, Iron Old Man. Han Jie froze and continued on. As soon as Tai Lao saw him, his expression became wonderful as well. This son is also a Jade Spectre Peak disciple? How is that possible? Elder Tai was shocked and incredulous. This is the new disciple who has been worshipped at the Jade Pavilion Peak. He will be your senior brother from now on. Just address him as Senior Brother Tai. Immortal Shi Xian spoke. Han Jie nodded his head and looked at Tai Lao, saying, Senior Brother Tai, if you have trouble in the future, feel free to find me. Tai Lao gritted his teeth and said, Han Jie, your kid has actually become an inner disciple. He was shocked to realize that he couldn't see through Han Jie's cultivation. In just 20 years, Han Jie had gone from being immortal to cultivating far beyond him. Immortal Shi Xian didn't wonder if they knew each other, but asked, how come you're still at the third level of the Foundation Establishment Realm? Third level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Tai Lao was even more shocked. He had gone through a lot of trouble to build his foundation, and Han Jie was already at the third level of the Foundation Establishment Realm? Han Jie was afraid that Tai Lao would make small moves and had to increase his weight in Immortal Shi Xian's heart, so he stopped hiding his cultivation and said, Master, my disciple is already at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. I'm just trying to keep a low profile, so I'm hiding my cultivation. When these words came out, both Elder Tai and Chang Yuer were wide-eyed. Senior brother, how did you break through so fast? Chang Yuer exclaimed. She could be said to have watched Han Jie leap from the 9th level of the Qi Refining Realm to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. This is too much, Han Jie said. I've been practicing at the Thunder Spirit Pool, and I didn't dare to slack off before making this much progress. Immortal Shi Xian smiled in satisfaction and said, if everyone at Jade Pavilion Peak is as hardworking as you are, Jade Pavilion Peak will definitely become the strongest peak in the Jade Clearance sect. You cultivate in a low profile and succeed in gaining Fairy Shi Xian's recognition, rewarding you with a secret book of body techniques. Congratulations on obtaining the 7 illusory steps. Han Jie was secretly pleasantly surprised and hurriedly said, Master's words really discounted my disciple. My disciple just likes to cultivate. Ti Lao tried to calm down. He realized that it was impossible for him to overpower Han Jie again. It was best to forget about the past, and if he told Immortal Shi Xian about it, it might cause her to be displeased. He was suddenly apprehensive. With Han Jie's cultivation, killing him was easy. No way. Got to defuse this feud. Since you like cultivation so much, my master will arrange a task for you to guard the Jade Clearance Sect's 10,000 Demon Realm. Immortal Shi Xian suddenly laughed, her smile full of deep meaning. 10,000 Demons Realm. Sounds so bullish and dangerous. Han Jie instinctively resisted, but still carefully asked, Master, what is the 10,000 Demon Realm? Chang Yuer said excitedly, it's where the Jade Clearance Sect keeps their demonic pets. Master, I want to go too. Let me accompany Senior Brother Han so that he doesn't get bullied. Immortal Shi Xian glared at her, frightening her so much that she didn't dare to say anything more. Each peak will send a disciple to guard the 10,000 Demon Realm. The 10,000 Demon Realm contains all sorts of spiritual qi due to the many species of demon pets. It's also very dense and suitable for you to cultivate. However, there is also a certain amount of danger. From time to time, there are instances of demon pets going on the rampage and disciples being brutally murdered. Immortal Shi Xian introduced Han Jie. Han Jie couldn't hear any semblance of leeway, but it was good to be able to cultivate. It was better to fight with demonic beasts than with people. It's not just zoo security. I'll go. Then my disciple will listen to master's arrangements. Han Jie cupped his fists and said. Immortal Shixian nodded her head and said, pack up and head directly to the demon pet building. Someone will take you to the 10,000 demon realm. The last one was your eldest senior brother. Now he has been taken away by the sect leader, so he can only allow you to go. If the mission goes well, the master will reward you. In addition, if you are in the 10,000 demon realm for a year to guard it, you will be given 10 top-grade spirit stones. The ceiling will not be set. This is the ongoing sect mission. Before you go, you can go and collect the mission first. Chapter 13, Mysterious Demon Beast, Sect Master Missing. Before returning to the cave, Han Jie first inherited the 7 illusionary steps. He had to strengthen himself first so that he wouldn't meet with an untimely end. Stance, top stance qualification. With this innate fortune, Han Jie completely mastered the 7 illusionary steps in an hour. There are 7 layers of this footwork. Each layer practiced can be divided into a residual shadow. 7 residual shadows can confuse the enemy, so that the enemy cannot distinguish who is the original. Using this footwork can also greatly increase the speed of escape. After learning, Han Jie went back to his cave to pack up his things before heading to the inner gate city. First, go to the quest building to pick up the quest, then head to the demon pet building. Inside the Jade Spectre Hall, Immortal Shixian stared expressionlessly at Tai Lao on the hall and slowly spoke. I don't want to be concerned about your past with Han Jie. From now on, your master and brother, you have to honor and respect him, and with this seat's understanding of him, he won't be able to count on you, so you can rest assured. Elder Tai knelt on the temple, sighed, and slowly nodded his head. In the future, Han Jie will be a personal disciple of the Jade Pavilion Peak. Having a good relationship with him will only benefit you, so as long as it's not a deadly feud, let's resolve it if we can. Immortal Shixian's words shocked Old Man Tai. Pro-disciple. Immortal Shixian valued Han Jie so highly? When he thought of Han Jie's breakthrough speed, he fell silent. That boy does deserve it. Walking out of the teleportation spell, Han Jie arrived at the 10,000 demons realm. The sky of the 10,000 demon realm was cloudy, as if it was about to rain heavily at any moment. Han Jie took out his flying sword and began to fly with it. According to the explanation of the disciple of the demon favorite building, he had to find the attic of Jade Pavilion Peak first, which would be his sitting place, and this attic had a forbidden mechanism, so that unusual demonic beasts would not dare to approach. Of course, he couldn't hide in the attic all the time. If he encountered a riot of demonic beasts, he had to take action to minimize losses for the Jade Clearance sect. The demonic pets in the 10,000 demons realm could all be bought by the Jade Clearance sect at great expense, and cultivating them would also require the consumption of a great deal of resources. That attic was not far from the teleportation spell formation, and Han Jie quickly found it. The attic had 2 floors, not very large, and the house was empty and void of people. Han Jie began to meditate and cultivate after familiarizing himself with the forbidden organs. The long and boring practice began again. A year and a half passed quickly. Han Jie is 50 years old. Name, Han Jie. Life expectancy, 50/196. Race, mortal. Cultivation level, 9th level of Foundation Establishment Realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be passed on. Spells, Jade Fingersword. 7 illusory steps. Avatar, none. Spells, none. Spiritual roots qualification, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots, increasing a certain amount of chi. The innate energies are as follows. Unrivaled in the world, immortal posture, top charisma, divine fate sword idiot, top sword qualification, top sword enlightenment, stance, top stance qualification, descendant of the immortal emperor, receive a superb immortal cultivation technique in 1,000 top grade spirit stones. View relationships. The wind spirit root was cultivated by him to the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, and other than the thunder spirit root, the other spirit roots were still at the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Han Jie had nothing to do and tapped on relationships to check it out. Xing Hongshan had unexpectedly broken through to the 9th level of the Qi practicing realm. It's kind of fun. Tai Lao was still at the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Han Jie clicked on the email to check it. Your good friend Mo Chuck was attacked by a demonic cultivator and was nearly seriously injured. Your best friend Mo Chuck was attacked by a disciple of the Jade Clearance sect and his life hangs in the balance. Falling off a cliff. Han Jie was speechless. Sure enough, that cave was fraudulent, and it was a good thing he didn't go there. That girl Moju was so miserable that Han Jie could only pray silently for her. Roar! A growl suddenly came from outside the attic, and Han Jie frowned and immediately got up. Walking out the front door, he saw a white cat standing on a tree branch. This white cat was slender, but had the lines of a white tiger, and its purple eyes were even more demonic. Han Jie didn't sense any danger, so he ignored the little white cat. Just then, the white cat suddenly pounced on Han Jie. Han Jie instinctively executed the 7 illusory steps to dodge. The white cat hit the wall of the attic, stomped on all 4 legs, and turned to continue pouncing on Han Jie. Han Jie frowned. The prohibition hadn't even been triggered? He quickly jumped out and into the clearing. The white cat pounced again, several times faster than before. Like lightning. So fast. Han Jie performed the 7 illusionary steps, splitting into 7 residual shadows to surround the white cat, and the 7 Han Jies raised their hands at the same time, shooting out the absolute finger divine sword. The white cat looked left and right, and was caught off guard by the real sword energy. Blood splattered as it wailed. It quickly jumped out of the way and leapt straight into the woods and disappeared. Han Jie closed his hand and returned to the attic. He let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he had learned the 7 phantom steps in advance. Otherwise, with the white cat's speed, the previous him would not have been a match. What is the origin of that white cat? It's so fast. It's good that it doesn't have any other means of attack. Han Jie thought silently. Looks like we'll have to be more careful in the future. After thinking about it, Han Jie continued to cultivate. Inside a palace, the deacon elders of the 18 peaks were gathered here. The sect leader is not here, and the recent demonic beast riots in the 10,000 demon realm have to be investigated by us. An elder spoke up. He was the deacon elder of Heavenly Thunder Peak, old immortal Dao Lei. This matter is quite strange. I always feel that it has something to do with the Green Destiny demon cult. That's right, demonic cultivators from the Qingdian demon cult appeared right at the nearby Li Qianlong cave. I suspect that there is a mole in our hierarchy, and as soon as the sect leader left, they started a series of actions. Could it be that the Green Destiny demon sect wants to utilize the demonic beasts of the 10,000 demon realm? Most likely. After 200 years of cultivation by the Jade Clearance sect, the 10,000 demon realm is already a force to be reckoned with. Let's send more disciples into the 10,000 demon realm, the elders said in a chorus. Immortal Shixian sat quietly and did not interrupt. After discussing for a while, in the end, the peaks decided to send 2 more disciples into the 10,000 demon realm. The elders left individually, and as Immortal Shixian was about to leave, old Immortal Dao Lei suddenly called out to her. Only when only the 2 of them were left in the hall did old Immortal Dao Lei open his mouth and ask, "Senior sister, why didn't you say anything just now?" Immortal Shixian calmly said, "It's fine for you to decide these matters." Old Immortal Dao Lei narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you know where the sect leader has taken those 18 core disciples?" Immortal Shixian did not reply. If there really is a traitor amongst the elders, then the only one I can trust is you. Senior sister, you and I must join forces, old Immortal Dao Lei said seriously. Immortal Shixian replied, "That's natural. After all, you and I come from the same lineage." Old Immortal Dao Lei smiled in satisfaction. 10,000 demon realm. It had been 2 years since the white cat had left, and Han Jie's spiritual power of all 5 systems had reached the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Steady as she goes, he was considered to be halfway to the Jindan realm. Little friend, are you using the 10,000 demon realm as a place of cultivation? A teasing voice came, and Han Jie opened his eyes to realize that an old man had appeared in the doorway at some point. This old man was wearing rough cloth clothes, shaking a wine gourd in his hand, his nose red with drunkenness. Han Jie frowned and asked, "Who is your excellency?" Surprisingly, he didn't notice the other's approach. It's too dangerous. Chapter 14 Demon King, Obtaining the Ultimate Sword Technique. Like you, I am a disciple of the Jade Clearance sect, here to subdue the 10,000 demon realm. The red-nosed old man laughed as he sized up Han Jie and said, "The 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but the speed at which you cultivate vomiting is by no means the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. You are estimated to have reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, right?" Han was by no means wary. Surprisingly, it was seen through. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could directly see through his cultivation like this. Could it be that this person's cultivation was the same as Immortal Shixian's? You don't have to be nervous. Did you come of your own accord, or did your master send you? The red-nosed old man asked. With a cultivation attitude like Han Jie's, it wasn't like he had come of his own accord. Han Jie replied, "My master, Immortal Shixian, sent me. I'm backed up. Don't count me out. Li Qingzi is favorably disposed towards you. Her current favorability is 1 star. A line appeared before Han Jie's eyes. He hastily pulled up the attribute list and checked the relationships. Li Qingzi, 8th level of Yuaning realm, head teacher of Yuqing sect, loves Xixin fairy. Current favorability is 1 star. Jade Clearance sect head teacher. Isn't that the sovereign? Han Jie was shocked. This pussy even likes his master? Just thinking about the image of Li Qingzi and Immortal Xixin together gave him the evil chills. Li Qingji is not worthy. Did your master give you a mission? Li Qingzi asked. Han Jie replied, "Even if there was, how could I tell you?" Li Qingzi smiled and said, "Oh, A mission that you can't tell others about? Han Jia was silent. Li Qingzi stretched his waist and laughed. Then come with me. You've gotten into trouble. For the sake of your master, I can help you out. Han Jia was puzzled and got up to follow. As the Jade Clearance sect master, Qingzi Li shouldn't harm him. The two walked into the woods. Know why I'm here? Li Qingzi asked with a smile as he put his hands behind his waist. Han Jia shook his head. Maybe it was because of the dog licking, but he couldn't say that the palmist was trying to save face. The demonic beasts near you are getting more and more. There is a tendency of rioting. The key is that these demonic beasts are currently very peaceful, as if they are lurking. To be able to command so many demonic beasts, it must be the work of a demon king. You are presumed to have provoked the tiger heart white dragon. This little guy's father is a famous demon king. It was born to contain the bloodline of a demon king, and it can only deal with you when it summons so many demonic beasts. After listening to Li Qingzi's words, Han never thought of the white cat from 2 years ago. Could that be the white dragon with a tiger's heart? Han Jia spoke of his previous experience. Your stance is actually faster than tiger heart white dragon? Li Qingzi asked in surprise. Could it be that this son has received the true essence of his senior sister? Thinking of immortal Shi Xian's earlier words, Li Qingzi couldn't help but nod his head. Li Qingzi's favorability towards you grows. Current favorability is 1. 5 stars. Han Jia raised an eyebrow and said, I've acquired a body technique, so it's normal for me to be faster than it. He was instantly balanced in his mind. It seemed that it wasn't that he was weak, it was that the tiger heart white dragon was really fast. If it was any other disciple, they probably wouldn't be able to keep up. Under Li Qingzi's leadership, Han Jia came to a cliff, and as he looked down, he only saw that the barren countryside below was littered with demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were all horrifyingly long. The big ones were as big as small mountains, and the small ones were all kinds of insect demons that were also the size of a baseball. The first time Han Jia saw such an image, his face turned pale. He roughly counted. There were at least thousands of demonic beasts. If they all swept through the attic he was in, they would surely be able to trample it down easily, and he could only run away. His eyes fell on a large rock where the white cat from 2 years ago lay sound asleep. Han Jia was speechless. He was also too lucky to run straight into the little demon king. Senior, when you say you'll help me out, are you going to kill it? Han Jia asked. Li Qingzi glared at him and said, this tiger heart white dragon has great potential. If I kill it, the clan shall not find me in trouble? Han Jia was depressed and said, then how can we solve it? You go and subdue it. Li Qingzi pinched his beard and laughed. As soon as Han Jia heard this, he turned around and left. With so many demonic beasts, he took his head to subdue them? Brat, what are you walking away from? Li Qingzi hurriedly pressed his shoulders and said without a good breath, how did senior sister accept such a disciple? I will cast an array to trap them here for a maximum of 5 years, and if you can subdue the tiger heart white dragon within 5 years, I will reward you with the Jade Clearance Sex Jutsu. Li Qingzi said seriously, you are faced with a mission from Li Qingzi, the headmaster of the Yuqing sect, and you have the following choices. I. Accept the mission and try your best to subdue the white dragon of Tiger's Heart. You will be rewarded with Li Qingzi's mastery, the hatred of the demon king, and the attention of the demon cult of the green underworld. Second, refuse the mission. Go back to continue training. You can get a secret book of swordsmanship. Li Qingzi's favorability is reduced. Hatred of the demon king? The attention of the green destiny demon cult? Han Jia almost exploded. He immediately organized his words and said, Senior, forget it, you should find someone else. I'm really scared. I just want to cultivate in peace. Li Qingzi froze. He frowned. I can teach you the Jade Clear Sex Supreme Technique. The Jade Clear Technique. Compared to my 6 paths of reincarnation technique? Han Jia still shook his head. Li Qingzi's favoritism towards you has decreased. Current favoritism is 0. 5 stars. Li Qingzi grunted. Then get lost. Han Jia saluted and quickly fled. Li Qingzi sighed. Could it be that the person that senior sister arranged is not him? Back in the attic, Han Jia chose the second option. You refused Qingzi Li's mission to obtain a secret book of swordsmanship. Congratulations on acquiring the greatest sword technique Sanqing Jieying sword. A great sword play? Han Jia was pleasantly surprised that it was finally here. Although the absolute finger Excalibur was good, it had a limited killing range, and the sword she shot was more like a bullet. So if it was facing a large invasion of demonic beasts, it would be difficult to hold it back. He didn't pass on the legacy immediately, but waited. It was only after half an hour that he began to pass down this sword technique. As Han Jia inherited the 3 Qing Absolute Shadow Sword, his physical body began to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It wasn't long before the gale picked up and coiled around the attic. The trees around them shook with it, as if a storm was coming. Such a vision lasted for half an hour. End of legacy. The top-notch Sword Dao qualification and Sword Dao enlightenment allowed Han Jia to pass on his inheritance without encountering half a bit of difficulty. Han Jie inside the room snapped his eyes open, a cold aura erupting in his eyes as he raised his hand and pinched his spell, mobilizing the spiritual energy in his body to execute the 3 clear absolute shadow sword. Only 3 sword shadows emerged behind his back, with different colors. The shadow of the thunder spiritual power sword was the color of electricity. The fire spirit power sword shadow was like a fiery flame that burned. The wind spiritual power sword shadow, which was green in color, had a strong wind wrapped around its blade. What a powerful sword technique! Worthy of being a peerless sword technique. Han Jie immediately got up and walked out of the attic, the 3 sword shadows hovering behind him like shadows. He used his right hand as a sword with his finger and pointed it forward. The 3 sword shadows behind him fiercely killed, extremely fast, faster than the tiger heart white dragon, like 3 different colors of blistering thunder. Boom! As the sword light flashed, dozens of large trees within a 100-meter radius were chopped into 3 pieces by the 3 sword shadows. The trees' bodies soared up and the leaves withered. The picture was quite spectacular. As these large trees fell to the ground, rolls of dust followed. So bossy. Han Jie was pleasantly surprised. Now that's mastery. It's too strong. He didn't use his full strength. If this were to face an army of demonic beasts, it would turn the battlefield into a meat grinder in minutes. Chapter 15, Sword Shadow Out, Demon Beast Falls. After learning the 3 clear absolute shadow sword, Han Jie was instantly more confident. The 3 clear absolute shadow sword, sword chi into shadow, could utilize up to 3 different spiritual powers. 1 spiritual power a sword shadow, like an arm. This jutsu could be performed continuously, meaning that when the 3 sword shadows dissipated, Han Jie could perform it until his spiritual energy was exhausted. Han Jie's spiritual power far exceeded that of cultivators in the same realm. After all, he cultivated the technique inherited from the immortal emperor, the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. The 6 Tao reincarnation technique cultivated each of the 6 types of spiritual energy in addition to the 6 types of spiritual energy, each of which could be cultivated to the point of being strong. From this day forward, I am not considered weak, Han Jie thought triumphantly. He returned inside the attic and shook his spirit, ready to continue cultivating. Cultivation is the key. The higher one's cultivation level, the stronger the effect of casting out a jutsu. When he achieved Yuaning, and then executed the 3 Qing absolute shadow sword, it would be a heaven-destroying effect. Han Jie was looking forward to it. A few days later, Jade Pavilion Peak had sent 2 more disciples. One was Chang Yuer, and the other was senior brother Meng He. Meng He was the 7th senior brother of Jade Spectre Peak, his cultivation reaching the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and his strength was not bad. How come the woods outside are all chopped up? What happened? Meng He asked suspiciously. Han Jie replied, earlier, a demonic beast tried to surround me, but fortunately, a senior stepped in. Chang Yuer surveyed Han Jie and asked, senior brother, are you alright? As she spoke, she reached out to touch Han Jie. Han Jie hastily took a step back. Chang Yuer was instantly exasperated and chided. Is this backward movement serious? Han Jie coughed falsely and said, Master warned that Jade Pavilion Peak disciples are not allowed to. Humph, you think so? Senior sister is just concerned about you. Meng He shook his head and laughed as he watched. He didn't find it strange. Although Han Jie kept a low profile, his looks had already spread. Many female cultivators in the inner sect were discussing the fact that there was a male disciple of Jade Pavilion Peak with a stunning appearance, only that they didn't know his name. When Meng He heard about it, he realized it was Han Jie. Not to mention Jade Pavilion Peak. If you looked at the entire inner sect, you wouldn't be able to find a more handsome male disciple than Han Jie. Chang Yuer was good looking, but there was still a certain distance from the first-class looks within the sect. Senior Han Jie is not worried about not having a Taoist couple. Master is afraid that you're in danger and sent us to help you. It's rumored that the Green Underworld Demon sect may have infiltrated the 10,000 Demon realm, so we have to be more careful. Meng He reminded. Green Destiny? Han Jie frowned. It was no wonder that he would get the attention of the Green Destiny Demon sect if he were to subdue the Tiger Heart White Dragon. It turned out that the 10,000 Demon realm had been infiltrated by the Green Destiny Demon cult. Perhaps this was the reason why Li Qingzi had come to the 10,000 Demon realm. It's really dangerous. Han Jie suddenly wanted to leave the 10,000 Demon realm. Senior sister should rest first. Senior brother will go out and take a look. Meng He walked out of the attic after dropping this sentence. Han Jie stepped aside and continued to meditate and cultivate, not giving Chang Yuer a chance to strike up a conversation. Chang Yuer skimmed her lips and began to cultivate as well. Ever since she knew that Han Jie was already at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, she had been stimulated and spent her weekdays in closed-door cultivation. However, regarding Han Jie's cultivation, Immortal Shixian had told her not to spread the word, so none of the other disciples at Jade Pavilion Peak knew about Han Jie's cultivation. 2 days later, Meng He just came back. He was slightly lumbering. Han Jie and Chang Yuer hurriedly rose to greet them. encountered a great demon, equivalent to the Jin Dan realm, and almost died. Meng He wiped the blood from his mouth and said with a palpitating heart. Han Jia asked, "Are there many demons in the neighborhood?" "There's a group of demons a few miles away, but I just don't know who trapped them with a formation. It's not enough to worry about, and the big demons I encountered are a bit far away and won't threaten us here." Meng He replied. "Then senior brother, hurry up and recuperate." Aha! Meng He sat down and ran his energy to heal his wounds. It wasn't long before he spat out another mouthful of blood, which was black and very discreet. Could it be poisoning? Luckily I'm not wandering around. Sure enough, one can't make waves. Han Jia pondered as he cultivated. Chang Yuer was also disturbed. Just 2 days after arriving, the 7th senior brother was injured. This 10,000 demons realm is really vicious. Why is it okay for Han to stay for years? Chang Yuer looked at Han Jia suspiciously. Could it be that Han Jia was more powerful than 7th brother? After Meng He was injured, he didn't dare to go out and fool around anymore. Han Jia was busy cultivating and didn't go out. Chang Yuer naturally didn't dare to go out. A year passed quickly. Han Jia was practicing. Meng He suddenly spoke. The demonic chi in the vicinity is getting more and more, and it is moving fast. The target should be us. At these words, Han Jia and Chang Yuer opened their eyes. Han Jia spoke. Then why don't you run away? Chang Yuer frowned. But this place is under the control of our Jade Pavilion Peak. Are we not AWOL? Then stay and wait to die. I'll tell master about your valor. Han Jia got up after saying that. Chang Yuer was anxious and got up after her. Senior brother Han is right. The 18 peaks all have management areas. It's surely not just us who suffered from the demonic tide. There's bound to be others running as well. Meng He spoke up. Ever since he was attacked by the great demon, he hadn't been as spirited as he was when he first arrived. Save the Green Mountains. Go! Han Jia rushed out of the pavilion after he finished speaking, with Chang Yuer and Meng He following close behind. The three of them flew with their swords. Coming to the high altitude, they looked down, and as expected, with the attic as the center, there were countless demonic beasts running close in all directions. Cold sweat broke out on Han Jia's forehead. So much, it seemed that he still wasn't vigilant enough, and his divine sense needed to be practiced again. If Meng He hadn't reminded them, they would have panicked by now. Phew! The sound of breaking air came from the front, and the three of them turned their heads to look, only to see a black eagle with a wingspan of 3 feet speeding towards them, the feathers on its body resembling a sharp metal arrow. Look out! Meng He immediately struck, taking out a piece of talisman paper in his hand and quickly reciting a spell. 3 balls of flame shot out from the talisman paper and rushed towards the black eagle head-on. The black eagle quickly dodged and made a large circle high in the air, continuing to pounce on the 3 of them. At the same time, there were other demonic birds attacking and killing. Han Jia swept a glance, and there were a total of 7 of them. It's all very fast. Chang Yuer was so scared that her pretty face turned white, and her hands were trembling as she gripped her magic weapon. Meng He was also startled and called out, "Let's split up and escape." Han Jia cursed. Separation means trying to run alone. On the bright side, Han Jia and Chang Yuer's cultivation was inferior to Meng He's, and could even be described as dragons. Meng He turned around and ran. This guy cast a spell and turned into a gust of wind, escaping extremely fast. Chang Yuer was at a loss for words. It was the first time she had encountered such a critical moment. Seeing the 7 demonic birds attacking and killing, Han Jia instantly executed the 3 clear absolute shadow sword. 3 sword shadows quickly coalesced and swept away. Chang Yuer only felt a flash of swordlight in front of her eyes, and the 7 demonic birds were chopped into several pieces, dying on the spot. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Han Jia beside her. Han Jia's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold and stern, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Chang Yuer's favoritism towards you has grown and her current favoritism is 4 stars. Han Jia's face changed. Oops. He twisted his head to look and realized that Chang Yuer's eyes were glowing as she looked at him. Meng He had already escaped and was nowhere to be seen. That grandson slipped up real quick. Chang Yuer said excitedly, "Senior Han, so you're so powerful." Han Jia seriously said, "Senior sister, this matter can't be told. I still want to cultivate in a low profile. If my strength is exposed, I might have to become a core disciple, and at that time it will be difficult for senior sister to even see me." When Chang Yuer heard this, she hastily nodded her head. Chapter 16 800 Years in a Time Zone. The Innate Cave. Han Jia swooped down, and Chang Yuer hurriedly chased after him. "Senior, what do you want?" Han Jia replied. "Aren't there a lot of valuable materials on demonic beasts that I'll have to collect?" The strike he had just made suddenly made him realize that he was a bit fierce. The demonic beasts were not as strong as he thought. As soon as this thought appeared, Han Jia was instantly relaxed and his entire body was filled with confidence. "Oh, right, oh, senior brother, let me help you. I've learned how to dissect demonic beasts, so I'll take it as repayment," Chang Yuer said positively. Han Jie thought about it and nodded in agreement. Two people can be quick on their hands and feet too. Roughly 5 minutes passed, and the two of them scraped the 7 demonic beast corpses and bones clean and quickly left. Along the way, Chang Yuer was excited, but she gritted her teeth at the mention of Meng He. 7th senior brother has gone too far. It's not right. He doesn't deserve to be our 7th senior brother. When I go back, I'll definitely tell Master. I hope he dies in the mouth of a demonic beast. Senior brother, where are we going next? Han Jie was also hesitant. It's really too dangerous. Forget it. Go back. The big deal is to kneel and apologize to Master. Han Jie said seriously. Although ordinary demonic beasts couldn't hurt him, but what if the Demon King and the Green Destiny Demon cult appeared? Chang Yuer hesitantly asked. Is this really good? Stay if you don't feel good about it. Don't. I'll go back with you. The two of them rushed towards the teleportation spell formation. It didn't take long for them to find the teleportation spell to leave. There were a dozen or so cultivators gathered in front of the transmission spell formation. Manhwa was among them. Upon seeing Han Jie and Chang Yuer, Meng He froze and hurriedly put on a surprised smile, saying, Senior brother, senior sister, you guys are surprisingly still alive. Great. Chang Yuer was so angry that she gritted her teeth and wanted to scold Meng He. Han Jie raised his hand, signaling her not to say more. He suddenly saw Mo Vengeance. Brother Han, why are you here? Mo Vengeance asked with a smile. He noticed Chang Yuer's expression and couldn't help but glance at Meng He. Meng He felt his gaze and was so embarrassed that he forced a smile. Master arranged for me to come. By the way, your sister Mo Zhu is in trouble. She went to Li Qianlong's cave to look for treasures. I persuaded her, but she went anyway. Han Jie opened his mouth, and after he finished speaking, he walked over to the teleportation spell. Chang Yuer followed closely behind, and the two of them took out spirit stones and activated the spell formation to leave. Mo Vengeance frowned, his face cloudy. A person next to him asked, who is this person? A disciple of Jade Pavilion Peak? Why haven't I seen him before? Meng He replied, my Jade Pavilion Peak's disciple, named Han Jie, is highly respected by his master, and previously, his master even wanted him to join the sect leader's cultivation program, but he refused. The crowd was moved by these words. Mo Vengeance's eyes flickered as he said, he does deserve it. Returning to the inner sect, Han Jie and Chang Yuer first went to sell demonic beast materials. The inner gate had a place that specialized in acquiring and selling demonic beast materials, and to Han Jie's surprise these materials were sold for 397 top-grade spirit stones. Killing demonic beasts is so profitable? Han Jie was excited as he suddenly wanted to turn around and go back to continue killing demonic beasts. Chang Yuer hurriedly stopped him and whispered, Senior brother, don't think about it. The 10,000 demon realm is a small world specially cultivated by the sect. The value of the demonic beasts in it are not bad. Under normal circumstances, disciples are not allowed to brutally kill the demonic beasts in it. This time the situation is special. We may not be held accountable, but the next time it will definitely be troublesome. Once Han Jie heard that, it seemed that he had overthought things. It's still an honest closet hangout. The two returned to Jade Pavilion Peak and visited Immortal Shixian first. The doors opened and the two men entered the temple and knelt. Why have you guys come back? Immortal Shixian frowned and asked. Han Jie replied, I realized that the 10,000 demon realm is very dangerous. There are demon kings and demon cults. We encountered a demonic beast attack earlier, and I offended the demon king's son, so I really can't hang out in there. Master, just chastise me. I'm willing to face the wall for 100 years. Immortal Shixian was speechless. Chang Yuer looked at Han Jie with an odd expression. 100 years? That's too hard. How about if you're not allowed to cultivate for 100 years? Immortal Shixian asked. Han Jie's face instantly solidified. Chang Yuer spoke up at the right time. Master, we were attacked by a demonic beast, and 7th senior brother Meng He left us behind and ran away. The mention of it made her furious. However, Immortal Shixian didn't get angry and remained calm, saying, your 7th senior brother just didn't save you guys. In the end, it's still you guys who are too weak. You can't let your 7th senior brother stay and wait for death with you guys. Chang Yuer was speechless with the desire to speak. It's heartless, but it's true. Meng He didn't hurt them. He was just trying to protect himself. Immortal Shixian said, Yuer, you can step back first. Chang Yuer glanced at Han Jie before saluting and leaving. When only Han Jie and Immortal Shixian were left in the Great Hall, a solemn atmosphere filled the room. Han Jie's heart fluttered. What does Master want? He didn't dare look up and acted honestly. Han Jie, what do you cultivate for? Immortal Shixian asked, her voice indifferent, no emotion audible. For immortality. It's impossible for you to live forever if you keep shutting down and practicing hard. And man's definition speaks of spelling chants. The apprentice understands, but the apprentice wants to enhance his cultivation first, and then fight for the chance after he has enough strength. Master, you don't understand. The apprentice's spiritual root qualification is superb, and there are also 4 types of top-notch innate chi. Han Jie thought silently. Fighting for chance, that is what only those who are not talented enough need to do. Immortal Shi Xian continued. Originally, my master had arranged a chance for you, and this time, if you build up your achievements within the 10,000 demon realm, you will definitely become a core disciple in the future, and enjoy far more than what you are enjoying now. But alas, you have given up. Thank you, master. I can only blame my disciple for not being blessed to enjoy it. The technique you cultivate is profound, so there's nothing for the master to teach you. So let's put it this way, do you want to have a cave that's not inferior to the Thunder Spirit Pool? Inside there are other attributes of aura besides Thunder Aura. At those words, Han Jie jerked his head up and asked in surprise, where is it? Immortal Shi Xian said with an expressionless face, the Jade Clearance sect has recently discovered 3 more innate cave mansions. These types of cave mansions are not opened up by cultivators, but are nurtured by the heavens and the earth, and are located near the Jade Clearance sect. And if you want to get an innate cave mansion, you have to take part in the 10 yearly inner sect examination, which is available to all below the level of core disciple. And if you win the top 3 places, you will be able to get an innate cave mansion, and you can be selected according to the rankings. Han Jie frowned. Immortal Shi Xian glared at him and said without a trace of anger, could it be that you're even afraid of a competition? It's not like it's going to hurt your life. Han Jie hesitated for a moment and asked, Master, in general, can any Jin Dan realm disciples participate? You think the Golden Dan realm is a cabbage? But any disciple who cultivates to the Jin Dan realm will either become a core disciple or an elder or deacon. That means those who participate in the inner gate examination are all Foundation Establishment realm cultivators? Exactly. That's steady. Thank you for the master's advice. I will do my best to fight for the face of Jade Spectre Peak. Immortal Shi Xian finally revealed a smile, her gaze toward Han Jie full of playfulness. Bastard, I don't believe you won't be moved. Fairy Shi Xian's favorability towards you grows. Current favorability is 2. 5 stars. Chapter 17 Reincarnation of a Mahayana Cultivator. Great increase in cultivation level. Han Jie didn't return to his cave, but instead headed to the inner sect spirit pool to cultivate. Since he was going to participate in the inner sect examination, he had to compete for the top 3. With the innate cave, he no longer had to worry about aura and could truly turtle up. Before that, he had to enhance his cultivation as much as possible. He had inquired with Immortal Shi Xian, and there were still 8 years until the next inner sect examination. Han Jie came to the fire spirit pool first and bought a year. There were quite a few disciples within the fire spirit pool, 20 to 30 of them, and Han Jie found a corner to start meditating and cultivating. His appearance drew sideways glances from some of the female disciples. That man is so handsome. Could it be that mysterious June disciple from Jade Spectre Peak? Maybe. I've never seen anyone so good looking except him. I wish I'd known him. Han Jie vaguely heard their murmurs, and he pretended not to hear them. There is no woman in your heart, and you practice natural God. 1 year later, Han Jie's fire spirit root reached the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Perhaps it was because the Thunder Spirit Root had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, causing him to cultivate other spiritual powers a bit faster than before as well. Han Jie headed to the Water Spirit Pool without stopping, and so it is. 4 years later, Han Jie's other spiritual roots all reached the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. There are 3 years left. He continued to cultivate, strive to reach the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm for all 6 spiritual roots before the inner gate examination. Wind Spirit Pool. Han Jie just came in and saw a group of disciples gathered around. Zhou Fan, didn't you threaten to surpass us in the next inner sect examination? Why are you only at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment realm cultivation? Ha ha ha, with this spiritual root qualification of his, how can he possibly surpass us? Today, if you are willing to kneel down and kowtow to us, we will not make things difficult for you. Senior brother, this brat has been relying on senior sister Lu before. Now that senior sister Lu is ready to couple with the eldest disciple of the Sword Peak, she will definitely break off her relationship with him in the future, so we can clean him up now, and maybe senior sister Lu will even be happy about it. Listening to the group of disciples, Han Jie shook his head before finding a corner to meditate and cultivate. Conflicts like this were not uncommon in the Jade Clearance sect. Although the Jade Clearance sect was a famous sect, where there were people, there was a jungle. Han Jie had seen more than one such incident before. You bunch of losers, you dare to make a move against me here? Not afraid of the law enforcement hall's chastisement? Recently, the devil cult has been stirring up foolishness, and you guys are still engaging in infighting. I have reason to suspect with the elders that you guys are traitors of the devil cult. A cold grunt followed. Stubbornly, Han Jie opened his eyes to see that the speaker was the surrounded Zhou Fan. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck, a line suddenly appeared in front of Han Jie's eyes, causing him to freeze. A preternatural airbender? He instantly chose to view it. Zhou Fan, reincarnation of a Mahayana cultivator, born in a town in the mortal world. Together with his childhood friend, he was detected by the Yu Qing sect to have a spiritual root, and there is a spiritual treasure hidden deep in his soul, which has suffered a serious injury due to protecting him, and now in order to repair itself, the spiritual treasure unconsciously absorbs the spiritual qi during Zhou Fan's cultivation, resulting in a strange slow speed of Zhou Fan's cultivation, and at present, the treasure will soon be repaired successfully. Han Jie's expression was odd. That's a little fierce coming from. You could be the main character in a novel. He squinted his eyes and saw that the surrounded Zhou Fan had a calm expression. Even when he was pushed and shoved, he was not angry at all, and although he was not handsome, he gave off a very firm, stoic and matured aura. Want to help this protagonist? Help the hammer. Han Jie directly closed his eyes. As powerful as Zhou Fan's origin was, it had nothing to do with Han Jie. On the contrary, with such an innate chi luck person around him, he was instead more eager to seize the time to cultivate. Han Jie's goal was immortality and invincibility. When he is invincible, then do as he pleases. In the moment, try to stay out of trouble if you can. The group of disciples cursed Zhou Fan for a while, but they were eventually scared back by Zhou Fan and didn't dare to make a move. It all costs money to be here, and they lose out if they delay any longer. The wind spirit pool fell into calm. 1 year later, Han Jie's wind spirit root reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. He got up and left, coming to the wind spirit pool pavilion. Coincidentally, he met Zhou Fan again. Zhou Fan was talking to a beautiful-looking woman in green. He noticed that Zhou Fan's hands in his sleeves were clenched into fists, obviously restraining his emotions. The woman in green was calm and quickly turned away. Zhou Fan stood still, his shoulders shaking. Han Jie could probably guess what had happened. He lifted his steps and brushed past Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan was still angry when he caught a glimpse of Han Jie's figure and he couldn't help but frown. Stop! Zhou Fan opened his mouth and drank. The disciples coming and going in the surroundings stopped one after another when these words came out. Han Jie, on the other hand, didn't stop and quickly stepped out of the pavilion, preparing to head to the other spirit pools. Zhou Fan suddenly stopped in front of him. Han Jie raised an eyebrow and asked, "This brother has something to do? You are Han Jie? You recognize me? My name is Zhou Fan of Heavenly Thunder Peak, and I've often heard elder brother Mo mention you, saying that you must be a future mighty cultivator of the Jade Clearance sect." Han Jie sweated, not expecting Mo vengeance to blow him everywhere. He asked politely, "What did you want to see me about?" Zhou Fan had a tangled face, took a deep breath, and said, "I heard that you are very popular with women, and senior sister Mo Zhu's eyes are full of peach blossoms when she mentions you, so I would like to ask me how I should pursue my beloved?" Han Jie had a question mark on his face. "What the hell? I thought you were going to fight me." Han Jie seriously said, "My generation of cultivators cannot sink for the love of children? Women are nothing. If you get the great way, the world will return to your heart. What you want, you can naturally get what you want. Do you see me ever get close to a woman?" After dropping these words, Han Jie shook past Zhou Fan and left quickly. "Cootie, what's that look of yours compared to mine?" Han Jie spat in his heart. Zhou Fan's pupils shrank as he looked at Han Jie's back in shock. What a fast stance. This person is really powerful, Zhou Fan thought secretly, and then he began to ponder Han Jie's words. Mo Vengeance had said that Han Jie's will to cultivate was definitely the first person he had seen in his life. He hesitated and continued to follow Han Jie. "Zhou Fan is favorably disposed towards you. Current favorability is 1 star. When Han Jie saw this line, he was secretly puzzled. He could feel Zhou Fan trailing him, but he didn't take it to heart. For the next year, Han Jie stayed within the fire spirit pool and raised his spirit root cultivation to the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. Zhou Fan has been gone for 2 months. He left with a resigned look on his face. Han Jie estimated that he was out of spirit stones. This guy has no wealth and no partner, so it's really miserable. Han Jie moved to the wood spirit pool and spent a year cultivating the wood spirit root to the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. Up to this point, only water and earth remained at the 8th level of the foundation establishment realm for his spiritual roots. Han Jie was satisfied with his cultivation progress. The inner sect examination was about to begin as well. Han Jie returned to his cave and waited. Just less than half a month after going back, the bell of Jade Pavilion Peak rang, and all the disciples gathered in front of the Jade Pavilion Hall. Elder Tai came too. Tai Lao's cultivation was still stuck at the 1st level of the foundation establishment realm. The qualifications are too poor. Han Jie couldn't even help but sympathize with him. When all the disciples were kneeling at the entrance of the main hall, senior disciple Lu Sanxin suddenly transmitted his voice to Han Jie. "Senior disciple Han, do you know a woman named Xing Hongxian?" Chapter 18, Personal Disciple. Obtaining the 9 Dragons Demon Remover Seal. Xing Hongxian? Han Jie's eyelids fluttered. How does this witch know Lu Sanqin? Could it be that Xing Hongxian had followed the Green Destiny demon cult and infiltrated the 10,000 demon realm? Counting on it, after so many years had passed, I didn't know what the situation within the 10,000 demon realm was like. Han Jia immediately replied with a voice transmission technique. I don't recognize it. Why is senior brother asking me? The sound transmission technique was very simple. A foundation establishment cultivator only needed to master a few techniques and could learn it very quickly. Over the years, senior brother followed the sect leader to lurk in the 10,000 demons realm, and encountered the green underworld demon sect looting the tiger heart white dragon, and we engaged in a great battle, which was easily taken down without injuring a single disciple with the sect leader's participation. And later the sect leader told us that the reason for this ease was because of the information of the demon sect traders, and so the sect leader pretended to have left the Jade Clearance sect, and was actually in ambush in the 10,000 demons realm. This demon sect renegade is Xing Hongxian. When she was young, she was given some kind of poison by the green underworld demon sect, which threatened her to come to the Jade Clearance sect to work as an undercover agent. However, she has always had hatred in her heart, and she previously tried to steal the Dan recipe from an alchemist of the outer sect to find the antidote. But alas, she thought it was too simple. How could an alchemist from the outer sect be able to dissolve the demon sect's poison? Later, she decided to leave the Green Destiny demon sect, and as a result, she encountered the pursuit of the Green Destiny demon sect. The sect leader happened to be tracking and investigating the Green Destiny demon sect's spies, so he stepped in to save her, and because she had not jeopardized the Jade Clearance sect, and had merited credit for this siege of the demon sect's traders, she was allowed by the sect leader to break through the rules to join the inner sect, and became an inner sect disciple. Lu Sanqin transmitted his voice. Hearing Han Jia almost jaw-dropped, but it was good that he tried his best to control his expression. Xing Hongxian is now following us to cultivate at the main peak. Her master is none other than Jingshu Jinjin. Jingshu Jinjin is the sister of the sect leader and is in charge of the main peak, personally leading the core disciples. We met Xing Hongxian earlier and listened to her prying about a disciple named Han Jia and spoke of their friendship. It's worth mentioning that the outer sect alchemist she had mentioned has already worshipped at our Jade Phenomena Peak, and it just so happens that this alchemist has a servant named Han Jia under his wing, has a slave named Han Jia, and Jade Pavilion Peak also has a disciple of Han Jia. Senior brother Han Jia, do you think it's a coincidence? Lu Sanqin teasingly looked at Han Jia. Han Jia was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. The confessed everything, but it's okay. Now that he was an inner disciple at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, that past, though unpleasant, had little impact. Unable to do anything else, Han Jia had no choice but to transmit his voice. Well, I am the Han Jia she knows, and I had no choice at the time. Ha ha, senior brother understands. It's just that senior brother didn't expect your qualifications to be so outstanding. Lu Sanqin snickered, much to Han Ju's relief. Han never glanced at Tai Lao. The two were using a sound transmission technique, and no one heard their conversation. Tai Lao lowered his head so that his expression could not be seen. Han Jia tapped the attribute panel to view the relationships. Xing Hongxian, 9th level of Qi refining realm, can be developed into a Taoist couple? Current favorability is 4. 5 stars, this is about to build her foundation. Favorability 4. 5 stars, one of the most favorable to Han Jia. Since you like me so much, I'll wish you fewer hardships in the future. Han Jia thought silently. To be honest, he couldn't figure out why Xing Hongxian liked himself so much. Just because he's good-looking? Unrivaled? Well, sometimes face value is everything. In addition, why was Xing Hongxian able to grasp so much information about the Green Destiny demon cult? Could it be that she still had a special identity that was unknown to the public? At this point, the doors of the Jade Pavilion opened, and all the disciples rose to enter the hall. After taking their seats, they all looked at Immortal Shixian. Immortal Shixian spoke. The inner sect examination is about to begin. Each peak must send out at least 10 disciples. Who is willing to participate this time? Immediately, 6 disciples raised their hands, including Chang Yuer. Han Jia found it strange that Immortal Shixian didn't mention the matter of the innate cave. If it had been mentioned, it would probably have been rushed to participate. Could it be that this was the back door that Immortal Shixian had opened for him? While thinking about it, Han Jia silently raised his hand. Seeing him raise his hand, the disciples were amazed. Yo! Senior brother Han Jia is actually going to participate. Ha ha ha, I thought senior brother Han Jia was going to continue his seclusion. That's the way it should be. Being in seclusion all the time will affect the heart of the Tao. Then I'm in. Several disciples followed suit and raised their hands, making more than 10 participants on this occasion. Han Jia smiled. He didn't realize he had so much influence, although he didn't have much interaction with the other disciples, because he often cultivated in the various spirit pools. Many people knew that there was an incomparably handsome young disciple at Jade Pavilion Peak, and when this matter reached the ears of Jade Pavilion Peak's disciples, they all guessed that it was Han Jie. Over time, although Han Jie kept a low profile, the inner sect already had his legend. Famous for being handsome, Elder Tai's eyes became even more complicated when he saw how popular Han Jie was. He was still small and transparent in Jade Pixie Peak, with no presence. Once this matter was finalized, Immortal Shixian let the disciples leave, leaving Han Jie alone. The disciples looked enviously at Han Jie. It was obvious that Master valued Han Jie, and this was going to be a small opening. The gate closed. Han Jie looked up at Immortal Shixian. I must say, Master is beautiful. Han Jie had come to the inner sect for decades and had never seen a female cultivator more beautiful than Immortal Shixian. It was just that Immortal Shixian's aura was so powerful that people didn't dare to be blasphemous. Han Jie also just sighed and didn't have any evil thoughts. The disciples were not as good looking as their masters, and the Jade Clearance sex face inheritance did not work. Your cultivation has improved again. Master underestimated you. With all 3 lineages cultivated, your breakthrough speed is still outstanding, and it can even be said that no one within the Jade Clearance sect is comparable to you. Immortal Shixian said with narrowed eyes, as if she wanted to see through Han Jie. She was genuinely surprised. In just 8 years, Han Jie's other 2 spirit roots had cultivated to the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. What kind of talent was this? The key thing was that she hadn't even taught Han Jie. She was curious about who Han Jie studied under. This was all discovered by Master. Master is truly awesome. Han Jie replied with an obvious ass-kissing that wasn't very effective. Immortal Shixian said, your gongfu and swordsmanship are very good, but they are not the Jade Clearance sect's best skills. I think you must have worshipped your master before. My master has observed you. You have been diligently cultivating after joining the sect, and you have no intention of jeopardizing the sect. And someone has testified that you were born in the outer sect, which means that you only gained a chance when you were young. And since each person has their own chances, my master won't dig into the root of the matter. For this inner sect examination, you can safely and boldly display your strength without fear of causing trouble. Within this Yuqing sect, Master's face is still there. Han Jie hurriedly thanked him. He was actually a little worried before. Not afraid now. Directly pushed flat with the triple Qing Jedi sword. Given Immortal Shixian's relationship with the sect leader, it was assumed that the sect leader was also guessing the same thing, and these words should have been sect leader Li Qingzi's intention as well. The greater Han Jie's potential, the happier the Jade Clearance sect would naturally be. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, from today onwards, you are my teacher's personal disciple, and my teacher will report to the sect. Immortal Shixian spoke again. Pro-disciple. Han Jie looked up with a surprised expression. Don't look at the dozens of disciples under Immortal Shixian, but most of them were taken in for the sect, and there weren't many personal disciples, just a handful. Your status in the Jade Clearance sect is raised and you become the personal disciple of the Deacon Elder and receive the secret book of spells. Congratulations on obtaining the 9 Dragons seal of demon removal. 2 lines followed before Han Jie's eyes. He was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked Immortal Shixian. Immortal Shixian took out a token and tossed it to Han Jie, saying, go down. Han Jie caught it and took a look. It was a jade tablet with the word Shixian engraved on it. He put the jade token away and then saluted and left. Chapter 19 Xing Hongchuan's Thoughts. 6 Lineage Spiritual Roots 9th Level Foundation Establishment. Returning to the cave, Han Jie began to pass down the 9 Dragon Demon Removal Seal. This was his 3rd spell. All of them had been swordsmanship before. This one was different. As the inherited memories flooded into his mind, Han Jie entered a state of epiphany. The 9 Dragons Demon Removing Seal was similar to a palm strike, but unlike a rigid palm strike, it struck a seal that could subdue demons and drive away evil spirits. Striking the 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal with different attributes of spiritual energy will have different effects. Although Han Jie didn't have top-tier seal qualifications, his spirit root qualifications were overwhelming, causing him to learn the 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal without encountering confusion. 7 days later, Han Jie finally grasped the 9 Dragon Demon Removal Seal. It was getting close to the inner sect examination, and the 18 peak coaching elders had already submitted the list of participants. Chang Yuer visited and told him about the rules of the inner sect examination. The 18 peaks will build a fighting stage, and disciples will be arranged to go to each peak to fight one-on-one until the final 10 are decided, and then the fight will be held in the inner gate city for the whole clan to watch. In this regard, Han Jie was quite fond of it. In that case, he would only need to strike out in public 3 or 4 times. The exposure would not be that high, and even if he gained the limelight this time, as long as he kept a low profile, no one would remember him again soon. Senior brother, the pro-disciples of the peaks have put together a banquet. Going to attend? Chang Yuer asked. It was worth mentioning that Chang Yuer was also Immortal Shixian's personal disciple. Han Jie suspected that they were related. In his opinion, Chang Yuer had average qualifications. No go. You go. Han Jie shook his head and refused. In general, This kind of banquet was prone to conflicts. All of them were personal disciples of the peaks, and they were bound to fight for the limelight, especially on the eve of the inner door examination. All right. Chang Yuer shook her head and left. Han Jie continued to cultivate the 9-dragon demon removal seal. Although he had already learned it, he wanted to completely blend it in, as easily as he could perform the sword technique. The time left was not enough to enhance the cultivation realm anyway, and so, time passed day by day. The inner sect examination finally began. The 13 disciples participating in the examination gathered in front of the gate of the Jade Pantheon, and a large wooden plaque hung on the gate, which recorded the location and time of the disciples' fights. On the first day, everyone had to participate in the fight. Han Jie's first battle was at Sky Execution Peak. Heavenly Execution Peak ranked in the top 3 within the Yuqing sect, and was strong. The time is noon tomorrow. Han Jie noted it down and quickly returned to his cave. When he came to the front of the cave, he suddenly saw someone, Xing Hongxian. After not seeing her for decades, wearing the Jade Clearance sect's Taoist robes, she looked even better than she did back then. Husband, Xing Hongxian cried out in surprise, walking quickly to Han Jie. Speechless, Han Jie took a step back and said, "Girl, you can't yell at people." Xing Hongxian covered her mouth and laughed. "When we were at the outer gate, didn't we say we were done?" Han Jie was helpless and said frankly, "I was just playing along. If I rejected you, I'm afraid you'd kill me." "It's fine. I took it seriously. When I met the sect master I was worried that you would betray me, but you didn't, and gave me the opportunity to take the initiative to confess, and I was able to rejoin the Jade Clearance sect in exchange for the position I have today." Xing Hongxian laughed. She pulled out a jade bottle from her sleeve and said, "This is the Jade Clearing Pill. It is just right for foundation establishment cultivators to enhance their cultivation. I haven't yet established my foundation, so I'll give it to you to use first. I'm now cultivating under the Jingshu Realist, and I'll regularly obtain pills like this." Han Jie froze. Xing Hongxian forcibly handed the pill bottle to Han Jie and said, "Work hard in the inner sect examination. I didn't expect husband to be a genius in the first place. I'm average in qualifications. I'll try my best to help you out in the back, and husband won't treat me poorly if he achieves yuaning, right?" She smiled sweetly and innocently, without the slightest hint of a demonic cultivator. Han Jie didn't know whether to refuse or not. Xing Hongxian suddenly turned around and left, performing the royal sword technique and quickly disappearing into the clouds. There was absolutely no room for Han Jie to refuse. Han Jie returned inside the cave. He opened the pill bottle and found 7 jade clear pills inside. He took one first. He was pleasantly surprised to find that a jade clear pill contained an extremely large amount of spiritual qi, and he hurriedly used his energy to refine it. Half an hour later, after he completely refined the medicinal power and transformed it into water spirit power, it outweighed the effort of at least half a month of cultivation. With his qualifications, half a month of cultivation was equivalent to several years of cultivation for a normal person. This Dan is so powerful. This is how core disciples are treated. Han Jie was secretly shocked. He suddenly felt that Xing Hongxuan's love for him was a bit heavy. At the same time, he wondered if merely providing the green underworld demon sect's plan of action against the 10,000 demon realm could get her such treatment. Xing Hongxian had only been a qi refining cultivator before, active in the outer sect of the Jade Clearance sect. How had she managed to pry into the secrets of the Green Destiny Demon sect? It seemed that her identity was far from what Han Jie had imagined. Han Jie didn't think much about it and continued to take the Jade Clear pill. 3 pills later, his water spirit root managed to reach the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. He converted all of the remaining Jade Clear pills into Earth Spirit energy and successfully reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. At this point, all 6 spiritual roots had reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. His divine sense swept outward, and it was already late at night. What a domineering Jade Clear pill! No wonder the status of alchemists is so lofty. Han Jie thought silently, suddenly having an idea about pills. Main peak. Inside a large, dark hall, Xing Hongxian sat in front of an old Taoist nun. This old Taoist nun was none other than Jing Sujinjin. "You gave the Jade Clearance pill to that kid from Jade Pixie Peak. You don't regret it?" Realist Jing Su asked. Xing Hongxian said softly, "No regrets. The disciple is already in love. Just because he's got a nice skin, isn't that enough? His looks are indeed outstanding, and there is not a man I have seen in my life who looks better than him. Only that I feel it is not worth it to ask you to help out based on your looks alone. His qualifications are also outstanding. When I met him, he hadn't cultivated yet, and I heard the sect master say that he is now at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm." The Jingshu realist frowned, lost in deep thought. This talent is indeed. Puzzled, she asked, "Why hasn't master heard of him in all these years?" Xing Hongxian replied, "The sect master said that he is very low-key and has been busy with closed-door cultivation since joining the inner sect, and that the sect master wanted to give him opportunities before, but he refused on the grounds that he was afraid of death. Realist Jing Su teased, if he is afraid of death, how can he have this kind of experience? It seems that he is very determined and confident in himself. Xing Hongxian nodded her head. When she thought of Han Jie's incredibly handsome face, her face flushed a little scarlet. It seems that master must also pay more attention to him, Realist Jing Su said with a wry smile. Noon. Han Jie moved off and headed to Heavenly Execution Peak. He stood on the flying sword with a tangled face. What's the play for today? Can't act too strong. With a 6th lineage spiritual root foundation building 9th level cultivation, coupled with a peerless sword technique, Han Jie really didn't put the inner disciples in his eyes. He had inquired about it, and the highest cultivation level of the disciples who participated in the inner gate examination was only at the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. Disciples with higher cultivation levels had long since left the school, or had become personal disciples, elite disciples, or core disciples, and did not need the rewards of the inner sect examination. With equal cultivation, Han Jie felt that it was impossible for him to lose. Detecting that the Jade Clearance sect's internal examination is about to begin, you have the following choices. 1. A high-profile win and a reputation in the inner sect. You'll get 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. 2. Low profile to get the top 3. Minimize the impact, and get a spiritual treasure. Chapter 20 Suppressing the Supreme Elder. Spirit treasure? Han Jie's eyes glowed. He had heard before that spiritual treasures were more powerful than magic weapons. Each of these choices has a low-key item that seems to be related to the path of development I initially chose. Han Jie thought silently. When he started his gaming life, he chose to cultivate in a low-key manner, and also turned on the function of hiding his cultivation. Pretty good. That's the way I like it. Pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Nope. Gouge until the world is invincible. Han Jie thought prettily. He's going to be the sweeper of the Jade Clearance sect. Han Jie couldn't directly choose the second option, and would have to be assessed at the end of the inner gate examination. He shook his spirit and accelerated to fly towards Sky Execution Peak, Heaven's Punisher Peak. Dozens of disciples were gathered around a fighting stage, and Mo Vengeance and Mo Bamboo had also come. Looking at the battle on the stage, the two had odd expressions. Han Jie was stuck in a stalemate with his opponent. He was defending and dodging most of the time, and was clearly in a disadvantageous position. The opponents were Sky Execution Peak disciples, and the more they fought, the more excited they became, meeting such an underdog in the first round. Fantastic! The Heaven Execution Peak disciple silently thought as he squandered his body's spiritual energy and maintained his posture handsomely while fighting. Han Jie was in agony. It's really tiring to act this way. He had been casting the 7 illusory steps to dodge, but he still had to try to act like his stance wasn't subtle. He gritted his teeth and continued to hold on. As the two fought for a longer and longer period of time, the disciples watching the battle felt bored and left one after another. Mo Vengeance and Mo Bamboo were still watching the battle. He shouldn't be this weak? Mo Ju couldn't help but ask. Mo Vengeance calmly said, he did it on purpose. Just then, Han Jie suddenly executed the Absolute Finger Divine Sword, using his finger as a sword, shooting out sword chi and piercing through his opponent's shoulder as he stepped on the 7 illusory steps and quickly forced his way up, kicking his opponent off the fighting stage. The fight is over. The 3 deacons presiding over the fight froze as they watched. They were all lost in thought, not realizing that the bout had ended suddenly. Han Jie clasped his fists and said, understood. He walked toward the 3 deacons on the stage to register his victory. That Heaven Execution Peak disciple left in a state of dismay. The Mo Revenge siblings immediately greeted them. Brother Han, why don't you just win? Mo Vengeance asked. In his opinion, Han Jie was the most outstandingly qualified disciple of the Jade Clearance sect, bar none. Nay, Han Jie was too low-key, and no one believed in his talent. Han Jie shook his head and laughed. I just found his brokenness. He looked at Mo Ju and changed the topic. How has Miss Mo been doing lately? It was fine if he didn't mention it, but when he did, Mo Ju was furious. I should have known that I listened to you in the beginning. I went to Li Qianlong's cave, and as a result, I encountered a demonic cultivator and a fellow disciple teaming up to deal with me, and then I was forced to jump off a cliff, and was fortunate enough to have a senior come to my aid. Mo Ju cursed, very indignant. Han Jie asked, who is that senior? I'm not sure. He saved me and then left. Probably some high-ranking person from the Jade Clearance sect. Oh, that's the end of the conversation. Han Jie excused himself to his siblings and quickly left. Mo Ju looked at his departing back and said in a depressed manner, Big brother, why do I feel as if he's avoiding me and doesn't want to talk to me more? Mo Vengeance laughed. Your mind is too obvious. Brother Han is a bitter cultivator and doesn't want to be held back in his cultivation by the love of children. Is there any meaning in life if you keep practicing hard? Everyone's pursuit is different. He seeks immortality, the great Tao. The way I see it, you two are one of a kind. I can't beat him. Returning to his cave, Han Jie continued to cultivate the 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal. In the previous fight he had only dodged with his 7 illusory steps, so he hadn't expended much physical strength. In the following days, Han Jie was like this. Each time, it consumes the onlookers to go out before defeating the opponent. The defeated generals can be embarrassed to mention, so Han Jie all the way through, but the fame has not been obvious. It was worth mentioning the sudden rise of Zhou Fan, the reincarnation of a Mahayana realm cultivator, who had won victory after victory and killed his way into the top 10. The entire inner sect was talking about him. Just because he wanted to snatch the Dao couple from the eldest disciple of Sword Peak, many people looked down on him and thought he was being delusional. However, the eldest disciple of Sword Peak did not participate in the inner sect examination, and he made a public statement that if Zhou Fan could kill his way into the top 3, he would agree to openly compete with Zhou Fan on the condition of being a Dao couple. The incident was a big deal in the inner sanctum. Han Jie wasn't interested after hearing about it. He'd seen too many episodes like this in novels. This night, Han Jie was practicing the 9 Dragon Demon Removal Seal in his cave. He hadn't used this move in the previous bout, but with the cultivation over the past few days, the 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal had gotten the hang of it. Han Jie could cast this spell within a second. Most spells had to be pinched and activated mentally when casting, not just punched out like martial arts. Sooner or later, though, as proficiency grows, you'll be able to play it straight. Hoo-hoo! The sound of wind came from outside the cave, and at first Han Jie didn't care, but before long, Han Jie was inexplicably uneasy. He stopped in a hurry and spread his divine sense out. The open space outside the cave was not filled with people, nor were there any demonic beasts, wild animals, birds or fowls. Under the curved moon, Jade Spectre Peak surprisingly looked very eerie. What's going on? Han Jie frowned. None of the trees outside were shaking, which meant there was no wind. But why could he still hear it? Is it possible that you've hit a bad spot? Chills rose up Han Jie's back. After being reborn for decades, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. There were demons, monks, and it was normal to have ghosts. Han Jie tensed, holding his breath. If it was really a ghost and Fairy Shixian hadn't even noticed it, how strong would it be? Demons and monsters leave. Demons and monsters leave. He read it in his mind. Just then, he suddenly saw a wisp of black gas emerging from the gap in the stone door of the cave, flying towards the cave. I'll rub it in. It's still really spooky. Without saying a word, Han Jie raised his hand and struck the 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal. A golden jade seal crashed into the horizontal posture. This golden jade seal is inlaid with 9 dragons on top. Domineering divine might, directly shocked away the black gas, followed by disappearing into thin air. Han Jie frowned. He felt a powerful repulsive force. Logically, the 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal should have continued to slam forward, knocking down the stone door. As he fixed his eyes on it, the black chi that had been dispersed was actually coalescing again. Han Jie quickly stepped up and cast the 9 Dragon Demon Removal Seal once again. Boom! Not enough. Come again. Boom! Boom! Han Jie stood in front of the black chi and struck down palm after palm, directly hitting a large pit on the ground, with the wall of the cave next to him following suit and cracking. This was still under his precise control, otherwise a single palm could have collapsed the entire cave. Wait! Stop! 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 A wail followed. Han never stopped and frowned as he looked down at the black gas. I am the Supreme Elder of the Jade Clearance sect, and you, a junior, are so disrespectful to the old-timer. Black Chi roared in exasperation, hearing Han Jie freeze. The Supreme Elder? Only the black gas quickly coalesced into a human form, very short, only half a meter tall. This person was thin and bony, wearing a wide white robe with a full head of white hair, and was looking up at Han Jie angrily. Han Jie said helplessly, Senior, in the middle of the night, you sneak into my cave. What do you want? The Supreme Elder didn't have the good sense to say. I was just practicing my divine ability and my Yuanshan went out of my body. When I heard that there was a sound in this cave of yours, I couldn't help but be curious, so I came in to take a look. Cursing aside, he was shocked. What spell did this son just cast? Surprisingly, he almost put him to death. Its spiritual energy felt no longer inferior to the 5th level of the Jindan realm. The inner gate of the Jade Clearance sect was already so good? Chapter 21 Big Dipper Golden Body. Unstoppable Zhou Fan. I'll have to tell my master about this matter. It's easy to scare disciples to death when seniors do this. Han Jie shook his head. He was truly speechless, cultivating magical powers in the middle of the night and pretending to be a god. Just now, he should have directly suppressed the Supreme Elder's Yuanshan. Don't. It wasn't a moment of playfulness on my part. I apologize to you, the Supreme Elder said in a hurry. Han Jie was happy and asked, You know my master? Ahem. Actually your master is my disciple, including the current sect leader. The Supreme Elder stood tall and proud. However, Han Jie didn't change his face and didn't move. The Supreme Elder's smile collapsed. Does this junior not believe me? Han Jia opened his mouth. Then I'll pretend that this night didn't happen. So go away. Really? Aha. The Supreme Elder immediately turned around and left. Just a few steps away, he suddenly turned around and asked, Kid, old man, see you have amazing bones. Do you want to inherit the mantle of old man? Han Jia raised his eyebrows and asked, What mantle? Old husband will teach you the heavenly dipper golden body. Do you want to practice? In the entire Jade Clearance sect, only the sect master and old man will. The Big Dipper? Sounds so awesome. Han Jia's eyes lit up, but on second thought, it was not right. Their first meeting was not pleasant. Why did this old man pass on his kung fu? There must be fraud. Trying to screw me over? Han Jia shook his head and said, Forget it. Thanks for your kindness, senior. The Supreme Elder's smile froze once again as he snorted coldly and whisked his sleeves away. Half an hour later, Han Jia left the cave and flew towards the Jade Pavilion. He came to the gate and knelt down. The doors burst open. Han Jia quickly walked in. Why the late night visit? Immortal Shixian asked as she opened her mouth without opening her eyes. Han Jia knelt in front of her and truthfully told her everything that had just happened. Immortal Shixian opened her eyes and frowned tightly. Her heart was not pleased. The old man is restless again. You almost killed him? Immortal Shixian asked curiously. Han Jia scratched his head and said, Senior is practicing his divine abilities, and I was just able to resist. None of this matters. Master, will he come back to harass my apprentice? Apprentice doesn't want to be scared every night. Don't worry, tomorrow my master will go to him. If he dares to come back, my master will do it himself. Thank you, master. Aha. Han Jia breathed a sigh of relief, and now he was completely relaxed. Before leaving, he asked curiously, Master, is the Big Dipper golden body powerful? That senior wants to teach me this technique. Awesome. It can be called the strongest technique of the Jade Clear sect. It's even stronger than the Jade Clear technique. But you need to chop off your human roots before practicing it. What is a human root? The essence of manhood. Han Jia wanted to break into a rage. Sure enough, that old thing doesn't have a good heart. And so on. Put it this way. The Supreme Elder and the sect leader have. Han Jia discovered a shocking gossip and only felt his 3 views shatter. This matter must not be spread out. Immortal Shixian said solemnly. The apprentice understands. Han Jia saluted when he finished speaking, then got up and left. Back in his cave, Han Jia was still thinking about the Big Dipper golden body. It was no wonder that even though Qingzili liked Immortal Shixian, the two of them hadn't formed a Dao couple. Or the seniors are ruthless. The same is to stay away from women. They directly cut themselves off. Han Jia admired it, while labeling the Supreme Elder as untrustworthy in his heart. The next day dawned. Han Jia moved to the Inner Gate City. The fight between the top 10 of the Inner Gate examination was officially opened at noon. The Inner Gate examination is different from the Inner Gate competition. The Inner Gate examination is the pathway to elite disciples and can be enrolled freely, while the Inner Gate competition is the 18 peaks fighting to determine the ranking and motivate each other. The fighting stage had already been set up and was located in the square in the center of the city, 100 feet long and wide, and the surrounding area was already crowded with people, with many disciples suspended in the air on flying swords, which was very spectacular. Senior brother, you're finally here. Chang Yuer immediately pounced on her and said excitedly. A dozen disciples came from Jade Pavilion Peak, all of them gathering around to cheer for Han Jia. Han Jia couldn't help but frown when he saw so many people. How can we act with so many people? Why don't we just do it? Straight to full seconds? Han Jia was caught in hesitation. He suddenly felt a gaze and he turned his head to look. Zhou Fan was staring at him with a burning gaze, full of battle intent. Han Jia was baffled. When did I mess with him? Zhou Fan recalled what Mo Vengeance had told him, that his biggest opponent in this inner sect examination was Han Jia. Mo Vengeance said that Han Jia had been hiding his strength and was already no less than an elite disciple. Because of this, Zhou Fan had always taken Han Jia as an imaginary enemy. He had a hard time understanding Han Jia. Excellent qualifications, stunning looks, why this low profile? I've heard that Ma Zhu has a crush on Han Jia, but Han Jia has been avoiding it. The lower Han Jia was, the more heartbroken Zhou Fan became. But I already have a powerful magic treasure. He will not be my opponent, Zhou Fan thought firmly. At this point, Mo Zhu suddenly came to Han Jia and said excitedly, Brother Han, I'm sure you'll be able to take first place. Chang Yuer was wary. Who are you? Ma Zhu looked at her, and both women looked at each other with displeasure. Han Jia felt bad when he saw that they were about to burst into conflict. Husband, a laughing voice came, and Han Jia twisted his head to see that Xing Hanshen had unexpectedly arrived. Chang Yuer and Mo Zhu twisted their heads in unison. Oops, Mars collides with the Earth. Han Jia immediately turned away from the place of wrongdoing. Instead of following them, the three women came together and began to go toe-to-toe. The surrounding Jade Pavilion Peak disciples, on the other hand, envied Han Jia. Good looks or bullying? With so many beautiful senior sisters rushing to his door, he still didn't care. Condemned by God. Noon. The intersect examination has officially begun. The one who presided over the intersect examination this time was old immortal Dao Lei from Heavenly Thunder Peak. The other 17 Peaks deacon elders didn't come. Those who came were ordinary elders, deacons, hall masters, etc. And there were more than 2,000 inner disciples and mortal slaves who watched the battle. Although the inner disciples were not numerous, there were quite a few mortal slaves in the inner city. The first fight was when Han Jie took the stage. Han Jie immediately went up to the stage when he heard his name being called. Jade Spectre Peak Han Jie versus Heavenly Thunder Peak Zhou Fan. Wow. When Zhou Fan's name came out, the stage was abuzz. Recently, Zhou Fan is the most famous disciple in the inner sect. He can be called a waste of money against the odds. It is said that there is a magic treasure in his hand. See people seconds, invincible in battle. The momentum is extremely rapid. Zhou Fan cupped his fists and smiled. Brother Han, you must do your best this time. Han Jie's face was expressionless as he asked, really? Seriously? Zhou Fan raised his right hand, and a small black bell emerged from his palm, morose and secretive. In a nearby attic, the elders and deacons were frowning. They had long heard that Zhou Fan had a magic treasure that was very strong, and it was rumored that this treasure was also Zhou Fan's companion magic treasure. What is a companion spell? That is, along with the person is born. Generally speaking, the companion magic treasure is the ancestors. This kind of person, even if the qualification is not good, there is the ancestors' chi luck shelter. The achievement will not be low. When they saw this treasure today, they all felt that it was a great deal. Zhou Fan might really be able to take first place in this intersect examination. Chapter 22, Obtaining a Spiritual Treasure. Golden Cicada Xian clothes. Seeing how confident Zhou Fan was, Han Jie decided to get real. Defeat Zhou Fan before he showed his great strength so that the influence would not be great. Otherwise, if Zhou Fan showed that he was strong enough for Han Jie to defeat him again, he wouldn't be able to keep a low profile if he wanted to. With so many people watching the battle, Han would never be able to drag it out until everyone had left. Thinking that, Han Jie lifted his steps towards Zhou Fan. Emoju's face was grave as he said, Zhou Fan's companion magic treasure is very strong, and because of this treasure, Master made an exception and accepted him as a personal disciple. Chang Yuer said disdainfully, compared to my senior brother Han, he's far worse. Xing Hongxian didn't open her mouth, her beautiful eyes staring tightly at Han Jie. Zhou Fan had a confident smile on his face, but he was still inexplicably flustered when he saw Han Jie walking straight towards him, because he had heard Imo Vengeance blow Han Jie often. Over time, he felt that Han Jie was strong. Today I will defeat him and soar to the heavens. Watch this, I'm going to make you regret it and make you realize you're looking the other way. Zhou Fan thought silently, and the thought of that smiling pretty face made him furious. He raised the small black bell, ready to show his sharpness. He had a crazy grin on his face. So what if it's a heavenly pride? Today, I, Zhou Fan, will defeat heaven's pride in a dignified manner. Phew! A sword light flashed, shaking Zhou Fan so much that he subconsciously closed his eyes. Put! Zhou Fan was blasted to spit out blood and flew backwards, as if he was a kite with a broken string, directly flying out of the fighting stage. Quiet! The whole room was silent. Everyone froze. They hadn't even come back to their senses yet. The fight has begun? Is the fight over? Even old immortal Dao Lei, who was sitting in charge of this inner gate examination, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Han Jie closed his hand, and the shadow of the sword behind him quickly disappeared, appearing for less than 2 seconds. He turned toward old immortal Dao Lei and bent over to clasp his fists. Old immortal Dao Lei came back to his senses and announced, Jade Spectre Peak Han Jie wins. Boom! The whole place was stirring. The male disciples were discussing it, and the female disciples were looking at Han Jie with glowing eyes. That fast? Zhou Fan is nothing more than that. It's Han Jie who's too strong. Who is Han Jie? When did Jade Pavilion Peak produce such a heavenly pride? He's so handsome. Could it be that he's the one the female disciples always discuss? Han Jie quickly stepped off the stage and disappeared into the sea of people. Since the fighting stage had not suffered any damage, the second fight started soon after. Zhou Fan exited the crowd with the support of a group of Heavenly Thunder Peak disciples. He still had blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, his eyes were lifeless, and his whole body was lost. The blow was too great. He wasn't even sure how he lost, but the moment he was hit by the 3 clear absolute shadow sword, he smelled the scent of death. He understood that Han Jie could kill himself. 1 second, he was confident. The second after that, he fell off the fighting platform. Zhou Fan couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. He realized he was going to become a joke. Chang Yuer, Xing Hongxian, and Emoju tried to look for Han Jie, but realized that they couldn't find the guy. Han Jie hid in the crowd and silently watched the battle. 1 hour later, the top 5 are decided. The 5 disciples will draw lots to determine the round robin, and the round robin will advance directly to the top 3. The disciples didn't have a problem with it. By this point, the gap between everyone's strengths wasn't that big. Anyone could be in the top 3. Luck, by nature, was an indispensable thing on the path of cultivation. Han Jia hesitated. If he had his turn to become one of the top 3, could he just give up? Anyway, the first 3 can choose the innate cave. You can. That way, his impact would be minimized. He prayed silently. Wheeler, Jade Spectre Peak Han Jia. Old Immortal Dao Lei opened his mouth to make the announcement, and the other 4 disciples cast envious as well as wary gazes at Han Jia. They all witnessed Han Jia beat Zhou Fan in seconds, and the guy's spiritual energy wasn't even consumed much. He was completely at full strength. Han Jia was ecstatic. He walked off the stage in silence. Chan Yuer's 3 daughters immediately surrounded him, making it too late for him to escape. Senior brother, this time you have high hopes of winning first place, Chang Yuer said excitedly. Mo Zhu and Xing Hongxian were also excited. They all adored Han Jia and naturally wanted to see Han Jia in the limelight. Han Jia shook his head. I can't, it's not easy enough to walk here. Zhou Fan, who was squeezing his way over here, almost didn't hold his breath when he heard this. He was still trying to ask Han Jia for advice on what kind of spell the move he defeated himself with was. When he heard something like this, Zhou Fan was so angry that he couldn't help but spray blood, spraying a disciple in front of him all over his head. He turned away in a hurry. Han Jia twisted his head to look, and Zhou Fan's figure was already gone. The next 2 fights were incomparably wonderful. Magic weapons, spells, body techniques, talismans, and so on, displayed to the fullest extent. The strength of the 4 disciples were all round, and could be described as evenly matched. No matter who won or lost, they all contributed wonderful performances. The top 3 take the stage. Each of the 3 will fight 2 matches each, with a total win for first place, 1 win and 1 loss for second place, and 2 losses for third place. Old Immortal Dao Lei opened his mouth. Han Jia suddenly raised his hand and said, Elder, I admit defeat. I have not yet recovered from the depletion of my spiritual energy in order to quickly defeat my opponent earlier. Let's just let the 2 of them duke it out directly. I'm willing to be the third. Wow. Everyone was in an uproar, and the 3 Chang Yuer girls also stared at their beautiful eyes. Zhou Fan in the crowd froze when he heard this. Really? If not, why did Han Jia admit defeat? Turns out I'm not that weak. Zhou Fan's favorability towards you has grown. Current favorability is 2 stars. Han Jia saw the line in front of him and secretly said that he was insane. Old Immortal Dao Lei looked deeply at Han Jia before nodding his head and changing the rules so that Han Jia was the third place. Han Jia immediately stepped down. The next fight was a little less exciting than the previous one, and both of them had already consumed quite a bit of spiritual energy. Han Jia felt that he could take 1 on 2. Eventually the top 3 were decided, and this inner door examination ended. The top 3 follow Old Immortal Dao Lei to the main peak. On his way to fly with his sword, Han Jia floated in front of his eyes. You get the top 3 in the inner gate examination with a low profile and get a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the 7th grade spiritual treasure, Golden Cicada Xianshan Clothes. Golden Cicada Xianshan Clothes, a 7th grade spiritual treasure that can automatically defend against enemy attacks, with a maximum of 1 strike from a spiritually transformed cultivator, and if infused with spiritual power, the defense will be enhanced. Han Jia raised an eyebrow. Defending against a blow from a transformation cultivator. So powerful? It was worthy of being a spiritual treasure that was stronger than a magic weapon or magic treasure. 7th grade spiritual treasures. Could it be that there are also 6th grade and 5th grade to 1st grade? How strong must a 1st grade spiritual treasure be? Han Jia silently guessed. He was in a happy mood. This wave was too good to be true, right? Getting the Golden Cicada Xianshan Clothes made him feel much safer. And coupled with the innate cave mansion, it could be considered a great harvest. Wearing the Golden Cicada Xianshan Clothes, he could cultivate without fear of sneak attacks. There are extremely few God-realizing cultivators, like the Yuqing sect, which is hard to produce one for hundreds of years. However, the Golden Cicada Xianshan Clothes could only protect him, and when he bumped into a Yuaning cultivator, the other party couldn't kill him, and he couldn't kill the other party either. Han Jia couldn't help but smile. So happy to be third? Could it be that Immortal Shishin told you to only fight for third? Old Immortal Dao Lei suddenly opened his mouth and asked. The 2 disciples in front followed and turned their heads to look at Han Jia with odd expressions. They weren't stupid, and they also felt that Han Jia's admission of defeat was too weird, but it was also good for them, so they didn't question it. Chapter 23, Obtaining the Innate Cave, Aiming for the Jindan Realm. Han Jia replied, I'm not happy to get third. I'm just excited to come to the main peak for the first time, and Master didn't tell me to only fight for the top 3. I joined the peak late, and even though I'd become a pro-disciple, Master said to just try my best. Old Immortal Dao Lei grunted, clearly not believing it. Zhou Fan was his personal disciple, and for Han Jie to admit defeat after only defeating Zhou Fan was undoubtedly a loss of face for Heavenly Thunder Peak, but as a senior, he couldn't directly accuse him. Han Jie smiled politely at the other two disciples. The three didn't communicate much, nor was it appropriate to do so at the moment. It didn't take long. They enter the main peak. Old Immortal Dao Lei brought them to meet with realist Jing Su before taking the lead to leave himself. The top 3 of this inner gate examination will all be promoted to elite disciples, and in addition, you will be able to choose the innate cave, with the first place being chosen first. Jing Sujin said expressionlessly, as she glanced at Han Jie without showing any trace. It's amazing that this son can be in the top 3. Looks like Xianer didn't look away. His natural talent is truly remarkable. The two disciples were not surprised. It was obvious that they had already learned about the innate cave in advance. With a wave of Jing Sujin's right hand, a patch of light appeared in front of him. Each of the 3 innate cave mansions. These 3 innate cave mansions surrounded the edge of a cluster of mountains, and Han Jie swept a glance at what he estimated to be a map of the Jade Clearance sect. Is this setting us up as security guards? Han Jie spat in his heart as the 3 cave dwellings just happened to surround the 18 peaks. Spitting is spitting. The attraction of the innate cave is too great, equivalent to a free spirit pool. Han Jie endured. Now that he had the golden cicada Xianshan clothes, he wasn't afraid of threats. Jing Shuzhenren began to introduce the 3 cave dwellings. The first innate cave was extremely rich in fire aura and wind aura. The second innate cave was richer in water aura, fire aura, and wood aura. In the third innate cave, although the aura reached the spirit pond's aura concentration, the aura attributes were mixed. No surprises. The third innate cave belonged to Han Jie. Cultivators who could reach this step were geniuses with 3 or 4 spiritual roots, but cultivated one type of aura, so they would choose the first 2 innate cave mansions. Han Jie had no choice but to get the innate cave that best suited him. After choosing the innate cave, Han Jie was given a talisman paper. If you tear the rune, you will be able to find the target. The 3 men saluted and left. After walking out of the main hall, Han Jie directly tore open the talisman paper, and a golden pigeon appeared out of thin air and flew towards the distance. Han Jie immediately followed. The other 2 saluted each other and followed. After following the golden pigeon for half an hour, Han Jie finally found the innate cave. This cave is located in the middle of a mountain forest. The golden pigeon flew into the mountain wall. The mountain wall was flooded with light. Han Jie sensed that there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy. It is estimated that there was a spell formation present before. The mountain wall manifested a cave entrance, and Han Jie immediately walked into it. The cave path could accommodate 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. After walking 50 paces, he saw the cave room, which was very large, with damp walls and an opening at the top, where a cold wind blew. And in the center of the cave room there was also a pool of bubbling hot water, with a lot of water plants growing. Han Jie felt the rich spiritual qi, which was indeed not inferior to the inner sect spirit pool, and even 1 point thicker. All 6 attribute auras are available. Han Jie was satisfied. He first took out the golden cicada Xianshan clothes and put them on his body before putting on the Jade Clearance Sect Dao robe. As soon as he put on this spiritual treasure, Han Jie felt that his entire aura had changed. So secure. Han Jie laughed heartily as he retraced his steps to the entrance of the cave. He looked upward. The cave that belongs exclusively to him has to be nominated anyhow. He used his finger as a sword and carved words above the cave entrance. Endure for a while and the sky is the limit. Han Jie nodded his head in satisfaction. The characters were well written, strong and powerful, and could reflect his powerful sword chi. After the nomination, Han Jie was splitting trees in the neighborhood, and he was going to build a table, chair, bench and bed. Jade Spectre Hall. Immortal Shi Xian's face was expressionless. Chang Yuer recounted the inner gate examination in front of her. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch when she heard that Han Jie had directly conceded defeat after entering the top 3. This kid, it's so unambitious. Immortal Shi Xian appreciated Han Jie's heart toward the Tao, but couldn't understand why he was so afraid of the limelight. Goonishly outrageous. The key was that Han Jie's looks were still extremely outstanding, so it was hard not to make a splash. Master, did Senior Han encounter persecution when he was young? Chang Yuer asked. Immortal Shi Xian was puzzled. Looks like we'll have to ask the Iron Elder. Could it be that Elder Tai had tortured Han Jie? At the thought of this, Immortal Shi Xian's eyes turned cold. She was not a fan of Tai Lao in the first place. If not for Tai Lao's great merits in the outer sect, even if he built the foundation to enter the inner sect, no one would be willing to take him in because the qualification was too poor. After the end of the inner sect examination, Han Jie didn't cause much repercussions, and the disciples only laughed when they mentioned him. Han Jie also didn't go back to the inner gate city and stayed in the innate cave to cultivate. He was ready to practice to become a Jindan at an early date. His 6 systems of aura had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and only needed to be practiced to perfection before he could achieve Jindan. Han Jia thought. When he reached the Jindan realm, he would be able to execute the 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique's divine ability. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique came with its own divine ability, but it needed to reach a certain realm, and the Jindan realm came with its own kind of divine ability. Half a month later, someone came to visit. Imo Revenge and Zhou Fan. The two of them looked at the 7 words carved on the entrance of the cave and fell into speechlessness. Endure for a while and the sky is the limit. It's really in keeping with his pissy nature. Brother Han, Mo Vengeance has come to visit. Mo Revenge shouted as he clasped his fists. After a few seconds, the door to the cave opened wide. The two walked in at once. Seeing Han Jia again, the two saw him meditating and practicing by the pool. Han Jia opened his eyes and asked, "What did the two brothers come to see me about?" Zhou Fan stared at him with complexity. Mo Vengeance laughed. Recently, the friction between the Green Destiny Demon sect and our Jade Clearance sect has been getting bigger and bigger, and it might be that one day there will be a full-scale war. So we would like to invite you to join us in doing a mission to terminate a branch of the Green Destiny Demon sect, which is rumored to have a lot of elixirs that will help you to cultivate. Before he came, Mo Vengeance had thought about it. If he wanted to impress Han Jia, he still had to take about cultivation. Han Jia shook his head and said, "Thanks for your kindness. I don't want to leave for now. I have to close up and make a breakthrough." A breakthrough in seclusion? The two froze. Zhou Fan couldn't help but ask, "You're going to achieve the Golden Dan realm?" Han Jia nodded. The Jindan realm isn't that good to break through. The heavenly tribulation you face is even more terrifying than when you were in the Foundation Establishment realm. You'll have to rely on some tribulation pills to dissolve the power of heavenly lightning and consolidate your Dao heart. Mo Vengeance reminded. Zhou Fan followed. This mission is of great importance. If we perform well, we will surely build up our achievements, and in the future, our status within the Yuqing sect will also rise, and we will also be able to make a name for ourselves in the cultivation world. You get an invitation from a fellow disciple, and faced with fame and fortune, you have the following choices. If you promise to go with them, you'll get a lower grade spirit stone. 2. Reject them and cultivate in a low profile, and you'll get a magic weapon. 3 lines suddenly appeared before Han Jia's eyes. What's the point of choosing? Han Jia said righteously, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in fame or fortune. I just want to cultivate practically, and in the future, if the Jade Clearance sect is in trouble, I'm bound to defy the odds and break my bones, but at the moment, I don't want to leave the Jade Clearance sect." Chapter 24 Achievement of the Golden Pill. Qilin's Sword. No matter how much Mo Vengeance and Zhou Fan exhorted him, Han Jia just wouldn't let go. The two could only leave helplessly. After leaving the cave, the two of them flew out for some distance. Zhou Fan couldn't help but say, although he's powerful, he's too timid. To put it nicely, in Zhou Fan's opinion it was fear of death. He had inquired from the mouths of the Jade Spectre Peak disciples that Han Jia was good at everything, but he was just too timid. Mo Vengeance didn't help Han Jia excuse himself this time, sighing, "Cultivating for a lifetime. You can't stay in seclusion. You and I are both mortals. We still have to fight for our chances. We'll see, he'll wake up sooner or later." Zhou Fan nodded. He was suddenly looking forward to the mission trip. Once he obtained those elixirs, he might be able to surpass Han Jia. At the thought of this, Zhou Fan's heart was on fire. Previously, he was directly seconded by Han Jia in the inner door examination, which caused a great trauma in his heart, and although he didn't hate Han Jia, he had always wanted to get his face back. Congratulations on winning the little Qiankuan belt. Small Qiankuan belt, containing a huge piece of mustard seed space. It can be used as a storage ring or a storage bag, and the belt shrinks freely and is not easy to be destroyed. Han Jia raised his eyebrows and looked at the small Qiankuan belt in his hand. The little Qiankuan belt was like a picture scroll, only this one was very narrow. He probed his divine sense into the belt. Inside was a piece of mustard space, 1,000 cubic meters, much larger than his storage bag. He immediately dripped blood to recognize his master. After succeeding, he then threw all the things in the storage bag into the small Qiankuan belt, and then tied the belt around his waist. The small Qiankuan belt shrunk slightly, tightly strangling his robe, but his waist did not feel constricted or loose. It was comfortable. Han Jia toyed with it for a while before continuing to cultivate. 2 years have gone by in a flash. All 6 of his spiritual powers had reached perfection. He was ready to cross over. He directly turned on the boundary function and transited inside the cave. Although the heavenly tribulation of the Jindan realm was overbearing, it had not reached the point of destroying the mountain, and it was mainly concentrated on the head of the breakthrough person. It was said that the Jindan realm heavenly tribulation was prone to heart demons. Of the 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators, only 2 or 3 managed to break through. Either he will be struck to death by the heavenly calamity, or he will go off the deep end. Han Jie's qualifications were overwhelming, and he had cultivated top-notch techniques. So naturally, he wasn't afraid of any of this. As he continued to activate his mind techniques, gloomy clouds gathered out of nowhere above his head, and thunder and lightning flashed. At the same time, a voice resounded in Han Jie's heart. What do you want? Name? Li? Woman? You're already strong enough. Don't hold back. Show the world how strong you are. The voice was like a devil, constantly compelling Han Jie. Han Jie was indifferent and even wanted to laugh. That's the demon of the heart? None of it was enough to break my defense. Han Jie's hands changed and his body's spiritual energy followed. Build the foundation and form the Jindan. Spiritual energy began to gather within his dantian, as if it were the center of a vortex in a human body. A streak of heavenly thunder suddenly struck out from the cloudy sky, continuously landing on Han Jie. Han Jie directly executed the 6 paths of reincarnation technique to absorb the heavenly thunder. A 6-system spirit power crossing was simply too stable to be true. Han Jie's thunder spirit root couldn't fully absorb the heavenly thunder, but it relied on other spiritual powers to resist it, making him feel no pain. Soon, he realized that it wasn't his spiritual power that was strong, but the golden cicada Xianshan clothes. This spiritual treasure can actually help with the tribulation. Han Jie thought with surprise. The golden cicada Xianshan clothes could withstand the attack of a transformation spirit cultivator. So would it not be possible to transmigrate to Yuaning in the future? Han Jie got excited. What a treasure! Han Jie shook his spirit and continued to cross over. 7 days later, Han Jie finally succeeded in crossing the threshold. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Jindan realm and the acquisition of a top-quality magic sword. Congratulations on acquiring the Kirin sword. Kirin sword, a sword made of Kirin's sinews and bones, containing Kirin's soul, with the effect of driving away evil spirits. A sword followed in Han Jie's hand. This sword was pitch black. The upper end of the blade was inlaid with Kirin scales, and the hilt was even more domineering. The blade was 3 fingers wide and 1.5 meters long. Holding this sword in his hand, Han Jie's palm felt cool. What a handsome sword. It goes well with him. Han Jie put the Qilin sword away, then began to consolidate his Jindan realm cultivation. Half a month later, he began to cultivate the 3rd layer of the 6 paths reincarnation technique's heart technique while passing down the first divine ability. 6 ways to suck souls. As the name implied, this divine ability could absorb souls, especially lonely souls and ghosts, and mastering this divine ability would also allow Han Jie to see souls and bodies that normal people couldn't see. After Han Jie learned the heart method, he began to cultivate the divine ability. The top-tier 6 lineage spirit root qualification allowed him to learn it in 10 days. Avatars were avatars, more profound than spells. The power is naturally stronger. Han Jie was tempted to try looking for a lone soul, but this was the Jade Clearance sect. He pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Han Jie. Life expectancy, 64/499. Race, mortal. Cultivation, 1st level of Jindan realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be passed on. Spells, Absolute Finger Divine Sword. 7 illusory steps. Triple Ching Absolute Shadow Sword, Absolute. 9 Dragons Demon Removing Seal. Avatar, Soul Sucking. Artifacts, Golden Cicada Xianshan Clothes, 7th grade Spiritual Treasure. Little Qian Kuan Belt. Kirin Sword. Spiritual Roots Qualification, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots, increasing a certain amount of chi. The innate energies are as follows. Unrivaled in the world, immortal posture, top charisma, divine fate sword idiot, top sword qualification, top sword enlightenment, stance, top stance qualification, descendant of the immortal emperor, receive a superb immortal cultivation technique in 1,000 top grade spirit stones. View relationships. Life expectancy went up to 499 years. Not bad. 400 years was enough for him to break through to the Yuaning realm. If it takes more than 100 years, he loses. Han Jie thought triumphantly. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't said goodbye to immortal Shixian after the end of the inner gate examination. There is a breach of etiquette. Han Jie immediately got up and left. After leaving the cave, he flew to the inner gate of the Jade Clearance sect. The direction is very recognizable, and the 18 peaks are too attention-grabbing. Han Jie was flying with his sword while checking out the relationships. The favorability and hatred of the crowd of avatars has barely changed. He clicked on the email. Your friend, Li Qingzi, was attacked by a devil. Your friend, Li Qingzi, was attacked by a devil. Omit dozens of reminders. Your good friend, Li Qingzi, was attacked by a demonic cultivator and was seriously injured, but managed to escape. Han Jie froze. The sect leader was attacked by a demonic cultivator? So many emails, it looks miserable. Han was never nervous. Could it be that the Green Destiny Demon sect would soon be attacking the Jade Clearance sect? While thinking about this, Han Jie arrived at Jade Pavilion Peak. He quickly came to kneel in front of the Jade Spectre Hall. the doors opened and he rose to enter the hall. "Senior brother Han, you're finally willing to come back," Chang Yuer grumbled. Han Jie raised his eyebrows. Could this girl really be a relative of immortal Shixian? How come I keep bumping into her every time I come here? Chang Yuer's cultivation had already risen to the 5th level of the Foundation establishment realm, and this kind of speed was indeed considered fast when placed amongst the ordinary people, but it could not be compared to Han's. It's not comparable at all. Han Jie knelt before immortal Shixian and said, "Apprentice, greetings to master." After the end of the inner sect examination, Apprentice was in such a hurry to cultivate that he forgot to come and visit your old man. Immortal Shixian's eyes narrowed as she asked, "You still know to come back? Master thought you had betrayed the division." Han Jie sweated. He was about to explain when Immortal Shixian continued, "The Jade Clearance sect is about to witness an unprecedented disaster, so I'll give you a chance to leave the Jade Clearance sect directly." Chapter 25, Brush Up Favorability. Almighty Sister. Upon hearing Immortal Shixian's words, Han Jie's first reaction was that Immortal Shixian was joking. At this point, 3 lines suddenly appeared before his eyes. The headmaster of the Jade Clearance sect is in danger and his life or death is uncertain. You have the following choices. 1. Leave the Jade Clearance sect and wander the cultivation world. You can get a bottle of Qi gathering pill. 2. Stay in the Yu Qing sect until it is destroyed. Or if the Green Destiny Demon cult gives up targeting the Yu Qing sect, you will receive a magic weapon and a secret book of spells. Han Jie frowned. He subconsciously wanted the first option, to get away from the danger. But on second thought, I'm wearing the golden cicada Xianxin clothes. What am I afraid of? Han Jie asked. What about you, master? With a calm face, Immortal Shixian replied, Master lives and dies with the Jade Clearance sect. Chang Yuer wanted to say something. Han Jie seriously said, then my disciple will live and die with my master. Do the quests and brush up on your goodwill along the way. Fairy Shixian's favorability towards you grows. Current favorability is 3 stars. 3 stars now. If we go up 1 more star, can we develop into a Taoist couple? Such a thought popped into Han Jie's mind. Thinking the wrong way. My heart is toward the Tao, and I shall not be nasty. Immortal Shixian's face did not change as she asked, really? You're not afraid of death? People have a death, or lighter than a goose feather, or heavier than Mount Taishan. I seek immortality, but I don't want to abandon my master either. The master didn't teach you anything. Though not taught, the favor runs deep. Master has repeatedly fought for my apprentice's chances, and also helped my apprentice to smooth out some potential troubles, which my apprentice has kept in his heart. That being said, he was telling the truth. After being reborn in the world and living for more than 60 years, Immortal Shixian was considered the best person to him. Xing Hongxian had threatened him once, even though she was most favorable to him. Ever since he had worshipped under Immortal Shixian, Immortal Shixian had not given him a hard time, and even if he had not done what Immortal Shixian had told him to do, Immortal Shixian had not blamed him. Such a good master. Han Jie really didn't want her to die. However, if he encountered an irresistible enemy, then Han Jie would still have to save his own life first. You can't mess with the main tasks in life. Everlasting life. Everlasting life. Everlasting life. After hearing Han Jie's heartfelt words, Immortal Shixian revealed a smile, her heart filled with relief. Worthy of being a disciple of my Jade Pavilion Peak. But the matter is not serious enough to disband the sect. The sect leader has disappeared, but the Jade Clearance sect's underpinnings are still intact. My master is just seeing that you are extremely afraid of death in your day-to-day life, so he is letting you leave ahead of time. Immortal Shixian laughed. Han Jie nodded and asked, where did the sect leader go missing? He went to investigate the Green Destiny Demon cult. So it is. Han Jie was instantly relieved. If he was taken captive in the Jade Clearance sect, what a mess. The Green Destiny Demon cult had besieged Li Qingzi dozens of times, all of which only seriously injured him, and it looked like there should be no transformation god present. In that case, Han Jie wouldn't have a false fire. Yuan Ying couldn't beat him. Are there any confusing points in your cultivation lately? Immortal Shixian asked, her eyes soft. That being said, she had yet to actually teach this apprentice. Han Jie shook his head. No, so I won't bother master. Wouldn't following Immortal Shixian's cultivation reveal his Jindan realm cultivation? At that time, if it reached the ears of the sect elders, they might want to drag him to be a laborer. When Immortal Shixian heard this, she immediately grunted. Then get lost. To the master's orders. Han Jie left. He had just left the hall when Immortal Shixian took out a storage bag and handed it to Chang Yuer, saying, help your senior brother as I said. Chang Yuer nodded her head and got up excitedly. Han Jie had just flown out of Jade Spectre Peak when he heard the sound of breaking air coming from behind him. He turned his head to look. Chang Yuer was chasing after him with her imperial sword. Senior Han, wait for senior sister. Chang Yuer beckoned and shouted, her face full of happy smiles. Han Jie frowned and stopped afterward. Chang Yuer came to his side and raised the storage bag in her hand, saying, Inside here is a set of spell formations as well as some spirit grass seeds. Master asked me to help you set up the formations as well as plant the spirit grasses to grow the spiritual chi inside your cave. As soon as Han Jia heard this, his brows spread and he cupped his fists. Many thanks, Master, and many thanks, Sister. Chang Yuer laughed even more. The two continued to fly to the innate cave. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, Chang Yuer saw the words on the stone door, looked odd, and muttered, "Endure a moment of sea and sky." This name. Han Jia's face was expressionless as he took the lead to enter the cave. Chang Yuer followed closely behind as she stopped at the edge of the cave passage, took out the spell formation equipment from her storage bag, and began to set up the formation. Han Jia turned back around and stood behind her, watching carefully. Learning how to line up will also be beneficial later on. Chang Yuer noticed him behind her and couldn't help but become more serious. After nearly an hour, Chang Yuer was able to set up the formation. The switch was set on the cave wall by her. It was a piece of jade. Injecting spiritual energy into it would activate it. This formation can hide the entrance to the cave, and if you force your way in, you will be in an illusionary realm from which you cannot extricate yourself. Han Jia lamented. I didn't expect you to know this. Chang Yuer smiled smugly. What do you think I'm learning by following my master so often? Don't see that my cultivation is not as good as yours, but I know how to make pills, talismans, formations, exorcisms, and so on. Han definitely impressed her. Chang Yuer turned around and walked inside the cave. She surveyed the area before walking over to the pool and started planting spirit herbs. If I become an immortal someday, I'll let you work for me as a medicine boy, and you'll have to grow these abilities of yours. Han Jia laughed. Chang Yuer hummed. Think beautiful, I am your elder sister. I want to be also have to be. She suddenly laughed. Han Jia played dumb and didn't answer. Chang Yuer made a fool of herself and continued to plant spirit herbs. A tea time later, she finished planting all the seeds. Han Jia hurriedly thanked him. That's it. I won't disturb your cultivation. After a while, senior sister will move over to be your companion. How about it? Chang Yuer asked, covering her mouth with a smile, and threw a wink at Han Jia. Han Jia was wary and asked, You want to rub my cave? Chang Yuer threw him a blank stare and turned away in anger. Only after she left the cave did Han Jia let out a long breath. He patted his chest and muttered, Han Jia, it's so hard to save your body. Han Jia walked to the entrance of the cave and activated the spell formation before returning to the wooden bed to begin cultivating. The first level of the Jindan realm could not satisfy him. After practicing the third layer of the Six Paths reincarnation technique, his speed of chi nascent far exceeded that of before, and coupled with the rich spiritual chi of the innate cave, he cultivated happily. A wink. 5 years have flown by. Han Jia's thunder spirit root was cultivated to the third level of the Jindan realm, while the other spirit roots had yet to be cultivated. He planned to cultivate his thunder spirit root to the 9th level of the Jindan realm before cultivating his other spirit roots. After all, the Green Destiny Demon sect could attack at any time. His lifespan also received a small increase, and there were many ways to increase lifespan on the path of cultivation, such as pills, heavenly materials and treasures, and techniques. Han Jia's lifespan limit was only his most basic lifespan limit, and if his cultivation could not be broken through, he could still utilize other methods to grow. During these 5 years, the Jade Clearance sect was safe and sound. However, the head teacher, Li Qingzi, often encountered demonic cultivators in pursuit of him and had been seriously injured. Mo Vengeance and Zhou Fan also encountered demonic cultivator attacks from time to time, so it seems like they had a wonderful time breaking in. Whenever he saw them being attacked by demonic cultivators, Han Jia was glad that he didn't hang out with them. Han Jia was still cultivating at that moment when a line suddenly appeared before his eyes. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck. Chapter 26 Born Devil, Chen Tian, a preternatural airbender? Han Jia frowned. Was there someone outside the cave? He hastened to check its origin. Chen 3 days, born with a demonic fetus, has a strong affinity for the devil's work. When he was young, wandering with his parents were killed by roving bandits, accidentally awakened the demonic fetus. At the age of only 7 years old, he will be hundreds of roving bandits to kill the heart of the release, and from then on out of control, until joining the Green Destiny Demon cult, like a fish out of water, and is now ranked as the core of the Green Destiny Demon cult big disciples. Sure enough, it was someone from the Green Destiny Demon cult, core great disciples, that is to say, it has not yet reached the level of elder. According to Han Jia's understanding, the Green Destiny Demon sect and the Jade Clearance sect were similar in strength. Chen Tianjian's cultivation at the 9th level of the Jindan realm is at the top of the sky. What is this person doing in the Jade Clearance sect? Is he alone, or is he hiding a large force? Han Jia got up and carefully made his way to the entrance of the cave. He looked out and saw a man in black stepping out of the woods not far away. Sneaking around, Han Jie surprisingly couldn't feel his breath. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover Chen Tianran. There was no one else but Chen for 3 days. Chen Sanjian walked to the entrance of the cave, his gaze landing on a line on the mountain wall. Endure a moment of sea and sky. Ridiculous, the people of the Jade Clearance sector really all shrunken head turtles. Chen Tianran couldn't help but sneer, and Han Jie in the cave passage felt offended. Get a life. Han Jie executed the 3 Qing Absolute Shadow Sword, 3 sword shadows hovering behind him, ready to suppress Chen Tianjian at any time. Because of the formation, Chen Tianran couldn't see Han Jie or feel Han Jie's aura either. The two were less than 10 paces apart. Chen Sanjun looked at it for a while and sensed that something was wrong. Could this be the cave? Chen Sanjian narrowed his eyes as he flipped his hand and took out a sword, gently stabbing at the mountain wall. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The sword light flashed, shaking Chen Sanjian so much that he subconsciously closed his eyes as he instinctively leapt back. The 3 sword shadows were like lightning, directly piercing through Chen Tianran's body as blood splattered. Chen Tiansan landed as if he were a sandbag, falling more than 10 meters away and crashing into a large tree, shaking the leaves of the tree as if they were raining down. It hurts. Chen Sanjian gritted his teeth and raised his eyes to look. 3 sword shadows were suspended above his head, ready to fall at any time, scaring him so much that he almost lost his soul. What's this? He hurriedly called out. Senior, stop. Han Jie, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, shook his head. So weak? Can't take it in one hit. Or is my 3 Qing Absolute Shadow Sword too strong? Han Jie stroked his chin in thought. After encountering the attack of the 3 clear Absolute Shadow Sword, Chen Tian's spiritual aura was also revealed. Han definitely compared it to the fact that Chen Tiansan's spiritual power wasn't as strong as his. It was just that he couldn't see through Chen Tianran's realm. In other words, Chen Tianran's realm was higher than his, but the strength of his spiritual energy was not as strong as his. The overbearing effects of the 6 Dao reincarnation technique finally surfaced. Han Jie was in a wonderful mood as he opened his mouth and asked, "What do you want to do in the Jade Clearance sect?" Chen Tianran replied, "I happened to pass by this place by chance, and I do not wish to enter the Jade Clearance sect. It's really a lie of convenience." The 3 sword shadows fell again. Chen Santian's color changed and he hastily jumped to the side, but his right leg was still pierced through by the sword shadow and nailed directly to the ground. He followed and fell down as if he was a vicious dog pouncing on. Damn! Chen Sanjian exploded from holding back his anger. He was the core great disciple of the Green Destiny Demon sect, but he was actually subdued by his opponent before he could even make a move. The 3 sword shadows were like ghosts, ridiculously fast, nailed to his legs, and were even dissolving the spiritual energy in his body. What kind of spell is this? Chen was panicked for 3 days. He had investigated the Jade Clearance sect, and the Jade Clearance sect was not a pure sword cultivation sect, and amongst the elders, there was no one who knew such powerful sword spells. Could it be the mysterious Supreme Elder? 3 days old Chen, innate demonic fetus, great disciple of the Green Destiny Demon sect. If you were to be handed over to the Jade Clearance sect, what do you think would happen to you? Han Jie's voice came again. Chen Tianran's face changed drastically as waves of shock were set off in his heart. How did the other side know about him? Chen Sanjian was completely flustered and hurriedly knelt down to worship the innate cave, fearfully saying, "Senior, I was wrong. I was wrong. Give me a chance. I have not killed any Jade Clearance sect disciples." Han Jie was hesitant to kill Chen Tianran. Based on his experience of reading novels, killing such a heavenly pride might cause subsequent and continuous subplots. Generally speaking, geniuses carried the means of contact from their elders, and once they died, their elders would sense it and hunt down the protagonist. Kill the little ones and come the big ones. Kill the big ones and come the old ones. Kill the old ones and come the older and bigger ones from heaven. Or else arrest him, and if the sect leader is captured in the future, it would be a good time to trade him with the Green Destiny Demon sect for the sect leader? Han Jie thought silently. He thinks it's feasible. Anyway, he was wearing the golden cicada Xianshan clothes, so it was impossible for Chen Tianran to injure him. With a wave of Han Jie's right hand, the 3 sword shadows disappeared into thin air. Chen Sanjian didn't dare to escape and could only kneel in place, shivering. He was already injured, and with the strength Han Jie had shown, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he tried his best to escape. Come in. Han Jie's voice floated in. The cave is revealed and the stone door opens. Chen Sanjian saw Han Jie. What a handsome man. So young. He thought Han Jie was that senior's disciple as he gritted his teeth and got up. After entering the cave entrance, Han Jie once again activated the spell formation and closed the entrance. Han Jie turned toward the cave chamber. Chen Tianran suddenly grabbed Han Jie, the sword in his hand dangling in front of Han Jie's neck as he shouted in a deep voice, "Senior, let me go, or I'll kill your disciple." Han Jie. The cave fell into silence. 3 days into Chen's life, he was apprehensive, his eyes scanning back and forth. Han Jie said quietly, I have no disciples. When Chen Sanjian heard this, his body froze. Clunk! His sword fell to the ground and he snapped to his knees, forcing a smile. Senior, I'm just kidding. He sensed Han Jie's realm. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. No way. Definitely a blindfold. To be able to directly suppress him and calculate his origin, he must be a high-level person. Han Jie lifted his steps toward the cave chamber and dropped a sentence. Follow me. Chen Sanjun hurriedly followed. Han Jie came to sit down in front of his wooden bed, and Chen Tianran knelt in front of him, acting respectfully. This is the core great disciple of the Green Destiny Demon sect? Han Jie had wanted to hand Chen Tiansan over to immortal Shixian, but if he did that, Chen Tiansan would surely fight to the death to escape. He didn't have the strength to suppress Chen Tianjian. At most he would defeat him. The reason why Chen Sanjian didn't dare to escape right now was because he had overestimated his strength. Anyway, with the golden cicada Xianshan clothes sheltering his physical body, he wasn't afraid of Chen Tianran sneaking up on him. The golden cicada Xianshan clothes could not only protect his body, but also his head. And Chen Tianran could not injure him anyway. Han Jie said softly, pick up your sword and stab me as hard as you can. Chen Tianri trembled and wailed. Senior, I know I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Come on, if you don't try, you'll always think of sneaking up on me later. I wouldn't dare. You do it, I don't blame you. Elder, I kowtow to you. Chen Sanjian almost cried as he hurriedly kowtowed to Han Jie. He thought Han Jie was setting him up, looking for a reason to execute him. Anyway, it definitely didn't end well for him to make a move. Han Jie was speechless. Am I that scary? He had previously read the introduction of Chen Tianran's origin and thought that this person was extremely ferocious and would rather die than submit, but he had not expected to be so submissive. From today onwards, you'll stay here, planting spirit herbs and cleaning for me, and you can also cultivate here. Han Jie commanded. Okay, so when can I leave? I said the wrong thing, I'll slap. Chapter 27, Demon Fetus Pawn. I am Cao Cao, 9th level of the Jindan realm. The addition of 3 days of Chen did not change Han Jie's life. He concentrated on practicing daily. He used his wooden bed as a boundary, and when he practiced, Chen Tianran couldn't feel his spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Han Jie's image in Chen Tianran's heart was even more inscrutable. A wink. A year passed quickly. As the spiritual grasses were planted, the aura within the cave became more and more dense, and Han Jie's thunder spirit root managed to reach the 4th level of the Jindan realm. 1 layer a year at a decent pace. I don't know how many people would be scared to death if this got out. Chen had calmed down for 3 days. He realized that Han Jie didn't make things difficult for him, but he didn't dare to run away and could only follow the cultivation. Han Jie had been cultivating and hadn't left, causing Chen Tianran to become more and more anxious in his heart. Although it's cool to practice, if we keep going like this, we'll delay the information. Chen Sanjian turned his back to Han Jie and frowned as he thought. He was a core great disciple, and if he was delayed in returning, the Green Destiny Demon sect must be worried, even panicked. What to do? Undermine him? Chen Tianran was torn, and he shuddered at the thought of being defeated by Han Jie a year ago. The difference in strength was too great, and Han Jie dared to cultivate so emboldened, so he must have eaten him up. Abominable. What the hell is this guy doing? Trapping me all the time? If I wasn't so weak, I'd have to make you pay back 100 times over. A trace of grimness flashed in Chen Sanjian's eyes. Who is he? He was a fearsome devil child in the Green Destiny Demon cult. Chen's hatred for you has grown in 3 days, and the current hatred level is 4 stars. Han Jie, who was cultivating, frowned. Nima, up again. Han Jie wanted to vomit blood. He hadn't even tortured Chen Sanjian during this year, and Chen Sanjian, who seemed to be well behaved, had been growing in hatred towards him, and had now reached 4 stars. The degree of immortality. Chen Sansan didn't know about Han Jie's mental activities. He was still planning how to execute Han Jie as well as a way to escape. We can only wait until he has something to go out for. With his cultivation he must be an elder or a supreme elder. Recently the devil cult has been harassing the Jade Clearance sect. He can by no means keep cultivating in peace. When I escape, I will lead the demon sect to step on the Jade Clearance sect, and when I do, I will break this grandson into pieces and extract his soul. Chen Tianran's heart was filled with killing intent, but he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of it. The thought of him torturing Han Jie to the point where he was begging for mercy on his knees was exhilarating. Just then, phew, shoo, shoo, a familiar breaking sound came from the air, and before Chen Tianran had time to react, 3 sword shadows pierced through his chest, spilling blood all over the ground. Chen Tianran's eyes widened, his eyes covered in blood as he twisted his head in disbelief. Han Jie's face was expressionless as he made a move with his right hand. The 3 clear absolute shadow sword swung back and blew his head off. Born with a devil's child, Chen Tristan, died. This time it was even drier than a year ago, and Chen Tianran couldn't even dodge in time. Until Chen Sanjian's death, Han Jie wasn't even sure what his strength was. 3 days ago, Chen had long since let his guard down, thinking that Han Jie would keep him for great use, which had never thought that he would be killed today. 3 days after Chen's body fell to the ground, a ball of light emerged from within him. Han Jie raised an eyebrow. Murphy. The ball of light quickly changed and turned into a silhouette. This person had an old face and evil eyes. He first glanced at Chen Tristan's corpse, then stared at Han Jie dead in the face. There was silence in the cave. Han Jie sighed. I didn't realize a real old one was coming. The old man grunted coldly, sighing because of regret. Killing my disciple. You're dead. Give your name. Han Jie said expressionlessly. I'm Cao Cao. And you? Green Underworld Demon Cult. Trapped Demon Zhang. Oh, humph. Wait to die you. After Zhang's sleepy devil finished speaking, he disappeared. Trapped Devil Zhang has developed a hatred for you, with a current hatred level of 5 stars. 5 stars. That's high. Han Jie's heart was in a batch of panic. He rushed to check on the relationships and breathed another sigh of relief. 8th level of the Yuaning realm. That's it? By the sound of his voice, Han Jie thought he was a transformation god powerhouse. But so, Han Jie got up and started searching for Chen Tianjian's storage bag and storage ring. When a person dies, the mark of recognition of the storage ring and storage bag will automatically disappear. This kid is quite rich. Spirit stones, pills countless, and many talisman paper, talisman spells, magic weapon is very little. The secret book is not. Going out with just money? Han Jie poured everything into the small Qin Kuan belt. With a wave of his right hand, the fire spirit power transformed into a fiery flame that wrapped around Chen Tianran's corpse and burned it to ashes. Han Jie returned to his bed and continued to cultivate. Time rushes. 8 years passed quickly. Han Jie had finally reached the 9th level of the Jindan realm, and except for the Thunder spiritual root, the other 5 spiritual roots were still at the 1st level of the Jindan realm. If this kind of breakthrough speed was spread out, no one would dare to believe it. Han Jie began to cultivate the Wind Spirit root. The Wind Spirit root could boost his flying speed, which was suitable for running. Half a month later, there was a visit. Xing Hongxian, husband, is it there? Hearing these words, the corners of Han Jie's mouth twitched. After so many years, Xing Hongxuan's cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm, so it seemed that realist Jingshu had treated her quite well. Previously, when she was still in the Qi refining realm, her breakthrough speed was not this fast. Han Jie thought about it and waved his hand to close the spell formation at the entrance of the cave, and the stone door opened wide. Xing Hongxian quickly walked in, and as soon as she saw Han Jie, she raised her eyebrows and smiled. She first surveyed the situation inside the cave before walking over to Han Jie and sitting down next to him, following which she pressed herself against Han Jie's body. Han Jie frowned and said, Miss Xing, behave yourself. I haven't promised to be your husband. Xing Hongxian bristled. Weren't you excited before at the outer gate? Han Jie was embarrassed in his heart, but his face didn't change color, and he had a high-caliber look. Xing Hongxian waved her right hand toward the ground and 10 pill bottles appeared on the ground. These are jade-clear pills that I've accumulated over the years. Xing Hongxian laughed with a smug expression. I don't believe you're unmoved. Han Jie's face slowed and he said, take it back. I don't need it. Xing Hongxuan's smile froze and her brows furrowed. Immediately, her face changed greatly, and she asked in a trembling voice, could it be that you have? Han Jie revealed a smile. Xing Hongxian was about to pounce on him right away, but he blocked it with his spiritual power. Miss Xing, if you want to be my Taoist couple, you have to cultivate properly, or else hundreds of years will pass and I'll achieve immortality while you'll turn into white bones, while your deep love will be punishment for me. Han Jie said seriously. Xing Hongxian couldn't help but calm down when she heard this. It does make sense. She immediately got up and said, you're right, I can't hold you back. I'll go and ask for Golden Dan Realm cultivation pills for you. After saying that, she collected the pill bottle on the ground and walked towards the cave entrance. Miss Xing, don't tell anyone about my breakthrough. Han Jie reminded that his breakthrough speed was astonishing, so if word got out, don't think about practicing in peace. Xing Hongxian twisted her head and laughed. Don't worry, I was afraid that you'd be pestered by other goblins. She smiled like a flower, and actually looked very moving. Han Jie hastily suppressed the throbbing in his heart. What a horrible woman. Almost got caught. After Xing Hongxian left, Han Jie waved his hand, reactivated the spell formation, and closed the stone door before continuing his cultivation. Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shi Xian, both have the character Xian. Could the two be related? Han Jie thought silently as he nabbed his qi. Chapter 28 Targeting Yuaning. Things are different. The feud between the Green Destiny Demon sect and the Jade Clearance sect had been going on for decades, and this was Han Jie's perspective, but it was actually much longer. They were not the only two clans in the cultivation world. There were other clans as well, and their enemies were not just each other. Because of this, neither the Green Underworld Demon Sect nor the Jade Clearance Sect dared to move their nests for fear of losing both and giving the other sects a chance to take advantage of the situation. Inside a large dark hall, 8 figures sat in meditation. Zhang Sleepy Devil was among them. At the head was a blood-robed man with black and white hair and an indifferent face, holding a duster in his hand. He is the lord of the Green Destiny Demon Sect, Duan Tong Tian. Still haven't captured Qingzili after all this time? Duan Tong Tian asked in a deep voice. The 7 elders were silent. They had hunted Qingzili for nearly 20 years, and each time, Qingzili was allowed to escape. Li Qingzi had intentionally not returned to the Jade Clearance Sect, and had been holding back most of the attention of the Green Destiny Demon Sect. Zhang Sleepy Devil spoke. Forget about him, attack the Jade Clearance Sect directly. My disciple died in the Jade Clearance Sect. How much heart and soul the Devil Sect injected into him. Will you not be able to stop? When he thought of Han Jia, he gritted his teeth. When he first put out his hard words, it turned out that after so many years, he had yet to settle the score with Han Jia. He could think of Han Jia's face when he mocked him for talking big. I think so too. Directly attacking the Jade Clearance Sect. Our overall strength has already surpassed the Jade Clearance Sect. During the Devil Dao Assembly, the other sects have already stated that they won't submit to us unless we annex the neighboring Yuqing sect. That's right, the Lord of the Devil's Way can't even defeat the neighboring righteous sects. How can he convince the public? I would like to personally lead my disciples to attack the Jade Clearance Sect. The Jade Clearance Sect has an old monster besides Qingzili. The elders began to discuss it. Duan Tongtian's eyes flickered and he didn't interject. After a long time, all the elders stopped and turned their heads to look at him, waiting for him to make a decision. Duan Tongtian spoke. This seed is preparing to transform into a god. If I succeed in transforming into a god, then it won't be too late to attack the Jade Clearance Sect. At that time, the attack on the Jade Clearance Sect will be 9 out of 10. Transfiguration of God. The elders looked at him in shock. Zhang Sleepy Devil took a deep breath and asked, Sect Master, do you have confidence? Duan Tongtian calmly said, this seed has been preparing for this for decades, and with 90% confidence, it's not too late to wait another 30 years. 30 years. For mortals, it could be half a lifetime, but not too long for them. 10 years had passed since Xing Hongshuan's departure. Han Jia had cultivated his wind spirit root to the 9th level of the Jindan realm, and his fire spirit root had reached the 3rd level. Ever since his thunder spirit root had reached the 9th level of the Jindan realm, cultivating other spirit roots was twice as easy. Han Jia had already seen the firstborn beckoning to him. The feeling of becoming stronger every day was incomparably wonderful, making him not feel that closed-door cultivation was boring. Only by reaching the Yuaning realm early would one be considered truly free from weakness. Han Jia was now 88 years old, and at 88 years old at the 9th level of the Jindan realm, he definitely couldn't find a second person in the cultivation world, but he still felt it wasn't enough. Even if they reached the Yuaning realm, it was still not enough. He would cultivate until the end of his cultivation and be absolutely invincible. This day, Chang Yuer came to visit. Han Jia closed the spell formation and welcomed her into the mansion. Senior brother, I came to see you. And by the way, I brought you some heavenly treasures to plant by the pool, which will make the aura of this cave residence of yours even more dense, and in the future, it might become the best cave residence in the Jade Clearance Sect in terms of aura. Chang Yuer laughed. She walked over to the pool and started scattering seeds. Han Jia laughed. Many thanks, senior sister, and don't thank me, it's all from Master's reward. Your senior sister, I'm just helping out with the physical labor. Chang Yuer laughed. Han never thought of a mortal Xixian. He was silently grateful. Chang Yuer continued to speak. Since you closed down, several new disciples have joined the Jade Pavilion Peak, and senior brother Tai, who was ranked behind you, reached the end of his life 2 years ago. Tai Lao is dead? Han Jia froze. He hastily clicked on relationships and realized that he could no longer find Tai Lao's avatar. The man is gone. Speaking of this senior brother Tai, his qualifications are so poor that he should have been born in the outer sect, to be able to come to the inner sect for a while. This life is not a regret, but he wanted to see you before he died. That's what his Dan boy said. Why do you want to see me? Han Jia asked, his expression complex. In the past, he quite hated Tai Lao, but now, looking back on the past, Elder Tai hadn't hurt him either, and could even be said to have raised him. The death of Tai Lao caused Han Jia's disgust for him to vanish from his heart, and he was even a bit despondent. This is the path of cultivation. Someone always dies along the way. Laozi must not die halfway. Han Jia's heart in pursuit of immortality became even more determined. Chang Yuer shook her head. How would I know? You guys knew each other before? Han Jia was acquainted with Old Man Tai, and only a few people knew about this, not including Chang Yuer. Recognizing or not doesn't matter anymore. Senior sister, cultivate well. If even you die, senior brother will be sad. Han Jia said seriously. His words were sincere. When he came to this world, he didn't know many people, and the ones he had a good relationship with were even fewer. Chang Yuer twisted her head to look at him and spread her smile. Humph, stinky senior brother, I thought you didn't have me in your heart at all. Han Jie smiled and shook his head. The two began to make small talk. Most of the time, it was Chang Yuer who was talking about what was happening within the sect. Zhou Fan had risen completely to become the man of the hour in the inner sect. He had successfully challenged the eldest disciple of Sword Peak with his foundation establishment Cultivation and captured his Dao mate, which had stirred up the entire sect. But on the second day of his marriage, he had repudiated the woman, which had attracted the inner sect's criticism. Nowadays, Zhou Fan and Mo Vengeance had become the cards of Heavenly Thunder Peak, both being personal disciples, and Mo Vengeance was even a core disciple status. Xing Hongxian had stayed at the main peak to cultivate, but she didn't have much of a reputation. Alright, it's time for senior sister to go back to her cultivation, striving to accompany senior brother on the road to cultivation for a longer period of time. Chang Yuer smiled playfully before getting up and leaving. Han Jie sighed. Although Chang Yuer was joking, these words fell on Han Jie's ears as heartbreakingly true. Han Jie was the one who wanted to live forever, and Chang Yuer's qualifications were far inferior to his, so she definitely didn't live as long as he did. However, Han Jie wasn't a pretentious person and quickly adjusted his mindset. If you are able to do so in the future, you can also pull the strings of those close to you. For example, Fairy Shi Xian, Chang Yuer, and Xing Hongxian. Should I count Maju as one? Han Jie considered silently. He suddenly raised his right hand and used his finger as a sword, writing 2 words into the cave wall through the air. Iron Old Man. He got up and bent his head toward Elder Tai's name. This worship is a belated send-off of sorts. I hope that Tai Lao can join a good family in the next life. Afterward, Han Jie continued to meditate and cultivate. Another 10 years. Han Jie's fire spiritual root had also cultivated to the 9th level of the Jindan realm, and his water spiritual root cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Jindan realm, leaving the earth spiritual root and wood spiritual root uncultivated. This speed was already divine, but he was a little disgruntled. He began to rummage through the small Qin Kuan belt, checking out the pills left behind by Chen Tianran. Chen Tianran was also a Jindan realm cultivator, so perhaps there were elixirs that specialized in Jindan realm cultivation. Unfortunately, no. Most of this guy's elixirs were poisons, winks, and all sorts of underhanded drugs. Not bad for a member of your mom's demonic cult. Han Jie couldn't help but crack up. Chapter 29, Crushing the 5th level of Yuaning, Demon Sect's God of Transformation. Without the aid of pills, Han Jie could only keep his head up and continue his bitter cultivation. Even so, he was getting closer and closer to the Yuaning realm. 2 years later, the water spirit root had also finally reached the 9th level of the Jindan realm, and Han Jie began to cultivate the wood spirit root. Lines suddenly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on reaching 100 years of age and opening the simulated trial function. Simulation trial. You can set the cultivation and strength level of your opponent to simulate the battle, or you can detect all the living beings within 100 miles and copy their strength to fight with them, and the result of the battle will not affect the reality of the physical and mental condition, and the number of times is unlimited. A mock trial? It can also detect living beings within a 100-mile radius? Han Jie froze, then was pleasantly surprised. It's a god technique. Han Jie had never been able to figure out just how strong he was, and he could finally try. He immediately opened the simulated trial and his eyes couldn't help but close. He came within a dark space. You can choose characters from your relationships as opponent strength templates. Han Jie immediately chose Li Qingzi. He wanted to see how much of a difference there was between his strength and that of the sect leader. Soon, Li Qingzi appeared in front of him, and this Li Qingzi was expressionless, much like a puppet. The battle begins. Li Qingzi directly took out a golden ruler and attacked toward Han Jie. Han Jie took out his Qilin sword and stepped on the 7 illusory steps to distance himself from Li Qingzi. He quickly executed the 3 clear absolute shadow sword, and 3 sword shadows appeared out of thin air, killing towards Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi quickly swung his ruler, dispersing the sword shadows and chasing after Han Jie. Han Jie raised his hand and struck the 9 dragons demon remover seal, and the 6 attributes of spiritual energy continued to shift as a 9 dragons demon remover seal crashed into Li Qingzi. At first, Li Qingzi was able to break up the 9 dragons demon remover seal, but he was soon knocked out by the 9 dragons demon remover seal. Han Jie raised an eyebrow. Looks like his 9 dragons demon removal seal is pretty strong. No wonder it was able to suppress the Supreme Elder's Yuan Shen. However, the 9 dragons demon removal seal did not injure Li Qingzi, who once again killed. Han Jie wasn't in a hurry, and he was content to tangle with Li Qingzi. The battle lasted for 10 minutes, and Han Jie was defeated. Li Qingzi's Big Dipper golden body was extremely strong, and the spells hit him without causing substantial damage. But Han Jie realized that using the Qilin sword to execute the 3 Qing Absolute Shadow Sword was much more lethal, and could kill Qingzi Li's Big Dipper golden body to break its defense and spike blood on the spot. It was worthy of being a top-quality magic sword, but it can only break the defense, it can't defeat it. Immediately, he adjusted Li Qingzi's cultivation downwards. The 7th level of the Yuaning realm. Still can't beat it. 6th level of the Yuaning realm. Tai. 5th level of the Yuaning realm. Crush. Han Jie drove the Qilin sword and executed the 3 clear Absolute Shadow Sword, and the 3 sword shadows directly tore Qingzi Li's physical body apart. Not bad. Not bad. Killing someone at the 5th level of the Yuaning realm across the ranks is worthy of my technique. Qualifications, sword skills, and a top-quality magic sword. Han Jie thought silently. He then picked Li Qingzi's cultivation to the 9th level of the Jindan realm and realized that his spiritual power far exceeded Li Qingzi's. The strength of the 6 Dao reincarnation technique manifested itself. Practicing the 6 spiritual roots made Han Jie's spiritual power extremely strong, and without using the Qilin sword, he was able to directly kill Li Qingzi of the same realm in seconds. Consciousness returned to reality, and Han Jie opened his eyes. I can kill an expert at the 5th level of the Yuaning realm right now. When I break through to the Yuaning realm, won't I be able to even the odds with a transformation god? Han Jie thought excitedly, and then he shook his head. The strength of a transformation spirit was definitely worlds apart from a Yuaning, and one couldn't think too nicely lest he or she roll over. I have to think of it this way. I definitely can't beat a transformation god, so it's only prudent. Han Jie silently psychologically dramatized himself. That leaves the wood spirit root and earth spirit root. Han Jie's fighting spirit was high, and he felt that he would cultivate all of the 2 spirit roots to the 9th level of the Jindan realm within 10 years. As more and more spirit roots reached the 9th level of the Jindan realm, the remaining spirit roots cultivated faster and faster, and 10 years was enough for him to cultivate the 2 spirit roots to the 9th level of the Jindan realm. 10 years went by fast. Han Jie hadn't taken half a step away from the cave and had been practically cultivating almost the entire time. He managed to cultivate his 6 lineage spirit roots to the 9th level of the Jindan realm, and next began to impact the consummation. Han Jie was pleasantly surprised to find that he could start absorbing 6 types of auras at the same time. Not before, but now. Could it be that the 9th level of the Jindan realm was a hurdle? Han Jie soon realized again that by absorbing 6 types of auras at the same time, his cultivation speed wasn't too slow, and all things considered, it was faster than before. Good thing. Han Jie hesitated and continued to cultivate. Half a year later, all 6 of his spiritual roots had reached the 9th level of the Jindan realm at the consummate cultivation level. It's possible to cultivate a Yuaning. Han Jie didn't slack off and directly began to prepare for the tribulation. The boundary opened, covering the entire innate cave. Jade Clearance Sect, main peak. Inside the palace, Li Qingzi was sitting on the first seat, and the 18 peaks of the deacon elders were gathered. Besides them, there were several other elders. Everyone's expression was grave. Sky Thunder Peak Dao Lei Old Immortal's face was extremely ugly as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this matter true?" Li Qingzi sighed and said, 1,000 times over. Duan Tongtian only succeeded in his tribulation last month and is consolidating his cultivation. He's already a transformation god powerhouse. Transfiguration of God. All of them were shocked and changed color, as if it was a huge mountain that pressed all of them to the point where they could hardly breathe. Even Immortal Shi Xian's face was ugly. What about Master? Hasn't he already cultivated the Yuan Shun? And isn't he close to the spirit transformation realm? Realist Jing Su hurriedly asked. Li Qingzi sighed. Not really. His Yuan Shun is just a divine ability. He seems to have suffered some sort of blow before. He gave up that divine ability decades ago, and now he is still practicing hard. Although he is already at the 9th level of the Yuaning realm, there is still an insurmountable gap from the transformation of God. The Great Hall fell into a silence that was incomparably depressing. An elder couldn't help but ask, "Then what do we do? Call for help?" Li Qingzi sighed. "I've already sent a letter of request for assistance to the various factions of the righteous path, and I haven't gotten a reply for the time being." The elders began to discuss it. God of transformation, all of us old bones put together may not be able to defeat it. Aside from Duan Tongtian, there are quite a few Yuaning cultivators in the Green Destiny Demon sect. Alas, the Heaven's Furies demonic sect has actually produced a god of transformation. The Jade Clearance sect's great calamity has finally come. A head-on confrontation. We definitely can't win. Or else we escape? How to escape? Where do you want to go? Don't you want your centuries-old foundation? The elders were all talking, each with a bad tone. No one can speak calmly in the face of such a great calamity. Li Qingzi sighed, his face full of sorrow. Buzz. Jade Pavilion Peak rang the bell, and all the disciples gathered in front of the main gate of the Jade Pavilion Hall. After entering the hall, the disciples each found a futon to sit on. Immortal Shi Xian swept her eyes and frowned slightly. That Han Jie kid didn't show up again. That's all. All the disciples looked at immortal Shixian without apprehension or anticipation. They thought it was the upcoming inner sect examination. The latest information is that Duan Tongtian, the sect master of the Green Destiny Demon sect, has reached Transformation God, and if there are no accidents, the Green Destiny Demon sect will invade our Jade Clearance sect in a big way in the next few years at the most. Immortal Shixian's expression was indifferent as she spoke these words. The crowd of disciples froze and then exploded. Transformation? How? Does our Jade Clearance sect have a transformation god? Which is not true. Transformation is a legend. It's over. No wonder the people of the Green Destiny Demon sect have become more and more rampant recently. Chapter 30, Divine Power. Heavenly Execution Ghost God Sword. Immortal Shixian raised her hand, signaling all the disciples to be quiet. The disciples hurriedly shut up and looked at her nervously. The birth of the demon sect's transformation god would be an absolute disaster for the Jade Clearance sect. Even if the demon sect appears as a transformation spirit, we still have to face the battle. The Jade Clearance sect has been established for hundreds of years. How can it be overthrown by the demon sect? Master usually does not ask you to contribute to the Jade Pavilion Peak, but the Jade Clear sect is in trouble. You must be ready to fight. From today onwards, none of you are allowed to leave the Jade Clear sect. Focus on your cultivation, and prepare to take on the Green Destiny Demon sect. Immortal Shixian swept her eyes over everyone and said in a single sentence. Yuan Ying's aura erupted, and the pressure enveloped the entire hall. The hearts of the disciples were flabbergasted, and even though they were afraid, they didn't dare to show it. At this point, there is no other way. They had all dealt with the devil cult and understood that surrendering would end up worse. Inside the innate cave, heavenly thunder rolled. Han Jie is in the process of crossing the threshold. Under the protection of the boundary, the sound and pressure of heavenly thunder didn't get out. This heavenly tribulation was different from the ones he had encountered before, with the thunder and lightning transforming into dragons and becoming more destructive. But unfortunately, it still couldn't break through the defense of the golden cicada Xianxian clothes. To prevent the flowers and plants in the cave from being damaged, Han Jie utilized his spiritual power to protect them, and it was a good thing that the heavenly thunder had been blasting at him. The cavernous chamber was small, but high, and the overcast cloud just blocked the opening at the top. Han Jie had nightmares from time to time during the process of transmigration. There are all kinds of nightmares, from the tragic deaths of his best friend and master, to his re-entry to Earth and the shocking realization that it was a dream. Fortunately, Han Jie's will was strong, and these nightmares couldn't affect him at all. As for the heart demon, it is even more unlikely to be born. Yuan Ying, I'll break it, Han Jie thought excitedly. As he continued to run his mind techniques, the 6 spiritual forces in his body once again formed a vortex and gathered on top of the Jindan, vaguely already taking on the outline of a baby. He was close to the Yuan Ying realm. Shidoshi. When Chang Yuer's voice came from outside the cave, Han Jie thought it was a hallucination. He had heard it before, so he didn't take it to heart. Outside the cave, Chang Yuer called out several times, but Han Jie didn't answer. She couldn't help but frown and murmured, "Stinking senior brother, to cultivate so seriously. The clan is about to be in great trouble, and you still don't come out." She thought about it and decided to stay outside of the cave as she walked to meditate under a tree not far away. If the Green Destiny Demon sect killed the Jade Clearance sect from this side, then Han Jie would definitely be the first to suffer, and she had to guard Han Jie. Of course, it was hard to protect Han Jie with her strength, but when Han Jie woke up from his cultivation, she was able to tell Han Jie at the first opportunity and bring him back to the inner sect to hide. 10 days later, Han Jie finally achieved Yuaning, and his spiritual power skyrocketed. The 6 spiritual forces in his body fused into a new and powerful spiritual force. 6 channels of spiritual power. A line of words followed before Han Jie's eyes. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Yuanying realm. You have been rewarded once for your aptitude. You have chosen the path of the sword. Congratulations on acquiring the Sword Dao Avatar Heavenly Execution Ghost Sword. Hiss. Heavenly Execution Ghost God Sword. So middle-aged and ashamed. Han Jie thought excitedly as he immediately began to pass down this Sword Dao divine ability. Even though it was a divine ability, it was also the way of the sword, and it wasn't difficult for Han Jie to comprehend. Avatars were different from spells. Enlightenment was enlightenment and did not require hands-on cultivation. Of course, after having an epiphany, one could still continue to cultivate the divine ability and enhance proficiency. In the meantime, outside the cave, Chang Yuer was meditating and practicing. She was already used to practicing in this neighborhood. She opened her eyes to the innate cave and muttered, "Stinking senior brother. Still not coming out, thanks to the devil sect not invading it this time." She wanted to leave many times, but she was afraid that she would miss the time when Han Jie came out of the gate. Chang Yuer sighed and closed her eyes again. Who told her to like him? Wait a little longer. The next day, Han Jie successfully mastered the Heavenly Execution Ghost God Sword. He tapped on the attribute panel. Name, Han Jie. Life expectancy, 111/988. Race, mortal. Cultivation level, first level of Yuaning realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be passed on. Spells, absolute finger divine sword. 7 illusory steps, triple Qing absolute shadow sword, absolute. 9 dragons demon removing seal. Avatar, 6 soul suckers. Heavenly ghost sword. Artifacts, golden cicada xianxin clothes, 7th grade spiritual treasure. Little Qian Kuan belt, Kirin sword. Spiritual roots qualification, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots, increasing a certain amount of qi. The innate energies are as follows. Unrivaled in the world, immortal posture, top charisma, divine fate sword idiot, top sword qualification, top sword enlightenment, stance, top stance qualification, descendant of the immortal emperor, receive a superb immortal cultivation technique in 1,000 top grade spirit stones, view relationships, life expectancy skyrockets to 988 years. This is only the first layer of the Yuaning realm. Wait until the 9th layer, and you will surely be able to break 1,000 years old. Cool. Han Jie smiled smugly as he wasn't going to leave the cave. Instead, he planned to continue his cultivation. He suddenly realized that Chang Yuer was still meditating and cultivating outside the cave. He had heard Chang Yuer's voice before, but he was in the middle of a breakthrough and thought it was a hallucination. Han Jie hesitated to go out of the cave. However, he saw that Chang Yuer was cultivating and didn't seem to be in a hurry. This girl really wants to rub off on my cave aura. Once he thought that she had planted all the spirit grasses within the cave, Han Jie acquiesced. Keep practicing. 1 year later, Chang Yuer got up violently and looked away in horror. Only gusts of thunder clouds appeared above the 18 peaks of the Jade Clearance sect, violently churning and covering the sky. On the west side of the Jade Clearance sect, a demonic cultivator killed out of the woods, flying with his sword and speeding towards the Jade Clearance sect, so vast that the demonic chi gathered together as if it was a black sea. The devil's cult is coming. Chang Yuer instantly panicked. She subconsciously wanted to call out to Han Jie, but on second thought, the demon sect was attacking the Jade Clearance sect from the other direction, and senior brother Han's cave just happened to be out of the way. If we startle senior brother Han now and bring him back to the inner sect, it will surely be a bad time. Chang Yuer gritted her teeth, leaped, and flew her imperial sword towards Jade Spectre Peak. Inside the cave, Han Jie was in the middle of his cultivation when a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Your clan, the Yuqing sect, is under attack by the Green Destiny Demon cult. Han Jie froze and hurriedly swept his divine sense out, just in time to see the spectacular scene of the Green Destiny Demon sect rushing toward the Yuqing sect in force. Why the sudden fight? Han Jie was already a Yuaning realm powerhouse. His strength far exceeded that of before, so he naturally didn't panic. However, the scale of this invasion by the devil cult was so large that he felt he still had to be cautious. Han Jie didn't immediately go for support. He turned on the simulated trial function to detect everyone within the Jade Clear sect, allowing the system to probe out the strongest. Duan Tongtian, first level of the transformation realm, Lord of the Green Destiny Demon sect, transfiguration of God. Han Jie instantly winced. That hard? Han Jie's first reaction was to run away. The Jade Clearance sect will definitely not be able to withstand it. Calm down. I'm not what I used to be. I can kill Yuaning realm and Jindan realm. Han Jie decided to try Duan Tongtian's strength first. Let's see if he, who had already cultivated the heavenly execution ghost god sword, could fight against Duan Tongtian. Han Jie's consciousness immediately entered the trial space. The battle begins. 1 minute later, Han Jie opened his eyes and wore an odd expression. He muttered, "That's it?" Han Jie realized that he had underestimated his own strength. He was holding the absolute best magic sword in his hand, cultivating the immortal emperor inheritance technique. The physique is the 6 paths spiritual body, and also cultivated the avatar. You can't apply mortal concepts to yourself. Han Jie got up and prepared to head to the Jade Clearance sect to take a look around. The formerly prosperous Jade Clearance sect had been ravaged by wolves and smoke. The inner gate city had been destroyed into ruins, and there were corpses everywhere. As far as the eye could see above the 18 peaks, it was full of fighting figures. Chow chow, chow chow, come out and die. 3 days Chen's master, Zhang Sleepy Devil, hovered in the air, roaring in anger, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Zhang Sleepy Devil was about to die of anger. After coming to the Jade Clearance sect for so long, Chow Chow still hasn't shown up. Murphy ran away? He had been holding back for decades, waiting for today to avenge his beloved disciple. But as a result, he could not find his enemy, and his heart could not be more stifled. Zhang Sleepy Devil twisted his head to look at the main peak of the Jade Clearance sect, and the lofty main peak was already ablaze, the fire curling into the sky in a spectacular manner. The Godfather should be almost finished. Zhang Sleepy Devil muttered as he could feel that the auras of all the Jade Clearance sect elders were rapidly weakening. facing the god of transformation. No one in the Yuqing sect could stop them. Chapter 31, Killing a Man at 10 Steps, Whisking Away the Matter. The main peak of the Jade Clearance sect, the 18 peak elders were all heavily injured, either meditating to recuperate or lying on the ground unable to get up. They all stared at the sky above, where Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder were fighting Duan Tongtian furiously. Duan Tongtian had a black robe hunting, a huge black mountain suspended behind him. Thunder and lightning intertwined on the black mountain. The powerful suction force made it difficult for Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder to move. The gusty winds raged on the mountain, swirling up uncountable trees, and the dust was mixed with sparks flying. Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder had all been injured. Their Taoist robes were torn, and their hair was cloaked in an extremely wretched state. They were at the end of their rope, but they still had to fight. They understood that if they fell, the Jade Clearance sect would truly be finished. Both had golden skin, and the muscular contours under their tattered robes were visually striking. The Big Dipper's golden body. If they had not relied on this jutsu, they would have fallen long ago. Duan Tongtian looked down at them and laughed fiercely. Give up. You're not a match for this seat at all. If you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, perhaps this seat can let you Yuqing sect disciples suffer less. It's time to end a feud that has lasted for hundreds of years. Li Qingzi spat out a mouthful of blood, holding a golden ruler, and cursed, Duan Tongtian, even if I die, my Jade Clearance sect's disciples will never succumb to the devil's way. He swung his ruler and struck, and a gust of fire wind rose up from the ground and swept towards Duan Tongtian. Duan Tongtian gently waved his hand, and the black mountain behind him absorbed the fiery wind. The Supreme Elder cursed darkly and gritted his teeth. This mountain is innate black magnetism. Spiritual energy will be directly dissolved after being absorbed by it. This devil doesn't even need to cast spells. Relying on innate black magnetism will drain us to death. Duan Tongtian hadn't been using his full strength, deliberately teasing them and torturing them. Asterisk. What are we going to do? Li Qingzi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The Supreme Elder was silent. Not far away, Immortal Shixian sighed. The Jade Clearance sect is finally finished. Immortal Shixian couldn't help but think of Han Jie. That kid is probably still in seclusion. Immortal Shixian was angry and helpless, her heart filled with sourness. Thinking of the other disciples, she blamed herself even more. I can't protect you as a master, so I can only go ahead of you. Immortal Shixian slowly got up, her body shaking, but her eyes were still filled with determination. Even if she died, she would die for the Jade Clearance sect. At the edge of the cliff, Imo Zhu was stopped by two demonic cultivators. Hey, little beauty, if you're willing to serve our brothers and make us happy, you might not have to die. One of them laughed strangely, looking at Imo Zhu with a gaze full of greed. Imo Zhu looked behind them. Imo Revenge was entangled by 3 Jindan realm cultivators of the green underworld demon cult, and was simply unable to get away to save her. Damn! Ma Zhu gritted his teeth and turned around to take a long leap. Even if she died, she didn't want to be spoiled by demonic cultivators. She crashed into the air, her body passing through a sea of layered clouds. She wanted to fly with her sword, but the spiritual energy in her body was exhausted. She gave a bitter smile. This was really going to kill her. She slowly closed her eyes as a face came to mind. A stunning face that was better than a woman's. If I had a will like his and had been practicing hard, I would have been able to kill a few more demonic cultivators by now even if I died. LOL. Han Jie, can we meet again in the next life? No. I hope that in my next life, you will have attained immortality. Crystalline tears flew out of the corners of Imo Zhu's eyes. Just then, she suddenly felt herself being caught. A familiar voice came. Miss Mo, what brings you down here? Han Jie. Ma Zhu froze. What do you mean down? Is it possible that Han Jie is dead? They met in the Yellow Springs? Imo Zhu opened her eyes, and what she saw was Han Jie's incredibly handsome face. She was lying in Han Jie's arms. Han Jie captured Imo Vengeance's aura and immediately flew upwards with Imo Zhu in his arms. I have to say, this girl is amazingly well built and comfortable to hold. Ugh, what a mess to think about. It must have been a test of the way for him. Are we dead already? Ma Zhu asked breathlessly as she stared at him in fascination. Han Jie lifted his right hand as soon as he heard it. Snap! He flung Imo Zhu's face, and Imo Zhu was instantly awakened by the slap. It hurts. Imo Zhu covered her red cheeks and looked at Han Jie in surprise. The two of them retraced their steps back to the cliff, and Han Jie swept over with a glance to see Imo Vengeance under siege from 3 demonic cultivators. He immediately cast the 3 clear absolute shadow sword. The sword light flashed and blood burst out. The 3 demonic cultivators were directly annihilated by the sword shadows. Imo Vengeance froze in midair. 3 Jindan realm powerhouses were directly killed in seconds? When he saw clearly that it was Han Jie who had struck out, he showed a shocked look on his face. How is that possible? Brother Han. Imo Vengeance was just about to speak when Han Jie suddenly threw Imo Zhu to him. Take care of her. After dropping these words, Han Jie flew towards the main peak. Maju's favoritism towards you grows. Current favoritism is 5. 5 stars. Han Jie ignored the prompt. Along the way, he used his finger as a sword, constantly executing the absolute finger divine sword. His sword chi shooting out and killing a demonic cultivator along the way. The Jade Clearance sect disciples looked at him in shock. Who was that guy? Awesome. Could it be one of the clan's elders? Why haven't I seen it before? Wait, he seems to be a Jade Spectre Peak disciple. Third in the inner sect examination decades ago. Could this person be a core disciple? Han Ju ignored the gazes along the way as he spread out his divine sense. He could feel the powerful pressure coming from the main peak. The breath of a transformed god. Han Jie captured Chang Yuer's aura when he passed by Jade Spectre Peak. Chang Yuer and the Jade Spectre Peak disciples were fighting in a group, but the number of demonic cultivators was twice as many as them, and the battle was extremely unpleasant. Han Jie waved his hand, and the 3 clear absolute shadow swords sped away. 3 sword shadows of different colors were as fast as lightning, putting a demonic cultivator to death. For a while, the screams were endless. Lu Sanqin, Chang Yuer, and the others froze and subconsciously turned their heads to look, just in time to see Han Jie flying past from afar. Senior Han, Chang Yuer called out in surprise. The surrounding demonic cultivators were so frightened that they fled, but the 3 clear absolute shadow sword continued to chase them down, and by the time Han Jie disappeared from the crowd's view, the 3 clear absolute shadow sword had already killed nearly 100 demonic cultivators. Kill a man at 10 paces, and brush off the matter. Is it really senior brother Han Jie? The eldest disciple, Lu Sanqin, had a dumbfounded look on his face. The strength that Han Jie displayed was so strong that he thought that Han Jie was just passing through, and that the ones who really struck out were other higher-ups. The main peak, the woods. Xing Hongshuan's back was leaning against the trunk of a tree. Her right arm was bleeding profusely, and a blood flower appeared on her robes, making her entire person look very miserable. In front of her stood a man in black. The man in black was holding a ring-headed sword with a grim smile on his face. I'll give you a chance to go back and marry me, and I'll spare your life. If not, then you'll die here, and I'll draw your soul and refine it into a ghost slave. Facing the black-clothed man's threats, Xing Hongxian gritted her teeth and said, it's impossible for me to go back to the green underworld demon sect. When Duan Tongtian forced the death of my parents, I decided to take revenge. As for marrying you, are you worthy? A murderous intent flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. How dare you taunt him at the end of his life? It's really a death wish. The man in black was about to open his mouth to speak when he suddenly looked up and saw a silhouette appear over the woods. Xing Hongxian raised her eyes and called out in surprise. Husband, Han Jie asked with an indifferent face. Miss Xing, do you need help? Chapter 32, this seed is a transformation god. Dog stuff. How dare you hurt my dog spare? Han Jie seemed indifferent, but in reality, his heart was raging with killing intent. Xing Hongxian subconsciously nodded her head when she heard Han Jie's question, but on second thought, this black-clothed man was the second-ranked existence amongst the core disciples of the demon sect. Even if Han Jie had already broken through the Jindan realm, it would definitely be at the early stage of the Jindan realm. How can you beat the man in black? Xing Hongxian spoke. Husband, quickly, before the word escape could be uttered, the man in black violently struck out. In the black-clothed man's perception, Han Jie was at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm dares to disturb his good deed? It's really reckless. The man in black swung his sword and chopped away, his sword chi rocketing upwards at an extremely fast speed. Han Jie raised his hand and struck the 9 dragons demon removal seal. The golden jade seal descended from the sky, shaking the saber aura away and pressing it towards the man in black. The terrifying pressure descended, startling the black-clothed man's face as he immediately jumped away. Han Jie followed by executing the 3 clear absolute shadow sword, and the sword shadow flashed. The man in black died directly and violently before he hit the ground. It can be described as a broken body and an extremely horrible death. Xing Hongxian stared in disbelief. Find a place to hide. Han Jie dropped these words and flew towards the top of the main peak. Xing Hongxian froze in the woods, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Xing Hongshuan's favoritism towards you grows. Current favoritism is 6 stars. It's elevated again. Han Jie smiled bitterly. It seemed impossible for this to fall in love with a second man in her life. I'm damn charismatic and powerful. On top of the main peak, Immortal Shi Xian, Old Immortal Dao Lei, Jing Suzhenjin, and the other elders were all lying in a pool of blood, heavily injured. Most of the elders of the 18 peaks were here, and the remaining few elders were holding back the experts of the Green Destiny Demon sect within the inner gate. Compared to them, Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder were the most miserable. The 2 men's Big Dipper golden bodies had been broken, and Li Qingzi was kneeling amidst the ruins with both of his arms missing. The Supreme Elder's face was covered in blood and he was meditating to recuperate. This battle is no longer in doubt. Duan Tongtian stood on the innate black magnet with a teasing smile on his face. Do you want to resist again? Guess how many people are still alive in the Yuqing sect? The elders were silent, and many of them had even closed their eyes and started to wait for death. Immortal Shi Xian also closed her eyes. The Jade Clearance sect will be destroyed today, and from now on, there will be no more Jade Clearance sect in the cultivation world. Villains die from talking too much. I don't think you've heard that one before. A voice drifted in. Duan Tongtian glanced over, only to see Han Jie flying in with his feet on a flying sword without any speed. Ninth level of the Foundation Establishment Realm? Duan Tongtian laughed. The elders of the Jade Clearance sect opened their eyes to look. As soon as Immortal Shi Xian saw Han Jie, she became anxious and spoke in a hurry. What are you doing here? Don't leave yet. Qingzi Li and the Supreme Elder looked at Han Jie with complicated gazes. They all remember Han Jie. They all had a poor opinion of Han Jie, believing that this son was greedy and fearful of death and could hardly be used. I didn't expect that only one disciple, Han Jie, would dare to come up to the mountain at a time of crisis for the Jade Clearance sect. LOL. The master and disciple sighed at the same time. Han Jie flew in front of Immortal Shi Xian and asked with concern, Master, are you alright? Immortal Shi Xian's hair was in disarray, and it was the first time Han Jie had seen her in such a sorry state. Don't tell me. Even so, Master is still beautiful. Immortal Shi Xian whispered, be obedient. Hurry up and leave. Flee as far away as you can. From now on, you are no longer a disciple of the Jade Clearance sect. Facing the powerful demon sect master, Fairy Shi Xian wants you to leave. You have the following choices. 1. Follow your master's orders and run away. If you succeed, you'll get a magic weapon. 2nd. Kill the god of transformation. The road of cultivation inevitably encountered struggles. Low-key cultivation is not a goat. Successfully save the Yuqing sect can get a bottle of top-grade elixir. Han Jie wasn't affected by the choice prompt in front of him. The reason he had come here was that he had made up his mind. Duan Tongtian laughed. Kid, you're bold enough. You're the only one amongst the disciples of the Jade Clearance sect who is bold enough. If you kneel down and kowtow to this seat 3 times, this seat will spare your life and give you the opportunity to join the Green Destiny Demon sect. Boom! He directly erupted the terrifying aura of the Transformation God realm, and the debris on the ground trembled so much that it couldn't fall to the ground. The black hair in front of Han Jie's forehead and ears fluttered in the wind, and with a calm face, he turned to look at Duan Tongtian. Is the Green Destiny Demon sect really refusing to let go of the Jade Clearance sect? Han Jie asked. The Qilin sword followed and appeared in his hand. His blood had boiled. Gasho also has a hot blood. The killing of the Transfiguration God is just around the corner. Duan Tongtian laughed contemptuously. Hundreds of years of grudges. How can we stop here? In the place of the Jade Clearance sect, there's no way that they would let go of the Green Destiny Demon sect. Han Jie nodded, feeling that it was reasonable. He raised his steps towards Duan Tongtian. Willing to compromise? Duan Tongtian said with a smirk. Han Jie laughed. That's not true. I'm prepared to kill you. I'm ready to kill you. He said this sentence casually, but it brought an unspeakable shock to everyone on the Jade Clearance sect side. When all of the Jade Clearance sect's powerhouses were defeated, a Foundation Establishment disciple dared to come forward and say that he wanted to kill the Demon sect master. What kind of guts was that? At this moment, the gazes of all the elders looking at Han Jie changed and were filled with respect. Even if you die with a bang. Ha ha ha, if my Jade Clearance sect can have such a disciple, what's wrong with being destroyed even if it is? Old Immortal Dao Lei laughed out loud, and because he laughed too hard, he accidentally pulled his injury, causing him to cough in pain. The other elders praised Han Jie. Duan Tongtian frowned as killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was about to open his mouth when a loud shout came as if it was a thunderous explosion. Chow chow. So you're here. Die. Only Zhang Sleepy Devil came speeding in, his hands holding an iron whip and his feet stepping on flying swords. His aura was like a rainbow. Han Jie turned to look at him and took a closer look. Yo, isn't this Chen San's master? The furious Zhang Sleepy Devil directly killed Han Jie without stopping at all. Seeing that he was about to crash into him, Han Jie raised his hand and struck the 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal. The surging 6 spiritual powers transformed into a golden jade seal that swept away like a mountain. Unstoppable. The Jade Clearance sect's group of elders all stared with wide eyes. This spiritual power. Immortal Shi Xian was also shocked, her beautiful eyes widening. Zhang Sleepy Devil's face changed drastically, and he immediately swung his iron whip to whip away. The devil's chi was poured into the iron whip, and this whip set off a wild wind. Boom! The 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal was smashed, and Zhang Sleeping Demon was then shocked into spitting blood and flying backwards, directly crashing through the sea of clouds and disappearing without a trace. Seconds defeated. How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Duan Tongtian also couldn't help but burst his eyes open with a look of living hell. Zhang Sleepy Devil is not weak. In terms of strength in the Green Destiny Demon sect, it is enough to rank in the top 3. This kid's spirit power is so overbearing. It was definitely not the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, Yuan Ying realm. How did he not know that the Jade Clearance sect was hiding such a Yuan Ying? Good boy. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But do you know this seat's cultivation? Duan Tongtian asked with a smirk. Han Jie thought there was something wrong with him. Why do you talk so much? Showing off? Han Jie feigned ignorance and said, 9th level of the Yuan Ying realm? This seed is a transformation god. Duan Tongtian laughed indulgently. Han Jie laughed along with him while giving a middle finger towards Duan Tongtian. Li Qingzi suddenly transmitted his voice to Han Jie. He's stalling for time. Although he's arrogant, he didn't talk this much before. Kid, you're incredibly talented. Don't delay here. Escape. You can still escape if you're alone. Maybe you can defeat a Yuaning, but there's a world of difference between a transformation spirit and a Yuaning, so don't send yourself to death. Stalling? Han Jie raised an eyebrow. In that case, let's make it quick. Chapter 33, Sword Beheading the Transformation God. Changshan Zhaozi Long. Han Jie lifted the Qilin sword and walked towards Duan Tongtian. His gaze landed on the black hill behind Duan Tongtian, and he was puzzled in his heart. What's this? Han Jie could feel the powerful suction. He couldn't help but think of a modern contraption. Magnet? Duan Tongtian had been standing on this black hill. Could it be that there was some kind of mystery? Just then, Zhang Sleepy Devil once again rushed up from the bottom of the mountain. His murderous aura surged to the sky, and he held an oil lamp. He madly poured his own demonic chi into the oil lamp. He stared angrily at Han Jie, his eyes bloodshot as if he had gone off the deep end. Chow chow. Still want to fight our sect master? I'll kill you first. Zhang Sleepy Devil roared as the oil lamp emitted black gas and coalesced into a huge ghostly figure as if it was from hell. 3 sword shadows coalesced behind Han Jie. He raised his left hand and waved it towards Zhang Sleepy Devil, and 3 sword shadows sped away. Fast as lightning. So fast. The elders of the Jade Clearance sect were stunned, their naked eyes completely unable to keep up. Poof. Zhang Sleepy Devil's flesh was instantly pierced through. Blood splattered and pierced through 1,000 holes, and he still maintained his oil lamp held high. Died violently on the spot. A beam of light flew out from Zhang Sleepy Devil's heavenly aura. Meta infant. Zhang trapped the devil's firstborn. Han Jie's eyes stared, and the 3 clear absolute shadow sword once again chased after him. If you're not even afraid of a transformation god, wouldn't it be easy to kill a Yuaning? No surprises. Zhang Sleepy Devil's Yuaning was directly strangled. The entire process took less than 3 breaths of time, and a Yuaning was directly killed by Han Jie easily. Quiet. The entire main peak fell into silence. Immortal Shi Xian, Li Qingzi, the Supreme Elder, Old Immortal Dao Lei, Jing Xuzhenjin, and the other elders all had their jaws dropped, their worldview shattered. The 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm is so powerful? Immortal Shi Xian, Li Qingzi, Old Immortal Dao Lei, and realist Jing Su were the most shocked. They had been observing Han Jie for decades and were certain that Han Jie was really weak before. Could this son have been taken over? But even if he had taken over the body, he would have to recultivate. So how could he break through so quickly? Han Jie turned to look at Duan Tongtian and realized that Duan Tongtian wasn't shocked or scared, but instead wore a teasing smile. Crazy? Han Jie thought in this way. Duan Tongtian spoke. You are indeed very strong, but you are only a Yuaning. How can you fight with this seat? If you bow down now, this seat can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, this seat will let you appreciate the terror of the transformation god. Still pretending? Han Jie couldn't stand it, and the sword shadow of the 3 clear absolute shadow sword coalesced behind him once again. He immediately waved his hand, and the 3 sword shadows killed at extreme speed. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 sword shadows hit Duan Tongtian and directly exploded. Duan Tongtian's body surface shone with black lightning, surprisingly easily counteracting the 3 clear absolute shadow sword. Nope, it was the black hill at his feet. What the hell is that? Han Jie frowned. He raised his Qilin sword and prepared to cast his divine ability. Underneath this seat's feet is the innate black magnetism, which can absorb spiritual power. Unless your spiritual power is stronger than this seat's, it is impossible for you to injure this seat. Duan Tongtian laughed indulgently. Han Jie pointed his sword at him and laughed. Talking fancy, I can decapitate you with 1 sword. Believe it? As soon as the words fell, Duan Tongtian suddenly erupted with the terrifying pressure of a transformation god, enveloping the entire Jade Clearance sect. In an instant, all the disciples of the Jade Clearance sect and the disciples of the Green Underworld Demon sect who were fighting stopped and looked toward the main peak in horror. What a terrible pressure! Even the elders of the Jade Clearance sect were pale and breathing heavily. They were close to Duan Tongtian and felt it more deeply. The difference between transformation of God and Yuaning, the difference between clouds and mud. Han Jie moved. The realm of the transfigured god was really strong. However, He had already fought against Duan Tongtian after the mock trial, so he was full of confidence. With the achievement of God transformation, strong fortune, and the protection of the heavenly Tao, this seat will surely be the first person in the great Yin cultivation realm, and the Yu Qing sect will be the first stepping stone for this seat to unify the cultivation realm. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. Kid, if you really think you can kill this seat with one sword, if you dare to make a move, you're dead. This seat has already given you a chance. Duan Tongtian raised his arms high and laughed with an incomparably maniacal smile. The Jade Clearance sect's elders' faces were gray. Duan Tongtian's aura was simply too strong. So strong that it was difficult to rise up against it. Han Jie's face was odd. This guy is so talkative. This seat became a Jindan at the age of 100, and became a Yuaning at the age of 200. With a natural talent, the old man can't take it anymore. Without waiting for Duan Tongtian to finish, Han Jie fiercely swung his sword to chop. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to stand still. Not only the main peak, but everyone within the entire Jade Clearance sect saw a black sword chi that looked like a stroke of ink flashing across the sky, hanging high in the dome of the sky. The shock is overwhelming. The unicorn's roar followed, echoing above the main peak's summit. The heavenly execution ghost sword. Duan Tongtian's eyes were wide open and he couldn't dodge in time. Under the shocked looks of immortal Shi Xian, Li Qingzi, and the others, Duan Tongtian's physical body was directly crushed by Han Jie's sword chi. The sword chi swept past, leaving only an illusory silhouette standing on the innate black magnet. Duan Tongtian's Yuan Shen. At this moment, Duan Tongtian's face was filled with shock, as if he couldn't believe all that was happening in front of him. His genjutsu was trembling. He looked at Han Jie in horror and asked in a trembling voice, "What kind of god are you?" In the end, Han Jie lifted his steps into the air, as if there were invisible steps under his feet, and he forced his way towards Duan Tongtian step by step. Qianshan Zhaozilong. Han Jie did not report his real name so as not to kill Duan Tongtian. There are even older enemies. He executed the 7 illusory steps and flashed in front of Duan Tongtian. Duan Tongtian subconsciously fled, but Han Jie's movements were faster. He raised his left hand and executed the divine ability of the 6 paths reincarnation technique, 6 ways to suck souls. He directly absorbed Duan Tongtian's Yuan Shen. "Ah, Zhao Zilong, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Duan Tongtian screamed miserably. Without screaming for a few moments, his Yuan Shen was refined by Han Jie and died beyond death. A generation of transformation gods, before they could truly show their sharpness, were seconded by Han Jie's sword. It's outrageous for a Yuaning to behead a transformation spirit, but Han Jie did. Han Jie put away his sword and looked at the innate black magnet at his feet. The Jade Clearance sect side was still in shock, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Immortal Shi Xian's gaze toward Han Jie was also shocked. She couldn't even believe it was her apprentice. It's too strong. Immortal Shi Xian still thought she was dreaming. Others had the same idea. A moment before, they were on the precipice of life and death. Now, old Immortal Dao Lei raised his hand and nodded towards his chest a few times, and the acupoints all around his body began to ache sharply, making him certain that he wasn't in an illusion. No wonder. The Supreme Elder was thrilled. When he cultivated the Yuan Shen divine ability, he was almost killed by Han Jie, causing him to doubt his life and give up that divine ability. Now it doesn't seem to be that his avatar is poor. Rather, this man is too strong. Li Qingzi stared at Han Jie in a complicated manner, and couldn't help but think of their encounter when they were in the 10,000 demons realm. Didn't realize he was looking away. Han Ju ignored the various gazes cast by the others as he stared intently at the innate black magnet. "You have successfully killed the god of transformation and received a bottle of top-quality elixir. Congratulations on obtaining a vial of the divine mind elixir. Xiao Air has developed a hatred for you. Current hatred level is 5 stars. Who's Sha? Hatred is surprisingly straight 5 stars. Han Jie cursed the other party for not being human. Chapter 34, Harmonized Void Realm Great Demon. Han Jie hurriedly tapped on relationships to check. Xiao Air, 2nd level of the fusion realm, because you killed his puppet Duan Tongtian. He is full of hatred for you, and wants to extract your bones and refine your soul. The current hatred degree is 5 stars. The 2nd level of the void melting realm? Mom, yo, sure enough there are older ones. Han Jie was speechless. Qi refining, foundation building, Jindan, Yuanying, God transformation, void melting, harmonization, transition, and Mahayana. This was the realm of the cultivation world, and the higher up you go, the harder it is to break through. The transformation spirit was enough to suppress the entire Jade Clearance sect, not to mention the void melting realm. We have to hurry up and close the door after this matter is over, and achieve transformation god at an early date. Han Jie thought silently. At this point, a silhouette emerged within the innate black magnet. This person was also in the state of Yuan Shen. His face was as ugly as an evil spirit, as if he had been burned and fermented with a strong poison. and his scars had condensed into a block of green and black scars, and he was tall and different from normal people. Fellow Daoist is truly a good aptitude. Yuaning beheading a transformation god. It has opened my eyes, the man said in a conspiratorial voice. Han Jie raised his sword. Wait, have a word. The other party's face changed drastically, and he quickly lowered his stance. Han Jie recognized this person. It's the same Shaw Earl that just offended me, with an avatar in person that's as ugly as myself. Han Jie asked, who are you? Xiao Er immediately straightened his back and proudly said, I am Xiao Er, the elder of the Northern State Imperial Demon sect. You have ruined my plan. I can leave you alone, as long as you kowtow and admit your mistake. I am a great cultivator of Rongshu, so I will be able to kill you as easily as pinching an ant without any effort. Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder glanced at each other, both able to see the shock in each other's eyes. No wonder the Green Underworld Demon sect is assassinating the 10,000 demon realm. So it's the arrangement of the Imperial Demon sect. Li Qingzi gritted his teeth. The Supreme Elder calmly said, after today, the Green Destiny Demon sect should be removed. The other side. Han Jie asked suspiciously. Just now, Duan Tongtian was stalling for time. Could it be for you? Xiao Er grunted. That is natural. This waste told me that no one in the Jade Clearance sect is his opponent, which can make me. Just, do you recognize your mistake? Han Jie stared at Xiao Er and said seriously, I'm considering whether or not to kill you. Shay moved. He said angrily, do you want to offend the Imperial Demon sect? Do you want to? Before the words were finished, he transformed into a long rainbow and sped towards the sky. Han Jie was about to strike, but he didn't expect him to escape before him. It was too late to make another move to catch up. Worthy of being an old-timer, your reaction is even faster than mine. Han Jie sighed. This was something he should learn from. He turned around and flew behind Immortal Shixian, running his energy to heal her injuries. Immortal Shixian glanced at Han Jie with her afterglow, realizing that Han Jie wasn't too agitated after executing Duan Tongtian, and as always, was calm. She suddenly couldn't see through Han Jie. It turned out that he wasn't a wimp. He just really didn't want to be tripped up by trouble in his cultivation. Han boy, don't help your master. Hurry up and go kill the enemy. Kill all the demonic cultivators of the Green Destiny Demon cult. Li Qingzi urged. Han Jie replied, no, master is most important. Just kidding. If he kills all of the Green Underworld Demon sect by himself, then his fame will explode? With great fame comes great haters. It may even appear that many people want to challenge you. Han Jie didn't want to face that kind of situation. It would be good to help the Jade Clearance sect get through this great calamity and leave the rest to themselves. Li Qingsu. The corner of Immortal Shixian's mouth curled slightly. The other elders all looked enviously at Immortal Shixian. With an apprentice like this, what more could one ask for? Fellow Daoist, honestly, what exactly is your origin? With a cultivation level like yours, you are definitely not a disciple trained by our Jade Clearance sect. An elder opened his mouth and asked, asking the question in everyone's mind. Han Jie replied, we've met before. All you need to know is that I'm now a disciple of the Jade Clearance sect, and I won't harm the Jade Clearance sect. The crowd nodded at these words. Who doesn't have a past they don't want to talk about? In the meantime, the other elders of the Green Destiny Demon sect arrived. They didn't see Duan Tongtian. They only saw the innate black magnet. Where's the godfather? One of the elders asked in horror. Seeing that Han Jie and the others were healing their wounds and Duan Tongtian wasn't there, they began to feel weak in their hearts. Hurry up and kill them, and whatever you want afterward, we'll try our best to fulfill you. Li Qingzi said in an urgent voice. With the strength that Han Jie had displayed, killing these elders of the Green Destiny Demon sect was as easy as a slap in the face. Han Jie hesitated. The devil cult elders froze and looked at Han Jie. Even the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm can kill them? Nope. This person must have hidden his cultivation. How else could the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm make their sect master disappear? The devil cult elders were so frightened that they retreated. Li Qingzi cursed as he immediately got up and walked to the cliff, utilizing the only remaining spiritual energy in his body. He roared, once the demon sect master Duan Tongtian is dead, the disciples of the Jade Clearance sect are under orders to kill all the demonic cultivators within the sect. His voice resounded through heaven and earth. Everyone clammed up. The Jade Clearance sect's side was agitated, and they all started to bathe in blood as if they were playing chicken blood. On the side of the Green Destiny Demon sect, they were stunned. The sect leader was dead. What was there to fight for? Duan Tongtian didn't utter a voice to deny Li Qingzi, which meant that what Li Qingzi said was most likely true. Run! The godfather is dead. Damn! The Jade Clearance sect is so strong? The Jade Clearance sect is harboring a great power. The sect master of the Transformation God realm couldn't even defeat that great power? Asterisk 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 asterisk. They're going against the grain. Li Qingzi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the demonic cultivators fleeing in all directions. It was good to escape, as this would reduce the casualties of the Jade Clearance sect. As for this account, it can be settled afterward. Once Duan Tongtian died, the Green Destiny Demon sect didn't dare to come back to attack the Jade Clearance sect for a long time. The Jade Clearance sect could even take the initiative to attack. He turned his head toward Han Jie, who was healing immortal Shi Xian's injuries, his eyes fiery. This son must not be allowed to leave the Jade Clearance sect. Li Qingzi thought secretly. He could no longer break through and had to rely on others. Han Jie's strength was terrifying to the extreme, and he had decapitated the transformation god with a single sword, so he had to be pulled together properly. Li Qingzi immediately announced, "From today, Han Jie is the vice lord of the Jade Clearance sect." The elders were all moved by this statement, but none of them refuted it. "I object." Li Qingzi glared at him with a glance, and the objector was actually Han Jie. Han Jie said righteously, "I'm all about cultivation and don't want to be a vice sovereign. The vice patriarch can be tired and it affects his cultivation." This, Li Qingzi couldn't help but get tangled up. The supreme elder spoke, "Let him be an elder. Just hang on to a name. Enjoy the salary and benefits of a deputy patriarch, and unless there is a major disaster in the clan, no one is allowed to disturb him on weekdays." Han Jie nodded his head in satisfaction once he heard this. That's how he likes it. By the way, that person just now was at the realm of void melting. Han Jie said suddenly. To be honest, he had some false fire. After all, the enemy fled. The supreme elder laughed. He only has his Yuan Shen left. If I'm not wrong, Duan Tongtian helped him restore his physical body before he gained the opportunity to break through. The reason why he delayed just now is probably because he's absorbing the Yuqing sect's aura and anger. This should be some sort of secret method. As for his sect, there's even less to worry about. The northern state is too far away from us. One could even say that it's the end of the world. He didn't put Xiao in his eyes at all. Han Jie was still uneasy after hearing this. Can't think about things like that. Fear not. Fear not. I'm going into seclusion. I want to surpass the realm of fused void as soon as possible. Chapter 35 God Beheading Elder. Yuaning second level. After the collapse of the Green Destiny Demon sect, the inner gate of the Jade Clearance sect began to recuperate, and the destroyed inner gate city needed to be rebuilt. Instead of being too sad, the disciples were all excited. The Jade Clearance sect was actually harboring a great power that could easily kill a transformation god. The 18 peak deacon elders told their disciples about the battle, and they didn't reveal anything about Han Jie's identity, only the name of the god beheading elder, Elder Chopper. After today's battle, this name became the most worshipped existence in the hearts of the disciples of the Jade Clearance sect. Everyone was curious about everything about Elder Chopper. Later that evening, Jade Spectre Peak, after immortal Shixin pacified all the disciples, she told them all to retire, leaving only Han Jie behind. Although the Jade Pavilion Peak disciples had witnessed Han Jie's strike, they didn't think that Han Jie was the divine beheading elder yet, including Chang Yuer. Before leaving, Chang Yuer looked at Han Jie. After such a calamity, Han Jie was as calm as ever. She admired it in her mind. She was going to wait for Han Jie outside, and had something to say. The doors of the Jade Spectre Hall were closed. Only Han Jie and Immortal Shixin remained in the hall. Immortal Shixin had already resumed her makeup and was still so charming, just like a heavenly fairy. She stared straight at Han Jie. Han Jie lowered his head, but he wasn't afraid in his heart. No matter what he did now, the Jade Clearance sect would definitely not expel him. Immortal Shixin had no reason to blame him either. Isn't there anything you want to say? Immortal Shixin asked. Han Jie looked up, puzzled. What am I going to say? Immortal Shixin hummed. Who exactly are you and why did you come to the Jade Clearance sect? Li Qingzi could ignore it, but she as a master had to figure it out. How can she be a master when her disciple is stronger than her master? No wonder this guy hasn't needed her tutelage. From now on, I should call you fellow Taoist Han, right? Facing Fairy Shixin's flirtation, Han Jie was helpless and said, Apprentice really doesn't have much of a background. You should already know my origins clearly from Senior Tai. Do you not believe in my talent? Immortal Shixin narrowed her eyes and said, Even though you are extremely gifted, how did you get your ability? It can't be something you realized by yourself in seclusion. Yuaning beheading a transformation god was too outrageous. It can be unheard of. Immortal Shixin believed it, and so did the sect leader and the other elders. Then I'll tell you, don't tell anyone. When I was young, I was dreamt by an immortal who said that I have a great talent and will become an immortal god, but I have a rough destiny and many trials and tribulations, so I don't dare to stir up trouble, and I close my doors every day. Han Jie seriously said. Immortal Shixin was silent. Han Jie didn't say anything either. Ryoko, Immortal Shixin spoke again. If that's the case, why did you step forward? The Jade Clearance sect hasn't treated you generously, and I'm sure you don't consider the Jade Clearance sect a home either. Han Jie replied. Indeed, but I've lived for 100 years, and there aren't many people I care about in my heart, and it just so happens that they're all in the Jade Clearance sect, and the most important one of them still wants to live and die with the Jade Clearance sect. The favorability is going up fast. Fairy Shishian's favorability towards you grows. Current favorability is 3.5 stars, that's only 3.5 stars? Worthy of being my master. It's just different from other women. The more high-strung it is, the more I like it. Han Jia lamented in his heart. Immortal Shishian changed the topic and asked, then what are the future plans? Continuing the seclusion? Well, that fusion void realm demon might kill over at some point. I have to hurry up and get stronger. There you go then. Aha. Han Jia got up and left. For some reason, there was inexplicably some regret in his heart. As he walked to the door, he twisted his head and asked, Master, is your big day near? Immortal Shishian froze and asked, what do you mean? Curse me? I think of Master Tai. I don't want Master to leave the world. If this day really comes, I hope that Master will let me know in advance. Han Jia meant what he said. Immortal Shishian did not have the heart to say, get lost, Master's life is still long. Han Jia slipped away in a hurry. Immortal Shishian shook her head and lost her smile. She couldn't help but think of the battle at noon today, which still felt like a dream. I didn't realize that she was hiding such a powerful character among her disciples, but it was amazing that this kid thought of her as the most important person. That was a surprise to her. After spending half an hour, Han Jia finally got rid of Chang Yuer's pestering and returned to his cave. Sitting on the familiar wooden bed, Han Jia stretched out. What a wonderful day. I was so strong. Han Jia laughed triumphantly, beheading a transformation spirit grand cultivator with a single sword. This feeling was not to mention how good it felt, especially the contrast between the before and after attitudes of the Jade Clearance sect executives toward him. Is this the kind of pretense often written about in novels? Don't mention it. It was pretty cool. Sure enough, it's right to keep cultivating in seclusion. If I hadn't cultivated for a few less years before, I wouldn't have been able to catch up with such an opportunity. Be sure to practice as hard as you can. Han Jia thought silently. If this calamity had happened a year or two ago and he hadn't broken through to the Yuanying realm yet, then he definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat Duan Tongtian. When the time came, he could only run away, and all those women who might develop into his backup dogs would have to die. Thinking of this, Han Jia became even more determined to practice hard. Before being absolutely invincible, he was going to spend all his time cultivating. Although Duan Tongtian was dead, the potential danger was still there. The Imperial Demon and Devil sect. Han Jia was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to surpass everyone in the Imperial Demon sect before the Imperial Demon sect rushed to take revenge. Han Jia thought as he entered his cultivation state. 6 months passed in a flash. The inner gate of the Jade Clearance sect was restored as before, and the injuries of Li Qingzi and the others were healed. So they began to mobilize a large number of disciples to attack the Green Destiny Demon sect. Han Jia hadn't been alarmed, and Immortal Shishian hadn't sent any disciples to find Han Jia, with Duan Tongtian and Zhang Sleepy Devil dead. In terms of high-end combat power, the Green Destiny Demon sect was bound to be no match for the Jade Clearance sect. Psychologically, the Jade Clearance sect also had an absolute advantage. 1 year later, under the Jade Clearance sect's strong attack, the Green Destiny Demon sect retreated and even fled the sect's main camp. The Great Yin cultivation world was shocked. The prestige of the Jade Clearance sect had greatly increased. Han Jia's cultivation had also reached the second level of the Yuanying realm. It took 2.5 years to raise one level. The minor realm of the Yuanying realm really wasn't that easy to break through. However, compared to before, the speed of cultivation increased quite a bit because now Han would never have to cultivate his spiritual roots individually, directly absorbing the 6 types of spiritual qi and transforming them into the 6 spiritual powers. He had been able to cultivate in this manner since he had broken through the 9th level of the Jindan realm, which could be considered like divine assistance for the cultivation of the Yuanying realm. This day, Chang Yuer came to visit. The clan has collected quite a few heavenly treasures for you that can fuel the cave's aura. I'll help you plant them, as well as the spirit gathering formation. Chang Yuer opened her mouth and laughed as she entered the cave. She had already learned that the Jade Clearance sect's divine beheading elder was Han Jia, until this news when her favorability grew right up to 5 stars. She had learned this news from Immortal Shishian's mouth, so she didn't doubt it. Senior Han is truly an unprecedented genius. No, the pride of heaven. Han Jia nodded and said, thank you, senior sister. Chang Yuer began to get busy, and while setting up the formation, she laughed. You're already a divine beheading elder. Can I still be your senior sister? Han Jia laughed. As long as senior sister cultivates seriously and doesn't become a salted fish, she will always be my senior sister. All such high favorability. How can you turn away? It's not like Chang Yuer is ugly. However, Han Jia didn't want to talk about love for the time being, and working hard to cultivate was the right thing to do. so he wished to draw the women who liked him onto the path of asceticism as well. Double. Practice together? The kind that's been practicing hard for 1,000 years. Chapter 36 Demon Saint Bloodline. Disciple offering opportunity. It's impossible for a qualification like mine to catch up with you. Senior brother. Chang Yue sighed, her mood becoming heavy as she spoke. Was she really worthy of Han Jie? In the inner sect alone, she already had 2 more competitors. Emoju's talent was even beyond her. Han Jie comforted. It is indeed impossible for you to catch up with me. You just need to do your best to cultivate. Longevity is what my generation of cultivators seeks first and foremost. When Chang Yue heard this, she became even more depressed. Afterwards, Chang Yue talked about the recent happenings in the sect. The sect leader had already led the 10 peaks of disciples to attack the Green Destiny Demon sect, leaving the remaining 8 peaks to defend the sect. Since the end of the battle of the Green Underworld Demon sect's attack, the inner sect's cultivation atmosphere had far exceeded that of the past, and the disciples all had a sense of crisis. Zhou Fan had even reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and was preparing to cross over to become a Jindan. The Jade Clearance sect's prestige in the cultivation world had increased greatly, and in terms of fame, it had the appearance of being the head of the righteous path, but as for strength, that was not necessarily the case. The name of the Elder of Divine Beheading was also circulated in the cultivation world. Although Han Jie wanted to keep a low profile, his vest was a hit. After 2 hours of work, Chang Yue left. Once the spirit gathering array was opened, the concentration of spiritual qi within the cave began to rise significantly. It seems that clan status is also crucial and can affect my cultivation speed. Han Jie thought silently. I'll have to ask Qingzili for some pills later. Immediately, Han Jie continued to cultivate. 6 months later, hints floated before Han Jie's eyes. The Green Underworld Demon Cult gives up targeting the Yuqing sect. You gain a magic weapon and a secret book of spells. Congratulations on acquiring the Demon Binding Rope and the Great Thousand Thunderstorms. Demon Binding Rope, a powerful binding effect that can bind all living beings below the realm of the transformation spirit, making it impossible for them to move. Great Thousand Thunderstorms, thunder-based spells that can trigger the aura of heavenly minds to create world-defying thunderstorms with an extremely wide killing range. The Green Destiny Demon Cult finally gave up. I have to say, they're really resilient too. All beaten up and fleeing their old homes, and they still have the nerve to plan revenge. It would appear that the Green Destiny Demon Cult will be removed. From now on, there will be no more Green Underworld Demon sect in the Great Yen cultivation world. Han Jie smiled, then began to let the Demon Binding Rope recognize itself. After that, the Great Thousand Thunderstorms will be passed on. The Great Thousand Thunderstorm was a wide-range killing spell that was very suitable for Han Jie. He just loved spells with big scenes like this. Handsome is for life. That evening, thunderclouds gathered suddenly in the sky above the inner gate of the Jade Clearance sect, and the terrifying heavenly might enveloped the 18 peaks, causing everyone to be chilled by it. The Green Destiny Demon sect has come to sneak up on us again? The Green Destiny Demon cult is all gone. Could it be other sects of the Devil's Way? It's possible. After all, the Green Destiny Demon sect isn't quite the strongest in the Devil Dao. Prepare to meet. The disciples of the 8 peaks who remained in the inner sect were nervous, even the elders. Soon the elders realized that the spiritual energy was coming from Han Jie's cave, and the rolling thunderclouds in the sky hadn't caused any damage to the inner sect. Could it be that he's practicing spells? Hiss. The elders were even more in awe of Han Jie. The thunderclouds in the sky quickly dispersed, and the Jade Clearance sect returned to peace. It wasn't long after that. I don't know which elder revealed that the vision just now was Elder Jinshin cultivating his spells. After this matter spread, the Jade Clearance sect's disciples felt much more secure. After the end of that great battle several years ago, Elder Zhanshen had become the greatest reliance in their hearts. As long as Elder Zhanshen was there, nothing would happen to them. 2 years later, Han Jie's cultivation was still at the 2nd level of the Yuanying realm, and he was close to the 3rd level. This speed was fast enough, and since Han Jie had joined the inner sect, most of the Yuanying cultivators in the human relationship had not grown in cultivation. Han was quite satisfied with his progress. After all, he could still live for more than 800 years and break through the transformation god realm. Steady as an old dog. Is Elder Han free? A voice came from outside the cave. Li Qingzi's voice. Han Jie immediately waved his hand and opened the stone door of the cave, allowing Qingzi to enter. Li Qingzi was full of springtime glory. The recent Jade Clearance sect was a formidable one, and he naturally had the most face as the sect leader. He walked in, surveyed this innate cave and smiled. This cave is still a bit small for Elder Han. Do you want to go to the main peak to cultivate? Han Jie shook his head. There's no need. I'm used to staying here. He sensed the scent of others. There was someone waiting outside the cave. Their cultivation was weak. They seemed to have just built a foundation. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck, a line appeared before Han Jie's eyes, and he immediately checked it. Yang Tiandong, contains the bloodline of the demon saint, born half human, half demon. Excellent qualifications, but when he was young, he had lost control of the transformation of the demon, injuring his fellow disciples, and was imprisoned by the Green Destiny demon cult, and fortunately rescued by the Jade Clearance sect. Another protagonist template? The Green Destiny demon cult is awesome. Surprisingly, there were 2 innate Qigong masters hidden, but on second thought, the Jade Clearance sect also had 2. There are actually quite a few geniuses, just very few of them live to see the end. Since that's the case, then I won't force myself. If Elder Han has any needs, he can just ask. I've already greeted all the elders. Your small matters are the big matters of the Jade Clearance sect, Li Qingzi said smilingly. Han Jie smiled. Thank you for your kind words, sect leader. Although he had already surpassed everyone in the Jade Clear sect, he was not arrogant because he still wanted to stay in the Jade Clear sect. It's pretty good now. By the way, does Elder Han want to take in a disciple? Just casually instruct him during the week. This son has excellent qualifications, and when he grows up in the future, he will also be able to honor you, Li Qingzi asked with a smile. He twisted his head towards the cave entrance and summoned Yang Tendong in. Yang Tiandong looked to be in his early 20s. His features were well defined, not quite handsome but durable. He had a very strong animalistic nature. The Taoist robes of the Jade Clearance sect looked a bit unorthodox when worn on him. He came to kneel in front of Han Jie, his posture humble. Han Jie subconsciously wanted to refuse, but on second thought, it's not bad to train disciples who will grow up to be his helpers in the future. It's fine to take on a disciple, but he'll have to pick and choose from the Jade Clearance sect's techniques, and I'll only be responsible for teaching spells and divine abilities. Han Jie mused. Li Qingzi laughed. There's no problem with the techniques, but he wasn't a disciple of the Jade Clearance sect before. I can send him the techniques of the inner sect, but for the Jedi, I need him to build up his contribution to accumulate contributions before he can do so. Aha! Li Qingzi took out a bunch of tokens, all of which were engraved with the word Jinshen. These are tokens that represent your divine beheading elder and can be issued to your disciples in the future. After Li Qingzi finished speaking, he turned around and left. With a wave of Han Jie's right hand, a token flew in front of Yang Tiantong, and all the other tokens were put into the small Qin Kuan belt. Yang Tendong has developed a favorable impression of you, and his current favorable impression is 1 star. Only 1 star? Han Jie narrowed his eyes and said, Master has already projected your origin. Your name is Yang Tiandong, half human, half demon, and you've been imprisoned by the Green Destiny demon cult, right? Yang Tiantong looked up with a shocked expression. Before he came, Li Qingzi had specifically explained that he should not reveal his past. I didn't expect Han Jie to project directly. This is the terrifying powerhouse that can kill a transformation god with a single sword? Yang Tendong's favoritism towards you has grown. Current favoritism is 3 stars. Yang Tiantong respectfully said, Master is really powerful. This can even be calculated. Disciple admires. He paused, as if he had made some decision. With a flip of his right hand, a ruddy feather appeared in his hand. He said seriously, Master, this is left behind by my father. It contains his mastery. You need to reach the god of transformation before you can cultivate it. With my qualifications, it's still early for me to reach the god of transformation. Let my master learn it first, and then he will teach me later on. Chapter 37 Yuaning 4th Layer. Mana Heaven and Earth. Han Jie received the red-colored feather and probed his divine sense into it. Immediately afterward, he felt a powerful force blocking his divine sense. It seems that one needs the divine sense of a transfigured god to break in strongly. Yang Tiantong had a 3-star favor with him, so he shouldn't be lying to him. Then Master will take it first. You will first cultivate spiritual power for 10 years. Master likes those who practice hard. If you perform well, Master will teach you spells. Han Jie opened his mouth, and at those words, Yang Tiandong hurriedly thanked him. Han Jie pointed to the side and said, Find a place to meditate and cultivate. Afterward, Han Jie closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Yang Tendong got up and found a corner to sit in. He didn't dare to look at Han Jie for fear of offending, and immediately began to cultivate. Soon, he realized that the aura of this cave was extremely dense. It's a great place to practice immortality. Ever since the spirit gathering formation and the new heavenly treasures were added to the cave, the aura inside the cave became more and more dense, and Han Jie's cultivation speed became faster and faster. In a flash, 10 years passed. Han Jie's cultivation reached the 4th level of the Yuaning realm. This kind of breakthrough speed definitely surpassed mortals. At this rate of cultivation, breaking through to transformation spirit was not too far away. Han Jie opened his eyes. Yang Tiandong had reached the 6th level of the foundation establishment realm in this decade. 10 years and 6 levels of minor realms. Not bad for breakaway speed. It does count as genius. Han Jie opened his mouth. Apprentice. Yang Tiandong awoke with a jolt and hurriedly knelt down to worship Han Jie. How did it feel these 10 years? Han Jie asked. Yang Tiantong replied, benefited greatly. Not only did his cultivation grow, but he also realized many truths. Geez, it's been 10 years, Yang Tiandong wailed in his heart. He had despaired an unknown number of times in those 10 years, but he felt that this was Han's test for him, and he couldn't let up. If he couldn't even get through the first hurdle, Han Jie definitely wouldn't treat him as a personal disciple. Han Jie raised his eyebrows. This guy still realized the truth? Blowback. I've been in seclusion for over 100 years and I haven't realized anything. Han Jie felt the need to polish it up a bit and said, go out and do a quest. I remember that the clan quest building has a monthly contribution list, so come back when you become number 1 on the monthly list. Upon hearing this, Yang Tiantong immediately got up. This time, he got up and almost fell over. After 10 years of sitting, his lower body was stiff. He hastily bent his head in salute and turned to leave. Han Jie waved his hand and opened the cave door. After Yang Tiandong left, Han Jie thought for a moment and took out the divine concept pill that he had obtained when he had killed the god transformation realm earlier. The divine numinous pill was specialized in enhancing divine sense. After enhancing his divine sense, he happened to try out the red-colored feather that Yang Tiantong had offered him. There were a total of 9 in the pill bottle, and Han Jie took them immediately. After taking the god's mind pill, Han Jie instantly felt a sense of vertigo. I don't know how much time has passed, but when he was awake, he realized that his divine sense had doubled. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. This potion is kind of awesome. Han Jie continued to take it. Half a month later, after taking all 9 divine nerve pills, the effect was outstanding and his divine sense skyrocketed, enhanced more than tenfold. The more this elixir was taken, the stronger the enhancement would be. It was very magical. Han Jie once again took out the red-colored feather and his divine sense probed into it. Boom! That powerful resistance reappeared. Han Jie gritted his teeth and insisted. Divine sense collided with it. It lasted about 3 seconds before he forced his way through that resistance. Immediately afterward, a huge wave of memories flooded into Han Jie's mind. Avatar, the law of heaven and earth. It was a divine ability that allowed the figure to grow 10,000 times. This divine ability has appeared in many myths, and when practiced to great completion, one can have a fleshly body of 10,000 feet. Han Jie was pleasantly surprised. This avatar has a big row. He likes it. Between the mountains, a group of cultivators were rushing. The one walking at the front was none other than Mo Vengeance. Mo Vengeance has now achieved Jindan and become a true core disciple. Other than him and the 2 male disciples, the rest were teenagers and young girls. Is the Jade Clearance sect up ahead? Ugh, will I lose the election? Falling short is normal. Be nice to me in the future. I'll let you be a blowjob boy. With your whistling skills, practicing the blowjob again should be good. Which is the most powerful of the 18 peaks? I'm not sure. When the time comes, Elder Mo will introduce it to us, I guess. These teenage girls are all new disciples of the Jade Clearance sect, and Mo Vengeance has recently taken on the task of recruiting disciples. Old Immortal Dao Lei wants to support Mo Vengeance up. It is not enough to be a core disciple. You must also be in power. Recruiting disciples is the easiest way to pull together a group of people who are your own. Listening to the discussion behind him, Mo Vengeance revealed a smile. Thinking back then, he was this excited when he joined the Jade Clearance sect. Just then, a cracking sound came from the front. Mo Vengeance subconsciously drew his sword and swung it to chop a bamboo arrow. Immediately afterward, the bamboo arrow fragments transformed into poisonous mist, spreading out in all directions. Fall back, there's an enemy attack, Mo Vengeance said in a deep voice as he followed by leaping up and swinging his sword at the sneak attacker. It was a man in a straw raincoat. The straw raincoat had covering his face, and he drew 2 curved knives from his back, their blades shiny and cold, facing the killing Mo Vengeance. The Demoiselle man's figure shifted and unexpectedly changed into 5 doppelgangers, killing Mo Vengeance in unison. Mo Vengeance swung his sword and lightning flashed, turning into a large net that pounced on the Demoiselle man and his doppelganger. The Demoiselle man spun rapidly, transforming into a black whirlwind and forcibly tearing apart the great net of lightning. Mo Vengeance didn't panic. His left hand pinched the spell and slapped it towards the ground. The lightning brushed along the ground at an extremely fast speed. The Demoiselle had just landed on the ground when he was entangled in lightning and trembled. Mo Vengeance follows and charges up, ready to submit his opponent. Boom! The ground next to him suddenly exploded, and another Demoiselle broke out of the ground, swinging his sword at Mo Vengeance. Mo Vengeance cursed, "What is the enemy's origin? How dare you make trouble at the feet of the Jade Clearance sect?" He was just about to make his move when a rune emerged from the ground behind him and quickly stuck to his back. Mo Vengeance was instantly unable to move, directly frozen in place. Put! The Demoiselle stabbed through Mo Vengeance's chest, blood splashing out along the blade. Mo Vengeance's pupils dilated, his heart filled with despair. Oops! The others retreated, each panicking as they saw Mo Vengeance being heavily injured. Everyone kneel down. We will only capture Mo vengeance. If you dare to interfere with us, you will all die. A demoiselle man droned in a deep voice, scaring those disciples into weak legs and kneeling down. The teenagers and young girls had never seen such a scene before, and each one of them was even more pale and shivering, not daring to open their mouths. Mo vengeance couldn't move. He stared dead on at the demoiselle man in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you people?" "Big Dipper, Demoiselle Ghost. The Jade Clearance sect has violated a major taboo. By arresting you back first, I can only tell you that the Jade Clearance sect's great catastrophe is coming," the demoiselle murmured, his voice hoarse. Upon hearing this, Mo Vengeance stared with wide eyes and a look of disbelief on his face. Just then, rumble, a giant appeared between the mountains at some point. The upper half of his body disappeared into the sea of clouds, and the highest of the surrounding mountains only reached his waist. The scene was extremely spectacular. In front of this giant, everyone felt as small as a mole looking at people. The two demoiselles were so frightened that their hands shook. It was because this giant was wearing the Taoist robes of the Jade Clearance sect. Chapter 38, The Demoiselle Sacred Cult. Discovering the Spy. Han Jie, who had cast Dharma heaven and earth, looked down on the heavens and earth, the clouds obscuring most of his vision, but still making him excited. That's a lot of divine power. Han Jie was now at least 1,000 feet tall. It wasn't illusory. The physical body was indeed this huge, but the Tao robes also followed suit, magical and incomparable. Not only that, along with the strength of the physical body grew by leaps and bounds. The avatar is truly unfathomable. Han Jie felt like he could kick down a mountain with a single kick, and this powerful feeling made him swell. This place was still some distance away from the Jade Clearance sect, so in order to not cause a stir, Han Jie had deliberately come to this place. The law of heaven and earth is indeed a bullseye, the body of 1,000 feet. The Yuaning realm can't hack him, right? Han Jie was pleased in his heart. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard the sound of a fight. He craned his head to see a group of ants in the hills not far away. Oh, not ants. It's people. Han Jie didn't care at first, but then he felt that one of the auras was somewhat familiar. Isn't this Mo's revenge? He fixed his eyes just in time to see Mo Vengeance being stabbed. I'll rub it in. Who is it? Dare to kill a core disciple of our clan in front of the Jade Clearance sect? As a divine beheading elder, how could Han Jie sit back and do nothing? He immediately shook himself and disappeared into thin air. In the meantime, the two demoiselles returned to their senses. One of them muttered, "Did you just blink?" Another said, "Maybe it's an illusion." The Jade Clearance sect side was similarly in a state of shock. For some reason, Mo Vengeance felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. Phew! A blast of wind suddenly struck. Mo Vengeance only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the two demoiselle people next to him all spat blood and flew out. Out of nowhere, Mo Vengeance saw someone. He stared. Sure enough, it's him. He had just blinked, and Han Jie and the two demoiselle men had already disappeared. The others froze in place for a long time. "Ryoko," Mo Vengeance said in a bad mood, "don't come over to save me yet." He also had a knife in his chest. The others rallied around. "Senior brother Mo, are you alright? Who was that guy just now?" And ask. "It must be our Jade Clearance sect's divine beheading elder. To be able to injure senior brother Mo, it must be two Jindan experts. And to defeat two Jindan experts in an instant can only be Elder Jinshen." Elder Jinshen? That's the Jade Clearance sect's fulfillment god powerhouse that shook the cultivation world? Main Peak, Palmist Hall. Han Jie rushed straight into the gate, waking up Li Qingzi. Without waiting for Li Qingzi to speak, he casually flung his hand and threw the two fainting black-robed men to the ground. He used his divine sense to shock the two men's souls, making it impossible for them to come to their senses for a short period of time. These two want to capture Mo revenge. I'll leave it to you. Han Jie dropped these words and quickly left again. Li Qingzi froze for a moment before his gaze slowly looked at the two people on the hall. The other side. Han Jie returned to the innate cave. He sat down on the wooden bed and stretched. Daring to take people captive in the Jade Clearance sect. I guess it's another party of enemies, appearing after the Jade Clearance sect's destruction of the Green Destiny Demon sect. It must be even stronger. Han Jie thought silently. LOL. Endless trouble. Is this life? Gotta hurry up and break through the spirit transformation realm. Han Jie suddenly felt that the Yuaning realm was also very unsafe. Early the next morning, Qingzi Li and the Supreme Elder sought them out. Han Jie opened the cave and let them in. TSK, the aura here is almost as good as the main peak's medicinal garden. The Supreme Elder sked, facing Han Jie again. He was still a bit embarrassed. After all, decades ago, he was shattered by Han Jie's Tao heart, and now that he had regained his divine ability, it was still a bit unnatural for him to face Han Jie. Li Qingzi laughed. The cave is still a bit small. Should we ask someone to open it up a bit bigger? Han Jie shook his head and said, "It's fine just the way it is. Too big and cold." The current sect leader and the former sect leader came together, so there must be trouble. Straight to the point. Is the Jade Clearance sect in trouble again? Han Jie asked. The two men caught yesterday are presumed to be of uncomplicated status. Li Qingzi sighed and said, those two are from the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. The Jade Clearance sect was founded nearly 1,000 years ago. While the Demoiselle Sacred Sect has existed for thousands of years, they are secretive in their movements. They had unified the Great Yin Cultivation realm 1,000 years ago, and then they were defeated by the righteousness of the sects, and then they slipped back into the shadows, and now they're back again, and they've captured quite a few of our talented disciples. They seem to possess a lot of information about us. The disciples captured are all geniuses, the Supreme Elder grunted. Definitely spies. The spies of the Green Destiny Demon sect had not been eradicated before, especially the spies lurking in the Elder layer. I suspect that they purposely found the Demoiselle Sacred Sect for the sake of revenge. The Demoiselle Sacramentaire? There's something about that name. Han Jie asked. Are there any transformation gods in the Demoiselle Sacred Sect? Are there any Rongshu? Li Qingzi replied. There are definitely transformation spirits, but it's not clear about Rongshu. Oh, Han Jie suddenly wanted to run away again. Of course it's just a thought. How far can you run? The Supreme Elder said. We intend to personally visit the clans to unite the righteous clans, and during this time, the Yuqing clan wishes to be guarded by you. You are faced with a request from the sect headmaster and Supreme Elder of the Jade Clearance sect, and you have the following choices. 1. Reject the request and defect from the Jade Clearance sect, and you'll be awarded a face resurfacing pill. 2. Agree to the request, continue to cultivate, defend the Yuqing sect, and make the sect safe and sound before the sect leader returns, and you will receive a secret book of spells and a bottle of cultivation elixir at the realm of transfiguration. Choices appeared before Han Jie's eyes for a long time. That's a nice reward for the second one. There were also cultivation pills for the realm of transformation. No problem. Han Jie agreed with alacrity. As long as you don't go out, anything is fine. Li Qingzi and his duo were pleasantly surprised, and their favorability towards Han Jie increased once again, all reaching 4-star favorability. After the two left, Han Jie immediately entered a state of cultivation. It's too dangerous. Gotta hurry up and raise your cultivation. Han Jie thought silently. Although he could already absorb 6 types of auras at the same time, it would take decades to reach transformation. Decades? That's all many mortals have in a lifetime. In a flash, 6 years passed. Han Jie broke through to the 5th level of the Yuanying realm, and his lifespan increased to 1,080 years. Not bad for that kind of progress. Han Jie was satisfied. He suddenly remembered something. Why hasn't apprentice Yang Tiandong returned yet? He opened the human relations and noticed the email blinking red. He immediately clicked on the email to check it. Your friend Li Qingzi was attacked by the Demoiselle Sacred Cult, X14. Your friend Elder Tai has been attacked by the Demoiselle Sacred Cult, X26. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was captured by the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by the Demoiselle Sacred Cult, X8. Looking down, it was all attacked by the Demoiselle Sacramentaire. It was even more spectacular than facing the Green Destiny Demon sect before. Han Jie noticed that his apprentice had been captured. By all rights, as a master, he should be out of the gate. But no, Han Jie felt that this was a trap, a mysterious force from the underworld that was manipulating his life and forcing him to take risks. He must fight his fate and never take risks. Han Jie suddenly thought, could there be people from the Demoiselle Sacred Sect within the Jade Clearance sect? He immediately used the simulated trial function to first test the people within the Jade Clear sect. He first searched for the strongest person within the Jade Clearance sect other than him. Old Immortal Dao Lei, 7th level of Yuanying realm, Elder of Tian Lei Peak of Yuqing sect, Secret Deacon of Demoiselle Sacred sect. Han Jie froze, because Old Immortal Dao Lei had not developed good feelings or hatred towards him. He had never gotten to know Old Immortal Dao Lei. I didn't realize this guy was a werewolf. Chapter 39, Killing the Elder. Demon Saint God's favorite, the Secret Deacon of the Demoiselle Sacrament? Han Jie raised an eyebrow. That old dog is hiding a lot. It was no wonder that after the battle with the demon sect, many of the elders had taken a liking to Han Jie, but Old Immortal Dao Lei had not. So this guy is a spy, a werewolf. What to do with it? Just kill it, or find the evidence first? Han Jie touched his chin and hesitated. After thinking about it, he got up and headed to Jade Spectre Peak. Immortal Shi Xian was trustworthy, and there was nothing in her relationships that indicated she was a spy. When he arrived in front of the Jade Pavilion, the door quickly opened and Han Jie immediately entered the hall. This time, he didn't kneel, he just clasped his fists and saluted. Master, I found out that there are Demoiselle Sacred Cult spies among the elders. How can I solve it? Kill them directly, or collect evidence first? Han Jie opened his mouth and asked. Immortal Shi Xian opened her eyes and asked softly. Who? Old Immortal Dao Lei of Heavenly Thunder Peak. Kill. Han Jie froze. It was a completely different conversation than the one he wanted to have. Could it be that Immortal Shixian has a grudge against old Immortal Dao Lei? Immortal Shixian hummed. Master has long since realized that he's not right, and since even you said so, it must be true. Han Jie nodded and turned to leave. Immortal Shixian thought about it and followed suit. The two of them left Jade Pixie Peak and flew towards Heavenly Thunder Peak. As one of the most popular peaks, there were nearly 200 disciples practicing in various parts of Heavenly Thunder Peak. The two of them, Han Jie, quickly arrived at the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Senior brother, I've come to pay you a visit. Immortal Shixian spoke. As the words fell, the door opened. The two went in immediately. The gate closed after it. Seeing Han Jie's arrival, old Immortal Dao Lei first froze and immediately got up. Two elders, come together and find. Old Immortal Dao Lei asked with a smile. But before he could finish his words, sword light flashed through the great hall. The three clear absolute shadow sword pierced directly through old Immortal Dao Lei's chest, pinning him to the jade wall of the main hall. Han Jie at the first layer of the Yuaning realm was able to kill a transformation god in seconds, and now that he was at the fifth layer of the Yuaning realm dealing with old Immortal Dao Lei, that would naturally be a handful. So fast. Immortal Shixian was secretly shocked. She hadn't even seen how Han Jie had struck. Old Immortal Dao Lei was even more horrified as he tried to struggle, realizing that Han Jie's sword chi had seeped into him and was actually rapidly eating away at his spiritual energy. How is that possible? Why is his spiritual power so dominant? Old Immortal Dao Lei was terrified and hurriedly called out, Elder Han, what do you mean by that? Han Jie's face was expressionless as he said, a secret deacon of the Demoiselle Sacred Sect? When the sect leader left, he asked me to protect the Jade Clearance Sect, and recently, the talented disciples of the Jade Clearance Sect have been captured by the Demoiselle Sacred Sect one after the other. So I'm sure it's all because of the information you've provided. So I'm going to kill you today. He raised his steps towards old Immortal Dao Lei. Old Immortal Dao Lei has developed a hatred for you. Current hatred level is 5 stars. Old Immortal Dao Lei was startled and suddenly transformed into thunderbolts. Bursting apart, his dozens of thunderbolts sprinted along the walls and rushed towards the gate. Han Jie raised his right hand, and lightning erupted from within his palm. The great thousand thunderstorms, countless thunderbolts intertwined within the hall, and those jade bottles, scrolls, and other decorations were all shattered to pieces. Boom! The Heavenly Thunder Hall followed and shattered, and old Immortal Dao Lei appeared out of thin air, spitting blood and crashing to the ground. He was just about to get up when 3 sword shadows descended from the sky and directly annihilated his physical body, and his Yuaning was just about to run away when it was blown up by the 9-dragon demon removal seal. Crush! Han Jie turned to leave, dropping a sentence that said, Master, I'll leave the rest to you. He left quickly. Not long after he left, a Sky Thunder Peak disciple flew up, including Mo Vengeance and Mo Zhu. Seeing the Heavenly Thunder Hall reduced to rubble, they were dumbfounded. Immortal Shixian opened her mouth and said, After I investigated with Elder Jin Shun, old Immortal Dao Lei is actually the Demoiselle Sacred Cult's deacon's detail. Just now Elder Jin Shun executed old Immortal Dao Lei on the spot. Heavenly Thunder Peak disciples feel at ease and cultivate. The new elder will wait for the sect leader to come back before arranging for them to try to go out as little as possible during this period of time, to avoid being targeted by the Demoiselle Sacred Cult. With a wave of her right hand, she took away old Immortal Dao Lei's storage ring. The Heavenly Thunder Peak disciples froze. How can it be? Master is the mole? Elder Jinshin won't wrongly accuse anyone, right? But Master has been working diligently for so many years. Even if he doubts it, he still has to wait for the sect leader to return. The Master is dead. I noticed it when they came up the mountain, and it's only been dozens of breaths until now, and Master was killed so quickly. Old Immortal Dao Lei of Heavenly Thunder Peak was put to death by Elder Jin Shun. This matter was like a heavy bomb bombing the inner sect, causing the 18 Peak disciples to be in an uproar. Is old Immortal Dao Lei really a mole? The elders quickly gathered in the main Peak Hall, with realist Jing Su leading the matter. Immortal Shixian's right hand flipped open and a letter appeared in her hand. She spoke. This was found from within old Immortal Dao Lei's storage ring. It was passed down to him by the holy envoy of the Demoiselle Sacred Sect, asking him to help collect the talented disciples of the Yuqing sect. In addition to that, there are other letters and exchanges within the ring, as well as magical artifacts of demonic cultivators. She gave the epistle to the other elders to circulate. The elders read it and were furious and alarmed. They all angrily cursed old Immortal Dao Lei while their hearts were pounding. Elder Chopper is too terrifying, isn't he? How dare you directly kill old Immortal Dao Lei without even discussing with them? They were chilled in their hearts and made up their minds that they should never provoke Han Jie. In the meantime, Han Jie continued to search inside the cave. Other than old Immortal Dao Lei, all the other elders of the Jade Clearance sect were innocent. It was normal. If there were several traitors among the elders of the Jade Clearance sect, wouldn't that be a GG? The elder tier was sort of cleaned up, and then the deacon tier. the deacon level of fine work is just 100 times better. In addition to the Demoiselle Sacred sect, there were details from both the orthodox and demonic paths, as well as some cultivation families, which made Han Jie's jaw drop. Is the whole cultivation world like this? Or is the Jade Clearance sect so unlucky? Han Jie shook his head. Since there were too many people, he didn't bother to pursue the matter. And these people couldn't jeopardize the Jade Clearance sect anyway. Han Jie began to cultivate. Next, every half a year, he would ask the system to help detect the strongest people within the Jade Clearance sect to avoid the Demoiselle Sacred sect from attacking. 2 years later, a line of hints suddenly appeared in front of Han Jie, who was cultivating whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck. Again, Han Jie immediately checked. Lines followed before his eyes. Black Hell Chicken, the reincarnation of the demon saint in the upper realm, the original body of the Black Prison Phoenix, because of the numerous killings, offended the heavenly court, was killed by the heavenly court. Its soul drilled into the 6 reincarnations, reincarnated into the mortal world. Its soul will continue to transform its physical body, until the complete transformation of the Black Prison Phoenix. The current state of the chickens, the spiritual wisdom has not yet matured. As a 2-year-old child, Han Jie froze. The demon saint of the upper realm? So awesome? The demon saint bloodline possessed by young Tianton was only mortal, and the Black Prison Chicken was directly an upper realm demon saint. And the heavenly court, isn't that an existence in Chinese mythology? And there's one in this world too? Han definitely takes an interest in the Black Jail Chicken. His divine sense immediately swept away, only to see an old farmer at the foot of the mountain walking among the mountains and fields with a herd of cows. Each of the cows had 2 chicken cages resting on their backs with chickens inside. Han Jie's divine sense quickly landed on one of the small black chickens, which had shiny feathers with a rather metallic texture. Among the group of chickens, this little black chicken was the only one that had a fluctuation of spiritual energy if any. How can you miss out on a superb god's pet? Han Jie immediately descended the mountain. He came to the old farmer and opened the door and said he wanted the little chickadee. The old farmer didn't dare to refuse. He himself was a slave of the Jade Clearance sect, and this batch of cows and chickens were meant to be given to the inner sect. And as soon as Han Jie flashed his elder's order, he complied. Han Jie grabbed the Black Prison Chicken and returned to the cave. Chapter 40 Man of the Wind and Clouds, Terrifying Foundation Establishment 9th Level. After bringing the Black Prison Chicken back to his cave, Han Jie tossed it aside and began cultivating on his own. At first, the Black Prison Chicken tried to eat his flowers and plants when it was hungry, only to be knocked away by his 6 spiritual powers and slammed against the wall, chirping in pain. So close, almost fell to my death. Han Jie had to pour his spiritual energy into the Black Hellion Chicken to guide it in its chi. It lasted several days before the Black Jail Chicken became accustomed to napping. Nascent energy could alleviate hunger, and the Black Prison Chicken began to enjoy the cultivation state. It had to be said that the reincarnation of the demon saint was just extraordinary. Although the bloodline hadn't completely metamorphosed and the spirit was undeveloped, the instincts were still there. If he hadn't encountered Han Jie, this Black Prison Chicken would probably have been sent to the 10,000 demons realm to be eaten by other demonic beasts and reincarnated once again, and he didn't know how many lifetimes it would take before he could regain his demonic saint's demeanor. After the Black Hell Chicken began to cultivate, Han Jie was relieved and continued to cultivate. The 5th level of the Yuaning realm was far from enough for him. His goal was to transform into a god at an early date. No, early melting of the void, early Mahayana. He wanted to reach the highest realm on earth as fast as he could so that he could be at ease. 2 years later, Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder returned. When they realized that Lei Lao Xian was a spy and had been executed by Han Jie, the master and disciple were stunned. After immortal Shi Xian took out those evidences, the two of them became furious and cursed the Demoiselle Sacred sect for being shameless. In the meantime, Han Jie was entertaining Xing Hongxian inside his cave. After not seeing Xing Hongxian for a long time, this woman became more and more moving. She was already at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. This kind of breakthrough speed was quite fast, and she had already caught up with Chang Yuer and Mo Zhu. The treatment of the main peak was indeed better than the 18 peaks. The sect master has returned and the Jade Clearance sect is still safe and sound. You receive a secret book of spells and a bottle of the Spirit Transformation Realm Cultivation Elixir. Congratulations on acquiring the Wind God technique. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of Spirit Gathering Pill. Wind Divine Art, a wind spell that allows you to ride the wind in the sky and the earth, or transform your body into wind. Transformation Spirit Gathering Pill, a superior cultivation pill for the Transformation Spirit Realm. 12 pills in total. Han Jie smiled as he saw the 4 lines in front of him. Xing Hongxian began to plant the heavenly materials she had collected. These treasures were all obtained when I went out on a training trip, and the first thing I did was to bring them to you, so you'll definitely be able to use them. Xing Hongxian laughed, turning her head just in time to see Han Jie smiling, and her heart couldn't help but feel sweet. It seemed the husband was happy to have her. Han Jie began to make small talk with her. Xing Hongxian told stories about her outings, and Han Jie learned about the cultivation world in passing. Last month, she went out to practice with her fellow senior brothers and sisters, and happened to come across the righteous sect Red Peak sect and the devilish sect Qinglong sect fighting, and they made a move to crush the Qinglong sect's cultivators, and Xing Hongxian took the opportunity to pick up a storage ring, and came back to discover that there were quite a lot of treasures hidden inside. Where does the Jade Clearance sect rank in the Great Yin cultivation realm? Han Jie asked. Xing Hongxian mused. There are more than 20 clan forces in the Great Yin cultivation realm, of which there are 12 in the Orthodox Tao, and the Yuqing sect should be able to be counted among the top 5. Top 5? Han Jie was disappointed. No wonder the Jade Clearance sect had so many enemies. In fact, most of the clans don't have a big difference in strength and don't really have a ranking. Xing Hongxian shook her head and laughed. Han Jie nodded. How can there be so many rankings in the real cultivation world? It's not like there's big data to back it up. By the way, recently there was a man of the hour in the cultivation world, Huang Jihao from the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. This person had killed a Yuaning elder monster when he was in the Jindan realm. His fame shook the heavens, and hundreds of years have passed, and I'm afraid that his strength has already been transformed into a god, and he killed a team of righteous sects single-handedly, and no one was his opponent. As if remembering something, Xing Hongxian continued. She frowned slightly and said, "It is said that Huang Jihao is going to challenge all the sects in the Great Yin cultivation world. Will it come to our Yuqing sect?" Through Jing Suzhinjin, she already knew that Han Jie was the god-beheading elder, and if Huang Jihao came to kill, Han Jie would definitely have to face him. Han Jie shook his head and thought, how come there are such fighting demons everywhere? To be able to take on a clan single-handedly, you should be pretty strong. Han Jie asked cautiously, did Huang Jihao kill anyone in the course of challenging the clan? Xing Hongxian shook her head. That's not true. After all, the Vermilion Bird Sword sect is also a famous sect. That's a relief. Xing Hongxian had a question mark on her face. The famous elder Jinshen is so afraid of death? She found it funny, but she didn't belittle Han Jie. In the entire Jade Clearance sect, no one was qualified to look down on him. After chatting for half an hour, Xing Hongxian left. Han Jie continued to cultivate. Xing Hongxian, Mo Zhu, and Changyuer would make a trip to him every few years, and they didn't bother him much, just chatting. Han Jie gradually became accustomed to such days. It's good to chat once in a while, and in the meantime, learn about the cultivation world from their mouths. Meanwhile, the black jail chicken is growing up. 1 year later, Han Jie habitually tested the Jade Clearance sect. Sanshiro Yi, 7th level of the Yuanying realm. Deacon of the Demoiselle Sacred sect, 7th level of the Yuanying realm. Not bad. Han Jie slowly got up and walked out of the cave. The black hell chicken looked up at him and then continued to cultivate. Under Han Jie's cultivation, it also turned into a temperament that loved to cultivate. A few miles away, in a mountain forest, a man wearing the Taoist robes of the Jade Clearance sect was meditating under a tree. He had a handsome face and an evil aura between his eyebrows. It was none other than Yi Sanlang of the Demoiselle Sacred sect. Why hasn't this guy Dao Lei come yet? Could it be that something has happened? Yi Sanlang cursed. He's been waiting for a month. Patience is running out. He even wanted to rush straight into the Jade Clearance sect. However, thinking of that mysterious god-beheading elder, he compromised. Just then, Han Jie came from the depths of the woods. Upon seeing him, Yi Sanlang was immediately alert. A sweep of divine sense. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Griffin. Yi Sanlang continued to cultivate, pretending not to see Han Jie. Anyway, he was wearing the Taoist robes of the Jade Clearance sect, running away on sight rather than making people suspicious. Unbeknownst to him, Han Jie actually walked straight to him. Yi Sanlang frowned and asked, Your Excellency has something to do? Han Jie transmitted, but Deacon Yi of the Demoiselle Sacred sect? I'm old immortal Dao Lei's personal disciple. Recently the Demoiselle Sacred sect has been harassing the Jade Clearance sect a lot, and old immortal Dao Lei was assigned other tasks by the sect leader and couldn't get away, so he asked me to come and hand over to you. At those words, Yi Sanlang's frown deepened. He suddenly struck out, hitting Han Jie's chest with a palm. An overbearing spiritual energy poured into Han Jie's body. Then, bang! Yi Sanlang was recoiled out and knocked down a tree. Han Jie patted his chest and grunted in his heart. How are you going to beat me when I have a divine costume? With this amount of your spiritual power? The golden cicada Xianshan clothes were not anti-armor. Only Han Jie reflexively resisted with his 6 spiritual powers. Where could Yi Sanlang's mortal spiritual powers resist? Yi Sanlang stood up, shocked and angry. How could the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm be so powerful? And so on. Could it be? Yi Sanlang suddenly thought of someone and turned white with fear, turning to flee. He had just turned around when 3 sword shadows killed him like lightning, directly crushing his flesh. In a flash of lightning, Yi Sanlang sacrificed his Yuaning, which transformed into a rainbow light and sped towards the sky, extremely fast. Han Jie directly executed the wind god technique and chased after him as a blast of wind. In less than 3 seconds, he caught up with Yi Sanlang. He raised his hand to cast the Great Thousand Thunderstorms. The thunder and lightning in the sky turned into a thunder net to stop Yi Sanlang. Chapter 41 Cultivation Breakthrough. Demon Sing Technique. Yi Sanlang, who was entangled in the Great Thousand Thunderstorms, was incomparably desperate as he hurriedly twisted his head and called out, "I admit defeat. I surrender. Don't kill me." Han Jie performed the 6 Dao soul-sucking and sucked his Yuaning into his hands. The 6 spiritual forces wrapped Yi Sanlang's Yuaning like an invisible shackle, making Yi Sanlang unable to move. Han Jie turned around as he first returned to the place of the previous battle to find Yi Sanlang's storage ring before returning to the innate cave. The black prison chicken opened its eyes and looked curiously at the small person in Han Jie's hand. Yi Sanlang was terrified, his tiny Yuaning shivering. Han Jie placed him on the floor, while he himself sat on the couch, looking down on him from above. "What exactly does the Demoiselle Sacred Sect have in mind?" Han Jie asked. Yi Sanlang gritted his teeth and said, "Annex the Jade Clearance Sect. First capture the geniuses of the Jade Clearance Sect together, and when the Jade Clearance Sect is destroyed, these geniuses will have nowhere to go but to join the Sacred Sect." Han Jie continued to ask, "Is it just against the Yu Qing Sect, or the entire cultivation world?" "The entire cultivation world. You guys have a lot of guts. There are transformation gods in your Demoiselle Sacred Sect?" "Naturally, there is," Yi Sanlang answered truthfully. In front of life and death, he could no longer care about that much. "Is there a void melting realm?" Han Jie asked with narrowed eyes. Yi Sanlang said helplessly, "That's a legendary realm. At least I haven't heard of it within the Holy Sect, but the sect master has long been at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. If the Demoiselle Sacred Sect is so strong, why has it been hiding in the shadows? Even stronger? It's impossible to directly fight against the entire cultivation world, and the painful lesson from 1,000 years ago has made our sect master cautious. Where are the geniuses of the Jade Clearance Sect being held?" "This, I really don't know. I'm just an ordinary deacon." "The 7th level of the Yuaning realm is still ordinary?" Han Jie felt that the Demoiselle Sacred Cult was so dangerous. "Scared the out of me," Yi Sanlang carefully said. "Senior, please let me go. I will never dare again. I swear that I will never come to the Yu Qing Sect again. Saburo Yi has developed a hatred for you. Current hatred level is 6 stars. Immortality." Han Jie raised an eyebrow. "Young man, you've narrowed your path." Han Jie raised his hand like lightning, and the absolute finger divine sword shot out, directly destroying Yi Sanlang's Yuaning. The black prison chicken witnessed this scene and was so scared that the chicken trembled. It was the first time it had seen Han Jie strike to kill an enemy. After Yi Sanlang died out, Han Jie began to count Yi Sanlang's storage rings. Worthy of being a strong person at the 7th level of the Yuaning realm, the resources within the storage ring were really fat. This storage ring was very large, with spirit stones piled up into a small mountain, magic weapons, secret books of techniques, pills, and quite a few heavenly treasures. Han Jie first looked at the secret books of feats, all of which were devilish feats and spells that he couldn't look at. As for magic weapons, they were all only used by demonic cultivators. Han Jie began to examine the pills. Soon, he found the elixir that could grow his cultivation at the Yuaning realm, and when the 6 spiritual forces didn't enter this elixir, what he felt was a surging spiritual qi. Han Jie immediately started taking it. 2 years later, Han Jie broke through to the 6th level of the Yuaning realm. The black prison chicken had become a divine large rooster, and its spiritual intelligence had finally grown to the level of a 7 or 8-year-old child, able to spit out human words. It was worth mentioning that when the black prison chicken cultivated a trace of demonic power, it actually inherited a demonic gong method, which surprised itself. Han Jie, on the other hand, understood that this was the demon saint technique from its previous life. It was good that Han Jie didn't even need to teach it too much. Li Qingzi came to visit Han Jie once again, and all he talked about was the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. Recently, it was as if the Demoiselle Sacred Sect had disappeared, no longer targeting the Jade Clearance Sect, and Qingzi Li had finally investigated the address where those geniuses of the Jade Clearance Sect were being held. Li Qingzi wanted to ask Han Jie to make a move. Han Jie said seriously, "Perhaps this is a plan to move the tiger away from the mountain. Once I leave, if the Demoiselle Sacred Sect comes to attack, will you be able to block it? You know that a Yuaning expert can only be a deacon within the Demoiselle Sacred Sect." Li Qingzi was silent. "That's quite possible. In that case, even saving those geniuses would be useless. Then it's better for me to go out personally." "Elder Han, the Yu Qing sect is in your hands," Li Qingzi said seriously. Han Jie nodded. "Unless they encounter a void-melting realm powerhouse, no one who comes will be able to attack the Jade Clearance sect." These words made Li Qingzi's eyebrows open up. It seemed like Han Jia had gotten stronger again during this time. Li Qingzi left satisfied. Han Jia thought about it and opened the mock trial. He set Duan Tongtian's cultivation level to the 9th level of the transformation god realm. Han Jia barely fought a draw. This caused Han Jia to panic in his heart, knowing that the simulation trial could only set the cultivation level. The difference between the feats and spells of the 9th level of the transformation spirit realm and the 1st level of the transformation spirit realm was also very large. When Duan Tongtian truly cultivated to the 9th level of the transformation god realm, his strength would definitely be stronger than the one he had in the mock trial. Moreover, Duan Tongtian had relied on Xiao'er to break through to the transformation god realm, which was a bit watery. We must seize the time to break through the transformation spirit, otherwise we won't be able to sleep even if we want to. Han Jia thought silently. He tapped on relationships to see what his friends were up to. Your disciple Yang Tianton was attacked by the Demoiselle Sacred Cult, X29. Your friend Zhou Fan was attacked by the Demoiselle Sacred Cult, X48. Poor apprentice. Still getting beat up. Han Jia wasn't too worried. Having been attacked so many times and still not dead. What does that mean? The Demoiselle Sacramental Church really loves talent and can't afford to kill it. Could it be that the Demoiselle Sacred Sect is not a demonic path? Han Jia thought silently. Immediately, he continued to cultivate. Apprentice, hold on. I'm practicing hard. When I'm sure, I'll save you. Inside a dark attic, 4 demoiselle men sat around a table. They all wore straw hats to hide their faces. One of them said in a deep voice, "Why hasn't Yi Sanlang returned yet?" Others followed with their words. Could it be that something bad has happened? Yi Sanlang is an expert at the 7th level of the Yuaning realm. No one in the Jade Clearance sect can keep him except for the God Beheading Elder. Not to mention the fact that there are spies working inside and outside. Who the hell is that spy? Not sure. Only Yi Sanlang knows for sure. Each of the spies has only one person to contact besides the sect master. Sect leader is too cautious. If I were to see it, how much better to just step on the Jade Clearance sect. And those Jade Clearance sect disciples, kill them if they don't serve. The 4 of them began to spit out the Demoiselle Sacred Sect's sect master. In their opinion, although the Jade Clearance sect's divine beheading elder was strong, it was impossible for him to be a match for the sect leader. And besides the sect leader, there were other divine transformation powerhouses within the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. Bang! The door to the room was suddenly kicked in. A man in gold walked into the room with a dragon stride. His gold coat was embroidered with tiger and leopard patterns. His head was crowned with a silver and blue jade crown like a dagger. His face was handsome, his eyes gleaming, and his eyebrows were filled with a sense of arrogance. The 4 demoiselles slapped the table. Bold! One of them directly drew the knife at his waist, ready to slash at the man in gold. The golden-clothed man's eyes were cold. A terrifying pressure erupted. The entire attic shook violently, and the 4 demoiselle people were too scared to move. One of them gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is your excellency?" The man in gold said expressionlessly, "I am Vermilion Bird Sword Sect's Huangji Hao. I heard that you guys are from Demoiselle Sacred Sect. Just in time. I want to challenge Demoiselle Sacred Sect, so you guys tell me, where is Demoiselle Sacred Sect exactly?" Huangji Hao. The 4 men trembled even more in fear. Recently, Huangji Hao's fame was simply too great. A man in a raincoat suddenly said, "If we speak, we will surely die, but if you go ahead and challenge the Jade Clearance sect, then we can account for the location of the Sacred Sect's mountain gate." This book friend group, 668385276, Run I Laugh Sword Cultivation Group, Chapter 42 Huang Ji Hao's Challenge, Against the Jade Clearance Sect? Huang Ji Hao frowned and said in a cold voice, "This kind of despondent clan is not challenging." His words were filled with disdain for the Jade Clearance sect. A raincoat man said in an urgent voice, "Recently, the Jade Clearance sect has produced a divine beheading elder, who killed a divine transformation powerhouse with a single sword. His strength is unfathomable." At those words, Huang Ji Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "I've fought with the Jade Clearance sect master and supreme elder, and their strengths are average, and I've never heard of the divine beheading elder, so don't you guys lie to me," Huang Ji Hao said in a deep voice. That terrifying aura had not weakened and was still terrifying. "Never dare to deceive. It's true. You can go out and ask around. This is the reason why the Green Destiny Demon cult was destroyed." The other 3 demoiselles followed with an urgent voice. The 4 of them together were no match for Huang Ji Hao, and they were afraid that Huang Ji Hao would strike at them. Huang Ji Hao's eyes flickered as he said, "You guys tell me the location of the Demoiselle Sacred Sect first. I'll challenge the Jade Clearance Sect before going to the Demoiselle Sacred Sect." The 4 demoiselles looked at each other. In order to survive, they end up compromising. After a while, Huang Ji Hao left. The 4 demoiselles let out a long breath and slumped into their chairs. Just how strong is this guy? One of them gritted his teeth. Another person scolded. "Not important. What's important is that I think there's something wrong with this inn. Where's the promised soundproofing and divine sense isolation?" Jade Clearance Sect. 2 more years have passed since Li Qingzi left. Han Jie was still at the 6th level of the Yuan-Ing realm, and with the help of Yi Sanlang's pills, he was close to the 7th level of the Yuan-Ing realm. The black prison chicken was already half a meter tall, but Han Jie had detected its bone age, and it was still early to mature. This day, Chan Yuer came to visit. After not coming for years and seeing how big the black jail chicken had grown, she couldn't help but walk over and pet the black jail chicken one by one. Itchy, itchy, the black jailbird resisted backing away. Hearing its milky voice, Chan Yuer became even more interested. Han Jie couldn't help but open his mouth. Don't touch it, this is my precious mount. If you touch it and break it, you'll pay for it? Che, just pay for it. Using a chicken as a mount. You're really something. Chan Yuer skimmed her lips, and after all was said and done, her body still obeyed and turned around to come in front of Han Jie. She sized up Han Jie and laughed. Senior brother Han, this face of yours, I find it pleasing to the eyes every time I see it, and I don't know how outstanding your parents looked. Parents? They mediocre. Han Jie laughed in his heart. After so many years, Han Jie occasionally thought of his parents in this life. More than 100 years had passed, and if they had remained mortal, they would probably have been in the ground. That's good. It saves a lot of trouble. Han Jie wasn't very hung up on his parents in this life, and when they abandoned Han Jie to run away, the bond of flesh and blood was broken. In his previous life, his parents would never have given up on him. Chan Yuer continued, I heard that Elder Guan is coming back. Have you heard of Elder Guan? He and our master used to worship in the Jade Clearance sect together, but 300 years ago, he offended the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, and in order to avoid suspicion, the Supreme Elder quietly sent him out of the Great Yin dynasty, and half a year ago, he used a spell to write back, saying that he was coming back, and that he would also be competing for the position of the Jade Clearance sect master. Han Jie shook his head. He really hadn't heard about this, never heard of such a person either. Elder Guan is said to be very fond of our master, and might marry our master. Chan Yuer continued. Han Jie shrugged his shoulders, overthinking. Immortal Shixian didn't even allow her disciples to couple up, so how could she break the rules herself? He asked. That Elder Guan is strong? Chan Yuer nodded her head and said, it is said that he has gained a chance outside of Great Yen and has become a transformation god. This time he came back. That is, he wants to lead the Jade Qing sect to surpass the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. The elders are overjoyed. With one more transformation god in the Jade Qing sect, the deal with Demoiselle Sacred Cult will be more certain. The elders of the Supreme Elder are also very happy. It is only that the sect leader is out and does not know about this matter yet. Han would never be able to hold a moment of silence for Li Qingzi. After all these years of hard work, it turns out that the seat is not secure. Han Jie was about to open his mouth to inquire about Elder Guan when a line suddenly appeared before his eyes. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck, Han Jie froze. Encountering another innate Qigong master? The Jade Clearance sect's luck is so good? How do you move around and jump out of the big context of your existence? Han Jie hurriedly checked. Huang Jiehao, Huanshan Realm, 3rd level, Vermilion Bird Sword Sect, born with the heart of the sword. The sword has a very high comprehension of the road, because of the qualifications of the childhood, leading to the development of the arrogance of all the mind. In order to become stronger, he can give up everything. Huang Jihao? Rub, what's this guy doing here? Could it be that you want to challenge the Jade Clearance sect? Han Jie had a headache. Why don't you practice hard? A selection prompt followed before Han Jie's eyes. Yuking sect is facing the challenge of Huang Jihao. You have the following choices. First, if you order the whole clan to besiege Huang Jihao and win, and become famous in the world, you can get a secret book of fire spells. Second, quietly repel Huang Jihao without causing too much commotion, and you can get a spiritual treasure. Han Jie did not hesitate to choose the second option. High profile is not his style. Moreover, if they defeated Huang Jihao in a proper manner, the Vermilion Bird Sword sect would definitely be enemies with the Jade Clearance sect. Han Jie had yet to figure out Huang Jihao's strength ranking within the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, and even if it was the strongest, if the Vermilion Bird Sword sect and the Demoiselle Sacred Cult teamed up, then the Jade Clearance sect wouldn't be able to eat it. Alas, the Jade Clearance sect is still too weak. Han Jie sighed. He looked at Chang Yuer and said, you go back first, I have something to do. What is it? It's not convenient to say. Cut. Chang Yuer skimmed her lips and got up to leave. She was in the middle of a good conversation, only to be given an expulsion order, which would be a bummer for anyone. After Chang Yuer left, Han Jie began to retrieve Huang Jihao's location using the simulated trial. At this moment, Huang Jihao was less than 20 miles away from the Jade Clearance sect. He walked slowly, not in any hurry at all. Han Jie didn't move directly. Stabilize a hand first. Have a mock trial versus. Han Jie's consciousness followed into the mock trial. 5 minutes later, Han Jie ended the mock trial. He frowned. A little something. Han Jie took a deep breath and continued to simulate the trial. I can't believe I can't kill this guy in seconds. This guy is only at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. Han Jie changed his fighting style. 2 minutes later, the mock trial is over. Han Jie's brows tightened once again as he muttered, "Worthy of being born with a sword heart, it can be done. To have managed to last under me for 2 minutes." Han Jie agonized. The battle was so loud that 2 minutes was enough to draw many people close. It's not a good idea. No way. It's not a good idea to go on even if it's not a good idea. When this guy kills the Jade Clearance sect, then it will really be shocking. In the mountains, Huang Jihao strolled forward. His demeanor was calm, without the slightest hint of tension from the impending battle. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, walking towards him. It was Han Jie. Han Jie wore the Taoist robes of the Jade Clearance sect, immortal and dashing, not immortal at first glance. Huang Jihao looked away. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Really weak, but this guy is so handsome. Huang Jihao is favorably disposed towards you. Current favorability is 2 stars. Such a line suddenly appeared before Han Jie's eyes, and he froze. What the hell? Chapter 43, 6th grade defense spiritual treasure. Elders seriously injured. What's with the sudden crush on me? Han Jie frowned as things became even more difficult. It's hard for him to go after someone he has a crush on. Huang Jihao walked up to Han Jie and said, "Kid, I have an eye for you. Do you want to worship me as your teacher? It's definitely not difficult to achieve Yuaning in the future." Yuaning was definitely heaven for Foundation Establishment cultivators. With those words spoken, he didn't believe Han would ever be moved. Eye candy? Han Jie's eyes were odd. What eye candy can there be between a man and a man? Murphy. Han Jie shuddered, goosebumps rising as he took a step back. Who are you and why have you come to the Jade Clearance sect? Han Jie asked in a deep voice. Huang Jihao teased. I am Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Have you ever heard of me? This time, I came to the Jade Clearance sect, naturally to challenge your divine beheading elder. Han Jie asked. Why did you challenge the god beheading elder, instead of challenging the Jade Clearance sect? Your sect leader and former sect leader have long since lost to me, and the only person left in the Jade Clearance sect is Elder Jinshin, who was qualified for me to take action. Originally I was too lazy to take care of you guys, and wanted to challenge the Demoiselle Sacred Cult, and the people of the Demoiselle Sacred Cult had to let me deal with Elder Jinshin, and then tell me the location of their mountain gates. Huang Jihao spoke casually. Listening to Han's absolute Demoiselle Sacred sect's hatred directly soared to 6 stars. Han Jie asked, does the Demoiselle Sacred sect have a lot of transformation god powerhouses? How strong is their sect leader? There are indeed many transformation gods. After all, they have thousands of years of heritage. As for their sect master, it's very mysterious. I'm not sure. What percentage of certainty do you have in going to challenge the Demoiselle Sacred sect? Why are you asking so many questions? Will you worship me or not? Huang Jihao's favoritism towards you has decreased. Current favoritism is 1 star. Huang Jihao had an impatient look on his face. Han Jie was happy. Just a few more questions and your good impression goes right in half? That's good. Then I won't be soft when I deal with you. Han Jie directly took out his Qilin sword and said, if you can take one of my swords, I will worship you as my master. Huang Jihao was also happy and said, kid, have you not heard of my name? Just say you dare. Good. I will take your sword. If you can hurt me even a bit, I'll turn around and leave, and I won't bother the Jade Clearance sect again in this life. You said it. Aha. Huang Jihao was high-minded and proud, and after determining that Han Jie was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, he simply didn't take Han Jie's words to heart. Han Jie fiercely struck out. The 6 spiritual powers in his body erupted like a volcano and poured into the Qilin sword. Huang Jihao's pupils suddenly dilated. This psychic power. Oops. Huang Jihao hurriedly raised his hands and mobilized the surging spiritual energy in his body. The sword light flashed as a black sword chi cut through the woods and rose up into the sky, cutting in half along with the sea of clouds in the sky. Extremely spectacular. Immediately afterward, the earth shook and dust flew. Huang Jihao clenched his teeth and tried his best to resist the sword chi of the heavenly execution ghost god sword. The terrifying sword chi pressured him to keep retreating, and cracks appeared in the protective shield made of spiritual energy, like glass cracking. Not good. Unstoppable. Huang Jihao cursed and hurriedly leapt forward. The moment he leapt up, Han Jie's sword chi invaded his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood arrows, his body following and leaping out hundreds of feet away. The sword chi swept away, crushing the trees along the way and cutting a huge gully in the ground, unfathomably deep, as if it was a narrow canyon. Huang Jihao stopped and looked at Han Jie in shock. What kind of swordplay is this? Nope, it's the Avatar. The famous Huang Jihao shouldn't be unable to keep his words, right? Han Jie tilted his head and asked expressionlessly. Huang Jihao has developed hatred for you. Current hatred level is 4 stars. Han Jie didn't panic, his gaze tightly fixed on Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao was so angry that his body trembled. He wanted to kill Han Jie, but he had already put down his big words just now, and he wasn't going to punch himself in the face. In addition, Han Jie's sword chi was indeed powerful, and if he really fought to the death, he might not be able to win. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who the hell are you? You come to me and ask me who I am?" Huang Jihao laughed in anger when he heard this. The Jade Clearance Sect's Divine Beheading Elder. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a grand reputation. Humph, even though I said I would never come to the Jade Clearance Sect again, when you leave the Jade Clearance Sect, I will look for you to challenge you again. Dropping these words, Huang Jihao left. Han Jie smiled contemptuously and secretly thought, waiting for me to leave the Jade Clearance Sect? You can afford to wait? He turned to leave. It wasn't long before one of the elders of the Jade Clearance Sect arrived, and they couldn't help but feel their hearts jumping in fear when they saw the scene that the sword chi had cut through. However, they guessed that it was Han Jie who had made the move, otherwise the fighting wouldn't have stopped. Could it be that there's another strong enemy coming? After leaving the Jade Clearance Sect, Huang Jihao stood on his flying sword, healing his wounds while being indignant. Damn you, how dare you tease me? Huang Jihao was going crazy with anger. If Han Jie had reported his identity from the start, would he have been careless? If he had taken precautions, he would not have been able to catch that sword. Okay, indeed, I can't catch it, but he would not easily agree to such a pact. LOL, careless. While Huang Jihao was closing himself off, a figure appeared in front of him and stopped him. Who is your excellency and why did you come out of the Jade Clearance Sect? The visitor was a green-clothed male cultivator, handsome and elegant, carrying a sword box with 4 swords in it. Huang Jihao was in an extremely bad mood, and immediately grunted, "What's it to you? Scram!" The green-clothed cultivator smiled. "Dare to be so rude to me? You're not afraid of death? Oh, what are you? Then let's fight and see who's the thing. Seek death." Boom! Back inside the cave, Han Jie had just sat down when 2 lions appeared in front of him. You quietly repelled Huang Jihao and gained a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on acquiring the 6th grade spiritual treasure, Burning Fury Bell. Burning Fury Bell, 6th grade defensive spiritual treasure, can withstand all attacks under the fusion realm. After injecting spiritual power, the bell body will increase in weight with the amount of spiritual power injected, until it weighs as much as a huge mountain. Ha! What a treasure! Surprisingly, it could withstand all attacks below the void melting realm. I like it. Han Jie beautifully took out the Burning Fury clock and carefully examined it. The body of the clock was black in color, giving off an ancient and evil aura. Han Jie immediately began to drip blood to recognize his master. Half an hour later, he played with the Burning Fury bell. After successfully recognizing his master, the Burning Fury clock was like an arm to him, and when the Burning Fury clock covered him, he felt incomparably safe. Wearing the golden cicada Xianshan clothes and the Burning Fury bell, the world is mine. Han Jie was smug. Immediately, he continued to cultivate. Early the next morning, Immortal Shixian sought it out. This was the first time Immortal Shixian had taken the initiative to come to Han Jie. Han Jie got up to entertain. Yue told you about my senior brother Guan Yugang, right? He came back yesterday, but he encountered Huang Jihao near the Jade Clearance Sect and was seriously injured. Immortal Shixian walked up to Han Jie and said directly, this guy who threatened to be the headmaster just came in and pulled his crotch? Han never let a moment of silence go by for him. There's one thing to be said for Guan Yugang, he's a bit weak. Huang Jihao had even been injured by him, and he still couldn't be beaten in this situation. You want to marry his master with that? Chapter 44 Immortal Region Assembly, 10 Transformation Gods. When it's really unfortunate, alas, Han Jie sighed. In the face of Immortal Shixian bringing up this matter, what else could he say but this? Immortal Shixian stared at Han Jie and asked, Senior Brother Guan said that he happened to come across Huang Jihao coming out of the Jade Clearance Sect, and that there was a mountain forest near the Jade Clearance Sect that had been destroyed, suspected to be some sort of sword chi, and that Huang Jihao did not want to come and challenge us in the Jade Clearance Sect, and that he was repelled by you? Han Jie nodded. That's right, Immortal Shixian lamented. I didn't expect the famous Huang Jihao to also lose at the hands of your junior. Han Jie gestured for Immortal Shixian to sit down and talk. Immortal Shixian sat on the chair next to her and continued. I came to find you this time because I hope you can help me suppress Senior Brother Guan. Suppressing Guan Yugang? Han Jie was confused. The sect leader may not be as powerful as Senior Brother Guan, but he has also bowed to the Jade Clearance Sect. For the sake of the Jade Clearance Sect, he has even delayed his cultivation. To oust him from the sect leader position at this time is chilling. Besides, this Senior Brother Guan of mine is only doing this for the sake of retaliation, and is not really thinking about the sect, so when he recovers from his injuries, I'll let him come and challenge you first, and if he can defeat you, then he can be the sect leader. How about that? Immortal Shixian said softly, her tone and eyes unchanged. Han Jie hesitated. It's fine, but this battle is best carried out quietly. If it spreads in the Jade Clearance sect, it will surely spread in the cultivation world as well. I don't want to make too much of a splash, or else I'll lead to endless trouble. Helping the Jade Clearance sect to deal with the green underworld demon cult before would have made a name for myself, and Huang Jihao came because of it. That's natural. Just in time to save face for senior brother Guan. Han Jie nodded. Immortal Shixian suddenly looked at the black prison chicken in the corner and asked in surprise, "How do you raise chickens? This chicken looks extraordinary." The black prison chicken tilted its head and hummed, "I'm a phoenix, and my master told me that sooner or later I would become one." Immortal Shixian smiled faintly. "A chicken wants to become a phoenix? I got it from a farmer in the Yu Qing sect. It's usually quite boring to cultivate, so it's not bad to have it with me." Han Jie explained with a smile. He did not say anything about the origins of the black prison chicken. Even if he did, who would believe him? The difference between a chicken and a phoenix is as great as that between a snake and a dragon. Immortal Shixian looked at Han Jianu and spoke. "The once-in-a-century Immortal Domain Congress is about to open. I have the Immortal Domain Order that I can gift to you." The Immortal Domain Congress is a rare event where you can get all the magical treasures, pills, heavenly materials, and even secret books of feats of skill that you want, as long as you have enough resources of equal value. The Fairyland Convention? It just sounds so forced and hilarious. If this were to be placed in a novel, it would definitely be an event for the protagonist to pretend to be a hero. It's easy to add new vendettas if you're not careful. Can't go. Han Jia politely declined. "Thank you for your kind words, Master. I just want to shut down properly. With my qualifications, I don't need to go out and venture out for the time being." Immortal Shixian nodded her head. She got up and left. Han Jia followed and got up to see him off. After Immortal Shixian left, Han Jia returned to his bed and began to cultivate. The Immortal Region Assembly. TSK, when I achieve Mahayana, I can go and take a look. Han Jia thought silently as he channeled his chi. Vermilion Bird Sword Sect. As a great sect of righteousness in the cultivation world of the Great Yin Dynasty, the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect had a number of disciples of nearly 10,000, most of them majoring in the Sword Dao, and almost all of the strongest sword cultivators of successive generations of Great Yin came from the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect. Inside the Patriarch's Hall, Huang Jihao sat on the futon, his face incomparably ugly. On the first seat sat the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect's Patriarch, Tang Han. Tang Han looked like he was in his 30s or 40s, and his looks were quite handsome. His eyes were sharp under his sword brows, and there was a sword suspended on each of his left and right sides, and the whole person had an extremely sharp aura. "You couldn't even catch one of his swords?" Tang Chen asked with a frown. Huang Jihao gritted his teeth and said, "Although it's hard to admit it, but it's true. His spirit power is extremely overbearing. It's the first time I've encountered this kind of spirit power. It's not a common spirit root attribute, nor is it a rare spirit root. I can't say for sure." When he thought of the scene when he faced the Heavenly Execution Ghost God sword earlier, he couldn't help but get chills. Also, another what? This person is extremely good looking. No one within our Vermilion Bird Sword sect can compare to him in terms of looks. It's important? Well, not very important. Huang Jihao sighed, and for some reason, his tone was somewhat regretful. Tang Chen frowned. "I didn't expect the Jade Clearance sect to produce such a character." Huang Jihao was outside, representing the highest combat power of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Although he consciously thought he was stronger than Huang Jihao, he wouldn't be much stronger. Huang Jihao continued, "By the way, the Demoiselle Sacred sect is infested and still targeting the Jade Clearance sect. After I recover from my injuries this time, I intend to challenge the Demoiselle Sacred sect." Tang Han nodded, saying, "Although the Demoiselle Sacred sect began to fall out of favor 1,000 years ago, but its depth should not be underestimated. Before the Jade Clearance sect's Supreme Elder approached me, hoping that the Righteous Path would join forces to fight against the Demoiselle Sacred sect, but I didn't say yes, and if that person doesn't die, the Demoiselle Sacred sect can't possibly die." "Who was that guy?" "Demoiselle Sacred Church's godfather. This person is young as you are, spirited, due to coincidence, only to fall into the devil's way, become the Demoiselle Sacred Church's godfather. I heard my master ancestor said, in their generation, Demoiselle Sacred Church's godfather is the most powerful. This time it is just right that you can try to test his strength, but do not be reckless. If you can't beat him, hurry to retreat. Don't worry, I'm crazy but not stupid." Aha! Since Immortal Shixian had left, time had flashed by and 7 years had swiftly passed. Han Jia's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Yuaning realm, and he had already begun to catch up with the 8th level. While practicing, Han Jia had been keeping an eye on other people through relationships and emails. Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan's cultivation had even increased after being captured by the Demoiselle Sacred sect. In the last few years, there have been no attacks by the Demoiselle Sacramental cult, which looks like a compromise. However, their identities hadn't turned into disciples of the Demoiselle Sacred sect. and Han Jie guessed that they were just pretending to compromise. On the contrary, it was Li Qingzi who was often attacked by the Demoiselle Sacred Sect and was also repeatedly seriously injured. This palmist is really working too hard. For the sake of his disciples, he traveled everywhere, kept getting injured, and continued to get injured when he got well. In addition, Guan Yu Gang hadn't come looking for Han Jie. Han Jie could also understand. He couldn't even defeat Huang Jihao. How could this guy dare to challenge him? It was worth mentioning that the black prison chicken had grown faster and faster recently, and its strength was already equivalent to a cultivator at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Not to mention for a chicken, if it was a cultivator, there were very few people who could achieve this speed. As his mind grew bigger, the black jail chicken became more and more curious about the outside world. Han Jie had to brainwash it. It's dangerous out there. A lot of people want to eat you. You must be so strong that you are invincible to go out, or you will surely die. Master, I dare not go out either. After a long time, the black prison chicken dared not think about going out anymore, and only wanted to practice well. This day, Ching Su Li visited again. Han Jie noticed that his breath was weak and his face looked bad, so it seemed that he was seriously injured this time. Li Qingzi gritted his teeth and said, "Something big is wrong. Maple Leaf Valley was destroyed by the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. The Demoiselle Sacred Sect's next target is likely to be our Yu Qing sect. The Maple Leaf Valley's Valley Master sent me a letter before he died, saying that there are 10 transformation spirits within the Demoiselle Sacred Sect, which is enough to sweep through Great Yan's cultivation realm." Upon hearing this, Han Jie asked, "Then why don't you hurry and run?" Li Qingzi froze. Chapter 45, Born with a Taoist Heart. Attention from a demon lord. Why don't you run? Is this human talk? Li Qingzi roared wildly in his heart. The reason he had come to Han Jie was to give him some insight so that he could be prepared. I didn't expect Han Jie to want to just slip away. Li Qingzi depressed. Where can we escape to? So many disciples. Even if we escape, we have to escape from the Great Yan cultivation realm. But if we go to other cultivation realms, those sects will not allow us to gain a foothold, and will only annex us, and the Jade Clearance sect will still have to die. Han Jie frowned. He was tempted to say that it was fine for the Jade Clearance sect to die, as long as the people were still there. The Jade Clearance sect is in danger of extinction. You have the following choices. 1. Run away immediately, be hunted by the Demoiselle Sacred Sect, wander the world, and get a magic weapon. 2. Guarding the clan. One can't just retreat when one lives one's life. After repelling the Demoiselle Sacred Sect, one can obtain a spiritual treasure, a book of sword secrets, and an egg of a divine beast of Qi. Han Jie didn't make an immediate decision, but pondered carefully. Even if you escape, where can you go? After destroying the Jade Clearance sect, the Demoiselle Sacred Sect would definitely continue to strike and sweep across the Great Yan cultivation world unless one joined the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. If you can't beat them, join them? It's no longer a goo. It's a wimp. Or else wait and see, and then flee when you can't fight. He was wearing the golden cicada Xianshan clothes, holding the burning fury bell in his hand, plus the wind god technique, so he couldn't escape if he wanted to? Han Jie asked, when will the Demoiselle Sacred Sect come to surround us? 10 years at the most. It will take time for them to clean up the Maple Leaf Valley's mess. Li Qingzi replied. Han Jie sighed and said, Sect leader, why has our Jade Clearance sect been targeted one after another? Before, I thought the Jade Clearance sect was strong. Li Qingzi was embarrassed and blushed. He gritted his teeth and said, the Jade Clearance sect is indeed powerful, but the strongest one, that is, the old ancestor of the opening of the sect went in pursuit of the land immortal god, gone for 500 years, with no news. If he is in the Demoiselle Sacred Sect which dares to strike at us, thousands of years ago, against the Demoiselle Sacred Sect of the decisive battle, open the old ancestor when the first credit. Han Jie raised an eyebrow and said, in other words, the Demoiselle Sacred Sect is looking for us to seek revenge? Li Qingzi nodded helplessly. For mortals, 1,000 years was incomparably long, but it wasn't that long in the cultivation world, especially for a sect, and Qingzi Li was only the third generation of the Jade Clearance sect leader, and his master, the Supreme Elder, was the first generation. The Grandmaster left a treasure to contact him. I and the Supreme Elder have already used it. I don't know if the Grandmaster can sense it. If he can come back, the Demoiselle Sacred Sect will definitely not be enough to worry about. At that time, the Jade Clearance sect will surely become the most powerful sect in the Great Yin cultivation realm. Elder Han, we must grit our teeth and get through this hurdle. As long as we get through it, there won't be any more threats in the future, and you'll feel at ease. Sequestered cultivation. The Ancestor Master might even be able to teach you the cultivation method of the land immortal god. Li Qingzi said seriously as she grabbed Han Jie's hand. Han Jie almost got goosebumps and hastily pulled his hand back as he sighed. Alright, I'll accompany you to face the Demoiselle Sacred Sect, but let's say in advance that if I can't defeat them, I'll just have to run away. Li Qingzi nodded solemnly and said, if we really can't be defeated, there's no way I'm going to let you follow us to your death. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Li Qingzi left. Han Jie wanted to ask Qingzi Li to take some pills to help him enhance his cultivation, but Qingzi Li awkwardly said that the Jade Clearance sect didn't have any pills suitable for cultivation at the Yuaning realm. The Jade Clearance sect was very short of alchemists. Han Jie twisted his head to look at the black prison chicken and said, see, it's really dangerous. Even if we don't cause any trouble, there are enemies who want to kill us. The black prison chicken kept nodding its head, like a chicken pecking at rice. Master, are you sure? No. Why don't we run away quietly? Okay, you've already gotten my true essence. Really run? Wait a little longer. That day, Han Jie arrived at the inner gate city and purchased a beast harnessing bag. Convenient to take the black jail chicken with you on the run. After walking out of the attic, he was just about to go back when a line suddenly appeared in front of him. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck, another innate airbender? The Jade Clearance sect is truly a sect of Qi. Han Jie immediately chose to view it. Xian Changjun, Foundation Realm, 3rd level. The real identity of the devil's mortal body, born with the heart of the Tao, talent. 800 years ago, the devil wants to break the Tao ascension, so the creation of the mortal body. The body is sealed in the depths of the spirit. The mortal body traveled on earth, experience all kinds of life, consolidate the heart of the Tao, the 9 heavens and the 10 places. There are all her footprints. 3 years ago, she joined the Jade Emperor's sect, has been hibernating. The devil, that's some bull, born with a Taoist heart. But from the devil? What kind of anticlimax is this? Han Jie was speechless. He followed the system's instructions and saw Xian Qingjun. This woman was wearing a Jade Clearance sect Taoist robe, had an average figure, and was not a backstabbing killer. And as she twisted her head, Han Jie assessed it for a moment. The face is also average. A very ordinary female disciple. Sweeping around the streets, it was easy to skim right over her. Xian Qingjun stood and stopped on the street. She was watching people fight. 2 male disciples were fighting over a beautiful-looking disciple. Should we hook up with the demon monarch? She's about to ascend and is a Mahayana cultivator to say the least. Han Jie thought silently. Spin shook his head. Forget it. Stay out of trouble. Han Jie turned around and left. After turning around, he didn't notice that Xian Qingjun was glancing at him with his afterimage. Xian Harukuan is favorably disposed towards you. Currently, your favorability is 1 star. Han Jie's feet lurched, his face full of questions. What the hell? He subconsciously twisted his head to look, just in time to meet Xian Qingjun's gaze. Oops, the demon lord was watching him. Han Ju was inexplicably a bit flustered, so he politely smiled at Xian Qingjun. Xian Harukuan's favoritism towards you has increased, and the current favoritism level is 2 stars. Han Jie rushed away. Xian Qingjun turned to follow him. After leaving the inner gate city, Han Jie immediately executed the wind god technique and quickly went back inside the innate cave. Han Jie sat on his bed, panicked. I hope she just thinks I'm good looking and doesn't really set her sights on me. Han Jie thought silently. He's not stupid. Even if Xian Qingjun fell in love with him, he wouldn't be able to fly high. After all, she was a demon monarch. How many years had she floated around the earth? How is it possible to fall in love with someone at first sight and give them everything? If Han Jie went to curry favor with her, there was only one thing that would happen. Minion. Xian Qingjun arrived in front of the innate cave and saw the 7 words on the mountain wall. Endure for a while and the sky is the limit. She couldn't help herself. This kid is funny. Xian Qingjun smiled and laughed, but her face suddenly froze. These 7 words actually make some sense. Xian Qingjun thought about it and turned to leave. After she left, Han Jie breathed a sigh of relief. I hope she quashes her lust for me. Han Jie muttered. Black Jail Chicken asked, what is lust? Han Jie didn't have the heart to say, I want to eat you. That's lust. Ah, that woman just now wanted to eat you. Master? The Black Prison Chicken was alarmed. In other words, that woman is stronger than Han Jie? Han Jie looked odd and said, it can also be interpreted like this. Chapter 46, Becoming a Taoist Couple, Somersault Cloud Avatar. Because of the pressure brought on by the Demoiselle Sacred Sect, Han Jie cultivated even harder. The Black Jail Chicken has a hard time, as Han Jie began to desperately take in Qi, causing the spiritual Qi within the cave to madly surge into him. The Black Prison Chicken's Qi-taking speed was suppressed. 7 years later, Han Jie finally broke through to the 8th level of the Yuanying realm. He still felt the time crunch. If he could break through to the Transformation God realm before the Demoiselle Sacred Sect came to attack, then he would be more certain. Han Jie tapped on relationships to check it out while he nabbed his Qi. Your friend Zhou Fan was attacked by the Demoiselle Sacred Cult, X87. Your disciple Yang Tianton was attacked by the Demoiselle Sacred Cult, X87. Your friend Emo Chuck has been attacked by a fellow disciple. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a fellow disciple and was seriously injured. How did Li Qingji get attacked by his fellow disciples? Han Jie froze. Is there another spy? He immediately detected the Jade Clearance sect. None of the Yuaning realm cultivators were spies. And so on. Is it Guan Yu Gang? Yi Xiaofeng thought correctly that it was Guan Yu Gang. Guan Yu Gang didn't dare to challenge Elder Jin Shin, so he cut off the sect leader. But he couldn't get angry, so he looked for Li Qingzi to spar and took the opportunity to vent. In response, the elders of the Jade Clearance sect were extremely dissatisfied with him. The Jade Clearance sect is in a tense moment. Yet you messed up. Just like that. You still want to be the sect leader? After Guan Yu Gang was scolded, he was so angry that he closed down and stopped showing his face. However, he also did not leave the Jade Clearance sect, so it was evident that he had the Jade Clearance sect in his heart. All of this was by no means clear to Han as he continued to scroll through the emails. Fairy Shi Xian, Chang Yuer, and Xing Hongxian were not in trouble, but the other close friends were more or less fighting with someone, including Xian Arokuan. Xian Xingjuan's cultivation was still at the third level of the Foundation establishment realm, and Han Jie suspected that she hadn't been cultivating at all and was just observing others. As Han Jie secretly spat, he suddenly felt a scent. Xian Arokuan, the is at it again. Is the Taoist friend here? May I pay you a visit? Hearing Xian Xingjuan's voice, Han Jie tensed up. He thought about it. The other party must know that he was here. If he pretended to be dead, he might lose his goodwill. The other party was a demon lord, so favorability was definitely better than hatred. After thinking about it, Han Jie opened the stone door of the cave. Xian Arokuan walked in style. Once she saw Han Jie, she couldn't help but smile. Han Jie was helpless. The black hell chicken remembered Xin Chengjun's scent. It screamed in horror. Please, don't eat my master. Xian Xingjun looked confused. Han Jie was a bit embarrassed. He glared at the black prison chicken, scaring it. Xian Xingjun walked up to Han Jie and smiled. I'm a disciple of Jade Bamboo Peak. Xian Xingjun. I met with senior brother at the inner gate several years ago and was amazed. And my heart has been buried in your shadow ever since. So I hope that senior brother won't be blamed for my hasty visit this time around. Straightforward enough. Han Jie didn't know how to answer. Senior brother's handsomeness is truly rare in the world. Absolutely unparalleled. Senior sister would like to offer a treasure, hoping that senior brother will not refuse. Xian Xingjun continued to laugh, and with a flip of her plain hand, a jade piece appeared in her hand. Han Jie asked curiously, what is this? This is the Heavenly Immortal Mansion Order. The Heavenly Immortal Mansion is the cultivation sanctuary of the cultivation realm. Only by obtaining the Heavenly Immortal Mansion Order can one go to cultivation, and coming out of there, even the worst of the worst will be able to achieve a yuaning. Xian Xingjun explained with a smile. She grunted in her mind. I can't believe you're not impressed. Kid, I'll take this good skin of yours. Han Jie shook his head and said, thank you for your kind words, senior sister. It's just that I don't want to leave the Jade Clearance sect, and I plan to cultivate in the Jade Clearance sect for the rest of my life. At those words, Xian Xingjuan's face froze. She re-exchanged the treasure and said, this is the Earth Spirit Sword, which can easily cut down Jindan realm experts. Not enough? I'll give you another bottle of elixir to break through the Jindan realm. I'll give you another body refining technique, plus 3 more spell secrets. This really trenchant. If it had been 100 years ago, Han Jie definitely wouldn't have been able to block it and really wouldn't have wanted to make the effort. Han Jie hesitated for a moment and said, actually, I'm already at the Yuaning realm cultivation level. He no longer hid his cultivation, revealing his cultivation at the 8th level of the Yuaning realm and then re-hiding it. Xian Changjun was shocked. She instantly guessed the truth and asked, you are the god-beheading elder? Han Jie nodded. The other party was a demon monarch, and since he had set his sights on him, he would definitely not let up. Xian Xingjun was even happier, not realizing that her vision was so good that she had directly caught the most mysterious and powerful god-slaying elder of the Jade Clearance sect. Xian Harukuan's favoritism towards you has increased, and the current favoritism level is 4 stars. She once again pulled out a bottle of elixir from her sleeve and said, this is a first-grade Yuaning Dan, which can help you grow your cultivation quickly. Is 1 bottle enough? If not, I'll give you another bottle. As she spoke, she pulled out another bottle of Yuaning Dan. Now, Han Jie really couldn't top it. He carefully asked, senior sister, what exactly is your origin? It was only then that Xian Qingjun realized that he had been exposed, but it doesn't matter. Exposure is exposure. My identity is not important. Senior sister wants to be a Taoist couple with both senior brothers. I wonder if senior brothers would be willing. Xian Qingjun asked with a smile. Han Jie frowned and asked, you must be quite something if you can take out so many treasures. Can you help us deal with the Demoiselle Sacred Sect? If a demon lord were to make a move, it would be a safe bet. Xian Qingjun shook his head. I can't. I only care about you, not the Jade Clearance sect. Could it be that senior brother is practicing for the Jade Clearance sect? Han Jie was silent. Sure enough, it's not that easy to instruct the Demon Lord, but these 2 bottles of Yuan Dan smelled so good that it was hard for him to refuse. If I promise you, what price will I pay? Han Jie asked cautiously. Xian Qingjun covered her mouth and laughed. It's not like I'm going to really eat you. Naturally, we'll cultivate together. And you'll only be stronger than you are now. This is a heavenly good thing. Xian Qingjun wants to be your partner. You have the following choices. 1. Refuse. Our male cultivators can't be threatened by a woman. They can obtain the hatred of the Demon Lord, and 1 inheritance of the sword aptitude. 2. Accept. They will become a couple, tainted with karma and luck, and will gain the devil's goodwill, and 1 divine inheritance. What will happen if you refuse Xianarokuan? The devil will jump out? That's a big guy who's about to ascend. Han Jie sighed in his heart and spoke. Since that's the case, then I'll become a Taoist couple with senior sister. You have successfully bonded with Xin Chongjun, and you have gained 1 avatar inheritance. Congratulations, you've gained the avatar, Somersault Cloud. Somersaulting clouds, the ability to move. A somersault of 18,000 miles. Xian Chongjun's favoritism towards you has increased. Current favoritism is 4.5 stars. A somersault cloud? Awesome. Han Jie's eyes lit up. This thing is a total runaway godsend. Ha ha. At that time, if the Demon Lord messes up, he will directly do a heel and jump out of 108,000 miles. Xian Qingjun smiled faintly, putting down the 2 bottles of Yuan Dan in her hand, and laughed. From now on, you are my Tao couple, so cultivate well, and I will come to you when I need you in the future. With that, she turned to leave. Han Jie couldn't help but ask, do you have any other Taoists besides me? Xian Qingjun's footsteps lurched as she hummed. How could that be? I don't fancy mortal fetuses, if not for the fact that I need a Taoist couple to cultivate with me, and that you are extremely beautiful, I wouldn't have chosen you. She left quickly. Han despaired as he looked at the 2 bottles of Yuan Dan by the bedside for a long time. The black prison chicken carefully asked, Master, will she still eat you? Chapter 47 Achieving Transformation. 10,000 Swords Divine Sect. After Xian Qingjun left, Han Jie opened the pill bottles, and each of the 2 pill bottles contained 12 pills. He first tested it with his 6 spiritual powers to make sure it wasn't poison before he started taking it. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the medicine was very strong. It was more than twice as strong as Yi Sanlang's elixir. Worthy of being a demon lord. He is generous. Han Jie held back his surprise and began to cultivate. Inside a dark underground palace. Pop, snap, pop. The sound of a sharp whip hitting the body was unrelenting. Only Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were tied to a stake, and 2 demoiselle men waved long whips to whip them, spilling blood all over the ground. There were many cultivators who were meditating and cultivating in the distance who couldn't bear to look at it. Alas, these 2 from the Jade Clearance sect are really stubborn asses. Yeah, every year you have to run away and get beat up, and you still don't die. It's pathetic. Why didn't the Demoiselle Sacred Sect kill them? If we kill them, how will the Demoiselle Sacred Sect gather people? Actually, following the Demoiselle Sacred cult is quite good. The monks were talking. After smoking for a while, Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were put down. One contains the bloodline of a demon saint, a Mahayana monk reincarnated. At the moment, both men were smoking to death. The Demoiselle's whip is not an ordinary whip. It is made of the tendons of some kind of demonic beast, and it is extremely painful to whip it on the body as if a piece of meat was torn off by a nail. Rake! Yang Tiantong slumped to the ground and gritted his teeth. This is your plan, to get caught before you even go out. Zhou Fan held his tongue, his eyes brimming with tears. How many years? Every escape has failed. Abominable. If I become a Taoist in the future, I will kill your Demoiselle Sacred Sect. Let's not struggle and wait for my master to come. Yang Tiantong sighed. Master, why don't you come? 10 years ago, Li Qingzi had come and tried to save them, but failed. But before he left, Li Qingzi sent a message to him, telling him that Han Jie would come sooner or later, and asked him to help stabilize the hearts of the other disciples. It was these words that kept Yang Tiandong going. Zhou Fan didn't have the heart to say, your master is so timid that he couldn't possibly come. He already knew that Han Jie was the god-beheading elder, and although he was shocked, he understood Han Jie's character. This person's natural talent was truly terrifying, but he was afraid of death. Those who are afraid of death are unlikely to come to their rescue. It's going to come sooner than later. Yang Tiandong gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, my master will definitely come. He's probably watching me from the shadows, wanting to see if I can suffer and if my Tao heart is stable enough. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes. He felt that this kid had gone off the deep end. LOL. Not to mention him, Zhou Fan himself could barely hold on. 2 years later, Han Jia made a strong breakthrough to the 9th level of the Yuanying realm. It had to be said that the Demon Lord's elixir was just comfortable. I'll have to find a way to order more in the future. At first, Han Jia was worried that Xian Qingjun was constantly looking for him, but it turned out that he was overthinking it. It seemed that Xian Qingjun wasn't coveting his physical body and was bonded as a Taoist couple, presumably to be used later when her true self came out. Han Jia didn't dare to trust her completely, and he still had to get as strong as possible before then, just in case Xian Qingjun wanted to drain and dry when the time came. 4. 5 stars of goodwill doesn't mean Zuanarakuen won't harm her. How many killings are for love? This spirit was often propagated in foreign movies in my previous life, especially those superhero movies. Han Jia began to pass down the somersault cloud aptitude. The somersault cloud, the vacillating distance, is related to the spiritual power injected by oneself, not just jumping 180,000 miles. After the success of the inheritance, he then tested the strongest person within the Jade Clearance sect. The strongest was Guan Yu Gang. At the 2nd level of the spirit transformation realm, Han Jia continued to search for Yuanying realm cultivators, and he was relieved when he didn't find anyone from the Demoiselle Sacred sect. There's still time. Continue to cultivate and strive to break through to transformation of God at an early date. Han Jia shook his spirit, and he went all out with his qi. 1 month later, Li Qingzi came to Han Jia. Han Jia frowned and asked, "Has the Demoiselle Sacred cult come?" He was close to the God transformation realm, and the enemy came at this exact moment? Obscure. That's not true. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect's Huangji Hao made a surprise attack on the Demoiselle Sacred sect, and was captured by the Demoiselle Sacred sect. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect was furious, and was ready to unite with us, and attack the Demoiselle Sacred sect, and the situation was reversed. The more Li Qingzi spoke, the more excited he became. He loved Huangji Hao to death. What a way to screw up and get it right this time. Han Jia raised an eyebrow. "It's okay, little royal. Then you guys go. Call Elder Guan up. I'll be the one to guard the Yuqing clan. You can even transfer all the Yuanying powerhouses. Having me alone is enough," Han Jia said seriously. Li Qingzi's face twitched. "You're a real go ah," Han Jia whispered. "I'm about to break through to transformation, so I need time." At those words, Li Qingzi's body shook and his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Han Jia was able to behead a transformed god when he was in the Yuanying realm, so when he breaks through to the transformed god, 1, he didn't dare think about it. Li Qingzi excitedly said, "Good, just stay and break through at ease. Leave this matter to us. Besides the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, there should be other sects that can join forces with us." Then I wish the sect leader Godspeed. The two of them didn't talk for long before Li Qingzi left in excitement. Before he left, he teased the black prison chicken. The black jailbird was annoyed and pecked him on the ass while he was turning around. Li Qingzi was furious, but when he felt Han Jia's gaze, he quickly left. Han never shook his head and lost his smile. "This Xiao Chang is like a child." Xiao Chang was his nickname for Li Qingzi. "I can't die." Half a year later, Li Qingzi and Guan Yu Gang left the Jade Clearance sect with a dozen Yuanying elders as well as core and elite disciples. This matter made a huge fuss in the inner sect, and everyone understood that something big was going to happen in the cultivation world. The other side, Han Jia arrived at the demon pet building and flashed his elder order to enter the 10,000 demons realm. He was preparing to cross the threshold within the 10,000 demons realm. The calamity of the transformation of God moved too much and could easily level a mountain. He didn't want to destroy his innate cave, so he thought of the 10,000 demons realm. Before he came, he had inquired about immortal Shixian, or was it immortal Shixian who had suggested that he come to the 10,000 demon realm? If one were to go outside of the Jade Clearance sect to cross the threshold, it would be a big trouble if they encountered an enemy. After entering the 10,000 demons realm, Han Jia found a plane to meditate on as he took out the first grade Yuanying Dan and continued to take it. About another 6 months passed. Han Jia relied on the elixir to quickly reach the state of imminent breakthrough. He took a deep breath. Before the transition, he tapped on relationships. Li Qingzi and the others are still alive. That's okay. It seems certain elders are missing though. Han Jia couldn't remember exactly who it was. After killing Duan Ton Tian, there were quite a few elders who had taken a liking to him. In the grand scheme of things, nothing major has happened for a while. It can break through. Han Jia immediately shook his spirit and prepared for a breakthrough. As the aura of the heavens and the earth crazily poured into him, rolling thunderclouds also began to gather, and all the demonic beasts within the 10,000 demon realm became uneasy. A terrifying heavenly might enveloped this small world. With the golden cicada Xianshan clothes and the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, it was naturally no problem for Han Jia to cross the tribulation. It had to be said that the intensity of the divine transformation heavenly tribulation far exceeded that of the elemental infant heavenly tribulation. It's a good thing the 6 paths of spirituality are strong enough. Han Jia didn't utilize the burning fury bell, wanting to rely on his own strength to cross the tribulation. Many cultivators had died in the matter of crossing the threshold. Han Jie's qualifications and feats naturally wouldn't let him roll over. A few days later, Han Jie broke through successfully. First level of the realm of the transfigured god. You have successfully broken through to the realm of transformation and gained one Sword Dao avatar inheritance. Congratulations on acquiring the avatar, 10,000 Swords Divine Sect. 10,000 Swords Divine Sect summons ancient swords and sword shadows from the long history with one's own sword chi. The number of summons is related to one's own spiritual power. Han Jie opened his eyes, and the 6 spiritual powers in his body began to surge. It's like a stream turning into a river and then an ocean. In an instant, a shadow of light flew out of his heavenly aura in the exact form of him. The genjutsu is out of the body. Chapter 48, The Devil's Gift. Name, Han Jie. Life expectancy, 158/3007. Race, mortal. Cultivation level, first level of the transformation realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be passed on. Spells, Absolute Finger Divine Sword. 7 illusory steps. Triple Ching Absolute Shadow Sword, Absolute. 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal. 1000 Thunderstorms. Wind Divine Technique. Aptitude, Soul Sucking in 6 paths. Sword of Heavenly Execution of Ghosts. Law of Heaven and Earth. Somersault Clouds. 10,000 Swords Divine Sect, can be inherited. Artifacts, Golden Cicada Xianshin Clothes, 7th grade treasure. Small Qian Koan Belt. Kirin Sword. Demon Binding Rope. Burning Fury Bell, 6th grade treasure. Spiritual Roots Qualification, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots, increasing a certain amount of chi. The innate energies are as follows. Unrivaled in the world, immortal posture, top charisma, divine fate sword idiot, top sword qualification, top sword enlightenment, stance, top stance qualification, descendant of the immortal emperor, receive a superb immortal cultivation technique in 1,000 top grade spirit stones, view relationships, first level of the realm of the transfigured god, 3,000 years of life. Han Jie was pleasantly surprised. The Yuaning realm was only 1,000 years old at the beginning of the year, and the spirit transformation realm directly tripled. Mezzo. Immediately, Han Jie took out the burning fury bell and covered himself before continuing to consolidate his cultivation. 2 days later, Han Jie began to pass down the inheritance of the 10,000 Swords Divine Sect. The 10,000 Sword Divine Sect belonged to a wide-range killing aptitude, and the Heavenly Execution Ghost God Sword was more inclined to straight lines, and both had their own strengths. With his top-notch Sword Dao qualifications and enlightenment, in less than half a day, Han Jie mastered the 10,000 Swords Divine Sect. He got up and left. When he came to the teleportation spell formation, the disciples guarding this formation cast adoring gazes at him. The commotion of the previous tribulation was simply too terrifying, and this disciple instantly thought of elder divine beheading. It didn't take long. Han Jie returned to the innate cave. Upon seeing him return, the black prison chicken was instantly energized and rushed over. Master, you're finally back. I thought you'd been eaten by that woman. Han Jie glared at it and said without a good grace, "What's this chicken brain of yours thinking about all day? Master, am I not a phoenix? But you're a chicken now. Cultivate well to turn into a phoenix." Okay. The black jail chicken was suddenly lost. Cultivate well. How long do you have to cultivate? Han Jie hit the bed and continued to cultivate. He opened the simulated trial while he nabbed his chi. He set Huang Jihao's cultivation level to the 9th level of the transformation god realm. Straight up seconds. Han Jie was satisfied. Steady. When the Demoiselle Sacred Cult comes to attack, we'll teach them to be human then. Han Jie thought about it and set Huang Jihao's cultivation level to the 1st level of the void melting realm. It was a full 5 minutes before Han Jie killed him. He frowned at once. No way. It's taking too long. There's still a lot of hard work to be done. The complacency in Han Jie's heart directly dissipated, replaced by a strong sense of crisis. Inside the dark dungeon, Zhou Fan and Yang Tiantong played sitting in the corner. Zhou Fan was paying attention to the Demoiselle Sacred Sex cultivators as he whispered, "Why are most of their people missing?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tiantong opened his eyes and murmured, "Something might have happened." He was instantly agitated. Could it be that Master is coming to rescue me? Zhou Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes and whispered, "Little old brother, do you want to escape once more?" Yang Tiantong trembled and said in horror, "Senior brother, it's better to forget about it. Let's just wait in peace for the sect to come and rescue us." No talent. I am not wanting to get beat up. If cultivators of my generation are even afraid of this pain, how will you prove the way? How can you pursue the path of immortality? I understand the reasoning, but it's really painful. Yang Tiantong's expression was as if he had put on a mask of pain, and he couldn't even control his body from trembling when he recalled his previous torment. Zhou Fan was upset and felt that Yang Tiandong could hardly be used. Boom! The dungeon began to shake violently. Li Qingzi's voice followed. All disciples of the Jade Clearance sect prepare to resist, kill out and join the seed in destroying the Demoiselle Sacred sect. Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong were instantly ecstatic. Sure enough it came. After breaking through the transformation spirit, a year passed in a blink of an eye. Han Jie was still in seclusion. He occasionally paid attention to the emails, and judging from the general situation, the Jade Clearance sect was already at war with the Demoiselle Sacred sect. Guan Yu Gang and Li Qingzi were once again hit hard, really miserably. His disciple, Yang Tiandong, had also been encountering the Demoiselle Sacred cult's attacks, and it looked like he had already joined up with the large force, which was why he was able to keep fighting. Han Jie could only cheer them on in his heart. He had a more significant duty, and that was to guard the Jade Clearance sect. Right now, Han Jie wasn't worried at all about the Demoiselle Sacred sect sneaking up on the Jade Clearance sect. He was worried about enemies further away. It was worth mentioning that the Black Hell Chicken's cultivation level had also become equivalent to that of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, and its cultivation speed was getting faster and faster. It was now lying on its back in the corner, like an elephant, with extremely divine feathers, and although it was a chicken, it had the air of a divine chicken. While Han Jie was sizing up the black prison chicken with satisfaction, Xin Qingjun suddenly came to visit. Seeing her again, Han Jie looked unnatural. Although Xin Qingjun only had the cultivation of the Foundation Establishment Realm, she had a Mahayana demon monarch hidden deep within her soul that could not be offended. I heard that our elder Zongshan made a breakthrough in the 10,000 demons realm? Xin Qingjun sat beside Han Jie and asked with a smile. Han Jie was unnatural, his body a bit stiff as he pretended to be calm and asked, "What is it that you came to see me about?" "Not going to start that one, are we?" "My childhood." Han Jie was panicking. "I'm getting ready to leave and came to say goodbye to you." Xin Qingjun laughed. Han Jie froze. "Go?" Xin Qingjun asked. "What do you want before you leave?" "I'll try my best to fulfill you. I don't know how many years it will be before we meet again next time." Han Jie was surprised and asked, "You're just leaving?" "Not with me." Xin Qingjun gave him a blank look and hummed. "You can't wait." "Beautiful thought. I need you, but not now. Don't think that I'll accompany you to sink day after day. The time hasn't come yet." "That's good." Han Jie breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Almost lost his male virginity. He mused. Are there any elixirs that raise the cultivation level of the transformation god realm? Xin Qingjun immediately pulled out 4 bottles of pills from her sleeves and said, "This is the spirit-enhancing pill of transformation. These are the only 4 bottles I have on me, so I'll give them all to you." Han Jie hurriedly thanked him. Xin Qingjun reached out and picked up his chin with her finger, smiling. "I won't be able to see your face for the next many years. I'm really a bit sad to see you go, but it's not convenient for me to take you with me. So in the future, just try to stay in the Jade Clearance sect and cultivate properly. Don't run around. The world of cultivation is very dangerous, and even though you're already a transformation spirit, you're not invincible." Han Jie nodded with an unnatural face. Xin Qingjun flirted with him for a few moments and left. Han Jie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The pressure brought to him by the Demon Lord was so great. It seemed that the Demon Lord was really just passing through the Jade Clearance sect, not trying to plot anything, and next he was probably going to some other place to realize the Tao and experience all the living things. Alas, my damned unrivaled charms are so overwhelming that even the Demon Lord has trouble resisting his heart. But then again, it smells so good. Han despaired as he looked at the 4 bottles of God Transformation Spirit Enhancement pills next to him. His heart was happy. After Xian Qingjun left, the Black Prison Chicken said excitedly, "Congratulations, Master. Master doesn't have to worry about being eaten by her anymore." Han Jie didn't bother with it and continued practicing. He wanted to practice the 5th layer of the 6 Paths reincarnation technique before taking pills to enhance his cultivation. Book Club 6683852276. Chapter 49, The Bishop's Worries. Demoiselle Sacramentaire. Inside the sect leader's palace, several elders stood side by side, each with an extraordinary aura, wearing a black robe as if they were ghosts. In front of them, a man was seated on a golden chair. The man was dressed in a large white robe, with a cloak of hair and fair skin, but his face was wrinkled and aged. He was the sect leader of the Demoiselle Sacred sect, Huang Zuentian. Huang Zuentian frowned and spoke. "Does the Vermilion Bird Sword sect really want to fight us to the death?" The elders answered immediately. "That's right, it's a death wish. It's recommended to kill Huang Jihao to deter them. Huang Jihao's mouth stinks too much. I also think it's good to kill him. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect just wants to save him. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect only has 2 transformation gods, and the Jade Clearance sect only has 2. One of them still doesn't dare to come. With this strength, let them fight for 100 years and they won't be able to attack this small world of ours to come. That's it." Hearing the words of the elders, Huang Zuentian's frown did not stretch. He hesitantly asked, "If they are so emboldened, could there be a mysterious force backing them up?" A tall elder couldn't help but say, "Sect leader, You are thinking too much. We are the strongest in the great yin cultivation world. Don't be too fearful. Can you have some confidence? Ever since that great battle 1,000 years ago, Huang Zuentian had changed into a different person, thinking of the worst consequences in everything. It was because of his character transformation that the Demoiselle Sacred Sect lurked for 1,000 years. Now that the Demoiselle Sacred Sect was powerful again, the elders forced Huang Zuentian to order the unification of the great yin cultivation world. However, Huang Zuentian was too cautious, one could even say timid, causing the unification plan to be delayed. If it wasn't for Huang Zuentian's orders, those captured disciples from the various sects would have died long ago. I propose that we simply send 2 elders each to attack the Vermilion Birdsword sect and the Jade Clearance sect. Their sects are definitely lacking in battle power. This is a good opportunity, an elder proposed. His words were recognized by the other elders. This is really good opportunity. Huang Zuentian frowned tightly and didn't say anything. Eventually, the elders all looked at him, waiting for him to make a decision. Huang Zuentian hesitantly asked, "Must we fight? It must be war. Alright then, I'll personally go out. I don't feel comfortable with you guys. I'll personally go to the Vermilion Birdsword sect and the Jade Clearance sect. Is that alright?" The Godfather is wise. The elders laughed, but their smiles were helpless. If the bishop goes, I guess there will be another delay. Months later, Han Jie practiced the 5th layer of the 6-path reincarnation technique, and he comprehended a new divine ability, an advanced version of the 6 paths of soul-sucking. To be precise, he could absorb the soul and exist in the depths of his own Yuan-shun, a move that could either protect the soul or imprison it. In addition, he was able to put 6 seals on the soul. The 6-path seal would be everlasting and indestructible, and no matter how many times the other party reincarnated, the 6-path seal would still be there, which was equivalent to being able to cross reincarnation and quasi-search for the other party. That's good. If you meet someone you care about who dies in the future, you can put on the 6-path seal and meet again in the next life. The higher the realm, the more domineering Han Jie found the 6 spiritual powers to be. He took out the pills and continued his cultivation. The first layer of the transformation realm wasn't enough. He has to be stronger. The next goal, the realm of fused void. Han Jie no longer had the Demoiselle Sacred Sect in his sights, and he was worried about the Imperial Demon Sect. He hadn't forgotten about Xiao Er. The guy's avatar was hanging in the personals. It hadn't disappeared. It was still ugly, and the hatred was still so high that it wouldn't stop until he was dead. The key Xiao Er, this guy is still not the patriarch. This is outrageous. How strong must the Imperial Demon Sect be? While Han Jie was worried, Chang Yuer visited. To be precise, it was Immortal Shi Xian who had an invitation. It was rare for Immortal Shi Xian to invite Han Jie, so Han Jie naturally had to give face. He immediately went forward. Arriving at the Jade Spectre Hall, most of the disciples were there. The eldest disciples Lu Sanxin had long since left the master and become a core disciple, and now the eldest disciple was Meng He, the 7th senior brother at the time. Meng He was still a bit embarrassed to see Han Jie again, but he still bowed respectfully. At his command, the other disciples followed and saluted. The disciples were puzzled in their minds and quickly guessed the truth. There was gossip that Elder Jinshin came from Jade Pavilion Peak and was extremely handsome and unparalleled. Could this be the man? Quietly surveying, they couldn't help but be stunned by Han Jie's looks. What a handsome man! Definitely him. The gazes of all the disciples looking at Han Jie became worshipful. Chang Yuer stood in front of Han Jie, very proud of herself, and deliberately tried to take Han Jie's arm, but was skillfully avoided by Han Jie. Meng He instructed all the disciples not to reveal Han Jie's identity, and the disciples assured him. Soon, Immortal Shi Xian arrived and all the disciples sat down. Han Jie still sat at the end. Elder Han, sit next to me. Immortal Shi Xian opened her mouth and with a wave of her right hand, a futon appeared next to her. Han Jie hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Sitting beside Immortal Shi Xian, he was puzzled in his heart. What does Master want? Is it possible to pass it on to me? That's not good. Being in charge of Jade Spectre Peak was too troublesome. Han Jie thought worriedly. The sect master has sent a letter back saying that they have converged with the Vermilion Birdsword sect and are attacking the Demoiselle Sacred Sect, and the imprisoned disciples have been rescued, but he is worried that the Demoiselle Sacred Sect will attack our sect, as there are only 5 powerful transformation spirit practitioners they have encountered, and the other 5 must have made other arrangements, and for a period of time in the near future, I would like everyone to refrain from closed-door cultivation, and to patrol the inner and outer sects of the Jade Clearance sect. Immortal Shi Xian spoke, her expression grave. Of the 18 Peak disciples, we, Jade Spectre Peak, are the only ones who have contributed the least, and besides the fact that we are few, it's also because of the sect leader's favoritism towards us. Do you understand? Her voice was soft, but it made all the disciples feel the power. Everyone was lit up. After years of hard work, it's time to show your sword. Han Jie nodded slightly, not as excited as the disciples. Immortal Shi Xian glanced at Han Jie and asked, Elder Han, are you confident in dealing with the Demoiselle Sacred Sex God Transformation Powerhouse? The disciples quieted down, all looking at Han Jie expectantly. Transformation of God was too distant for the disciples. If we really let them deal with the transformation spirit, wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths? Not even their master, Immortal Shi Xian. Han Jie took in the disciples' expressions and finally realized why Immortal Shi Xian had sought him out. Turns out it was as a fixer-upper. Alas, I just want to cultivate quietly, but the clan keeps getting beaten up. After thinking about it, Han Jie spoke. I'm still experienced in dealing with transformation gods. He spoke humbly, but in the ears of the disciples, it was domineering. This elder in front of me had killed a transformation god. It's still said to be a one-sword kill. The disciples cheered, releasing their reverence for Han Jie. Alright, you guys go down and get ready. This matter will be arranged by your eldest senior brother. In addition, regarding the identity of the divine beheading elder, you guys are not allowed to spread it out. This matter will only be known to Jade Pavilion Peak. Immortal Shi Xian commanded, and the disciples bowed and retreated. Soon, only Han Jie and Immortal Shi Xian remained in the Jade Pavilion. Immortal Shi Xian inclined her head toward Han Jie and asked softly, how many floors have we reached? Han Jie froze and asked suspiciously, what layers? Repair. Oh, first floor. Why is it still one level? Immortal Shi Xian frowned. After so many years in seclusion, with Han Jie's qualifications he couldn't make great progress? Han Jie let out a fake cough and said, first level of transformation god. Qingzili didn't tell her he was going to break through? Immortal Shi Xian froze. Chapter 50, The Holy Sect Attacks. 9th level of the Goddess of Transformation Realm. Immortal Shi Xian shook her head and lost her smile, not knowing what to say about Han Jie. This kid, what a sellout. Humph, want to see my jokes? It seems like you no longer consider me a master, and rightly so. As a master, I haven't taught you anything. Immortal Shi Xian hummed. Han Jie shrugged his shoulders. You asked too suddenly. I didn't go around the bend. Besides, I asked you before about what places were suitable for crossing over. Immortal Shi Xian shook her head and lost her smile. How could she have thought at the time that Han Jie was going to break through the spirit transformation realm so soon? How many years had only passed since he had broken through the Yuaning realm? Spinning around, she continued to ask, any needs you have, you can mention them. Your favor to the Jade Clearance sect is greater than the Jade Clearance sect's cultivation of you, so there's no need to be polite. Demand? Han Jie thought about it. Is there a cultivation elixir for the transformation god realm? No. Then try to help me enhance the aura in the cave. Well, I'll think of something else. Han Jie had his own gungfu and spell inheritance, and didn't need the Taoist lineage of the Jade Clearance sect. The reason why he had stayed in the Jade Clearance sect was that there was also no other good place to go, and instead of being uprooted, it would be better to cultivate here at ease. After a brief chat, Han Jie got up and left. Immortal Shi Xian looked at his back and ghostly asked, how long will you stay in the Jade Clearance sect? Han Jie stopped and twisted his head to look at her, asking, why do you ask? If I wanted to run away, I would have done so long ago. Immortal Shi Xian shook her head and said, I'm not afraid of you running away, but you're growing too fast. When the time comes, the temple is too small to fit a big Buddha like you. There are many sects in the cultivation world that are more powerful than the Yuqing sect. People go to higher places and water flows to lower places, especially for a bitter cultivator like you. Back then, the oldest ancestor of the founding sect left the Great Yan in order to reach a higher realm. She can't help but sigh when she talks about it. Han Jie laughed. Perhaps, if there really comes a day when I want to leave, then I will tell you in advance. Master. With that, he turned to leave, going to the wider world to pursue the way? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Anyway, his qualifications were superb, so he could keep getting stronger by cultivating at ease. So why bother going out to wander? Returning to the innate cave, Han Jie began to meditate. The black prison chicken suddenly spoke. Master, earlier I heard the sound of chickens crowing coming from under the mountain. As soon as I heard them, there was an inexplicable throbbing in my heart and I wanted to rush out. Why is that? Could it be the demonic magic you mentioned? Han Jie raised an eyebrow and said, yes, you must restrain this impulse. If you follow it, you will fall into the land of doom and never be able to turn into a phoenix. This is the heavens test for you. Could it be that this guy's spring has arrived? A little carried away by the sound of hens? The black jail chicken tensed up at the sound of this, its feathers standing on end, similar to a rooster about to fight. Thanks for reminding me, master. I almost fell into the path. The path of cultivation is really littered with crises. The black hell chicken lamented. Han Jie secretly snickered. I'm still a virgin, so don't even think about having a good time. You'll be a child asterisk asterisk. Immediately, both Han Jie and the black prison chicken threw themselves into cultivation. When he had time, Han Jie would instill his philosophy into the black prison chicken. All things are inferior. Only the practice is superior. All those who practiced are human beings. Practice chicken. Also chicken on chicken. In a flash, 2 years passed. Han Jie still hadn't broken through to the second level of the spirit transformation realm, but by relying on the elixir, he had begun to approach the second level. He didn't stop, but continued to cultivate, striving for an early breakthrough. This day, the Demoiselle Sacramentalism has finally arrived. The ones who came were sect master Huang Zuentian and an elder. This elder's Dao name was Shan Kueijinjin, and he was also at the harmonized God realm cultivation level. Huang Zuentian landed on the top of the mountain, vigilantly looking towards the 18 peaks of the Jade Clearance sect in the distance. The Shan Kuei real person was draped in a straw raincoat, and the eyes under the brim of his hat were incomparably cold, implying killing intent. Sect leader, make your move. The good Kuei realist opened his mouth, his tone full of disdain. This is the Jade Clearance sect? Really weak. A single transformation spirit breath was not even present. There were less than 10 Yuaning powerhouses left behind, which was simply not enough for them to kill. Huang Zuentian hesitated. It's too weak. Will there be any deception? If it were me, it's unlikely that I would dare to attack the sacred sect. The good Kuei realist was speechless and said, what are you afraid of? They're just letting go, or else they'll be annexed by us sooner or later. Huang Zuentian was silent. Seeing him in this lousy state, the good K realist was furious. If he hadn't been unable to fight, he would have really wanted to seize the position of sect leader. No, I'm uneasy in my heart. I always feel that something is wrong. Huang Zuentian frowned. The good Kuei realist was frantic and said in a deep voice, sect leader, the opportunity will not come again. If the Demoiselle Sacred Sect is buried in our hands, how can we face the former sect master? Huang Zuentian's brows were knitting together. Inside the innate cave, the Demoiselle Sacred Sect is about to invade the Yuqing sect. Han Jie opened his eyes and immediately detected the strongest person within the Jade Clearance sect. Huang Zuentian, 9th level of the Transfiguration realm, master of the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. Extremely cautious, not fond of killing. The bishop is here? Extreme caution? Don't like killing? Han Jie blinked and thought he had misread the situation. Is the Demoiselle Sacrament really not a demonic cult? Han would never give it another thought, cautiously opening the simulation trial to engage Huang Zuentian first. 3 breaths later, he opened his eyes again. He breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly stood up and prepared to walk out of the cave. The black jail chicken was nervous and called out, Master, are you running away? It rushed to its feet, ready to run away together. Han Jie didn't have the heart to say, only run away if you can't beat them, so wait here at ease. As the words fell, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed out of the cave. Soon, he found Huang Zuentian and the good Kuei realist. These two are still arguing. The good Kuei realist was bitter, but Huang Zuentian just stopped him from acting rashly. When they saw Han Jie flying in, the two of them stopped at once and looked at Han Jie vigilantly. Han Jie stopped, less than 10 feet away from them. He looked around curiously and asked, just the two of you? At these words, Huang Zuentian's heart beat wildly. This breath. Sure enough, there's a trick. The good Kuei realist saw that he only had a cultivation at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but he dared to rush over directly and say such things. So this person must have a method of concealing his cultivation. He had naturally heard of the legend of the goddess beheading elder. Could it be that this person was the Jade Clearance sect's divine beheading elder? However, Duan Tongtian was new to the transformation god realm and was completely incomparable to them. Daoist Shan Kuei said in a deep voice, the two of us aren't enough? Fellow Daoist is really arrogant. Then I'll have to learn about your Dao. Han Ju ignored the good Kuei realist and looked toward Huang Zuentian. Is this the leader of the Demoiselle Sacred Sect? It does look like it has a lot of pizzazz. Just, why his eyes were a little averted. He seemed to be on fire. Han Jie spoke up. Sacred Sect Master, I've heard that you don't like killing, so why are you targeting our Yuqing sect? Huang Zuentian wanted to speak. Irritated, the good Kuei realist snapped. Cut the crap. He lashed out, the silver-white dagger in his hand suddenly shooting toward Han Jie. A cold light appeared. So fast. Ding! The silver-white dagger was bounced off just as it was about to touch Han Jie, as if it had hit an invisible bell. The pupils of the good Kuei realist were dilated, and he was about to cast a spell to prepare his next move. Han Jie raised his hand like lightning, and the 3 Qing Absolute Shadow Sword coalesced out of thin air, swishing and killing the good Kuei realist. The good K realist subconsciously dodged, but the 3 Clear Absolute Shadow Sword was too fast. It was so fast that he, a transformation god powerhouse, couldn't even dodge in time. Boom! The good Kuei realist was directly killed. His flesh transformed into blood mist. Huang Zuentian's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 51 Huang Zuentian's Fear. Which sect is Changshan? After the physical body of the good Kuei master was destroyed, His Yuanshen had just emerged when Han Jie appeared in front of him out of thin air. Lifting his hand to perform the 6 paths of soul sucking and sucking his Yuanshen into his hands, Han Jie pinched with force, directly scattering the Yuanshen of the good Kuei realist. Strongly subdued, Huang Zuentian's eyes widened as he couldn't even make a move to rescue him. It's too fast. Han Jie's execution of the good Kuei realist was as easy as stepping on an ant. Indeed, there is a trick. Huang Zuentian immediately turned around and chose to escape. Han Jie leaped and pranced to the front of Huang Zuentian, stopping him. Somersault clouds. The prancing distance was related to how much 6 paths spiritual power he used. Jumping 108,000 miles might be difficult, but prancing around in a small area was nothing to Han Jie. Huang Zuentian froze and looked at Han Jie in shock. Han Jie took out his Qilin sword and pointed it at Huang Zuentian. Wait, don't make a move. I can make the Demoiselle Sacred Sect call a truce, Huang Zuentian said in a deep voice, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Han Jie raised his eyebrows and said, you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Understand? Huang Zuentian surprisingly conceded. As soon as Han Jie thought of his introduction, he did not like to kill. Could it be that Huang Zuentian wasn't trying to attack the Jade Clearance sect? Is that precisely why the Demoiselle Sacred Sect's actions have been so delayed? Huang Zuentian helplessly said, actually, I don't want to create so many conflicts, but I am the sect master. I bear the responsibility of the entire sect. If not for me advocating for it, I don't know how many disciples of the Jade Clearance sect would have died. And now, all of them are still alive and well. This was true. Zhou Fan and Yang Tiantong were both still alive. Han Jie hesitated to kill him. If it was really as Huang Zuentian said, Huang Zuentian would still be able to suppress the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. And if he killed Huang Zuentian, the Demoiselle Sacred Sect would go crazy and retaliate madly at that time. And Han Jie wouldn't be able to chase him all over the world. As long as you spare me, I will definitely order the Demoiselle Sacred Sect not to attack the Jade Clearance Sect again when I return, Huang Zuentian said solemnly. Han Jie's eyes flickered when he heard this. Huang Zuentian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Looks like it's negotiable. Just then, Han Jie suddenly struck out with a sword lift and chop, the heavenly execution ghost sword. Huang Zuentian was startled and hastily raised his hand to resist, his surging spiritual energy forcibly blocking the terrifying sword chi. However, he was still chopped back and blood spilled from his mouth. Dog! You! Huang Zun is in a weather emergency. Huang Zuentian has developed hatred for you. Current hatred level is 2 stars. Han Jie snorted coldly. Maybe Huang Zuentian can't help himself, but by letting him go, he'll be able to turn things around? He can make the Demoiselle Sacrament stop? If you couldn't before, why should you be able to after? It would be better to just behead them and deter the Demoiselle Sacred Sect, lest the Demoiselle Sacramental cult continues to mess things up. Han Jie raised the Qilin sword and pointed it at the sky. The 6 spiritual powers within his body erupted and rushed up to the sky, and in an instant, a blue light appeared on the dome of the sky, as if it was an ocean, brilliant and dazzling, and a sword shadow emerged from it, rapidly solidifying. Huang Zuentian pinched his hands together and 4 scepters appeared around him, spinning rapidly around him. He looked at the sword shadows in the sky and panicked a batch in his heart. What kind of spell is this? Nope, it's the Avatar. What Han Jie had executed was precisely the 10,000 Swords Divine Sect. 10,000 sword shadows hung high above the sky dome. How spectacular! All pointing their swords at Huang Zuentian, causing Huang Zuentian's hands and feet to go cold. He quickly cast a formation, and the 4 scepters immediately pulled apart, bursting out spiritual energy from the 4 corners to form a rectangular large formation. Han Jie swung his sword, and tens of thousands of sword shadows killed Huang Zuentian in unison. It was like a river of gods and goddesses. Boom! The 10,000 Swords Divine Plan crashed into Huang Zuentian's spell formation, shattering the surrounding clouds. Huang Zuentian's robes were blown and bulged wildly as he clenched his teeth and fought back with all his might. What a domineering divine ability! Huang Zuentian's heart was tense with regret. If I had known, I should have followed my heart and not listened to the slanderous words and personally killed the Jade Clearance Sect. Sure enough, the Jade Clearance Sect was truly emboldened. As Huang Zuentian cursed angrily in his mind, his spell formation was shattered, and the violent sword shadows slammed into his fleshly body, blasting him to the point where he spat out blood and flew backwards. No outright crushing. Huang Zuentian is still something. The guy quickly turned around during his backward flight and flew towards the sky. He seemed to have used some sort of divine ability as well, as his physical body transformed into a rainbow light, extremely fast, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Can't let go. Han Jie immediately cast his somersault clouds to track his scent. Now that we've fought, we must kill. Han Jie's vacillating speed was even faster. With a single heel, he stopped in front of Huang Zuentian. Huang Zuentian was almost stared to death and immediately swung his palm to strike. In a flash of lightning, Han Jie took out the burning fury bell and slammed it against Huang Zuentian. Bang! Huang Zuentian's right palm struck the burning fury bell and was shaken to the point of dizziness. The burning fury clock rapidly grew larger, and with a wave of Han Jie's right hand, the burning fury clock first lifted up and then slammed down heavily, directly crushing Huang Zuentian as he fell down, smashing into the woods. The burning fury bell kept rising and smashing down, and the earth shook violently. The woods were leveled within a radius of several hundred meters. Huang Zuentian's physical body was smashed, and he quickly sacrificed his Yuan Shun, wanting to continue escaping, but his speed wasn't enough in front of Han Jie. Han Jie executed the 6 soul-sucking paths and directly sucked Huang Zuentian's Yuan Shun into his palm. The end. Huang Zuentian, who was at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, faced Han Jie as if he was Duan Tantian, and was similarly powerless to fight back. Another boss was defeated by me. I'm so strong. Han Jie smiled in satisfaction before returning to the Jade Clearance sect. The place where the previous battle had taken place had already attracted the elders of the Jade Clearance sect to come and investigate. Han Jie executed the Wind God technique, bypassing these elders and quickly returning to the innate cave. As soon as the black prison chicken saw him, it hurriedly asked, "Master, how is the situation? Should we run?" "I'm ready." Han Jie blankly glanced at it and said, "Master, I don't strike easily, and if I do, the enemy is bound to be dead." The black jailbird froze, then slowly got down. Han Jie sat on the bed. He raised his right hand and emerged Huang Zuentian's Yuan Shen, bound by the 6 spiritual powers. Huang Zuentian's Yuan Shen was unable to escape out. As soon as he saw Han Jie, Huang Zuentian was filled with fear and asked in a trembling voice, "Who the hell are you?" "It's too strong." Although Huang Zuentian was cautious, he was still confident. He never thought he would lose so badly. Han Jie said expressionlessly, "Changshan Zhao Zilong." The black jail chicken had a questioning look on his face. "Who is Zhao Zilong? Which clan is Changshan?" Huang Zuentian was equally confused. Han Jie asked, "Your Demoiselle Sacred Sect doesn't have any supreme elders or the like, does it?" The reason why he didn't destroy Huang Zuentian's Yuanshan was to probe for information. Nowadays, his 6 paths soul absorption could seal the Yuanshan in soul, making it easier for him to force the issue. Huang Zuentian hesitated and said, "There is, but it has already left Great Yin. Nowadays I am the strongest in the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. Can you spare me? If I really can't, I'll quit the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. I can join the Jade Clearance Sect." He can lay down his dignity in order to live. Han Jie raised an eyebrow. This guy's personality is a lot like his. It's despicable. Han Jie hummed, "Let's see how you behave." After saying that, he closed his right palm and threw Huang Zuentian's Yuanshan into the depths of his soul and imprisoned it. With Huang Zuentian gone, then the Demoiselle Sacred Sect was not enough to worry about. You can practice in peace. Han Jie smiled and continued to cultivate, sprinting to the 2nd level of the God Transformation Realm. Chapter 52 9 Stars Spirit Treading Boots, Chaotic Tengu. The Demoiselle Sacred Sect leader Huang Zuentian and Elder Shan Kueijinjin traveled to the Yuqing sect, and as a result, there was no news for several years. The Demoiselle Sacred Sect, which was under siege from the Jade Clearance Sect and the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect, began to panic, especially the Elder Tier. With the strength of Huang Zuentian's duo they should be able to come back soon, so why did they drag it out for so long? Could something have happened? They remembered Huang Zuentian's worries and were terrified. Thus, they ordered all the disciples outside to all rush back to the sect and defend together against the attack of the Jade Clearance Sect and Vermilion Bird Sword Sect. Before dealing with the 2 sects, the Demoiselle Sacred Sect appeared to be very relaxed. Using only the cultivators stationed within the sect was enough to withstand it. Now they're scared. Fear of a mysterious and powerful enemy. After a long time of attack, the Jade Clearance Sect and the Vermilion Birdsword Sect got a request for peace from the Demoiselle Sacred Sect, which released all the prisoners of the 2 sects, including Huang Ji Hao. And the Jade Clearance Sect and the Vermilion Birdsword Sect also retreated and went back to their respective homes as a result. After all these years of fighting, it does get tiring. 5 years had passed since defeating Huang Zuentian. Han Jie relied on the elixir and swiftly broke through to the 3rd level of the Transformation God realm. He'd also run out of elixirs. Without the pills for cultivation at the Goddess of Transformation realm, he realized that the aura within the innate cave was actually a bit thin for him. How many years would it take to break through to the void melting realm with this kind of cultivation? Even the most powerful Gongfu had to depend on the surrounding heaven and earth aura. When Han Jie was somewhat distressed, Yang Tiandong suddenly returned. After entering the cave, he jumped in front of Han Jie and began to cry. "Master, after all these years, I finally meet your old man. Do you know how much my disciple has suffered all these years? I've always believed that you, Master, would come to save me. The sect master has told me that if it weren't for you sitting in the Jade Clearance sect, he wouldn't have dared to come to our rescue with confidence and boldness." Yang Tiantong cried in a shocking, sorrowful and joyful manner. The black jailbird cocked his head and blinked his cock eyes as he stared at the stranger. Han Jia was mortified to hear it. He didn't go to save young Tiantong, mainly because he was afraid. Han Jia opened his mouth. Apprentice, your performance is very good. Next I will teach you spells. Young Tendong's favoritism towards you has increased. Current favoritism is 5 stars. Young Tiandong was grateful and kept kowtowing. Han Jia then introduced the black prison chicken to young Tiandong. Young Tiantong had long since discovered the black prison chicken, but it was just too late to ask. You're the master's disciple, right? In the future, just call me Chicken. The black prison chicken spoke. Chicken? Han Jia was speechless. Young Tiantong also froze. The black hell chicken grunted. I'm a phoenix. Sooner or later I'll carry my master to the 9 heavens. For some reason, the moment it saw young Tiandong, it was inexplicably hostile. It doesn't like the scent of young Tian winter. The first time young Tiandong saw such a big chicken, he was a little flustered, afraid of saying the wrong thing and offending Han Jia. Alright, go cultivate next to me, and in a few days, I'll pass on your spells, Han said to young Tiandong. Upon hearing this, young Tiantong was pleasantly surprised and obediently nodded his head as he hurriedly walked to the side and began to meditate and cultivate. Han Jia also continued to cultivate. It looked like Li Qingzi and the others had returned. Fruity. The next day at noon, Li Qingzi paid a visit to the door. Ha ha ha, Elder Han. The spies I planted within the Demoiselle Sacred Sect told me that the Demoiselle Sacred Sect master has disappeared. Did he come to the Yuqing sect? Killed by you? Li Qingzi asked excitedly. Young Tiandong couldn't help but look at Han Jia expectantly. Han Jia hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. It was good to reveal this matter, so that Qingzi Li would not have to worry all day long and constantly harass him. As expected, Elder Han, you are the greatest contributor to our Jade Clearance sect. The Demoiselle Sacred sect master is dead, so I guess he won't dare to make trouble for a long time. Li Qingzi was overjoyed and couldn't stop talking. Han responded politely the vast majority of the time. When Li Qingzi finished, Han Jia laughed. It's time for the Jade Clearance sect to cultivate peacefully, so sect leaders stop running around and cultivate. Every time he saw Li Qingzi get beaten up, Han Jia sweated for him. Li Qingzi laughed. Right, there is one more thing. At most half a year, the Ancestor Master will be back. In another 5 years it will be exactly the Millennium ceremony of the Jade Clearance sect. It is a great joyous event for the Jade Clearance sect, although it has been postponed for 2 years. It is not in the way. I will invite all the sects and factions to come to participate, and in the meantime, establish a good relationship. By then, do you want to show up? I can help introduce you to the cultivation world. Let them know who the most powerful god beheading elder of the Yuqing sect is, so that you will be famous in the cultivation world. Han Jia hurriedly said. Unable. The Demoiselle Sacred sect leader being killed by me can't be told either. Let's pretend we don't know about this. I don't want to show my face either. I just want to cultivate properly. If the sect leader wants to build up a momentum for me, this is harming me. How many enemies have I killed for the Jade Clearance sect? If this is made public I'll be a dead man. When the time comes, I'll have no choice but to run away and leave the Jade Clearance sect. Upon hearing this, Li Qingzi also felt that it made sense, so he nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Han Jia voiced his recent confusion and asked Qingzi Li to help raise the aura concentration of the cave. Li Qingzi immediately agreed. After leaving the cave, Li Qingzi began to worry. How else can we raise it? This aura is already the densest in the entire clan. Can only wait for the Ancestor Master to return. Li Qingzi was distressed. He had transplanted the best heavenly materials before, but he didn't expect Han Jia to still be dissatisfied. This guy is breaking through too fast. Just as Li Qingzi left with his front foot, a line appeared before Han Jia's eyes. After you successfully guarded the clan and repelled the Demoiselle Sacred cult, you received a spiritual treasure, a secret book of the Sword Tao, and an egg of the divine beast of Qi. Congratulations on obtaining the 9-star spirit boots, a 5th grade treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the secret book, Flying Sword of Absolute Love. Congratulations on acquiring the Chaos Tengu, 9-star spiritual boots, a 5th grade spiritual treasure that can step on and absorb spiritual chi and fly very fast, enhancing the ability to move around in speed and stance. Desperate Flying Sword, emotionless sword technique. After practicing this sword technique, the lust will keep decreasing. The killing power of this sword technique is extremely strong. Chaos Heavenly Dog, one of the ancient divine beasts of luck. There was a legend that the heavenly dog eclipsed the moon. Currently in egg state, Han Jia revealed a smile. Finally, 9-star treading boots can be very good for running. I like it. A wink. 3 years have passed. Han Jia was still at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, and during this period of time, he had passed on the Jedi Flying Sword to Yang Tiantong, while he himself had not cultivated. Yang Tiandong loved the Jade Flying Sword, and with his excellent qualifications, he became proficient in the Jade Flying Sword in 3 years, and made a name for himself in the inner sect, and was promoted to elite disciple only half a year ago. He was about to break through to the Jindan realm. The Chaos Tengu had hatched, or was hatched by the Black Prison Chicken. The Black Prison Chicken didn't understand. It was Han Jia who taught it. It had yet to establish its own values and sense of shame, and the Chaos Tengu was taken care of exclusively by it after it hatched successfully. Nowadays, the chaotic heavenly dog was already as big as a calf, with a long silver fur, like a big fat wolf. That's right, fertile. The Black Hellcock's fat physique causes it to think that this is what makes it look good, so it also fattens up the Chaos Sky Dog. Han Jia didn't stop it. It was the chubby pets that were cute. His cultivation far exceeded that of the chaotic Sky Dog, and it was impossible for the chaotic Sky Dog to surpass him, so he didn't expect the chaotic Sky Dog to fight. It is worth mentioning that the chaotic heavenly dog was arrogant by nature, and at the age of 2, it dared to call the shots with the Black Hell Chicken, often infuriating the Black Hell Chicken into storming out, resulting in the innate cave often having chicken and dogs in a state of unrest. Chapter 53, The 9 Cauldrons. Rulai Mantra. This day, Yang Tianton returned from his mission, and he looked quite excited. Master, the Ancestor Master is back, Yang Tiandong said to Han Jia. Han never opened his eyes. He immediately detected the strongest person within the Jade Clearance sect, Zhou Dingjinjin, 8th level of the Fusion Realm, founding master of the Yuqing sect, the 8th level of the Void Melting Realm. It's okay. Han Jia instantly felt a sense of security. With such a strong person guarding the Jade Clearance sect, the Jade Clearance sect shouldn't encounter the previous ordeal again, right? Han Jia said softly, cultivate well. After saying that, he opened the simulation trial and fought against the 9 tripod realist. Yang Tiandong touched his nose, a little embarrassed. Originally had a lot of things to say. Looking at the meaning of the master, I guess he did not want to listen. He could only honestly walk to the side and start cultivating. The chaotic heavenly dog stared at him and whispered, Brother Chicken, the aura on him is so annoying. The Black Jail Chicken narrowed his cock eyes and said, well, I feel the same way. Their voices were low, but Yang Tiandong heard them clearly. He was speechless. Was one's half-demon blood so resistant to demons? Yang Tiandong was aggrieved in his heart, but he did not dare to say anything. After a while, Han Jia opened his eyes and secretly said, is this the Void Melting Realm? It can be. He lost. Relying on the Wind God technique and the somersault clouds, he barely managed to hold out for a few minutes. It was still a struggle for the 3rd level of the Spirit Transformation Realm to battle the 8th level of the Fused Void Realm. Han Jia took a deep breath. There's a target next. Early victory over the 9 cauldrons. For the next period of time, the entire Jade Clearance sect was bustling with activity, one being that the Millennium ceremony was approaching, and the other being that the Ancestor Master had returned. Under the propaganda of the 18 Peak Elders, the various legendary deeds of the 9 Cauldron Masters circulated. A great cultivator who had lived for thousands of years was also extremely rare when looking at the entire Great Yin cultivation world. Han Jia was still in seclusion and didn't go out to hang around. A few days later, Li Qingtsu came to visit. Accompanying him was the 9 Cauldrons. The 9 Cauldrons realist was tall, with a head full of white hair, and an immortal style, very much like that of an immortal who had attained the Tao. Han Jia rose and saluted. Yang Tianton followed and knelt down to worship the sect leader. The Black Prison Chicken and chaotic heavenly dog lay on the ground, quietly looking towards the 9 cauldrons. After entering the cave, the 9 cauldrons realist was the first to look at the Black Prison Chicken and chaotic heavenly dog and said in amazement, these 2 demonic beasts aren't simple. Little friend, where did you get them from? The other people of the Jade Clearance sect could not see the roots of the 2 beasts, but the Zhou Dingjinjin could feel their extraordinary. After all, he traveled around the world and had seen a lot. Li Qingzi couldn't help but twist his head to look. When did there get to be an extra dog? Han Jia laughed. An accidental gain. The 9 cauldrons realist smiled and didn't ask too many questions, walking to a chair and sitting down, looking towards Han Jia, saying, little friend, the Jade Clearance sect is thanks to you, or else the Tao lineage has been extinguished. This time, the old man has specially come to thank you, and also brought you a chance. I don't know if you're willing to do so? A chance? Han Jia instantly frowned. In his understanding, any chance that wasn't delivered to his hands was an adventure. There's danger, easy to get into trouble. The old man left the Great Yin cultivation world 1,000 years ago, went after the land immortals, then reached overseas, in the red dust ups and downs, and now has been a religion of the Vice Master. This time back will bring some geniuses forward to cultivate. When the cultivation is accomplished can come back to the Jade Clearance sect. Are you willing to do so? The 9 cauldrons real person stroked his beard and laughed. Overseas vice priest? Han Jia was speechless. Your old family is dying and you end up joining someone else and mixing it up. Han Jie asked cautiously. Is your sect considered invincible overseas? It's hard to be invincible, but it's one of the overlords. Overlord? That is, there is an enemy? That's natural, but it's not enough to fear. It's hard to shake our sect. There are quite a few fused Void Realm powerhouses in our sect. Oh, thanks for the kind words, ancestor. I won't go. Han Jie shook his head and refused. Overseas is so dangerous. It's not an invincible sect. It's definitely dangerous to go. In Great Yen, well, at least the Jade Clearance sect no longer had any enemies. The strongest Demoiselle Sacramental Church is falling. The 9 Cauldrons mortal man laughed. They all say that you are cautious. It seems that you are afraid that it is dangerous to go overseas? That's true. Think about when the old man, he began to brag about his adventures. And sure enough, no matter where he was, the old man talked a lot and loved to brag about the past. Han Jie listened quietly. Only after the 9 Cauldrons had spoken for a while did Li Qingzi have a chance to speak. Elder Han, it's fine if you don't want to go. Staying in the Jade Clearance sect is also quite good. Next, the ancestor will help our Jade Clearance sect to develop. When the time comes, the Jade Clearance sect will surely be able to become the overlord of Great Yan's cultivation realm. You want to cultivate bitterly, right? No problem. I will try my best to help you search for heavenly materials. From now on the entire mountain will be yours. The disciples of the other caves on the mountain I can expel. And in the future, I will exclusively reserve it for you and your disciples. Li Qingzi laughed. He was the sect leader, so naturally, he didn't want Han Jie to leave. The 9 Cauldrons realists said that the geniuses had gone to better sects, so how could they possibly be willing to come back? Unless it doesn't mix well and often encounters oppression. If Han Jie followed the 9 Cauldrons and left, what should the Jade Clearance sect do the next time it encountered danger? The 9 Tripod realists laughed. That's right, the old man will stay for at least 50 years before leaving. First remodeling the Jade Clearance sect and turning it into a holy place in the Great Yin cultivation world. In the meantime, you can still give it some thought. 3 lines followed before Han Jie's eyes. You are confronted with an invitation from Jiu Dingjin and Li Qingzi, and you have the following choices. 1. Follow the 9 Cauldrons to the overseas. You can get a bottle of cultivation elixir, a magic weapon and a spiritual treasure. 2. Continue to stay in the Jade Clearance sect, cultivate in a low profile, and strive for peace and stability. And you can obtain 1 divine inheritance. Han Jie laughed. Then thank you, ancestor and sect leader. I'd better stay in the Jade Clearance sect first. He silently chose the second one. In terms of choices, the first option may be superior, unlike what has happened in the past. But when he thought about it, he pressed on with no need to travel overseas. Perhaps the aura here was nowhere near as good as overseas, but it wasn't like he had any enemies, so he could cultivate in peace. If they went overseas, they might encounter a lot of trouble. Han Jie didn't have any blood feuds or terrifying and incomparable mortal enemies, so what was the point of going on a rampage? In addition, Li Qingzi's proposal was also good. This cave was indeed small, and it was just right to give him the whole mountain. As for the other disciples on the mountain, Han Jie could only say sorry. He trusted Li Qingzi to weigh the relationship. You choose to remain in the Jade Clearance sect, and receive 1 divine power inheritance. Congratulations on acquiring the avatar Rudraksh Mantra. Rudraksh Mantra, Buddhist magic. It can transcend ghosts and suppress evil spirits. Buddhist magical powers? It's kind of fun. Han Jie thought silently. The 3 continued to talk for a while. After Li Qingzi and the 9 Tripod realists left, in less than 3 days, all the other cultivators on this mountain moved. Under Li Qingzi's arrangement, a group of mortal slaves came to plant the heavenly materials. This batch of heavenly materials and earthly treasures should have been brought back by the 9 Cauldrons realist, and their quality clearly surpassed the heavenly materials and earthly treasures sent before. Not only that, Qingzi Li personally came to the foot of the mountain to set up a formation for Han Jie. The treatment pulls full circle. When this matter spread to the inner sect, the disciples thought that the sect master was trying to cultivate a holy mountain of cultivation, and they all began to long for it. Unbeknownst to me, this mountain belongs to only one person. Han Jie didn't meddle in the matters outside the cave and cultivated at ease. The Black Hell Chicken and Chaotic Heavenly Dog were also practicing hard. Yang Tiantong poured out of the cave. Li Qingzi was interested in cultivating him, preparing him to take power in the Jade Clearance sect, firstly because of his qualifications, and secondly in order to draw Han Jie in. 6 months rushed by. On this day, Xing Hongxian came to find Han Jie. The disciples of all the peaks had been ordered not to come to this mountain, but Xing Hongxian had Jingshu Zhenren as her master, so she dared to come. Han Jie let her into the house. Husband, I've recently picked up another treasure, and I've come to present it to you. Xing Hongxian cheerfully came to sit beside Han Jie, then took out a jade bead as big as a baby's fist as if offering a treasure. When Han Jie received this bead, his face suddenly looked odd as he swept his divine sense. Xing Hongxian said excitedly, This bead can automatically gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and catalyze the creation of the spirit gathering pill. This is a good treasure. Chapter 54 Heavenly Quartz Broomstalker. Unparalleled talent. Hearing Xing Hongshuan's words, Han Jie's expression became even more odd as his divine sense discovered a soul hidden within the jade bead. This spirit is still a fierce spirit, full of fury. It's not good at first glance. Han Jie asked, "Where did you pick up this bead from?" He spoke of the situation of the ferocious spirit within the jade bead. Hearing Xing Hongshuan's eyes widen in disbelief, immediately, she furrowed her brows and said in a low voice, "I got it from a cultivation bazaar. I participated in an auction and got a treasure, but someone had their eyes on me, so they tailed me and tried to take my treasure, but I ended up killing them back, and I received this item from his storage ring, and the Taoist who was accompanying me told me that this is the innate spirit gathering jade, which is extremely rare, and it's a sacred treasure for cultivation, and as soon as I heard it was so powerful, I brought it to you." Han Jie always felt that something was wrong, but then he couldn't figure it out. He directly executed the 6 paths of soul absorption to get rid of the ferocious spirits inside, and then returned the innate spirit gathering jade to Xing Hongxian. "It's better for you to take it. The ferocious spirit inside has already been gotten rid of by me. This treasure won't help me much, but it's you. You're also about to break through Jindan, so you just need this treasure," Han Jie said seriously. Xing Hongxian subconsciously wanted to refuse, and Han Jie continued, "Your cultivation is too slow, and at this rate, the possibility of me becoming your husband will become less and less likely. So what you should be thinking about right now is to try to make your cultivation as fast as possible." At those words, Xing Hongshuan's smile turned bitter. Han Jie looked at him for a while. After all, this one in front of him was the woman who had the highest favorability towards him. With a flip of his right hand, he handed Xing Hongxian the elixir he had seized earlier. These pills could help Xing Hongxian break through the Jindan realm as well as help her enhance her Jindan realm cultivation. "In the past, it was you who gave me treasures, now I'm giving them to you. In addition, you can open a cave in the back of the mountain to cultivate," Han Jie said seriously. Xing Hongxian was instantly surprised, her heart filled with sweetness. When Han Jie saw this, his heart was inexplicably a bit flustered. He said seriously, "You and I aren't a couple yet. I hope you'll do your best to cultivate. In addition, don't publicize the relationship between you and I. I've killed many strong enemies for the Jade Clearance sect, so don't become the enemy's soft underbelly for blackmailing me. Do you understand?" Xing Hongxian nodded her head obediently. Bastard, I'm sure you still care about me." What he said about being afraid of becoming his own weakness was actually a fear for my well-being. The more Xing Hongxian thought about it, the sweeter her heart became. Recalling back then, Han Jie was still just a teenager in her eyes, and now he had become a powerful divine beheading elder of the Jade Clearance sect. This kind of qualification is unheard of in the entire cultivation world. She did have to work at it too. If this continues, she won't be good enough for Han Jie. Xing Hongxian didn't stay much longer and quickly left. She had wanted to seize this opportunity to get close to Han Jie, but the Black Prison Chicken and Chaos Tengu kept staring at them, their eyes glaring, making her embarrassed. A year and a half later, the aura of the mountain where Han Jie was located had increased drastically, and in addition to the spirit gathering formation, Li Qingzi had also set up a Dharma protection formation. Under Han Jie's authorization, Xing Hongxian quietly moved to the back of the mountain to enjoy the majestic aura here together. This day, the Jade Clearance sect's Millennium ceremony was about to open, and all of the righteous sects in the cultivation world sent people to come and congratulate them, ushering in an unprecedented bustle in the Jade Clearance sect. It was said that the Demoiselle Sacred sect master disappeared after traveling to the Jade Clearance sect, which meant that it was likely that the Demoiselle Sacred sect master died in the Jade Clearance sect. This speculation made the Jade Clearance sect's status in the cultivation world much higher, and no one dared to disrespect it. After the 9 Cauldrons realist returned, he began to personally reorganize the Jade Clearance sect, and the auras of the 18 peaks and inner gate cities and pools were also drastically improved. Although not as good as this mountain of Han Jie's, it was more than a few times stronger than it had been before. Not only that, but the 9 Cauldrons had also gone and captured several great demons comparable to the Yuaning realm and imprisoned them within the 10,000 demons realm. The Jade Clearance sect was growing stronger day by day. Han definitely wasn't interested in the Millennium ceremony and didn't go out, continuing to cultivate. It was worth mentioning that as the Black Prison Chicken and Chaotic Heavenly Dog grew bigger and bigger, the cave could no longer accommodate them, and Han Jie drove them out half a year ago. Let them find a nest of their own on the mountain. While they are under strict orders not to go down the mountain and not to flaunt it, the Black Prison Chicken had been instilled with values by Han Jie from a young age, and was now a very timid, oh no, very cautious chicken that often educated the Chaotic Heavenly Dog, wanting to make the Chaotic Heavenly Dog develop the same mindset as it did. Nay, the Chaotic Heavenly Dog was arrogant by nature and still despised it. Although the chaotic sky dog was disrespectful, the black hell chicken still forced its way through it by virtue of its great strength. Anymore, this dog thing was hatched from it. In Han Jie's words, this was his dog's son. This day, a line suddenly appeared before Han Jie's eyes. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck. See also congenital chiropractors. Han Jie now had an understanding of innate chi luck. That is, people with extraordinary destinies. Some of them may be heavenly beings and some of them may be destined to be. An innate chi lucky person doesn't mean it's absolutely awesome. Han Jie immediately chose to check its origin. Suchi, the reincarnation of the heavenly broom star, born with bad luck, will wreak havoc on the people around him. His fate is extremely hard. Often the people around him unlucky to die. He can always turn the danger into safety. Heard that the Jade Clearance sect is the cultivation world's most powerful sect. He would like to worship into the Jade Clearance sect, to learn the Taoist tradition. A special reminder, due to the fact that you have the immortal emperor descendants of the luck, cannot be affected by the bad luck of the broom star, and, in addition, shall not kill the broom star, or else the monstrous bad luck of the immortal emperor's luck or all, can't be stopped. What the hell? Broomstick reincarnated? Han Jie looked speechless for a while. Although his immortal emperor descendants' chi could be protected from the influence of the sweeping star, the Jade Clearance sect couldn't. Han Jie hurriedly scanned with his divine sense. Su Qi was walking towards the mountain he was on. That's not good. Han Jie hesitated for a moment and decided to go forward to meet this sweeper. Foothills. A teenager sat on a boulder, gasping for air and wiping the sweat from his forehead. He wasn't handsome, but his eyes had an aura about them. He twisted his head to look at the 18 peaks in the distance, his eyes becoming hot. Why are you here as a mortal? Han Jie's voice suddenly drifted in, only to see him appear in front of Su Qi out of thin air. Su Qi trembled in fear and hurriedly knelt in front of Han Jie. He forced himself to hold back his excitement and said, "My name is Su Qi. I want to cultivate immortality. I know the rules of the cultivation sects, but I want to skip the outer sects and bring my talent directly into the inner sects of the Jade Clearance sect." That's a cocky tone. Han Jie was speechless. Moreover, why did he feel that the words were somewhat familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before? Han Jie shook his head. You're old enough to have missed the best time for cultivation. In order to have peace in the future, and for the sake of the Jade Clearance sect's peace, Han Jie could only drive him away. Impossible. I'm immensely talented. How about this? I'll pass on the method of Chi Nascent. You'll find another place to cultivate, so don't join the Jade Clearance sect. No, I have to join the Jade Clear sect. Could it be that you're not from the Jade Clear sect? I heard that the Jade Clearance sect is having a 1,000-year ceremony, inviting all the sects in the cultivation world. Su Qi looked at Han Jie warily. Han Jie was puzzled. How do you know so much as a human mortal? Are you sure you don't want to leave? Just no. Yes. Han Jie grabbed Su Qi and led him back to the innate cave. Suki was thrown to the ground and fell on his ass. Han Jie resumed sitting on the bed and said, "From today onward, you'll have to stay here, and in this life, you won't be able to go out again." Anyway, he could counteract Su Qi's bad luck, so he wasn't afraid. As for why they didn't kill Suki, he can't top the monstrous bad luck. Han Jie was still worried that after killing Su Qi, this guy would directly restore his identity as a heavenly immortal god and find him again at that time. It's always good to be cautious. Chapter 55, Fifth Level of the Transformation Spirit Realm, Infinite Resurrection. Hearing Han Jie's words, Su Qi froze. Spinning around, fear and despair roiled his mind. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who the hell are you?" "This is the Jade Clearance sect." In his perception, the Jade Clearance sect was a prestigious sect that could not possibly do such a thing. "Suki has developed a hatred for you. Current hatred level is 2 stars. Han Jie calmly said, "I gave you a chance. You didn't cherish it, now you have no choice. You'll stay here from now on." Suki was terrified. He turned his thoughts. It's not right. If Han Jie is a bad guy, then he should just kill him. He's just an ordinary mortal and not a disciple of the Jade Clearance sect. So what's the point of arresting him? And so on. Could it be that this was a senior member of the Jade Clearance sect, testing him? When Su Qi thought like this, his heart was instantly certain. He immediately walked to the corner of the cave and imitated Han Jie, starting to meditate. "Suki is favorably disposed towards you. Current favorability is 3 stars. Han Jie froze. From 2-star hatred to 3-star goodwill. What's going on? Is this kid sick? Han would never pay any more attention to him and cultivate at ease. In order to prevent Su Qi from eating, drinking, and stinking up his cave, he passed on to Su Qi the simplest of the nascent soul techniques that he had seized. Only pass on the first layer, lest this guy really cultivate his name. Han Jie was fine as long as his cultivation didn't catch up to his own. With this impartation from him, Su Qi's favorability towards him reached 5 stars. The Millennium ceremony is also in full swing. Even while staying in the cave, Han Jie and Su Qi were able to hear Li Qingzi's speech to the entire clan, recounting the history of the Yu Qing clan, which made Su Qi's blood boil. He was indeed still in the Jade Clearance sect. Han Jie must be a high-ranking person from the Jade Clearance sect, otherwise he wouldn't be so bold. Su Qi made up his mind to follow Han Jie and cultivate properly. The Millennium Festival passed quickly. After the departure of the various clans, the Jade Clearance sect did not calm down, but instead became even more lively. The Nine Cauldrons realist and Li Qingzi remodeled the inner and outer gates and set up more and more rules. In addition, the Nine Cauldrons had also put in a lot of good resources for the Jade Clearance sect's treasure vault, with feats, spells, treasures, and so on, so it could be seen that the Nine Cauldrons had come back, and were truly prepared. A wink. 3 years have passed. Han Jie successfully broke through to the 4th level of the Transformation God realm. With the help of the Nine Cauldrons realist and Li Qingzi, the aura of the mountain where Han Jie was located far exceeded the previous one by more than 5 times. Han Jie was satisfied now, and didn't want to wander around, much less travel overseas with the Nine Cauldrons. During this period of time, the Jade Clearance sect had gone on a rampage to recruit new disciples, and the number of outer disciples had grown substantially, but the growth of inner disciples had yet to explode. The Jade Clearance sect accepts disciples from mortals only, to avoid the same as before, and then the appearance of the 3 religions and 9 streams of spies. The Nine Cauldrons realist would not leave for decades, and just this year, he left the Jade Clearance sect with his core disciples. Chan Yuer came to visit Han Jie and told him about this. The Demoiselle Sacred sect is finished. Now it's like a dog. Everyone is shouting at it. Chang Yuer said excitedly. The Chaos Tengu beside him almost exploded when he heard that. He couldn't help but say, "What's wrong with the dog?" In order to avoid Chan Yuer bumping into Su Qi and catching bad luck, Han Jie especially came out to meet her, and the two of them chatted in a forest. The Chaos Tengu and the Black Prison Chicken usually love to stay here as well. Chang Yuer laughed. "I'm talking about dogs raised by mortals. You're different, don't be Raidu." Chaos Tengu had a point when he thought about it. Chang Yuer continued. Under the Ancestor Master's leadership, the Demoiselle Sacred sect collapsed, and the Ancestor Master emptied the Demoiselle Sacred sect of its family treasures, which will all be used by our Jade Clearance sect in the future. Han Jie was satisfied after hearing this. The Nine Cauldrons realist could help the Jade Clearance sect unify the Great Yin Cultivation realm before leaving so that in the future, the Jade Clearance sect would not encounter successive crises of extermination. Han definitely changed his impression of the Nine Cauldrons. "How is your recent cultivation? When are you going to break through the Jindan realm?" Han Jie asked. Chang Yuer blinked and said, "There's one thing I need to tell you. Master intends for me to follow Grandmaster overseas." Han Jie nodded slightly, not surprised. "That's good. Under the care of the Nine Cauldrons realist, she should be able to rapidly enhance her cultivation." "Senior brother, are you really not coming with us?" Chang Yuer asked expectantly. If Han Jie followed them overseas, then Xing Hongxian and Emoju wouldn't stand a chance. Han Jie shook his head. Overseas is too dangerous. Now that the Jade Clearance sect has become powerful, it's safer to stay in the Jade Clearance sect. But of course, for mortal cultivators like you, it's quite good to go out and make a break for it. Chang Yuer froze and almost died of anger. Han Jie seriously said, "When you get overseas, you should be careful with your cultivation. Don't be cheated by other men. The road to cultivate immortality. You have to rely on yourself in the end. Your feelings will hold you back. Wouldn't it be beautiful when you and I go to the Great Tao together, and travel through the red dust together?" Chang Yuer's beautiful eyes lit up. This comment from Sifu. Sure enough, Shidoshi has me in his heart. He's right. A child's love cannot hold back the path of immortal cultivation. Chang Yuer's smile widened. The two chatted for an hour before parting ways. After they left, the chaotic heavenly dog plopped down next to the Black Prison Chicken and asked, "Brother Chicken, that woman seems to like our master very much." After all, it was a divine beast of Qi, unlike the Black Prison Chicken, which was still a mortal chicken for the time being. Black Prison Chicken said seriously, "That's greed. She wants to eat her master. Remember, in the future, when you meet other dogs that are interested in you, you have to avoid them. Otherwise you will have a hard time entering the Great Tao for the rest of your life." "You're overthinking it." "Really, that's what my master taught me." "Chicken, you're just a stupid chicken. How can you become a phoenix with your chicken brain?" The Black Hell Chicken began to violently beat up the Chaos Tengu. For a while, the woods were full of chickens and leaves. 10 years rushed by. Han Jie had broken through to the 5th level of the Transformation God realm, and Su Qi's cultivation had unexpectedly reached the Foundation Establishment realm. His talent was truly awesome, and he easily broke through without the need for a Foundation Establishment pill. Su Qi enjoyed the process of cultivation, and after more than 10 years had passed, he hadn't even brought up the idea of leaving, and was still very respectful to Han Jie. This day, the Nine Cauldrons realist returned with his core disciples in great numbers. drawing cheers from the Jade Clearance sect. Han Jia was also disturbed as he opened his eyes, ready to relax for a while. He clicked on relationships to check his email. Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, was attacked by a demon. Your Taoist partner, Shen Changjun, was attacked by a demon and was seriously injured. Your Taoist partner, Shen Changjun, was attacked by the Buddhists and was seriously injured. Your partner, Shen Changjun, was killed and resurrected. Your friend Zhou Fan entered the ancient forbidden land by mistake and his fortune changed. Han Jia froze. Xianaro Kuan was executed? It seems that her mortal body can be resurrected indefinitely. Han Jia wasn't worried. After all, she was a demon monarch. He noticed that Zhou Fan's chi had unexpectedly changed. Exactly how it would change, though, he couldn't see. Ha ha ha, little friend Han, the old man has come to pay you a visit. The laughter of the Nine Cauldrons realist came out, and immediately after, he directly turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the cave. Suchi couldn't help but open his eyes. Han Jia secretly said that it was not good. With the broomstick right next to him, will it bring bad luck to the Nine Cauldrons? Even though it's a sweeper, it shouldn't be infected so quickly, right? Chapter 56 Ancient Forbidden Land. Mysterious wooden plaque. The nine-tripod realist noticed Suchi just as he appeared and asked in surprise, "Is this your disciple?" Han Jia shook his head. "No, just my slave." Suchi wanted to speak, but eventually chose to remain silent. The Nine Cauldrons realist carefully surveyed Suchi. His eyes lit up and said, "This son's qualifications are very good. It's really condescending to give you a slave, or else follow the old man and head overseas to pursue the great Tao." Han Jia frowned, his heart thumping. "Oh Grandmaster, you're killing yourself." The Nine Cauldrons realist looked at Suchi, stroking his beard and asked with a smile, "Kid, are you willing? I am the founding ancestor of the Jade Clear sect. This is a great opportunity." He directly skipped Han Jia because he had already learned about Han Jia's character. This son is most afraid of trouble. If he could collect Suchi himself, perhaps Han Jia would still be grateful to him. When Suchi heard this, he was excited. Han Jia couldn't help but say, "Ancestor, this son is in a special situation. It's best not to take him." What can he say? Calling Suki a spoilsport? Who believes it? The Nine Cauldrons realist asked with a smirk. "What? You're not willing to release them?" Suchi immediately said, "Thank you for your kind words, ancestor. I just want to stay here." He wasn't stupid. The Nine Cauldrons realist was the founding ancestor of the sect, and such a status would even come to visit Han Jia in person. What does that mean? Han Jia's status is not low. It might not even be inferior to the Nine Cauldrons. Just as well. The Nine Cauldrons laughed and didn't get angry. He walked over to Han Jia and sat down beside him, smiling. "Little friend, all the sects in the Great Yen Cultivation realm, I've gone through all of them, and in the future, none of the Jade Clearance sect will encounter any more danger, so you can cultivate in peace." Han Jia laughed. "Ancestor is an ancestor. It's really powerful. You're really something with this strike." The Nine Cauldrons realist stroked his beard and laughed, his horse's ass flattering him. The old man went out this time, and discovered an ancient forbidden land, which is rich in resources. The old man intends to take it for himself, and make it a place of cultivation for the Jade Clearance sect. This forbidden land has just been discovered, and there might be quite a lot of treasures hidden within it. Would you like to go and take a look at it? At those words, Han Jia raised his eyebrows. Ancient forbidden land? Two big words instantly popped into his head. Danger. Could it be the forbidden land that Zhou Fan fell into before? Han Jia hurriedly shook his head and said, "Forget it, it's better to give it to the other disciples of the sect." The Nine Cauldrons couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This kid is really scared of death. This was good. His disciples and grandsons were too adventurous, and the sect was better off with a bitter cultivator like Han Jia holding down the fort. The Nine Cauldrons real person continued to laugh. At most 20 years, the old man will have to leave. The heavenly immortal house is about to open. The old man is ready to enter the house to pursue the great Tao. To tell you, this heavenly immortal house comes from an extraordinary place. Every 100 years, there will be a disciple who will fly up to become an immortal. He began to ramble on. Han Jia felt that his ears were familiar. And so on. Wasn't this what Shen Qingjun was going to give him when she first approached him? The order of the celestial immortal mansion. At the time he refused. Now, it seemed that the heavenly immortal mansion was indeed remarkable. And even an 8th level of the void melting realm like the 9-tripod realm wanted to join. Han Jia listened patiently. Suki was also listening. Finally, ha ha ha, when I come back next time, I might already be in the harmonization realm. My disciple grandson said that you have excellent qualifications, and that you will be able to catch up with the old man in a few hundred years. So at that time you and I will have a duel to see who is powerful. The Nine Cauldrons realist smiled smugly. Han Jia was speechless. He suddenly realized that the character of the Nine Cauldrons had deviated from his imagination. This guy has a heart for pretending. That's right. This time, The return of the Nine Cauldrons realist could be described as an incomparable sensation, and even suppressed the great Yen cultivation realm. This kind of person's heart is bound to be a bit high-strung. Hanjia shook his head and laughed. Give me a few more thousand years and I won't be able to catch up with you, ancestor. These words were pleasant to hear in the heart of the Nine Cauldrons. The Nine Cauldrons are favorably disposed towards you. Current favorability is 1 star. Finally developing a good feeling. Hanjia had wondered before why the Nine Cauldrons were not kind to him when he had done so much for the Jade Clearance sect. Turns out he didn't blow him off himself. The Nine Cauldrons were finally satisfied. This time he came to find Hanjia. It was just that he happened to be passing by. He had been shocked earlier to realize that his prestige within the Jade Clearance sect was not the highest. Not as good as Elder Chopper. The Nine Cauldrons had led the Yuqing sect to greatness, but Elder Jinshen had saved the Yuqing sect, and there was indeed a disparity in the weight of the two. Coupled with the fact that the Nine Cauldrons realist was too high profile and often walked in the inner gate, the disciples had almost all seen him, whereas the Divine Beheading Elder, apart from the Jade Pavilion Peak, most of the disciples had never seen him, and had always been very mysterious. Under such circumstances, the disciples worshipped the mysterious Elder Jinshen even more. After pretending, the Nine Cauldrons departed with satisfaction. Hanjia didn't think much about it and continued to cultivate. Time flies. 10 years passed quickly. While the Jade Clearance sect was rapidly growing, Hanjia had been cultivating in silence. His cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the Transformation God realm. He once again used the simulated trial against the Nine Cauldrons. This time, he lasted half an hour. Still defeated. Ugh, Hanjia sighed. A 9-ding realist at the 8th level of the Void Melting realm is very strong. Hanjia was in a bad mood and was ready to go out for a spin. He suddenly remembered that the Nine Cauldrons had already come into contact with Su Qi. Would he encounter bad luck? He immediately clicked on the human relations email to check it. Your friend Mo Revenge has been attacked by a demon. Your friend Maju has been attacked by a demon. Your best friend, Jiao Dingjinjin, suffered a heart attack while practicing. Your best friend, Jiao Dingjinjin, has been attacked by a heart demon, reducing his Dao by 100 years. Your friend Zhou Fan died and was returned to life by a great power. Han Jia was happy. The Nine Cauldrons were still really suffering from bad luck. And then there's Zhou Fan, who's totally the protagonist of this experience. Han Jia shook his head and lost his smile, his mood improving as he got up and left. Su Qi was still cultivating in his nascent soul. Han Jia hadn't taught him anything. He had relied on the basic Qi nascent method to cultivate until today, and hadn't taken the resident pill. So now he had matured, and was no longer the fluttering teenager he had been at the beginning. Xing Hongshan had gone out a few years ago and had just returned less than 3 days ago, so Han Jia decided to go see her. This was the first time Han Jia had come to her cave. Xing Hongshan was so excited that she got up to greet him. After the two of them entered the cave, Xing Hongshan waved her hand and closed the entrance to the cave with an FA formation. Han Jia surveyed her cave. Although it was a cave room, it had a different flavor. There were many scrolls hanging on the wall, and the bed and couch was a white jade boulder that was flawless. Xing Hongshan directly embraced his arm and pulled him to the table, smiling. Husband, you're just in time. A few years ago I went to an ancient forbidden land and got quite a lot of treasures in there. Come and pick them out and see what you like. With a flick of her right hand, a treasure appeared on the table. There were jade, magic weapons, heavenly treasures, and so on, all of which were very small. Han Jia sat down and used a sweep of his divine sense. He just casually swept. Although Xing Hongshan was already a Jindan realm cultivator, what treasures could she search for? Ha! Han Jia suddenly let out a cry of surprise. His eyes fell on a wooden plaque that resembled a spirit tablet. Xing Hongshan noticed his look and smiled smugly. How about it? Take it straight away if you like it. Everything I have is yours, husband. Han Jia ignored her and picked up the wooden sign. There were no words on the surface of this wooden sign and it looked very ordinary. However, Han Jia could capture a divine thought inside if anything. Very faint. An ordinary spirit transformation realm cultivator might not even be able to detect it. Han Jia closed his eyes and probed his divine sense into it. Boom! The powerful divine sense broke through the divine thoughts in the wooden sign, followed by a surge of memories into Han Jia's mind. Xing Hongshan raised her hands and cupped her cheeks as she looked at Han Jia. It's been a while since I've seen him this close. Why is this face so handsome? Xing Hongshan wasn't young anymore either, and she often went out to practice, so she could be considered to have seen a lot. But no matter how many heavenly pride she had seen, she thought that Han Jia was the best looking. Not bad for the man who made her fall in love at first sight. Book Club 6683855276. Chapter 57, 4th Grade Spiritual Treasure. Poison King's Successor. Ryoko. Han Jia opened his eyes and looked surprised. There was a secret method hidden in this wooden tablet. The puppets of heaven. This kind of puppet was created by spiritual power. Han Jie was able to create a heavenly puppet with the same cultivation as himself. The disadvantage was that the heavenly puppet wasn't long-lasting enough. After the spiritual power ran out, the puppet would stagnate and not move, and wouldn't regain its mobility until the next injection of spiritual power. The puppet of heaven was not an automatic combatant and needed to be manipulated by a sliver of soul, somewhat similar to a doppelganger. But the destruction of the puppet of heaven would not affect the creator, because it didn't need to breathe. The puppet of heaven could be placed inside a storage ring. That's a good secret method. Han Jie could create some heaven's puppets for the people he wanted to protect. Han Jie immediately got up and said, "Indeed, it's a good treasure. I'll go back to my cultivation first and come back to you after a while." After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. Xing Hongxian froze, her expression sultry at once, but on second thought, it must be a good treasure to make Han Jie so impatient. Her mood sweetened again. Now he must like her even more. Back inside the innate cave, Han Jie directly began creating the puppet of heaven. The hands mobilized spiritual energy as if they were fabricating invisible clay figures. He was pleasantly surprised to find that there was no hindrance to creating the heavens puppet with the 6 spiritual powers. The memories inherited from before told him that the process of making the heavens puppet was difficult, and that the degree of difficulty was related to spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for spiritual energy to turn into a solid body, let alone directly create a puppet. But according to the law of the puppets of heaven, it does work. At the same time, the secret method of separating soul thoughts was quite rare and could be applied to other spells. Soul thoughts are the equivalent of an extra pair of eyes. Han Jie planned to make some heavens puppets for Xing Hongxian, Chang Yuer, and immortal Shi Xian, and the apprentice Yang Tiantong. The next time they were in danger during their outside adventures, his heavens puppet would be able to save their lives. However, Han Jie still underestimated the difficulty of making the heavens puppet. It took a full year. Han Jie had only just created a heavens puppet, and although it wasn't difficult to create, it was too tedious and required a great deal of time and effort. The primordial heavens golem's spiritual energy was already in a state of surplus. This heavens golem looked like a wooden man with a rough image. Han Jie wouldn't dare to carve his face on it. Wouldn't that be pulling hatred? Afterward, Han Jie flashed to Xing Hongxuan's cave. She was still cultivating and was startled by Han Jie's sudden appearance. But once she saw that it was Han Jie, a joyful smile spread across her face once again. Han Jie directly took out the puppet of heaven and said, "Put this puppet in your storage ring. Wherever you go in the future, you must bring it with you. At critical moments, it can save a life." After dropping these words, Han Jie pranced back to the innate cave. Xing Hongxian was pleasantly surprised and beautifully surveyed the puppet of heaven. Its figure was quite similar to Han Jie's. The other side, Han Jie continued to create the puppets of heaven. With the first experience, Han Jie created 2 more heavens puppets in the following year. The puppet of heaven was equivalent to his doppelganger, except that it didn't have his magical treasures and was able to utilize his own true strength. Very buggy. Han Jie had once thought about creating an army, but after creating the 3 heavens puppets, he dismissed the idea. Soul thoughts were equivalent to cutting a piece off his soul. A few soul thoughts were fine. If there were dozens of them, then he would have to come up with a problem. Any more points and his soul would have been chipped into a stump. In addition, creating the puppet of heaven delayed his cultivation. During these 2 years, his cultivation had not grown at all. So if he was obsessed with creating heaven's puppets, wouldn't he be delaying his studies? No, delays in practicing. Han Jie took a deep breath. He waved his hand and put away the 2 heaven's puppets before moving to leave. Su Qi was secretly curious. What exactly were those 2 wooden men? During these 2 years, he had watched Han Jie create the heavens puppet with his own eyes. Unknown to him, he couldn't figure it out, so he just didn't think about it. Han Jie gave the 2 heavens puppets to Chang Yuer and immortal Shi Xian respectively. Chang Yuer was surprised and kept pestering Han Jie. Han Jie took half a day's effort to escape. Immortal Shi Xian was calm, and the 2 of them didn't exchange much. One is as hot as fire, the other as cold as ice. Han Jie scared. He was previously considering whether or not to refine a heavens puppet for Emoju as well, but then he heard Chang Yuer say that Emoju had already left for the secret palace. The secret palace, the ancient secret realm discovered by the 9 cauldrons realm, in which he had created a sect residence. The aura inside was denser than that of the inner sect, and in order to join the secret palace, one had to be at least an elite disciple. In other words, the Jade Clearance sect now had a new hierarchy. The secret palace, the 18 peaks of the inner gate, and the outer gate. The ancient secret realm hadn't been fully explored yet, so only the secret palace was the safest, and the inner sect had a teleportation spell formation to the secret palace. However, the aura concentration of the secret hall was also no match for the mountain where Han Jie was, so Han Jie didn't bother moving over. Back to the cave, Han Jie shook his spirit and began to cultivate. A wink. 3 years have passed. 3 lines suddenly appeared before Han Jie's eyes. You are 200 years old, and your life is considered to have gone through a not-so-short process, and you have the following choices for your future path of cultivation. 1. Low-key cultivation. As you did in the first half of your life, quietly cultivating, not competing for fame and fortune. The reward for future choices will still be in favor of low-key cultivation, and you can obtain a spiritual treasure. 2. High-profile cultivation. The achievement of a generation of pride and fame. The future choice of rewards in favor of high-profile cultivation. You can get a magic weapon, a secret book of spells, a divine inheritance. Without realizing it, Han Jie was already 200 years old. It's true that time is running out. Han Jie didn't hesitate and directly chose the first option. The pride of a generation? Sounds cool, but the old man just doesn't believe it. My qualifications are so impressive. Why do I have to be so high profile? Wouldn't it be faster when I achieve the great Tao and get away with all the worlds? Han Jie thought triumphantly. You choose to cultivate in a low profile and obtain a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the 4th grade spiritual treasure, Cold Monarch Glazed Crown. Cold Monarch Glazed Crown, a 4th grade defensive spiritual treasure that can rebound all attacks below the realm of Melting Void, excluding special divine abilities, and can effectively defend against soul and divine sense impacts. Another defensive spirit treasure. The system knows my heart, Han Jie thought with surprise. He immediately took out the Cold Monarch Glazed Crown and began to drop blood to recognize his master. This head crown is very divine, with a purple-blue color and exquisite atmosphere. From now on, Han Jie was covered in spiritual treasures from head to toe, armed to the hilt, and it was impossible for the transformation spirit realm to injure him. As for the void melting realm, don't even think about killing him directly in seconds. Su Qi noticed the Cold Monarch Glazed Crown and his eyes went straight. It was the first time he had seen such a handsome tiara. It took half a day for Han Jie to get the Cold Monarch Glazed Crown to successfully recognize itself. He wore this crown straight away, and his sense of security increased once again. In a happy mood, Han Jie continued to cultivate. Another 5 years have passed. The 9 cauldrons of truth left with a group of disciples and traveled overseas. Before leaving, Chang Yuer came to say goodbye. It took Han Jie half a day to send this crying senior sister away. After realist Jiao Ding left, Han Jie was bored and used the simulation trial to test the person with the highest cultivation level in the Jade Clearance sect besides him. Li Qianlong, 5th level of the Transformation Realm. The Poison King's Heir. Chapter 58, 8th level of the Transformation Spirit Realm. Book of Doom. Li Qianlong, the Poison King's Heir? Han Jie had an odd expression. The name Li Qianlong is so familiar. Seems like I've heard it somewhere. And so on. More than 100 years ago, Moju asked him to find a chance, and it seems that he was looking for this Li Qianlong's cave. I didn't expect that after such a long time had passed, the real Li Qianlong had come. The cultivation level of the 5th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm could be considered extremely high in the Great Yin Cultivation Realm, and if he were to come back squarely, it would definitely cause a big commotion. Han Jie hadn't heard of it, but Yang Tiandong, Chang Yuer, and Xing Hongxian had come to him often, and none of the 3 had mentioned it. So what did that mean? It means that Li Qianlong is infiltrating. Han Jie immediately searched for Li Qianlong's location. Li Qianlong was surprisingly at the main peak. At this moment, realist Jing Su had summoned all the disciples of the main peak, and Xing Hongxian was there as well. Li Qianlong was ordinary looking and his breath was suppressed at the first layer of the Jindan realm. With an honest appearance, who would have thought that he was the Poison King's heir? Han Jie didn't probe his divine sense into the main peak to avoid alerting the snakes. The reason why realist Jing Su had summoned all of his disciples was to notify realist Jioding of his departure. Li Qianlong was ecstatic when he found out, but he hid it well. He finally waited for his chance. Before, when the 9 cauldrons were there, he didn't dare to mess around. Now that the 9 cauldrons realist had left, he finally had the feeling that he had lifted the clouds to see the sky. Calm down. There's one more person who will get in my way. Li Qianlong thought silently. The most mysterious person in the Jade Clearance sect, Elder Chopper. He had heard that the reason why the Demoiselle Sacred sect had lost was that the sect master had killed his way to the Jade Clearance sect, and as a result, there was no return. At that time, the 9 cauldrons had not yet returned. In other words, Elder Jinshen had the terrifying strength to kill the Demoiselle Sacred sect master. Before Li Qianlong could implement his plan, he had to find a way to deal with the Divine Beheading Elder. However, up until now, he hadn't inquired about who the Divine Beheading Elder was, and it was rumored to be from Jade Spectre Peak, Jade Yui Peak. When he thought of the man on Jade Pantheon Peak, Li Qianlong's eyes became haunted. Ever since he discovered Li Qianlong, Han Jie would often pay attention to him during his cultivation. In case Li Qianlong wasn't trying to plot against the Jade Clearance sect, then Han Jie naturally couldn't kill him directly. He had transmitted his voice to inquire about Xing Hongxian, and the inner gate of the Jade Clearance sect was peaceful, and there was nothing untoward. That's all. 5 years have passed. Han Jia broke through to the 7th level of the transformation god realm. It was getting closer and closer to the void melting realm. Han Jia was in a pleasant mood. He once again detected Li Qianlong's location and found that Li Qianlong had actually left the Jade Clearance sect. Han Jia didn't care either. As long as Li Qianlong doesn't screw up. Han Jia pulled up the emails and relationships to check. Your partner, Shuang Qingjin, will realize life and the power of the gods. Your friend Muai has fallen into the devil's way. Your divine pet, Chaos Tengu, has realized its innate power. Your good friend Jiu Dingjinjin has been attacked by the Demon King and is seriously injured. Your friend, the 9 Cauldrons, has been attacked by anger and his heart has been damaged. Your good friend Zhou Fan achieves dominance and astonishes the heavens and the earth. Han Jia froze. Rub. It's amazing how many great things have happened in those 5 years. What happened to Mo Vengeance when he fell into the devil's path? The dog has realized its innate magical power and didn't even tell me. Its master, the 9 Cauldrons are really miserable, and deserve it, so that you have to stare at the sweeper. And then there's Chofan. It's okay. It's worthy of your mortal word. Han Jia took a deep breath, feeling that he couldn't let up. His cultivation level might have been the ceiling in the Great Yin cultivation world, but it didn't mean that it would still be in the future. He has to practice diligently. A protagonist like Zhou Fan might change an era. Although Zhou Fan was still a Jindan realm cultivator, his recent encounters were very much like the pre-cultivation of the 6 Paths reincarnation technique, where he was constantly laying the foundation. After so many years had passed, the heavenly materials and treasures of his mountain had begun to mature one after another, and the aura was ushering in a period of explosive growth. Han Jia decided to make an all-out sprint to the void melting realm. A wink. Another 10 years have passed. Han Jia's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, and it wasn't far from the 9th level. Whenever he thought of the void melting realm, he was thrilled. This day, Li Qingzi came to visit. To prevent Su Qi from passing his bad luck to Li Qingzi, Han Jia walked out of the cave. Elder Han, long time no see, how is your cultivation? Li Qingzi asked enthusiastically. He is now full of scenery. With the help of the 9 Cauldrons realist, his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Yuaning realm. In addition to his cultivation, he was also the head of the righteous path in the Great Yin cultivation world. Over the years, Han Jia hadn't seen him attacked by anyone either. Not bad. I wonder what the sect leader is looking for me for, Han Jia asked with a smile. Li Qingzi laughed. The Immortal Cultivation Conference of the Righteous Path is about to begin. Do you want to go? This conference is located in the imperial capital of the Great Yin dynasty, and you can obtain the human race's chi luck, which will help you cultivate. Hints followed before Han Jia's eyes. Master Li Qingzi invites you to attend the Immortal Cultivation Conference. You have the following choices. I. Reject. Continue training, and receive a spiritual treasure. 2. Accept. Follow the sect master and leave the clan. You will receive a top-quality spirit stone. There is a huge gap between the 2 rewards, but Han Jia had gotten used to it. Such a choice was not that the system forced him to make a choice, but rather that he had previously chosen to cultivate in a low profile, and this was the path of choice that the system had planned out according to his wishes. Han Jia silently chose the first option. The Immortal Cultivation Conference, at first glance, is prone to accidents, or big events. Han Jia shook his head. Forget it, I won't go. Sect Master, be careful. Although the Jade Clearance sect has been going smoothly lately, the matter of the ancestors' departure is surely known by other forces as well. Li Qingzi sighed darkly. This elder Han's heart for asceticism is truly outrageous. In his place, with Han Jia's strength he would have long been free on earth. You have declined the master's invitation to obtain a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Book of Doom, a superb treasure. Book of Bad Luck, a superb spiritual treasure that can curse living beings and bring bad luck to the other party without being detected by the other party. The Book of Doom? A curse? Han definitely became interested in this treasure, but with Li Qingzi in front of him, he couldn't take it out to check. Sect leader, how do you feel about this person Li Qianlong? Han Jia suddenly asked. Li Qingzi would soon be leaving the Jade Clearance sect, and in case Li Qianlong came back again and wanted to cause trouble, Han Jia would have to be clear about whether or not he could be killed. Upon hearing this, Li Qingzi's face changed as he asked in a deep voice, why is Elder Han asking this? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he felt that his attitude was a bit bad, and hurriedly explained, this person used to be my senior brother, with outstanding talent, but he and Guan Yugan both liked immortal Xixin, and the two of them had a life and death duel, forcing my master to make a move. But Li Qianlong, this guy, didn't accept it, and even dared to make a move against my master, and during the period of his incarceration, he quietly escaped from the Jade Clearance sect, and before he left behind letters, and he would definitely subvert the Jade Clearance sect when he returned on the day. The mention of Li Qianlong made him very upset. Han Jia blinked. Another tragedy born of jealousy. No wonder immortal Shi Xian didn't allow her disciples to talk about love. Han Jie said softly, Li Qianlong has returned, but he recently went out again. He disguised his identity and worshipped within the main peak. When Li Qingzi heard this, his eyes widened and he trembled with anger. He grabbed Han Jie and said, if he comes back, Elder Han, you have to catch him. By the way, don't kill him, don't strike too hard and just beat him to death. Chapter 59, Preparing for a Breakthrough. Sweeper's Confidential Mission. Hearing Li Qingzi's words, Han Jie was curious about the gossip of their generation of master and brothers. Why does it feel like all the brothers love Fairy Shi Xian? Doesn't Jun User smell good? Seems so. Jinshu is really not that beautiful in person. Li Qingzi explained a few things and then left. Li Qianlong's appearance made his whole mood uneasy, and he kept frowning as he walked away. Han Jie returned inside the cave and took out the Book of Doom. This is a top-quality spiritual treasure. Han Jie was thrilled and began to drip blood to recognize his master. Su Qi opened his eyes and looked at the Book of Doom in Han Jie's hand. The Book of Doom looks more like a volume of black drawings and not so much like a book. For some reason, Su Qi inexplicably felt close to the Book of Doom as soon as he saw it. He loves this baby, but liking is just liking. Suki wouldn't dare to ask for it. He continued to cultivate. Because of his outstanding qualifications, Han Jie had passed on the Jade Clear skill to Su Qi some time ago. The Jade Clear skill was the Jade Clear section Zone School, and with Han Jie's identity, it wasn't difficult to ask for it. The two were considered to already have a substantial bond of master and disciple. It took a whole day for Han Jie to get the Book of Doom to recognize itself. He injected his 6 spiritual powers into the Book of Doom and began to curse Li Qianlong. He pictured Li Qianlong's face in his mind. Between the mountains and the water, there is a bamboo house. Li Qianlong knelt at the entrance of the bamboo house. He said in a deep voice, Master, what exactly do you want before you will come out? A long, pale voice came from inside the bamboo house. Master has already withdrawn from the cultivation world for 1,000 years, and does not want to participate in the disputes of the cultivation world anymore. Your revenge, you take it yourself. Master has already passed the mantle on to you. Don't give an inch. At those words, Li Qianlong was very reluctant. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, then you pass on the secret formula of the poison god pill to me, and I'll rely on myself. No, that's your master's family treasure. After it's passed on to you, in case you poison your master, wouldn't it be a great injustice for your master? Li Qianlong almost vomited blood. He mentally hurled curses. He was able to worship under the Poison King, and he wasn't a traitorous luck. He had been a medicinal body for the Poison King for 100 years, and he had tried all kinds of poisons, and that period of time was worse than death. Said that from now on is the Poison King's only heir. The result is that the Poison King this dog even keep his hand. Not to teach. The Poison King's voice floated out again. The 9 Cauldrons realist has already detected my master's presence before. My master can't offend him rashly. Nowadays the Yu Qing sect is also considered to be in the middle of the sky. There are not many sects that dare to offend them. However, if you insist on doing so, you can look for the Wei family. The Wei family isn't considered to be a first class in the Great Yin cultivation realm, but he travels around the various cultivation realms frequently, so he still has wide connections. Li Qianlong's eyes flickered while his heart searched. 1 incense stick of time later, Li Qianlong left. Just less than 10 miles out, a bolt from the blue hit him, caught off guard. Fortunately, Li Qianlong's cultivation was high and he was not injured. He raised his eyes to the sky and cursed, evil. Han Jie cursed Li Qianlong for a period of time, and he couldn't test the results, so he could only give up and focus on cultivation. 1 month later, Yang Tiandong returns. In order to avoid him meeting up with Su Qi, Han Jie walked out of the innate cave. Nowadays, Yang Tiantong had completely displayed his talent, and after entering the Jindan realm, he had first advanced to elite disciple and then to core disciple of the Jade Clearance sect, and was one of the facades among the younger generation of the Jade Clearance sect. Master, I plan to go to the Immortal Cultivation Conference. At that time, all the sects will cut and fight. Can you? Asked Yang Tiandong nervously. After acquiring the desperate flying sword, Yang Tiantong's strength had risen greatly, but he always felt that it wasn't enough. Han Jie nodded and said, Then Master will teach you another mastery to win glory for the Jade Clearance sect. This mastery is the Wind God technique. Yang Tiantong was excited and hurriedly thanked him. 3 days later, Yang Tiantong left. Han Jie always felt as if he had forgotten something. Oh, forgot to help him refine the puppet of heaven. It's okay. His chi is strong. He should be fine. 5 years later, Han Jie finally broke through to the 9th level of the Transformation God realm. The next step is the Void Melting realm. But before that, he had to raise his cultivation to the great circle of the Transformation God realm. Han Jie looked toward Su Qi. Think it's time to throw this kid out. It's not convenient to stay here day after day. Han Jie faked a cough. Suki opened her eyes and looked at him. Han Jie asked expressionlessly, You've been following me for a while, and are considered to have stepped onto the path of cultivation. Su Qi gratefully said. Many thanks to Master. Senior, Han Jie said. I'll give you a task, and if you can accomplish it, I'll accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Su Qi's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked what the mission was. I want you to go to the northern state and join the Imperial Demon sect. You don't have to do anything, just lurk in the Imperial Demon sect and cultivate. In the future, I will personally go to the Imperial Demon sect and exterminate their clan. You go ahead and be an insider in advance, and say in advance, that the Imperial Demon sect is very strong, and that the realm of Rongshu can only be considered as an elder. Han Jie's tone was meaningful. Suki was shocked. He had already learned about the cultivation realms, and the strongest of the Jade Clearance sect's bright side was only at the realm of the Transfigured God. How strong must the demon sect be? The most crucial thing was that Han Jie actually wanted to destroy the Royal Demon sect. How strong must Han Jie be? Suki's favoritism towards you has increased. Current favoritism is 5 stars. A question mark popped up in Han Jie's head. Su Qi hurriedly assured. My disciple will definitely complete the task. This is a classified mission. You should leave now. Leave the Jade Clearance sect directly, and not deal with anyone from the Jade Clearance sect. Yes. Suki got up excitedly. After walking out of the innate cave, the sunlight sprinkled on Su Qi, and he couldn't help but feel as if he was out of this world. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. I must fulfill my master's test. Su Qi immediately descended the mountain. On his way down the mountain, he bumped into the Chaos Tengu and the Black Prison Chicken fighting. Aha! Fighting! While the Black Hell Chicken's bloodline was still in the process of awakening, the chaotic heavenly dog was gifted with the talent of a divine beast, and its cultivation level later caught up with that of the Black Hell Chicken. This fat dog doesn't want to be a doggy egg, he wants to be a doggy brother. As a chicken brother, it was natural for the Black Prison Chicken to educate it. The two beasts often fight. Fighting is fighting, and they don't lay down the law. Although the chaotic heavenly dog was arrogant, it was still very close to the Black Prison Chicken in its heart. After all, it was hatched by the Black Prison Chicken. After all, the Black Jail Chicken is its chicken. Dad! Su Qi was happy and laughed. What a fat dog! A chicken dog fight. It's really interesting. Upon hearing this, the chaotic heavenly dog immediately turned around and rushed towards Su Qi. Suki was so scared that he ran away. After leaving this mountain, Su Qi got rid of the Black Hell Chicken's chase. He suddenly realized a problem. Where's upstate? Forget it. Not important. I'm sure I can ask around. This must be one of the master's tests. After Suki left, Han Jie continued to cultivate. 2 years later, Han Jie's cultivation had finally reached the great circle of the spirit transformation realm. He was going to start breaking through the void melting realm. Han Jie pressed his excitement. He pulled up the personals to check his email. Your disciple Yang Tianton was attacked by the Demon King and was seriously injured. Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, has gained the chance to awaken the bloodline of the Demon Saint. Your divine pet, Chaos Tengu, has made a mistake in his cultivation and has lost 20 years of Dao. Your friend Mo Vengeance has been attacked by a righteous monk, X104. Your best friend Shang Yuer got a chance by chance and her cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Suki has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X27. Your disciple Suki was captured by the Green Ghost sect. Your disciple Su Qi spreads bad luck, and the Green Ghost sect suffers a natural disaster rarely seen in centuries, wiping out the entire sect. Chapter 60, finally becoming the void melting realm. Companion Dharma treasure. The whole faction was destroyed? Han Jie froze as he watched, and in his heart, he called out to the bulls. Not bad for a heavenly sweeper. It's totally nuclear. However, Han Jie hadn't heard of the Green Ghost sect, so he guessed it was a small sect. A truly profound immortal cultivation sect wouldn't be unable to even survive a heavenly tribulation that would occur once every few hundred years. Perhaps by relying on Su Qi, Han would never need to make a move to finish off the Imperial Demon sect? Han Jie noticed that Mo Vengeance was being chased by the righteous cultivators. This is a complete fall into the devil's path. Have to say, the outside world is truly wonderful, and things are unpredictable. Luckily, he chose to keep a low profile in his cultivation at first. If he was like Mo Vengeance, Zhou Fan, and Li Qingzi, how painful would it be? There was also his disciple, who said he went to the Immortal Cultivation Conference and was attacked by the Demon King. Good to see that it turned out well. If he died outside, Han Jie would be speechless. It's worth mentioning that Li Qianlong hasn't appeared lately. Could it be that his curse has succeeded? Han Jie shook his head and got up, preparing to head to the 10,000 Demons realm to cross over. Inside a dark canyon, Li Qianlong leaned against the mountain wall, his temper gazing. Next to him stood a dozen or so cultivators. Looking up, uncountable demons hovered over the canyon. A young cultivator next to Li Qianlong couldn't help but grumble. Senior Li, don't you know the way? How come you brought us to the demon cave? The other cultivators were also filled with horror. They were all cultivators of the Wei family. Li Qianlong followed the Poison King's reminder to find the Wei family, spent a few years to disciple the Wei family's firstborn son and establish a good relationship, and this time, he followed the Wei family to leave Great Yin, preparing to go to draw in other powerful sects in the cultivation world. As a result, there was a mistake when a teleportation spell formation transmitted, directly transporting them to the demon cave, where there were countless demons, and there was also a demon king, whose strength was extremely terrifying, and it was difficult for Li Qianlong to beat it. Li Qianlong was also depressed. In the last few years, his luck has been abysmal. He was struck by lightning while rushing on his way, encountered heart demons while practicing cultivation, and robbed a young cultivator. But it turned out that the other person was a god of transformation powerhouse pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. This time it was even more unlucky with the Wei family's children. No way. I haven't gotten my revenge yet. Can't be planted here. Li Qianlong thought through gritted teeth. Demon favorite house. Dozens of disciples were gathered around this place, and Jingshu Makoto was also here. From today onwards, all disciples are not allowed to enter the 10,000 demon realm, pending notification of the opening. Jing Sujin said with an expressionless face. One of the main peak disciples couldn't help but ask, Master, what happened in the 10,000 demon realm? The other disciples were also curious. Every disciple would go to the 10,000 demons realm to capture demonic pets to increase their bottom line for walking the cultivation world. Realist Jing Su calmly said, Elder Zhan Xin is undergoing a tribulation, perhaps cultivating a divine ability. She hadn't thought that Han Jie might be about to break through the void melting realm. It's only been a few decades? Not at all. It also took the Nine Cauldrons realm thousands of years to reach the realm of Rising Void, and one must know that the Nine Cauldrons realm was the first genius of the Great Yin cultivation realm back then. Wow! The disciples clamored. Elder Zhangxin is in there? Wow! I haven't met Elder Chopper yet. It is said that Elder Zhengxin is the most powerful pillar of the Jade Clearance sect, and has been in closed-door cultivation. No one can match Elder Zhengxin's ability to practice hard, and it's said that Elder Zhengxin is better looking than all the men and women under the sun. I'm so eager to catch a glimpse of Elder Chopper's true appearance. Does Elder Zhengxin accept disciples? The disciples were excited and couldn't stop talking. The news spread quickly, and more disciples rushed over, clogging up the demon-favored building. All of the disciples had heard of Elder Zhengxin's legendary deeds. Some people even said that Elder Zhengxin was more responsible for the Jade Clearance sect being where it was today than the Ancestor Master. A few days later, Guan Yu Gang rushed in and saw so many people gathered outside the building. He angrily cursed, All of you get out of my seat. Whoever dares to gather here again will be relegated to the outer gate. Once this statement was made, all the disciples scattered as if they were fleeing. Guan Yu Gang came to the counter and said, Activate the spell formation. This seat is going to the 10,000 demon realm. The shopkeeper hesitated. The Jingshu real person said that he is not allowed to let anyone go. Is this seat anyone? Faced with these words from Guan Yu Gang, the shopkeeper was so frightened that he went to open the teleportation spell in a hurry. After 7 days and 7 nights of breakthroughs, Han Jie finally survived the sonorous heavenly tribulation and advanced to the void-rimming realm Grand Cultivator. With his ability, it was impossible for the heavenly tribulation to strike him to death. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the realm of fused void, and the acquisition of a companion magic treasure. The companion treasure will merge with your soul, recognizing only you, and as you grow stronger, the companion treasure will also grow stronger. Regarding the companion phylacteries, you have the following choices. I. Sword. 2. Defensive magic weapons. Han Jie was covered in defensive spirit treasures, so he naturally chose the sword. After all, he was a sword cultivator. Choose one directly. Congratulations on your acquisition of the Sword of Honor, Hongmeng Judgment Sword, since you are not ordinarily reincarnated, but have traveled through Hongmeng and descended into this world. The Hongmeng Qi in your body is refined as your companion magic treasure. Hong Kong? Han Jie froze. But the Hongmeng and the Flood novels? The system didn't answer him. He didn't think much about it and continued to consolidate his cultivation. Today his attributes are listed as Name, Han Jie, Life Expectancy, 227/8940, Race, Human, Metamorphosis Stage, Cultivation Level, First Level of the Void Melting Realm, Technique, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique, can be passed on, Spells, Absolute Finger Divine Sword, 7 Illusory Steps, Triple Ching Absolute Shadow Sword, Absolute, 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal, 1000 Thunderstorms, Wind Divine Technique, Avatars, 6 Soul Suckers, Sword of Heavenly Execution of Ghosts, Law of Heaven and Image of Earth, Somersault Clouds, 10,000 Swords Divine Sect, Rolai Mantra, Artifacts, Golden Cicada Xianxin Clothes, 7th Grade Treasure, Small Qian Koan Belt, Kirin Sword, Demon Binding Rope, Burning Fury Bell, 6th Grade Treasure, 9-Star Treading Spirit Boots, 5th Grade, Cold Monarch's Glazed Crown, 4th grade, and Book of Doom, top grade. Accompanying magic weapon, Hongming Judgment Sword, Spiritual Roots Qualification, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots, increasing a certain amount of chi. The innate energies are as follows. Unrivaled in the world, immortal posture, top charisma, divine fate sword idiot, top sword qualification, top sword enlightenment, stance, top stance qualification, descendant of the immortal emperor, receive a superb immortal cultivation technique in 1,000 top grade spirit stones, view relationships, life expectancy skyrocketed right up to 8,940 years, it's so cool. Hanjie also noticed the additional hint of metamorphosis stage for his human identity. Is this a tip toward immortality? Hanjie was in a happy mood. 200 years of boring cultivation. Anyone else would have gone crazy long ago, but he was used to it and even enjoyed it. This feeling of steadily getting stronger is so good. The reason mortals hate practicing is that most of the time they don't feel themselves getting stronger. But Hanjie was different. With excellent qualifications and getting stronger almost daily, reaching the void melting realm was considered truly invincible in the Great Yin cultivation realm. Next, of course it was to continue sprinting to the harmonization realm. Hanjie thought firmly. At that moment, a voice came. Elder Jin Shen, I am Guan Yu Gang. When you consolidate your cultivation, you and I will spar. If I beat you, I will be the sect leader of the Yuqing sect in the future. Chapter 61, Wonderful Cultivation World. Sect leader wants to run away. Hanjie couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard Guan Yu Gang's words. He only saw Guan Yu Gang looking at him from the top of a mountain several miles away, his white clothes hunting, his face confident. Hanjie had opened the boundary when he crossed the apocalypse, so the pressure of the apocalypse wasn't as terrifying, causing Guan Yu Gang to think that Hanjie had burst into loneliness. Alas, not sooner than this. Hanjie shook his head and lost his smile as he continued to consolidate his cultivation. 4 days later, Hanjie's cultivation was thoroughly stabilized, and his 6 doctrine spiritual power far exceeded that before his breakthrough. He got up and stepped into the air, and the direction of his forward movement was Guan Yu Gang. Guan Yu Gang had been waiting impatiently for a long time. He didn't bother to be courteous and directly took out a sword and rushed towards Hanjie. During the flight, he cast a quick spell with both hands. His entire body's spiritual energy was mobilized, causing his robes to bulge unceasingly. As long as I defeat him, I'll be able to become the sect leader of the Jade Clearance sect. At that time, senior sister Shi Xian will definitely marry me. Guan Yu Gang's eyes were on fire, and his entire being was set ablaze at the thought of a bright future. He was prepared to unleash his recently comprehended supreme divine ability and directly second his opponent. Phew! A cracking sound came from the air. Sword chi. Guan Yu Gang's pupils dilated and subconsciously tried to resist. However, the sword chi was simply too fast. It was so fast that he, a powerhouse of the realm of the transfigured god realm, was unable to react in time. Put! The absolute finger divine sword chi directly pierced through Guan Yu Gang's abdomen, dispersing the spiritual energy in his body. Guan Yu Gang spat out blood and fell out, like a kite with broken strings, landing on the hillside. When he landed, he covered his abdomen and couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. His entire aura instantly shriveled. Yankee, how can? Guan Yu Gang was struck by lightning, his jaw dropping as he looked at Hanjie, who was stepping into the air toward him, wearing the golden cicada Xianxin clothes. Hanjie has a stunning temperament. His head is topped with the cold monarch blazed crown, his waist is wrapped with a small Qiankuan belt, and his feet are wearing the 9-star treading spirit boots, which Guan Yu Gang did not have a great deal of sensation when he was meditating before. Now that he looked at Hanjie again, he only felt like an immortal had descended to earth, especially if there were fairies in the world. It should be so, and so on. What am I thinking? Guan Yu Gang woke up with a jolt, followed by an endless surge of frustration. He can't even catch a sword from the other side. Ridiculous. Earlier he even laughed at the idea of defeating the opponent with one blow, but ended up being defeated by the opponent with one blow instead. At this moment, Guan Yu Gang could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Hanjie landed in front of him. Guan Yu Gang lowered her head in shame, not daring to look at Han definitely. Hanjie said softly, "Don't be discouraged. You're already strong enough. You just picked the wrong opponent. In the entire Jade Clearance sect, you're the only one worthy of my hand." As the words fell, Hanjie disappeared into place. Guan Yu Gang froze. Instead of feeling that the other man was bragging, he took a hint of comfort. Elder Zongshen, just how strong are you? Hanjie quickly left the 10,000 demons realm and didn't linger in the inner gate city. Back to the mountain where he was practicing, he suddenly had an idea. He shifted and came to the foot of the mountain. He cast a spell with his right hand, and the dirt rose up and quickly coalesced into a stone monument. Hanjie used his finger as a pen and raised the words on the stone tablet. 4 words. Suffering to become immortal. That was the name of the mountain from then on. Suffering to become a mountain of immortality. Han Jie smiled in satisfaction and retraced his steps back up the mountain. The Black Hell Chicken and Chaos Tengu were still practicing. Xing Hongxian didn't know where she had gone and wasn't in the cave. Han Jie returned to the cave after chatting with the Black Prison Chicken and Chaotic Heavenly Dog for a little over half an hour. Hitting the bed and sitting on the couch, Han Jie took out the Hongmeng Judgment Sword. This sword was reddish in color, with a hint of black lines, making the sword look even more extraordinary. Holding this sword, Han Jie inexplicably felt close. He poured his spiritual energy into the sword. Rumble! The entire mountain began to shake violently, frightening Han Jie to hastily cut off his 6 spiritual powers. It's strong. Han Jie was pleasantly surprised, because it was a companion magic treasure. He didn't need to drop blood to recognize the owner. Immediately, Han Jie conducted a mock trial to battle the 9 cauldrons. Half a minute later, Han Jie opened his eyes as he let out a long breath and muttered, "Finally I can defeat you. You really go off. You even know so many body techniques." In the battle, he heavily wounded the 9 cauldrons with a single sword. After that, Zhou Dingjin kept dodging, prolonging the fight. The 8th level of the Void Melting Realm. Nothing more than that. Han Jie's confidence increased. No longer afraid of the Royal Demon sect and Xiao'er. From the interpersonal relationships, it could be seen that Xiao'er was still at the 2nd level of the Void Melting Realm. How is Shaw going to kill him? How to kill? As soon as he thought of Xiao'er, Han Jie immediately took out the Book of Doom and started cursing Xiao'er. He would curse him when he had time in the future, and although Han was by no means afraid of him, he didn't want him to come and delay his cultivation. 10 days later, Han Jie put down the Book of Doom with satisfaction. He began to cultivate the 6th layer of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique. 1 year later, Han Jie practiced the 6th layer of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique, which allowed him to carry out the cultivation of the Void Rimming Realm. At the same time, he comprehended a new divine ability, the 6 Paths of Jedi Seal. This seal strikes the enemy and can directly suppress the enemy's Yuan Shen. The physical body is not yet extinguished, but the spirit is the first to be absent. It was an aptitude that could be used as a jutsu. Han Jie stretched and lamented. Another day of getting stronger. In no hurry to practice, he tapped on relationships to check his mail. I also wonder if anything has happened to his buddies lately. Your disciple Suki was attacked by a ghost cultivator, X12. Your disciple Suki has killed tens of thousands of people. His karma has increased. Your friendly Qingzi has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X58. Your friendly Qingzi was attacked by a righteous monk, X44. Your good friendly Qingzi is seriously injured and his life hangs in the balance. Your partner, Shen Qingkuan, has left the earth. Your buddy Mo's revenge massacred a party with a lot of karma. Your best friend Xing Hongxian has mistakenly entered the secret realm of the ancient great cultivators and her life and death are unknown. So wonderful in just 1 year? Han Jie blinked. And who attacked my Jade Clearance sect leader? The good and the evil are revolting? Is Mo revenge on the road to nowhere? And Xing Hongxian, how is it that obvious mortals always acquire treasures and encounter opportunities? Could it be that it's been infected by my immortal emperor's descendants' qi? Han Jie brainstormed a lot on his own. After a while, Han Jie continued to cultivate. Although the cultivation world was wonderful, he didn't want to step foot in it yet. The Jade Clearance sect had the backing of the 9 Cauldrons realist. Who could guarantee that other sects didn't? It wasn't enough to be in the realm of fused void. Even Zhou Fan, the reincarnation of a Mahayana cultivator, was still suffering. Han Jie cultivated with all his might, striving to achieve the harmonization realm within 100 years. 2 years later, Li Qingtsu came to visit. Han Jie led him into the cave, and the man's face reverted to the sickly, frail look it had often had decades ago. It looks like he's not badly hurt. Han Jie sighed. Sect leader, you really can't live in peace even for a day. Can't you cultivate properly for hundreds of years? Li Qingzi was embarrassed and said helplessly, I am the sect leader. I can't help many things. Over the years my Yuqing sect has core disciples who have fallen into the devil's way, and have formed a lot of hatred. I had to deal with these karma. How did I know that the more I fell into it the deeper it got? And now I'm in big trouble. The righteous and devilish paths in the cultivation realm of the Great Yan are joining together and are preparing to combine their efforts to attack my Yuqing sect. The Jade Clearance sect currently has just 2 harmonized gods. Elder Guan has been seriously injured for some reason and is still in seclusion to heal his wounds. Alas, Elder Han, this time around, we may really have to run for it. Chapter 62 19 Clans attacking the Jade Clearance sect. The righteous and the evil unite to besiege the Jade Clearance sect? Han Jie had an odd expression. He couldn't help but ask, how do you deal with karma? Killing all the disobedient people? Li Qingzi was instantly exasperated and cursed. These dogs. I personally came to my door to apologize, but they directly took action. Most of the time I didn't even have the chance to open my mouth. The core disciple who fell into the devil's path seems to be known to you as well. Named Mo Revenge? He didn't fall into the devil's path of his own accord. I suspect that someone is smearing him. Han Jie raised his eyebrows and said, "Tell me about it." Li Qingjia began to pour out his bitterness. He started by talking about where Mo's revenge came from. The Mo family from which Mo revenge came was originally a cultivation family, and because it was cited for collusion with the devil's way, it was wiped out by all the sects of the righteous way, leaving only Mo revenge and Mo Ju lucky to survive. Old Immortal Dao Lei personally took in his disciple Mo Vengeance and gave him a new name. And Mo Vengeance is the name that Old Immortal Dao Lei personally gave him in the hope that he would forget his hatred and be a new man. Mo Vengeance once went out to practice, encountered the former enemy, killed a lot of disciples of that clan, and then attacked and killed the disciples of other righteous clans who committed the crime that year one after another. Li Qingzi felt that there was something strange about this matter. After all, he had also seen Mo Revenge. As a humble person, even if he couldn't help but kill the enemy, he should have come back after the first kill, instead of always taking revenge, as if he had gone mad. There were now more than 5 clans hunting Mo Vengeance, and several years ago, Mo Vengeance was desperate and had to perform his family's divine ability, which turned out to be a devilish divine ability, causing him to directly enter the devil. Relying on this divine ability to kill more and more people, Mo Vengeance has completely become a demon and cannot turn back. This matter is too strange. These clans didn't inquire about me. They directly hunted down Mo for revenge. I can admit it when there is an injustice, but I went to my door to apologize, but I was miserably beaten? How can a junior's matter involve the level of a sect leader? It's obvious they're using the opportunity to start a war. The more Li Qingzi spoke, the more excited he became, and he felt like he was on the verge of crying. In the end, he was still absent. He sighed. Now that the orthodox and demonic paths are besieging us, we definitely won't be able to stop them, so it's better to do as you think and run away. The 9-tripod realist left, and Guan Yu Gang was seriously injured. How could Han Jie alone stand up to the righteous and the devil? Some powerful clans still had harmonized God realm existences. For example, the Vermilion Bird Sword sect had 2 of them, and with all the clans joining forces, Han Jie alone was bound to be unable to stop them. Han Jie asked cautiously, "Can there be a void melting realm existence in the orthodox and devilish paths? Harmonization realm exist?" Li Qingzi's eyes widened as he said, "How could that be? Before, Huang Zuantian's cultivation at the 9th level of the transformation god realm was able to run rampant. If they had a great cultivator at the thawing void realm, would they be able to keep being aggravated? Would that be the same as our Jade Clearance sect, where someone from the ancestors went out to cultivate and seek opportunities? That's definitely there, but I haven't heard of the existence of the void melting realm. When the ancestors went from door to door, they were all like grandchildren one by one." At the mention of this matter, Li Qingzi couldn't help but sigh. If only the 9 cauldrons were still around. It was not easy for the Jade Clearance sect to usher in an opportunity to grow, without the need for strife. The quiet passage of hundreds of years would be enough to become the strongest sect in Great Yen. Nah, it's right at this juncture that this comes up. Li Qingzi was powerless. How much he had given and suffered since becoming the sect leader. In the end it's all a waste. Han Jie's face was odd. Li Qingzi understood his mind, sighed, and slowly stood up. Prepare yourself well. In 3 days at the most, the Jade Clearance sect will prepare to run away and rush overseas to join the ancestor. Han Jie hurriedly said, "What are you running for? I didn't even try to run. What are you running for?" Li Qingzi froze. He asked carefully, "What do you mean?" Han Jie calmly said, "Let them come. They'll realize one thing. The most terrifying thing about the Jade Clearance sect isn't the ancestor. All along, Han Jie's imaginary enemy had been the Imperial Demon sect. What is the Great Yen cultivation world now? You guys feel free to come. If you dare to disturb my cultivation, I'll make you come back with no return." At those words, Li Qingzi was ecstatic. He understood Han Jie's character. Such a timid Han Jie dared to say such words. That was definitely a complete certainty. "What realm are you in now?" Li Qingzi asked, holding back his surprise. Han Jie replied, "At least it's not inferior to the ancestor." Aha, no less. It would take him half a minute to kill the 9 cauldrons. This old man's stance is too meticulous. Ryoko. When Li Qingzi walked out of the innate cave, his entire body was still confused. The great sorrow to the great joy made him feel as if he were dreaming. After Li Qingzi left, Han Jie cautiously tested the strongest person in the Jade Clearance sect besides him. It's still Guan Yu Gang. No enemies lurking. Han Jie inexplicably felt some regret. Where's Li Qianlong? It's not like he's cursed to death, is it? Han Jie was still looking forward to teaching Li Qianlong a lesson. Turns out the guy even disappeared. Pity. Han Jie shook his head and took out the Book of Doom, cursing Xiaoer for a few days to vent before continuing his cultivation. A year passed quickly. The Great Yen cultivation world was in the midst of a storm. Mo Vengeance had killed his own ferocious reputation. and the righteous and devilish paths had already allied themselves, preparing to attack the Jade Clearance sect, with the number of clans involved reaching 19. This matter had already spread to every corner of the cultivation world, but the matter was being discussed wherever there were cultivators. 19 clans attacked the Jade Clearance sect. However, the Jade Clearance sect did not panic, which caused the 19 Roads sect to panic a bit instead. The 19 clans didn't dare to take action easily for fear that the 9 cauldrons had returned. This day, Han Jie, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed a scent, something familiar. He immediately swept his divine sense out. Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. At this moment, Huang Jihao stood by a small river, looking at the 18 peaks of the Jade Clearance sect from afar. He was indifferent and stood in the wind. He looked calm and collected, but inside he was panicking a bunch. Why are you here again? Han Jie's voice reached his ears. Huang Jihao's body trembled in fear as he hurriedly spoke. Don't do it, fellow Daoist. I'm just here to pay you a visit. I have absolutely no ill will towards the Jade Clearance sect. Visiting me? Han Jie felt puzzled. He hesitated to make a move. Huang Jihao didn't get a reply, and his heart became even more flustered. He continued. Recently, someone has taken the lead and wants to unite the righteous and demonic paths to deal with the Jade Clearance sect, and our patriarch has sent me to poke around and ask if the Jade Clearance sect needs any help. Han Jie inside the cave raised his eyebrows. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect is backstabbing the Cultivation Union? Han Jie came up with a plan in his heart and transmitted. The Jade Clearance sect doesn't need help. I'll be here waiting for all of you to arrive, and no matter how many of you come, you'll all have to die. These words caused Huang Jihao's heart to beat wildly. What a cocky tone. If someone else had said this, Huang Jihao would have scoffed, but he believed it when it came out of Han Jie's mouth. But, this matter is fishy. Maybe there is someone behind the instigation. If you Vermilion Bird Sword sect can find out the mastermind behind the scenes, then I don't mind letting the sect leader be eternally bonded with you. Han Jie's words surprised Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao is favorably disposed towards you. Current favorability is 4 stars. Han Jie was speechless when he saw this line. This guy. Chapter 63, Mysterious Cursed Power. Huang Jihao is gone, but Han could never look at him straight again. This favorability rose inexplicably, and Han Jie even suspected that this guy had non-interesting thoughts about him. Afterward, Han Jie continued to cultivate. Whether or not the Vermilion Bird Sword sect could find the mastermind behind it was still unknown, and Han Jie didn't care if they could. Even if the 19 clans attacked tomorrow, he would not have a false fire. He had one thing in his eye: break through to the second level of the void melting realm early. Inside a cave where the firelight swayed, Xing Hongxian meditated in front of the fire. Roar! A deafening roar of terror came from outside the cave. Xing Hongxian slowly opened her eyes as she looked at the words etched on the mountain wall and frowned slightly. Why does it feel like it's missing something? Xing Hongxian thought bitterly. This was the secret realm of an ancient great cultivator. Xing Hongxian stumbled upon the fact that there was a gong method recorded here, which was profound and unfathomable. She bravely cultivated it, and her cultivation refined quite a bit within a year, but she still had quite a bit of distance to go before she could fully learn this gong method. Xing Hongxian couldn't help but think of Han Jie. If he were there, he might be able to clear up my confusion. Thinking of this, Xing Hongxian took out the puppet of heaven. She motioned for the golem of heaven to sit beside her as she gently rested her head against it and began to rest. Ever since she had the puppet of heaven, whenever she missed Han Jie, she would bring out the puppet of heaven. She often speaks her mind to the golem of heaven, because Han Jie's soul thoughts were hidden within the puppet of heaven. Han Jie wasn't worried about anything happening to her. Ryoko. Xing Hongxian sat up straight and prepared to continue cultivating. Just then, footsteps came from outside the cave. Xing Hongxian was alert and immediately took out her magic weapon, only to see a crane-haired, gray-robed old man strolling in. He saw the nervous Xing Hongxian and laughed. Junior, don't worry, I'm also here to enlighten the Gongfu. To study the technique? Xing Hongxian frowned, confused in her mind. Could it be that this person had already discovered this mountain wall before she came here? Ignoring Xing Hongxian, the gray-robed old man walked over to the mountain wall and sat down, beginning to stare at the words on the wall in bitter thought. Neither of them noticed the slight twinkle in the eyes of the golem of heaven. Inside the innate cave, Han Jie hesitated. Should I let the golem of heaven take a shot? Ever since Xing Hongxian had fallen into the ancient mysterious realm, he had kept a watchful eye, fearing that something would happen to Xing Hongxian. But this gray-robed old man really didn't seem to have any malicious intent. That's all. Look again. Taking the lead would be embarrassing if he couldn't beat the gray-robed old man. Han Jie continued to cultivate. A wink. Another 2 years passed. Xing Hongxian and the gray-robed old man were still comprehending the technique on the mountain wall, not disturbing each other. Han Jie opened his eyes and clicked on relationships to check his email. Your disciple Suchi was attacked by a cultivator of the Lu family, X43. Your disciple Suki was forced into the Ryu family. Your friend Zhou has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X8. Your friend Chan Yuer has acquired the avatar. Your friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by a Wei family cultivator, X288. Your good friend Huang Jihao was seriously injured. His life hangs in the balance, and he escaped by a narrow margin. Your disciple Su Qi spreads bad luck, and the Lu family suffers a plague that won't be seen for 1,000 years, wiping out the whole family. Your friend Fairy Xixian had an epiphany while practicing. Her cultivation has improved and her soul strength has increased dramatically. This kid Suchi is also too scary. Going everywhere. Extinguishing everywhere. Han Jia was secretly shocked. It seemed that his immortal emperor descendant's chi was really strong, and he was able to withstand this kind of bad luck. Poor Willow family. Also, what's going on with Huang Jihao? Could it be that the Wei family is the mastermind behind most revenge? This Wei family can be surprisingly, he was able to heavily injure Huang Jihao. When did the Great Yen cultivation world have such a character? Han Jia immediately used his divine sense to send a voice message to Li Qingzi, who was staying on the main peak to recuperate from his injuries, to inquire about the Wei family. Upon hearing this, Li Qingzi immediately rushed to his cave. Elder Han, why are you inquiring about the Wei family? Li Qingzi asked nervously. Han Jia raised his eyebrows. This Wei family is strong? Li Qingzi replied. The Wei family isn't considered strong. There is only one Yuanying ancestor. But the Wei family abounds in women who are beautiful, and the Wei family goes around making marriages, even taking their business outside of Great Yen, and their connections are probably the widest in Great Yen's cultivation world. Han Jia inquired, is it possible that the Wei family is behind this? Upon hearing this, Li Qingzi's expression was stunned and hesitated. I don't think so. The Wei family has no enmity with the Mo family, and they also have friendships with the Yu Qing sect. He has no bottom line himself. Now he thinks it could be anyone. It's fine. Sect leader recuperate well. If the enemy comes, I'll be there. Han Jia nodded. Li Qingzi nodded along as he got up to leave. Before he left, he had a worried look on his face. Could it really be the Wei family? Han Jia didn't think much about it and took out the Book of Doom, habitually cursing Li Qianlong and Xiao Er. Now, he cursed these two whenever he could. Cultivation, reading emails, curses, cultivation, reading emails, curses. This is the daily routine of Han Jia's house. Between a piece of mountains that looked like a fairyland, Xiao Er sat down within the bamboo forest, and the surrounding heaven and earth aura transformed into a mist that coiled around his body. Put! Xiao Er suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood arrows, his ugly face turning pale afterward. His entire state shriveled down. He gritted his teeth and cursed. What's going on? Why do things always go wrong? In the last 10 years, I don't know what happened, but when he practiced, he often encountered heart demons that interfered with his cultivation, and even almost caused him to go off the deep end. At this rate, when will he be back to full strength? Shaw was depressed. Ever since he went on a trip to the Great Yen cultivation realm, he felt like he couldn't get any better. Very evil. He made up his mind that he would never travel to the Great Yen cultivation realm alone in the future. As for Han Jie, although he hated it, he didn't have a strong urge for immediate revenge. He had hated too many people in his life, and Han Jie was not yet ranked in his heart, so he didn't even think about it being Han Jie's cause. The more Xiao Er thought about it, the more depressed he became, so he could only take out pills and nurse his wounds first. Inside an opulent palace, dozens of cultivators were seated. Li Qianlong and a black-robed cultivator sat on the first seat. Everyone, this is Senior Wei Yuan, a great cultivator of the void-melting realm, who is willing to come and help us eradicate the Jade Clearance sect this time. Li Qianlong introduced to the cultivators present. Wei Yuan was the black-robed cultivator beside him. The Demoiselle Sacred Sect Master has a cultivation at the 9th level of the Hierophant realm, which means that the Jade Clearance sect's Divine Beheading Elder is most likely capable of rivaling the 9th level of the Hierophant realm. And the Wei family and I purposely invited Elder Wei Yuan to bring justice to us. And as for the 9 cauldrons, we have received news that the 9 cauldrons have indeed traveled overseas, and that their sect is also facing its own troubles, and they do not have time to care about the Jade Clearance sect. Li Qianlong's words caused the cultivators present to look at each other. These cultivators were all the sect leaders or vice-sect leaders of the righteous and devilish sects, and they had come to discuss the matter of attacking the Jade Clearance sect. Hearing that Wei Yuan was a void-melting realm grand cultivator, they were not surprised, but instead were hesitant. After bringing down the Jade Clearance sect, would the Wei family become the next Jade Clearance sect? They couldn't beat a void-melting realm grand cultivator. Li Qianlong took in the crowd's expressions and continued. Senior Wei Yuan has his own clan. This time, our Wei family spent a lot of sincerity to invite him. After this matter is over, Senior Wei Yuan will leave, and after tipping over the Jade Clearance sect, the Wei family will only need the Jade Clearance sect's secret realm, and will never get involved in the cultivation world's power struggles. With these words, the expressions of the sect leaders eased quite a bit. Li Qianlong was secretly pleased. Elder Jin Shen, I'd like to see if you can block a great cultivator of the void melting realm. Just then, the spiritual energy within Li Qianlong's body suddenly rioted, and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out of his mouth. The patriarchs present froze and stood up, looking around warily. Chapter 64, Su Qi's touched, void melting realm attacks. 3 years later, Han Jia broke through to the second level of the fusion void realm. Xing Hongxian was still in the midst of her epiphany technique, and she and that grey-robed old man did not disturb each other. After the breakthrough was successful, Han Jia habitually clicked on relationships to check his email. Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, has become a demon king. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by a righteous monk, X129. Your friend, the Nine Cauldrons, has been attacked by a monk. Your disciple, Su Qi, has gained the opportunity to realize the avatar. Your friend Mo Vengeance has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X287. Your friend Mo Vengeance has been attacked by a righteous monk, X302. Your friend Mo Vengeance was seriously injured and escaped. Your friend Zhou Fan has fallen into the devil's way. Rub, another disciple falling into the devil's path? And it's still an innate chiropractor. Han Jia was speechless. What's going on with this Thunder Peak? The Peak Master is a spy. And the 2 core disciples have also mutinied. Mo Vengeance and Zhou Fan's cultivation levels had both reached the 5th level or higher of the Jindan realm, which could be described as a sudden advancement. And I don't know what they've been through. Han Jia was wondering when he suddenly sensed the aura of the chaotic heavenly dog. This fat dog squatted at the entrance of the cave and didn't say anything. Han Jia opened his mouth and asked, "What is it?" As soon as the chaotic heavenly dog heard this, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "Master, I can go out for some experience? I really can't hold it in anymore." Han Jia frowned. Chaos Tengu waited apprehensively. You're a divine beast. Once you reveal your identity, it'll be easy to attract the covetousness of others, and it'll be hard for me to save you then. Han Jia said seriously. The nature of the Chaos Tengu was indeed troublesome. Unlike the black prison chicken, which had turned into a goat chicken after his words and teachings, the Chaos Heavenly Dog's nature made it difficult to convince it of its yearning for the outside world. Don't worry, Master. I'll be absolutely careful not to cause any trouble or reveal my identity. I'll go out for a spin and come back, the chaotic heavenly dog assured. Han Jia thought for a moment and said, Then you go. As a divine beast of Qi, it was difficult for the chaotic heavenly dog to die, just in time for it to go out and suffer a severe beating before it realized how good it was to follow him around and keep a low profile in his training. The chaotic heavenly dog was surprised and immediately rushed towards the mountain. It didn't take long. Here comes the black jail chicken. Han Jia didn't have the heart to say, What? You want to go out too? The black prison chicken trembled in fear and said, How can that be? It's impossible for me to go out even if it kills me. I have to follow Master all the time. It's too dangerous outside. That dead fat dog is finally gone. Master, can you teach me to cultivate? At those words, Han Jia immediately got up. It is indeed time to pass on some of the skills of the black jail chicken as well. The black prison chicken had native feats, but lacked spells and divine abilities. Today the black jail chicken is the size of an attic. Seeing that it was so big, Han Jia came up with an idea. He decided to teach the Dharma heaven and earth to the black prison chicken. He first briefly introduced the power of the Dharma sky. The black hell chicken was surprised, secretly saying, Dead fat dog, didn't expect it. As soon as you leave, I'll look for my master to steal and learn the magical powers. When you come back, let's see if chicken doesn't beat you up violently. Just like that, Han Jia began to teach the black prison chicken to cultivate its divine abilities. In a bustling city, Su Qi was walking on a street lined with ground stalls, and all the people coming and going were cultivators. After leaving Han Jia for so many years, he was no longer so boyish, and there was no smile on his face, giving off a sense of vicissitude through life. Suki looked left and right as she walked. After the destruction of the Lu family, he had incidentally emptied the Lu family's family treasures before fleeing, and now his storage ring was full of spirit stones and spirit-gathering pills. After so many hardships and dangers, he still hadn't forgotten the mission Han Jia had given him. Maybe it's not the outcome of the mission that matters, it's the process. Su Qi thought silently, sighing as he thought about all these years. Whenever he was on the verge of despair, he always managed to turn it around. He guessed that Han Jia must be secretly protecting him. That's right, absolutely. Why else would he get out of danger every time he falls into it? Moreover, he remembered that Han Jia had said that Han Jia was going to personally travel to the Royal Demon sect and set foot on the Royal Demon sect. Senior was training him to become a qualified disciple. Every time he thought of this, Su Qi would be ignited and his blood would surge. He's not alone. He's never solo. In his heart, Han Jia was already his master. With my master secretly protecting me, I must be well protected. Bang! Just as Su Qi was in a dark reverie, he accidentally bumped into someone. The other party immediately used spiritual energy to shock him back. Suchi took a few steps back and looked up to see that it was a woman, and immediately apologized. Sorry. This woman had a pretty face but a fiery temper and immediately pointed at Suchi and scolded. No eyes? Auntie, I'll dig your eyes out. Believe it or not? Good punch. Suchi shook his head and lost his smile and did not get angry, preparing to go around the woman and leave. However, when the woman saw that he was full of concern, she became even more irritated and directly drew her sword to slash at him. The sound of the sword blade coming out of the sheath startled the demonic birds waiting to be trafficked next to her, and a few of them immediately pounced on her, scaring her so much that she swung her sword in a panic. Suchi saw this scene and silently smiled. Sure enough, Senpai is quietly helping me again. Warmth flowed through Suchi's heart. Less than a year after the Chaos Tengu left, the 19 clans, led by Li Qianlong and Wei Yuan, were finally ready to attack the Jade Clearance sect. Each way the sects had brought dozens of disciples, all of them at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm or above. All together, there are thousands of them. Instead of killing from all directions, they concentrated on one front. They were worried that they would encounter a transformation god realm powerhouse, especially that mysterious god beheading elder, so they decided to follow behind Wei Yuan. When Wei Yuan killed the Jade Clearance sect's divine beheading elder, they would be able to drive in. Wei Yuan strolled through the air, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. In full immortal style, he swept the Jade Clearance sect with his divine sense. He frowned slightly and said, there's only one transformation god within the Jade Clearance sect, and he's still seriously injured. He glanced at Li Qianlong with dissatisfaction. That look as if to say, are you talking about me? Wei Yuan dared to come all the way here, and the result was to deal with an injured transformation god realm powerhouse? Thanks to the fact that before he came, he had deliberately prepared for battle, with all sorts of magic weapons and talisman paper ready to go. Results. That's it? Upon hearing this, Li Qianlong was pleasantly surprised. He's injured? That's a good thing. His goal was to subvert the Jade Clearance sect, but he didn't care about that much. Wei Yuan coldly snorted in displeasure. Come all the way. All he could do was move on. In the meantime, inside the innate cave, a prompt appeared before Han Jie's eyes. The Jade Clearance sect has been attacked by 19 clans of righteousness and evil. You have the following choices. 1. Run away immediately and stay away from right and wrong, and you'll get a spiritual treasure. 2. Kill the enemy and protect the Yuqing sect, and you'll get a secret book of spells. Han Jie didn't make an immediate choice, but cautiously used the simulation trial to detect the strongest people in the vicinity. Wei Yuan, first level of the fusion realm, from the West Abyssal State, vice sect leader of the Nine Dragons sect, the first level of the Void Melting realm? It's not bad. Han Jie followed to conduct a mock trial and fight Wei Yuan. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes and shook his head. He had the same thought as Wei Yuan. That's it? Book Club 6683855276, Chapter 65, Sovereign. Still attacking? The news of the 19 clans attacking quickly spread throughout the Jade Clearance sect, but Li Qingzi didn't panic. He asked the 18 peak elders and outer gate elders to stabilize the army. First open the clan protection formation. All disciples were not allowed to go out to meet the battle. The disciples didn't panic, because they are all waiting for one person. Elder Chopper. The elders had revealed that Elder Jinshin was going to face the 19 clans alone to reduce the casualties among the disciples. Li Qingzi also did not intend to do this long ago. Who told the 19 clans that they did not even split up? It was just the right time for Elder Chopper to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Han Jie has moved on. Just as he stepped out of the innate cave, the black prison chicken arrived. Master, there are so many scents in the distance. Is there an enemy invading in force? Should we run away? Black jail chicken inquired in an anxious tone of voice. Han Jie directly bypassed it, dropping a sentence. It's just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Why bother running? As the words fell, Han Jie turned into a gust of wind and left the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. The black jail chicken looked adoringly in the direction he had left, and so on. What do you mean, chicken dog? The black jailbird felt offended, but on second thought, I'm a phoenix, not a chicken. It's the dead fat dog that's offended. The black jail chicken was instantly happy again. The cultivators of the 19 clans were all nervous and excited. Up ahead is the Jade Clearance sect. That senior Wei Yuan is really a great cultivator of the Void Melting realm? Otherwise, the Jade Clearance sect Shinshin Elder can be considered the #1 cultivator in Great Yen today. Who would dare to come without a cultivation of the Void Melting realm? This battle will surely go down in history. The Jade Clearance sect is dead. Zhou Fan and Mo Vengeance are so arrogant. The Jade Clearance sect has not even cleaned up its act. It's simply the scum of the righteous path. The monks were talking and cheering each other on. Li Qianlong and Wei Yuan walked at the front. They didn't move forward very fast either. Wei Yuan was full of confidence and did not put the Jade Clearance sect in his heart at all. How could one show the strength of a great cultivator of the Void Melting realm by ending the battle too quickly? Just then, Han Jie is here. Han Jie stepped on the Qilin sword and flew on his sword. He could have just flown, but he felt that stepping on a flying sword was more handsome. With the help of the 6 spiritual powers, his face was obscured by the mist, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Wei Yuan's gaze fell on Han Jie. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm? What the hell? And so on. He's all over this. Wei Yuan stared wide-eyed. He had lived for thousands of years and had seen a lot, so he was able to see through the spirit treasures on Han Jie with a single glance. A spiritual treasure. Wei Yuan wasn't even this expansive. He only had one spiritual treasure on him, and it wasn't a defensive type. It was an attacking magic weapon. Li Qianlong didn't have Wei Yuan's eyesight, but he instantly guessed that Han Jie was the divine beheading elder. He immediately raised his hand, signaling all 19 clans to stop. All of the cultivators' gazes fell on Han Jie. The Jade Clearance sect is sending only one person? So arrogant. Could he be the legendary? For a while, the cultivators of the 19 clans all shut up, not daring to take it lightly. Han Jie's gaze locked onto Wei Yuan. How does the 2nd level of the fusion realm beat the 1st level of the fusion realm? Want to act it out? Is it bad to be too strong? Forget it. It's too much trouble. Just go straight for seconds. Han Jie had an idea in his heart. He was getting closer and closer to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan took out a wooden staff inlaid with crystals of various colors and prepared for battle. He transmitted his voice to Li Qianlong and asked, "Is this person really not the 9 cauldrons? This body spirit treasure is so scary." For a moment, Wei Yuan wanted to simply admit defeat. Li Qianlong transmitted his voice and replied, "No, it should be Elder Jinshun. I've inquired about it. Elder Jinshun just has outstanding talent. It's said that he seems to have been born in the outer sect of the Jade Clearance sect and is less than 300 years old. Less than 300 years old? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did the great Yin cultivation world get so many spiritual treasures? This son is definitely not from the Jade Clearance sect." Just as Wei Yuan hesitated, Han Jie suddenly rushed in. Extremely fast. The wind god technique. Strong winds hit his face, startling Wei Yuan to subconsciously raise his wooden staff. "This young man, it's not martial arts. Don't you introduce yourself before starting a war?" Wei Yuan was annoyed. He swung his staff and Han Jie swung his palm. In an instant, 6 types of light erupted from Han Jie's palm, rotating at high speed to form a circular seal, the 6 paths of Jedi seal. Boom! Strong light burst out, causing heaven and earth to lose color and all cultivators to close their eyes. Wei Yuan felt an extremely terrifying force crushing down on him, and his wooden staff could not block it at all. This power drilled directly into his body, destroying and dissolving his spiritual energy. Not good. Wei Yuan was shocked, and before he could think much, his mind instantly went blank. The 6 Dao Jedi seal directly obliterated his Yuan Shun. Seconds. There's no suspense. Han Jie was able to crush a 9 cauldron realist at the 8th level of the Thawing Void Realm when he was at the 1st level of the Thawing Void Realm, so dealing with Wei Yuan was naturally easy. When the bright light dispersed, Li Qianlong opened his eyes and saw Wei Yuan's body being lifted by Han Jie, his limbs naturally drooping. Wei Yuan's eyes were wide open and dead, and his pupils had lost their brilliance. Li Qianlong was almost scared to death as he cried out in horror, "Senior Wei Yuan!" Han Jie recognized his scent. Wasn't this guy Li Qianlong? Just in time, Han Jie raised his right index finger and executed the Absolute Finger Divine Sword, the sword chi piercing through Li Qianlong's chest. The overbearing 6 spiritual forces drilled into Li Qianlong's body, destroying his Jindan, tearing his Yuaning, and heavily damaging his Yuanshan. Put! Li Qianlong spat out blood, and all of his spiritual energy directly dissipated. Seconds again, Li Qianlong froze in the air, bleeding from his 7 orifices, miserable to the extreme. He looked up with difficulty, facing the color of shock, and asked incredulously, "What do you have right to do?" It all happened so fast. The war hadn't even started yet. Wei Yuan had fallen and he was ruined. The thousands of cultivators from the 19 clans were all stunned and dumbfounded. Han Jie smiled disdainfully. "On what grounds?" "Just by virtue of the fact that I cultivate the Immortal Emperor technique. Spiritual roots are overwhelming. The chi is overwhelming. Isn't it as simple as killing a chicken or a dog to kill you?" Han Jie raised his hand and sucked Li Qianlong to himself. He looked toward the 19 Rhodes clan, and without speaking, he turned around and left. There were too many cultivators here. If all of them were killed, then the Jade Clearance sect would really be the public enemy of the Great Yin cultivation world. Not only that, the entire Great Yin cultivation world would be weakened, and then the cultivation worlds of other states and dynasties might take advantage of the situation. Wei Yuan's tragic death was enough to shock the 19 clans. A cultivator, sweating profusely, looked at his patriarch and asked in a trembling voice, "Patriarch, still attacking?" Upon hearing this, the patriarch cursed, "Attack? What offense? Are you a spy? We are here to support the Yuqing sect. Young people have no eyes. The future of the clan is in trouble. After Han Jie wasted Li Qianlong, he threw himself into the main peak and let Li Qianlong lead the way. Instead, he returned to the innate cave and placed Wei Yuan's corpse on the ground. With a flip of his right hand, a soul emerged from his palm. It was clearly the Demoiselle Sacred Sect Master Huang Zuentian. Han Jie hadn't killed Huang Zuentian all this time, but rather held his soul in the depths of his own soul. Han Jie asked expressionlessly, "Do you want to be resurrected?" Wei Yuan was the vice-sect leader of the Nine Dragons sect. Killing him would surely create a deadly feud with the Nine Dragons sect, so Han Jie wanted Huang Zuentian to occupy his physical body. To be precise, Wei Yuan was not completely dead. Only his Yuanshan had been put to death and the life force of his physical body was still there. Of course, once the Yuanshan was extinguished, his physical body wouldn't last long. Chapter 66, Third Level of Void Melting Realm, Unwary Disciple. Resurrection? Huang Zuentian froze, and then ecstasy surged through his heart. Huang Zuentian is favorably disposed towards you. Current favorability is 3 stars. Han Jie raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the line. And that's generating goodwill? Han Jie was still hesitant about how to brainwash Huang Zuentian just now. This is good. Save yourself a lot of trouble. Huang Zuentian took a deep breath, tilted his head back to look at Han Jie, and said, "Fellow Daoist. No, senior, I've thought about it a lot in these decades, and I'm really not suitable to be the head of a religion. If you can be willing to resurrect me, I definitely won't go back to the Demoiselle Sacred Sect again." Back to the Demoiselle Sacrament? Think about what? The Demoiselle Sacrée is gone. Han Jie calmly said, "This body is the vice-sect leader of the Nine Dragons sect of the Western Abyss Prefecture, a great cultivator of the Void Rimming Realm. I extinguished his Yuanshan, and I want you to replace him. I'm not afraid of the Nine Dragons sect. I'm just afraid of a steady stream of trouble, and I'm just as eager to cultivate properly as you are." Void Melting Realm Grand Cultivator. Huang Zuentian's eyelids fluttered wildly as he listened. He didn't die for nothing. Huang Zuentian's heart was filled with fear. Han Jie said, "I've left my reincarnation mark in your soul. If you dare to disobey me in the future, I'll be able to pinch you to death with a single thought. If you're able to listen to my commands, don't worry, I'll allow you to live a dignified life. All you need to do is to help me stabilize Nine Dragons sect and conceal this matter." This was true. After decades of soul confinement, his soul had taken control of the Yellow Zune Heaven. The Six Paths reincarnation technique was so domineering. Han Jie did not need to perform any special spells. He only needed to suppress the enemy's soul in the depths of his own soul, and after the passage of time, he would be able to control the enemy by osmosis. Huang Zuentian hurriedly nodded his head and said, "I swear that I will never be your enemy from now on." Han Jie nodded his head and cut off his 6 spiritual powers. Huang Zuentian followed and drilled into Wei Yuan's flesh. "It takes time to take over." A line appeared in front of Han Jie's eyes. "You have successfully protected the Yuqing sect and have been awarded a secret book of spells. Congratulations on your acquisition of the art of returning the face." Returning the face, this spell can force the opponent to reveal his or her true form, and has an effect on any living being. Not bad. Han Jie didn't directly pass on the inheritance, but instead waited for Huang Zuentian to succeed in seizing the body. The other side. The cultivators from the 19 clans remained outside of the Jade Clearance sect, and none of their patriarchs left, instead following Qingzili into the main peak. Han Jie's performance was truly horrifying. All the patriarchs were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to attack the Jade Clearance sect again, much less leave directly. It would be difficult to sleep or eat without dissolving this horrible enemy. Arriving at the main peak hall, Li Qingzi began to investigate the truth. This time, no one dared to take a shot at him, and they even had to be careful when talking to him. In the end, the cultivation world is still a place where the strong are honored. After some exchanges, the finger was pointed at Li Qianlong. Li Qingzi throws the already wasted Li Qianlong out for a confrontation. A huge catastrophe in the Great Yen cultivation world was successfully resolved with Han Jie's 2 strikes. 7 days later, Huang Zuentian succeeded in taking over the body. He drifted off into a dream. He has been fruitlessly pursuing the realm of fused void. I didn't expect to become a void melting realm grand cultivator like this. Is this a blessing in disguise? Huang Zuentian's favoritism towards you has increased. Current favoritism is 5 stars. Seeing this tip, Han Jie smiled with satisfaction and looked at Huang Zuentian even more favorably. Huang Zuentian took a deep breath and walked over to Han Jie, respectfully bending down to salute. Han Jie instructed, "You should head directly to the Western Abyssal State. If it's not easy to fool around, speak less. After all, you're a great cultivator of the Void Rimming Realm, and they wouldn't dare to press you." Huang Zuentian nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely stabilize the Nine Dragons sect." He turned to leave. Walking to the entrance of the cave, he suddenly twisted his head and asked, "Do you need me to mix it up to the position of patriarch?" He was very good at things like fighting for the patriarch. Han Jie's face was odd as he said, "It's up to you. I'm not restricting you. As long as you don't disturb me in the Jade Clearance sect, you can develop as you please. Huang Zuentian pursued. How should I address you? And what is your Daoist name? Elder Zhan Shen was just a position, not Han Jie's Dao name. Han Jie thought for a moment and said, reincarnation. Reincarnation. That's a lot of meaning in that doxology. Huang Zuentian revealed a smile and saluted again. Only after he left did Han Jie begin to pass down the returning phase technique. 1 month later, the Great Yin Cultivation world shook as the Jade Clearance sect wanted Zhou Fan and Mo vengeance, preparing to take them into custody. And the Righteousness and Devilry joined forces to begin expelling the Wei family. The casual cultivators were all puzzled as to what had happened. The Wei family was not strong in its own right except for its wide network of people, and quickly fled with their entire family, far away from the Great Yin Cultivation realm. The Great Yin Cultivation world ushered in peace. Li Qingzi had already stated to the various sects that the Yuqing sect had no intention of dominating and only wanted to cultivate peacefully, and at the same time, he hoped that the Great Yin Cultivation realm would be united and would not give other local cultivation sects an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Han Jie's overbearing strength had already been displayed, and the clans naturally begged for more in the face of Li Qingzi's offer. If you can't beat it, it's best not to. 10 years have passed in a flash. Han Jie broke through to the 3rd level of the Fusion Void Realm. The Void Melting Realm really wasn't simple. The small realms in the early stages needed to take so much time. However, compared to Han Jie's lifespan, it was all a trivial matter. During these 10 years, Xing Hongxian had not returned, and the gray-robed old man who had been comprehending the technique with her had instead left. With the puppet of heaven around, Han Jie wasn't afraid of anything happening to her. Ever since the Jade Clearance sect issued a wanted notice, Zhou Fan and Mo vengeance seemed to have evaporated from the earth and stopped causing trouble. But Han Jie could still occasionally see them in action through the mail. He even suspected the two were together. After all, they were close before. Han Jie had already brainstormed a delayed drama. The male lead is forced to become a demon. The male second can't bear it and gives up his life to follow him, becoming a demon together and staying with him forever. After practicing, Han Jie habitually clicked on relationships to check his emails. Your friend Huang Zuentian has been attacked by a monk. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has made a name for himself among the demons and has over 100,000 demons under his command. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by the Demon King, X68. Your partner, Xin Qingkuan, has returned to Earth. Your friend Xing Hongxian has had an epiphany and comprehended the avatar. Your friend Quan Yui Gang has a demon in his heart because of his fear of you. Your disciple Suki has spread bad luck, killing millions of people. Karma is enormous. Han Jie's eyebrows danced furiously. This sinful disciple is a real spoilsport. You've only been gone for a few decades and you've killed millions of people? Han Jie suddenly had some regrets. Should he have kept Su Qi by his side before? But on second thought, he thought that staying around might scourge the Jade Clearance sect to death. That won't work. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Besides, it wasn't like Su Qi's sweeper status was bestowed by Han Jie. The heavenly court is to be blamed for having to relegate him to the earth. And senior apprentice, Yang Tiantong, this is not coming back? Planning to stay as the Demon King? Han Jie was helpless. What a bunch of disciples he has under him. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck, Han Jie suddenly popped up with a hint. Chapter 67, Tai Gu Ling Ginseng. 3 great cultivation choices. How many years? Finally, he stumbled upon another innate chirographer. Han Jie came to be interested and chose to check its origin. Sun Chang'an, the 7th level of the Foundation Realm. The reincarnation of the ancient spiritual ginseng. The previous life was raised by the Buddha. Because of a momentary fate with the demoness caught in the web of love, the gods and the Buddha's wrath will be knocked into the mortal world. After 10,000 lifetimes of love, only to completely forget the love, in order to get rid of the pain of reincarnation, which is the 39th life. Sun Chanan was born in the cultivation of the world, even though the talent is excellent, due to the ugly appearance, was not loved by the beloved ones, was loved by the people who taunted the blow, the heartbreak, shaved as a monk. After he was ridiculed and beaten by his beloved, he was heartbroken and shaved his head to become a monk. When he heard that Elder Zongshan of the Jade Clearance sect is the world's #1 austerity practitioner, he came to pay homage to his teacher, wanting to follow Elder Zongshan to practice together and forget about the red dust, and was reminded in particular that the ancient ginseng is able to increase the spiritual chi of the earth and sky in a certain range, which is also the reason for Sun Chang'an's outstanding qualifications. Han Jie froze as he watched. Reincarnation of the merciless immortal? You came all the way here to see me? Han Jie's expression was odd as he noticed the last sentence. The Taiku spiritual ginseng can grow the aura of heaven and earth. Nice guy. Humanoid Reiki booster? Han Jie swept his divine sense away. Sun Chang'an had already arrived at the foot of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. This guy is really ugly. The features are odd, with a long unibrow and several large black moles with long hair on his face, and his figure can only be described as ordinary, wearing a robe, and his bald head is shiny. Sun Shan'an walked to a stone monument and read, "Suffering cultivation to become an immortal." I think this must be the place of the cave of the god beheading elder. Sun Shan'an's eyes were on fire as he knelt directly in front of the stone monument. He clasped his palms together and shouted aloud, "Poor monk Sun Chang'an, I would like to worship Elder Jinshin as my teacher." When he finished, he began to kowtow. Ever since the 19 clans returned in defeat, Elder Jinshin was deified in the great Yin cultivation world, and various legends of him began to circulate. In addition to being powerful, he was most famous for his heart of bitter cultivation. Sun Chang'an had met a disciple of the Yuqing sect and inquired about it. Elder Jinshin was indeed an ascetic cultivator, and apart from making breakthroughs and blocking intruders, he hardly ever left his cave. Sun Chang'an felt that this person could help him out of his misery. He didn't want to love anymore. Don't want to think about that pretty face. Han Jie heard his words but ignored them. Although Sun Chang'an was able to boost the aura of heaven and earth, it could also lead to trouble. Han would never want to take on an apprentice so easily. Sun Chang'an didn't get a reply and continued to kneel. Spring goes to fall. Sun Chang'an became famous in the Jade Clearance sect, a shaved loose cultivator kneeling day and night in front of the mountain of bitter cultivation to become an immortal, wanting to pay homage to the divine beheading elder, a will that was a delight to behold. From time to time, there were disciples who passed by this place, just specifically to see Sun Chang'an. Under the warning of the Jade Clearance sect's elders, the disciples didn't dare to linger at the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. It was worth mentioning that surprisingly, no one had come to expel Sun Chang'an. Han Jie guessed that the immortal cultivation family that Sun Chang'an came from wasn't simple, and perhaps Qingzi Li had also acquiesced in his coming to pay homage. Sun Chang'an didn't shout again afterward except for the very beginning. He had been kneeling in front of the monolith, occasionally kowtowing. This kneeling was for 5 years, 5 whole years. Sun Chang'an hadn't even gotten up. Han Jie was impressed by his will. This son's heart for asceticism is not bad, so he shouldn't cause any trouble after coming here, right? This day, Ma Zhu came to visit. Counting, Han Jie hadn't seen her for decades, and she had been practicing in the Jade Clearance sect's secret hall. Han Jie waved his hand and moved Mo Zhu, who was outside the mountain protection formation, into the cave. After decades of not seeing her, Mo Zhu had already shed her former youthfulness and was more like a fairy. She was dressed in a black robe, and her eyes were complicated as she looked at Han Jie. Han Jie looked at her makeup and asked with a smile, "Miss Mo, are you going to follow your elder brother and fall into the devil's path?" Mo Zhu sighed. "That's right. I'm going to leave the Jade Clearance sect and go after my clan brother to take revenge together." Revenge? Han Jie frowned. After so many years, the grudge still can't be put down? He immediately split a stream of divine sense out. "I thought I had let go of it, but since I have been practicing, the hatred I once felt has become my heart's demon, and if I can't get through it, my heart's demon will always hold me back, so that I will never be able to have my first baby, and this time I came here. I came specifically to say goodbye to you." Mo Zhu took a deep breath and said, "In the entire Jade Clearance sect, other than my clan brother who is my relative, the person I care about the most is you. You have saved me before, and you are also the only man who makes my heart flutter." Han Jie's frown tightened. "Oops, is this a confession? I'm not telling you this because I want you to do anything for me. I know your heart towards the Tao. If I can come back in another day, I'll cultivate hard with you and pursue the great Tao." Mo Zhu revealed a smile. "There are some things I'm afraid I'll regret if I don't say them." She walked quickly to Han Jie and wanted to kiss Han Jie. Han Jie didn't dodge and let her kiss him, just kissing faces. Like a dragonfly, Mo Zhu shrank back. Her pretty face flushed as she asked softly, "Han Jie, if I can come back safely, will you marry me?" Han Jie calmly said, "Isn't it good to cultivate together? We'll talk about this when you and I both become immortals." Ma Zhu smiled, a smile so stunning and beautiful. He didn't refuse. "That's enough." Han Jie grabbed her hand and Mo Zhu froze. She looked at Han Jie expectantly. However, Han Jie quickly let go. He had only put his own 6 Tao seals into her soul, and the gap between their cultivation levels was so great that she couldn't even notice it. "That's it," Han Jie said expressionlessly. Ma Zhu nodded and turned to leave. The moment she turned around, she wanted to cry. With this farewell, I don't know if we'll see each other again in this life. Why he didn't keep me, why he won't follow me. Such aggravation bubbled up indisputably in Mo Zhu's heart, but she quickly adjusted her mind. After all, this was the path she had chosen for herself. After leaving the innate cave, and Ma Zhu was caught. Aha! Caught by Jingshu Jinjin and Li Qingzi. "You want to rebel against the clan? No way." Han Jie directly used his divine sense to inform Li Qingzi when she made her intentions known. How could Qingzi Li dare to let Mo Zhu rebel against the clan? How much trouble had Mo Vengeance and Fan already added to the Jade Clearance sect? Han Jie. Mo Zhu's voice came out, full of sultriness. Then she was taken away by the Li Qingzi duo. Han Jie had purposely reminded her, asking Qingzi Li not to treat her poorly and to arrange a place of confinement where she could cultivate. Li Qingjia said, I understand. In the woods, a fat black chicken lamented, want to eat my master? Woman, you're delusional. Han Jie didn't think much about it and focused his attention on Sun Chang'an at the foot of the mountain. This son has been kneeling for 5 years, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to take him on as a disciple. He shouldn't wander off. As long as they stayed on the mountain with him and practiced, it was fine. Han Jie waved his hand and moved Sun Chang'an into the cave through the air. Sun Chang'an was in a bit of a trance, kneeling on the ground, his body shaking. Even if he was a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, kneeling for 5 years was a bit overwhelming. Why don't you open your mouth and call master? Han Jie opened his mouth, his tone indifferent. Sun Chang'an subconsciously looked up at him. I'll go. This guy is really ugly. Up close, it's visually stunning. Sun Chang'an woke up violently and said in a trembling voice, God beheading. Elder? He hurriedly kowtowed to Han Jie. Apprentice Sun Chang'an pays his respects to master. Apprentice Sun Chang'an pays his respects to master. Apprentice Sun Chang'an pays his respects to master. Sun Chang'an wept with joy. 5 years he knelt for 5 whole years. 3 lines suddenly appeared before Han Jie's eyes. You have cumulatively accepted 3 innate Qigong masters as disciples. Your Qigong grows, and your cultivation development produces changes, and you have the following choices. First, the path of the sword immortal, using the sword to enter the path. After the Mahayana, you can ascend to the immortal world, and end up as a heavenly sword immortal. Second, the 6 paths of reincarnation, to break the Tao. After the Mahayana, you can enter the hell, and become a ghost sword immortal. 3, the reincarnation sword immortal, practicing both the way of the sword and the way of reincarnation, can jump out of the 3 realms and come and go as he pleases among the 5 elements. Chapter 68 Continuing Breakthroughs, Special Attention. Han Jie didn't hesitate too much when he saw the 3 options in front of him. The third option encompasses the previous 2 and is significantly stronger. And the third option has more places to go. It's not just about going to the immortal world or hell. It's about going anywhere you want. So Han Jie directly chose the third option. You choose to reincarnate on the path of the sword immortal, obtain an avatar inheritance, and cultivate the 6 spiritual roots and the sword Dao to the peak. Then you can enter the next stage. Congratulations on acquiring the avatar Xianhuang Sword Qi. Xianhuang Sword Qi, Sword Dao Avatar. Cultivating a mouthful of Xianhuang Sword Qi within the Jindan. Spitting out Sword Qi, with extremely strong killing power. Spitting sword breath? It's not bad. It's a bit of a show. Han Jie smiled in satisfaction. He looked at Sun Chang'an again, and said, if you worship under my seat, you cannot leave this mountain in the future, unless you become immortal. Are you willing? Sun Chang'an was pleasantly surprised. Worthy of being the #1 ascetic monk in Great Yen, Sun Chang'an is favorably disposed towards you. Her current favorability is 3 stars. Only 3 stars? Han Jie was secretly upset. Looks like the guy doesn't like men. Sun Chang'an replied, disciple just wants to keep practicing in seclusion, away from the worldly red dust. That's why I came to find you. Han Jie nodded and said, find a place next to you to cultivate first, and when you break through to Jindan, master will then pass on your spells. At those words, Sun Chang'an hurriedly got up. As a result of this stop, I almost fell down. Han Jie clearly heard the sound of joints clicking. He shook his head and lost his smile, no longer paying attention to Sun Chang'an, but began to pass down the Xianhuang Sword Qi. Time ebbs away. 12 years passed. Han Jie had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the fused void realm. Ever since Sun Chang'an had joined, the aura within the cave had indeed grown. Sun Chang'an had also broken through to the Jindan realm, and Han Jie had him receive the Jade Clear skill. When the 9 Cauldrons realist returned, he enhanced the Jade Clear technique, which could now be cultivated up to the void melting realm. Through his interpersonal relationships, Han Jie noticed that the cultivation levels of the Jade Clearance Sect's elders had finally begun to take steps forward. In addition to the Kung Fu, after decades of transformation by heavenly materials and treasures, the Jade Clearance Sect's aura had increased drastically, and the aura was like mist, visible to the naked eye, covering the peaks, as if it were a legendary land of immortals, aesthetically beautiful and mysterious. Whether it was the inner sect or the outer sect, the cultivation level of the disciples had significantly increased, and it could be said that the entire clan was enjoying the blessings. The Jade Clearance sect was striking towards being the #1 sect in Great Yen. Guan Yu Gang's injuries were finally healed, but it was as if he had changed into a different person, no longer arrogant and domineering, and often closed for cultivation. It was worth mentioning that over the years, Guan Yu Gang's favorability towards Han Jie had increased to 2.5 stars. Han Jia couldn't figure out what he was thinking, but as long as Guan Yu Gang didn't provoke him, it was fine. This day, Fairy Shixian came to visit. Han Jia immediately told Sun Chang'an to go out and asked Immortal Shixian to come in. Witnessing Immortal Shixian's stunning face, Sun Chang'an was lost in thought for a moment, and when he arrived outside the cave, he couldn't help but think of his beloved. The heart that had been silent for so long began to riot again. Sun Chang'an sighed. He walked under a tree and looked into the distance, silently lost in thought. It had been a long time since he had seen Immortal Shixian, and Han Jia still felt stunning when he saw her again. Immortal Shixian was definitely the most beautiful of the women he knew, especially the temperament. No wonder Li Qingzi, Li Qianlong, and Guan Yugong fought over her. Fellow Daoist Han, long time no see. Immortal Shixian opened her mouth and smiled. Han Jia shook his head. Master, why are you so raw to me? Immortal Shixian sighed. You are already a great cultivator of the void melting realm, 2 great realms higher than me, and I don't even have a teacher's lineage to you, so I can't be considered your master. We only had a name before. If we continue to keep this name, I can't afford it, and it's easy to fold my blessings. Han Jia thought about it and stopped refuting. What is the fairy's purpose in coming to me this time? Han Jia asked with a smile. Immortal Shixian spoke. The Jade Clearance sect is preparing to send 7 Yuaning elders to the Holy Land of the Western Abyss Prefecture to discuss the Tao. Are you going? Han Jia immediately shook his head. I'll pass. I don't need it. That's the truth. Immortal Shixian laughed. Forget it then. The two chatted some more. Without chatting for too long, Immortal Shixian left. The exchange between the two was uneventful. In a gentlemanly sort of way, Han Jia wasn't embarrassed, but instead felt comfortable. When he stayed with Immortal Shixian, even if he didn't speak, his mood would be calm. Western Abyssal State? I wonder how that guy is doing these days, Han Jia muttered. He clicked on relationships to check his email. There were too many people who had taken a liking to him, and the vast majority of them were from the Jade Clearance sect, and the mail dazzled him. Han Jia suddenly noticed that special attention could be set next to a character's avatar. He immediately set up the person he wanted to follow as a special concern. Tap on the email again and an option to see only special concerns appears. Han Jia chose to pay special attention, and the content of the email was suddenly much less. Your friend Huang Zuentian was attacked by a fellow monk, X75. Your disciple Suki is being hunted by 7 clans. Your good friend, Jiao Dingjinjin, has realized nature and his lifespan has increased by 300 years. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X641. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by righteous monks, X377. Your friend Zhou has been attacked by a righteous monk, X983. Your good friend Zhou is seriously injured. His life hangs in the balance, and he's been captured by the Snow Treaders sect. Your disciple Yang Tiantong has been attacked by a demonic beast, X3782. Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, has awakened the bloodline of the demon sage and his cultivation has skyrocketed. Han Jia raised an eyebrow. No way. It's only been a decade, and the number of attacks on these people has soared into the thousands. This kid, Yang Tiandong, was the most exaggerated, reaching 3,000. Could it be that the number after that represents the number of people who attacked him? Han Jia felt that it should be. How is it possible to suffer 782 attacks in a decade? It's too much. Who can stand it? What the hell was Yang Tiantong doing? How come he went out for a trip and never came back? You don't want to leave once you're the demon king? Or has he completely transformed into a demon and wants to be the supreme demon? Seeing Yang Tiandong awaken the demon saint bloodline, Han Jia was relieved. This kid can't die. Don't worry about him. And Zhou Fan, this protagonist was surprisingly captured. Pulling crotch. What kind of clan is the Snow Treading sect? How come I haven't heard of it? Wasn't it a great yin cultivation sect? Han Jia pondered while continuing to read the email. The further down he looked, the firmer he became in his Taoism. It is better to stay in the Jade Clearance sect and cultivate at ease. Sunset twilight. The slanting sun was like blood, and the sky was sluggish. Between the mountains, countless cultivators flew with their swords and hovered in the air. The scene was quite spectacular. All the cultivators were staring in one direction. Only a man stood on the hillside. It was certainly Suchi. Suchi's face was covered in blood. His hair was messy, his robes were broken, and he was in a very sorry state. He gritted his teeth and looked at his enemies in all directions and high in the air. A middle-aged man standing on the flying sword pointed at Suchi and angrily rebuked. Demon, where are you running to? Today, you must die. The other cultivators broke into a fit of rage. Suchi was being hunted because he had too many treasures on him. In the past few decades, he had grammed an unknown number of cultivators, and those relics were all taken away by him. Not long ago, he accidentally displayed his financial power in the auction, and was missed, and it was not easy to execute the offender. But it turned out that the other party's identity was very large. The dead elder came to hunt him down, and just as Su Chi's life was hanging by a thread, it was fortunate that the master in Su Chi's heart protected him, and in the shadows made a move to put that elder to death. That's how it went. Endlessly. And it got bigger and bigger. Su Chi's storage ring was growing, but so was the trouble. This time, the 7 clans had gathered together and were bound to kill him. Su Chi only had the cultivation of the Jindan realm. Where could he kill his way out? Seeing that these cultivators were preparing to blast him with spells in unison, Su Chi couldn't help but shout, "Master, quickly save me!" Chapter 69 5th level of Void Melting Realm. Mighty Guest Secretary. Master, save me. Hearing Su Chi shout out these words, all the cultivators stopped their hands and looked around nervously. Su Chi was always able to turn dangers into opportunities, and the cultivators who chased after him died horribly, so they had always suspected that there was someone behind Su Chi. It turned out to be his master. The middle-aged cultivator who had angrily scolded Su Chi earlier shouted loudly, "Fellow Daoist, why do you have to hide in the dark and be sneaky? Could it be that you have a weak heart?" However, no one answered him. The middle-aged cultivator looked at Su Chi anew. He realized that Su Chi had a teasing, smug look on his face, as if it wasn't him who was certain to die, but them. This confidence from Su Chi caused the middle-aged cultivator to panic even more. Rumble. Thunderclouds gathered suddenly and the sky darkened rapidly. Everyone was scared and nervous, looking left and right. Hoo-hoo. A gust of wind whistled and grew louder. The cultivators were shocked to find that this wind was very evil, and even hid wind blades that were indistinguishable to the naked eye, extremely sharp, scraping their robes to shreds, so shocked that they hastily mobilized their spiritual energy to defend themselves. Everyone suffered except Suki. Su Chi's face showed admiration. Not bad for his senior. No, Master. Master is so strong. Thunder rumbled and winds raged. The scene was like the onset of the end times. When the first thunder struck down, the 7 great sects realized that the nightmare had come. What's coming is no ordinary ray. Instead, it's heavenly thunder. A year is a long time for mortals. 18 years was enough for a person to grow up. And for Han Jie, it passed quickly, as if it was a dream. His cultivation broke through to the 5th level of the fused void realm. Its breakthrough speed was already very fast. Knowing that the 9 Cauldrons realist was still stuck at the 8th level of the void melting realm, and Xiao'er was still at the 2nd level of the void melting realm, while Han Jie was cultivating, he taught Sun Chang'an the Jiexian flying sword. After 10 years of practicing the flying sword of absolute love, Sun Chang'an was pleasantly surprised to find that he seemed to think less about that unrequited love from the past. Unbeknownst to him, his lust was diminishing. After the breakthrough, Han Jie habitually took out the Book of Doom to curse Xiao'er. The male could only focus on the situation of benign relationships. The situation of enemies, Han Jie couldn't see it, but Xiao'er's avatar was always there, which meant that the guy was still fine. Before Xiao'er fell, Han Jie would not give up cursing him. Who let this guy's hatred for him be so high that after so many years, it hadn't even decreased in the slightest? Han Jie cursed while checking the emails in human relations. Most people have been attacked in 18 years. It was more of a fight than an attack. It's unlikely that everyone was attacked, and presumably there were plenty of times when they struck first. The jungle is dangerous and must be kept away. Perhaps Han Jie's current cultivation wasn't afraid of attacks, but more things like this would affect cultivation, just like Yang Tiantong and Zhou Fan, who will always occupy the top 3 in terms of the number of times they've been attacked. The chaotic Tengu later caught up, and had a great tendency to catch up. Every time he saw the chaotic Tengu take a beating, Han Jie felt amused. Make you disobey me. Although the chaotic heavenly dog had been taking a beating, its cultivation had surprisingly been rising. The same was true of the others, who all seemed to be grabbing at the opportunity. A few days later, Xing Hongxian came to visit. Han Jie kicked Sun Chang'an out and let Xing Hongxian in. Husband, I have gained a great chance in these decades and had an epiphany of divine power. Do you want to learn it? I can pass it on to you. Xing Hongxian excitedly ran to Han Jie and said, as if offering a treasure. Han Jie shook his head. I have divine power. I don't need it. Xing Hongxian had indeed obtained a great opportunity, and her cultivation had all skyrocketed to the 8th level of the Jindan realm. It was on the verge of catching up with an innate chi-lucky person like Zhou Fan. Xing Hongxian flipped her right hand and 2 fist-sized green-colored fruits appeared in her hand. She laughed and said, this is a strange fruit I found in an ancient secret realm. After taking it, it can raise chi in blood and strengthen the physical body. It's very miraculous. I just ate one of them, and I was able to shatter a small mountain with a single palm. Han Jie took a look and realized that the green fruit seemed extraordinary. He reached for one of the green fruits and ate it straight away. The flesh of the fruit entered his throat and instantly melted, turning into a scalding hot stream that surged into Han Jie's body. Immediately afterward, Han Jie's body was warm all over. The effect is remarkable. Han Jie immediately ate all the green fruits in his hands. Xing Hongxian handed the remaining one in her hand to Han Jia. How is this good? Han Jia said helplessly, then honestly took this green fruit and started eating. Xing Hongxian smiled. It's fine, as long as I can help my husband. I'm happy. After the 2 green fruits were finished, Han Jia took out some magic weapons and gave them to Xing Hongxian, all captured from previous kills. Xing Hongxian wanted to refuse, but Han Jia had a strong attitude, so she could only accept it. Xing Hongxian's mood was incredibly sweet. Bring out your heavens puppet and I'll upgrade it. Han Jia opened his mouth. At those words, Xing Hongxian's face blushed slightly as she squirmed and took out the puppet of heaven. Han Jia's expression was suddenly odd. The heavens puppet was unexpectedly carved out of its face, and it was clearly Han Jia's face, and although there was a gap in its face value, its facial features were similar. The weird thing was that the mouth of the puppet of heaven was a bit red, as if it was coated with rouge. Murphy. Han Jia didn't dare to think about it in detail, pretending not to react. He took the heavens puppet and poured his 6 spiritual powers into it. The heavens puppet had no realm, and could be raised to the battle power of the fusion void realm by simply replacing the 6 spiritual powers within it. Of course, the puppet of heaven could only be elevated by Han Jia, and other people's spiritual energy had no effect on it. The puppet of heaven was equivalent to Han Jia's outwardly released spiritual energy incarnation. It wasn't troublesome and wouldn't take long to re-exchange the spiritual energy for the puppet of heaven. Xing Hongxian sat on the side and asked softly, has Mo Zhu been looking for you lately? Chang Yuera is gone, but she has another love interest. After so many years of absence, I don't know if Mo Zhu has launched an attack on Han Jia. Yes, Han Jia answered, then told what had happened before. Xing Hongxian listened and said regretfully, what a pity. Unfortunately what? Nothing. Xing Hongxian waved her hand. The two of them began to chat, with Xing Hongxian talking about her experiences over the years, and Han Jia learning about the movements of the cultivation world through her. 10 or so days later, Xing Hongxian walked to the entrance of the cave and confirmed that her clothes were neat and tidy before she left with a flushed face. Han Jia sat on the bed, pulled at the folded corner of his coat, and sighed. Still, a small smile appeared on his face. 5 years later, Li Qingzu came to visit. Han Jia once again let Sun Chanan out, then let Qingzi Li in. Seeing Li Qingzi's worried expression, Han Jia's heart thumped. Is it possible that something happened again? It's only been a few decades of peace and quiet. Li Qingzi found himself a chair and sat down, facing Han Jia, sighing, Elder Han, something big has happened. The Great Way cultivation realm next to us has been unified, headed by the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect. The Blood Flame Heavenly Sect has poached a great guest minister from somewhere, and has already let out the word to unify all the major cultivation realms in the surrounding area. Han Jia wondered, they are all immortal cultivators. If they don't properly close their doors to realize the true meaning of heaven and earth and pursue eternal longevity, how can they compete for land like mortals? Li Qingzi shook his head and said, the ambition of demonic cultivators only increases as their cultivation grows. Moreover, the more cultivation worlds they occupy, the more cultivation resources they can get hold of. How strong is that mighty guest minister? It's unclear. At worst it's the void melting realm. Otherwise it's impossible to quickly unify the Great Way cultivation world. Is it possible that it's the harmonization realm? And if so, Elder Han, what would you do? Depending on when it hits. If it's tomorrow, then I'll probably run. Chapter 70, True Martial Sect. Ancient Sword Dao. Naturally, it's not tomorrow. It's a long way. Plus the resistance of the clans along the way. It will take at least a few decades, if not longer, to fight to the Jade Clearance Sect. I'm just checking in with you ahead of time. Li Qingzi shook his head and laughed. He could hear the implication of Han Jia's words. He couldn't help but feel. Elder Han's natural talent is truly rare in the world. After a few decades, its cultivation must have made another great leap. Han Jia laughed. In that case, I would not have to run. The two men smiled at each other. Without realizing it, the person Li Qingzi relied on the most had become Han Jia. Even though the two of them didn't communicate much, every time the Jade Clearance Sect encountered a crisis, the first thing Qingzi Li thought of was Han Jia. By the way, where's my disciple? Didn't you guys go looking for him after he disappeared? Han Jia opened his mouth and asked. Speaking of which, the reason why Yang Tiantong had disappeared was because he had followed the Jade Clearance Sect to the Immortal Cultivation Conference. Li Qingzi's face was odd as he said. He searched and found, but he was unwilling to come back. He is now a demon king, and has a great reputation among the demon clan in the Great Yin cultivation world, and it is estimated that in another 100 years, he may become the #1 demon king in Great Yin. Han Jia was speechless. Sure enough, Li Qingzi laughed. Recently, the Jade Clearance Sect has welcomed several Yuaning into the fold, and I've also convinced 2 harmonized spirits to join the Jade Clearance Sect in the next few years at the most. People go higher. Nowadays, the Jade Clearance Sect was definitely the strongest in the Great Yin cultivation world. and its sect aura was even beyond the reach of other sects. Han Jie nodded. The stronger the Jade Clearance sect was, the better it would be for him. To be honest, he was definitely the most idle elder of the Jade Clearance sect, and he had only struck out a few times in 100 years, and he wasn't tired every time. The spiritual flowers and plants of the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain all had specialized disciples who came to take care of them, and Han Jie only needed to do one thing, that is the practice. So many years have passed. Your deeds as a god-beheading elder are almost forgotten. Only the older generation like us still remembers your prowess. Nowadays it's the world of Zhou Fan, Mo Vengeance, Yang Tiantong and other heavenly prides like them. These three can be considered as stormtroopers, but sadly, all of them are no longer serving the Jade Clearance sect. By the way, there was a demonic dog that crossed the cultivation world a couple of decades ago, and I'm speculating that from the image that I heard the disciple describing, that demon dog seems to be raised by you? Li Qingzi suddenly remembered something and inquired. When he came to the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, he didn't look at the chaotic heavenly dog. Han Jie replied, don't worry about it, it had to go out and make a break for it, so when it gets scared, it will naturally come back. Li Qingzi shook his head and lost his smile. The two of them chatted for a while. Then Li Qingzi stopped interrupting. Han Jie clicked on the interpersonal email to check it while he was napping. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic beast, X578. Your friend Zhou Fan has a great chance to get an ancient treasure. Your friend Fairy Shixian has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X33. Your friend Guan Yu Gang has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X421. Your disciple Su Qi has realized the way of heaven and attained the divine power. Your friend Huangji Hao has been attacked by the righteous monks, X798. Your friend Huangji Hao has been captured by the Jinwu cult. Han Jie didn't see Yang Tiandong's situation, but the kid's avatar was still there, looking like he was in seclusion. That's good. Han Jie was really afraid that he would die of waves. Han Jie noticed that Su Qi had actually comprehended divine abilities. It's kind of fun. It wasn't just Su Qi. There had been people before who had comprehended divine abilities while practicing. Han Jie had been relying on system rewards since he had been cultivating, and he had focused on his nascent soul cultivation, and had never had an epiphany on his own. Why don't you try it? Han Jie, but he possessed a top-notch Sword Dao enlightenment. It shouldn't be difficult to comprehend a Sword Dao divine ability. Cultivating all the time is also boring. Epiphany divine ability to play. Creating divine powers out of thin air requires imagination. Might as well come and boost the avatar. Han Jie thought about it and decided to epiphany the 10,000 Swords divine sect. This Sword Dao divine ability was definitely his most handsome divine ability, and was worthy of deeper cultivation. Han Jie immediately closed his eyes. The 10,000 Swords divine sect could summon up to 10,000 sword shadows from the long history. Despite the large field, the precision kills are still weak. Han Jie suddenly came up with an idea. If you combine the 3 Qing Absolute Shadow Sword with the 10,000 Swords divine sect, sizzle, how horrible that must be. Tens of thousands of extreme sword shadows that could kill the enemy freely. That's all it takes to comprehend. Han Jie was in high spirits and fully focused on his epiphany. Shiyuan Prefecture, a zone without dynasties, was a place with so many demons and monsters that it was difficult for mortal dynasties to get involved. But there were many cultivation sects here, even more than in the Great Yin cultivation realm. The True Martial sect was one of the top righteous sects in the Western Abyss Prefecture. Inside an attic, Huang Jihao hit the bed and sat on the couch to cultivate. The door to the room suddenly opened and a blue-shirt man walked in. He was a good-looking man with sword brows and starry eyes, as if he had stepped out of a painting. The blue-shirt man walked over to the table and sat down, placing his own sword on the table as he poured himself a bowl of tea and laughed. Huang Jihao, you still haven't figured it out? Huang Jihao opened his eyes and said expressionlessly, I lost to you. It's not because my sword Dao is not good. If I were given another 100 years, I would be able to defeat you. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect has nurtured me. It's impossible for me to rebel against the sect. The blue-shirt man laughed. The True Martial sect is stronger than the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, even stronger than the Jade Clearance sect of the Great Yin cultivation realm. By joining the True Martial sect, I'll cultivate you to become the world's #1 sword cultivator, and in the future, you might even hope to achieve a sword immortal. It's your chance, one that many sword cultivators can only dream of. Huang Jihao was silent. If you were born in the True Martial sect, you would have been at least a harmonized god realm existence by now. You were born with a sword heart and shouldn't waste your natural talent. When you achieve sword immortal, it will be an honor for the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. The blue-shirt man said seriously, his eyes even showing anticipation. Huang Jihao laughed bitterly. Is my sword Dao talent really unrivaled in the world? But I've seen a sword Dao talent that is even more demonic than me, and that person's sword chi is even more powerful than yours. Huang Jihao's body still couldn't help but tremble when he remembered facing Han Jie's sword chi. The blue-shirt man laughed loudly. He smiled and asked, This person is from your great yin? Huang Jihao nodded his head. Categorically impossible. There can't be a sword cultivator stronger than me within the great yin cultivation world, the blue-shirted man said proudly. Huang Jihao asked seriously, have you heard of the Jade Clearance Sect Jinshan Elder? Its strength is already comparable to that of a Fusion Void Realm Grand Cultivator, and Wei Yuan of the Nine Dragons sect returned in defeat, not mentioning a word about the original battle, so it is evident that Elder Jinshan is powerful, the blue-shirted man said disdainfully. Wei Yuantian's capital is no good, he achieved Ronshu by chance, and in order to go to the next level, he still has to be hired everywhere, compromising our Ronshu realm's face. Defeating him is not a difficult task. Just then, the sword on the table suddenly quivered. Not only his sword, but Huang Jihao's sword placed by his leg followed the trembling. The two men were alarmed. Huang Jihao grabbed his own sword, unable to hold it down, and couldn't help but look at the blue-shirted man, asking, what's going on? The blue-shirted man gripped his own sword and turned to walk out of the room. Huang Jihao followed closely behind. The two of them arrived inside the courtyard, which was located on top of a mountain peak and overlooked most of the scenery of the true martial sect, only to see the swords of many of the true martial sect's disciples unsheathing in unison and flying uncontrollably to the high school, and the swords inside the hidden sword pavilion all breaking through the doors and rising up into the sky. Tens of thousands of swords were suspended in the air, and as far as the eye could see, the tips of the swords were facing the same direction. The picture was extremely shocking. All the swords were trembling, and the sounds converged together to fill the heavens and earth. The blue-shirted man's face showed shock as he muttered, 10,000 swords are worshipping, and the sword spirits are all singing together. Someone has comprehended the 10,000 ancient sword Tao. How? Chapter 71, The Three Purities Kill the World. Who can break my defense? What is the 10,000 ancient sword Tao? Huang Jihao opened his mouth and asked. His eyes were filled with shock. It was the first time he had seen the swords of the entire clan flying high into the sky, making a pilgrimage in the same direction. The bottom line is, sword to direction. It's great yen. A guess popped up in Huang Jihao's head, making him think that it was impossible. The blue-shirted man took a deep breath and said, the 10,000 ancient sword Tao is a realm of the sword Tao avatar, and in layman's terms, it's a sword Tao avatar that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. I didn't expect there to be this kind of sword Tao heavenly pride in the world today, a sword aptitude that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. Huang Jihao was shocked. A stunningly handsome face came to his mind. Could it be him? Huang Jihao gritted his teeth and asked, if I join the true martial sect, will I be able to have an epiphany of this divine ability? The blue-shirted man was silent. His attitude made Huang Jihao's mood even more complicated. Han Jia spent a month epiphanying the sword Tao avatar. Success. The heavenly sword cultivator also went crazy, but Han Jia didn't know about it yet. The visions that occurred in the true martial sect also appeared within the various sects of the great yin cultivation realm, including the Jade Clearance sect. There were countless treasured swords suspended in the sky above the Jade Clearance sect, all of them trembling, their swords pointing at the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. The black prison chicken saw this scene and its fat body trembled in fear. Han Jia couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard the sound of swords coming from outside the cave. As soon as his divine sense swept outward, he saw those precious swords suspended in the air. He couldn't help but freeze. Did he make this noise? He looked down at the shadow of the sword in his palm. His right hand gripped tightly, and the shadow of the sword disappeared. The swords suspended in the air throughout the world followed and fell. Sun Chanan was dumbfounded as she looked at Han Jia. When Han Jia had an epiphany of divine power, sword light erupted from his brow and strong winds circled his body, and with the spiritual treasures he was wearing, this image made Sun Chang'an feel astonished. Sun Chang'an also heard the sound of the sword chirping, and as a result, once Han Jia closed his palms, the sword chirping outside disappeared, and the sword suspended in the air followed and fell down. What does that mean? The vision outside was caused by Han Jia. Congratulations on the realization of the ancient sword aptitude. Please name it. Han Jia was slightly stunned when he saw the line appear in front of him. Vanguard level? Avatars are still graded? He thought for a moment and recited in his mind. The three Qing executioners. Name bestowed successfully. Due to your first epiphany of divine power, your chi is enhanced. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately, and shock the world with the three Qing's execution of the world, and you can get a spiritual treasure. 2. Cultivate in a low profile and continue to get stronger until you're invincible for a lifetime, and you'll get a spiritual treasure. It's all a spiritual treasure. Rare. Han Jia silently chose the second option. You choose to cultivate in a low profile? Congratulations on obtaining a spiritual treasure. You have obtained a third-grade treasure, Earth Emperor's Imperial Scarf. Earthen Emperor's Scarf, a third-grade defensive treasure that automatically defends against attacks that can injure its owner. Another defensive spirit treasure. It's still a three-piece. Cool. Who can beat me? Who can break my defense? Han Jia thought prettily. A bold thought suddenly occurred to him. If he immediately went out and acted in a high-profile manner now, the system would take back the spirit treasure? Forget it. Originally he wanted to keep a low profile. The system also gives choices according to his preferences. There's no need to try. Han Jie took out the Earth Emperor's royal soul scarf. This is a long scarf, like silk, in a golden color, waving, as if the clouds dance. Very beautiful. Is it okay for a 7-foot man to wear a scarf like this? Han Jie secretly spat, while starting to drip blood to recognize his master. It appears to be a woman's item, and he will not offer this treasure. Whether this kind of spiritual treasure was given to Xing Hongxian or immortal Shi Xian, it would cause trouble for them. Earlier, Wei Yuan obviously recognized the spiritual treasure he was carrying, which was why he was so shocked. After spending some time, Han Jie allowed the Earth Emperor Imperial Scarf to successfully recognize its owner. After thinking about it, he removed the Cold Monarch glazed crown from his head and then tied the Earth Emperor's Royal Spirit Scarf onto the Cold Monarch glazed crown. The Earth Emperor's Royal Spirit Scarf was more than a zhang in length, and when it was tied to the Cold Monarch's glazed crown, it automatically floated and danced. Don't say. Han Jie looked even more divine after he put on the Cold Monarch glazed crown again. Sun Chanan all looked dumbfounded. Could Master be a reincarnation of an immortal? The Earth Emperor's Royal Spirit Scarf fluttered around Han Jie's body in a very spiritual manner. Han Jie was satisfied. Handsome again. At this time, Li Qingzi came to visit. The vision just now caused quite a commotion, and he thought there was an enemy. Han Jie replied that the enemy had been driven away. Li Qingzi breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked Han Jie. In today's Great Yen, there were even people rushing to attack the Jade Clearance sect. It seems there are still a lot of hidden powerhouses hidden away. In the future, we have to be careful not to inflate our actions. Li Qingzi thought silently. He didn't want to be beaten again. Nishibuchi Prefecture. 9 Dragons Sect. Huang Zuentian, also known as Wei Yuan, was staying inside the Taoist temple to cultivate. Inside the guan is not big. The furnishings are simple. Behind Huang Zuentian there is a large tripod. Inserted 3 large incense candles, curls of smoke filled. Huang Zuentian opened his eyes, only to see an old Taoist walk into the view. He came and sat down in front of Huang Zuentian and smiled lightly. Senior Brother Wei, this seat has come to discuss something with you. Huang Zuentian asked. What is it? His heart tightened. This old fox was smiling. Could it be that he had discovered his true identity? The old Taoist spoke. Our sect has been fighting with the true martial sect for a long time, and the other resource lands in the Western Abyss Prefecture have been pretty much taken over. This seat would like to let our sect disciples enter the Great Yin Cultivation Realm. The Great Yin Cultivation Realm is weak and the dynasty's chi is failing. It's very suitable for us to develop, and after occupying Great Yin, we can then continue to march into the Great Way. And anyway, the blood-inflamed heavenly sect is threatening to flatten Great Yin and conquer the Western Abyss. You've been to Great Yin before and happen to be familiar with it, so you can lead a group of elite disciples to Great Yin. When Huang Zuentian heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Marching into Great Yin? This is getting tired of living. It was hard to resurrect, but Huang Zuentian didn't want to offend Han Jie. The old Taoist laughed. If this matter is done well, sooner or later the position of patriarch will belong to you in the future. Master has been in seclusion for 100 years, and I don't know if I can step into the harmonization realm. We can't just sit back and wait for death. We must seek the opportunity. Huang Zuentian hesitated. Can we not go to Great Yin? We can go to other cultivation realms. The world is huge and the benefits that Great Yin can bring us are not great. The old Taoist shook his head and said, it is precisely because Great Yin is weak that he is going to go after them. This matter is settled. You make your preparations. This seat will go and select the disciples first. With that, the old Taoist got up. Looking at his back, Huang Zuentian wanted to speak. The old fox, you call this a negotiation? You made me do it. Looks like I'll have to compete for your position as patriarch. Huang Zuentian's eyes flickered as he secretly thought viciously. It was so hard to settle down and be able to properly retreat and cultivate, but it turned out that this guy gave him the whole thing. Although Huang Zuentian was a wimp, his life was pinched in Han Jie's hands, and he had no choice but to make a move. And so it was. Huang Zuentian began to think about how to seize the throne. Although the old Taoist was stronger than him, and much stronger, he didn't panic. Thousands of years ago, after the Demoiselle Sacred Sect's previous sect leader fell, Huang Zuentian was not the first choice for the position of sect leader. The first choice was his senior brother, who was aggressive and wanted revenge, and his cultivation was much stronger than Huang Zuentian. In order to comfortably survive, Huang Zuentian then devised to seize the throne. Hard knocks are bound to not work. You have to use some means. Chapter 72, 6th level of Void Melting Realm. Fu Song Tree. Han Jie created the ancient divine power, which led to a change in the world's winds and clouds. The heavens and the earth were vast, and Great Yen was just a bullet point. So no one thought that the great power that created the 10,000 ancient sword Dao was hiding in Great Yen, except for a certain Daoist with the imperial surname. 13 years later, the matter was then not brought up again. Han Jie's cultivation had also managed to break through to the 6th level of the fused void realm. Thanks to Sun Shanan, his addition caused the cave's aura to grow, and Han Jie's cultivation speed was accelerated. After all, this guy was a Taiku spirit ginseng, equivalent to a humanoid heavenly material treasure, or an immortal realm level heavenly material treasure. You have reached the age of 300 years and have passed another 100 springs on the path of cultivation, and you have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and show the world how powerful you are, and you will receive an egg of the divine beast of luck. 2. Cultivate in a low profile, hide your achievements and fame. You can get a spiritual treasure. Han Jie silently chose the second option. You choose to cultivate in a low profile and obtain a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the 3rd grade treasure, Heart Protector Heavenly Immortal Chain. Protecting the heart of the Heavenly Immortal Chain, a 3rd grade defensive treasure that can automatically absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth until it reaches a state of abundance, without affecting its owner's cultivation, and will autonomously protect its owner in battle. It was another defense spiritual treasure, and the locations did not overlap. The system knows me, Han Jie thought with delight as he took out the heart-protecting Heavenly Immortal Chain, a crystal chain that was exquisite and gorgeous. After spending a while, the heart-protecting Heavenly Immortal Chain recognized its owner successfully, and Han Jie put it on his neck. Sun Shanan was secretly envious. Master has so many magic treasures. Could this be a division? Master can take it out and wear it once he breaks through to a certain level of cultivation? Han Jie was in a happy mood and ignored Sun Shanan's look as he pulled up his relationships to check his emails. I wonder who has been beaten the most over the years. Your disciple Yang Tianton was attacked by a demonic beast, X3911. Your good friend Mo Vengeance has been attacked by a righteous monk, X672. Your disciple Suki has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X3028. Your good friend Zhou Fan has killed countless people and his karma is overwhelming. Your friend Huang Zuentian has been attacked by a righteous monk, X105. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X4003. Your disciple Su Qi was captured by the royal family of the Great Jin Dynasty. Your disciple Su Qi spreads bad luck. The Great Jin Dynasty suffers from locusts, floods, and plagues rarely seen in 1,000 years, and the mountains and rivers are on the verge of breaking. It's okay. Han Jie's disciples and divine favorites finally became the top 3 in terms of the number of beatings they received with their relentless efforts. And it was a wrap. Suki is fine. It's a spoiler. Yang Tiantong and Chaos Tengu were truly unconscious. This guy Zhou Fan is really becoming a demon. Han Jie had a hunch. Mo's revenge might have been forced upon him, but Zhou Fan was definitely a devil by nature. This guy has been criticized before for what he did in the inner gate. Han Jie shook his head and thought no more about it. He got up and said, "Apprentice, go out with my master, and my master will teach you when the black hell chicken spells." Upon hearing this, Sun Shanan was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly got up to follow. Above the endless desert, countless locusts filled the air like a dust storm. A figure walked forward in the locust storm. He walked unhurriedly, as if he was walking idly. The locusts along the way did not dare to get close to him. It was Suki. Su Qi had a smug look on his face as he secretly said, "Master's ability is so strong that a locust plague that is enough to destroy a dynasty doesn't dare to come near me." So many years passed and he went through many more trials and tribulations, but always came through unscathed. He had tried calling out to Han Jie, but got no response. Then he figured it out. Master is testing him. Let him enjoy the tedium of being alone. After all, the master was always alone in seclusion and didn't say a word. Only a Taoist mind that can endure absolute loneliness can become immortal and ask for help. After that, Su Qi stopped trying to call out to Han Jie, and the entire person relaxed. Not long ago he was captured by the royal family of the Great Jin Dynasty. He didn't panic. Instead he enjoyed it, fighting with the royal family. The ending was as he guessed, but when he really couldn't defeat the enemy or escape from the deadly situation, his master would step in. Suki thought as he advanced. The decades-long rush made him look dusty and full of vicissitudes, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. It didn't take long. Su Qi saw a 10-feet-tall crooked-necked old tree in front of him, and there were figures under the tree. He immediately rushed over. The storm of locusts stopped and began to return, no longer chasing Suki. Su Qi didn't notice this abnormality as he quickly walked to the old tree. A ragged old man sat beaten under a tree, his face as wrinkled as the bark behind him. Su Qi cupped his fists and asked, "Senior, is the northern state ahead?" Without opening his eyes, the old man said, "Well, northern state." At those words, Su Qi suddenly had the urge to cry. Decades, almost approaching 100 years, he finally arrived at his destination. Upstate. He had dreamed countless times of arriving in the northern states, 2 lines of hot tears could not be stopped after all. He immediately turned around and knelt down towards the vault of heaven behind him. His eyes seemed to say, "Master, did you see that? The apprentice has not failed you." The old man opened his eyes and looked at him with odd eyes as he asked, "Is it such a pleasure to reach the northern state? Do you know where the northern state is?" Suchi got up and turned to him, wiped her tears and laughed. "Indeed I don't know, but the Imperial Demon sect is in the northern state, right?" The old man couldn't help but frown as he asked, "You're related to the Imperial Demon sect?" "I want to join the Imperial Demon sect," Suchi said firmly and confidently, as if he was going to join the Jade Clearance sect in the first place. The old man shook his head and said, "The threshold of the Imperial Demon sect is extremely high. Even if you already have a Jindan realm cultivation, it's not that easy for you to join. The northern state is a place where the devils are in turmoil." "Junior, a word of advice. Don't set foot in the northern state. It's the yellow springs of the earth." Suki smiled. "What am I afraid of? There's someone behind me." Immediately, Suchi clasped his fist at him, and then walked towards the northern state with his head held high. The old man revealed a mocking smile and didn't dissuade him much. 5 years later, Great Yen rarely ushered in a blizzard, and the entire Yuqing sect was covered in snow. Bleak and picturesque, Han Jia walked out of the cave and stood at the edge of the cliff to look out, but his eyes were white. Having lived for 300 years, this was the first time he had encountered such heavy snow. He couldn't help but think of broomstick. This is the sign. Could it be the return of the broomstick? As Han Jia was thinking, 3 lines suddenly appeared before his eyes. The imminent awakening of a 10,000-year-old demon has been detected. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately, kill the demons and save the lives of the people. You can get a spiritual treasure and a divine inheritance. 2. Continue practicing, stay away from danger, protect yourself. You can get random seeds of heavenly materials. A 10,000-year-old demon? It sounds vicious. I was stupid to kill him. Without hesitation, Han Jia directly chose the second option. Han Jia didn't embark on the path of cultivation to save the world, but to live longer. You choose to continue your training, stay away from danger, and get random heavenly treasure seeds. Congratulations on obtaining the seeds of the Fusang tree. Fusang tree, a divine tree of heaven and earth that can increase the aura of heaven and earth. Attract the golden crow after 10,000 years, and connect to other heavens and earth after 1,000 years. Chapter 73, The Classic Long Demon King, the real person of Qingliang. A fuchsia tree? Han Jia looked at the seed that had suddenly appeared in his hand and raised his eyebrows slightly. The Fusang tree is famous in Chinese mythology and is associated with the sun. After 10,000 years, it can attract the golden crow. Isn't the golden crow the sun, connecting other worlds in 1,000,000 years? Han Jia directly ignored this. 1,000,000 years is too long. It is not surprising that the seeds of the fuchsia tree are shaped like peach kernels. It was hard to imagine that this was the seed of the divine tree. Han Jia turned around and came to the front of the cave as he called Sun Chanan out. "What is it, master?" Sun Chanan asked, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Could it be that master is going to pass on his divine powers? Han Jia handed him the seed in his hand and said, "This is my precious tree. From today onwards, you plant it here and meditate and cultivate in front of it every day. You have to guard it. If it doesn't grow well, it'll be your pot to piss in." Sun Chanan asked suspiciously, "My pot? It's your fault." Ah! Sun Chanan panicked. Han would never pay him any attention and directly enter the cave, continuing his cultivation. Sun Chanan crouched down and nervously looked at the Fusang tree seeds as he plowed away the snow around them to avoid the cold from reaching the seeds. This was the first time Han Jia had given him a task, and he was nervous. The bottom line is that it's just this one seed, and there's no second chance if it dies. The sky and the earth are white with snow. Between the mountains, uncountable demons were prostrate in the mountains and forests, their backs covered with a layer of snow, as if they were ice sculptures. Yang Tiandong stood under the tree and waited, his body similarly covered in ice and snow. Nowadays, he was dressed in black, his face was demonic, his hair was mostly white, and his pupils were blood-colored, so he was a demon at first glance. His gaze tightened on a peak ahead of him. This peak was like a sword, pointing to the sky, higher and straighter than the surrounding mountains. The blizzard fell on this mountain and melted directly. Vaguely, a wisp of demonic aura could be seen coiling around this peak. The wind and snow swirled around the peaks like a white tornado. Quite a sight. Yang Tiandong looked to an old tree demon next to him and asked, "How much longer?" The old tree demon shook a few unformed demonic birds on his body and said, "Maybe soon. This is the most powerful demon king of Great Yen since ancient times. The Dianchuan demon king. Once he comes out of the world, we will surely be able to usher in a prosperous era of the demon race by following him." Yang Tiantong frowned. If it's really that powerful, why has it been sleeping for 2,000 years? Yang Tiantong skimmed his lips and asked. He had ambitions to be the most powerful demon king of Great Yen, and it was hard for him to start taking off. But it turned out that a 10,000-year-old demon was going to be resurrected. All the demon kings of Great Yen came to pay their respects, and Yang Tiandong had to follow the trend. More than 2,000 years ago, there was no Great Yen. This place was rarely visited. It was the happy land belonging to our demon race, and the demon king Dijon was the only demon king in this land, and all the monsters obeyed his orders. Until one time, a human cultivator mistakenly entered this land, and when the demon king Dijon saw that he was injured, he came out to save him. However, that person was so kind as to avenge his death, and drew countless cultivators to attack us, and a great war that lasted for decades broke out. A great war broke out, and the Dianchang demon king was sealed here, and our demons died and fled, with not 1 in 10 left. The old tree demon began to talk about the past back then, with hidden hatred in his tone. We have been waiting for the Dianchuan demon king to awaken and make a comeback. That group of powerful cultivators from back then have gone far away, and no one in present-day Great Yen can stop the Dianchuan demon king. Towards the end, the old tree demon showed a frenzied expression on his face. Yang Tiandong frowned and asked, "Aren't those cultivators worried that the Duanchang demon king will be resurrected?" The old tree demon mocked. The hearts of people can be uglier than the hearts of demons. 2,000 years have passed. They have long since not been on the same side. They may have already killed each other, and there are not many of them still alive. Yang Tiantong was speechless. Thinking of his master and the Yuqing sect, he asked, when the Dinchuang demon king is resurrected, he will definitely slaughter the Great Yen human race? Aha! The old tree demon answered. Yang Tiantong's eyes flickered. The blizzard in Great Yen lasted for 2 years, causing the people to be in dire straits, and the dynasty had to turn to the cultivators for help. And with the help of the cultivators, the disaster was alleviated. On a certain day, a rushing demonic aura erupted, causing the sky dome to change color and making the cultivation world jittery. Li Qingzi even came to look for Han Jie, who didn't hide it and said that there were 10,000-year-old demons coming out, scaring Li Qingzi to go back immediately and have the whole clan prepare for precautions. However, that mysterious 10,000-year-old demon didn't come. A wink. Another 5 years passed. Han Jie was still close to the 7th level of the void melting realm. For the 10,000-year-old demon not sweeping through Great Yen, Han Jie guessed that this demon had just awakened and his cultivation had not yet been fully resurrected. The blizzard that had enveloped Great Yen had also melted. Everything is calm again. Han Jie stopped cultivating and walked out of the cave. The fuchsia tree has grown saplings after 7 years. Sun Chanan was very careful when facing the fusang tree, afraid that it would grow bad. When he saw Han Jie come out, he hurriedly got up. Master. Sun Chanan bowed respectfully. Han Jie nodded his head, his gaze looking toward the fusang tree. The fusang tree is 2 intertwined mulberry trees that look quite enchanting. Currently, the fusang tree had begun to catalyze the aura of heaven and earth, although it was very weak, but it was a good sign. The difference between the divine tree and ordinary heavenly treasures was the long cultivation cycle. Han Jie wasn't in a hurry. As long as the fusang tree grew smoothly, Black Hell Chicken raises Chaos Tengu. Taiku Spiritual Ginseng raises the fusang tree. Aha! Nice match, Han Jie thought triumphantly. After observing the fusang tree for a glance, Han Jie began to move his muscles. Meditating for too long, it was good to move around once in a while. Sun Chanan observed carefully. He realized that Han Jie's movements seemed simple, but they contained some sort of mystery. Unknown. Han Jie's set of movements were popularized in primary and secondary schools in his previous life, but in this world, it was quite a novelty. While twisting his waist and lifting his legs, Han Jie began to detect the strongest person in the Jade Clearance sect other than him. He was afraid that the 10,000 years demon had infiltrated the Jade Clearance sect. Real person of Qingliang, 9th level of the fusion realm, elder of the Blood Inferno Heavenly Sect. Blood Flame Heavenly Sect? Isn't this the clan that unified the Wei cultivation world? Han Jie still remembered that Qingzi Li had said that the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect had threatened to conquer Great Yen, so he didn't expect to send someone so soon. Han Jie began to detect the location of the Qing leisurely realist. This guy, disguised as an inner disciple, was wandering around the demon pet building, presumably trying to sneak into the 10,000 demon realm. Han Jie hesitated on how to execute this person. If we do it directly, I'm afraid we'll hurt the innocent. Inside the demon-favored building, masquerading as a young male disciple, the Qing leisurely realist held a booklet that recorded the types of demonic pets that the 10,000 demon realm possessed. This is the #1 clan in Great Yen? So weak. The Qing leisurely realist thought with disdain. He had infiltrated the Jade Clearance sect for some time now, and found that the Jade Clearance sect was far inferior to the Blood Flame Heavenly sect in every aspect of its heritage. Next, only that mysterious god-beheading elder remained. Qing leisurely realist put down the book and walked out of the demon-favorite building. The location of Elder Jinshan's location was very easy to determine. The bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain was already the most dense place of spiritual chi in the Jade Clearance sect, and the disciples were able to guess that it was Elder Jinshan's place of seclusion. Realist Cheng Leisure had already poked around before. The strongest cultivator in Great Yin? I also wonder what kind of pathetic face you'll have when you kneel in front of the seat and beg for forgiveness. Cheng Leisurely Realist secretly thought. He was at the 9th level of the Void Melting Realm. Even if the Jade Clearance Sect's Grandmaster faced him, he would definitely not be a match for him. After killing the Divine Beheading Elder, should we slaughter the Jade Clearance Sect without God realizing it? Chapter 74 Never Go to Great Yin. The reason why realist Qing Xian came to Great Yin alone was not arranged by the Bloodflame Heavenly Sect. He had been out searching for immortals and had received a secret letter from the sect and learned of the sect's plans, and happened to pass by the Yu Qing sect on his way back. He thought that if he could end the strongest sect in Great Yin on the way, then the Bloodflame Heavenly Sect would be like a bag of gold when they attacked the Great Yin cultivation world. Even before infiltrating the Jade Clearance sect, the Qingxiao realist did not take the Jade Clearance sect seriously, and only lurked for a period of time in order to be cautious. In the cultivation world, carelessness was always the deadliest fault of cultivators. After probing clearly into the Jade Clearance sect's underpinnings, realist Cheng Leisure was relieved. He felt that it was impossible for such a clan to have a high-ranking person like him sitting in their midst. Why did the 9 Cauldrons refuse to stay in the Jade Clearance sect? It was because of staying in the Jade Clearance sect that his cultivation could not go to the next level. Realist Cheng Leisure thought as he flew towards the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. Looking at the distant peaks of aura rushing into the sky, he was suddenly a little uneasy. Realist Cheng Leisure immediately stopped in the air and frowned tightly. What's going on? Cheng Leisurely Realist secretly thought nervously. After so many years in the cultivation world, he trusted his intuition beyond measure. It's a sense of smell that has been refined through countless trials and tribulations. Bitter cultivation into an immortal mountain actually made him feel dangerous. Could it be that the Jade Clearance sect's Divine Beheading Elder really wasn't simple? But common sense would dictate that it couldn't be any stronger. Couldn't it be deduced by common sense? Realist Cheng Leisure thought for a moment, and with a snap of his right hand, a split soul shot out. That way he can be reborn even if he dies. Realist Cheng Leisure adjusted his mindset and continued to rush to the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. The closer he got to the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, the more uneasy he became, and at the same time, the more curious he became. What kind of demons and devils are the Jade Clearance sect's Divine Beheading Elders? In the meantime, on the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, Han Jie stood at the edge of the cliff and waited quietly. He couldn't help but be happy when he sensed the aura of the realist of Cheng Leisure approaching. He was worried about how to solve this person, but he didn't expect this person to come to his door. The clear wind blew Han Jie's golden cicada Xianshan clothes, and the Earth Emperor's royal spirit scarf on the cold monarch's glazed crown fluttered with the wind. His entire person was as divine as an immortal monarch in the heavens. With an unparalleled temperament, Cheng Leisurely Reality saw him from afar. What a handsome man! But he was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Could it be that he was a disciple of Elder Jinshan? Cheng Leisurely Realist silently thought. Han Jie's cultivation was hidden by the system, and even the void rimming realm's Cheng Leisure Realist couldn't see through it. The Qingxiao Realist flew to the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. He pinched his right hand and tapped it towards the front. The mountain protection formation directly cracked open with a crack. Noiselessly, he followed and drilled in. Realist Cheng Leisure landed beside Han Jie and asked with a smile, "Can Elder Jinshan be here? Such a good set of skin. Should I take it and save it for taking over the body later?" Cheng Leisurely Realist silently thought. Cheng Liang's real person has a favorable impression of you, and the current favorable impression is 2 stars. Looking at the tips in front of him, Han Ju was speechless. Another one of those who forgets the truth when it comes to sex. Han Jie flipped his right hand and took out the Hongmeng Judgment Sword. Seeing the Hongmeng Judgment Sword, the pupils of realist Cheng Leisure shrank. This sword, and so on, his body, seems to be full of spiritual treasures? Could it be that he's the Elder of Divine Beheading? The Cheng Leisurely True Lord was greatly shocked. Han Jie gripped his sword and instantly chopped directly at him. A black sword chi swept across the sky, resembling the first appearance of a black curved moon. Spectacular to the extreme. Boom! The Qingxiao Realist was chopped away by the sword chi of the Heavenly Execution Ghost God Sword, and he soared with blood as he spat out blood and flew backwards. What a domineering sword chi! Cheng Leisurely Realist's heart was pounding. Sure enough his instincts were right. Before the Qingxiao Realist could stabilize his stance, he was horrified to see countless sword shadows appearing in all directions, blasting towards him. The 3 Qing puts the world to death. Thousands of sword shadows covered the sky. It was as if realist Cheng Leisure was surrounded by thousands of Han Jie wielding their swords in unison, with nowhere to escape. In an instant, Cheng Leisurely Realist took out a spiritual treasure. A small green-colored tower that quickly grew larger and covered his body. Thousands of sword shadows slammed into him, and his physical body, along with the small green tower, was directly crushed into flying ash, and his spiritual energy exploded, colorful and shaking the clouds. Han Jie stood on the edge of the cliff and looked out at the sparkling fireworks in the sky. What a great view, worthy of being a great cultivator at the 9th level of the void melting realm. He had actually forced him to use 2 moves. Han Jie was certain that the physical body and Yuan Shen of the Qingxiao realist had all been annihilated. Pity. Realist Qing Leisure's storage ring was also blown away. Being too strong isn't always a good thing, Han Jie lamented in his heart. At the entrance of the cave, Sun Chanan, who was sitting at the entrance of the Fusong tree, watched in disbelief. It was the first time he had seen Han Jie make a move, and the great platoon of the 3 Qing executioners shook his eyes. What a domineering divine power! The trees in the distance were still being violently swayed by the wind and waves, showing the terror of this divine ability. Halfway up the mountainside, the black prison chicken also witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gulp. The roar here was so loud that it drew the inner sect elders of the Jade Clearance sect. Li Qingzi took the lead and came to Han Jie, asking nervously, "What happened?" Han Jie calmly said, "The Blood Flame Heavenly Sect's realist Qing Leisure is here." "What? Qing Leisurely Realist? Where is it?" Li Qingzi was trembling with fear. Han Jie replied, "Dead." Upon hearing this, Li Qingzi froze, and then with a shocked look on his face, he carefully asked, "Elder Han, you have merged the realm?" Han Jie shook his head. "How can that be? It's still early. Don't spread the word about today's matter to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's just the right time to let the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect suffer a dumb loss." Li Qingzi nodded and rushed forward to evacuate the elders. After leaving the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, he still couldn't help but tremble when he remembered Han Jie's words and attitude. Qing Leisurely Realist. Ah, that's the number 1 person of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, Li Qingzi muttered, having the feeling that he was dreaming. Han Ju ignored Sun Chanan's adoring gaze and returned inside the cave. He realized that the friend avatar of Qing Leisurely Reality hadn't disappeared. What's going on? He's not dead? Just now, he clearly crushed all the souls and people. There can't be any mistake, right? Could it be that this guy has some kind of card like a doppelganger? Han Jie couldn't figure it out, so he took out the Book of Doom and started cursing the Qing Leisurely Realist. 3 years later, the split soul of realist Qing Leisure finally escaped back to the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect. The one who received him was the sect master of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, Lu Bu Bu Bu. Lu Bufei wore a black robe. His face was cold and stern, and his entire person exuded great majesty. His eyes were extremely oppressive. Inside the temple, Lu Bu 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 sat on the first seat and asked with a frown, "Senior brother, how did you end up in such a sorry state?" The split soul of the Qingxiao real person was trembling. After being defeated by Han Jie, he was unlucky enough to encounter all kinds of heavenly tribulations from time to time on his way to escape. But fortunately, he had a hard life and survived after all. "Senior brother, are you going to go after Great Yin?" Realist Qing Xian asked through clenched teeth. His soul couldn't help but tremble at the thought of Han Jie's absolutely unrivaled face. Lu Bu 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 said, "That's right, we will strike in 5 years at the most. I'm already prepared, and the guest ministers we've invited will also strike at that time." Don't go to Great Yin. Great Yin can't be moved. The Jade Clearance sect is hiding a terrifying powerhouse. You should be clear about your senior brother's ability. My cultivation at the 9th level of the fused void realm, but I couldn't even block that person's sword. I didn't have time to make a move to be directly exterminated. The Qing Leisurely Realist was so excited that his fear overflowed. "If you go to Great Yin again, you will surely die. Even if that Harmonization Realm guest minister of ours were to make a move, he wouldn't be its match." Chapter 75 Han Jie's Fatal Flaw. Really? Willow Imperishable's eyes widened in shock. Is there such a person in Great Yin? Realist Qing Leisure gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't this end of my senior brother's life real enough?" Willow Imperishable was silent. Before hiring a Harmonization Realm guest minister, Realist Qing Xian was the strongest person in the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, and it was thanks to Realist Qing Xian's great help that Lu Bufei was able to become the sect master. Originally, he thought that the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect's heyday was coming, but he didn't expect that Realist Qing Leisure had planted his head in the Jade Clearance sect. Lu Bufei gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is that person?" Realist Qing Xian sighed. "The Jade Clearance sect's Jinshin Elder. If you send someone to poke around, you might be able to find out about his reputation. This person is very low-key, but for the Jade Clearance sect to become the #1 sect in Great Yin, he should be the first to take credit for it." Willow Imperishable frowned. He really couldn't figure out how Great Yin could have such a high-level person. "That's just it. Let's not provoke Great Yin. Let's start with Shiyuan Prefecture first." Lu Bu 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 sighed. The Qing Leisurely Realist nodded his head. His mind once again recalled Han Jie's face. This person must not be messed with. In the 4th year after killing the Qingxiao realist, Han Jie finally broke through to the 7th level of the fused void realm. After the breakthrough, he tapped on relationships. The Qing leisurely realist was surprisingly still alive. Han Jie was depressed. For the first time he was this depressed. Why is the other person still alive when you clearly killed them? Qingliang Zhenran, 9th level of the fusion realm, elder of the blood flame heavenly sect, due to being seriously injured by you, he is filled with fear of you and does not dare to face you alone again. His current favorability is 2 stars. The only thing that could give Han Jie some comfort was that the Qing leisurely realist was afraid of being beaten by himself. Good feelings don't mean really good sometimes. Han Jie guessed that this favorability was based on Qingxiao Zhenran's impression of his face, and because he was too scared to hate because of his fear to the extreme, he had kept this favorability. Realist Qing Leisure gave Han Jie a wake-up call. Maybe he could crush his enemies, but not necessarily actually kill them. In the world of cultivation, there were many capable people, and the great powers they would encounter in the future would have a variety of means of preserving their lives. You still have to be careful about killing enemies in the future. It's best to sneak up on them and kill them by surprise. Han Jie carefully reviewed the situation. He thought the problem might be that he had struck out twice. Aha! Absolutely. It had to be done in seconds, without giving the enemy any breathing room. Careless. You can't take it lightly in the future. Carelessness can be an Achilles heel. After finding out what was wrong, Han Jie's eyes became determined. The next time you take a shot, turn it up and never hesitate. Immediately, Han Jie closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. In the northern part of Great Yen, snow and ice stretched for hundreds of miles. In the midst of the vast snow, there was a terrifying figure that was 100 feet tall, spitting out breaths up to the sky, and its 4 huge tails twisted recklessly, setting off gusts of wild winds. Yang Tiantong and dozens of transformation demon kings gathered together, kneeling together to worship that terrifying figure. This terrifying figure was none other than the 10,000 years demon, the Dianchang demon king. Yang Tiandong raised his eyes to look at the dignity Chang demon king, and his forehead couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat when he was in such a cold heaven and earth. The terrifying demonic aura of the Dianchang demon king ravaged the heavens and the earth, causing all the demon kings present to be chilled by it. In addition to cultivation, there was also suppression from the bloodline. Before the resurrection of the Dianchang demon king, Yang Tiandong had always questioned him, and in his heart, he was unwilling to do so, always feeling that he should be the first demon king of Great Yen. But when he really confronted the Duanchang demon king, he realized how ridiculous he was. The one who stayed next to Yang Tiandong was still the old tree demon who had previously explained to him about the origin of the Duanchang demon king. The old tree demon respectfully asked, "I wonder what the demon king called us for?" The other demon kings were also nervous. They were all worried that the Duanchang demon king was going to come after them. From now on, a low, rich voice rang out, as if gasping for air. In this land, only this king can be called king, and all demon kings are this king's demon generals. The moment these words came out, the hearts of the crowd of demon kings all jumped. Sure enough, they were all very unwilling, but dared to be angry, including Yang Tiantong. The old tree demon immediately flattered. "That's natural, demon king. When will we bloodwash the great Yin human race?" Yang Tiandong cursed. What a good dog. He even seriously doubted whether the old tree demon's previous statement about the Paragon Chang demon king was true. It could be that the old tree demon deliberately glorified the Duanchang demon king and worsened the human race. Kneeling down close to the Paragon Chang demon king, Yang Tiandong felt an unprecedented killing aura. This demon king had definitely killed more living beings than Yang Tiantong could ever imagine. Bloodwashing the human race? When did this king ever say that he would bloodwash the human race? The Dianchang demon king asked rhetorically, his tone icy cold, frightening the old tree demon into trembling. Yang Tiandong clearly felt a terrifying divine sense sweeping over them. Half human, half demon. Interesting, little demon. Come here. The words of the dignified Chang demon king caused Yang Tiandong's body to tighten. He cautiously raised his eyes and found that the terrifying figure of the Duanchang demon king had disappeared, and there was a silhouette in the middle of the wind and snow, faintly visible. All the demon kings looked towards Yang Tiantong. Yang Tiantong gritted his teeth and held back his nervousness as he got up and walked towards the Paragon Chang demon king. The snow is flying in the sky and the road ahead is uncertain. Yang Tiandong seemed to be heading to the abyss, and the Dianchang demon king was the lord of the abyss. Ever since he knew that Han Jie had killed the Qingxian realist, Li Qingzi's pressure was gone, and things were as he thought, and the blood flame heavenly sect didn't dare to let out any more words to sweep through Great Yen. The 10,000 years demon dictionary Chang demon king had not been moving, and the Great Yen cultivation world was calm. Han Jie was still in closed-door cultivation. Time passed, the red dust on earth rolled on, great powers transited, mortals lived and died and reincarnated, and in the long river of history, this period of years was not much different from the past. 7 years later, Li Qingzi came to find Han Jie, interrupting Han Jie's state of cultivation. When the sect leader comes, something big is bound to happen. Is it a 10,000-year-old demon attacking? Or is it the blood flame heavenly gate that's coming? Li Qingzi entered the cave and said with a worried expression, Elder Han, something big is not good. Han Jie's heart thumped as he waited for Qingzi Li to report his worries. Previously, when the 19 Roads sect attacked the Jade Clearance sect, wasn't the leader a great cultivator named Wei Yuan? He was killed by you. Yet this person didn't die and returned to the Nine Dragons sect in the Western Abyss Prefecture. And guess what? This person actually became the new head of the Nine Dragons sect. He planted his head with us before, so he might lead the entire Nine Dragons sect to attack. Li Qingzi said worriedly, hearing Han Jie's expression odd. What the hell? Huang Zuantian has become a patriarch? Han Jie immediately pulled up the interpersonal view. Huang Zuantian, first level of the fusion realm, pseudo, head of the Nine Dragons sect, cautious by nature, can do whatever it takes to survive. Current favorability is 5 stars. Han Jie didn't know what to say. Before Huang Zuantian asked if he wanted to compete for the patriarch before he left. At that time Han Jie didn't take it to heart and casually dealt with it. But he didn't expect Huang Zuantian to actually succeed. There's something about this guy in the power struggle. Han Jie was surprised and asked, the Nine Dragons sect is so weak? Wei Yuan can even be the sect leader? How weak must the Nine Dragons sect be if they can be the sect leader at the first level of the Void Melting Realm? Li Qingzi shook his head and said, this matter is unclear. It is rumored that the Western Abyssal Prefecture has been in chaos, and the cause is related to the position of the Nine Dragons sect's patriarch. Chapter 76, Vengeance for the Taking of a Son. Not to be shared. Don't worry, sect leader. The Nine Dragons sect won't come looking for trouble from us, and Wei Yuan and I have turned our differences into peace, promising each other that we'll never seek revenge on each other's sects again. Han Jie opened his mouth to comfort. Seeing Li Qingzi's worried look made him laugh. This sect master was obviously here to probe his bottom, wanting to know if he dared to confront the Nine Dragons sect. Li Qingzi asked in surprise, really? Han Jie nodded. Excellent, Elder Han. You are worthy of being the Jade Clearance sect's divine beheading elder. How many paths have you paved for the Jade Clearance sect? I would like to give you the position of sect leader. I don't want a beating. Taking a beating? Ahem. It's nothing. I'm not interested in the sect leader position. Okay. The two of them didn't chat for too long, and after getting the good news, Li Qingzi left, not being able to disturb Han Jie's cultivation anymore. Walking out of the innate cave, Li Qingzi couldn't help but look at the fusang tree. The fuchsia tree has grown quite a bit taller again, and it's rare to find these two trees entangled. Sun Chanan clasped his fists and saluted towards Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi was secretly amazed. What kind of tree is this? It must not be simple to be planted at the mouth of Han Jie's cave. Li Qingzi couldn't figure it out and didn't think much about it. In the meantime, Han Jie tapped on relationships to view the email. It had been many years since he had checked his email, and he wondered how his close friends and protégés were doing these days. Your friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X142. Your friend Huang Jihao had an epiphany while practicing and realized the divine power. Your disciple Suki was attacked by a fellow disciple, X31. Your disciple Suchi spreads bad luck, and the demon sect's luck drops. Your partner, Shen Changjun, has realized the true meaning of life and death. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X6287. Your friend, Mo Vengeance, has acquired the magic sword by chance. The beatings are still being taken, and there are those who have been given the opportunity. Han Jie noticed that Su Qi had actually joined the Imperial Demon sect. It's okay. This kid is good. Han Jie immediately took out the Book of Doom and started cursing Xiao'er, cursing while continuing to scroll through the emails. The avatars of the people he was paying special attention to were all still there, and no one was dead, much to his relief, and annoyingly so were the avatars of the haters. I still have to cultivate hard. As the Jade Clearance sect gets stronger and stronger, it feels like the Void Melting Realm isn't enough. I have to reach the Harmonization Realm as soon as possible. Han Jie thought silently. Only after cursing Xiao'er for half an hour did Han Jie resume his cultivation. 2 years later, Yang Tendong finally came back. Han Jie waved his hand and opened the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain's protective spell formation. And after the spell formation was opened, Yang Tiantong immediately went up the mountain. The Black Prison Chicken, who was practicing, saw Yang Tiantong, who was dressed in black, and joked, "You've abandoned people and become a demon?" Yang Tiantong nodded at it and without saying much, continued up the mountain. The Black Prison Chicken skimmed its lips and hummed, "How dare you ignore Chicken? The Jindan realm cultivation is very strong? Can you carry a claw from Brother Chicken?" Arriving in front of the innate cave, Yang Tiandong knelt down to worship the gate of the cave. Sun Chanan, who was under the nearby Fusang tree, looked curiously at Yang Tiandong. Could this demon be his eldest brother? Han Jie had told him before that he had two senior brothers. Eldest brother was half human and half demon, which fit Yang Tiantong's current image. And you know to come back. Han Jie's voice came from within the cave, his tone indifferent. You promised to accompany Master to cultivate hard until the end of time. But you took the lead and ran away. And you still don't go home. Yang Tiantong smiled bitterly. Master, I was captured by the Demon King before and had no choice but to do so. Then I went through a lot of things. And now that I've become the Demon King and have a large number of demons under me, I can't part with them. Ha! Han Jie laughed, hearing Yang Tiandong's heart faint. Yang Tiandong hastily changed the topic and said, Master, this time when I came back, I have one thing to inform you. The most powerful demon Duanchang Demon King ever in the history of Great Yen has been resurrected. And he has a huge conspiracy. He wants to keep the human race of Great Yen in captivity. And he has already mobilized his demon congregation to go to the border passes of Great Yen and take down all the passes, and then show his fangs when the human race has no place to run to. Dengchuan Demon King? Han Jie hesitated for a moment and asked, how strong is this demon? Yang Tiandong replied, Apprentice is not sure, but incredibly strong. I can't afford to put up half a resistance in front of him. I came back this time just to remind Master, so that Master can make preparations early, and run away when it's time to run away. He had at least followed Han Jie for a while and knew Han Jie's nature. Faced with a nearly invincible 10,000-year-old demon like the dignified Chang Demon King, Han Jie would definitely retreat away from the danger. What is your relationship with the Duanchang Demon King and how do you know about his plot? Truth be told, Demon King accepts me as a righteous son. I can't refuse. Once I refuse I may die. Han Jie nearly broke into a fit of rage. Vertical. Han definitely dug into the Chang Demon King's hatred instantly with 5 stars. This is robbing his son. The disciples are also children. Avenge the taking of a son. Han Jie suddenly came up with a plan and said, you immediately go back and introduce Master to the Dinchang Demon King. You can say Master's name and say that Master admires him. Anyway, just all kinds of help to put in a good word for Master, so that he'll have a good feeling about Master. Yang Tiantong was puzzled. What was Master doing? Not yet. Oh who? Yang Tiantong left in a hurry. Han Jie took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. If the Duanchang Demon King was in existence of the transition realm, then it would be better to take the Yuqing clan and run away. Lives matter. 3 months later, a line appeared before the eyes of Han Jie, who was cultivating. The king of the old demons has a favorable impression of you, and his current favorability is 1 star. Han Jie was instantly energized and carefully tapped on relationships. He suddenly had the feeling of opening a blind box. The 3 Qing ancestors are above, blessing the Dianchang Demon King not to exceed the harmonization realm. Dianchang Demon King, 4th level of the conformity realm. 10,000 years old demon, full of hatred for human cultivators, treacherous in nature. Current favorability is 1 star. The 4th level of the harmonization realm. Han Jie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be difficult for him at the 7th level of the void melting realm to take on the 4th level of the harmonization realm, right? He was covered in spiritual treasures, had accompanying magic treasures, and comprehended the vanguard level sword Dao aptitude, so it was okay to fight across a large realm, right? Pity, the Dianchuan Demon King hadn't come to the Jade Clearance sect, so Han Jie couldn't detect him and conduct another mock trial. In any case, the dignified Chang Demon King wasn't so powerful that Han Jie wanted to run away just by looking at him. Keep practicing, waiting for the dignified Long Demon King to kill the Jade Clearance sect. Hell knows how many more years there would be. First, close the door and break through the spirit transformation realm at an early date. After Han Jie made up his mind, he took out the Book of Doom and cursed the dignified Changing Demon King. It's best to curse the dignified Chang Demon King into going off the deep end. The Book of Doom needed to consume spiritual energy, and Han Jie had never cursed with his full strength, and before that, he had only used some random spiritual energy to sustain the curse. Today, he would try to see what effect his entire body's spiritual energy would have if he used it to curse the Duanchang Demon King. The Book of Doom emitted a strand of eerie black gas that shone on Han Jie's face, and he seemed like an evil Taoist in the 9 specters. 5 hours later, Han Jie began to bleed from all 7 orifices. Warning: excessive use of the Book of Doom will result in repercussions. Han Jie stopped in shock when he saw the line appear before him. He wiped the blood from his face. He had been so focused earlier that he hadn't even noticed he was bleeding. It seems you can't use the Book of Doom too hard. Luckily, his physical body and soul had not suffered any serious injuries, and he would be able to recover after a few days of recuperation. I wonder how that demon is doing now. Han Jie thought expectantly. Chapter 77 Demon King's Serious Wound. True Martial's first sword cultivator. In the northern part of Great Yen, there is ice and snow. Inside a cave, cold ice formed into a cone all over the cave passage. Hideous and frightening. At the end of the cavernous path, A white-haired man was sitting on a bed of ice, wearing a large robe made of animal hair, with a demonic face and 4 large tails that looked like black hair twisting behind him. He was the Duanquan Demon King. The Duanquan Demon King after his transformation. Put. The Dianchang Demon King violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood arrows, splashing on the cold ice on the ground, directly scorching the cold ice to melt and the water mist rose up. There were dense pits in front of the ice bed, all from the blood he had spat earlier. Spit up blood. The Dianchang Demon King was angry and terrified. What's going on? 5 hours ago, he had begun to vomit blood and had been vomiting until now, and now he had even begun to vomit essence blood. How can this be? The most chilling thing for him was that he couldn't cultivate, and as soon as he took in his chi, the demonic power in his body decreased instead of increasing. Why is this? The Jianchang Demon King was anxious. Having lived for 10,000 years, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He suddenly thought of some ancient legends. Could it be that someone from the group of cultivators back then had achieved ascension and was staring at him from the upper realm? It had only been 2 years since he had announced his plan to raise a human race, and then he was suddenly met with such bad news. Thinking about it, a mouthful of rebellious blood rushed up his throat, and the Dianchang Demon King couldn't help but spit out blood once again. He almost went crazy. At this rate, he's going to throw up alive. During the years when he had just broken the seal, he had been cultivating, trying to recover his cultivation, but as a result, in just a few hours, his cultivation had regressed and his injuries had worsened, and he was even worse off than when he had just broken the seal. The Dianchang Demon King felt that he must have offended the heavenly immortals, and it was impossible for him to have suffered such a crime for no reason. There were no mistakes in his cultivation, and as for his heart demons, he had gotten rid of them 300 years ago, and now it seemed that a new one was coming. Amidst the fear and despair of the Duanchang Demon King, time continued to pass. About another hour passed. The Dianchang Demon King finally stopped vomiting blood and was able to cultivate again, but the experience became a nightmare for him. There must be a great power watching him from the underworld, suffering to become a mountain of immortality. Your friend, the Demon King, has been cursed, seriously injured, and his power has been diminished. Han Jie couldn't help but smile and laugh when he saw this email. I just finished cursing yesterday and saw the email today. The effect of using the Book of Doom at full strength is just overbearing. Han Jie was now relieved. He decided that every 3 years, he would go all out to curse the Duanquan Demon King, so that this guy would always be in a state of serious injury. Han Jie continued to cultivate, aiming for the 8th level of the void melting realm. As the Fusang tree continued to grow, the closest innate cave was the first to benefit, and the aura began to grow. Spring goes to fall. A wink. 10 years have gone by like a white horse. Han Jie finally broke through to the 8th level of the fused void realm. After consolidating his cultivation, Han Jie stepped out of the cave, first checking the health of the Fusang tree before finding the black prison chicken and imparting its spells. The black hell chicken was continuously metamorphosing towards the black hell phoenix, and its cultivation level was constantly increasing, and now it was comparable to a Yuaning realm cultivator. The cultivation realm of the demon race is different from the human race realm, but mainly the Yuaning realm is different. The realm after that is still the same. Demons don't have a Yuaning, but they can practice demon pills and Yuanshan. Han Jie didn't want the chaotic heavenly dog to come back and actually manage to hang the black prison chicken after waiting outside for so long, in which case his Tao would be damaged. Is it better to practice hard than to fight for a chance? No way. That's just for mortals. After teaching the black prison chicken, Han Jie stopped by to find Xing Hongxian in the back of the mountain, who was in a rare moment of closed-door cultivation and didn't go out on a wave. Han Jie decided to teach her some spells to increase her means of preserving her life. Xing Hongxian was pleasantly surprised to learn of this, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be coming out of the water. After teaching for more than 10 days, Han Jie was about to return to his cave when he suddenly captured 2 scents approaching the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. One of them was clearly Huang Jihao. Han Jie learned through his interpersonal connections that Huang Jihao had switched to the true martial sect in the Western Abyssal State. The other person's cultivation was very high, and he was probably a strong person from the true martial sect as well. Han Jie immediately detected the strongest people around the Jade Clearance sect other than him. Shangwan Suijin, 9th level of the Fusion Realm. Sword-carrying elder of the true martial arts sect, 9th level of the Void Melting Realm. Han Jie closed his eyes and began the mock trial. After a few seconds, he found a way to kill Shangwan Suijin in seconds. He instantly disappeared in place. In the meantime, Huang Jihao had brought a blue-shirted man towards the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, which was already less than 3 miles away. Looking at the majestic bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain in the distance, Shangwan seeking sword laughed. Are there really sword Dao experts here as you said? I didn't sense any particularly strong sword intent. Huang Jihao was about to open his mouth when he saw Han Jie slowly flying with his sword. Huang Jihao hurriedly bent down and cupped his fists. saying in a trembling voice, Huang Jihao pays his respects to senior. Seniors? Shangwan seeking sword frowned. This person did not look strong, just handsome, and so on. Shangwan seeking sword was just as quick to notice that something was wrong as Wei Yuan and Qin Xiaozhenren before him. This guy is full of spiritual treasures. Even the true martial sect sword executing elder had never seen such an extravagant cultivator. Han Jia flew in front of Huang Jihao and asked, "You guys came to the Yuqing sect for something?" As long as Huang Jihao said something unfavorable to the Yuqing sect, Han Jia immediately opened up. "Never push. There can't be another taint like that of the CU real." Huang Jihao respectfully said, "Senior, we are here to discuss swords with you. This one behind me is the #1 sword cultivator of the true martial sect from the Western Abyssal Prefecture, and would like to spar with you. Don't worry, it's just a sparring session to exchange ideas. It won't affect the Jade Clearance sect, and even more so, it won't affect the relationship between the Jade Clearance sect and the true martial sect. We'll just point and click." Cutting? Han Jia looked at Shangwan Qiujian with an odd expression. "How dare you?" Shangwan seeking sword thought that he was intimidated by his mighty name and laughed softly. "Don't worry, fellow Daoist. I will never hurt my life or my Dao." Han Jia sighed. "I'm a person who's afraid of trouble." Shangwan Suijian frowned. "This guy wimped out? Tell you what, I'll make a sword strike, and if you can take it, it'll be considered my loss." Han Jia waved his hand. Huang Jihao's eyelids jumped wildly. He couldn't help but recall the nightmares he had had. Shangwan Suijian said, "Good." He could already tell that Han Jia was obviously weak-minded despite his many spiritual treasures, and since that was the case, it would be good to end it earlier. As soon as his words fell, Han Jia suddenly took out the Hongmeng Judgment Sword and slashed at Shangwan Qiujian. Han Jia appeared out of thin air in front of Shangwan Suijian as if he had instantly moved, directly executing the Heavenly Execution Ghost God Sword. The 6 spiritual powers of the 8th level of the Void Melting Realm were like a flash flood. All of them poured into the Hongmeng Judgment Sword, and a black sword chi swept the dome of the sky, and the time seemed to stand still. Shangwan seeking sword's eyes widened as his hand touched the sword at his waist. "Not good. It's too fast. It's too late." The terrifying sword chi blocked Shangwan seeking sword, causing Shangwan seeking sword to feel as if he had fallen into the yellow springs of the 9 hells, and his soul was trembling. How many years? Shangwan Suijian surprisingly smelled a hint of death once again. The key thing was that he didn't even have a chance to resist. Boom! The woods behind them were swept by the gusts of wind kicked up by the sword chi, as if a fierce wind and rain were coming. Shangwan Suijian thought he was dead, but he actually wasn't. The Hongmeng Judgment Sword hung over Shangwan seeking sword's forehead, and Shangwan seeking sword could see his face full of despair through the reflection of the sword's blade, and bean-sized cold sweats quickly sprang out of his forehead. Han Jia held his sword in one hand, his golden clothes hunting, and the Earth Emperor's royal spirit scarf on the cold monarch's glazed crown was like a fiery flame swaying. His icy expression made Shangwan Suijian feel as if he had seen the sword immortal at the end of the sword Dao. It seems like you can't catch it," Han Jia said softly. Flutter. Shangwan seeking sword's legs went weak and he fell to his knees. This great cultivator at the 9th level of the Void Melting Realm was directly paralyzed by Han Jia's sword, and next to him, Huang Jihao didn't show a shocked look, but instead had a bitter smile on his face. Book Club 668385276. Chapter 78 Epiphany of Sword Intent. Dramatic changes in the Heavenly Vault. Looking at Shangwan Suijian, who was kneeling in front of him, Han Jia's heart suddenly felt a bit intolerant. Maybe the other guy really just wanted to cut a deal? Did I just step on his Taoist heart by turning it on straight away? Han Jia spoke. "You guys go back. Don't mention this matter to the public, and I won't say anything about it." After saying that, Han Jia turned around and prepared to leave. Shangwan Qiujian hurriedly got up and asked through clenched teeth, "Where exactly is the Dao?" "Senior, dare I ask your real Dao name?" "Reincarnation." Dropping those 2 words, Han Jia left. Shangwan Suijian froze in place, his mouth repeating the word reincarnation. Huang Jihao consoled. "I was even worse off than you in the beginning. You're considered good and uninjured." Shangwan Suijian smiled bitterly. "I didn't think that Great Yen really hid such a great power. No wonder the weakest Great Yen has been calm and no one dares to invade." He now believed Huang Jihao's words. The great power that first epitomized the 10,000 ancient sword Dao was from Great Yen. Han Jia's sword was terrifying to the extreme, and his back couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he thought back on it now. Reincarnation. World powers are hidden. It turns out that I am the frog at the bottom of the well. Shangwan Suijian sighed in his heart. They sensed Li Qingzi and the others flying in and immediately left. The other side. A line appeared before Han Jia's eyes as he returned to the innate cave. "Shangwan Suijian has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability is 3 stars. Han never shook his head. How all these geniuses are the same pisser. Abuse them a little and they get good at it. Han Jia captured the scent of Li Qingzi and the others patrolling around. He suddenly felt worse for wear. The need to make such a big deal every time you shock your enemies goes against the word Loki. No way. I have to realize moves that only target the enemy and don't create a huge sound. Han Jie frowned and began to think hard. The Duanchang Demon King was going crazy. Every 3 years since that bizarre serious injury began, he'd relive that nightmare all over again. He wasn't sure what the problem was. If he's really immortal, why don't you just kill him? The Duanchang Demon King now had no ambition and was filled with thoughts of how to get rid of such a nightmare. On this day, his righteous son, Yang Tiandong, came to visit. Yang Tiantong had come to find out information on when the dignified Chang Demon King would launch an attack on the human race. Before he had the chance to ask, the dignified Chang Demon King began to pour out his grievances. The Dian Chang Demon King really couldn't stand it. Yang Tiantong was his righteous son and he felt he could be trusted. After listening to the recent situation of the dignified Chang Demon King, Yang Tiantong was silent and his face was gloomy. He was in ecstasy. My chance to get to the top is coming up? Righteous father, could it be related to your plan to target the human race? Yang Tiandong asked cautiously. The Dianchang Demon King sat paralyzed on the ice bed and said, "This king has not bothered to think about this plan for a long time. Do you want me to swear to the heavens?" At these words, the dignified Chang Demon King snapped to life. "Right, swear to God so that immortal will see it." The Dianchang Demon King immediately got up, raised his right palm, and said, "I, Dianchang, swear to the heavens that I will never target the great Yin human race again, and look towards the immortal gods to forgive the ignorant attempts of the young demon." Saying these words, the dignified Chang Demon King let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was psychological comfort that the dignified Chang Demon King felt that everything would be fine. Yang Tiandong congratulated on the surface and secretly disdained. "You want to be the king of Yin with that? Are you worthy?" 6 months later, Shangwan seeking sword and Huangji Hao returned to the true martial sect. After being defeated by Han Jie with a single sword, Shangwan Xiu Jian's Dao heart was almost destroyed. In order to consolidate his Dao heart, on his way back, he constantly challenged the cultivation sects to rebuild his confidence. After parting with Huangji Hao, Shangwan Suijian returned to the front of his pavilion, and he was about to push the door to enter. Just then, the sky dome dramatically changed and a purple haze appeared. The sword at Shangwan seeking sword's waist began to tremble again, but this time it did not automatically come out of its sheath. Not only him, but the entire true martial sect sword cultivators were all like this, all looking at their swords in horror. Here we go again. Last time it was someone who comprehended the ancient sword Dao. What about this time? Shangwan seeking sword's first association was with Han Jie. Could it be that senior has gained another realization in the way of the sword? Shangwan Suijian revealed a bitter smile. Compared to the reincarnation seniors, he was truly mortal. Not only the true martial sect, but the swords of all the sects in the entire world were trembling. The other side. At the top of a towering mountain peak, a black-robed man meditated and cultivated towards the eastern sun. Surrounded by a vast sea of clouds, he suddenly opened his eyes, only to see that the 4 swords suspended on his left and right sides were all trembling violently. The black-robed man frowned and muttered, "Someone has had an epiphany of sword intent, or at least 10,000 ancient sword intent." He took out a piece of talisman paper and placed it on the ground in front of him. His hands began to cast spells, and the 4 swords took turns falling onto the talisman paper, 1 point separating them. 10 breaths later, the handwriting gradually emerged on the rune paper, eventually forming 2 large words with strong strokes. Reincarnation. The black-robed man's face was grave as he muttered, "What does it mean? Does reincarnation refer to the rules of heaven and earth, or to a certain cultivator?" Jade Clearance Sect. The swords of everyone from the elders down to the outer disciples were trembling. The incident caused everyone to get nervous and gather to discuss it. "What's going on? I'm not sure. The sky is changing colors. Could it be that a great power has come forth? I think a fairy god has descended." It is said that such a vision was also seen decades ago. The Jade Clearance Sect is going to have a great calamity? While the disciples were worrying, the elders were relieved when they received the news that the entire sky dome of Great Yen was like this. As long as it wasn't directed at the Jade Clearance Sect, it was fine. Li Qingzi's first reaction was to try to find Han Jie, but on second thought, it would not be good to disturb Han Jie like this before things were even clear. Li Qingzi raised his eyes to the purple dome and muttered, "Bad luck. How come in my term the Jade Clearance Sect is so plagued with disasters?" The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. He could only pray that it wasn't a holocaust. In the meantime, inside the innate cave, Han Jie, who was sitting on the bed, had a strong wind wrapped around him, a wind formed by the sword qi. The pattern of a small sword appeared between his eyebrows, faintly visible. Han Jie was comprehending sword intent, a sword intent that belonged exclusively to him. In the underworld, his consciousness came to a long river of rushing sword Dao, surrounded by sword shadows, shooting in the same direction at extreme speed, with 7-colored haze flowing, forming a strange space as if it were a space-time tunnel. Han Jie's body advanced uncontrollably. Unhurriedly, strolling through the sword shadows, a silhouette appeared in front of them, formed by sword light and blurred. These people walked slowly and were overtaken by Han Jie one after another. Han Jie entered a metaphysical state. He was solidifying his sword intent. His sword intent, unrelenting and overbearingly prolonged, wanted to involve all beings in it, unable to escape, as if it were the 6 paths of reincarnation. He was about to create such a sword intent. What's the point of being in seclusion all the time? To live forever. For the invincibility of the heavens. In order that one sword can kill all the beings in the heavens and give me up. What he wanted was not such brutality, but to have such an undercurrent of absolute invincibility in order to truly live forever. Chapter 79, Tai Level Sword Intent. Foe Falls. In the long river of the sword path, Han Jie advanced step by step, surpassing one sword cultivator who advanced in the sword path. This represented not strength, but enlightenment of the way of the sword. As he continued to advance, Han definitely had a clearer will for his sword intent. A sudden curiosity arose in him. Who is at the end of this long river of swords? Just then, a red-colored figure in front suddenly turned his head and shouted angrily, "Don't stop yet! Mortals dare to touch the immortal realm, looking for death!" Boom! Mysterious and terrifying sword intent erupted and swept towards Han Jie, and in an instant, Han Jie had the fear of facing death directly. The long river of sword Dao followed and shattered, and Han Jie woke up like a dream as his consciousness returned to his physical body. He was panting heavily and sweating profusely. Who the hell is that guy? It was the first time Han Jie had encountered such a powerful existence, and his sword intent alone was enough to tear him apart. It was a good thing that the other party didn't have killing intent, otherwise Han Jie's Yuan Shun might have been suppressed. I guess you can't be too greedy in the future. Be moderate, unless one's own cultivation is extremely powerful. Congratulations on your epiphany of the Tai level sword intent, named Reincarnation Sword Intent. Due to your first epiphany of Tai level sword intent, you gain a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai Grade 6 Spiritual Treasure, Meditation Futon. Meditation Futon, Tai Grade 6th Grade Spiritual Treasure, can help to increase the speed of cultivation, and can meditate to calm the mind. Tai? Could it be that this is a level beyond the mortal realm? Han Jie thought silently as he immediately took out the meditation futon. This futon looked plain, no different from an ordinary Taoist temple's futon, but as soon as Han Jie sat on it, his entire body relaxed, and the tension from being scared off by the mysterious sword immortal earlier was gone. Han Jie raised his right hand and a small sword coalesced in his palm. Reincarnation Sword Intent. He finally had his own sword intent. In the future, if someone boarded the door to challenge him, he would directly use his reincarnation sword intent to crush and kill them, targeting point-blank kills, and not destroying the surroundings as much as possible without causing too much of a commotion. Han Jie took a deep breath and began to cultivate. At the same time, the purple haze in the dome of the sky began to disappear. The whole world was discussing this matter. Han Jie did not venture out, but quite a number of recruiters appeared, falsely claiming that they were the person of heaven's destiny who caused the anomaly of the heavenly phenomenon. And all of this Han Jie was not allowed to know. And even if he did know, he was indifferent. Northern State, Royal Demon Sect. Inside an empty valley, hundreds of disciples sat beat together, facing a stone monument on which a line of obscure, blood-colored text was carved. Su Qi was among them, and he was looking worried. He didn't want to cultivate the demonic skills of the Royal Demon Sect. He didn't want to be a demonic cultivator. He wanted to be a righteous cultivator. Just why hasn't his master made a move yet? Since joining the Royal Demon Sect, he often suffered from bullying, because he did not want to follow those demonic cultivators to do wrong. Out of place, he naturally encountered ostracism, but fortunately, those disciples who bullied him always died due to strange and bizarre reasons, so that no disciple dares to mess with him now. Su Qi understood that it must be his master who was secretly helping him. It seems that this Imperial Demon Sect is still very strong, and even his master didn't dare to make a rash move. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared next to the stone monument in front of them. All disciples rushed to the sect. Elder Shaoer has fallen. All disciples go to pay homage. The visitor shouted in a loud voice, and this statement caused everyone to clamor. Elders fall. In the Imperial Demon Sect, in order to become an elder, one had to be at least at the Void Melting Realm cultivation level. A Void Melting Realm powerhouse fell? That's no small thing. The disciples got up and flew towards the sect. Su Qi followed the crowd, secretly excited. Could it be that master has made a move? It should be his old man. There is no clan in the northern state that dares to mess with the Royal Demon Sect, and it's impossible for a great cultivator of the Void Melting Realm to fall for no reason. The other side. Inside a shrine, Shaoer's body lay on the ground, next to a large tripod with incense and candles, the green smoke sustaining his weak soul. Around them stood a dozen or so senior members of the Imperial Demon Sect. Patriarch Tuquan's face was gloomy as he spoke. Senior brother Xiao'er, do you have any last words? They had done their best, but there was nothing they could do. Xiao'er's soul will dissipate after a while at most and fall into reincarnation, and from then on, they will be separated from them by yin and yang, and even if they are reincarnated, they will not be able to recognize each other in the next life. Xiao'er was in a state of confusion. He had already experienced despair, and before he died he recalled the past and realized that all of this misadventure stemmed from after leaving Great Yen. He thought of Han Jie's stunning face. For some reason, he had a strong urge to do so. Ever since he was broken by Han Jie's plan, he had been unlucky, with all sorts of bad luck coming out of the woodwork, and he was always prone to experiencing heart demons after practicing for a while. Eliminate all possibilities, and the one left is absolutely the truth even if it's impossible. Xiao'er's eyes gradually regained their light as he looked towards his fellow masters and brothers and gritted his teeth. Don't go to Great Yen. Don't go to Great Yen. Don't ever mess with the Jade Clearance sect of Great Yen. That was Shaw's last advice. He couldn't fathom how Han Jie had victimized himself, but his intuition told him it was definitely related to Han Jie. Mysterious and bizarre enemies are the worst. Xiao'er did not want the Royal Demon sect to follow in his footsteps. As for revenge, Xiao'er had experienced so much bad luck, and had long since not wanted to take revenge. He now only hoped that the Royal Demon sect would be free of difficulties and storms in the future. As for himself, get a good birth. Tu Quan frowned and asked, could it be that you've been so unlucky all these years because of Great Yen's Jade Clearance sect? He turned his head to the others and asked, what is Great Yen? The crowd shook their heads. Having not heard of Great Yen, Xiao'er's soul body began to dissipate as he weakly said, Senior brother, don't help me take revenge. Never provoke the Great Yen Yuqing sect. Before he could finish, his soul body completely disappeared, disorganized like smoke. The crowd of the Imperial Demon sect fell into silence. There was only one doubt in their minds. Where is the Great Yen Yuqing sect? Since his epiphany of the reincarnation sword intent, Han Jie had been in seclusion for another 8 years. 8 years was nothing to him and the Jade Clearance sect, but it might be a long time for the disciples of the Jade Clearance sect. Leaning against the meditation futon, Han Jie was close to the 9th level of the void melting realm. It had to be said that the Taiyi spiritual treasure was just amazing. This day, Han Jie came outside the cave to check on the condition of the Fusang tree, moving his muscles in the process. Seeing the opportunity, Sun Chanan hurriedly got up and followed suit, mimicking Han Jie's movements. Han Jie ignored him and began pulling up the personals and checking his mail. Your disciple Yang Tianton was attacked by the Demon King. Your good friend Zhou Fan is being hunted by 10 clans. Your friend Zhou Fan was attacked by the righteous monks, X4883. Your good friend Zhou Fan was seriously injured and met a great power to get out of a life and death crisis. Your enemy, Xiao'er, has fallen and died, his soul flowing into the wheel of reincarnation. Your friend Fairy Shixian has mistakenly entered the ruins of the ancient Holy Land. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic beast, X6942. Your sacred pet, the Chaos Tengu, is the cause of human and demonic outrage. Han Jie noticed that Xiao'er had unexpectedly fallen. He was instantly surprised. In the boring years, other than the increase in cultivation, this was the only thing that could make him happy. Looks like the Book of Doom is still in effect. Han Jie had been worried that the Royal Demon sect would come to attack, but now that Xiao'er was dead, he probably wouldn't come back. After all, it wasn't like Xiao'er knew that he was the one cursing. Shaughnessy is gone. From now on, he can only curse the dignified Chang Demon King. I also don't know how long the Duanchang Demon King can hold out. Chapter 80, 9th level of Void Melting Realm. Resurrection of the protagonist. In the northern part of Great Yen, there are thousands of miles of ice and snow. Inside a cave, Yang Tiantong knelt on the ground and shivered. Ah! This king can't stand it. Why is this happening? The Dianchang Demon King grabbed his hair and roared as that damned mysterious force came back to interfere with his cultivation. Why did he have to suffer such a sin when he had clearly sworn to God? Yang Tianton was also curious as to who exactly the Dijon Demon King had offended that could curse the Dijon Demon King in the underworld. To be able to make the Duanchang Demon King so frantic, he must be a great power. The most crucial thing is that although the Dianchang Demon King is grasping at straws, he doesn't dare to curse the other party, and he is still terrified in his heart. The Dianchang Demon King's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yang Tiandong and said in a deep voice, You say, what do you think my father should do? Yang Tiandong eyes turned, said, Righteous father, is it possible to swear to the sky? The immortal God does not believe. If you personally visit the human clan and befriend it, perhaps the immortal God will change his mind about you? When these words came out, the eyes of the Duanchang Demon King lit up. This was somewhat reasonable, but there are so many clans in Great Yen, and this king has to visit them all and show his smile to those cultivators? That's naturally not necessary. You only need to pay a visit to the most powerful clan. Which clan is the strongest in Great Yen? Jade Clearance Sect. I was a disciple of the Jade Clearance Sect before. I might be able to speak for you and save some misunderstandings. Good. Just go to the Jade Clearance Sect and leave tomorrow. No, just today. Right now. This king really can't take it anymore. After Han Jia learned of Xiao Er's death, less than half a year later, the Jianchang Demon King rushed to the Yuqing sect. Yang Tiantong first asked him to wait nearby, and came to visit his own master first. Han Jia was a divine beheading elder of the Jade Clearance sect, so he could easily come into conflict with the Dignity Chang Demon King. Yang Tiandong knew his master very well, although he kept a low profile and claimed that he was afraid of death. If the Jade Clearance sect really encountered trouble, it would never let up. However, the Jianchang Demon King was not a weakling, and Yang Tiandong did not want them to fight. Inside the innate cave, when Han Jia learned that the Jianchang Demon King had arrived, his first reaction was to conduct a mock trial. The Duanchang Demon King was very strong. It took Han Jia 10 seconds to fight it for the first time. That's not good. It took 10 seconds for the 8th level of the Void Melting Realm to kill the 4th level of the Harmonization Realm? Han would never believe in evil, ignoring Yang Tiantong and continuing to simulate the trial. This time, he directly opened up, and the Hongmeng Judgment Sword used the Reincarnation Sword intent and the 6 spiritual powers to execute the Heavenly Execution Ghost God Sword, killing the Jianchang Demon King in seconds. Han Jia was instantly relieved. It's good to have seconds. He opened his eyes and looked at Yang Tiantong, asking carelessly, why did the Duanchang Demon King come to the Yuqing sect? This time, his attitude was very different, allowing Yang Tiantong to smell the smell of emboldened persecution. Yang Tiantong secretly admired, worthy of being a master. Really human. The fact that the Dijan Demon King was able to wait outside already showed the attitude. If he were to be the sect leader, even if he knew the attitude of the Dijan Demon King, he would have to jump on his feet. Yang Tiandong began to recount what had happened to the dignified Chang Demon King during this period of time. Han Jia almost laughed out loud when he heard it. The Jianchang Demon King even suspected that it was the work of the immortal god. This is good. One more ally is better than one more enemy. Well, bring the dignified Chang Demon King forward to pay respects to the sect leader, and I'll send a message to the sect leader right now. Han Jia opened his mouth. Yang Tiantong was delighted and hurriedly bowed and retreated. Han Jia followed and transmitted his voice to Li Qingzi. When Li Qingzi learned about this, how dare he refuse? He has heard of the reputation of the Duanchang Demon King, just like the Chinese people know about the Bull Demon King. The legend of the Duanchang Demon King is deeply rooted in Great Yen, thanks to the dog lackeys like the old tree demon, who proclaimed it all over the place. The news that the Jianchang Demon King had come to visit quickly spread throughout the Jade Clearance sect. The disciples were nervous, not knowing that the Duanchang Demon King had come to talk to the Yuqing sect, and thought that they were going to go to war. The tens of thousands of disciples in the inner sect were all standing by. Since the Nine Cauldrons realist had driven the development of the Jade Clearance sect to date, the number of inner disciples of the Jade Clearance sect had exceeded the number of 15,000, and the number of outer disciples had exceeded 30,000. And there were still 1,000 elite disciples in the secret hall. Not only that, the Jade Clearance sect had also absorbed nearly 10 Yuaning guest ministers, and its overall strength was already sprinting towards being the strongest in Great Yen. Han Jia didn't cultivate and kept an eye on the main peak. Fortunately, the Jianchang Demon King was indeed afraid, and his posture was calm when he talked to Li Qingzi, and the two sides just talked casually and didn't talk about conditions. The Jianchang Demon King had only come to express his good intentions, hoping that the two forces would establish friendly relations and not become enemies in the future. Li Qingzi naturally wouldn't refuse. After talking for 2 hours, the Jianchang Demon King left with Yang Tiandong. Before he left, Yang Tiandong also bid farewell to Han Jia. When he left, Han Jia was still a bit upset, but this was good. Yang Tiandong had a backer and wouldn't have to trouble Han Jia in the future. Han Jia decided that he wouldn't curse the Duanchang Demon King in the future unless he messed up. Alas, the Jianchang Demon King has cast his vote. Xiao Er is dead, and there are no more daily quests. Han Jia sighed with some regret. That's all. The long road of life is accompanied only by practice. Han Jia continued to cultivate, aiming to break through to the 9th level of the Fused Void Realm at an early date. 7 years later, Han Jia finally broke through to the 9th level of the Fused Void Realm. Cool. Han Jia finally saw the tail end of the Harmonization Realm, and his mood couldn't be happier. Reaching the 9th layer, and then accumulating the 6 spiritual powers to the great perfection of the Void Melting Realm. It would take at most a few years, and as for a breakthrough, it would be just a few days. Han Jia had nothing to do and clicked on relationships to check his email. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by a righteous monk, X8932. Your friend Zhou Fan has fallen. Your friend, Fairy Shi Xian, has gained a chance to realize the great Tao, and her Tao has grown. Your friend Zhou Fan has been resurrected by a great power and his cultivation has risen dramatically. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic beast, X7843. Your divine pet, the Chaos Sky Dog, was seriously injured, but luckily, it turned out to be a good thing. Your friend Huang Zuentian has taken a heavenly treasure and his spirit root qualification has increased. Ha! Zhou Fan died and came back to life? This, outrageous. Han Jie felt that if he didn't come to this world, Zhou Fan would definitely be the main character. I also wonder how Zhou Fan and Su Qi will collide when they meet. It was worth mentioning that he hadn't seen Su Qi's emails, so it was assumed that this guy was in closed-door cultivation to improve his cultivation. If he is closed, the world is at peace. It was rare that Han Jie wished that he wouldn't close his eyes during this period of time. In addition, the chaotic sky dog is too wavy, right? Han Jie suddenly dared not be its master anymore. How many enemies has this guy incurred? Huang Zun weather was lucky. The heavenly materials that could enhance the qualification of the spiritual root were all legendary treasures. That's right, Huang Zuentian was sitting in the Nine Dragons sect, so it wasn't difficult to enlist resources. The cultivation world was sort of as exciting as ever, and Zhou Fan and the chaotic heavenly dogs had probably already broken out of Great Yen and were making waves in the wider world. Han Jie benefited from reading through the emails as if he had finished many novels. It's the same old saying, do or die. The Gautama elder has developed a hatred for you, and his current hatred level is 4 stars. Han Jie was instantly filled with questions. Who's the wise old man? Gotta. I was worried that the Book of Doom was useless, but you old boy sent it to me. Chapter 81, Harmonization Realm, Senior Xian. Inside a cave, Xing Hongxian looked warily at the gray-robed old man in front of her. The gray-robed old man hummed, "Little wench, that husband of yours can't possibly be stronger than my disciple's natural talent. Give up on him. I can forget about it and bring you to join the No-Phase sect, which is a great opportunity that many people can only dream of." This gray-robed old man was the enlightened old monster. Xing Hongxian had mistakenly entered this cave decades ago to comprehend the Gong method and had met the enlightened old monster by chance, but at that time, the two of them had only nodded their heads and didn't communicate much. Later, the Wudao old monster left. Xing Hongxian also returned to the Jade Clearance sect. Recently Xing Hongxian always felt that there was still almost something, so she rushed back to the secret realm here, and found this cave to continue to cultivate the divine skill. It coincided with the return of old monster Wudao, who was surprised to find that she had already acquired divine power, and wanted to take her as his daughter-in-law. Xing Hongxian initially politely refused, but since this guy was stalking her, Xing Hongxian had to say that she was already married. Old monster Wudao's profound Taoist skills, pinpointing and calculating, found that Xing Hongxian did not have a marriage. Xing Hongxian could only helplessly say that she and the same elder had already made a private marriage, which could make old monster Wudao angry. This is the precursor to Han Jedi receiving a 4-star hate rating. Xing Hongxian shook her head and said, "Thank you senior for your kind words. I really don't want to leave my husband." On the other side, Han Jie also discovered their conversation through the puppet of heaven. Han Jie felt that there could be no such thing as unprovoked hatred, so he started with the 3 heavens puppets, and as expected, he found the enlightened old monster here in Xing Hongxian. Old monster Wudao said helplessly, "Little girl child, your Great Yen is just a projectile land. As for the Jade Clearance sect, I've never heard of it. The secret realm here connects to many places. Joining the Wuxia sect will allow you to see a wider heaven and earth. As long as you're willing, I can conceal this part of your past. Think about it for a while longer. In 10 years' time, I'll be coming back, and if you're willing, you can sever your previous ties and wait for me here." After dropping these words, the enlightened old monster left. Han Jie was secretly infuriated when he heard this. Turns out it's to troll. He couldn't help but use his divine sense to focus on Xing Hongxian's expression. When the enlightened old monster was far away, Xing Hongxian revealed a disdainful expression. She shook her head, and continued to consult the gongfu on the cave wall. It's not bad, that didn't have a heartbeat. Inside the innate cave, Han Jie called up his relationships to check out the information on old monster Wudao. Enlightened old monster, 7th level of the harmonization realm, master of the Wuxiang sect, a high achiever, is displeased with you because you are the husband of his favorite daughter-in-law. If Xing Hongxian agrees with him, he will strike at you to end the trouble forever. The current degree of hatred is 4 stars. Patriarch of the No-Phase sect. Han Jie stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a while, he began to simulate the trial, raising the cultivation of the dignified Chang Demon King to the 7th level of the harmonization realm. It ended up taking 2 minutes to defeat it. The enlightened old man is definitely stronger. It's a little hard to do when you can't spike it. It seems like we have to break through the harmonization realm earlier. Han Jie immediately began to take in chi, striving for an early void melting realm grand completion. 5 years later, Han Jie finally reached the great circle of the void melting realm, and before breaking through, He took out the Book of Doom and cursed old monster Wudao for 4 days and 4 nights before heading to the 10,000 demons realm to break through. He first contacted Jing Suzhen, clearing the 10,000 demons realm. Jing Suzhenren didn't procrastinate and immediately made arrangements. Li Qingzi had instructed that any request from Han Jie must be fulfilled at the first opportunity and never be neglected. 2 hours later, the disciples within the 10,000 demon realm were driven out by all the elders in unison. And this matter caused a great deal of repercussions within the inner sect, but once they heard that it was the divine beheading elder who was in need of it, all of the disciples were no longer dissatisfied. The great tribulation of the harmonization realm was extremely terrifying, and even though Han Jie opened the boundary, it still caused a great commotion, and the elders of the Jade Clearance sect gathered together, feeling the vastness of the heavenly might, and all of them were terrified. Just how strong is Elder Zhongshan? I'm afraid this kind of might is going to surpass the ancestor. Don't marvel. Is Elder Zhongshan's will to cultivate bitterly not comparable to you and I? This is no longer something that can be achieved through hard cultivation, and its natural talent is definitely the strongest in the Jade Clearance sect. With the presence of Elder Zhongshan, the Jade Clearance sect is as strong as it is today, and the most crucial thing is that Elder Zhongshan doesn't even take over power, which is admirable. Listening to the elder's comments, Li Qingzi held his head high as if it was him who was blowing. Guan Yugang's face was complicated as he looked towards the extinction-like scene in the distance. His eyes filled with awe. As things stood, he didn't half complain about Han Jie. Instead, he began to cultivate with Han Jie as his goal. It was only a pity that, as of now, the gap between him and Han Jie was still widening. Perhaps one day he will ascend to immortality. Guan Yugang thought silently. On top of a wasteland, a man with a bare upper body hit the middle of the sky. Countless thunderbolts descended from the sky and intertwined on him. This person was clearly Zhou Fan. Not far away, Mo Vengeance stood side by side with a woman in a purple dress. Years have passed. Zhou Fan and Mo Vengeance have both faded away their tenderness and become mature. Their aura is even more powerful. The physical body of Zhou Fan in the midst of the tribulation is full of visual shock, as if it were the holy body of an ancient god. Indestructible. Mo Vengeance, who was carrying a devilish sword, had even more of the morose aura of a giant of the devil's path. Mo Vengeance opened his mouth and asked, "Senior, what exactly is your relationship with my senior brother? How come you are willing to make such a generous offer?" The purple-skirted woman not only resurrected Zhou Fan, but also helped him cultivate, and under her teaching, Zhou Fan's strength soared. Now that Zhou Fan was in the process of breaking through the Yuanying realm, his strength had long been comparable to that of a Yuanying realm cultivator, and he had killed a Yuanying powerhouse before. This senior brother of yours had a destiny with me in his previous life and had saved me. I'll sort of return the favor, the purple-robed woman calmly said. Past life? Mo Vengeance couldn't help but be curious. The purple-robed woman lamented. Speaking of which, it's still his own fortune that is powerful. The chances he gained before made him strong enough. I'm just going along for the ride. And in the future, this world is going to be set off by him, and perhaps he'll achieve the Mahayana realm once again. Again? Mo Vengeance was secretly shocked. Could it be that Zhou Fan was a Mahayana cultivator in his previous life? He's going to succeed in his breakthrough. I have to leave as well. In order to save him, I owe my senior sister a favor that I still have to go and pay back. The purple-robed woman shook her head, and after she finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to leave. Mo Vengeance hurriedly asked, "Dare I ask Senior's Dow number? How can we find you to repay our kindness in the future?" The purple-robed woman leapt up. Clouds appeared under her feet, carrying her to the sky. Her voice followed into Mo Vengeance's ears. "My Dow number. It's best for you guys not to know it so as not to invite trouble. The only thing I can tell you is that my surname is Xian." "Declare?" Mo Vengeance frowned and thought back carefully. He hadn't heard of a great power in the cultivation world with the surname Xian. He returned his gaze to Zhou Fan. 10,000 Demon Realm. After 10 days and 10 nights of transmigrating, Han Jie finally succeeded in his breakthrough. Combined Realm. He had finally reached the harmonization realm, and his mood was that of excitement. Detecting that you have successfully broken through to the harmonization realm, you have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and show your power to the world. You can get a spiritual treasure and 1 divine inheritance. 2. Continue closed door, low-profile cultivation, aiming for the strongest on earth, with access to heavenly materials and treasures. Chapter 82 Lifespan Surge. Swollen Zhou Fan. Faced with the choice prompt in front of him, Han Jie didn't hesitate to choose the second one. Out of the world now? No way. Han Jie had long been in contact with Mahayana realm cultivators, and in his opinion, it was definitely dangerous to go out without reaching the Mahayana realm. Why else would Zhou Fan have died in his previous life? The Mahayana realm may not be safe on this earth. You choose to remain in seclusion, cultivate in a low profile, stay away from the world, and obtain heavenly treasures. Congratulations on obtaining the Earth Fairy Gourd Seeds. Immortal gourd seeds, blossom in 1,000 years, bear fruit in 10,000 years, edible, can be used to make magic treasures, and if the fruit is nurtured for a long time, it can be formed into magic treasures on its own, and can also give birth to living beings. Han Jia blinked. When he saw the information about the Earth Immortal Gourd Seeds, the first thing that came to his mind was the Gourd Witch. The next is the innate gourd from the flood myths and legends. Han Jia continued to consolidate his cultivation while calling up the attribute panel. Name, Han Jia. Life expectancy, 356/27900. Race, human, metamorphosis stage. Cultivation level, first level of Harmony Realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be passed on. Spells, Absolute Finger Divine Sword. 7 illusory steps, Triple Ching Absolute Shadow Sword, Absolute. 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal. 1,000 Thunderstorms. Wind Divine Technique. Return Phase Technique. Avatar, 6 Soul Suckers. Ghost Sword of Heavenly Execution. Law of the Heavens and the Earth. Somersault Cloud. 10,000 Swords. Rolai Mantra. 6 Absolute Seals. Xian Huang Sword Chi. Artifacts, Golden Cicada Xian Shin Clothes, 7th Grade Treasure. Small Qian Koan Belt. Kirin Sword. Demon Binding Rope. Burning Fury Bell, 6th Grade Treasure. 9-Star Treading Spirit Boots, 5th Grade. Cold Monarch's Glazed Crown, 4th Grade. Book of Doom, top grade. Emperor of the Earth's Imperial Spirit Scarf, 3rd Grade. Heavenly Immortal Chain of Heart Protecting, 3rd Grade. And Meditation Prayer Table, 6th Grade of the Tai level. Sword Intent, Reincarnation Sword Intent, Tai level. Self-Created Aptitude, 3 Qings Kill the World, Ancient level. Accompanying Magic Weapon, Hongming Judgment Sword. Spiritual Roots Qualification, 6 Spiritual Bodies, containing top wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots, increasing a certain amount of chi. The innate energies are as follows. Unrivaled in the world, immortal posture, top charisma, divine fate sword idiot, top sword qualification, top sword enlightenment, stance, top stance qualification, descendants of immortal emperors, acquisition of an unparalleled immortal cultivation technique, view relationships, 27. 900 years old. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was worthy of the 6 paths reincarnation technique. The higher the realm, the faster the lifespan rose. Han Jia drifted away. The increase in lifespan made him feel better than the increase in cultivation. Han Jia's sense of security had increased greatly, with his harmonization realm cultivation, not to mention Great Yin. When looking at the surrounding cultivation world, he was also a first-rate powerhouse. But it's not enough. Gotta keep slogging. As for getting out and getting away, what's the rush? How long would Han Jia's lifespan have to be when he cultivated to Mahayana? When the time comes, there will be plenty of time to get away with it, and today's bitter cultivation will be the cornerstone of tomorrow's getaway. A few days later, Han Jia's cultivation was thoroughly consolidated as he got up and quickly left. He didn't greet the distant elders to avoid trouble. The elders didn't count on it, but instead admired him even more. Worthy of being a divine beheading elder, his Tao is really firm. If such a person does not become an immortal, who is worthy of becoming an immortal? Back at the entrance of the innate cave, Han Jia bumped into Xing Hongxian. Black Jail Chicken was next to her, talking to her. The black hellcock is now able to stretch its body out and is currently about the size of a normal large rooster. Sun Chanan was still meditating under the Fusong tree, not daring to approach Xing Hongxian. Upon seeing Han Jia, Xing Hongxian immediately pounced over. Husband, you made a breakthrough? Xing Hongxian asked excitedly. Han Jia rarely left the cave, and whenever he did, it would definitely be for a breakthrough. Han Jia nodded and said, let's talk about it inside. The two entered the innate cave, and the black hell chicken tried to follow them in, only to be blocked by the formation. Depressed, it came to Sun Chanan and laughed. Guess, will Xing Hongxian eat his master? Sun Chanan's face twitched and said, perhaps. Being told this by the black prison chicken, Sun Chanan inexplicably thought of her own sweetheart, and a small fire lit up in her heart. Mother asterisk 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 did this stinky chicken do it on purpose? That's a killer line. Sun Chanan's heart that was like a dry well rippled once again. The seals of the love havoc began to loosen. The black prison chicken continued to ask, although my master doesn't like to go out, there are always women who come to our master and want to eat him. Do you think something will happen when they are alone and share a room? Will our master be in danger? Sun Chanan glared at it and scolded. Get lost. Go cultivate properly. Black jail chicken depression. What's wrong with this kid? What a temper. Inside the innate cave, Xing Hongxian stood in front of Han Jia and brought up the enlightened old monster, getting more and more angry the more she spoke. She just wasn't happy with the enlightened old monster's lofty stance, as if the Yuqing sect was a poor countryside and Han Jia was just a mere mortal. Han Jia laughed. He's telling the truth. So you're not moved? Xing Hongxian sat down and laughed. How can that be? I'm going to stalk you to death. My husband will surely become immortal. And I'm still waiting for my chickens to come home to roost. As she spoke, she pulled out a bottle of elixir from her sleeve and said, "This bottle of elixir is something I found in the secret realm. The aura is very impulsive. I just sniffed it for a while and the Jindan became unstable. So it's not suitable for me. It should be suitable for husband." Han Jie took the medicine bottle and opened it for a sniff. The aura is indeed abundant. He injected his 6 spiritual powers into it and there was no danger. Well, thanks a lot. Han Jie laughed. Xing Hongxian instantly revealed a smile. A few days later, Xing Hongxian left the innate cave with satisfaction. Above the wilderness, the remnants of the sun were like blood, continuing to the end of heaven and earth. Zhou Fan and Mo Vengeance sat on a boulder. After the successful breakthrough, Zhou Fan was in high spirits, craning his neck every now and then to admire his perfect physical body. "Senior brother, next I'll help you get revenge first. After that, I'm going to conquer the world and kill my way to fame. I want to be #1 in the world," Zhou Fan said proudly, his tone full of confidence. Mo Vengeance said helplessly, "You're only at the Yuaning realm. How dare you be so arrogant?" Zhou Fan laughed. "I'm not stupid. I'll definitely start the challenge with cultivators of comparable realms. I'll prove to her that I'm worthy of her." Decades ago, Mo Vengeance and Zhou Fan met a woman. Zhou Fan fell in love at first sight and wanted to pursue, but the result was that the other party had a powerful background and said that it was impossible to talk to him, and that even if the two lovebirds were in love, her father wouldn't agree to it, and that if she wanted to marry, she would only be able to marry a mighty cultivator who was famous all over the world. These words irritated Zhou Fan, who hated it when people looked down on him, so he went to the extreme. Mo Vengeance was often admonished, but it was no use at all. "Let's challenge the true martial sect first. It is rumored that there are many heavenly pride within the true martial sect." Zhou Fan thought with great vigor. He suddenly remembered one person and laughed. "Senior brother, do you still remember Han Jie of the Jade Clearance sect? You said before that he might be a god-slaying elder, and that he had once killed a transformation god. And I think that my strength nowadays can be able to wrestle with a transformation god. So am I considered to have caught up with him?" Han Jie? Mo Vengeance frowned. Brother Han's qualifications are very high, and he's been cultivating in seclusion, so his cultivation is probably very high. I'm afraid that the harmonized spirit realm strength alone isn't enough to defeat him. After leaving Great Yen for so long, I don't know how the Jade Clearance sect is doing now. Zhou Fan shook his head and laughed. "How can it be? It's not right to keep practicing hard. You and I are both mortals. Mortals become immortals. Is it not possible to rely on cultivation? Have to seek the fate of heaven and earth is right. You see ni. Cultivation has soared. Former enemy is also in the bitter cultivation. Still stuck in the original realm. When I go back in the future, I'll have to have a good sparring session with Han Jie to make him come to his senses. So when the time comes, bring him along and the three of us will walk the world together and make a heck of a name for ourselves. Wouldn't that be great?" Chapter 83 Eastern King Immortal. Fusang Tree's Abnormality. On the 7th day of Xing Hongxuan's departure, Han Jie took out the earth immortal gourd seeds and walked out of the cave. He came under the Fusang tree and buried the earth immortal gourd seed in the soil before pouring in his 6-path spiritual energy to nourish it. This kind of treasure still had to be planted by himself. Sun Chanan's cultivation skills were limited. Most of the time he was just releasing the Fusang tree. Luckily the divine tree was strong. "Master, what is this?" Sun Chanan asked curiously. Han Jie replied, "Gourd. You'll have to look after it from now on as well." Sun Chanan was curious. Where did Han Jie get the gourd? As the Fusang tree continued to grow, Sun Chanan realized that this tree was quite something. The aura born from it was already huge, and the yield surpassed all the other heavenly materials and geomaterials on the mountain. Sun Chanan was not stupid. Did such heavenly treasures really come from the Yuqing sect? Earlier, Li Qingzi had acted shocked when he passed by. I'm afraid Master's background is far beyond his imagination. Han Jie observed the Fusang tree for a while before returning to his cave. Having just broken through to the harmonization realm, Han Jie was in no hurry to cultivate. He took out the Book of Doom and prepared to curse the Gautama old monster with all his might. You dare to dig up my footsteps, and you want to put an end to it forever? Han Jie secretly fumed, and the 6 channels of spiritual power surged madly into the Book of Doom. The Phaseless Sect, a great immortal cultivation sect with an inheritance of nearly 10,000 years, had a strong foundation. The mountain gate is like a fairyland. The mountains are rolling. The clouds surrounded by rows of white cranes can be seen between the adult zigzag flying through. There are cows and horses in the colorful clouds above the gallop. Between the 2,000-foot peaks there was an imposing waterfall, and at the bottom of the waterfall there was a figure sitting on the surface of the lake, enduring the terrifying impact of the waterfall, with strong winds circling around it, as if it was a blade cutting through the falling water. Old Monster Wudao stood on the grass by the lake and stroked his beard as he looked away, a satisfied smile on his face. With a qualification like this, Xiener will definitely be chosen by the heavenly immortal mansion. Old Monster Wudao couldn't stop smiling when he thought of his disciple, East King Immortal, stirring up the storm within the heavenly immortal mansion and eventually becoming a first-class great cultivator in the world. Even ascending, his qualifications had already reached their limit, and it was difficult to break through to the transition stage, so he placed his hopes on his disciple. Just then, the Wudao old monster's chi and blood suddenly became chaotic. His yuan shen shook, the sky spun in front of his eyes, and his body swayed, almost falling over. A mouthful of reverse blood came up down his throat and he couldn't help but spit it out onto the floor. He hurriedly sat down and began to utilize his energy to heal his injuries. The Eastern King Immortal at the bottom of the waterfall opened his eyes, and two streams of refined light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the waterfall splash in front of him. He immediately got up and flashed to the side of the enlightened old monster. Under the sunlight, Dong Wangxian was bare-chested. His muscle lines were obvious, not bloated, not slim, with an unspeakable beauty. His features were angular, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. A head of wet black hair rose up in steam. Strands of black hair floated up and gradually became dry. Dong Wangxian frowned and asked, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Old Monster Wudao didn't open his eyes, but gritted his teeth and said, "Someone is cursing me." Old Monster Wudao was at least a great cultivator of the harmonization realm, and his insights could be higher than Xiao'er, realist Qing Leisure, and Demon King Duan Chang. He knew his own Dao very well, and it was impossible for him to have suffered such a heavy blow for no reason. Someone must have cursed him behind his back. East King Immortal's frown tightened as he asked, "Who could it be? Tell my apprentice, and my apprentice will immediately go forward to kill him." Master is also not clear, unable to project this cursed force. You don't need to care about this matter. You cultivate well and strive to practice your divine ability as soon as possible. After finishing his speech, Old Monster Wudao stopped talking and focused on healing his wounds. The Eastern King Immortal was about to leave, but it turned out that Old Monster Wudao spat out another mouthful of blood. To be able to make a great cultivator at the 7th level of the harmonization realm this miserable, how strong did the other party have to be? Dong Wangxian was thoughtful, cursing with all his might for half a day. He waited until the system prompted danger before Han Jie stopped and began to heal his wounds. A few days later, Han Jie's state was restored. That guy must not have had a good time, Han Jie secretly thought with complacency, and immediately, he rededicated himself to his cultivation. Now he was no longer afraid of the enlightened old monster killing him. After all, he was also in the harmonization realm cultivation. Han Jie first cultivated the 7th layer of the 6 paths reincarnation technique's heart technique. The 7th layer of the heart technique was much more profound than before, and it was much more tedious to cultivate. After 10 or so days, Han Jie mastered it with his strong qualifications and then began to nourish the qi to grow his cultivation. Han Jie was pleasantly surprised to find that as his realm got higher and higher, his cultivation speed didn't slow down, mainly because his qualifications started to stand out as well. He was now exhaling the spiritual qi of heaven and earth as if he were swallowing water from a whale, and he could feel his cultivation enhancement every day. In addition to the reason for his qualifications, it was also thanks to the Fusong tree and the aura of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. Every once in a while, Li Qingzi would have people come to bitter cultivation into a mortal mountain to exchange plants for better heavenly materials and treasures, causing the aura of bitter cultivation into a mortal mountain to grow all the time. He wanted Han Jie to be unable to leave. Although Han Jie said that he didn't want to leave for fear of more trouble outside, Li Qingzi understood that once Han Jie disliked the lack of aura here, he would surely leave. As was the case with his ancestor back then, there are no years of practice. The retreats of great cultivators all start with 10 years. A wink. 15 years have passed in a hurry. Han Jie smoothly broke through to the 2nd level of the harmonization realm. The elixir Xing Hongxian had given him had already been consumed, and that kind of elixir was surprisingly able to enhance his physique, and it also had an increase in his cultivation. Han Jie had currently been a Dharma cultivator, and his spiritual power could cross the ranks to kill his enemies, but the strength of his physical body was about the same as the same realm, and it was a good thing that he had a lot of spiritual treasures to defend his physical body. After the successful breakthrough, Han Jie once again exited the cave. He walked to the Fusong tree to move his muscles, and the earth immortal gourd seed had already begun to grow vines that wrapped around the Fusong tree, resembling a long green snake. It was still early for the earth immortal gourd to blossom and bear fruit, and Han Jie only hoped that it would help enhance his aura now. Han Jie moved his muscles while clicking on the personals to check his emails. After all these years, I don't know how my best friends are doing. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic beast, X18928. Your disciple Suki was attacked by a fellow disciple, X76. Your disciple Suki has fallen into the devil's abyss and his fate is unknown. Your disciple Suchi spreads bad luck. the Imperial Demon sect's luck declines, and the chances of all the sect's disciples encountering heart demons increases. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by righteous monks, X3422. Your friend Chang Yuer has realized the sun and the moon, and her moral power has risen greatly. Your friend Zhou Dingjinjin has been attacked by a demon and is seriously injured. His life hangs in the balance. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by a righteous monk, X4893. Your friend Mo Vengeance has been attacked by a righteous monk, X4211. Han Jia swept a glance and was secretly shocked. It's tragic. Almost everyone is taking a beating. Su Qi fell into the demon abyss, and it was estimated that he was victimized by the Imperial Demon sect, and now the Imperial Demon sect was going to be in deep trouble. Also, the Chaos Tengu is really crazy, inviting enemies everywhere and fighting all the time. Just as Han Jia was pondering, Sun Chang'an suddenly spoke up. Master, recently the Fusang tree will shake on its own late at night. What's going on? Han Jia was puzzled and asked. Autonomous shaking? Becoming an essence? Sun Chang'an shook his head. He wasn't sure. Han Jia probed his divine sense into the Fusang tree and didn't perceive the existence of the Yuan Shen. If it becomes a spirit and gives birth to a spirit, it will definitely have a Yuan Shen. Han Jia decided to take a good look at it. The Fusang tree mustn't be sick. Nightfall. Han Jia walked out of the innate cave and realized that the Fusang tree was indeed shaking, as if invisible hands were shaking the trunk. Sun Chang'an was obviously a bit scared and stayed away. Han Jia observed for a while, and his face became odd. Murphy, what is the fuchsia tree calling for? Chapter 84, Divine Beast Judo, Destroying Heaven and Earth. Northern Great Yen. Inside the cave, the Dianchang Demon King opened his eyes and frowned. His nightmare had ended since he went to the Jade Clearance sect, so he seized the time and made every effort to heal his wounds until today. But lately he's always had an uneasy feeling. The uneasiness came inexplicably, and even his demon blood was agitated by it. What the hell is going on? Could it be that immortal is trying to harm the king again? The Dianchang Demon King thought nervously, and the more he thought about it, the more miserable he felt. Having been sealed for 2,000 years and revived to be seriously injured again before he could get his revenge, the Demon King of Dianchang felt that the demon congregation under him must be laughing at him. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became, and an evil fire ignited in his heart. He really wanted to slaughter the great Yen human race. Forget it, it's better to hold back. LOL. The Dianchang Demon King sighed and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. Above the sea of clouds, there was a huge lake, like a mirror, surrounded by clouds on all sides. Beautiful as a picture. Shen Changjun was sitting at the edge of the lake fighting with a purple-robed woman, and this purple-robed woman was clearly the same great power that had saved Zhou Fan. Senior sister, are you still not ascending? The purple-robed woman twisted her head and asked. Without opening her eyes, Shen Qingjun said, it's not time yet. The purple-robed woman said, I really can't understand you guys. You can ascend at the stage of transition, and now you're already a Mahayana, and after ascending, you'll be able to shed your skin and make a living in the immortal world. So what are you waiting for? Instead of answering, Shen Qingjun asked, how about Zhou Fan? Don't mention it. This son is like a different person compared to his previous life. Extremely furtive. Maybe one day he will still need me to save him, but he already trusts me completely. Well, this son is an important part of our plan. Don't let him die or resist you. It won't be. This son grew up without love, and when he is treated well, he dies. Speaking of which, I have a Taoist partner in the Jade Clearance sect. Ha, senior sister, you're actually looking for a Taoist couple. The purple-robed woman stared at her beautiful eyes, and immediately became interested, asking after her. Shen Qingjun recalled the past. The corners of her mouth curved slightly as she smiled. When I first went to the Jade Clearance sect, I mainly wanted to see the sect where Zhou Fan was from. I didn't expect to come across a very eye-catching brat. This brat is an ascetic cultivator, and after so many years, he might have already reached the god of transformation. The purple-robed woman was surprised. His qualifications are not weaker than Zhou Fan's? That's natural. I'll take you to see him sometime later. A smile appeared on Shen Qingjun's face when she mentioned Han Jia. Having traveled the earth, she found that Han Jia was still the best-looking man she had ever seen, with a delightful personality. Just then, the mirror quickly turned the color of fire. The wind howled, and the heat waves churned away the sea of clouds. Shen Qingjun and the purple-robed woman immediately got up and looked down, only to see a huge firebird with a wingspan of 100 feet flying past. The purple-robed woman asked in shock, Divine Beast Judo? The legendary divine beast that represents calamity. Shen Qingjun frowned. This Shudo has yet to reach maturity, but it already resides in the aura of doom, so I guess there is something attracting it. TSK, I don't know which place is so unlucky as to attract Judo. Ever since he realized that the Fusang tree shook every night, Han Jia began to feel uneasy. There was always a feeling that the fuchsia tree would attract something, Could it be the legendary golden crow? It can't be. Isn't the golden crow hanging in the sky? Didn't see the sun getting lower. Hanjie kept a watchful eye, and he didn't dare to go all out when he usually practiced. A few days later, Li Qingzu came to visit. After entering the cave, Li Qingzi sat down on a chair and smiled. Elder Han, recently the Jade Clearance sect has been celebrating a happy event. We have discovered the ruins of an ancient sect, which has an extremely large amount of resources, as well as techniques, heavenly treasures, and even magical treasures. Do you want to go and take a look? Han Jie frowned and asked, has this matter spread? If this kind of chance was spread, it would definitely cause cultivators from all over the world to flock to it. Naturally no. This is a secret of the Jade Clearance sect. Elder Guan has already brought 5 elders and 100 core disciples to guard it, and the teleportation spell formation is about to be set up, so when the time comes, disciples of the Jade Clearance sect will be able to directly enter the site. Li Qingzi laughed, looking smug. During these years, the Jade Clearance sect had been developing peacefully without incurring any enemies, and the number of loose cultivators joining the Jade Clearance sect had been increasing. The name of the Elder of Divine Beheading had been forgotten by most cultivators in the cultivation world, but the higher-ups of the clans remembered it, so they didn't dare to mess with the Jade Clearance sect, or even block the good things of the Jade Clearance sect. Han Jie nodded and said, that's good. I'll leave you guys to be careful. Usually these kinds of ruins might have prohibitions. I understand. If I find any heavenly materials that can raise aura, I will have someone send them over. Thank you, sect leader. You're welcome. After the two of them chatted briefly, Li Qingzi left in a hurry. Han Jie's mood improved. The Jade Clear sect's peacefully becoming stronger satisfied him. The stronger the Jade Clear sect was, the more at ease he could be in seclusion and cultivation. Han Jie suddenly realized that Sun Chang'an had disappeared. He immediately used his divine sense to track Sun Chang'an and found that this guy was in an inn in the inner gate city. In the northern part of Great Yen, fire appeared in the sky, illuminating the vault of heaven. The ice and snow on the earth rapidly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, startling countless demons and monsters to escape from their respective caves and look towards the sky, including the Duanchang Demon King. The Dianchang Demon King stood at the entrance of the cave and looked towards the sky. The light of the fire shone on his face as he wore a horrified expression. That's the divine beast Judo. How can that be? No good. The Dianchang Demon King was almost scared out of his wits as he immediately burrowed into the cave, and dirt rose from the entrance of the cave, quickly coalescing into a mountain wall. The divine beast Judo swept in with its wings spread out, like the legendary golden crow, sweeping across the land. Wherever it passed, ice and snow melted and turned into lakes before being vaporized into rolling clouds of smoke. Judo is shaped like a firebird, with a head like a big dog, with 3 feet, and claws that are different from those of a raptor, more like a dragon's claws, with an overall image that is extremely powerful and unstoppable. Thousands of miles of snow, baked by it, melted right through. Its eyes erupted with a torch-like light, and the direction it looked in was clearly the Jade Clearance sect. Jade Clearance sect, inner gate inn. Inside the guest room, Sun Chang'an sat at the table, holding a wine cup in his hand, and smiled. Xianer, how does it feel to be in the Yuqing sect? I've been a member of the Jade Clear sect for decades, so if you run into any troublesome matters, you can always look for me. His eyes went to a shapely woman at the window. This woman is wearing a green dress, long hair and waist, skin white and beautiful. Although not as good as the posture of the country, but it is also really counted as a rare face value. The woman named Xianer gently tucked her hair around her ears and said, Chang'an, you don't have to treat me like this. We're really impossible. Maybe you're doing well in the Jade Clearance sect, and it's impossible for me to commit myself to you for the sake of favors. Sun Chang'an's heart ached as she listened and gritted her teeth. Why? Just because of my looks? I can change my looks to a handsome one. Xianer turned to look at him, her beautiful eyes penetrating dissatisfaction, said, but the real is real. Fake is always fake. If I love you, the sea withered and the stones will not change their hearts. If I don't love you, even if it destroys the heavens and destroys the earth, and there is only you and me left, I will never fall in love with you. Zinged heart. Sun Chang'an crushed the cup in his hand. His palm did not bleed, but his heart was dripping blood. Just then, the firelight shone on Xianer's back. A hot breeze blew in, and Sun Chang'an's eyes widened. Xianer subconsciously turned to look, only to see that the dome of the sky was rapidly tinted with the color of fire, and a sun was speeding towards the sky. Divine Beast Jodo. Chapter 85, Killing the Divine Beast. Heaven, Earth, Xian Huang. Boundary-breaking sword pointing. What's that? Xianer asked in horror. It was the first time she had seen such a horrible scene. Sun Chang'an walked up next to her and took a look and was also startled. Similarly in a state of shock. Not only them, there were people from the 18 Peaks, the inner gate city, and the outer gate who noticed the scene. Boom! The Jade Clearance sect exploded. More and more disciples flew up with their imperial swords, looking into the distance in horror. What's that? 2. Son, my god. Demons attacking? What a terrifying heat. When it kills over, won't the Jade Clearance sect be destroyed? I didn't blink, did I? It's over. What should we do? Open the sect protector formation? As the disciples murmured in horror, the elders were the first to raise the clan protection formation. Li Qingzi had just walked out from the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, and before he could return to the main peak he saw the raging Zhudo. He stared with a wide-eyed look of living hell. In the meantime, a line appeared before Han Jie's eyes. The beast Jodo was coming to take over the Fusong tree. Jodo, 5th level of the conjugation realm, divine beast of calamity, son of the vermilion bird, born with bad luck, and burning with the fire of the sun, capable of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Han Jie was startled. Divine beast Judo? Calamity beast? Han Jie hurriedly dashed out of the cave as he appeared at the edge of the cliff and looked toward the sky, which was already dyed a fiery color as if dusk had descended. The divine beast Judo's figure was rapidly growing larger. It was it that was getting closer to the Jade Clearance sect. Han Jie felt the terrifying heat and instantly judged that the Jade Clearance sect's protective formation might not be able to block it. When Judo landed on the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, everything on the mountain would be reduced to ashes. And not only that, the entire Jade Clearance sect could be wiped out. Master, run for it! The black prison chicken flew to Han Jie's side and shouted nervously. Han Jie frowned and didn't answer. He transmitted his voice to the divine beast Judo. Stop! However, Judo completely ignored it and instead began to accelerate. The terrifyingly high temperatures ignited the mountains and forests on the ground, and the fire spread towards the Yuqing sect at an extremely exaggerated speed. At this moment, all the Jade Clearance sect disciples were terrified. Li Qingzi subconsciously flew towards the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, wanting to find Han Jie to help. As a result, before he even entered the mountain, he saw a sword light flying out from the bitter cultivation Immortal Mountain, cutting through the sky. The sword light was extremely bright in the fire-colored sky dome, as if it was a shooting star in the dark night, and many disciples witnessed this scene. That sword light was Han Jie. This time, Han Jie didn't fly with his sword, but instead rushed towards the divine beast Judo at full speed. Judo must not be allowed to get close to the Jade Clearance sect, or the Jade Clearance sect would be finished. A mountain of heavenly treasures that had been cultivated with hard work for 200 years could not be allowed to be destroyed. Han Jie took out the Hongmeng Judgment Sword, and his entire body's spiritual treasures catalyzed. 7th grade spiritual treasure Golden Cicada Xianshan clothes, bright. 5th grade, 9-star treading boots, bright. The 4th grade Cold Monarch glazed crown, bright. 3rd grade Earth Emperor's royal scarf, bright. 3rd grade spiritual treasure heart protecting heavenly immortal chain, bright. The 6th grade spiritual treasure burning fury bell covers the top of his head. In an instant, Han Jie couldn't feel the burning heat of Judo's solar fire. Judo obviously saw Han Jie and accelerated towards Han Jie. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow Han Jie in one gulp. Divine Beast Jodo has developed hatred for you. Current hatred level is 5 stars. Mud. Bastard. Such a high level of hatred upon meeting. Are you dead or not? Killing intent erupted in Han Jie's eyes as he swung his sword violently. The reincarnation sword intent was integrated within the sword blade, and the 6 spiritual powers transformed into sword chi as if it were a volcano erupting. A black sword chi flashed like a black curved moon hanging high in the sky, shocking the eyes of many Jade Clearance sect disciples. The heavenly execution ghost sword. Boom! The sword chi crashed into Judo, bursting apart after the sun, and Judo followed and stopped. But it's not dead. Although it only had a cultivation level of the 5th level of the harmonization realm, it was a divine beast, and its strength and flesh strength far exceeded that of a mortal spirit. Even so, facing this dominating sword from Han Jie, Judo still fell into a daze. Han Jie didn't stop, lifting his sword and pointing it toward the sky. The terrifying sword chi rushed up into the sky, forming a huge vortex visible to the naked eye, and a handful of sword shadows coalesced out of thin air. The Three Ching puts the world to death. In barely a second, tens of thousands of sword shadows shot at Judo from all directions. The Jade Clearance sect disciples only felt a flash of sword light in front of their eyes, followed by an explosion of sword energy. The burst of intense light made the heavens and earth lose their colors, and they were shaken so much that they closed their eyes. Han Jie had already put in his best effort, and if he couldn't kill Judo, then he would be plunged into a fierce battle. Due to your first kill of a divine beast, you have gained a Sword Dao Avatar inheritance. Congratulations on acquiring the avatar Heaven, Earth, Metaphysical and Yellow Boundary Breaking Swordfinger. Heaven, Earth, Xian Huang, and Yellow Boundary Breaking Swordfinger. Sword Dao Aptitude. Shoots out sword chi with the finger to kill the enemy 10,000 miles away. The strength and range of the sword chi depends on the user's cultivation level. Looking at the 3 lines in front of him, Han Jie let out a sigh of relief. It's fortunate that Judo is dead. But was this heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger and the previous Xian Huang sword chi a matching divine ability? Han Jie opened his eyes to see that Judo was falling, the solar fire on its body rapidly shrinking, revealing a skin that was full of holes that were shocking to the eyes. Strangled by the three Qing execution worlds, it was no longer in shape, resembling a giant bloody corpse. Boom! Judo's body hit the ground. Han Jie waved his hand and performed the wind god technique, blowing out the flames in all directions. Luckily, it wasn't the real fire of the sun from mythology, or else it couldn't be extinguished just by blowing. Han Jie looked at Judo's corpse, not knowing what to do with it. At that moment, a familiar aura arrived. Han Jie twisted his head to look, only to see the black prison chicken flying in quickly. Master, don't destroy the body. Leave it to me. The black hell chicken shouted excitedly, hearing Han Jie freeze. What does this chicken want? The black hell chicken landed in front of Judo's corpse and its figure quickly drew up, turning into a terrifyingly huge chicken that was taller than a mountain as it began to peck at Judo's corpse. Eat the beast? Han Jie shook his head and didn't care about it as he quickly flew back to the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. Li Qingzi waited at the entrance of his cave and asked nervously, Elder Han, what kind of demon is that? Han Jie replied, I'm not sure. It's already been killed. My chickens are eating its carcass and telling the elders not to disturb it. He wouldn't dare to directly say it was a divine beast. Killing divine beasts is easy to fall for. The reason why divine beasts are divine beasts is that people believe in the identity given by the immortal gods. Li Qingzi nodded his head and hurriedly went to pacify the Jade Clearance sect disciples. Back inside the cave, Han Jie directly began to pass down the heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. Inside the inner gate in, Sun Chang'an wiped the hot sweat from his forehead and laughed. It should have been my master who made the move. The calamity has been lifted. There's no destroying the heavens and the earth, and my true feelings for you will not change. Xian'er was shocked and said, could your master be the legendary god-slaying elder of the Jade Clearance sect? Sun Chang'an nodded. They say he's good-looking? Sun Chang'an's smile froze. The other side. The disciples of the Jade Clearance sect hadn't seen clearly who had executed the divine beast Judo, but just now, the sword light had come from the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, so they guessed that it was the most mysterious elder within the sect who had struck. Several hours later, Han Jie had already mastered the heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. The Jade Clearance sect regained its calmness, and after the black prison chicken ate the divine beast Judo, it returned to hide in the mountain forest of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, seemingly refining Judo's flesh and blood. Han Jie swept around the Jade Clearance sect with his divine sense and let out a long breath. It's really dangerous. This robbery led to Han Jie's Fusong tree, but the secret of the Fusong tree, he would not reveal it. Divine beast Vermilion Bird has hatred for you. Current hatred level is 5 stars. Looking at the line that popped up in front of him, Han Jie's smile froze. Third shift, plus more. Follow the Weixin tapping number author Ren I Smile or RWX520233. You will be able to see some interesting extras for free, such as Su Qi, Chaos Tengu, Xin Cheng Jun, etc., such as those days of Han Jie and Xing Hongshen, and you will also be able to see the beautiful character illustrations as well as short comics drawn by my own hand. A small extra will be updated tomorrow. Chapter 86, Tai Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal Mansion's First Pride. Vermilion Bird? Han Jie came back to his senses, and his first reaction was to think that Zhu Yao was sick. You can't control your own kids, and you blame him for their deaths? Shudo didn't know how many living beings had been killed along the way. However, Vermilion Bird's name was too big, so Han Jie still cautiously clicked on relationships to check it out. Jubilee's avatar is a bird's head, which fits Han's fantasy of Jubilee. Vermilion Bird, middle stage of Tai Immortal, innate divine beast, strong fortune, full of hatred for you because you killed his son. When you ascend, you will definitely seek revenge. The current degree of hatred is 5 stars. Tai Earth Immortal. Sizzle. Han Jie was shocked. So bullish? I also don't know if there is any realm separation between the Mahayana realm and Tai Earth Immortal. Whether there is or not, it is not an existence that Han Jie can fight against. But why does it have to be after his ascension for the Vermilion Bird to seek revenge? Could it be that the Vermilion Bird can't come down to Earth? Quite possibly. Maybe that's the fairy rule. It seems that if you want to ascend in the future, you have to be at least stronger than the Vermilion Bird, otherwise it's dangerous. Han Jie thought as he silently took out the Book of Doom. I also don't know if the Book of Doom can curse a divine beast. Han Jie cursed for a while and didn't experience any backlash, so it seemed feasible. He decided, in the future, you will curse the Gautama Elder and the Vermilion Bird after practicing. Early the next morning, Sun Chanan returned to the Fuyang tree, his entire body lost in thought. Last night, he drank at the inn to buy drunkenness, and all of the jade clearance sect's wines were not mortal wines, and cultivators could get drunk even if they drank them. This drunkenness made Sun Chanan completely fall into love. Han Jie came out of the cave and arrived in front of Sun Chanan. Sun Chanan was in a trance and didn't notice Han Jie's arrival. Han Jie frowned and couldn't help but recall Sun Chanan's origin. Reincarnation of the ancient spiritual ginseng. The previous life was raised by the Buddha. Because of a momentary fate with the demon girl caught in the web of love, the gods and Buddhas were furious. Will be sent to the mortal world. After 10,000 generations of love disaster, only by completely forgetting and breaking off love can we get rid of the pain of reincarnation. This is the 39th generation, and Sun Chanan was born in a cultivation family, with outstanding talent, but he was ugly and was not liked by Qian'er, and after being rejected by Qian'er many times, he was heartbroken before shaving his head and becoming a monk. Han Jie yesterday used his divine sense to capture the scene of Sun Chanan and Qian'er talking to each other. The picture, like licking a dog. No, dog licking is a modern internet term. In this case, it would be called deep love. One-sided deep love. Han Jie didn't know how to persuade Sun Chanan. This is a love disaster. How can we persuade it? Han Jie opened his mouth and called out, "Disciple." Sun Chanan was in a trance for a moment. Seeing that it was Han Jie, he slowly climbed up and knelt in front of Han Jie, his emotions suddenly erupting as he howled, "Master, my disciple's heart is so bitter." For some reason, Han Jie inexplicably thought of piggyback. The two share one trait, all ugly. Han Jie sighed, "Disciple, the love between a man and a woman is inherently bitter, and that's the reason why Master has been in seclusion. But why do so many good people come forward to you, while I like just one woman and the other?" Sun Chang'an cried with a heartbreaking cry. Halfway up the hill, a black jailbird napping under a tree rolled over at the sound of it. "Little cutie, can't you practice well?" The black prison chicken grunted. After eating judo, it clearly felt its bloodline metamorphosing. It was very excited. It felt that it would become very strong. It even began to look forward to the scene where the Chaos Heavenly Dog came back to challenge it. "Doggone it, when the time comes, I'll make you realize what your chicken daddies are capable of." The other side, facing Sun Chanan's inquiry, Han Jie calmly said, "It's only because the master is powerful. This world is the strongest in the world. If your cultivation is the best in the world, how can that woman not fall in love with you? Your cultivation is average and you look unimpressive. What does she want from you? Just figure your heart? Truly the most worthless thing in the world. Cultivate the desperate flying sword that your master has taught you. This sword can become the best in the world." Upon hearing this, Sun Chanan looked up, her face covered in snot and tears even uglier, looking at Hanju almost twisting his head. Suddenly, he could understand Sinead, but all of this was the pot of the gods and Buddhas, deliberately making Sun Chanan this ugly. Han Jie had tried to change Sun Chanan's appearance, but it quickly reverted to an ugly face, which was very weird. Sun Chanan's eyes widened as he asked excitedly, "Really? The master has reason to lie to you?" Sun Chanan definitely didn't believe it when others said this, but he believed it when Han Jie said it. As of now, Han Jie was indeed the most powerful being he knew. Thinking about Xing Hongchuan's attitude towards Han Jie, Sun Chanan was instantly ignited. Desperate flying sword. I must practice until I get down there. Han Jie didn't say much. Some words had no weight if they were said too much. In fact, what he said was not entirely from the heart. People are a very cheap existence. When you are weak, you can't look at sincerity. You just want to become strong. And when you are strong, you pursue sincerity. Han Jie went down the mountain before looking for the black hell chicken, making sure that the black hell chicken was fine before returning to the innate cave. After being hated by the vermilion bird, Han Jie had a renewed sense of urgency. Although Jubilee can't come down now, what if it can come down later? He had to hurry up and get stronger. 3 years later, the matter of the Divine Beast Judo's attack on the Jade Clearance sect had already settled, and there were very few people chatting about it within the Jade Clearance sect, but it had caused turmoil in the cultivation world. When Judo swept through Great Yen, the scene was tremendous and many people saw it. There were also scouts from various clans within the Jade Clearance sect, and when they learned that Judo had been directly killed in seconds by the god-beheading elder, they were so scared that the various clans dared not be more mischievous, and could only befriend the Jade Clearance sect and try to not make any grudges. There can be no demon scouts within the Jade Clearance sect, and the intelligence of the scouts from all the sects is not publicized, so Judo's death belongs to the secrets of the small circle, and the demons can't inquire about it. On the other hand, the Dianchang Demon King was curious about where Judo had gone. Could it be related to the Yuqing sect? For the first time, the Dianchang Demon King was afraid of the Jade Clearance sect. This clan is not simple. This day, Li Qingzi came to visit Han Jie. He arrived in front of Han Jie, and before he could say anything, Han Jie was the first to say, "Don't look for me again for matters of chance. I won't even go." Li Qingzi let out a fake cough and said, "This time it's not good." Han Jie frowned and opened his eyes. Li Qingzi sighed. The Blood Flame Heavenly Sect of the Great Way has gone to war with the Wuxiang Sect of the Ancient Origin Prefecture. Both of these sects are behemoths. Sandwiched in between are the Great Yan and Shiyuan prefectures. And once they go to war, it's very likely that both of our prefectures will be swept away. Han Jie was speechless. How can we start a war even from this far away? Eat your heart out. Speaking of which, both of these clans had a potential grudge against Han Jie. It is said that the Phaseless Sect's Heavenly Pride, East King Immortal, killed the son of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect Master in the outside. The Blood Flame Heavenly Sect's momentum is booming. Where can they tolerate it, and directly go to war? It is said that Harmonization Realm Guest Minister has already taken the lead in killing the Phaseless Sect. Li Qingzi's tone implied envy. When will the Jade Clearance Sect have a Harmonization Realm powerhouse? No. He would be happy if more of the Void Melting Realm and God Transforming Realm came. Han Jie spoke. It's fine. Let them bite the dog. As long as they don't threaten the Jade Clearance Sect. If they want to step on us in the meantime, the Jade Clearance Sect has me. You can rest assured. Now that Han Jie's enemy was already the Vermilion Bird, what were the Phaseless Sect and the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect? In addition, the ancient sect ruins we discovered before found an old blind man. The strength is unfathomable. We want to draw him in, but he has not agreed. Currently temporarily living in the Inner Gate City. Elder Han, do you think, can help us to convince him? Li Qingzi was embarrassed and said, a little ashamed in his heart. Digging up people still required a divine beheading elder, and he, the sect leader, really wasn't capable enough. Upon hearing this, Han Jie immediately detected the strongest person within the Jade Clearance Sect other than himself. Xiaoyao, 9th level of the Rongshu realm, the first pride of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion 5,000 years ago, the only living survivor of the ancient Lingxiao sect, both eyes blinded by the heavenly punishment. Chapter 87 Demon Lord, Xiaoyao's Challenge, 9th level of the Void Melting Realm, the number 1 heavenly pride of the Heavenly Immortal Palace 5,000 years ago, the only living survivor of the ancient Spirit Sky sect. Both eyes were blinded by the heavenly punishment. With just one line, it made Han Jie smell the word bullseye. It was surprising that this kind of body was not an innate chi-lucky person. Han Jie opened his mouth and asked, have you heard of the Spirit Sky sect? Li Qingzi replied, I've heard of it. It was said to be a great sect 5,000 years ago, but it offended the immortal god, and the entire sect was wiped out by heavenly doom. Elder Han, why are you asking about the Spirit Sky sect? Could it be that the ruins we found are the Spirit Sky sect? Han Jie nodded. I know some numbers of projection, and this person's name is Xiaoyao. At those words, Li Qingzi's eyes widened and he sucked in a breath of cool air. He had not heard of Xiaoyao's reputation, but the Spirit Sky sect had. So what now? Abandon that ruin? Li Qingzi asked cautiously. He was now afraid of getting into trouble for no reason. He only hoped that the Jade Clearance sect would develop peacefully. As long as he gave the Jade Clearance sect time, sooner or later it would be able to grow and become a big sect like the Blood Inferno Heavenly Sect and the Phaseless Sect. Han Jie replied, it's up to you. If it's easy to be punished by heaven, it should have come a long time ago. I think as long as we don't let the Spirit Sky sect reappear on Earth, treasures are sinless. Li Qingzi nodded his head. It would be difficult for him to spit out those resources. After all, the elder tier had already divided quite a bit. Ignore Xiaoyao for the time being. Eat and drink well and stay there. A strong twisted melon is not sweet. Han Jie followed. Li Qingzi was fine with it, and when he heard that Xiaoyao was from the Spirit Sky sect, his first reaction was to expel Xiaoyao, but on second thought, he couldn't beat Xiaoyao either, so how could he expel him? Immediately, Li Qingzi left. Han Jie began to use the simulation trial against Xiaoyao. 10 seconds later, Han Jie opened his eyes, and he looked surprised. There's something about this guy, the divine ability is to go. Han Jie muttered. Xiaoyao unexpectedly knew the split avatar, splitting off tens of thousands of doppelgangers at once, causing Han never to be unable to kill him in the first place. To be able to last 10 seconds under Han Jie, his strength was considered powerful. Han Jie continued to simulate the trial. He had to find a way to kill Xiaoyao in seconds. There was a feeling of fighting monsters to find a strategy, and Han Jie enjoyed it. One incense stick of time later, Han Jie finally found a way to kill Xiaoyao in seconds, as long as he was faster than this guy. However, Xiaoyao releasing the split avatar as soon as the fight started was really go. Han Jie was more interested in Xiaoyao after understanding his strength. If such a strong person joined the Jade Clearance sect, then he would be able to cultivate more peacefully. Immediately, Han Jie clicked on relationships to view the email. Your disciple Suki has been captured by the Demon Lord. Your disciple Suki spreads bad luck, and the Demon Lord and his descendants lose their luck. Your disciple Young Tianton was attacked by a demonic beast, X3872. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu was attacked by a ferocious beast and was seriously injured, but managed to escape. Your good friend Joufan awakens his past life's power and his strength soars. Your friend Guan Yugang has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X2. Your divine pet, the black hell chicken, devours the divine beast, Zhu Do, and its bloodline transforms, gaining calamitous luck. Your good friend, Qing Leisurely Realist, has been attacked by a righteous monk, X5823. Realist Qing Leisure was from the Bloodflame Heavenly Sect, and after encountering so many people, it looked like the war between the Bloodflame Heavenly Sect and the Phaseless Sect had already begun. Su Qi and Yang Tiandong were also in trouble. For Su Qi, Han Jie was not worried at all. As for Yang Tiandong, it was obvious that this guy had left Great Yen. Which demon within Great Yen would dare to attack the Demon King's righteous son? The chaotic Tengu was also considered to have suffered retribution, and hadn't been beaten recently, so he was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate from his injuries. I hope it comes to its senses and comes back soon. Han Jie shook his head and lost his smile. Then he continued to cultivate. Han Jie at the second level of the harmonization realm was already unafraid of the Bloodflame Heavenly Sect and the Phaseless Sect. But one must have far-reaching concerns if one doesn't have near concerns. Han Jie was afraid that the vermilion bird would break the boundary and descend to the earth at any time, so he had to hurry up and cultivate without slacking off. Deep in a dimly lit canyon, the wretched Su Qi fought to sit in the corner of the mountain wall as he nervously looked towards a figure in the distance. The man was surrounded by a demonic aura. His face was frightening. His face was covered in blood-colored scales, and he was morose and terrifying. Su Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Demon Lord, I'm just a mortal. So please spare me." The Demon Lord still had his eyes closed, meditating and practicing. Su Qi dared to be angry. After a while, the Demon Lord leisurely said, "Kid, if this seed wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. To be able to keep you until now, this is chance. Wait, well, a chance?" Su Qi's eyes widened as he cautiously said, "You're going to pass on my mastery?" He was excited. Could this be the legendary blessing from a bad situation? Perhaps. This seed can't calculate your destiny. It can be seen that you have extraordinary luck. Perhaps you can inherit this seat's mantle. If this seat can't fulfill his heart's desire in the future, it will be given to you. The Demon Lord replied carelessly. Su Qi pursued, "What wish? Blood on earth." Su Qi froze. Not bad for a Demon Lord. In that case, I'll hibernate here and look for a chance to kill him. Su Qi thought silently. He had always felt that he was a kind person, and when he had joined the Jade Clearance sect, it was also because he saw the Jade Clearance sect as a righteous sect. He even felt that Han Jie had sent him to infiltrate the Royal Demon and Devil sect in order to act on behalf of the heavens, and after joining the Royal Demon and Devil sect, he realized that this sect was indeed brutal and evil, and that the heavens would not allow it. Su Qi took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. No matter what, Master must be protecting me in secret. I can't let him down. Time rushes. 10 years have passed in a flash. Han Jie was still close to the third level of the harmonization realm, and he had intended to break through to the third level of the harmonization realm in one breath before resting, but the Fusang tree began to shake again. The last shake attracted the divine beast Jodo. What will it attract this time? Han was by no means worried. This is no way to go on. What to do? He suddenly thought of the black jail chicken. If the black hell chicken is allowed to occupy the Fusang tree, other demonic birds and divine beasts will not come back? Han Jie immediately ordered the black prison chicken to move to the Fusang tree. After eating Zhu Do, the black prison chicken's cultivation had skyrocketed to the 9th level of the transformation spirit realm, just one step away from the void melting realm. It's practically open. But if you think about it, it's right. Zhu Do might be a divine beast, and the black prison chicken itself is the reincarnation of a demon saint from the upper realm. The black prison chicken was unresistant and even excited when it was commanded. It quickly flew to the Fusang tree and sat on the trunk of the tree similar to a rooster hatching an egg. In the following days, the Fusang tree stopped shaking, and Han Jie was relieved. Han Jie was about to continue his cultivation when he suddenly captured an aura that was waiting just below the mountain, sitting in front of the stone monument of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. Blind Xiao Yao. Han Jie thought for a moment and asked in a voice transmission, "What's the matter, fellow Daoist?" Xiao Yao's hair was white. His face was young, as if he was around 30 years old. His eyelids were scorched black and dried out and sunken. He was wearing a tattered Taoist robe and leaning against the stone monument, as if he was napping. When he heard Han Jie's voice transmission, he stretched and slowly stood up, saying, "Your sect master has been inviting me to join the sect, and I've been in the Jade Clear sect for some time now, so you're the strongest divine beheading elder, aren't you? It's fine if you want me to join the Jade Clearance sect. If you can withstand a slap from me on behalf of the Jade Clearance sect, I will join the Jade Clearance sect." Chapter 88, Surrendering to the Jade Clearance sect. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Han Jie froze. These kinds of words were usually said by Han Jie, and now that he heard them from the other party's mouth, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Han Jie didn't shy away from the battle and transmitted, "You and I will go up to the sky and try." After saying that, he directly pranced out from the innate cave and flew above the sea of clouds. Xiao Yao followed and appeared in front of Han Jie. Without saying a word, Han Jie poured the 6 spiritual powers into all the spiritual treasures on his body, and in an instant, a strong light erupted from his body as if he were an immortal god descending into the world. Dazzlingly bright. Xiao Yao was blind, but his divine sense was still there, so whether he had eyes or not did not matter to him. So many spiritual treasures. Xiao Yao frowned as he suddenly became interested in the Jade Clearance sect. This person must have a means of hiding his cultivation. It is impossible that he is only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Xiao Yao raised his palm and said, "Since you are wearing so many spirit treasures, then I will not be polite and I will use my full power to strike my palm." "That's great. The 9th level of the Void Melting Realm still needs to use its full power to strike the palm. Are you fighting or killing?" Han Jie spat in his heart and was calm on the surface, saying, "If I catch it, are you really willing to join the Jade Clearance sect? Listen to the sect leader's orders, but don't play word games." Xiao Yao said, "I never go back on my words, and I do need a place to land, and the Jade Clear sect gives me a good impression." Han Jie nodded his head and waited for him to strike his palm. Xiao Yao raised his right palm in the wind and waves above the sea of clouds followed and stopped. A solemn and murderous aura filled the sky and earth. Although Xiao Yao was blind, he clearly felt that Han Jie was emboldened. With this palm, Xiao Yao really intended to strike with all his might. He swung his palm violently and struck Han Jie's chest. Boom! The sea of clouds underneath the two of them was instantly dispersed, and Xiao Yao moved as he felt an extremely strong spiritual force recoil. Caught off guard, Xiao Yao was directly shaken back. Han Jie, who was at the 2nd level of the Harmonization Realm, faced Xiao Yao, who was at the 9th level of the Void Melting Realm, and it was impossible for him to lose in a spiritual power clash. In order to give Xiao Yao a downward spiral, Han Jie intentionally went all out, and Xiao Yao couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood as his chi and blood shook as he retreated, and the reverse blood surged upwards. Xiao Yao moved as he gritted his teeth. Harmonization Realm. I didn't realize that a sect with a Yuaning Realm cultivator as its headmaster was hiding a Harmonization Realm great cultivator. He had previously thought that the strongest within the Jade Clearance sect was the Spirit Transformation Realm, and that it was a lower level realm of the Spirit Transformation Realm. A sect that didn't even have any Fusion Void Realm cultivators actually had a Harmonization Realm. Xiao Yao stabilized his stance, took a deep breath, and said, "From now on, I am a member of the Jade Clearance sect." Xiao Yao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability is 1 star. That's a good feeling? It seems that this person knows what he's doing. Satisfied in his heart, Han Jie opened his mouth. "Regarding my cultivation, you should not reveal it." Xiao Yao was surprised. The people of the Jade Clearance sect don't know? Well, staying in the Jade Clearance sect with a cultivation like mine seems abrupt, and I'm also worried that the Jade Clearance sect will cause trouble based on my cultivation. And aside from longevity, I have no desires, so I've usually been cultivating hard. Han Jie explained. Xiao Yao could not help but give Han Jie a high look. "That's it, go find the sect leader and he'll arrange a position for you." Han Jie laughed. As the words fell, he disappeared into the air. Xiao Yao stopped in the air and thought for a long time before he let out a sigh and flew towards the main peak of the Jade Clearance sect. Returning to the entrance of the innate cave, the black prison chicken on the fusong tree called out, "Master, why don't you teach him a lesson? It's too arrogant. Shouldn't he slap you with a sword?" Sun Shanan's cultivation level was not as good as the black prison chicken's, and he still didn't know what had just happened. Han Jie glanced at the black prison chicken and said, "I'll give you a sword. Do you dare to take it? This chicken is a bit bloated." "No, we have to suppress it. Go chicken's persona." "No, chicken's persona can't fall apart." The black prison chicken shook its head in fear of the chicken. Han Jie turned to look at the black prison chicken and transmitted, "This person is remembered by the immortal god. Did you see those eyes of his? That's the downfall of the immortal god's curse." The black jail chicken's eyes widened at the sound of that. Immortal god curse. It's just so dangerous out there. Don't inflate. You ate judo. Do you know where judo came from? It is the son of the divine beast Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird is a divine beast in the sky. It may have already set its sights on you. You have to work hard to cultivate and become stronger so that Vermilion Bird won't retaliate. I projected that Vermilion Bird has already hated you and me, so I have to close down and cultivate as well. Han Jie continued to transmit his voice. And now, the black prison chicken was completely in a state of panic. Vermilion Bird. Sizzle. The black jail chicken suddenly recoiled a little, but if he wanted to vomit now, he couldn't vomit a single jodo. Han Jie was satisfied when he saw this reaction from it. He returned to the innate cave and began to cultivate. Sun Chang'an saw that the black prison chicken had been shaking and found it inexplicable. The next day, the Jade Clearance sect announced that it had taken on a new elder, the Void Melting Realm Elder. The whole clan was uplifted by this news. This is a realm only reached by the grandmasters. Xiao Yao's name spread throughout the entire clan. Li Qingzi was happy but even more in awe of Han Jie. Xiao Yao was so strong that he couldn't even defeat Han Jie, and the most crucial thing was that the two of them didn't move in their cuts. What does that mean? It showed that Han Jie was far stronger than Xiao Yao, making the cutting fight not last long. Elder Han is the pillar of the Jade Clearance sect. Figuring this out, Li Qingzi immediately sought out the other elders, one by one, to avoid the elders from neglecting Han Jie by flattering Xiao Yao. Han Jie's needs remained at the top of the Jade Clearance sect. It must not be neglected. 5 years passed very quickly, but Great Yen was in turmoil. Next to them, the Bloodflame Heavenly sect of the Great Way had bypassed Great Yen and attacked the Phaseless sect of the Ancient Origin Prefecture, and both sects were super sects with a strong foundation. The Blue D-Flame Heavenly sect of the Unified Way had been incomparably strong before, causing every surrounding cultivation world to be emboldened. However, when the Bloodflame Heavenly sect took on the Phaseless sect, the battle was a shock. The Bloodflame Heavenly sect was completely abused by the Wuxia sect, and its Harmonization Realm guest minister was directly and heavily injured, and he didn't know where he was hiding to recuperate from his injuries. The Phaseless sect, on the other hand, marched towards the Great Way, coming in with a fierce intent to crush the Bloodflame Heavenly sect. All the clans and sects of the cultivation world were trembling. The two behemoths wreaked havoc on many clans in the course of their war. It can be said that when the gods fight, mortals suffer. At this moment, inside the Bloodflame Heavenly Gate, realist Qing Leisure and sect master Lu Bufei were talking inside a pavilion. Lu Bufei's face was miserable. Facing the strong Wuxiang sect, he, the sect master, was about to be unable to hold on. If the Bloodflame Heavenly sect was destroyed, how would he explain to his ancestors? Realist Qing Leisure sighed. Even that guest senior has escaped. It's impossible for us to defeat the Phaseless sect. Lu Bufei gritted his teeth and said, "What then? We already have a deadly enmity. It's useless to surrender." Nowadays, the Bloodflame Heavenly sect had become a joke in the cultivation world. After all, they were so arrogant before. Realist Qing Xian's eyes flickered as he said, "Actually, we can attach ourselves to other sects, as long as we guarantee the Dao lineage. It's not uncommon to have affiliated forces in the cultivation world. I've thought about it as well, but the sects around the Great Way are weaker than our Bloodflame Heavenly sect, and the powerful sects that can counteract the Phaseless sect are all too far away from us." The more Lu Bu said, the more miserable his face became. "Heaven has killed my Bloodflame Heavenly sect. We can defect to the Jade Clearance sect," Realist Qing Leisure said with narrowed eyes. Late night bombs, early in the month, asking for votes. Chapter 89 Awakening of the Godhead, Encountering the Lucky One again. In the 5th year after Xiao Yao became an elder of the Jade Clearance sect, Han Jie finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Harmonization Realm. He walked out of the cave and came to the Fusong tree to move his muscles. Sun Chang'an and the Black Prison Chicken were cultivating. The Fusong tree and the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine were growing very well, and with their help, the aura of the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain had been steadily increasing. Han Jie looked satisfied in his heart. Worthy of being a divine tree, its vitality was just more vigorous than other heavenly materials. Since the Black Hell Chicken had occupied the Fusong tree had not shaken in the night either. Not to mention the divine beasts. Not even the demonic beasts had been summoned. Han Jie habitually clicked on relationships to check his email. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic beast, X5877. Your divine pet, Chaos Skydog, was seriously injured and his life was on the line. When he met a demonic powerhouse to rescue him, he escaped from death. Your disciple, Yang Tiantong, has been practicing in seclusion and has realized the demonic way in his power has risen dramatically. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by a righteous monk, X3119. Your friend Mo Vengeance has been attacked by a righteous monk, X3028. Your friend Fairy Shixian meets a chance and her luck grows. Your friend Xiao Yao has been cursed by the immortal god and is suffering, X5. Your disciple, Suki, is practicing magic, and his godhead has begun to awaken. Hanju was speechless. Really? What the hell is Chaos Tengu doing? Always taking a beating, just ending up seriously injured and being seriously injured again. It was fortunate that it was a Chi-Luck divine beast. If it were anyone else, it would have died a long time ago. Mo Vengeance and Zhou Fan should still be together. The number of times the two had been beaten had always been close, and with Han's absolute knowledge of the two, the one who had caused trouble must be Zhou Fan. Famous people are always unwilling to be ordinary. Maybe it's fate. Han Jie noticed that Immortal Shixian had gained another chance. In the last few decades, Immortal Shixian had been out training, and her cultivation had been growing, with hopes of breaking through to Transformation Spirit. As the Jade Clearance sect became stronger and stronger, most of the elders' cultivation levels began to grow, which was a good thing. Xiao Yao encountered the immortal god curse once a year on average. What was wrong with this guy? Han Jie suddenly worried whether the Jade Clearance sect's acceptance of Xiao Yao would bring about trouble. And Suki, the godhead is just beginning to awaken? This guy's bad luck is scary enough. How much more exaggerated must he be after awakening? Han Jie suddenly felt that he had done the right thing by sending Suchi out. Staying in the Yuqing sect for a long time would sooner or later plague the Yuqing sect. But that being said, a life like Suchi's is actually quite sad. The people around him will always die because of him. And since he's not sure of his past life's identity, he'll probably feel like the heavens are targeting him. Han Jie was very skeptical of heaven's intention to knock him down to the mortal world. On second thought, with a calamity beast like Zhu Do in the mortal world, it would be fine for a broomstick to appear. It's because of the likes of Judo and Broomstick that there won't be a big thinker like the Exterminator. Perhaps this is the deep meaning of the heavenly court. Han Jie made this guess. Immediately, he took out the Book of Doom and began to curse the wondrous old monster and the vermilion bird, taking turns to curse for 5 days. In the meantime, Main Peak, Li Qingzi, the Supreme Elder, Xiao Yao, and a group of elders gathered on the Grand Hall. They all looked at one person on the hall, who was from the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, named Yen Linjinjin, a great cultivator of the void melting realm, in the capacity of an elder. The Yenlin realist was secretly confused. The Jade Clearance sect is so weak? Other than Xiao Yao, everyone else combined was not a threat to him. He didn't understand why the sect master wanted to defect to the Jade Clearance sect. Even so, he still honestly stated his intentions. The Blood Flame Heavenly Sect has come to the edge of the cliff of life and death, and can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. When he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in disbelief, clearly not expecting the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect to come to defect to the Jade Clearance sect. Li Qingzi frowned. Your clan and the Wuxiang sect are in the midst of a great war, and the Jade Clearance sect doesn't want to get involved in the trouble. He didn't have a good impression of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, and in his opinion, the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect was trying to pull their backs. Our sect master said that if the Jade Clearance sect agrees, the Blood Inferno Heavenly Sect can even directly join the Jade Clearance sect and become the 19th peak of the Jade Clearance sect. Yen Linjinran followed. Li Qingzi couldn't help but look at the Supreme Elder, and the master and disciple glanced at each other, both seeing each other's heartbeat. After the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect had annexed the Great Way, its underpinnings were already strong, and if the Jade Clearance sect could swallow them, they would certainly take off. Li Qingzi got up and said, "You guys talk first, I'll go out for a while." After saying that, he directly flew out of the Great Hall. The elders all understood what he was going for. It was bound to be to find Elder Jinshin. Xiao Yao suddenly stepped forward and said, "I don't know much about the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, and since you and I are both elders, why don't we spar and fight to understand each other's strength?" Upon hearing this, Yen Linjinran narrowed his eyes and said, "Good." He was also very unconvinced in his heart, feeling that the Jade Clearance sect was not worthy of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect's defection. Li Qingzi found Han Jie and explained the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect's intentions. "Elder Han, what do you think?" Li Qingzi asked. Han Jie frowned as he thought of the Phaseless sect. Accepting the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect was bound to offend the Phaseless sect, but the Phaseless sect's patriarch, Old Monster Wu Dao, was an enemy to him and wasn't afraid of offending. The enlightened old monster was in existence at the 7th level of the harmonization realm, and Han Jie, who was now at the 3rd level of the harmonization realm, definitely didn't fear him. But the enlightened old man is not alone. "Are you sure you can fight against the Phaseless sect?" Han Jie asked. Li Qingzi sighed. The No-Phase sect seems to have thoughts about Great Yen as well. Their disciples have already entered Great Yen, and the various sects of the Great Yen Orthodox Tao have also sent us letters asking for help. Han Jie raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the guru old monster was coming for him? Boom! A shocking roar came from outside, and when Han Jie's divine sense swept, it turned out to be Xiao Yao and Yen Linjinran fighting. Xiao Yao was in existence at the 9th level of the void melting realm, and Yen Linjinran was definitely not an opponent. Han Jie calmly said, "That is to say, we actually don't have a choice. Even if we reject the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, the Phaseless sect may still subvert the Great Yen Cultivation world?" Li Qingzi nodded helplessly. "How about this? When realist Yen Lin is defeated, have him go back and call the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect Master and realist Qing Xian to come personally." Han Jie mused. Li Qingzi was surprised. Elder Han was going to make a move. If they wanted to annex the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, they would have to suppress one side. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. And even if they were integrated, the Jade Clearance sect might not be able to suppress the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect in the future. Li Qingzi immediately left. The fight between Xiao Yao and Yen Linjinran lasted for an incense stick of time, and the battle was an eye-opener for the disciples of the Yuqing sect. Elder Xiao is so strong. When Xiao Yao executed tens of thousands of doppelgangers, the battle was no longer suspenseful, and Yen Linjinran was completely pressed into action. Li Qingzi told Yan Lin Jinran about Han Jie's meaning, and Yan Lin Jinran quickly left in disgrace. Inside the innate cave, Han Jie stroked his chin and muttered, "No, I can't have a simulated trial with old monster Wu Dao. I'm not sure of his strength. What if this guy has a special secret method or divine ability?" Once the war started, Han Jie would have to kill the Wu Dao old monster and not let him escape like the Qingxian realist. Han Jie thought of his sixth Dao seal. Should we take on the enemy next time? Or should we first give them the sixth path seal? This way, no matter where the other party escaped to, Han Jie would be able to capture it. In that case, Han Jie would have to strengthen the heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger to the extreme. At that time, directly in the bitter cultivation into an immortal mountain remote shooting enemy, just as Han Jie was floating around, a line suddenly appeared in front of him. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck. Chapter 90 Myriad Truth Divine Emperor. One Man's Feast. A preternatural airbender? Han Jie froze. It had been a long time since he had encountered a new innate Qi warrior. He immediately chose to view it. Morong Qi, Jindan Realm, 4th level, reincarnation of the god of the divine palace in the upper realm, the honorary name of the Myojin divine emperor, surrounded by demonic immortal emperors, the destruction of the physical body, the divine soul into the reincarnation to the mortal world. In the cycle of reincarnation, continue to restore the divine soul. Because of the divine emperor's fortune, even as a mortal, the talent is still unparalleled. The world, he is the attraction of the ancient spiritual ginseng to the Jade Clearance clan. Han Jie froze. The god of war of the divine palace? Myriad true god emperor? What level of power is the divine palace? How does it compare to heaven? Han Jie suddenly felt that the upper realm might be different from what he had imagined. Not that the heavenly court was dominant, but that there might be many powerful forces, and that the relationship between these forces was still deep and hot. There are known to be heavenly courts, divine palaces, and divine Buddhas. On second thought, it was normal. If he hadn't been able to detect the innate Qi luckers, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have detected the existence of these bull batches. In novels, protagonists also encounter various heavenly pride-like characters. Only those protagonists can't see the roots of their enemies. Although Morong Qi was the reincarnation of the Myriad Truth Divine Emperor, if he was beaten to death in this life, it wouldn't have much of an effect, and even if he resumed his identity as the Myriad Truth Divine Emperor, he wouldn't seek revenge. The devil knows how many times Morong Qi has been reincarnated, just like Sun Chang'an, who is already in his 39th life, and when he ascends to the upper realm in the future, he can't retaliate against his enemies in each of his lives. One life, one feud. Taiku's spiritual ginseng Sun Chang'an had attracted the arrival of the Myriad Truth Divine Emperor. Would it attract the arrival of others from powerful backgrounds in the future? Where was Sun Chan on a piggyback? He was clearly the Tang monk. Han Jie swept his divine sense away to pursue Morong Qi. Morong Qi and a group of cultivators were flying towards the Jade Clearance sect, and at the head of them was Guan Yu Gang. None of these cultivators were wearing the Taoist robes of the Jade Clearance sect, so it was assumed that they had just been recruited. Han Jie's attention fell on Morong Qi. Morong Qi looks like a teenager, looks only 15 or 16 years old. It is estimated that the resident pill was taken early. Han Jie didn't think much about it. Even if Morong Qi wanted to eat the swift spirit ginseng, his Jindan realm cultivation wouldn't be able to let him have his way. Besides, Sun Chanan is so ugly, who can afford to talk to her? Han Jie began to think hard about how to make the heaven, earth, Shen Huang boundary breaking sword finger stronger. As he passed by the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, Morong Qi suddenly asked, "Is this mountain also owned by the Jade Clearance sect?" The others were similarly watching, as this mountain was extremely rich in spiritual Qi. "Well, this is the mountain of the Jade Clearance sect's divine beheading elder. From now on, you may not trespass, or else you will be directly expelled from the Jade Clearance sect." Guan Yu Gang nodded his head and said, his gaze towards the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality was filled with awe. Morong Qi was thoughtful. "This is it. What I'm looking for must be on the mountain." Morong Qi thought silently. Since birth, he has had an intuition beyond the ordinary that helps him find many opportunities. He had been to the outer gate of the Jade Clearance sect before, and nowadays the Jade Clearance sect was so prestigious in Great Yen that he didn't dare to trespass, which was why he found the Jade Clearance sect's special place for recruiting casual cultivators and sign up to join the Jade Clearance sect. "Does Elder Zhanshin accept disciples?" Morong Qi asked after him. Guan Yu Gang hummed. "It's fine to accept, but you can't disturb Elder Zhanshin." There was a monk who knelt under the mountain for 5 years before he succeeded in worshipping the master. When these words came out, the casual cultivators were surprised. 5 years on your knees? So much perseverance. Morong Qi took the matter to heart. The group bypassed the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain and flew to the main peak. Under the fuchsia tree, Sun Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes as he patted his chest, secretly confused. Why is there an uneasy feeling? It was the first time he had ever felt like this. Could it be that he had a demon in his heart? Sun Shanan couldn't help but tense up and reorganize his gongfu to see if he had practiced it incorrectly. 2 months later, the dome of the sky was once again filled with purple haze, causing the world to be shocked. Again? That's right. With his top-notch Sword Dao enlightenment, Han Jia once again entered the river of Sword Dao, and heaven and earth followed to produce a vision. The heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. Although it was a finger technique, it was essentially a sword technique, much like the absolute finger divine sword, using the finger as a sword, shooting sword chi. Once again coming to the long river of the Sword Dao and looking at the figures in front of him that he had surpassed one by one, Han Jia wasn't surprised, but instead was a bit nervous. We won't meet that mysterious being again this time, will we? Han Jia couldn't control his consciousness right now and could only watch. The long river of the Sword Dao was radiant, and vaguely, Han Jia saw some memory images of sword cultivators, but they flashed by and didn't allow him to see clearly. After a while, a figure in front of them suddenly stopped. Han Jia's heart thumped. This pussy is at it again. Doesn't this guy cultivate? He keeps guarding the long river of Sword Dao all the time? The figure was covered in sword light, making it difficult to recognize his true face, and he turned to look at Han Jia, saying, "It's you again." Han Jia carefully said, "This place is already Tai level? I don't mean to offend. It's just that I can't stop on my own, so just help me stop and don't hurt me." The mysterious sword cultivator was silent. An invisible force prevented Han Jia from advancing any further. Han Jia waited apprehensively. Strange, you don't have a prominent past life identity. How can you have such Sword Dao enlightenment? The mysterious sword cultivator asked in surprise. Han Jia said, "Everything has a beginning. Perhaps I will become someone else's illustrious past life identity later." The mysterious sword cultivator didn't answer. 3 breaths later, the mysterious sword cultivator waved his hand and said, "The realm of Tai is by no means something that mortals can be involved in. Be careful of being backfired on. Go back." Boom! Han Jia's consciousness felt the sky spinning. Opening his eyes again, he returned to the innate cave. Han Jia touched his chin. How come he keeps running into that guy? Does he have nothing to do all day long? Han Jia began to simulate the trial, raising Xiaoyao's cultivation to the 3rd level of the harmonization realm. With the enhanced version of the heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger, Han Jia killed Xiaoyao with a single finger. Pity, Xiaoyao was still weak, and Han Jia suddenly wished that a great cultivator of the 9th level of the harmonization realm would sneak into the Jade Clearance sect so that he could verify how strong his heaven and earth, Xian Huang, and boundary-breaking sword finger was. At the same time, the visions in the dome of the sky disappeared. However, the discussions of the various cultivation circles and dynasties throughout the world did not stop. In the cultivation world, there were even old generation mighty cultivators who stood up and said that a heyday of celestial pride was coming. This was already the 3rd heaven and earth vision. In the eyes of the monks, it was unlikely that all 3 times were due to the same person. As a result, Han Jia alone set off a heyday of heavenly pride and heroes. Han Jia quickly plunged into his cultivation. 1 year later, a person appeared in front of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, surprisingly kneeling in front of the stone monument. It was clearly Morong Qi, the reincarnation of the myriad true God Emperor. After staying in the Jade Clearance sect for a year, Morong Qi hadn't thought of a way to be able to go up to the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. But every time he looked at the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, there was a stirring in his heart that gave him a strong impulse to go up to the mountain. And in the end, he decided to come to worship his master according to the way Guan Yugang had said. Let's first mix in the mountain of asceticism into immortality. Morong Qi knelt in front of the stone monument and began to kowtow. Han Jia focused on his cultivation and didn't notice him. Sun Chanan did notice. After all, Morong Qi was following his example. After Morong Qi had been kneeling for a month, Sun Chanan descended the mountain and stood within the spell formation laughing at Morong Qi. This person has good looks, Sun Chanan thought silently. Morong Qi knocked around and noticed Sun Chanan's arrival. He couldn't help but frown and said, "This person is so ugly." Sun Chanan's ugliness made Morong Qi feel a bit sick to his stomach, but for some reason, he always felt attracted to this person in front of him. The two feelings intertwined in Morong Qi's heart, colliding with weird sparks. Could it be that this person is the god beheading elder? Isn't Elder Chopper good looking? He's going to give me a big chance? Morong Qi forced himself to endure the discomfort in his heart and gritted his teeth. Please accept me as a disciple. Senior. Chapter 91 Rise of Yu Qing. Wudao Old Monster's Jealousy. Hearing that Morong Qi wanted to worship himself, Sun Chang'an narrowed his eyes and sized Morong Qi up. Sun Chang'an was also at the Jindan realm cultivation. The minor realm was higher than Morong Qi, and it wasn't difficult to take on Morong Qi as a disciple. It was just that the matter would have to be asked of the master. You keep kowtowing. Dropping these words, Sun Chang'an went up the mountain. As soon as Morong Qi heard this, he realized that the other party was testing himself. He continued to kowtow. Arriving in front of the innate cave, Sun Chang'an told Han Jie about Morongqi's desire to worship his master. Han Jie, who was cultivating, opened his eyes, his expression odd. Morongqi wants to study under Sun Chang'an? He thought Morongqi wanted to eat Sun Chang'an. Han Jie asked, "What do you think?" Sun Chang'an at the entrance of the cave said, "I have quite an eye for this person. If master does not object, I am taken in to accept him." Han Jie thought about it. The other party was the reincarnation of the myriad truth divine emperor, so it would be nice to make good karma. Then take it. Han Jie responded, "You can bring him to cultivate in front of the Fusang tree, and from now on, he'll be under your watchful eye, and shall not leave the area around the Fusang tree without authorization." Sun Chang'an was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked Han Jie. Immediately, he went down the mountain to open the spell formation and let Morongqi in. Morong got up and went to Sun Chang'an, solemnly kneeled down and kowtowed, changing his name to Master. Sun Chang'an was happy that this was still his first disciple. "Let's go. Follow me up the mountain. On this mountain, besides me, there's also your senior ancestor, your senior grandmother, and a black rooster of the transformation god realm." Sun Chang'an led the way while introducing. Morongqi was secretly shocked. This mountain even had a demon bird of the transformation god realm. Is this the depth of the Jade Clearance sect? And so on. Sifu? Could it be that this person wasn't a divine beheading elder? Morongqi suddenly noticed that Sun Chang'an was a monk. Could it be that he was the monk who had been kneeling for 5 years as Elder Guan had said? Figuring this out, Morongqi was not embarrassed or ashamed. The one thing he could feel attracted to him was Sun Chang'an. The two of them traveled quickly on their feet, and when they came to the fuchsia tree, Morongqi saw the black jail chicken. He was awed by the fuchsia trees. "What kind of tree is this?" The black prison chicken opened one of his chicken eyes and said carelessly, "Chang'an, have you told him all the rules? When you join my master's disciples, you can't go around getting into trouble and causing trouble like young Tiantong. In the future you will have to discipline him. If he messes up, I won't be polite." Sun Chang'an cursed, "Stinky chicken, what are you posing for?" As soon as he thought that Han Jie might be watching from inside the cave, he could only assure the black hell chicken. Sun Chang'an told Morongqi to kneel down and kowtow towards the innate cave. Endure for a while? Morongqi noticed the line on the cave entrance and secretly pondered. He honestly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Just like that, Morongqi joined the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, and Han Jie had one more master and disciple, following Sun Chang'an in his cultivation. Morongqi was pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual chi here was so rich, especially when he sat beside Sun Chang'an. Not only was he not disturbed, but instead, he absorbed more spiritual chi. Sure enough, it's chance. Morongqi was pleased in his heart. It seems that my intuition was not wrong. Another year has passed. This day, the arrival of the Blood Flame Heavenly sect leader, Lu Bu Bu Bu, and the realist Qing Xian. Qing, leisurely realist, was apprehensive. Even though he had left a split soul in the Blood Flame Heavenly sect, he was still afraid to face Han Jie. Han Jie felt their aura and immediately detected the Jade Clearance sect. Willow Bumper, 7th level of the Fusion Realm, Master of the Blood Inferno Heavenly sect. That's it? Han Jie couldn't understand how the Blood Flame Heavenly sect dared to call the shots with the Phaseless sect, but on second thought, he figured it out. The strength of the Blood Flame Heavenly sect is absolutely unique around Great Yin, and it is far away from the Wuxiang sect, and there are no cell phones and networks in this world, so it is normal for the information to be inaccurate. Han Jie was being cautious and still used the simulated trial to fight them. He went straight 1-2 seconds, stable. Instead of flying to the main peak, the two of them, realist Qing Leisure, came to the front of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. Blood Flame Heavenly sect Master Lu Bu Bu and Elder Qing Yanjinjin pay their respects to Elder Zhan Shen. Realist Qing Xian saluted. He understood that as long as he got Elder Zhan Shen to agree, then the Jade Clearance sect would definitely agree. Lu Bu 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 followed and saluted. He was also a bit nervous. He had heard that Qing Xianjinjin faced the Jade Clearance sect's divine beheading elder without a fight, so how would he dare to belittle Han Jie? Under the Fusan tree, Morongqi stared with wide eyes and said in shock, "The sect master of the Blood Flame Heavenly sect has come?" He was a loose cultivator before and had heard of the Blood Flame Heavenly sect's reputation, and in his perception, the Blood Flame Heavenly sect could be much stronger than the Jade Clearance sect. Sun Chang'an said expressionlessly, "Continue cultivating." Morong nodded and followed with his eyes closed, but his attention drifted down the mountain. Han Jie appeared out of thin air in front of the Lu Bufei duo, and his reincarnation sword intent erupted, locking the two of them in place. In an instant, Lu Bufei and Chang Leisure Realist couldn't move, and they had a thrilling feeling of facing death directly. Both of their foreheads began to overflow with cold sweat, especially the Qingxiao real person, who was almost scared to death and gritted his teeth. "Senior, we have no malicious intent. It was you who invited us here. Han Jie calmly said. I hope you won't have second thoughts after joining the Jade Clearance sect. He raised his hand and pressed down on the shoulders of the two men, quietly laying down 6 seals. In the future, no matter how far the two fled to the ends of the earth, Han Jie would be able to track them down. Han Jie's cultivation was far stronger than theirs, and they were unable to detect it at all. Realist Qing Leisure hurriedly assured them that they were absolutely sincere about joining the Jade Clearance sect. Han Jie also didn't continue to suppress them, allowing them to head to the main peak. How could the two dare to refuse? When the reincarnation sword intent disappeared, they immediately saluted and left, leaving the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality and flying on the way to the main peak. Lu Bu 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 couldn't help but transmit his voice. Senior brother, how could the Jade Clearance sect have such a strong person? Could it be that he is the Nine Cauldrons realist? The Qingxiao realist transmitted his voice and replied, I'm not sure, but he's by no means the Jioding realist, who has long since left for overseas. His heart was filled with happiness. It seemed that the move to defect to the Jade Clearance sect was the right one. The other side. Han Jie returned inside his cave, and after some thought, he took out the Book of Doom and began to curse the Wudao old monster. Although he personally did not fear the Wuxia sect, the Wuxia sect had many people, and if they attacked the Jade Clearance sect in full force, they would also surely cause the Jade Clearance sect to suffer heavy losses. As long as old monster Wudao stayed injured, he would definitely be able to hold the Phaseless sect at bay. 1 month later, the Bloodflame Heavenly sect formally announced that it was joining the Jade Clearance sect, and that Lu Bufei would personally pay his respects within the mountain gates of the Jade Clearance sect, with the Bloodflame Heavenly sect's affairs of all sizes being taken care of by the Vice Patriarch. And the news shocked the Great Wei, the Great Yen, and the West Abyssal State, as well as the other dynasties and states in the vicinity. All gazes turned to the Jade Clearance sect, a seemingly weak sect, but it had indeed shown signs of growth in the last 100 years. The news traveled to the No-Phase sect. The Wudao old monster frowned tightly as he listened. Jade Clearance sect. He couldn't help but think of Xing Hongxian, who had previously wanted Xing Hongxian to marry Dong Wangxian, and with the divine skills she cultivated alongside Dong Wangxian, she would definitely be able to help Dong Wangxian refine his cultivation, but unfortunately was rejected by Xing Hongxian. Xing Hongxian was from the Jade Clearance sect. There were still several people standing in front of the Wudao old monster. Dong Wangxian was among them. He grunted. What kind of sect is the Jade Clearance sect? I haven't heard of it at all. Besides, Great Yen is recognized as weak. Master, I'll personally go to the Jade Clearance sect and capture Lu Bu 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 back. The Wudao old monster frowned and didn't immediately agree. For some reason, he felt that the Jade Clearance sect was evil. Ever since he had thrown out a solicitation to Xing Hongxian, he had often encountered curses. Could it be that the person who cursed him came from the Jade Clearance sect? Some mighty men could project karma. Could it be none other than that husband of Xing Hongshuan's? Quite possibly. It's all too much of a coincidence. This hadn't happened to old monster Wudao before, but ever since inviting Xing Hongxian, he had been cursed every few years, and a month ago, he was even cursed with serious injuries, which just so happened to be the point in time when the Bloodflame Heavenly sect was negotiating with the Jade Clearance sect. The Jade Clearance sect can't be touched hard. Chapter 92 Harmonization Realm. 4th level. Heavenly Immortal Mansion Daoist Disciple. Forget about the Jade Clearance sect for now. The battle with the Bloodflame Heavenly sect lasted for so many years. It should also be over. The prestige of the Phaseless sect has already been established. There is no need to cut down the number of people. You also cultivate well. Your goal should be placed on the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, not to compete for power. The enlightened old monster spoke, his tone full of deep meaning. East King Immortal frowned. He felt that this was not enough. How could the promised destruction of the Bloodflame Heavenly sect end just because they had defected to the Jade Clearance sect? If this were to spread out, wouldn't others think that the Phaseless sect was afraid of the Jade Clearance sect? Master, be careful of raising a tiger, Eastern King Immortal said softly. The others in the room looked at each other in disbelief. They were all senior members of the Phaseless sect, and they actually wanted to give up. After all, they are immortal sects, not the mortal dynasty. The most important thing is the cultivator is the time. The time spent in the pursuit of the road is the right way. Has been fighting and killing cannot be good. Moreover, the No-Phase sect was not a devilish path and did not like killing. Old monster Wudao waved his hand and said, My mind is made up. I will no longer march into the Bloodflame Heavenly sect. At those words, Eastern King Immortal showed a displeased expression. This master of his was good at everything, but he wasn't dominant enough. Even though he was upset, Dong Wangxian did not contradict his master. After all, he was raised by him. After the Bloodflame Heavenly sect announced that they were joining the Jade Clearance sect, the Phaseless sect stopped attacking, which caused the disciples of the Bloodflame Heavenly sect to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were curious about the Jade Clearance sect. Just how strong was the Jade Clearance sect to be able to make the Phaseless sect rest its anger? Lu Bu 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 came to the main peak of the Jade Clearance sect. Qingzi Li arranged a cave for him. He knew very well that he was equivalent to a hostage. If the Blood Flame Heavenly sect messed up, the first one to die would be him. Qingzi Li had thought that the Phaseless sect would point their spear at the Jade Clearance sect, but he didn't expect the Phaseless sect to stop, so he was relieved. Just like that, the Jade Clearance sect did not encounter a storm. After the Blood Flame Heavenly sect defected to the Jade Clearance sect, the Jade Clearance sect became the most deservedly strongest sect in Great Yen, and more loose cultivators and mortals defected. With a sense of crisis in his cultivation, Li Qingzi began to delegate his authority, while he himself closed his mind to cultivate. Great Yen spent 10 years in peace. Han Jie was close to the 4th level of the harmonization realm. Your life has passed the age of 400 and you have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and prove your power to the world. You can get a lucky beast egg, random heavenly materials and treasures. 2. Remain in seclusion, away from the wrongs, and you can get a spiritual treasure. Seeing the choices popping up in front of him, Han Jie didn't hesitate at all and directly chose the second option. You choose to remain in seclusion and obtain a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the top quality treasure, Jintian Spirit Bracelet. Jintian Spirit Bracelet, a top-grade defensive treasure that can isolate divine sense and defend against soul attacks. Another defensive spirit treasure. Metso. Han Jie took out the Jintian Spirit Bracelet and began to recognize the owner. After a while, he put on the Jintian Spirit Bracelet, which was inlaid with blue, silver, white, and red crystals and looked very dazzling. Han Jie felt that he was getting more and more handsome as he moved closer to his costume in the Cultivation online game. Immediately, he took out the Book of Doom and began to curse the Guru Old Monster and Vermilion Bird. Every time he interrupted his cultivation, he would curse his enemies. It was becoming a habit. During these 10 years, Morongqi and Sun Chang'an's cultivation had also been advancing by leaps and bounds. Morongqi's natural talent was indeed very good. Sun Chang'an was afraid of being surpassed by him and didn't dare to think about Chenner anymore. Concentrating on cultivation, the cultivation of both master and disciple went hand in hand with a positive effect. The Black Hell Chicken was still at the 9th level of the transformation realm, and was close to the void melting realm. This guy dreams every day about the return of the Chaos Tengu. It couldn't wait to teach the Chaos Heavenly Dog a lesson. Only after cursing for more than 10 days did Han Jie put down the Book of Doom with satisfaction. He checked his mail. The beatings were still taking place. The Chaos Tengu was still the guy with the most beatings, and some of his friends were getting chances. It's worth mentioning that Su Qi hasn't moved much lately, and if it weren't for the fact that his avatar is still there, Han Jie would really be worried that he's hung up. Han Jie always felt that there are a few avatars in his friends list that are gone. He can't say who they are, but the ones he is particularly concerned about are still there. This is cultivation, and it's normal to die on the road. Han Jie didn't think much about it and continued to cultivate, striving to break through to the 4th level of the harmonization realm as soon as possible. No phase sect. The Guru Old Man is going crazy. He had stopped attacking the Bloodflame Heavenly sect. Why did that person still curse him? What is tolerable is not tolerable. Old Monster Wudao decided to make a personal trip to the Jade Clearance sect. He wanted to ask for a statement. He immediately got up and found the other elders, telling the others the news that he was heading to the Jade Clearance sect. When East King Immortal got the news, he immediately found Old Monster Wudao, who was also going to follow him. This time was a good opportunity. He must kill Lu Bu Bu Bu. Old Monster Wudao wanted to refuse, but since East King Immortal softly persuaded him, he had no choice but to agree. In the middle of a dark canyon, Su Qi sat in meditation and cultivated. With demonic qi entwined around his body, he abolished his previous technique and retrained the Demon Lord's demonic technique, and his cultivation skyrocketed. He fit in unexpectedly well with the Demon Lord's demonic technique, and even the Demon Lord was a bit surprised. The Demon Lord was satisfied with Su Qi's cultivation, but he was dissatisfied with himself, and he had always suffered from heart demons when he cultivated recently. This time, the Demon Lord suffered another heart demonic disturbance and his qi and blood were disorganized, causing him to be so upset that he had to stop cultivating. He stood up and said, "Stay here and cultivate well. There is a spell formation laid down by this seat here. Not only can it guard against enemies, but it can also gather spiritual qi suitable for your cultivation. This seed is leaving." Suki opened her eyes and asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" "Go out for a spin and slaughter a few clans for a break." After dropping these words, the Demon Lord transformed into a wisp of demonic qi and dissipated into the same place. Su Qi hesitated. Should he take this opportunity to escape? Forget it. It's better to practice well. The fact that Master didn't even make a move meant that Master also hoped that he would take this opportunity to retreat properly so that he wouldn't always need Master to make a move. Thinking of this, Su Qi shook his spirit and continued to cultivate. 3 years have gone by in a flash. Han Jie finally broke through to the 4th level of the harmonization realm. The surge of the 6 paths spiritual power put him in a happy mood, and he took out the Book of Doom, preparing to curse a wave of enlightened elder monsters and vermilion birds to help him out. My name is Jilingshan. This time I have come to challenge the Jade Clearance sect, only fighting, regardless of life and death. Does anyone from the Jade Clearance sect dare to fight me? A condescending voice resounded through the heavens and earth, causing Han Jie to freeze upon hearing it. Challenge the clan? Han Jie immediately detected the other party's cultivation. Jilingshan, 2nd level of the harmonization realm, Taoist disciple of the heavenly immortal house, conceited character, wants to become the world's #1 cultivator, travels around the world, challenges in all directions, and has not yet encountered any defeats. A Taoist disciple of the House of Heavenly Immortals? Han Jie narrowed his eyes. He had long heard about the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, and today, he finally met a disciple of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. He immediately used the simulated trial. 3 breaths later, he opened his eyes and frowned tightly. This guy. What? No one from the Jade Clearance sect that has subdued the Blood Flame Heavenly sect dares to fight with me? What a disappointment to me. I will offer 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Whoever wins against me, the spirit stones will go to whoever wins. 1 million spirit stones is not enough? I'll offer another spirit treasure. No way. Are the Jade Clearance sect all softies? ******* you all. Are you all dead? Nobody come out and say anything? Chapter 93, The Greatest Cultivator in the World. Guan Yu. In the face of Jilingshan's provocation, the people of the Jade Clearance sect were confused. This type of challenge, similar to mortal martial arts, was rarely encountered by the Jade Clearance sect. Li Qingzi was still in seclusion, and when he heard Jilingshan's words, he didn't care. There were Elder Han and Elder Shao to hold up the sky when it collapsed. Xiao Yao, on the other hand, felt that the other party was not simple and did not want to take any chances, wanting Han Jie to make a move. Han Jie was too troublesome and wanted Xiao Yao to answer the battle, and if he lost, as long as he sent Jilingshan away. The other elders felt that the other party must be very strong and didn't dare to venture out, and the disciples were even more so. That's why there was this awkward scene. The Harmonization Realm Grand Cultivator came to challenge. No one answered, and no one came out to receive him. Within 10 breaths, if no one else comes out, I will step on the Jade Clearance sect, Jilingshan shouted in exasperation. At this moment, he was halfway up the mountainside, looking at the 18 peaks of the Jade Clearance sect in the distance. He wore a white coat, his face was handsome and jade-like, and at a glance, he had the air of a heavenly pride. Jilingshan was about to die of anger that no one from the Jade Clearance sect had come out. Even if you don't dare to challenge, you should at least come out and beg for mercy. Jilingshan became more and more irritated as he took out a sword, ready to decapitate the 18 peaks of the Jade Clearance sect with a single stroke. Fellow Daoist is powerful. The Jade Clearance sect is ashamed to be inferior. Han Jie's voice drifted into Jilingshan's ears. Let him win. Han Jie didn't care about the fame and fortune of winning or losing. He just wanted to stay out of trouble as much as possible. When Jilingshan heard this, he frowned tightly and said, "It's just you. Get out and fight with me. Come all the way here. Can't it be that you guys can just say you admit defeat? Why are you so angry? Did the Jade Clearance sect offend you? Not before, but now I'm offended. Have to fight? Either get out or I'll step on your Jade Clearance sect." Jilingshan drank in a domineering manner. Saying these words soothed his heart. Let you dare to slow me down. Jilingshan was a Taoist disciple of the Heavenly Immortal House, and coupled with his Harmonization Realm cultivation, very few people dared to be so disrespectful. The most crucial thing was that the Jade Clearance sect was not in the top tier of the cultivation world, and such a sect dared to put up a fight? Today, Jilingshan will teach them the rules. Han Jie frowned as he listened, and he was also on fire. This guy is really stomping on his nose. Why don't you come out? Do I have to force you to come out? Jilingshan shouted angrily. The coldness is most irritating. As soon as his words fell, a sword chi suddenly shot out from the Mount of Bitter Cultivation into immortality, resembling a blistering thunder, as fast as a shock. So fast, Jilingshan's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously raised his sword to resist. Boom! The sword chi swept through the mountains, pointing straight at Jilingshan. Before Jilingshan could cast his spell, the sword chi flooded him. His physical body was directly crushed. Only his Yuanshan was still holding the sword. The overbearing reincarnation sword intent did not destroy his Yuanshan, only because there was a golden dragon wrapped around Jilingshan's Yuanshan. That's right, golden dragon. This golden dragon appeared to be real and illusory, and a crack appeared on its dragon body as it could barely block the heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. Just as Han Jie was about to give another finger, the golden dragon opened his mouth and shouted, "Wait, there's something to be said. I'll apologize for the sinner." Han Jie stopped his hand and said, "I've already admitted defeat, but he bullied people too much and tried to destroy my clan. I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm never afraid of it. Jilingchan was still in a state of shock. How is that possible? That move just now. I can't believe I can't even catch a single move from him. Jilingchan's Dao heart collapsed. Seeing that Han Jia didn't continue to strike, the golden dragon couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fellow Daoist, this matter is indeed Lang Chan's fault. If you let him go, we'll leave immediately. Jikong Daoran has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability is 1 star. Han Jia immediately checked the information on Daoist Jikong. Taoist Jikong, 7th level of the fairy realm, one of the 12 Taoists of the heavenly immortal palace. Because you didn't kill Jilangshan directly, you have a good feeling about you. The current good feeling is 1 star. The 7th level of the transition realm. Han Jia was blinded by the flash. This kind of existence should not be able to bear a grudge if they had a favorable impression of him, right? Han Jia opened his mouth. I hope that fellow Daoist is true to his word, so you guys can go. Jikong Doran's favoritism towards you has increased. Current favoritism is 3 stars. The golden dragon was satisfied in his heart, thinking that Han Jia had a good character, and this matter was really Jilingchan's fault, and this divine ability of his could only protect the Yuanshan. So if Han Jia wanted to kill Jilingchan, he could not block it at all. Moreover, he had not yet declared his identity, which meant that the other party was not resting out of fear of his identity. The golden dragon said in a deep voice, "Sins, why don't you apologize to fellow Daoist, and get the hell out of here when this matter is over, and don't come out of the world for 100 years. He was really going to be infuriated. He was still cultivating just now, but as a result, he sensed that Jilingchan was in danger, and through the golden dragon, he had understood the cause and effect. Such behavior is simply an insult to the heavenly immortal mansion. Jilingchan was like a thunderclap, excitedly said, "Master, I just came out." He wanted to spit out blood. He had only been out for less than 5 years and had been searching for suitable opponents. He didn't care to make a move for clans that were too weak. It was so hard to decide to look for the Jade Clearance sect, but he almost died before he could make a move. Jilingchan is self-absorbed. Is it so outrageous out there? He's a great cultivator of the harmonization realm. Han Jia had an odd expression when he heard it. No wonder it's undefeated. It's only just begun. Apologize, the golden dragon said angrily, frightening Jilingchan into apologizing in a shivering manner. Afterward, the golden dragon once again looked in the direction of the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain and smiled. I don't know your name. Can you tell me? Guan Yu. Character Yun Chang. Guan Yun Chang? Good name. The golden dragon exclaimed in admiration before leading Jilingchan away. That's the end of this fiasco. Jilingchan was still some distance away from the Jade Clearance sect, and while the disciples of the Jade Clearance sect weren't clear about what was happening, the divine sense of the elders clearly captured it. Elder Chopper was too strong. Xiao Yao and Lu Biru were both shocked. The Heaven and Earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger sent chills down their spines, and as they hypothesized in their minds, they all couldn't help but shiver. In their place, they wouldn't be able to block the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. Li Qingzi, who was in seclusion, smiled smugly. Elder Han is worthy of being my little cotton-padded jacket, never letting me down. Comfort. Under the Fusong tree, Morongqi began to worship Han Jia. The favorability rating shot right up to 4 stars. Han Jia didn't care and continued to cultivate. A few days later, Jilingchan is favorably disposed towards you. Current favorability is 2 stars. It looked like Daoist Jikong had educated him, making him somewhat grateful to Han Jia. Han Jia also couldn't help but feel good about the heavenly immortal mansion. Now that's holy ground. Atmosphere. To celebrate the fact that there was no enmity in this matter, Han Jia took out the Book of Doom and brushed up on his daily quests to celebrate. The other side. Guan Yu's name had spread within the heavenly immortal house, and Jilingchan was a renowned heavenly pride of the heavenly immortal house, so he didn't expect to be beaten back just after going out. Jilingchan had bragged wildly about Guan Yu within the heavenly immortal mansion, directly stating that the Jade Clearance sect hid the greatest cultivator in the world within it, and that even his master, Daoist Jikong, admired Guan Yu. The stronger Guan Yu is, the less humiliating his defeat will be. As he blew, his favorability towards Han Jia began to rise, and he probably believed it himself. Han was by no means clear about the situation, and his favorable impression of Daoist Jikong greatly increased, not realizing that Daoist Jikong also took care of the after-sales work. Chapter 94 Obliterating the Old Monster. 5 years have passed since Jilingchan came to challenge him. During these 5 years, the Jade Clearance sect had gone smoothly without encountering any major trials and tribulations, and the entire sect had set off a wave of austere cultivation. The cultivation level of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect's disciples was generally higher than that of the Jade Clearance sect's disciples, and if the Jade Clearance sect wanted to truly subjugate the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, they would have to raise the cultivation level of their disciples. Inside a large quiet hall, A black-clothed Mo Zhu was meditating and cultivating. Ever since she was sold by Han Jie, she had been kept here and was not allowed to leave. The Jade Clearance sect didn't treat her poorly, and whatever she wanted, they returned to fulfill her, including heavenly treasures for cultivation. Unable to escape, Mo Zhu submerged herself in cultivation, and after so many years, her cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Jindan realm. Her cultivation increase was considered fast. The reason why it was so fast was due to the transformation of the Jade Clearance sect by the 9 Cauldrons realist. Not only her, but the average cultivation speed of the Jade Clearance sect's disciples had increased by more than 2 times. Mo Zhu frowned tightly, and there was actually a trace of fury between her eyebrows. Kill out, get out of here, and avenge the Mo family. What are you waiting for? Your clan brother Mo Vengeance is still waiting for you to help him. The eerie voice kept ringing in Mo Zhu's ears, as if a shadowy spirit was compelling her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Ryoko, Ma Zhu violently opened his eyes, his arms spread out, and a terrifying demonic aura erupted, shaking the aura in the palace, transforming the intangible into the tangible, as if it was a gust of shockwaves, shaking the palace. Mo Zhu lowered her head and panted heavily, hot sweat falling like rain all over her pretty face. How? Is this Gong method? Could the Mo family really be a demonic sect? Ma Zhu thought with a startled heart. What she practiced was not the Jade Clearance sect's Gongfu, but the Mo family's ancestral Gongfu. And ever since she had broken through to the Jindan realm, her spiritual energy had begun to metamorphose, different from the demonic cultivators she usually saw, vast but evil, but not cold. She didn't notice her demonic aura coalescing around her head to form a figure with 2 pairs of wings, hideous and terrifying. Mo Zhu hesitated to retrain his feats. If I were to retake it, I don't know how much more time I would have to lose. She couldn't help but think of Han Jie. Han Jie's cultivation must have been ridiculously high, and she didn't want to give up on the hope of catching up with him after all this time. After thinking about it, Mo Zhu gritted his teeth and continued to cultivate. In the same month, the Jade Clearance sect welcomed an honored guest, old monster Wu Dao, the master of the phaseless sect. As the head teacher, Li Qingzi had to step in. Han Jie captured the aura of the enlightened old monster and immediately detected him for a mock trial. The enlightened old monster at the 7th level of the harmonization realm was naturally no match against Han Jie at the 4th level of the harmonization realm. The first time they fought against each other, Han Jie used more than 10 breaths of time. This guy's divine ability is very strange. The physical body is resurrected from the dead, and the Yuanshan is extinguished so that the physical body will not be restored. After 8 trials, Han Jie finally found a way to kill the enlightened old monster in seconds. That satisfied him. 1 hour later, Li Qingzi brought the Wudao old monster to the front of the innate cave. Morong Qi and Sun Chanan under the Fusang tree couldn't help but look over, and they were puzzled in their minds that it was the first time Qingzi Li had brought someone to find Han Jie. Elder Han, the sect master of the phaseless sect has come to pay you a special visit. I don't know if you're willing to meet? Li Qingzi asked as he opened his mouth, his heart tense. The phaseless sect was too strong for Qingzi Li to easily offend, so he could only bring them to visit Han Jie. If the guru old monster had any ill intentions, he could have snuck in quietly. The mouth of the innate cave suddenly opened, and Han Jie's voice drifted in after him. Come in. Upon hearing this, the enlightened old monster revealed a smile, and he immediately walked inside the cave, the entrance of the cave closing after him. Li Qingzi did not leave, but waited outside the cave. He was a little apprehensive, wondering if Elder Han would blame him. However, old monster Wudao pointed out that he wanted to find Han Jie. If he refused, old monster Wudao would be angry and he would still have to find Han Jie to help him in the fight. After entering the innate cave, old monster Wudao saw Han Jie. The first time he saw Han Jie, he was stunned. What a handsome man. Even the Eastern King Immortal couldn't compete with Han Jie in terms of looks and temperament. Han Jie sat on the bed and asked, "Why did you visit me, Daoist?" Just in time. There is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you don't break through. Come and don't go. Old monster Wudao walked to the table and sat down, smiling. I've heard of the Jade Clearance sect's divine beheading elder's elegance for a long time, so I've come to pay a visit. In addition, I want to resolve the grudge between you and I. Previously, I didn't know that Miss Xing was your Daoist couple, and I did take offense, which was my fault. So the Jade Clearance sect subdued the Blood Flame Heavenly sect, and I didn't continue to target it. Han Jie feigned confusion. Really? That's a big thank you to you, fellow Daoist. Bull asterisk 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 you. From a 4-star hate rating at the beginning to a 5-star hate rating today, you must have hated me to pieces in your heart. Han Jie secretly thought that the Wudao old monster was acting friendly, but Han Jie could see the level of hatred he had for himself, so he naturally wouldn't believe his words. In addition, these years, I have often been cursed. Is it the work of fellow Daoist? If so, I hope that fellow Daoist will not take it out on me again. I will not bother Miss Xing anymore. and our two clans can establish friendly relations," the enlightened old monster said seriously. Han Jie raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Curse? Am I not this kind of person? Besides, I haven't even met Dao Yu. How could I curse you? There's something about this guy." Surprisingly, he was able to calculate that it was Han Jie who was cursing him. No way. It must be eliminated. The Wudao old monster cursed the shamelessness. If not you, who else could it be? At the same time, he was predicting Han Jie's strength. Although Han Jie was covered in spiritual treasures, he didn't give off an aura that made his heart palpitate. Should we take this opportunity to kill this man? The fact that this guy doesn't dare to admit it shows that he's scared of him in his heart. Once this person died, Xing Hongxian would belong to his disciple, and the Jade Clearance sect and the Blood Flame Heavenly sect would be annexed by the Wuxia sect. As soon as this thought of the enlightened old monster popped up, it was like weeds growing wild. Fellow Daoist, we don't need to pretend anymore. I'm not raising an offense. I just want you to stop. The enlightened old monster smiled. The Gautama Elder's hatred for you grows. Current hatred level is 5. 5 stars. Still up? Han Jie's eyes went cold. Outside the cave, Sun Chang'an frowned. Sect Master. Master doesn't like to be disturbed. Aren't you breaking Master's rules by doing this? By then all of Phaseless sect will know that Elder Divine Beheading is my master. Li Qingzi was a bit embarrassed and helplessly said, the master of the Phaseless sect had wanted to come directly to the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, only fearing to hurt the peace. He spoke through me. The black jailbird in the fuchsia tree was nervous. Its cultivation was close to the void melting realm, but it was still very uneasy when facing the enlightened old monster. What did that mean? It means that the Gautama Elder is strong. Something won't happen to the master. Right. Should I rush in and take the master to run away? The black prison chicken thought worriedly. Boom! A loud bang suddenly came from within the innate cave, startling Li Qingzi's face. The black hell chicken rushed into the innate cave as a black lightning bolt. As soon as it entered the cave, it saw old monster Wudao standing in front of Han Jie. Master, I've come to. Shut up, Han Jie grunted, interrupting the black prison chicken. The black prison chicken froze, and followed it to look at old monster Wudao, his chicken eyes glaring. The enlightened old man didn't upset it any further. This guy looks like dead, Han Jie said expressionlessly. His Yuanshan was extinguished by me. Tell the sect leader that the sect master of the Phaseless sect had a good talk with me and intends to stay for a few more days. Black jail chicken is shocked. The cave hadn't even collapsed, and the master had obliterated the enlightened old monster's Yuanshan. How great must the cultivation gap be between the two sides? Chapter 95, Zhou Fan and the Eastern King Immortal. The black hell chicken left the innate cave and told Li Qingzi what Han Jie had said. Although Li Qingzi was confused and worried, but Han Jie had said so he could only press his emotions and turn away. The black jailbird rejoined the fuchsia tree. Curious, Morong Chi asked, Master Chicken, how is the situation inside? More than 300 years had passed, and the restrictions within the innate cave had long since been upgraded by Han Jie, making it impossible for divine sense to probe into it. The black hell chicken grunted. Didn't Master Chicken already say so? Cultivate well. In the future, if you meet a strong enemy that you can't defeat, with your cultivation, Master and I will run away without you. Morong Chi froze. Sun Chanan shook his head. He had long since gotten used to the black prison chicken often verbalizing running away. Inside the cave, Han Jie was counting the storage rings of the enlightened old monster. This guy had 4 storage rings, and as the head of a clan, he was naturally mega rich. Han Jie nearly drooled as he took inventory. So many treasures and resources were enough to found the clan. If it was surrendered to the Jade Clearance sect, the Jade Clearance sect would definitely be able to take off even faster. But Han Jie wouldn't be that selfless. It's all mine. After searching for a while, Han Jie suddenly found a token. The word Tianxian was engraved on it. Next to the Heavenly Immortal Order was another letter. From the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. The general content was that with this Heavenly Immortal Order, one could enroll in the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, but whether one could pass or not depended on qualifications. The Heavenly Immortal Mansion never accepts disciples based on cultivation, only on qualifications. By pouring spiritual energy into the Heavenly Immortal Order, the Heavenly Immortal Order will lead the enrollee to trace the address of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, and when the enrollee finds it, the Heavenly Immortal Order will disappear. In other words, this Heavenly Immortal Order had not been used yet. In addition to the Heavenly Immortal Order, old monster Wudao even had a harmonization realm cultivation elixir, which caused Han Jie to be a bit surprised. This courier is great. After the inventory, Han Jie began to split the split soul, using the method used to create the puppet of heaven. He only needed to split a sliver of the split soul that could control the enlightened old monster's physical body. Being cautious, Han Jie still decided to bring the woe to the east. What if the unseen sect has a backstage? 7 days later, when the Wudao old monster left the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. Sect leader Li Qingzi led dozens of elders and deacons to bid him farewell, and the matter was widely discussed within the Jade Clearance sect. Within the cultivation world they were in, the Phaseless sect was definitely the most dazzling existence, having previously crushed the Bloodflame Heavenly sect in an absolutely crushing manner and shaking the heavens with its fame. In their view, there was still a considerable gap between the Jade Clearance sect and the Phaseless sect. Li Qingzi announced in public that the Phaseless sect and the Jade Clearance sect were befriending each other to establish a good and mutually supportive relationship. This news quickly traveled towards Great Yen, causing the clans to discuss it. After leaving the Jade Clearance sect, Han Jia maneuvered the enlightened old monster to fly in a random direction, all the way forward at a fast speed. The split soul that Han Jia had left in the Wudao old monster's body could only last for a month, and it disappeared after a month. He had to deflect the death of the Gautama elder before that happened. Counting, Han Jia didn't have any major enemies right now. The vermilion bird was in the sky, the Imperial Demon sect was in the distant northern state, and he didn't know whose doorstep he should send the Wudao old monster to. If you can't, send it to the Demon clan. In less than 2 days, the enlightened old monster left the Great Yenland realm. Han Jia advanced aimlessly and kept going straight. Along the way, he had encountered quite a few clans, but they were all too weak to withstand the retaliation of the No-Phase sect. One must travel to a powerful clan. Great Yen might not have it, but other cultivation worlds should have it. Han Jia had never left the Yuqing sect in his life, so he didn't know much about other cultivation worlds and could only stay as far away from Great Yen as possible. It's a pain in the ass for Dong Wang Xian. Before entering the Jade Clearance sect, old monster Wudao was afraid that East King Immortal would misbehave, so he stayed outside the Jade Clearance sect. After the wondrous old monster left, the Eastern King Immortal followed him. The Wudao old monster died too quickly. Before he died, all of his harmonization realm spiritual power had not yet been used. Han Jia maneuvered him to fly at full speed. Where could the Eastern King Immortal keep up? Master is crazy? The East King Immortal flew with his sword, frowning tightly and muttering. As the master and disciple grew farther apart, not only did he have to chase after them, he also had to discern the direction of the Wudao old monster. 2 figures appeared ahead. It was clearly Zhou Fan and Mo Vengeance. The 3 rubbed shoulders. For some reason, Zhou Fan and the Eastern King Immortal ghostly turned their heads to look. Looking at each other, the two saw each other and inexplicably palpitated as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Who is this man? Zhou Fan frowned at the thought. For his part, Dong Wangxian muttered secretly, who is this kid? Inexplicably loathed him. The two didn't linger, each disappearing into the sky. Zhou Fan looked at Mo Vengeance and said, that person just now made me feel so uncomfortable. If not for the fact that he was very strong, I would have wanted to clean him up. Mo Vengeance was speechless and said in a bad mood, can you save your breath? How many sins have I suffered by following you? This time we are returning to Jade Clearance sect. Don't make trouble again. Zhou Fan heatedly laughed. I know. I really want to see the expressions of those people from the Jade Clearance sect when they see us, especially Han Jia. Mo Vengeance shook his head. For some reason, he had a premonition. The ones who were taken aback were probably not Han Jia, but them. However, the current Zhou Fan was very inflated, and not long ago, he had seriously injured a transformation god and was floating. Zhou Fan thought that even if Han Jia was a divine beheading elder, his cultivation should not have grown much after so many years. Great Yan's aura was too weak. It was completely incomparable to other cultivation worlds, and other cultivation worlds might not be able to have a small realm breakthrough in 100 years for a god transformation realm powerhouse, let alone Great Yan's Han Jia. Half a month later, Han Jia maneuvered the enlightened old monster to a deep mountainous area where there was no sign of people for 1,000 miles. The enlightened old monster continued to advance, the aura of the harmonized realm not taking in at all, startling the demonic birds along the way as they fled in all directions. Han Jia thought it was about right here, finding a random place and leaving the wondrous old monster behind. There must be a great cultivator within the No-Phase sect who might be able to trace it back to here. Han Jia landed under a large tree, and the enlightened old monster waved his hand, carving 2 words into the trunk. Demon. There was an interval between the 2 words, so if someone from the No-Phase sect saw it, it would definitely float in their mind. After doing this, Han Jia directly cut off the split soul, which followed and dissipated, and the old monster of enlightenment hit the ground and sat under the tree, his head suddenly drooping and his hands falling to the ground, lifeless. As his consciousness returned inside the innate cave, Han Jia let out a long breath. That should be fine. Han Jia took out the Book of Doom and cursed the vermilion bird for a wave first. 7 days later, Han Jia was bored, so he clicked on relationships to check his email. Your disciple Suki spreads bad luck, 1,000 miles around. Not an inch of grass grows. Your sacred pet, Chaos Tengu, has become the king of the demons. Your friend Chang Yuer meets a chance and acquires an ancient technique. Your good friend, Jiao Dingjinjin, has been attacked by a fellow disciple and is seriously injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has been attacked by the Demon King, X3. Your best friend Emoju awakens a demonic soul and falls into the devil's path. His murderous heart soars. Your disciple Yang Tiandong devoured the Demon King and his cultivation has risen greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a righteous monk and was seriously injured. Fortunately he was saved by a great power. Han Jie's gaze fell on Emoju's message. Awakening the demon soul? What the hell is this? Han Jie immediately probed his divine sense into the palace where Emoju was being held, and his face changed drastically. Chapter 96, The Devil Race. Xing Hongchuan's Qi Luck. Han Jie's divine sense probed into the palace where Emoju was, and instead of seeing Emoju, he saw a huge black egg condensed from demonic qi, suspended in the air. Frightening and horrifying. A terrifying killing aura filled the palace, making the temperature inside the palace as if it was in a cold cellar. Han Jie pranced directly into the hall. He walked up to the black egg of demonic energy, and his divine sense probed into it, and he could feel Emoju's aura. This demonic aura had a very strong resistance, and even a void-melting realm cultivator might not be able to penetrate the demonic aura. Han Jie exerted a slight force, and his divine sense broke through the demonic aura and entered the demonic black egg. He was instantly embarrassed. The snow-white skin inside the egg was too shaky with Emoju's naked body. With a wave of Han Jie's right hand, 6 channels of spiritual energy radiated out, closing off this palace. He rubbed his chin and thought darkly, what's going on here? He could sense that there were no other souls inside Emoju's body, which meant that she had not been taken over. It was just that her own soul was metamorphosing and becoming less human. What exactly is the origin of this Mo family? Before, Mo vengeance also fell into the devil's path. Han Jie pondered as he stroked his chin. Mo revenge is not simple, but cultivation is not too far behind Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan breakthrough to the realm of Yuaning not long after. This guy also achieved Yuaning. Han Jie didn't dare to easily interrupt Emoju for fear that Emoju would suffer a backlash. The commotion of this palace attracted Jing Suzhenjin, who tried to enter the palace but was blocked by Han Jie's 6 spiritual powers. It's okay, I'm here. As soon as Han Jie's voice went out, Jing Suzhenjin heard it and put his heart down, because Han Jie had explained it. Qingzili was also very careful with Emoju, forbidding anyone else from approaching this palace on weekdays. With Jing Suzhenren in full custody, after Jing Suzhen left, Han Jie continued to wait. A few days later, the demonic black egg finally began to dissipate, and when Emoju's body landed on the ground, Han Jie immediately took out his robe and put it on her. Han Jie's expression was odd. Emoju's cultivation had unexpectedly reached the Yuaning realm. The key thing is that this didn't cross the threshold. This is outrageous. Emoju slowly opened her eyes. Han Jie's face squeezed into her field of vision. She wasn't startled. Instead her eyes were mesmerized as she gently raised her right hand and touched Han Jie's face. Today's Emoju was a lot prettier than in the past, and her pretty face was even more evil, enough to make most men's hearts flutter. Han Jie frowned and said, Miss Mo, wake up. As if she didn't hear it, Emoju continued to touch Han Jie. Snap! Han Jie flung her across the face, and she instantly came to her senses. Emoju covered her face and said aggressively, why are you hitting me again? And, when did I ever hit you? Han Jie didn't think much about it, but asked, what's going on with your Mo family, and why did you turn into a demon? Emoju came back to her senses and subconsciously looked at her own body, and when she saw that her robes had been replaced with Han Jie's white robes, she wasn't terrified, but rather pleasantly surprised. You changed my clothes? Well, you took a look at my body? I didn't look. I dressed you with my eyes closed. Why do you have your eyes closed? Don't you just see it and that's why your eyes are closed? Then I apologize to you. I don't want it. You're responsible for me anyway, and from now on, I'm stuck with you. You touched the porcelain? Bumper sticker? Han Jie had a headache. There was something wrong with being too good looking. He thought he had saved Emoju's life besides being handsome, but he hadn't cared for Emoju in all these years. If it were Zhou Fan, Emoju would have changed his heart a long time ago. Emoju was pleased in his heart, then began to answer the question he had just asked, saying, I'm not sure. Since I stepped into the Jindan realm, I often heard a voice when I was cultivating. At first, I thought it was a heart demon. Only a short while ago did I realize that it wasn't a heart demon, but the will of the Mo family's ancestors that had been passed down to them. The Mo family is not a demonic cultivator within the cultivation world, but is a true demon. Once the demon was a race, then it died out after that. The devil's gong method was passed into the human race. Then there were devil cultivators. The Mo family is considered a descendant of the combination of the devil and the human race. Han Jie narrowed his eyes and asked, will you lose control then? If Moju went crazy and wanted to slaughter the world, how many slaps would he have to throw to save her? Moju rolled his eyes and said, I'm not a devil cultivator. How could I lose control? The reason why demonic cultivators easily lose control is because their bodies can't withstand the power of demonic techniques, and their heart demons are the backlash of demonic consciousness. Han Jie said with a straight face, then don't do anything wrong and harm the innocent. The Jade Clearance sect is at least a righteous sect, unless someone wants to harm you. That's natural. The two fell into silence and the atmosphere began to be awkward. Mo Yuling has developed a hatred for you, and her current hatred level is 3 stars. Han Jie frowned. He immediately pulled up his relationships and checked Mo Yuling's information. Mo Yuling's avatar was pretty, and it was a bit similar to Mo Zhu. Mo Yuling, 5th level of the fairy realm, 2nd generation head of the Mo family, trapped in the mysterious Forbidden Land, unable to escape the forbidden system. She chose Mo Zhu as her successor, hoping to rely on Mo Zhu to save herself. Due to Mo Zhu's love for you, hostile to you, believing that you may be an obstacle to Mo Zhu's growth, and wanting to get rid of you. With the current hatred degree of 3 stars, a question mark popped up in Han Jie's head. Mo Zhu suddenly stepped forward, gathered his courage, and said, Han Jie, I have obtained the inheritance of the Mo family ancestors' Gong method, and among them is the method of double cultivation together. Are you willing to cultivate with me? It will be beneficial to both you and me. She squirmed and was shy. Han Jie frowned. 1 month later, Han Jie pacified Mo Zhu and returned to the innate cave. The first thing he did when he returned was to take out the Book of Doom and curse Mo Yuling. This tried to kill him? Can you stand it? Han Jie was afraid that she would come to disturb his cultivation, and then perhaps he would be caught in a dilemma of love and justice due to Mo Zhu, so it would be better to let Mo Yuling have no time to come. Aha! In the future, curse Mo Yuling once every few years. After cursing for 7 days, Han Jie took out old monster Wu Dao's pills and began to cultivate. Time passes quickly. Mo Bamboo face Han Jie with a small daughter-in-law. Han Jie let her feel at ease to stay in the palace to cultivate. Do not go out. She will be happy to agree. After all, they lived together for a month. The relationship to enhance a lot. Han Jie transmitted his voice to Li Qingzi, asking him to provide some pills to Mo Zhu. Hearing that Mo Zhu was already a Yuaning realm being, Li Qingzi was overjoyed and directly gave Mo Zhu the status of a core disciple. And every once in a while, he would have Jingsu Jinjin Sen pills, heavenly materials and treasures. Jade Clearance sect is now a quiet tiger cub in the long river of history. Is quietly becoming stronger, not publicized, not arrogant. 8 years went by fast. Relying on pills, Han Jie finally reached the 5th level of the harmonization realm, and old monster Wu Dao's pills ran out with him. The cultivation of the harmonization realm was difficult, and Han Jie's cultivation growth rate was already extremely fast. A 400-year-old at the 5th level of the harmonization realm. Who would believe it if it was spread out? This day, Xing Hongxian returns. The first thing this girl did was come to find Han Jie. Han Jie let her in and couldn't help but wonder what she was going to deliver this time. Xing Hongxian sat down beside him and pulled out a purple grass from her storage ring, the blades of which flickered with a faint light. Husband, I dug this up in the land of the demon race. During this time I left Great Yen and went to the Western Abyssal Prefecture. This grass is quite something. When I found it I saw 2 demon kings fighting over it. I took advantage of their 2 defeats before I snatched it away. Xing Hongxian said proudly. Han Jie was surprised and asked, You're so powerful now? Xing Hongxian was only at the 4th level of the Jindan realm, so how could she take away such a treasure from 2 demon kings? Didn't I realize the divine power in a secret realm before? The divine power recorded a kind of Tengnua divine power. I have already mastered it. If I can't beat it, I can escape. No man or demon can catch up with me. Xing Hongxian covered her mouth and laughed. Why did Han Jie feel that this girl's chi had also gotten better? Could it be that he was infected by the aura of his immortal emperor descent? Han Jie took the purple grass in her hand, and a line suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Detected that this heavenly material has the potential of a person with innate chi. Is it viewed? Can this grass become a spirit? Chapter 97 Immortal God Qualification. Green Python Great Sage. Even a blade of grass can become an innate Qigong master? Rare. Han Jie immediately chose to check its origin. Grass of heaven and earth, 10,000 years ago. This is an ordinary grass. Encountered the immortal God down to earth. Meditated around it and came to an understanding. After 100 years of immortal chi, gradually metamorphosis. 10,000 years often suffered from the disaster of extinction. Each time before the extinction of the instinctive into flying ash, floating away from the earth, and regrowth. The grass has the qualification to become a sacred grass, and even immortal God. Immortal God qualification? It's a little scary. Han Jie raised an eyebrow. That's a lot of vitality. It's been dead for 10,000 years. Han Jie received the heaven and earth grass and smiled at Xing Hongxian. I'll take this grass. How have you been these years? Xing Hongxian became even happier and began to recount her experiences over the years. Over the years, Xing Hongxian had lived as a protagonist in an immortal novel, walking the world with a sword, pulling out her sword to help when she saw injustice, fighting demonic cultivators, trespassing in ancient tombs, chasing and killing enemies, and killing in demonic domains, and so on. Hearing that made Han Jia want to go out and break in, and so on. Han Jia was alert. This must have been arranged by heaven to compel him to go out. The previous 400 years of experience was a success. Looking back, how many strong enemies were turned into white bones because they were not clear about his strength? Speaking of which, his enemies were considered to be few and far between. Check out Zhou Fan, Yang Tiandong, Chaos Tengu, Su Qi. Every time I check my email, I see them taking a beating. The previous Li Qingzi was also like this. As long as he went out, he was bound to have constant trials and tribulations. But now that he stayed within the Jade Clearance sect day in and day out, he was not injured. Only after going out do I realize how small Great Yin is. Take Shiyuan Prefecture for example. The Jade Clearance sect is placed within Shiyuan Prefecture. Not even a second-rate sect. The Jade Clearance sect can have today's reputation, all thanks to Husband's Top, and the list of the world's top 100 cultivators that has caused turmoil in the cultivation world lately. I feel that Husband should be at the top of the list. The more Xing Hongxian spoke, the more excited she became, and Han Jia inexplicably thought of those who had returned to their hometowns after making their way in first-tier cities in his previous life. And what the hell is a list of the top 100 cultivators in the world? Vulgarity. Han definitely doesn't value fame, only profit. When Xing Hongxian finished speaking, Han Jia took out some longevity-increasing pills from within his storage ring and said, "These are for you. You have mediocre qualifications. I'm afraid you'll die too early." Xing Hongxian rolled her eyes and said, "Husband just knows how to make fun of me. I'm not. I'm serious. Don't worry. I took it a long time ago, along with heavenly materials. I have a long life." That's good. Speaking of longevity, your previous great disciple at Jade Pavilion Peak, Lu Sanqin, passed away in immortality decades ago, and the Jade Clearance sect's longevity-enhancing medicines are too scarce, so if he had left Great Yin early, he might still have a chance of survival. Xing Hongxian lamented, hearing Han Jia freeze. He just always felt like there were people missing from his friends list and couldn't remember them. Speaking of Lu Sanqin, Han Jia remembered that this big senior brother had said that he wanted to take care of him, before I could trouble him. He was gone. Han Jia said seriously, cultivate well, but don't become the next senior brother Lu. I can't leave the world. I still want to stay with my husband. Afterward, Han Jia asked Xing Hongxian to take out the Heaven's Puppet, and he wanted to renew the Heaven's Puppet's spiritual power. After spending several days, the Puppet of Heaven was filled with 6 channels of spiritual energy by him, allowing Xing Hongxian to include it in her storage ring. With the Heaven's Puppet around, Han Jia could also rest assured that she would go out and make a break for it. Han Jia had thought it would end like this, but he didn't expect Xing Hongxian to pester him for another month. LOL. After Xing Hongxian left, Han Jia took out the heaven and earth grass and planted it inside the cave. The grass is so small that if it were planted under a fuchsia tree, it might be trampled to death one day. After planting it, Han Jia smiled with satisfaction. I've been in a good mood lately, so why don't I curse Vermilion Bird and Mo Yuling to help out with a wave of fun? Inside one of the underground caves, a thorn hanging from the zenith was hideous and horrible, and dripping with water. One of the inverted thorns in the ground was tied with a blood tendon, and at the lower end were 2 people bound. It was Zhou Fan and Mo Vengeance. Both of them were cloaked, ragged, and covered in blood, and underneath the 2 of them was a cauldron with murky oil and water boiling in it. When he raised his eyes, the grotto was full of demons, too many to count, most of them napping. Zhou Fan gritted his teeth and looked in the direction where a giant demon in disguise sat. Even sitting, he was 5 feet tall. His flesh was strong and he wore heavy armor made of snake scales, and he had an ugly, hideous snake head. Next to the snake demon stood a silhouette that was Han Jia's eldest disciple, Yang Tiandong. "I ba, demon traitor," Zhou Fan cursed, in an extremely unhappy mood. Mo Vengeance sighed. "It's not his fault. If we want to blame him, it's also our own bad luck. We accidentally intruded into the Green Python Great Sage's territory, and you took the risk of killing someone else's patrolling demon." Little drill wind. When Zhou Fan heard this, he became even more angry and cursed. "That guy is too arrogant, a mouthful of mortals, and he wants us to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Can he tolerate that?" Mo Vengeance smiled bitterly. It was too late to say anything now. The other side. The Green Python Great Sage laughed out loud and said, "Donger, what do you say? How to dispose of these 2? Cook them, or refine them into pills?" Yang Tiandong frowned and said helplessly, "Righteous Father, do we have to kill him? They killed this king's demon pawns. They must die. Donger, if you want to inherit this king's power, you have to sever your relationship with the human race. Human and demon are incompatible. This is an iron law. You can't waver." Hearing the Green Python Great Sage's words, Yang Tiantong cursed, "You think I want to be a demon?" Yang Tiandong's heart grew more and more sour when he heard Zhou Fan scold his words. Back then, he and Zhou Fan were caught by the Demoiselle Sacred Sect, resisted together, or beaten together. The love was deep and righteous, and now that he had survived and lived, letting him watch the two of them, Zhou Fan, being cooked alive, how was he going to face the Jade Clearance Sect, and how was he going to face Han Jie? One day, when I become a demon saint, I will kill all of you demon kings. Yang Tiantong was so angry that his chest was tight. The reason why he left Great Yen was because the Dianchang Demon King was in sole charge of the demon clan and he was unable to take power. So he thought of coming to other demon clan lands to make his way. After conquering all the way, it was not easy to master a demon army, only to encounter the Green Python Great Sage. The Green Python Great Sage mastered millions of demon soldiers, and was extremely prestigious within the world's demon races, and Yang Tiantong couldn't even receive a single move when facing him. The Green Python Great Sage felt that his bloodline qualifications were good, so he adopted him as his righteous son. In order to live, he could only live on, waiting for the opportunity to escape or kill back, after which he met the Zhou Fan duo and was captured. Such a destiny made it hard for Yang Tiantong, or else get help from Master? Such a thought popped into Yang Tiantong's mind, but it was quickly vetoed by him. Never trouble the Master. Just then, an eagle demon flew in and shouted, "Great King! A cultivator who calls himself the East King Immortal of the Phaseless Sect is clamoring outside to slaughter us all to avenge his master. He is too strong. The little ones can't stop him." Upon hearing this, the Green Python Great Sage's face sank as he coldly grunted, "The No-Phase Sect? It just so happens that this king has a grudge against old monster Wu Dao." He rose violently, and his terrifying demonic aura erupted, startling the entire underground cave. "Donger, stay here and keep an eye on them. When this king returns, I hope they've gone down the pan." The Green Python Great Sage transformed into a burst of green demonic chi and disappeared into thin air. Yang Tiantong looked at the Zhou Fan duo anew, caught in a celestial battle. Should we take this opportunity to save them? Chapter 98, The Next Master. Between the mountains, uncountable demons hovered and surrounded a man dressed in gold. None other than the Eastern King Immortal of the Phaseless Sect. East King Immortal held his sword in both hands. Stepping forward in the air, a red umbrella opened and rotated at high speed, surrounding East King Immortal, slicing and dicing one of the incoming demons, and a rain of blood flew in the sky. Looking down, the mountains were full of demon corpses, mutilated and shocking. "Is that all you have? Where is your king?" The Eastern King Immortal laughed freely and with great vigor, his anger washed away by the exuberance brought about by the killing. That's what he wants most. Wantonness. Unstoppable. Boom! A terrifying demonic aura rose violently at the end of the horizon, breaking through the clouds and shaking the mountains, and the woods on the mountains shook violently, as if they would be swept away at any time by the fierce winds stirred up by the demonic aura. The Eastern King Immortal jerked his head around to look, his expression grave. This demonic aura. It was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying demonic aura that gave him the creeps. But who is he? The No-Phase Sect's #1 heavenly pride. Would he be afraid? East King Immortal roared. "Was my master, old monster Wu Dao, killed by you demons?" Green Python Great Sage's laughter followed. "Old monster Wu Dao is dead? Ha ha ha. It's really a great joyous event. You are the disciple of old monster Wu Dao? Then you don't want to live either. This king will cook you and boil you in soup." As soon as Dong Wangxian heard this, his eyes turned red. Sure enough, they were killed by the demons here. "I'll fight you." Inside the innate cave, after Xing Hongxian left, Han Jie continued to start cultivating, occasionally sprinkling water on the heaven and earth grass. There were all kinds of spiritual chi within the cave, and the Tiandi grass had already cultivated the habit of exhaling the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth over a long period of time, so there was actually no need for Han Jie to pay special attention to it, as long as he didn't step on it. 2 years passed quickly. The heaven and earth grass had grown quite a bit taller, and the aura here was thicker than the land of the demon domain where it was previously located. Han Jie was looking forward to it breeding a spirit and cultivating a grass spirit, which was also somewhat interesting. Tang Gu, chicken, gourd vine, Fusong tree, Taiku spirit ginseng, grass essence, TSK. Han Jie felt like he could open a botanical garden. This day, Li Qingtsu came to visit. Han Jie waited for him to enter the cave and immediately asked, "The No-Phase Sect is here?" Li Qingzi shook his head and said, "Not so, but the Great Elder is about to reach his great limit." Han Jie frowned. There was only one Supreme Elder in the Jade Clearance Sect, and that was Qingzi Li's master, who had also had dealings with Han Jie before. Thinking carefully, it is normal. Han Jie are more than 400 years old. In so many years, the cultivation of the Supreme Elder has almost no growth. Life expectancy is naturally difficult to grow. "Need me to meet?" Han Jie asked. After all, they were also considered old friends, and Han Jia didn't want to be as regretful as Tai Lao. Li Qingzi shook his head and said, Master has already left the Jade Clear sect. He said that if he hasn't returned in 20 years, then he is dead. He asked me to come and say thank you, saying that if it wasn't for Elder Han, the Jade Clear sect wouldn't be what it is today. Han Jia was silent. The thanks may have been genuine, but there was clearly another layer to the words. Han Jia wasn't repulsed, and he could understand that. For now, he was quite comfortable in the Jade Clearance sect. No one bothered him, and whatever he needed, Qingzi Li and the others would do their best to fulfill it. Elder Han, although my cultivator is also improving, I feel that it's also difficult to achieve transformation spirit. So if one day I also face my big day, who do you think is suitable to be the next sect leader? Li Qingzi asked. His expression was not gray. He had lived for so long. He had sent many of his deceased family members away, and had long been accustomed to life and death. The road to immortality is inherently bumpy, and if every mortal could be immortalized through hard cultivation, immortality wouldn't be so maddening. Han Jia shook his head and said, I've been in seclusion for years, so how would I know? Li Qingzi asked with a smile. Throughout the Jade Clearance sect, the disciples with the strongest natural talent are all under you. Just now I found out that Sun Chang'an and Murongqi's cultivation are all impacting Yuaning. This kind of speed is so godly that when looking at the Jade Clearance sect, apart from Elder Han, no one can match. Han Jia frowned. If Qingzi Li is tying the Jade Clearance sect and him to death, when Han Jia's disciple or grandson became the sect leader, it would be even more impossible for him to leave. Sect leader, I actually understand what you mean. These two people's natural talent is indeed good, but there is one thing that has to be made clear. If I want to leave the Jade Clearance sect in the future, the two of them will not be able to hold me back. And if I don't want to leave the Jade Clearance sect and the Jade Clearance sect is faced with a foe that is irresistible to both of me, in order to save my life, I will also leave. Ever since I came to understand, I have had only one goal in life, and that is to live forever. I can help the Yuqing sect in the pursuit of this goal, but I will never give up this goal because of the Yuqing sect, Han Jia said seriously, and Li Qingzi wasn't surprised. The main reason why Murongqi and Sun Chang'an were chosen was because of their natural talent. Although the Jade Clearance sect was growing, there were very few disciples with natural talent that could outperform these two. A powerful sect leader could only lead the Jade Clearance sect to be stronger. Li Qingzi already felt that there was no way he could do anything about it. His qualifications limited his upper limit. The two continued to talk. Taking advantage of this process, Han Jia quietly gave Li Qingzi 6 seals. Li Qingzi was nice to him, and he had a good feeling about Li Qingzi. So if he could meet Li Qingzi's next life, he was still willing to support it. In the end, Han Jia agreed to let Qingzi Li take Murongqi and train him to become the next sect master. Before leaving, Han Jia suddenly asked, Sect leader, how is Fairy Shixian's lifespan? Li Qingzi laughed. Senior sister's qualifications are higher than mine, and she also gained a chance before. Living for hundreds of years more shouldn't be a problem. She just came back. You can also visit her if you're fine. He didn't think much about it. After all, Han Jia and immortal Shixian still had a master-disciple relationship before. As soon as Han Jia heard this, he nodded slightly. After Li Qingzi left, Han Jia continued to cultivate. Murongqi was taken away by Li Qingzi, and although Sun Chang'an was suspicious, he wouldn't say anything since Han Jia had agreed. Murongqi didn't resist either. After so many years of bitter cultivation, he was also a bit bored. Going out for a walk was not bad. 5 years have passed. The heaven and earth grass had finally grown spiritually intelligent. Not yet able to think, but already considered to have grown by leaps and bounds. With a spirit, you can't treat it like grass. Han Jia gave it a name. Vengeance Grass. This guy had the qualifications to become an immortal god. So to celebrate, Han Jia took out the Book of Doom and cursed Vermilion Bird and Mo Yuling. Cursing as he did so, he clicked on relationships to check his email. Your disciple Yang Tianton was attacked by a demon king and was seriously injured. His life hangs in the balance. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by the demon king and was seriously injured. Fortunately he was saved by a great power and escaped from death. Your good friend Mo Vengeance was attacked by the demon king and was seriously injured. Fortunately he was saved by a great power and escaped from death. Your divine pet, Chaos Sky Dog, who has crowned himself a great saint, encountered a siege by the demon kings of the 8 directions, and escaped from death with serious injuries. Your disciple Suki was attacked by a fellow disciple, X17. Your disciple Suchi spreads bad luck, and the demon clan's luck declines, ushering in a heavenly frost and snowstorm rarely seen in thousands of years, killing and injuring half of them. Yang Tiandong, Zhou Fan, and Mo Vengeance were attacked by the same demon king one after another, and they were all seriously injured. Han Jia stroked his chin and thought, thinking that it was very possible. Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were already close friends, and after going out for so many years, if they met, they would likely break into the world together. Chapter 99, 6th Level of Harmonization Realm. Zhou Fan returns to sect. Even though Yang Tiandong was seriously injured, Han Jie didn't care too much. The road is all of his own choosing, and Han Jie is not his parents who have to follow him every day. Besides, Yang Tiandong is a demon saint bloodline, so he can't die that easily. Han Jie continued to sprint to the 6th level of the harmonization realm. As the Jade Clearance sect continued to have people experience the cycle of life and death, Han Jie became even more determined to cultivate himself bitterly. Not only did he have to practice hard on his own, but he also had to urge Xing Hongxian and Mo Zhu to practice together without slacking off. In a flash, another 7 years passed. Han Jie finally broke through to the 6th level of the harmonization realm. The aura of the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain was already considered to be the most dense place in Great Yen in terms of aura. With the Fusong tree and the earthy mortal gourd vine all creating aura, Han Jie suddenly thought of the matter of the Supreme Elder. So he used his divine sense to probe the Jade Pavilion peak. Immortal Shi Xian was still cultivating within the Jade Pavilion. After so many years, she was already at the 9th level of the Yuaning realm, and she was able to have this breakthrough thanks to the chance she encountered outside before. Fairy Shi Xian, why don't you move to the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain and I'll open up a cave for you. Han Jie transmitted his voice to Immortal Shi Xian. Immortal Shi Xian opened her eyes. Her aura grew more and more dusty and holy. Her heavenly appearance was not flattering in the slightest. It was the kind of beauty that made people simply love it, as if she was a fairy in the sky. Immortal Shi Xian frowned. That's your mountain. It's not convenient for me to go, right? You should already know about the matter of the Supreme Elder. I have been practicing hard cultivation all my life, and there are not many people I care about, and Fairy is one of them. I hope to join hands with Fairy to go to the Great Tao, and I don't want to be the only one left at the end of the slow cultivation path, alone and marching forward. If other people heard Han Jie's words, they would definitely feel like they owed a beating, but Immortal Shi Xian understood Han Jie. Ever since Han Jie had worshipped at Jade Pavilion Peak, he had been cultivating bitterly, and hadn't even left the Jade Clearance sect. Immortal Shi Xian's heart was also a little heavy when she thought of the Supreme Elder. Although she had already sent off many of her fellow masters and brothers, the loss of her master was still a little hard to bear. Come on, I usually don't bother fairies, Han Jie continued. Immortal Shi Xian hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. Han Jie told her to pack up and come straight over, while he himself got up and left the cave to open up a cave for Immortal Shi Xian. It's not far up the hill. Sun Chanan and Black Prison Chicken were curious. Master, are you opening a cave for me? Sun Chanan asked in embarrassment. He had gotten used to staying under the fuchsia tree. Han Jie blankly glanced at him and said, "This is Immortal Shi Xian's cave. Immortal Shi Xian was once my master and is now my Taoist friend. You and the others are not allowed to disturb her cultivation during the week. Understand?" It dawned on Sun Chanan that he had naturally heard of Immortal Shi Xian. The Black Hell Chicken asked, "Will Fairy Shi Xian want to eat you? Itchy skin?" Han Jie didn't have the good sense to say that the Black Prison Chicken probably really didn't understand in the past, but now it definitely did, and it dared to flirt with him. The Black Prison Chicken was too scared of the chicken to say more. Soon, the cave was successfully opened up and Immortal Shi Xian successfully moved in. Seeing Immortal Shi Xian's appearance, Sun Chanan was lost in thought for a moment. He strengthened his Taoist heart even more. Master was right. As long as one's cultivation was strong, there would be stunning women who would like them. Xianer looks just like that actually. He doesn't need to die for her. For some reason, ever since the jaded flying sword had become a great success, Sun Chaihan was calm when he thought of Xianer, without the restlessness he had felt in the past. After Immortal Shi Xian moved over, Han Jie was relieved. As for Mo Zhu, let's forget about it and talk about it later. She was excellently qualified, so she didn't need it for the time being, and besides, she was somewhat at odds with Xing Hongxian. Recently, Xing Hongxian went out again, with the puppet of heaven around. Han Jie wasn't afraid of anything happening to her. Han Jie sat on his bed, checking his mail while brushing his daily quests with the Doom Book. Chaos Tengu, Zhou Fan, Mo Vengeance, and Yang Tiantong started competing for the number of beatings ranking again. There are also some who get the chance. It was worth mentioning that the Royal Demon sect was getting worse and worse, and Han Jie felt that the Royal Demon sect was probably going to fall. How terrifying would it be for the Broomstalker to awaken the Godhead? For the Imperial Demon sect to have lasted this long, it was already worthy of the name of a great sect. Within a vast valley, a huge silver-haired demonic dog lay prostrate on the waist of a mountain halfway up the valley, which was coiled with many demons, even on the tops of the surrounding mountains. This silver-haired demonic dog was clearly a chaotic heavenly dog. After so many years, the chaos heavenly dog was no longer as fat as it was when it was a child. Instead it was robust, and as the sunlight poured down, the demon body looked incomparably divine. At the moment, it was lazily looking down at the mountain. Yang Tian Winter. Yang Tiantong looked at the towering chaos heavenly dog with a complicated expression as he took a deep breath and said, "Heavenly dog, how's the consideration going? Let's join forces to kill the green python great sage, and then we'll divide its territory equally." When he thought about it, Yang Tiantong had watched the chaotic heavenly dog grow up, and now the chaotic heavenly dog's strength far exceeded his, making him feel the gap in his bloodline. "Call this King Chaos Great Sage." The chaotic heavenly dog yawned and said carelessly. Yang Tiantong was instantly annoyed and said, "Believe it or not, I'll go back to find my master." Upon hearing this, the chaotic heavenly dog was suddenly jolted, his body exploding, glaring at Yang Tiantong. "You still have the nerve to look for his old man? You don't even go back yourself, and you have the face to talk about me?" Yang Tiantong was embarrassed. He really was too embarrassed to go back to Han Jie. Ever since he had become the Demon King, the seeds of power and ambition had taken root in his heart, and he could no longer cultivate as painstakingly as before. "We are at least from the same lineage. We should help each other out. I heard that you often suffer from other Demon Kings' pursuit and suffering. You and I joining forces is a win-win situation," Yang Tiandong said seriously. The chaotic heavenly dog hesitated. "The green python great sage is too strong. There are not many demons within the 10 states and 9 dynasties that can defeat him." Yang Tiantong said, "I can go back to Great Yen and ask the Dinchang Demon King. He is a 10,000-year-old demon and his strength is equally unfathomable." The Chaos Tengu was silent. "The green python great sage is expanding madly. Sooner or later he will kill you. The Phaseless sect knows about it. The Phaseless sect has been frantically besieging him all these years. All of them have returned in defeat, but as a result, they have been consuming the green python great sage. This is our chance. If we wait any longer, you and I will only be his dogs." Looking down on dogs? Be his slave all right? No, it's not enough to rely on us alone. You have to continue persuading the other demon kings. Yes. Han Jie didn't know what the chaotic heavenly dog and Yang Tiantong were up to outside. Ever since Immortal Shi Xian moved over, every 2 years, Han Jie would seek out Immortal Shi Xian to discuss the Tao, and Immortal Shi Xian welcomed it. After all, both sides could benefit. Han Jie's Tao was more profound than Immortal Shi Xian, but Immortal Shi Xian's insights were something Han Jie couldn't match. And so, 8 years passed. Morong Chi had already become the Jade Clearance sect's inner sect grand disciple, and with his unrivaled strength across the Jindan realm, no one dared to question him. This day, among the mountains outside of the Jade Clearance sect, Zhou Fan, M.O. Vengeance, and the purple-robed woman with the surname Xian strolled forward. Finally back. Zhou Fan was thrilled, overflowing with excitement. M.O. Vengeance lamented. The Jade Clear sect has changed so much. The aura of the nearby mountains and rivers were all denser than before, and in the air there was a disciple flying with a sword, coming in and out, looking much stronger than before. The woman in purple was curious about the Jade Clearance sect, and the one she was most curious about was her senior sister's Taoist partner. "You go find senior sister Mo Zhu, I'll find Han Jie. I want to see how powerful he is now," Zhou Fan said expectantly. Chapter 100 Challenge from Zhou Fan. "Forget it, recently the Jade Clearance sect even swallowed the Blood Flame Heavenly sect. Han Jie is likely stronger than you." M.O. Vengeance shook his head. He had a very good impression of Han Jie, and had always felt that Han Jie's natural talent was powerful, and although Zhou Fan was powerful, he relied more on chance. Zhou Fan grunted. The reason why the Blood Flame Heavenly sect defected to the Jade Clearance sect wasn't because the Phaseless sect forced them to. The reason why the Phaseless sect didn't target the Jade Clearance sect afterward, I think it's because old monster Wu Dao was tragically killed, and they just didn't have the time to find trouble with the Jade Clearance sect, which may not necessarily be more powerful than the Blood Inferno Heavenly sect. M.O. Vengeance thought it made sense. The disciples coming and going in the sky weren't as strong as the disciples of the great sects. The purple-clothed woman's gaze then landed on the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality as she frowned. "The aura of that mountain is so abundant. How can it be?" The purple-clothed woman was shocked in her heart. Such a spiritual chi had already caught up with some hidden holy places in 10,000-year-old cultivation families. In the meantime, Han Jie was teaching the black prison chicken under the Fusang tree. The black hell chicken had already transited to achieve the realm of fused void in these 8 years, and also transited in the 10,000 demons realm, and at that time, a group of elders from the Jade Clearance sect had gone to watch and were greatly shocked. All of the chicken of the divine beheading elders had already melted the void realm. The Blood Inferno Heavenly sect master, Lu Bufei, and Xiao Yao were also startled. Han Jie's image in their hearts increased drastically. "Master, what kind of breed is it? The qualifications don't look like a chicken." Sun Chanan couldn't help but ask. The black hell chicken swung its wings rapidly at the edge of the cliff, setting off gusts of sword energy. "That's right, sword chi." Han Jie taught the absolute finger divine sword to the black prison chicken, and the black prison chicken actually learned it, and the chicken feathers shot out sword chi, and the killing power was considerable. Before Hanjia could reply, Black Prison Chicken twisted his head and scolded. Master Chicken told you long ago that Master Chicken is a phoenix. Do you really think Master Chicken is a chicken? Since devouring judo, the Black Prison Chicken changed from Chicken Brother to Chicken Master. Of course, it's what it calls itself. You're not simple either. Work hard and trust in my master's vision. Hanjia touched Sun Chanon's bald head and smiled amiably. That being said, in Hanjia's heart, Sun Chanon was only an aide. Just then, Hanjia suddenly caught a glimpse of Mo Vengeance, Zhou Fan, and the woman in purple flying past the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. Zhou Fan caught a glimpse of Hanjia and stopped instantly. The purple-skirted woman's eyes lit up when she saw Hanjia. What a handsome man! Could it be that this is her sister's lover? Zhou Fan was very excited and waved his hand and yelled, Hanjia, it's been a long time. You still remember me, don't you? Upon hearing this, Hanjia laughed. Remember, it hasn't been easy all these years, has it? His voice drifted into Zhou Fan's 3 ears, allowing all three to hear him clearly. Mo Vengeance's heart soured at the sound of it. It is not easy. They can be said to have been on the edge of life and death. We've had quite a dashing life, walking the world with swords, quick grace and revenge, and we've even gained quite a few chances. Zhou Fan smugly laughed. Losing is not a losing proposition. Zhou Fan couldn't let Hanjia feel that he was poorly mixed up. How about it? Do you want to go out with us and make a break for it? Cultivation is still a matter of fighting chance, and staying in seclusion isn't necessarily good. Zhou Fan smiled and invited. While flying towards the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, Hanjia quietly cast a spell to close the mountain protection formation. The three of them quickly landed on the edge of the cliff. The purple-skirted woman stared at Hanjia with a burning gaze, making Hanjia uncomfortable. This woman is not simple. Hanjia immediately detected the powerhouses within the Jade Clearance sect and quickly locked onto a name. Xianshishir, 9th level of the Harmony Realm. Sister of the Demon Lord. The Devil's sister? Sister-in-law? Hanjia secretly thought. Mo Vengeance clasped his fists and smiled. Brother Han, it's been a long time. You're still graceful and compelling. Hanjia laughed. So did Brother Mo. Zhou Fan looked at the Black Prison Chicken and asked in surprise. Hanjia, this chicken you raised doesn't seem weak. Where could he tell that the Black Hell Chicken was at the Void Melting Realm cultivation level? The Black Prison Chicken was offended. What do you mean it doesn't seem weak? Before it had a chance to speak, Zhou Fan suddenly stepped forward and said, Hanjia, let's have a sparring match. I lost to you in the past, but now I've gotten stronger. In his divine sense perception, Hanjia was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, and it was obvious that this guy had used special means to hide his cultivation. Zhou Fan would not underestimate Hanjia. In his opinion, Hanjia should already be at the God Transformation Realm cultivation. When he thought about it, Hanjia had killed powerful people who had first entered the Transformation God. After so many years had passed, the cultivation level would still be that of a transformation spirit. Generally to the Yuaning realm, if there was no chance, it would be very difficult to progress by leaps and bounds just by relying on bitter cultivation. Hanjia smiled. You just came back. You don't have to spar with me. Go report to the sect leader. Zhou Fan provoked. Hanjia, are you afraid? Don't worry. Let's quietly spar without letting anyone know. I just want to show you how strong I am. Nowadays I've refined the hegemonic body and killed transformation gods. If you want to go out and make a break for it, senior brother Mo and I can take you. Hanjia cried and laughed. The Black Hell Chicken couldn't help but curse. Who are you? How dare a mere Yuaning provoke my master? You can't even beat Master Chicken. The moment these words came out, the three of them, Zhou Fan, turned their heads to look at it. Xianshishir raised her eyebrows with a curious expression. A demonic pet of the Void Melting Realm. This man is not simple. You're a chicken that still jumps. Zhou Fan smirked and said, with fire in his heart. The Black Jail Chicken raised his chicken head and said, why? It can't wait to show how powerful it is. The chaotic heavenly dog never returned. Sun Chanan and Morong Chi were weak, and with Hanjia left, it didn't dare to mess with it. Zhou Fan looked at Hanjia and asked with a smile, Hanjia, how about I teach your chicken a lesson for you? Hanjia saw that Zhou Fan was serious, and if he kept refusing, the guy would pester him afterward. He looked at the Black Prison Chicken and said, no one shall be harmed. The Black Jail Chicken nodded desperately. Zhou Fan was even more upset. What do you mean? Hanjia thinks he can't beat this chicken? Mo Vengeance sensed that something was wrong. He couldn't even see through the cultivation of the Black Prison Chicken. He transmitted his voice to Zhou Fan and said, this chicken isn't right. Forget it, we've just come back. Let's rest for a couple of days and inquire about the origins of this chicken. Zhou Fan ignored Mo Vengeance and turned towards the Black Prison Chicken, his aura skyrocketing with every step. Boom! Bitter cultivation into an immortal mountain was shaken. Zhou Fan's body surface burst out a terrifying aura. A strand of strong wind visible to the naked eye wrapped around his body. His muscles were taut. holding up his robes bulging, and his face was also crawling with a bizarre line of blood. Han Jie looked at him curiously. Is this the hegemonic body? The black jailbird stared at the chicken with wide eyes, clearly surprised. Zhou Fan thought it was scared and laughed. Little chicken. Scared? Apologize to me now and I'll leave you alone. The black prison chicken waved its wings and soared up, clamoring, come on, Master Chicken will be afraid of you? Mo Vengeance looked toward Han Jie, embarrassed. Brother Han, it's okay, I won't let them hurt each other. Han Jie shook his head and said, although Zhou Fan was a bit arrogant, his goodwill hadn't dropped, so Han Jie naturally wouldn't harm him. Boom! A strong gust of wind suddenly erupted, blowing Han Jie, Mo Vengeance, Xian Shishir, and Sen Chang'an's robes bulging. The four of them turned their heads to look, only to see Zhou Fan punching the crossed wings of the black prison chicken, which shook all over its body as if it was ablaze with black flames. Zhou Fan's smile looked extremely grim and conceited in his hegemony state. The black jail chicken stared at his chicken eyes and couldn't help but say, that's it? Chapter 101 Terrifying Great Sage. Best friends seriously injured. That's it? Hearing those two words spat out by the black prison chicken, Zhou Fan almost exploded. He felt greatly insulted. How dare a chicken taunt him? He was afraid of offending Han Jie just now, so he didn't use his full strength. Really, if he had a full punch, he wouldn't blow up this stinky chicken? Zhou Fan violently raised his leg, his knee gathering surging spiritual energy, unstoppably slamming into the black prison chicken. The black hell chicken was pushed up into the sky by one of his knees. Zhou Fan followed and leapt up. One person and one chicken rushed up to the sky dome and continued the battle. Zhou Fan did not look like an immortal cultivator, more like a mortal martial artist, but his punches and kicks were powerful, and his moves shook the sky with airflow fluctuations visible to the naked eye. The black prison chicken had been passively defending itself, just like a sandbag, but it was obvious to the discerning eye that Zhou Fan hadn't done any substantial damage to it. In Han Jie's words, this was scraping. Mo Vengeance couldn't help but ask, Brother Han, what breed is this chicken? Han Jie laughed, ordinary chickens. I caught them from the farmers of the Yuqing sect and cultivated them for hundreds of years. Mo Vengeance was shocked in his heart. Xian Shishir also looked at Han Jie in surprise. A mortal chicken can be cultivated into the fused void realm? How is that possible? This chicken must have a transcendent bloodline and an unparalleled chance. It just happened to be picked up by Han Jie. Qualifications are too important in cultivation, determining the upper and lower limits. Sun Shanan shook his head as he watched. This stinky chicken was too cautious. The reason why the black hell chicken had been on the defensive was not because it was intentionally teasing Zhou Fan. Rather, he wanted to feel out what Zhou Fan could do. Han Jie had told him before that there were some people who possessed strength greater than their realm, and there were others who liked to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. The black jail chicken looks staggering and has a delicate heart. It couldn't see through Xian Shishir's cultivation, but the fact that Xian Shishir was able to accompany Zhou Fan meant that Zhou Fan was also extraordinary. However, after fighting for a while, the black jail chicken figured out the facts. This kid is really weak. The black jail chicken laughed out loud. The chicken isn't going to act anymore. Kid, ready for the pain of failure? Zhou Fan was startled and subconsciously stepped back. The black prison chicken's wings vibrated, and countless sword chi shot out from the chicken feathers all over its body, sweeping away as if it were a pouring rainstorm. The speed of the sword chi was as fast as a shock. Zhou Fan didn't have time to react at all, and his face turned pale. He felt death again. It's too familiar. After all, he died, just in the nick of time. A powerful spiritual energy enveloped him, helping him to counteract the sword chi of the black hell chicken. Boom! The sword chi of the black hell chicken directly dissipated. Zhou Fan stared wide-eyed as the spiritual energy around him made him feel incomparably vast. The aura of spiritual energy also made him feel déjà vu. It wasn't Xian Shishir's spiritual power, but Han Jie. It ends here. Han Jie opened his mouth, bringing this battle to a close. Zhou Fan's entire body was dumbfounded. After Mo Vengeance paid his respects to Han Jie, he hurriedly pulled Zhou Fan away. Xian Shishir didn't say much and followed the two away. The black hell chicken returned to Han Jie and said smugly, Master, how was my strength? It didn't disgrace your old man, did it? Han Jie said expressionlessly, that woman just now was at the 9th level of the harmonization realm, and she has a great relationship with Zhou Fan. If you hurt Zhou Fan, do you think you can beat her? At these words, the black prison chicken trembled in fear. Boy, no wonder Master Chicken couldn't see through her cultivation. So it was a great cultivator of the 9th level of the harmonization realm. The black prison chicken's smugness was gone, replaced by a strong afterthought. Han Jie shook his head and stopped teaching the black hell chicken to cultivate, instead returning to his cave. In less than 3 days, the news of Zhou Fan and Mo Vengeance's return spread throughout the entire Jade Clearance sect. Thinking back then, these two were also once the mighty and proud figures of Great Yen. plus the experience of defecting from the Jade Clearance sect and falling into the Devil's Path, making them even more legendary. Both of them were already existences at the Yuaning realm, and most of their senior brothers and sisters of the same generation were still at the Jindan realm. Mo Vengeance's entire body was stunned when he learned that Emoju was fine and had also broken through to the Yuaning realm. He is outside to work hard only Yuaning realm. Emoju stayed in the Jade Clearance sect, daily seclusion. Surprisingly, the cultivation is not weaker than him. This, Mo Revenge is skeptical. Zhou Fan had closed himself off since he was defeated by the Black Prison Chicken and hid in the inn, unable to leave his home, only to have Mo Vengeance go around visiting old friends. 1 month later, Mo Vengeance and Xianshishir once again came to visit Hanjia. Zhou Fan didn't come. Inside the cave, Mo Vengeance thanked Hanjia. If it wasn't for him stopping Emoju would have gone out alone to venture out and might have died long ago. The Mo family has too many enemies. Is Zhou Fan okay? Hanjia asked. He sympathized with Zhou Fan, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who made this guy have to challenge him? Mo Vengeance shook his head and smiled bitterly, still hiding in the inn, but it's fine. He suffered quite a few blows and can adjust his mindset on his own. Brother Han, what realm are you in now? Void Melting Realm? Xianshishir sat on the sidelines, smiling without saying a word. Hanjia replied, pretty much. Mo Vengeance's smile became even more bitter. They fight to the death only Yuaning realm cultivation, and Hanjia, Mo Revenge is not a pretentious person, immediately adjusted his mindset and said, we met your disciple Yang Tiandong before. He has now completely transformed into a demon and worshipped the Green Python Great Sage as his righteous father. If not for him coming to the rescue before, we would have long been eaten by the Green Python Great Sage. At those words, Hanjia's sword brows instantly furrowed. What the hell? You're worshipping your father again? This kid's last name was Louis? Hanjia was truly speechless. Previously, the Dianchang Demon King had already stopped making trouble, and Yang Tiandong was still running around, running just like that, and ended up worshipping another Demon King as his righteous father. On the way back, we heard that Yang Tiandong and the Chaos Great Sage colluded with the other Demon Kings to surround the Green Python Great Sage, and were killed by the Green Python Great Sage, who became furious and ordered the pursuit of Yang Tiandong, and the matter became a big deal. Mo Vengeance continued. Upon hearing this, Hanjia immediately pulled up his relationships to check his emails, and the system's light screen was only visible to him. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic beast, X10421. Your disciple Yang Tiantong has been attacked by a demonic beast, X6982. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu was attacked by the Demon King, and was seriously injured, falling into the 9 hells, life or death unknown. Your disciple Yang Tiantong was attacked by a Demon King and was seriously injured. He stumbled upon an ancient teleportation spell and escaped with his life. Your friend Huang Zuentian was attacked by a Demon King and was seriously injured. Your friend Shengwan Suijian was attacked by a Demon King and was seriously injured. Your disciple Suki was attacked by a fellow disciple, X4. Your disciple Suchi spreads bad luck, and the Demon Clan's luck declines, and the clan's aura begins to collapse. Hanjia froze as he watched. So many serious injuries. It seems that the Chaos Great Saint is the Chaos Heavenly Dog, and I didn't expect Dog Egg to hang out with the Sins and get beaten up together. Xianshishir suddenly spoke. That Green Python Great Sage could step into the transition realm at any time. His cultivation is unfathomable. When I saved these two, I was almost injured. Even the 9th level of the Harmonious Realm couldn't defeat the Green Python Great Sage? Hanjia's frown tightened. How did Yang Tiantong escape from the Green Python Great Sage? It seemed that the battle was fierce, and there were other great powers present, holding back the Green Python Great Sage. Could it be that among them are Huang Zuentian and Shangwan Xiujian? Huang Zuentian, 9 Dragons Sect Patriarch, 1st level of the Fused Void Realm. Shangwan Seeking Sword, True Martial Sect Sword Executing Elder, 9th level of the Fused Void Realm. These two should not be a match for the Green Python Great Sage either. Chapter 102 Harmonization Realm 7th level. Tragic Situation. Transition Realm. This kind of great demon is definitely a disaster for my human race, and I don't know if Yang Tiandong will be able to escape from life. Alas. Mo Vengeance sighed, recalling the terror of the Green Python Great Sage. He shuddered. He didn't want to face the Green Python Great Sage again. See, it's dangerous out there, brother Mo. In the future, why don't you stay in the Jade Clearance sect? Hanjia said meaningfully. Mo Vengeance didn't immediately refuse, but sighed. His Taoist heart was indeed shaken. Although the Mo family's enemies had gotten rid of most of them and the remaining forces did not dare to find them in trouble, he and Zhou Fan were both demonic cultivators and it was not appropriate for them to stay in the Jade Clearance sect. Master Xian stared at Hanjia and asked with a smile, does Daoist Han have a Daoist couple? Hanjia nodded and asked, why do you ask? He did not point out the relationship between Xianshishir and Xian Xingjun. He was still wary of Xian Xingjun, What if Cianarakuan is hiding some kind of conspiracy? It's nothing. Xian Shishir shook her head and laughed, not intending to reveal her identity with Xian Qingjun. Xian Qingjun had said that Han Jie didn't know her true identity. The two didn't bother for too long, chatting for a while before leaving. Since the beginning, Xian Shishir hadn't developed a favorable impression of Han Jie. As soon as they left the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, Han Jie immediately conducted a mock trial to fight against Xian Shishir. Han definitely fought against Xian Shishir, who was at the 9th level of the harmonious body realm. Seconds, Han Jie let out a slight sigh of relief. Defeating such a weak Xian Shishir, the Green Python Great Sage might not be ridiculously strong. In his place, it was impossible for Xian Shishir to save Mo Vengeance and Zhou Fan from him. Han Jie took out the Book of Doom and began to curse the Green Python Great Sage. He had never seen the Green Python Great Sage and could only curse the name, not knowing if it would have any effect. Western Abyssal Prefecture, 9 Dragons Sect. Huang Zuentian returned inside his palace and let out a long breath as the door closed. Finally, I'm back. I can't go out again or just save anyone. Huang Zuentian laughed bitterly, and he couldn't help but tremble with fear when he remembered what had happened earlier. A few years ago, a large clan invited the world's great clan masters to discuss the Tao together and establish good relations in the process. And Huang Zuentian and the true martial sect sword executing elder Shangwan seeking sword both went. When the group of patriarchs were discussing the Tao in the deep mountains, they happened to encounter the Green Python Great Sage chasing after Yang Tiantong. Huang Zuentian knew Yang Tiantong. After all, he used to be the sect leader of the Demoiselle Sacred Sect, so he stepped in to save him, and as a result, he attracted the wrath of the Green Python Great Sage, and all of the patriarchs joined forces, but they couldn't beat the Green Python Great Sage. The Green Python Great Sage was too strong. If it weren't for the great powers lurking nearby, the Green Python Great Sage might have killed them all. Huang Zuentian couldn't help but think of Han Jie, and wondered if that senior could defeat the Green Python Great Sage. Immediately, Huang Zuentian began to heal his wounds. Unfortunately, things are never as they seem. The Green Python Great Sage's victory over a dozen demon kings led to a huge rise in prestige, and more demons threw themselves under his command. In his full fury, he began to retaliate against the demon kings who had attacked him, and the demon kings were killed outright. The demon congregation under his command had to surrender to him, or else they would have to die as well. In just a few short years, the Green Python Great Sage's power skyrocketed and began to advance towards the human race. He went on a rampage to attack the human race territory on the pretext of hunting down Yang Tiantong. Yang Tiantong was once half human and half demon, so the Green Python Great Sage claimed that Yang Tiantong might have transformed into a human being, and that if he didn't take this revenge, he would not have been a great sage of the demon race in vain. For a time, the human race in all the states was on edge. Between the mountains, the stout Green Python Saint who is like a small mountain sits on the waist of a half mountain. Under the mountain there is a cauldron, boiling soup, vaguely visible skeletons. Not far away there are hundreds of mortals sitting paralyzed on the ground, shivering, and there are all demons in all directions. Many demons were taking the remains of people and gnawing on them. The picture was extremely cruel and bloody, as if it was a hell on earth. The Green Python Great Sage frowned tightly, spitting snake letters in his mouth and muttering, "Strange. Recently, he always felt that the power of a curse was interfering with him, and even though he took out his spiritual treasure and wore it on his body, he still couldn't completely cancel it out. If it wasn't for his extraordinary roots and his spiritual treasures, he might have really been seriously injured by this mysterious cursed power." It seemed like it was time to break through the transition realm. At this time, an eagle demon flew over and said, "Great King, Yang Tiantong has already escaped into the ancient origin prefecture. Do we still need to continue the pursuit?" The Green Python Great Sage's face was gloomy as he grunted. "Of course we have to hunt him down. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, this king will hunt him down to the end. Any clan or city that dares to take him in will be directly slaughtered. If I don't kill him, it will be hard for this king to get rid of his hatred." "Yes." The eagle demon quickly turned away. When he thought of Yang Tiantong, the Green Python Great Sage was furious. He had already been very tolerant towards Yang Tiantong, but this guy dared to conspire with other demon kings to attack him. Ridiculous. Hateful. The Green Python Great Sage made up his mind to chase Yang Tiantong to the end, killing indiscriminately along the way, feeding on the human race, and if any of the great clans in the cultivation world asked about it, he would take Yang Tiantong to task. The Green Python Great Sage was indeed angry, but he didn't lose his mind. His true purpose was to expand his power, find a place to cross the threshold first, and when this king steps into the transition realm, that sinful animal will have even less of a chance to live. The Green Python Great Sage secretly decided. Inside the innate cave, Han Jie, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, put down the Book of Doom as he secretly thought, "I also wonder how the Green Python Great Sage is doing now." For some reason, he always felt uninspired, because young Tendon was still getting beat up and being hunted down all the time. If the Green Python Great Sage found young Tiandong would definitely be dead. It's just a demonic beast attack. What does that mean? It meant that the Green Python Great Sage was most likely in seclusion, impacting the ferrying realm. Han Jie instantly had a strong sense of crisis. After all, he hadn't fought the transition realm yet, and when Yang Tiantong really had nowhere else to go, he would inevitably go back to the Jade Clearance sect, and in the event that the Green Python Great Sage followed him and killed him, he would have to face the Green Python Great Sage. Han Jie took a deep breath and didn't continue to curse Vermilion Bird or Mo Ling, but instead began to meditate and cultivate. 1 year later, Mo Vengeance, Zhou Fan, and Xian Shir left the Jade Clearance sect. They left so suddenly that Li Qingzi didn't even have a chance to stay if she wanted to. About 6 more years have passed. Han Jie finally broke through to the 7th level of the harmonization realm. The heaven and earth grass was also thriving, and with the help of it and the Fusong tree and earth immortal gourd vine, the aura of the bitter cultivation into Immortal Mountain had been growing, and the cultivation of the black prison chicken, Sun Chang'an, and immortal Shi Xian had been growing as well, but just not as fast as Han Jie's. Han Jie pulled up the personals to check his email. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic beast, X14021. Your disciple Yang Tiantong has been attacked by a demonic beast, X12842. Your friend Zhou Dingjinjin has been attacked by the righteous monks, X199. Your friend Chang Yuer was attacked by a righteous monk, X12. Your friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by a demonic beast, X1073. Your disciple Suki was attacked by a fellow disciple, X2174. Your disciple Su Qi was seriously injured, his life hanging in the balance, fortunately saved by the Demon Lord. Your disciple Su Qi spreads bad luck, and the Imperial Demon sect suffers a massacre by the Demon Lord. The whole sect perishes. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X2681. How tragic. Han Jie looked down and saw 2 words. Tragic. Chapter 103, Su Qi's Speculation. Growing heaven and earth grass. The Imperial Demon sect is surprisingly gone. Han Jie saw this news and sighed. Su Qi don't be the same as young Tiandong recognized the righteous father. The Demon Lord actually helped him to slaughter the Royal Demon sect. Perhaps the Demon Lord himself was murderous and just had an extra excuse for Su Qi. Han Jie also noticed that Chang Yuer and the 9 cauldrons had also been attacked, and it looked like it hadn't been peaceful overseas lately either. It's a good thing I didn't go out. No matter how high the realm is, it's easy to get beaten. Han Jie thought silently, then took out the Book of Doom and began cursing the Green Python Great Sage, Vermilion Bird, and Mo Ling. 7 days for one person and no one is favored. Upstate, the Imperial Demon sect, which used to be so popular, was massacred by a mysterious demonic cultivator, and the whole sect was exterminated. And this matter caused the entire northern state to shake, and the cultivators were on edge. The sect of the Imperial Demon sect had been reduced to ruins, and at this moment, there was a person strolling amongst the ruins. It was certainly Su Qi. After the Demon Lord left, Su Qi had been cultivating in seclusion, and it was only after he broke through to the Yuanying realm that he escaped the canyon and returned to the Imperial Demon sect. However, after returning to the Royal Demon sect, those disciples who looked at him unfavorably in the past began to target him again. Unable to tolerate it, Su Qi killed those disciples. The sect elders were furious, and imprisoned him in the dungeon of the Royal Demon sect, tortured him every day. A few months ago, the dungeon trembled violently, and the disciples guarding the dungeon left in droves, never to return. During this period of time, Su Qi had been healing his wounds and recuperating his strength until today, when he broke through the prohibition that the Imperial Demon sect had imposed on him and escaped from the Imperial Demon sect. As soon as he came out, Su Qi was shocked by the scene in front of him. Months passed. No one cleaned up the corpses of the Royal Demon sect. All of them rotted. The stench and blood gas permeated the world, making Su Qi want to vomit. What happened? All dead? Suki was startled and scanned her surroundings in confusion. A possibility suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that the master made a move? But why didn't master rescue me from the dungeon? And so on. With the destruction of the Imperial Demon sect, won't I be able to go back? And the journey back will be a test. No wonder master didn't show up. Su Qi was enlightened after he thought it through. He continued to wander through the ruins of the Imperial Demon sect's mountain gate, trying to see if there were any survivors. If he had, he would have had to make up for it. He really hated the Imperial Demon sect. Ever since joining the Imperial Demon sect, he had been targeted in all sorts of ways before he could get into trouble, and had lived a very painful life, and now he was finally relieved. At the thought, the pungent stench made Suki smell like fragrance. One incense stick of time later, Su Qi encountered an old man. He was stooped, His robes were dirty and his face was speckled with blood. He was kneeling in front of the Imperial Demon Sect's mountain gate, and his eyes were lifeless. As soon as he saw him, Suchi instantly came to life. Someone from the Imperial Demon Sect? That's good. Suchi's right hand was placed behind his waist, and a demonic aura emerged from his palm. Morose and frightening, he walked toward the old man. The old man raised his eyes to look at him. His dry cracked lips slowly opened and spat out a raspy voice. You are a disciple of the Royal Demon Sect? Suchi asked. Your Excellency? The old man sighed. Once I was also a disciple of the Royal Demon Sect. I was expelled by my master. It was not easy for me to achieve the transmigration. I wanted to come back to take a look before I ascended. I did not expect that the whole sect was destroyed. I plowed for several days and nights, and I did not find my master's corpse. Transitional realm. Suchi was so frightened that he hurriedly pinched and dispersed the demonic chi in his palm, almost sent it to death. Less than 2 months after Han Jie learned of the news that the entirety of the Imperial Demon Sect had been destroyed, Xing Hongxian returned. Just after returning, she found Han Jie. This time, there was no treasure she could give to Han Jie. It's chaotic outside. Out of nowhere a demon named the Green Python Great Sage has appeared, slaughtering the human race with extreme cruelty. He seems to be hunting down the righteous son who betrayed him. Husband, will the Green Python Great Sage kill us in Great Yen? It is said that the old monster Wu Dao, the sect leader of the Phaseless sect, died at the hands of the Green Python Great Sage, and the Phaseless sect besieged him to no avail, and also suffered heavy deaths and injuries. Xing Hongxian said worriedly, her eyebrows knitted. Han Jie raised his eyebrows. It was the Green Python Great Sage again. Even the No-Phase sect couldn't help it, so it was indeed ferocious. Han Jie calmly said, see, if it's an attack on the Jade Clearance sect and I can't beat him, I'll take you and run. When Xing Hongxian heard this, her heart was suddenly happy. Is she considered to have walked into Han Jie's heart? By the way, when I came here, I found an additional cave dwelling nearby. Whose is it? Xing Hongxian asked, feigning casualness. Han Jie's face didn't change as he said, it belongs to immortal Xixian. I invited her over to facilitate her cultivation. Husband cares a lot about her? Well, after all, she was once my master. Just master and disciple? Why do you ask so many questions? You want to teach me things? Don't dare to dare. Husband is happy. Xing Hongxian was aggrieved and afraid of upsetting Han Never. Han Jie said with a straight face, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines while he's alive. Just look at those elders in the sect, who don't have several Dao couples. I'll have other Dao couples in the future as well, but if I had to decide who I'd marry first, I'd choose you for now. Xing Hongxian was pleasantly surprised when she heard this, hugging Han Jie's arm and humming, I knew husband wouldn't forget how good I am. Han Jie smiled and didn't catch it. The world of cultivation is good. If it were in modern times, it would be the Shura. Subsequently, Xing Hongxian began to be dishonest. Husband, I want to. Thinking about what? Not practicing properly? This is also a kind of practice. Come on, this time you have to be more committed. More rough. Humph. Nice try. You sit down first. A month later, Xing Hongxian left. Han Jie continued to cultivate, and after this mention from Xing Hongxian, he was even more wary of the Green Python Great Sage. No way. Gotta break through to the 8th level of the harmonization realm early. In the meantime, the mighty wind of the Green Python Great Sage had already blown into the territory of Great Yen, and all the sects were terrified. Before, the Wuxiang sect was already an invincible behemoth in their eyes, and they didn't expect that another great demon that could crush the Wuxiang sect on its own would appear now, so how could they not be panicked? Almost all of the sects had sent people to the Jade Clearance sect to contact Qingzili, all hoping to receive shelter from the Jade Clearance sect. If the Green Python Great Sage really kills his way in, only the Jade Clearance sect in Great Yen might have the power to resist. When Qingzili learned of the news, he immediately dispatched his core disciples to leave Great Yen and travel to other states to find out about the Green Python Great Sage. 3 years have passed. Han Jie discovered something outrageous. Vengeance grass? Well, heaven and earth grass seems to be the sister. The spirit of the heaven and earth grass had been growing, and Han Jie was cultivating when he suddenly heard a voice coming from it. Very faint, like a young girl. That would be strange. Han Jie asked, why are you talking? He hadn't handed over the grass of heaven and earth. My memories are reviving. It seems like I have lived before, replied heaven and earth grass carefully. Got a memory? Han Jie was instantly on guard. This guy couldn't be an immortal god in disguise. Could he? He used his divine sense to feel the aura of the heaven and earth grass. It wasn't strong. He could still easily stomp on it with 1 foot. Are you my master? Heaven and earth grass asked. Han Jie said, no, I'm your father. Chapter 104, Second Master. Birth of the Demon Saint. Dad? No, you're my master. Heavenly grass froze and followed. It was lost in thought. I remember there was once a master. She left. and I was eaten by a demon and collectively, before I died, rejoined heaven and earth. You are my second master. Will you abandon me? Upon hearing this, Han Jie immediately guessed that the first owner of the heaven and earth grass was that immortal god. What do the gods care about grass? Han Jie laughed. No, from now on, wherever I go, I'll take you with me. You can get a potted plant for the heaven and earth grass. Master is so kind. Heaven and earth grass said gratefully. Tian Chao has a favorable impression of you, and the current favor level is 5 stars. Hearing its voice, Han Jie felt that the name vengeful grass didn't suit it anymore. It's just a matter of letting it name itself when it grows up. Han Jie chatted with Tiandi grass for a few moments before continuing his cultivation. On top of the mountain, Zhou Fan, Mo Vengeance, and Xian Shir stood at the edge of the cliff, and following their gaze, the plains ahead were prostrate with countless demons, the largest as if they were mountains. A shocking image. Zhou Fan frowned. Why did the green python great sage's demonic soldiers grow so fast? Mo Vengeance also looked numb. After leaving Great Yen, wherever they went, they were prone to encountering the demon soldiers of the Green Python Great Sage, as if all the demons in the world had already defected to the Green Python Great Sage. The previous demon race has been suppressed by the human race. The current demon kings don't dare to invade the human race in a big way. Don't look at the demon cannibalism. In fact, the cultivators have killed more demons. The appearance of the Green Python Great Sage has allowed the demon race to see the hope, so they naturally look to the wind and go away. Xian Shir calmly said. She continued, when you reach the transition realm, you can ascend, so there are very few transition realm powerhouses in the world, and as for Mahayana cultivators, they are even fewer. Zhou Fan asked suspiciously, if you can ascend by crossing the tribulation, why is there a Mahayana? Mo Vengeance also felt strange. Most of the cultivators, monsters' cultivation to the Rongshu realm has been very difficult to reach the merging realm. Want to go to the next level? It is necessary to fight chance. By chance to reach the tribulation realm, it is almost impossible to improve. So most of the tribulation realm strong will choose to fly directly to the ascension. But the heaven and earth robbery there will always be a number of great fortune. Heaven and earth robbery there are always some great fortune, even if they reach the tribulation realm, can still continue to cultivate in the mortal world. I have a senior sister who is the devil monarch of the current generation, and she is already a Mahayana realm cultivator who is still progressing and has not chosen to ascend. Xian Shir explained, her tone filled with emotion. She envied her senior sister. Nowadays it was difficult for her cultivation to progress. The transition realm seemed to be just one step away, but in reality it was out of reach. She sighed. If the Green Python Great Sage breaks through to the transition realm, he will be considered the #1 demon king in the demon race, and will be worthy of the Great Sage's name. This guy is ambitious, and the human race in the nearby 10 states and 9 dynasties are going to have a great disaster. Zhou Fan frowned. Then we go overseas? He didn't want to face the Green Python Great Sage again. Back then, his hegemonic body couldn't carry a whip of the Green Python Great Sage's tail. Well, overseas is a good place to go. The Green Python Great Sage should not dare to go overseas to cause trouble. Xian Shir nodded. Mo Vengeance worriedly said, will something happen to the Jade Clearance sect? Zhou Fan said helplessly. Regarding the matter of the Green Python Great Sage, we told the sect leader a long time ago that we had done our best. He was also very emotionally attached to the Jade Clearance sect, but even the greatest of feelings could not compare to his own death or life. The three continued to watch for a while, then quickly left. The Green Python Great Sage's demonic power was like a large hand that began to cover the sky, and all the cultivators in the various states were terrified. 7 years later, Han Jie stopped cultivating, took out the Book of Doom, and began to curse the Green Python Great Sage. It was still a 7-day process, and after the curse was finished, Han Jie turned his gaze toward the heaven and earth grass. The heaven and earth grass didn't look like it had grown much taller, but it had already begun to catalyze the aura. Han Jie was hesitant to pass on its feats. Pass it on? Since it has the qualifications of an immortal god, it might be able to become a great fighting force for me in the future. Han Jie pretended to touch the Tiandi grass, but in reality, he had put 6 seals into it, in case the Tiandi grass betrayed him in the future. Moreover, the immortal god that heaven and earth grass had encountered before might have left behind some sort of means as well. Han Jie's storage ring was full of merit laws, including the Jade Clearance sect's Jade Clearance technique. In the end, he chose to impart the Jade Clear skill to the heaven and earth grass. The heaven and earth grass had already awakened its memories and was able to spit out human words, so it was considered a quintessence, and it wasn't difficult to learn the Jade Clear skill. The Jade Clearance sect was the Jade Clearance sect's town technique, and after the Jioding realist supplementation, it was now possible to cultivate up to the void melting realm. The grass of heaven and earth was happy, and the blades of grass shook with merriment. After Han Jie had finished his transmission, he pulled up his relationships to check his emails. Chaotic Heavenly Dog. Yang Tiantong, Zhou Fan, and Mo Vengeance were still encountering demonic beasts, and even Qingshao Jinran, Huang Jiehao, Huang Zuentian, and Shangwan Suijian outside of Great Yan were also encountering demonic beasts. Even just by looking at the emails, Han Jie could sense the strength of the demon race, which was in the process of fully attacking the human races in the nearby states. The Green Python Great Sage's prestige was even more powerful than Han Jie had imagined. I also wonder if that guy has broken through to the transition realm? Han Jie thought silently, and then he took out the Book of Doom and began to curse with all his might. Above a vast large lake, the cloudy sky was heavy, and the thunder was intertwined and deafening, as if extinction had descended. A hundreds of feet long green-scaled python twisted madly in the midst of 10,000 pounds of thunder, setting off gusts of wind, and the surface of the lake set off monstrous waves. Countless thunderbolts fell on the green-scaled python, unable to cause any damage. Not even a single snake scale fell off. It was none other than the Green Python Great Sage. He's in the process of crossing over. The heavenly thunder suddenly changed, and the white lightning changed to purple. The Green Python Great Sage's pupils shrunk as he cursed. Heavenly Tribulation Ascension. Damn the power of the curse. This time, he had lasted for nearly a month for the crossing, and a few days ago, the strange and mysterious cursed force struck him again, growing stronger and stronger. Now it had actually caused his heavenly tribulation to become stronger, infuriating him to the extreme. Rats. Who the hell is it? The Green Python Great Sage hated that person so much that he kept cursing him behind his back. It was simply obscene. Anger for anger's sake, the Green Python Great Sage continued to cross the threshold. A golden wooden staff soared out and hovered above the Green Python Great Sage's head, absorbing thousands of thunderbolts and helping the Green Python Great Sage to cross the tribulation. The Green Python Great Sage let out a long breath and muttered, "It is still necessary to use this treasure." While the golden wooden staff was enduring the power of the heavenly tribulation, the Green Python Great Sage suddenly transformed into his human form and began to project the power of that curse. However, no matter how much he projected, he just couldn't count the other side. The Green Python Great Sage became even more furious, vowing that once he found the other party, he would definitely break him into pieces. Time continues to pass. A full month passed. The Green Python Great Sage succeeded in crossing the tribulation and officially stepped into the tribulation realm. The terrifying demonic aura ravaged the heaven and earth, shaking the mountains, the earth, and the vast giant lake. From now on, this king is the true demon saint. The Green Python Great Sage laughed indulgently. A strand of demonic aura wrapped around him, as if dozens of black dragons were coiled around him, overbearing to the extreme. His snake eyes were cold and stern as he looked into the distance, muttering, "Sinful son, this saint will kill you. This saint will make you taste the most painful torture in this world, and will make you not be able to live for eternity." He was naturally referring to his righteous son, Yang Tiandong. Chapter 105 Harmonization Realm, 8th Level, Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. 6 years later, Han Jie finally broke through to the 8th level of the Harmonization Realm. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The Transition Realm was still decades away, but it was close. After the Transition Realm, it was only the Mahayana, and it was unknown if it was Tai further up. Han Jie had always taken the vermilion bird as an imaginary enemy, so he felt that the Harmonization Realm wasn't strong. There is a long way to go. Han Jie habitually pulled up his relationships and checked his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiantong has been attacked by a demonic beast, X8499. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic beast, X14923. Your apprentice grandson Morongqi has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X233. Your good friend, Sheng Liang Man, has been attacked by a demon king and is seriously injured. Your disciple Suchi has been attacked by a righteous monk, X74. Your friend Zhou Dingjinjin has been attacked by the righteous monks and is seriously injured. Your partner, Xian Changjun, has gained enlightenment in the Taoist discourse, and her Taoist skills have risen dramatically. So many demonic beasts, so many demon kings. Han Jie frowned. Just how chaotic was the world outside? He got up and walked out of the innate cave and came to the Fusang tree to move his muscles. Sun Chanan got up and saluted, and the black prison chicken was still sleeping on the Fusang tree. Han Jie surveyed the Fusang tree. It was growing healthily, and the earth immortal gourd vines on the tree were also growing well. It will be a long time before the earthly immortal gourd vine will be able to spawn a gourd child. Master, Morongqi hasn't come back for a while. I want to go look for him. Is it okay? Sun Chanan asked softly. Han Jie calmly said, "Don't go. Be careful of being eaten by demons. He's fine. He has extraordinary luck. He'll turn the danger around." As his cultivation grew, Sun Chanan's flesh was like a heavenly treasure. It also began to emit aura on its own. Before that it could scare Sun Chanan, and it was only after a long time that he got used to it. Thanks to the desperate flying sword. Otherwise this guy would probably use it as a reason to hook up with Qianer. Recently, the cultivation world has been very uneasy. I have heard the discussions of the incoming and outgoing disciples talking about the great sage of the green python. This demon will most likely become the havoc of this world. Although it hasn't affected Great Yen for the time being, it may not be the case in the future, and I'm worried that something will happen to Cheer. Sun Chagon frowned. Kyoko? Hanjia's goosebumps almost rose from hearing this. That's a lot of bonding for a master and disciple. Hanjia said, you are very attractive to demons. Be careful that before you find Morong Chi, you will be captured yourself first, and then you will have to ask your disciple to save you. Anyway, it's impossible for me to go and save you. How many times have I told you guys, don't run out of the house, cultivate at ease, and you guys don't listen. Once Sun Shanan heard this, he felt that it made sense and could only stop. The black hell chicken woke up at some point and asked, Master, the chaotic heavenly dog hasn't returned yet. Did it die outside? Hanjia replied, not dead, but life is worse than death, and I get beaten every day. Master can count? Aha. Luckily I didn't go out. Master really didn't lie to me. If that green python great sage calls, we can't beat him, so let's run away. The black hell chicken sighed, not knowing if it was in hindsight or worried about the chaos heavenly dog. It had been waiting for the chaotic heavenly dog to return, and if the chaotic heavenly dog died outside, it would definitely be sad. After all, it was a dog's egg that he hatched himself. Hanjia said, let's talk about it when the time comes. If we can't beat them, we can only run. He was at the 8th level of the harmonization realm. Even if the green python great sage succeeded in his breakthrough, he shouldn't be able to defeat him, right? The gap between the transition realm and the 9th level of the conjunction realm was not to the point of being a world of difference. After chatting for half an hour, Hanjia once again returned to the cave and continued his cultivation. 1 month later, Li Qingtsu came to visit. Hanjia raised his eyebrows and said, could it be that the green python great sage has already killed? It's not going to be good if Li Qingzi is looking for him. Ancient Origin Prefecture is about to fall. The number of demon soldiers of the green python great sage has reached 10 million, and the number of demon kings under his banner is countless. Even the Western Abyss Prefecture and the Great Way are also experiencing attacks from demon armies. I'm afraid that it won't be long until it's our turn in the Jade Clearance sect. Li Qingzi said worriedly. Elder Han, it is said that the green python great sage has already broken through to the legendary transition realm, and his subordinates have more than 100 harmonization realm demon kings and fusion void realm demon kings under their command. Li Qingzi was too embarrassed to go on, letting Hanjia hostile so many demon kings by himself. He felt bottomless himself. Hanjia was shocked and said, so many? Why hasn't the human cultivation world joined forces? According to my previous understanding, the 10 states and 9 dynasties near Great Yen don't have any transition realm great cultivators, and the strongest is only in the harmonization realm. 2 years ago, a mysterious transition realm great cultivator appeared at the border of Guyuan state, and tried to block the green python great sage, and he was almost killed by the green python great sage as a result. And now, all the states are scared of it, and a lot of clans are forced to relocate. So do you think we need to relocate? Li Qingzi asked carefully. If even Hanjia didn't have confidence, it would be better to run away before it was too late. In the face of the raging green python great sage, Sect Master Li Qingzi is fearful and wants to move the clan. You have the following options. 1. Agree with the sect leader and follow the Jade Clearance sect to escape. You will receive a spiritual treasure. 2. If you reject the sect leader and choose to stay and wait for the great sage of green python, you will receive a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 3 lines appeared before Hanjia's eyes. He frowned and asked, move where? Overseas. Defecting to the ancestor. He's been getting beat up a lot lately. Defecting to him? How does Elder Han know? I can project that. Besides, can I avoid the green python great sage's demon army along this route? We can't. The states and dynasties surrounding Great Yen are all suffering from demon attacks, and we will encounter demons no matter where we go. Gather all the disciples back. Hanjia shook his head and said that he would encounter demons if he fled anyway, so he might as well stay and put up a fight. If all the disciples gathered at the Jade Clearance sect, Hanjia wouldn't need to go around rescuing people. He would only need to wait here, and then take the lead in killing the incoming green python great sage, and the remaining demon kings would naturally be scared out of their wits. Hanjia had thought about going out to look for the green python great sage, but on second thought, the sky was huge. Where was he going to find it? When you go out, if you get your home stolen, you'll regret it. The other sects in the cultivation world were extinguished, so Hanjia didn't care. The only thing that could make him not give up was the Jade Clearance sect, as long as the Jade Clearance sect is still around. So what if heaven and earth are destroyed? Hanjia didn't want to be a savior, and if he did, he would be in constant trouble in the future. Furthermore, it was impossible for the green python great sage to slaughter the human race, and Hanjia had encountered more than one Mahayana realm cultivator. you reject the master and choose to stay, and receive a Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, containing the power of Heavenly Tao, fused with a magic weapon. It can make the magic weapon upgrade by 1 grade. Ha! This stuff is good. Han Jia was attracted to the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Li Qingzi nodded and said, I'll give the order now. After saying that, Li Qingzi got up and left. Only after he left the cave did Han Jia take out the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. The Spirit Stone was purple in color, similar to a slab, and when Han Jia's divine sense probed into it, it was directly bounced off by a powerful force. The power of heaven? Han Jia was caught up in thought. In which magic treasure should he fuse it? Definitely go for the highest level nana or lose money. The Hongmeng Judgment Sword? Or the Book of Doom? Chapter 106, Crossing the Tai. 3 more steps. After hesitating for a long time, Han Jia decided to incorporate the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone within the Hongmeng Judgment Sword. The Green Python Great Sage could come at any time. He had to enhance his killing power. It would be best to kill the Green Python Great Sage in seconds. If it weren't for the Green Python Great Sage, Han Jia might have kept the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, but being cautious, he decided to go ahead and use it. He cursed him so much, but the Green Python Great Sage still succeeded in breaking through and went around prospering like nothing, showing that the Green Python Great Sage was very strong. Han Jia didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out the Hongmeng Judgment Sword and placed the Heaven's Path Spirit Stone on the blade, and the 6 paths spiritual energy was injected into both in an attempt to fuse them together. The Hongmeng Judgment Sword belonged to his companion Magic Treasure, and as he had tried before, the Hongmeng Judgment Sword wasn't able to exert power far beyond his realm. This was different from what he had imagined, and he had thought that it was the same as the East Emperor Tai in the Flood myths, holding the Chaos Bell and killing the 4 directions. However, on second thought, the cultivation of the East Emperor Tai when he came out of the world was already first class in the world. That's right, if a mortal were to allow a magic treasure to exert the power of an immortal god, wouldn't he be drained dry? The Hongmeng Judgment Sword can't be upgraded by the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Please replace it with another magic treasure. Han Jia's brows furrowed. This is outrageous. It seems to be just like what is written in the novels. Hongmeng is above the Heavenly Tao. Han Jia thought about it. Why don't we keep it for now? It was always a bit of a waste to give it to the Book of Doom. Raising 1 realm to curse the Green Python Great Sage to death? After breaking through to the Transitional Succession realm, there might even be a stronger magic treasure. If you wanted to kill the Green Python Great Sage in seconds, you would have to think of another way. Another epiphany on the way of the sword? I also wonder if that person is still keeping watch in the long river of the sword path. Han Jia took out the Book of Doom and began to curse the Green Python Great Sage with all his might. If you can drag it out a little longer. It's a little longer. A few days later, bleeding from all 7 orifices, he put down the Book of Doom and wiped the blood from his face with a contented smile. After spending a few more days healing his injuries, Han Jia began to have an epiphany of the Sword Tao. The epiphany he had was the 3 clear execution of the world, and he wanted to see if he could epiphany the 3 clear execution of the world to be even stronger. Great Yen border. Yang Tiandong stopped under a large tree, and hurriedly sat down, running his energy to heal his wounds. He was covered in blood, very woeful. Ever since the failed attack on the Green Python Great Sage with the chaotic Heavenly Dog, he had been hunted down and killed, and all these years, hiding in the East, could be considered a life worse than death. Sinner, you continue to escape. No matter where you escape to, this saint will catch you, and at that time, I will whip you into shape and let you experience what despair means. The Green Python Great Sage's laughter rang in Yang Tiandong's ears. Yang Tiantong wasn't shocked. It wasn't the first time he had heard it. Obviously, the Green Python Great Sage had used some kind of secret method, and could only transmit sound, and could not directly kill Yang Tiandong to come, otherwise Yang Tiandong would have been captured long ago. Damn! Yang Tiandong clenched his teeth. He was truly afraid. During these years, he had been in a state of serious injury, and no matter where he fled to, it was useless, and he had even dragged a number of immortal cultivation clans and demon kings into it. It was hard to return to Great Yen. He was hesitant, not knowing if he should return to the Jade Clearance sect. The Green Python Great Sage was too strong, so strong that he felt that no one would be able to defeat the Green Python Great Sage. If he didn't return to the Jade Clearance sect, then he would really have no place to go. Why don't we go and find the Demon King first? However, the Green Python Great Sage had a number of strong demon kings under him that were comparable to the Dianchang Demon King, and the Dianchang Demon King could not possibly be a match for the Green Python Great Sage. Yang Tiantong was torn while healing his wounds. Half an hour later, he moved again. Not long after he had left, dozens of bird demons flew in and continued to chase after him in the direction he had left. The sky and dome of the heavens suddenly reappeared with a vision. Purple haze covered the sky and even the earth was reflected in purple. While the world was amazed, Han Jie's consciousness had already entered the long river of the Sword Tao. At this moment, he was facing a silhouette in silence. "You again," the silhouette said angrily. Han Jie is even more speechless. This guy has a problem, guarding here day and night? He held back his fire and laughed. "Senior, I've encountered a great enemy in life and death. Can you let me take one more step?" "Just one step," the silhouette didn't have the heart to say. "You've already realized the Tai divine principle and sword intent. Who else in the mortal world are you unable to defeat? Unless the realm gap between you and the other party is too great." Han Jie sighed. "I wanted to visit Senior after Ascension to thank Senior for his previous reminder, but now I may have to die on the path of cultivation." Unfortunately, the figure was silent. After a while, the silhouette slowly spoke. "Then go forward." With that, his figure gave way, and Han Jie's consciousness followed him forward. Further ahead, Han Jie suddenly felt a terrifying pressure, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, which almost made him gasp for breath. It seemed that this senior hadn't lied to him. Mortals couldn't comprehend powers beyond Tai. Han Jie gritted his teeth and insisted. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Han Jie's consciousness began to swoon as he hurriedly shouted, "Senior, save me!" As the words fell, a hand reached out from behind and pressed down on his shoulder, pulling him backward, and immediately afterward, he felt the sky spinning as his consciousness fell down from the long river of the sword Dao. "Junior, next time, I won't save you." The cold snort of the silhouette reached Han Jie's ears. Han Jie's consciousness followed him back into his physical body, and he quickly applied his energy to stabilize his Yuan Shun. A line appeared before him. "Your Sword Dao Avatar 3 Qing execution of the world has been upgraded." After a while, as Han Jie's mental state recovered, he directly opened the simulated trial and battled against Master Xian. He had simulated a trial with Master Xian before, and the system had always had a copy of her file. After a breath, Han Jie opened his eyes. He let out a long breath. Although it was also a second kill, he could feel the enhancement of the 3 clear executioner. Just 3 more steps forward, the sword shadows of the 3 clear execution of the world could reach 1 million, all from the famous swords in the long river of the sword Dao. 1 million sword shadows focused on killing Xianshishir, even with the person and the soul directly annihilated. However, this move could be a huge drain on spiritual energy, and could not be easily performed in normal times. Han Jie smiled with satisfaction, and he was even more confident about killing the green python great sage in seconds. The heaven and earth grass shivered, and after seeing him smile, it couldn't help but speak. "Master, your aura just now is so terrifying. It reminds me of the previous master." Han Jie raised his eyebrows. "Which means I'm now comparable to an immortal god." He was just fooling around like this. How could he possibly compare to an immortal god? The grass of heaven and earth was too weak to judge the might of that previous immortal god master. "What previous master? You only have me." Han Jie grunted. "Ah woo." Han would never pay any more attention to the heaven and earth grass and got up to leave. The visions in the vault of heaven had begun to fade. When Sun Chanan saw Han Jie come out, he sighed. "Master, it's not the first time that a natural-born vision has been born, and I don't know what kind of demon has come out this time." He couldn't feel everything that was happening inside the innate cave, so he didn't think towards Han Jie. Han Jie smiled and cursed in his heart. "You're the demon." He didn't answer, but looked away. Following his gaze, dozens of miles away, there was a demonic man in a mountain forest who was meditating and recuperating. "It's exactly Yang Tian Winter." Yang Tianton looked up at the sky while running his kung fu and muttered, "Another heavenly prodigy has come out of nowhere. Alas, how good would it be if he could help me kill the green python great sage?" As soon as the words fell, a familiar voice came out. "You're at the doorstep, and you're still not coming back. Could it be that you really want to be a son to the green python great sage?" Hearing these words, Yang Tiandong inexplicably wanted to cry, and his eyes instantly turned red. Master really did care about him after all. He suddenly felt like he wasn't a human being and that he was sorry for Han Jie. Han Jie had told him before not to go out, but he hadn't listened. And now, after being chased by the green python great sage and having nowhere to go, he had only thought of coming back. "Master, father, don't cry. Go to the bottom of the hill and kowtow for 5 years, and recite 1,000 times a day that you were wrong." Chapter 107, The Great Sage's Attack. Yang Tianton came to the foot of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, knelt down in front of the stone monument, and began to kowtow. "Master, my disciple knows he is wrong. Master, my disciple knows he is wrong. Master, my disciple knows he is wrong." He chanted it over and over, his forehead constantly touching the dirt. The hill. The black jail chicken jumped down from the fusong tree and said excitedly, "The half-demon is back? A half-demon?" Sun Chanan was instantly interested. Could it be the legendary eldest senior brother? Han Jie turned around and walked back to the innate cave, while Black Hellcock and Sun Chanan descended the mountain. Back inside the innate cave, Han Jie immediately began detecting the demons within the Jade Clearance sect. He didn't detect the Green Python Great Sage, but detected the Green Python Great Sage's demon soldiers, a few bird demons. Instead of capturing those bird demons, he let them ventilate and waited for the Green Python Great Sage to kill them. For the next period of time, the disciples of the Jade Clearance sect returned to the sect one after another, and Morongchi also came back. He came under the Fusang tree and began to follow Sun Chang'an in his cultivation, no longer going out. Yang Tiandong was rarely surprised by Sun Chang'an and Morongchi's cultivation. The apprentice grandson is on the verge of breaking through to the Yuanying realm? And the black jail chicken. Surprisingly, he was already at the void melting realm cultivation level. Yang Tiantong couldn't help but feel for the chaotic heavenly dog. The chaotic heavenly dog had only broken through to transformation of God a short while ago, and was still trying to teach the black prison chicken a lesson, so it seemed to be out of the question. Han Jie couldn't help but be speechless as he listened to them chatting within the cave and learned that the chaotic heavenly dog was only at the cultivation level of a transformation god. How dare you! One Yuaning and one transformation god dared to plot to attack and kill the Green Python Great Sage? No wonder the Green Python Great Sage was so angry. Being revolted by a mole is simply a great insult. It was thanks to the fact that they had met Huang Zuentian and the others, otherwise they would have died long ago. Months later, Li Qingtsu came to visit. When he saw Yang Tiantong at the bottom of the mountain still kowtowing, he looked odd. Entering the innate cave, he quickly stepped in front of Han Jie and said in an urgent voice, "Elder Han, something bad has happened. The Green Python Great Sage has already killed the Great Yen with his demon army, and according to the probing of our demon pets, their target is most likely us. So it turns out that the half-demon that the Green Python Great Sage is chasing after is your disciple." Yang Tiantong was recommended to Han Jie by him, and Yang Tiantong had also helped the Jade Clearance sect establish friendly relations with the Dianchang Demon King, which was also considered to be a great achievement. So it was impossible for him to let Han Jie expel Yang Tiantong from the division now. "Come as you are. Have the disciples returned? Where's the secret hall?" Han Jie said, full of concern. He was still a little nervous inside. If he couldn't kill the Green Python Great Sage in seconds, would that allow the Green Python Great Sage to escape? And there would be a lot of trouble at that time. "All have returned. The secret hall has been sealed. I have had the other legend entrances destroyed, and in the future, you can only enter from the Jade Clearance sect," Li Qingzi replied. Han Jie nodded. Qingzi Li's efficiency was still very high. Li Qingzi asked cautiously, "Waiting next?" This time, the situation was different from the past. The Green Python Great Sage had already fallen to the cultivation world of several states, and he was truly on fire. This disaster can be described as a demonic disaster that happens once in 10,000 years. Can Han Jie alone really block it? Aha! Han Jie answered. Seeing this, Li Qingzi could only press down the panic and uneasiness in his heart and then leave. When he left, Han Jie took a deep breath. The heaven and earth grass had already been put in a white jade bottle by him, ready to run at any time. Although Han Jie was confident, he habitually thought of the worst possibilities. If you can't beat them, you can really only run. Han Jie took out the Book of Doom and began to curse the Green Python Great Sage. This time he didn't curse with all his might in case he needed to fight at any time. It's good to mess with each other's minds. In the northern part of Great Yen, there is ice and snow. Countless demons and monsters gathered in the midst of the snowy sky, and there was a sturdy and domineering 100-foot figure standing on the snowy ground, holding a golden wooden staff in his hand. It was none other than the Green Python Great Sage. The Green Python Great Sage in serpent scale heavy armor looked down at the dignified Chung Demon King at his feet and laughed fiercely. Serve or not? The dignified Chung Demon King who had transformed into human form looked incomparably wretched at the moment, covered in blood. His head stepped on by the Green Python Great Sage, unable to move. Not only him, but his men were subdued by the other demons, and were likewise trampled on the snow, each looking at him in fear and despair. The demons understood that they might be put to death along with Demon King Dianchang if he didn't surrender. It's too strong. Recalling the scene just now, the demons couldn't help but tremble. In their hearts, the Dianchang Demon King was an invincible existence. Facing the Green Python Great Sage was surprisingly powerless. Damn! The Dianchang Demon King gritted his teeth and held his tongue. At this point, the Green Python Great Sage suddenly frowned, and his entire body became irritable. Damn you! Cursing this saint again! The Green Python Great Sage cursed angrily, his voice sounding like a bell. A curse? Upon hearing this, the Dianchang Demon King couldn't help but think of his own experience. Looks like this guy is being targeted by the immortal gods as well. That's all. Bow down first. He won't live long anyway, the Dianchang Demon King said in a deep voice. I am willing to submit. The Green Python Great Sage snorted coldly and moved his right foot out of the way while signaling his men to let go of the Dianchang Demon King's men. Do you recognize Yang Tiandong? The Green Python Great Sage asked, and with a wave of his right hand, flying snow gathered and condensed into a mirror, which reflected Yang Tiandong's face. The Dianchang Demon King just climbed up and fixed his eyes on him. He couldn't help but freeze and asked in surprise, "Isn't this my righteous son? Could it be that he has offended you? Righteous son?" The Green Python Great Sage's snake eyes instantly turned cold. Boom! The Green Python Great Sage blew off the head of the Duanchang Demon King with a staff, spilling blood all over the ground and scaring all the demons. The Yuanshan of the Dianchang Demon King floated out of his physical body and screamed in terror. "Great Sage Green Python, what are you doing? I have been willing to submit. It wasn't me who assigned Yang Tiantong to offend you." The Green Python Great Sage grunted. He also worshipped the sage as his righteous father, and organized a revolt of the Demon Kings. The Dianchang Demon King froze. "Rebellion? Sizzle. This saint will not destroy your Yuanshan. From now on, you will have nothing more to do with Yang Tiandong. When this saint catches Yang Tiandong, if you dare to say a word, this saint will make sure that you will not be able to transcend your life." The Green Python Great Sage's face grimaced and chilled as the anger in his heart ignited once again. Dog stuff. Surprisingly, he recognized other Demon Kings as his righteous father. The Green Python Great Sage felt insulted. "Can't stand it." Suffering into Immortality Mountain. In front of the stone monument, Yang Tiantong was still kowtowing. Rumble. The sound of thunder caused the trance-like Yang Tiandong to suddenly wake up. He looked up and rolled overcast clouds swept in. The overcast clouds attracted by the demonic chi. As if he thought of something, his face became horrified and he turned his head to look at the sky. The demonic aura at the end of heaven and earth engulfed the mountains and rivers as if an abyss was coming. Frightening and terrifying. The Great Sage of Green Python is here. Not only was Yang Tiandong frightened, but everyone in the Jade Clearance sect was so frightened that they walked out of their caves and pavilions one after another. Elders immediately lead the disciples from each peak to their respective clan protection formations and open the formations immediately. Guan Yu Gang's voice resounded throughout the entire clan, and everyone could hear the gravity in his tone. The disciples flew off in all directions, and the chatter was endless. "The Green Python Great Sage is here? It's over. Can we hold it? I hear the other states have fallen. Damn it, why didn't the sect leader take us to escape? Now we're completely in a jar." "Escape? Where are you going to flee? The dynasties and states surrounding Great Yan have already been ravaged by demons running rampant. It's useless to run away anyways. It's better to concentrate and at least have the power of resistance." The matter of the Green Python Great Sage had spread a few years ago, and the disciples were terrified. But fortunately there were so many of them that they didn't go haywire. "Sinful son, this saint thought that you would escape somewhere, but I didn't expect to escape to such a small sect. So this saint will eat all the people of this small sect today. Let's see where you can still escape to." An icy cold laughter echoed between heaven and earth, and Yang Tianton was so frightened that his face turned pale. Testimonials. Bang! A heavy tap on the table interrupts me, who is lost in thought, and I look angrily at the homeroom teacher standing beside the table. "You're lost in class again. Are you thinking about your novels? You're 13 years old. How can you be addicted to internet novels? It's amazing that you still want to write novels. How many points will you get on the midterm like this? There's no future in writing novels." The homeroom teacher yelled in exasperation. Hearing a pang of distraction, all the students around me were making fun of me in a cross way. I said with a stubborn face, "I'm going to be on the shelves. I'll definitely be a network author in the future. As for the future, this new book of mine is going to be out soon. It's very bullish. Maybe I can have 500 subscriptions. How much money can I earn with 500 subscriptions? Do you know? It can earn a King Wu Zetian." The homeroom teacher laughed and said, "Teachers wrote novels when they were young. 500 subscriptions is hard. Wake up." I smiled back. It seems the teacher didn't know about my talent. I was about to get up and argue when I suddenly felt dizzy. When I was awake again, I realized I was sitting at my keyboard, and I slapped my handsome face and sighed. I can't believe I fell asleep while I was coding, dreaming about being on the shelves. Outrageous. That's right. This is the shelves testimonials. From the delusion is 13 years old handsome man real experience. Shelves for a book, how important. Old bookworms understand. This is the life and death. With the vast majority of books, the shelving record sets the ceiling for the book. So, ask for a subscription. It pops up at 12 noon and may be off by a few minutes. So I'll be updating through the night today. The higher the first booking, the more passionate I am about coding. Prices of goods, rent are rising. The price of the novel is still so low. More than $12 can support the book for a month. A meal of takeout money can be for the book to renew the dream. All the lords must subscribe. Finally, thank you for a month and a half of support, and I wish you all the best. P.S. The pace of the book will not be slowed down by the shelves, so don't worry, the cool article does not feed the poison. Chapter 108 Execution of the Demon Saint. Hearing the Green Python Great Sage's words, everyone within the Jade Clearance sect, from the sect leader down to the outer disciples, were shocked. This demon actually wants to eat all of them. Inside the innate cave, Han Jie also heard the Green Python Great Sage's words. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So arrogant. Doesn't seem to be affected by the curse of the Book of Doom. Is it strong? Han Jie immediately searched for the Green Python Great Sage with the simulation trial. However, there was no Green Python Great Sage within 100 miles, and this guy started to pretend before he even arrived. Han Jie had no choice but to immediately move Yang Tiandong into the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain to avoid being captured by the Green Python Great Sage and used to threaten him. Of course, if that really happened, Han Jie wouldn't be merciful. Anyway, he had already given Yang Tiantong the six-path seal, and it would be fine if he died, and he would renew his master-disciple bond in the next life. Han Jie slowly got up, his entire spiritual treasure vaguely shining. Heavenly Skygrass shivered and spoke. Master, where are you going? Don't leave me behind. Without looking back, Han Jie said, I'll be back soon. He stepped out of the innate cave, and the black prison rooster, Sun Chanan, Yang Tiantong, and Morong Chi waited anxiously under the Fusang tree. The Green Python Great Sage's terrifying demonic aura had enveloped the Jade Clearance sect, not only his demonic aura, but also the demonic auras of other demons. The demonic auras converged together as if the waves were raging and attacking the Jade Clearance sect from all directions, as if it was going to drown the Jade Clearance sect. Xiao Yao, Guan Yu Gang, Lu Bumi, Li Qingzi, and immortal Shi Xuanzi were suspended high in the air, and from their perspective, the 8 sides of the heaven and earth were filled with oppressive and terrifying black clouds made of demonic chi. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the elders. Just how strong is the Green Python Great Sage? Who is this sinful son he speaks of? Can't top it. Where's Elder Chopper? Elder Shao? Elder Lu? Can you defeat the Green Python Great Sage? Just how many demons are in the Green Python Great Sage's demon army? Have all the protective formations been opened? While the elders were in a state of fear, the disciples were even more terrified. Xing Hongxian walked out of the cave and came beside Han Jie, asking nervously, Husband, what are you going to do? She had often heard Han Jie say that if he encountered an unbeatable enemy, he would run away. Xing Hongxian didn't reject Han Jie running away. She was only afraid that Han Jie would leave her behind and run away alone. Wait a little longer. Han Jie gazed into the distance and said softly, seeing him so calm, Xing Hongxian, Black Prison Chicken, Sun Chanan, and Morong Chi could not help but feel at ease. Yang Tiandong looked at Han Jie incredulously. Could it be that Master is already powerful enough to be fearless of the Green Python Great Sage? He knew Han Jie, and if he wasn't sure of everything, he would never be so calm. Unbeknownst to him, Han Jie was frantically testing the Jade Clearance sect with simulated trials. Why don't you show up? Han Jie had the feeling that he was playing an online game, constantly tapping refresh and refreshing the boss. After a while, the Great Sage of the Green Python, first level of the Ferrying Realm, the newest demon sage of the demon race, Han Jie immediately conducted a mock trial. 2 breaths later, Han Jie frowned and closed his eyes again. A breath later, he opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. It's okay. Luckily, he had upgraded the 3-clear execution of the world a bit. Otherwise he really couldn't break the defense of that golden wooden staff. Han Jie's right hand was open, maintaining his sword grip. And the reason why he hadn't taken out the Hongmeng Judgment Sword was that he wanted to catch the Green Python Great Sage off guard. He raised his steps to the edge of the cliff and looked out over the end of the world. The Green Python Great Sage was flying rapidly towards the Bitter Cultivation Immortal Mountain. Not because he guessed that there was a formidable enemy on the Bitter Cultivation Immortal Mountain, but because he was rushing towards Yang Tiantong. Yang Tiantong had obviously felt the killing intent of the Green Python Great Sage, and he was covered in cold sweat, shivering and terrified. Han Jie didn't care about him and continued to look towards the sky. Soon, the figure of the Green Python Great Sage appeared, that 100-feet demonic body stepping on the black clouds of demonic energy, carrying a golden wooden staff on his shoulder as if he came from the Floodlands, exuding an overbearing and terrifyingly ferocious aura all over his body. Behind him, within the churning demonic clouds were countless demons, one more hideous than the other, looking at the Jade Clearance sect as if they were looking at a paradise filled with food. Still, the scent of a cultivator is delicious. Don't rob me today. I'm starving. All you know is eating. And there's more to people than just being edible. Especially women. There are too few people. There's just not enough for us to share. At the demon saint's command, we shall not snatch and run. The Green Python Great Sage had already seen Yang Tiantong, and he was wearing a hideous smile. Not running away this time? The Green Python Great Sage's laughter resounded once again, causing everyone in the Jade Clearance sect to tense up. Yang Tiandong didn't dare to meet his eyes and could only turn his head to look at Han Jie. Han Jie's expression was calm. He was weighing when to strike. Closer, he would kill the Green Python Great Sage by surprise. The Green Python Great Sage noticed that Han Jie, all covered in spiritual treasures, was too poor in cultivation. He glanced at the Black Prison Chicken again, which had a good cultivation level and could be taken in. Immediately afterward, his gaze fell on the Fusong tree. Ha! The tree! As if the green python great sage thought of something, his snake eyes widened. How could it be? How could such a divine tree be here? The green python great sage's heart was shocked, and immediately, a strong greed surged in his heart. He'll take this tree. His divine sense had already swept across the Jade Clearance sect, and the strongest was only at the 9th level of the fused void realm, and couldn't even carry one of his staffs. The green python great sage noticed the Jade Clearance sect's cultivators who were standing at attention and laughed indulgently. Let's let you all feel the power of this sage. He violently leapt up, and a berserk and extreme pressure descended from the sky, shaking the 18 peaks of the Jade Clearance sect, the main peak, and the nearby mountains. The green python great sage swooped down, aiming straight at the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. All the cultivators of the Jade Clearance sect were nervous. They all knew who was hiding within the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. If they couldn't even block that one, they could really only wait for death. Li Qingxi's hands in his sleeves were clenched tightly, his forehead overflowing with bean-sized cold sweat. Immortal Shi Xian frowned tightly, her body trembling slightly. All the elders were nervous to the extreme. It wasn't the first time they had looked forward to the god-beheading elders, but this time, the situation was different from the past. All the nearby states had fallen, and such a calamity could be considered unprecedented, at least not in their perceived history. Time passed very slowly. The picture was as if the slow play button had been pressed, and everyone was staring at the green python great sage so tightly that they could no longer hear the sound. Heaven and earth lost their voices. Under their gaze, countless sword shadows suddenly shot out from within the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, densely packed as if they were carp that had crossed the river, rushing up into the sky, unstoppable, accompanied by a deafening roar. The black sword light shone through the heavens and earth. The green python great sage was directly drowned by the torrent of sword shadows. The Three Qing puts the world to death. Han Jie struck out. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he still maintained the posture of wielding the Hongmeng Judgment Sword, the sword pointing at the sky, the golden cicada Xianshan clothes hunting, and the Earth Emperor's royal spirit scarf swaying crazily. Black Prison Chicken, Sun Chanan, Mo Rong Qi, Yang Tiantong, and Xing Hongxian all stared at Han Jie's back with wide eyes and shocked faces. Han Jie's back was like an immortal god, so magnificent and awe-inspiring. I'm going to do it, Han Jie said softly, his eyes calm and expressionless. Xing Hongxian heard the answer she hadn't gotten earlier. Han Jie's words, though light, were full of power and hit her hard. Carved in stone. Chapter 109 Immortal in the World, the strongest in the world. Boom! As soon as the Three Qing execution worlds came out, in an instant, hundreds of thousands of sword shadows shot up in unison, directly crushing the green python great sage that had descended from the sky. That's right, crush! Even the demon with his soul, his form and spirit were destroyed, and he didn't even have a chance to be reincarnated. The sword shadow set off a gale that swept through the 8 directions of heaven and earth, as if an immortal god had waved his hand and set off the winds and waves of the mortal world. Han Jie held the Hongmeng Judgment Sword in his right hand, and with a twist of the blade, an even more powerful sword chi rose up from the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, piercing through the clouds. The sword chi turned into a sea, covering the sky. All the people and demons couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and open mouths, jaw-dropping, unbelievable. A sword shadow coalesced in the ocean of sword chi, and these swords had different styles of appearance. Some were like a gentleman with an elegant temperament, some were like a king who looked down upon heaven and earth, and some were like a saint with a broad blade and a majestic atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the number of sword shadows grew to as large as 1,000,000, still growing wildly. All the people and demons only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and when they fixed their eyes again, the sky was filled with sword shadows, so dense that they couldn't even be counted. Xiao Yao, Lu Bumi, Guan Yu Gang, and the other elders were similarly shocked. Xiao Yao in particular, even though he was blind, his divine sense could capture all of this. He trembled and muttered, this kind of divine power. He couldn't help but recall the scene 5,000 years ago when the spirit sky sect was slaughtered by the power of the immortal gods. The demonic aura of the green python great sage. The Jingshu realist trembled and whispered to himself, no, P.E. The green python great sage's demonic aura was gone. Everyone hadn't even regained their senses yet, and the green python great sage was dead? The elders had thought that Han Jie might win, but they hadn't expected to win so completely. The scene before them told them that the green python great sage had been killed by Han Jie with a single strike. How big must this power gap be? Just how strong was Elder Zenith? In the meantime, the millions of sword shadows of the Three Qing executioners shot in different directions, and the ocean of sword chi continued to condense sword shadows that continued to shoot. The demons watching from afar then reacted. Boom! All the demons turned and fled in fear. The demon saint is dead. Our demon saint is dead. Run away. How is it possible? What kind of god is the Jade Clearance sect hiding? How could the green python great sage die so quickly? Ridiculous. Where could the speed of the demons compare to Han Jie's sword shadow? Almost instantly, blood flowers erupted from the sky in every direction of the Yuqing sect, as if fireworks were blooming in a spectacular manner. Today, this scene would be unforgettable for all the contemporary cultivators of the Jade Clearance sect, because on this day, they witnessed the power of the immortal god. With his own strength, he suppressed countless demon soldiers and demon kings. A line followed before Han Jie's eyes. Your first time killing a fairy realm being, you get a Heaven's Path Spirit Stone. It's the Tendo Spirit Stones again. Han Jie raised an eyebrow as he raised his left hand and took it through the air, a golden wooden staff falling into his hands. It was none other than the Green Python Great Sage's magic treasure. Green Python Great Sage all over his body. Only this treasure is left. The three-clear execution of the world unexpectedly could not completely destroy this treasure, so it can be seen that the power of this treasure. This golden wooden staff was blasted out with a crack and was still filled with charred smoke. Han Jie subconsciously probed his divine sense into the golden wooden staff, and in the next second, his eyes snapped open and he hastily withdrew his divine sense. His face became grave. This golden wooden staff actually hid a strand of split soul within it, which was a demonic man, curled up within the mustard seed space of the golden wooden staff. What is it? Han Jie was surprised as he immediately threw the golden wooden staff into the small Qin Kuan belt. That residual soul wasn't enough to hurt Han Jie, but Han Jie was afraid of waking him up, in case this guy had a big background. Han Jie re-looked to all sides of heaven and earth. The demons were routed, and in just a few breaths of time, the three-clear execution world had already killed hundreds of thousands of demons. Han Jie turned around and saw Xing Hongxian, Black Prison Chicken, and the others still in a daze, especially Yang Tiandong. The whole person was dumbfounded. He knew best how strong the Green Python Great Sage was. The existence in his heart that he truly called invincible was the Green Python Great Sage. This demon saint who had brought Yang Tiantong endless despair and fear was killed in seconds by his master. Thousands of emotions converged in Yang Tiandong's heart, eventually turning into endless guilt. It turns out that the strongest man had been by his side all along, while he was chasing vain power all over the world. Yang Tiandong smiled bitterly, not even daring to look at Han Jie. Han Jie walked towards the cave. Master is too strong. The world is invincible. The Black Hell Chicken was excited and bad. This wasn't the first time that a seemingly invincible powerhouse came to the front of the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain and was directly killed by Han Jie in seconds. Sure enough, the master is right. Diving in is the way to go. Spend all your time in cultivation to be far superior to your enemies. Xing Hongshuan's eyes were glowing as she looked at Han Jie, worthy of being the man she had her eye on from the start. No one was prouder than her. She looked at Han Jie when he was still just a mortal, and she was the first to think that Han Jie was different. It starts with a face though. Sun Shan'an and Murong Qi also adored Han Jie to the extreme, especially Murong Qi. Han definitely was still somewhat unfamiliar to him, and he had always been curious about his master ancestor's cultivation. Today, he saw it. As Han Jie passed by Yang Tiandong, he dropped a sentence. Still not quick enough to go kneel at the foot of the mountain. From now on, if you dare to run out again without my consent, you and I, master and disciple, will be severed, and I will no longer intervene in your death or life. Yang Tiantong took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He turned toward Han Jie and knelt down, heavily kowtowing 3 times before descending the mountain. A head of demons swept over the mountains and rivers, and one of the demons was clearly the Duanshan Demon King. Although only the Yuanshan remained, the Jianchang Demon King still had some means, and while he fled, he killed those demons with weak cultivation. He was taking revenge on the Green Python Great Sage. It turns out that immortal is hiding in the Jade Clearance sect. No wonder the curse disappeared after going to the Jade Clearance sect. It seems that the curse that the Green Python Great Sage felt was a warning from that immortal, but it's a pity that this guy insisted on wreaking havoc, and ended up with a deadly end. The Jianchang Demon King thought secretly. He let loose, and from now on would never offend the Jade Clearance sect, nor would he ever kill anyone within Great Yen. If he had the chance, he would also visit the Jade Clearance sect. It's okay to give that immortal a ride, or even chance. The other side. The entire Jade Clearance sect was in a state of extreme excitement, and the understanding Li Qingzi immediately arranged for the elders to deal with the aftermath of the incident, and gave strict orders not to disturb the tranquility of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. In today's battle, Elder Jinshan once again ascended to the altar in the hearts of the Jade Clearance sect's cultivators. Inside the innate cave, Han Jie sat on the bed and played with the golden wooden staff. He was considering what to do with this wooden staff. He wanted to destroy it, but he was afraid of disturbing the remnants of the souls inside. No way, can't keep it. It's better to just exterminate it. In case this remnant of the soul still had a real body, perhaps it would rely on the remnant of the soul to arrive. Han Jie immediately executed the 6 soul suckers to suck out the remnants of the souls inside. Just then, The remnant soul suddenly opened its eyes. What do you want? An icy voice rang out, startling Han Jie's eyelids. Jedi Diffractor has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred level is 5 stars. When Han Jie saw the line in front of him, he was so frightened that he directly extinguished the remnants of his soul. What's the point of keeping the remnants when the 5-star hate level is almost unresolvable? Chapter 110, Taoist Absolute Diffusion. Yuqing Holy Sect. After executing the remnant soul of Taoist Extinction Diffraction, Han Jie immediately called up his human relationships. Soon, he found Taoist Jieyan's avatar, Taoist Jie Diffractor, 8th level of the immortal realm. Because you killed his demon pets and souls left in the mortal world, he is full of hatred for you. When you ascend, he will surely look for your trouble. The current hatred degree is 6 stars. The 8th level of the immortal realm? Waiting for me to ascend? Han Jie was first startled, then relieved. That's it? I've been waiting to have the cultivation to kill you before ascending. What can you do to me then? Han Jie secretly thought in triumph. It was good to feel out the other party's details, and Han Jie didn't have to brainstorm too much. Han Jie had a bright idea and took out the Book of Doom, as well as 2 Heaven's Path Spirit Stones. There are too many powerful enemies, and it is necessary to use some unconventional means to distract them from me. After Han Jie had made up his mind, he immediately incorporated the 2 Heaven's Path Spirit Stones into the Book of Doom. About 2 hours passed. Doom Book upgrade succeeded. The Book of Doom is upgraded to a superb Tai-E spiritual treasure. From an absolute grade spiritual treasure to an extreme grade Tai-E spiritual treasure. This was the effect of ascending 2 orders. That is to say, after the absolute grade spiritual treasures came the Tai-E spiritual treasures and the extreme grade Tai-E spiritual treasures respectively. Han Jie immediately began cursing Taoist Jieyan to try the effect. The Book of Doom was supposed to be an ominous magic treasure, and Han Jie didn't dare to exert himself too hard for fear of draining himself dry. The Green Python Great Sage fell. This news quickly spread throughout Great Yen and then to the cultivation circles of the neighboring states and dynasties. The righteous and demonic paths of the Great Yen cultivation world were all in awe of the Jade Clearance sect. Before, it might have just been fear, but now even the Devil's Way had respect for the Jade Clearance sect. The incomparable Green Python Great Sage folded in the Jade Clearance sect. Just how strong is the Jade Clearance sect? With Han Jie's outburst, the Jade Clearance sect had directly established its name as the Great Yen Holy Land. The news traveled to other states and caused the same outcry. With the attack of the Green Python Great Sage, the cultivation sects in the various states fled and closed their doors. All of them were filled with depression. Western Abyssal State. True Martial Arts Cult. The Western Abyssal Prefecture had also suffered the ravages of the Green Python Great Sage, but the True Martial sect had managed to escape, mainly because the Green Python Great Sage had been attracted by young Tiantong before he had the chance to deal with them. The higher echelons of the True Martial sect were gathered in a large hall, and all of them were stunned and shocked after hearing the news of the fall of the Green Python Great Sage. Shangwan Suijian smiled bitterly. What a Jade Clearance sect! What a divine beheading elder! Huang Jihao stood behind Shangwan Qiujian with a complicated expression. His status as a core disciple. The crowd looked at him, and one of the elders asked, Deacon Elder, you've been to Great Yan's Jade Clearance sect before. Is the Jade Clearance sect really that powerful? Upon hearing this, Shangwan Seeking Sword smiled bitterly. To be honest, I went to challenge the Jade Clearance sect's elder Jin Shun, and was defeated by the other party with a single sword. I'm too embarrassed to talk about this past. Now it seems that the person who killed the Green Python Great Sage was that elder Jin Shun. Even the Green Python Great Sage had been put to death, and Shangwan Suijian's heart was suddenly much more comfortable. Han Jie, who was far away in the Jade Clearance sect, was puzzled when he received the alert that his favorability had increased. Shangwan Seeking Sword straightened his back, as if losing to Han Jie was such an honorable thing. From now on, the Jade Clearance sect will be the Holy Land of the Great Yen cultivation world, and even the Holy Land of the 10 states and 9 dynasties. The true martial sect must not be offended, and must even be the first to befriend it. I would like to have my disciple rush to the Jade Clearance sect immediately, and on behalf of the true martial sect, and on behalf of the Western Abyssal State, I would like to thank the Jade Clearance sect. We also have to prepare a big gift, Shangwan Seeking Sword said in a deep voice, throwing his voice on the ground. One of the elders frowned. The true martial sect has also suffered heavy losses. How will the disciples within the sect view it if they go to appease the Jade Clearance sect at this time? Shangwan Seeking Sword glared at him and drank. Wake up, what are you thinking? In public, the Jade Clearance sect has saved the world, so we must not pay our respects? In private, in the future, the Jade Clearance sect will definitely be the holy land that all cultivators in the world look up to. If we are one step behind, there will be other sects that will go there first, and when the Jade Clearance sect grows, there will definitely be sects that will be pressurized by the dog's power. The sooner we go there, the more we will benefit. His words made the elders ponder. 9 Dragons Sect. After listening to the disciples' report, Huang Zuentian waved his hand for the disciple to retreat. He was the only one left in the room, and he showed his admiration. A senior is a senior. Even the Green Python Great Sage is not its opponent. Or else I would give the Nine Dragons sect to the Jade Clearance sect? Huang Zuentian muttered, his eyes twinkling. Not joking. He was really having it. Since encountering the scourge of the Green Python Great Sage's sweep, the Nine Dragons sect had been torn apart internally, and many people were afraid of the Green Python Great Sage, and had even fled quite a few of them. For such a clan, he was really heartbroken. In addition, the death of the Green Python Great Sage had made him realize that the only proper way to cultivate was to dive into hard work. Just like his predecessors, cultivators are supposed to cultivate for longevity. The so-called clans are only for the sake of inheritance. When the clans are for power, what's the difference between them and the mortal gangs? Huang Zuentian doesn't want to be held back by power anymore. He wants to follow Han Jie's example. After taking turns cursing Taoist Jie Yan, Zhu Yao, and Mo Yuling for 7 days each, Han Jie put down the Book of Doom with satisfaction. Tian Grass asked curiously, Master, what are you doing? Han Jie replied, enlightening the great Tao of heaven and earth. This book has no words or any mysteries. It's precisely because it has nothing that it can empty my mind. Heaven and earth grass seemed to understand. Han Jie waved his hand, removing it from the white jade bottle and planting it into the soil. Han Jie closed his eyes and cultivated. Killing the Green Python Great Sage didn't make him too happy. It was only reasonable that he had to kill a few enemies on his cultivation path. He hoped that the repercussions of the incident would soon disappear so that the trouble would not continue. For the next period of time, he stayed within the innate cave and never went out. Under Li Qingzi's arrangement, no one dared to come and disturb them either. The Jade Clearance sect became lively. As the news of the Green Python Great Sage's death and the Jade Clearance sect spread, both the righteous and the devilish came to thank the Jade Clearance sect for removing a great enemy for the human race. And there were even clans from other states. Huang Jihao came and tried to pay Han Jie a visit, but was stopped and was eventually received by the Jade Clearance sect elders. 8 years have flown by. Han Jie was getting closer and closer to the 9th level of the harmonization realm. This day, Li Qingzi came to visit Han Jie. Facing Han Jie once again, Li Qingzi behaved in a restrained manner. Elder Han, recently the elders proposed to rename the Jade Clear sect to the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, and the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty also came to visit and would like to take the Jade Clear Sacred Sect as his creed. What do you think about that? Li Qingzi asked. Han Jie opened his eyes and said, it's fine if you guys think it's feasible. The name Jade Clear Sacred Sect sounded lofty, very much like a holy land, so it was good to attract more cultivators to join. In addition, I have already sent a letter to the Ancestor Master to come back, and the Ancestor Master has also promised that it won't take more than a few years for him to come back and take up the position of the sect leader again. I don't want to die early, and I've decided to dive into my cultivation and fight for my destiny again. Li Qingzi sighed, a little embarrassed as he said this. Han Jie read his mind and said, when the position of sect leader is handed over, you'll move to the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain to cultivate, and as for the cave, you'll open it up yourself. Chapter 111, 9th level of harmonization realm. Demon Lord's visit. Although Han Jie had stayed in the Jade Clearance sect for hundreds of years, he didn't have many acquaintances, and it could even be said that there were only a handful. Li Qingzi was one of them. If not for Li Qingzi's arrangement, the aura of bitter cultivation into a mortal mountain wouldn't be so abundant. Of course, Li Qingzi also got from Han Jie here the bottom of the Jade Clearance sects becoming stronger and protection. Han Jie also hoped that he could go on the road of cultivation for a while longer. Extremely happy to receive Han Jie's consent, Li Qingzi asked a few more questions and left. The renaming of the Jade Clear sect to the Jade Clear Holy sect was a major event. When the entire sect hosted a banquet, the elders hoped that Han Jie would preach for the disciples, but he politely refused. Han never wants to throw his weight around. Now it was quite good. Although Elder Jinshen was famous, the disciples didn't know his appearance, and when there was nothing to do, he was still able to go around the inner city citadel. After Li Qingzi left, Han Jie thought of Chang Yuer, who had followed the Nine Cauldrons realist away. After this senior sister, who had always liked herself, left for overseas, she spent most of her time cultivating on her own, rarely getting involved in conflicts within the sect. The heavens puppet that Han Jie had handed over to her had also remained untouched, and even if she was in danger, she was able to get through it safely on her own. With the puppet of heaven paying attention to her, Han Jie would occasionally learn about her. Han Jie utilized the puppet of heaven to send a voice message to Chang Yuer, telling her to follow the Nine Cauldrons realist back. Chang Yuer was badly excited when she heard his voice. At this moment, she was hugging the heavens puppet inside the cave, just like hugging a doll. Senior brother, how is the situation in the Jade Clearance sect? How is your cultivation? It turns out that you can talk to me through the puppet. In the very first few years, when I called out to you, why didn't you answer? Chang Yuer asked with a smile. The puppet of heaven replied, you won't be able to protect you when your spiritual power runs out. So that's it. Wait. No matter how much Chang Yuer called out, Han Jia just stopped responding. Chang Yuer skimmed her mouth and hummed, stinking senior brother, caring about me and still refusing to say so. It's good to be so cold. I guess Xing Hongshan and Emoju often hit the wall as well. When I go back, senior brother, don't you dare try to escape from me. He. Chang Yuer smiled even more broadly as she thought of the wonderful thing. After a while, a magnetic voice came from outside the cave. Senior sister, recently there is a sermon by a great power on Red Dragon Immortal Island. I have an invitation letter to enter the island. Do you want to go? I can take you there. Upon hearing this, Chang Yuer gathered her smile and said coldly, thank you for your kind words. I won't be going. I've recently gained some insights from my cultivation. I need to ponder over them. Her tone was a far cry from earlier. Alright, next time I'll come back to visit senior sister. If I come across any good treasures on the Red Dragon Immortal Island, I'll bring them and gift them to senior sister. There's no need to trouble senior brother. Where are the words? Ha ha ha, senior brother will leave first. You continue to cultivate. Chang Yuer cursed the other party for not knowing what to do, not cultivating properly and always coming to pester me. By the time you come back next time, I'll have gone back to my handsome little brother. In a dark cave, 5 figures sat around. One of them was clearly Xin Chengjun. A black-robed old man spoke. The great sage of the Green Python is dead, died in a sect called the Jade Clearance sect in Great Yen. What do you think of this matter? Xian Chengjun's face didn't change, as if he didn't know the Yuqing sect. The Green Python Great Sage is my master's demonic pet. Allowing him to slaughter the human race of the 9 dynasties of the 10 states was also a ploy of ours. This revenge must be avenged. In addition, although the human race of the 9 dynasties of the 10 states is dead and wounded, the human race has not completely disintegrated. We must find another way. A black shadow said in a deep voice. It was impossible to tell whether he was a human or a ghost. A burly monk next to him sneered. His bald head was covered with scars as if it was crawling with centipedes. Hideous and terrifying. He grunted. The Green Python Great Sage was too arrogant, relying on the Jie Yen Taoist's magic treasure. He really thought he was invincible. It's good to be dead. Relying on the demon race alone still won't work. If you want to crush the human cultivation world, you still have to rely on the human race. I propose to support the human demon cultivators, contributing to the human race's infighting. A white-haired woman nodded her head, dressed in red and with a pale complexion, more like a female ghost. She revealed a chilling smile and said, agreed. The black-robed old man looked at Xian Chengjun and asked, Demon Monarch, what do you think? Xian Chengjun nodded. I have no problem with that. I've been to the netherworld before, and the demon race is getting a little impatient waiting. At those words, the black-robed old man, the white-haired woman, the black shadow, and the scarred monk all frowned. Leave the matter of the Jade Clearance sect to me, and leave the other plans to you. Xian Chengjun continued. The black-robed old man responded. Well, the bottom line of that mysterious cultivator from the Jade Clearance sect has to be mapped out, and if it's detrimental to our plans, the demon monarch will try to take action to put him to death. Xian Chengjun nodded with an expressionless face. There are no years in cultivation, but 10 years in the mortal world and 1 world path. Another 5 years passed, and the impact of the killing caused by the Green Python Great Sage completely came to an end. The Jade Clear sect was renamed the Jade Clear Sacred Sect and became a recognized cultivation sanctuary in the Great Yen cultivation world, with more and more cultivators joining, and even a number of great cultivators coming from other states. After the name change, the Jade Clear Sacred Sect grew stronger and stronger. Hanjia finally broke through to the 9th level of the harmonization realm. He was rarely excited, simply because the transition realm was just around the corner. To celebrate, he pulled out the Book of Doom and made a habit of celebrating. Vermilion Bird, Mo Ling, and Jia Yen Taoist, one cannot be missing. He cursed as he checked his email. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic beast, X28211. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X3779. Your friend Mo Vengeance has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X3644. Your friend Zhou Fan is seriously injured and his life hangs in the balance. Your enemy, Mo Ling, has suffered a heart attack due to your curse and has lost his power. Your disciple Suki was attacked by the Demon King and was seriously injured. Your disciple Suchi spreads bad luck and the Demon King is killed by a passing monk. Your Taoist partner Xing Hongxian has gained the chance to enter the cave. Han Jia was happy. Mo Ling's Taoism has fallen greatly. Wonderful. Unfortunately, something hadn't happened to the Vermilion Bird and the Jia Yen Taoist yet. Han Jia noticed Xing Hongxuan's dynamics. More than 10 years ago, Han Jia had set Xing Hongxian as his Tao couple, and Xing Hongxuan's favorability had already reached 6 stars, and she had a more substantial relationship with him, so she could be directly set as a Tao couple. As for Mo Zhu, Han Jie had yet to set up as a Taoist couple. Xing Hongxian often offered him treasures, and Emoji would occasionally give him trouble. So in Han Jie's heart, naturally Xing Hongxian was more important. This must have been infected by my immortal emperor descendant's qi. Her luck is really top-notch, Han Jie thought silently, while beginning to anticipate what treasures Xing Hongxian would bring him. Ugh, the idea seems a bit ill-conceived. Half a month later, Han Jie put down the Book of Doom and habitually tested the strongest person within the Jade Clear sacred sect other than him. Xian Qingjun, 8th level of the Mahayana realm, ranked as a demon monarch. Han Jie froze. What's she doing back here? And it's not a mortal body. The 8th level of the Mahayana realm is so blinding. Han Jie tensed up and immediately swept his divine sense out, searching for Xian Qingjun. This demoness was resting inside the inn in the inner city. Han Jie thought about it and decided to get up and go. You can't hide from it. Walking to the entrance of the cave, though, he stopped in his tracks. Let's start with a mock trial to see if we can beat Xian Qingjun. Chapter 112, Transition Realm. Ascension. Inner Gate City. Inside the inn, Han Jie met Xian Qingjun. The female devil's face was still the same as it was back then. Not quite pretty, but not ugly either. Summing it up as just plain. Even though he was already at the 9th level of the harmonization realm, Han Jie was still nervous about facing Xian Qingjun, with all of his spiritual treasures being activated at all times. At this point in time, it was definitely impossible to hide it. After all, Xian Sure also knew that he was a divine beheading elder, so perhaps he had already passed the gas with Xian Qingjun. The Jade Clearance sect's divine beheading elder is you? You killed the Green Python Great Sage? Xian Qingjun held her wineglass and shook it while asking questions. She was calm, making it impossible to see through her inner thoughts. Han Jie nodded gently. He panicked a lot in his heart. After all, he didn't understand Xian Qingjun's temperament and intentions. The most important thing was that in the mock trial, he was undefeated against Xian Qingjun. This is a different person when she fights. It's horrible. No wonder it has the name of Demon King. I really underestimated. You were able to kill the Green Python Great Sage. Have you already reached transition? Xian Qingjun asked. She couldn't see through Han Jie's cultivation. Under the system's disguise, Han Jie's explicit cultivation had always been at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Han Jie shook his head. Just reached the 9th level of the Harmonization realm. Xian Qingjun finally revealed a smile and said, I didn't expect you to be a heavenly genius that would be hard to come across in 10,000 years. Quite good. More suitable to be my Taoist couple. Your Tao couple Xian Qingjun's favoritism towards you has increased, and the current favoritism level is 5 stars. Han Jie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of Xian Qingjun's right hand, 3 bottles of pills appeared on the table. These are all pills that are suitable for cultivation at the transition realm. Take them. Xian Qingjun laughed softly. Han Jie wasn't polite and accepted the 3 bottles of pills, asking, You came to the Jade Clearance sect for me? Xian Qingjun said, Yes and no. I'm here for the matter of the Green Python Great Sage. This demon has a big background. I'm here to avenge him. In the future, when others ask, you can't admit that you killed the Green Python Great Sage. The real culprit has already been killed by me. Do you understand? Han Jie frowned. Taoist Jie Yan still has connections in the mortal world? To be able to instruct a demon lord of the Mahayana realm to personally make a move was not simple. Seemingly seeing through Han Jie's worries, Xian Qingjun calmly said, As long as you deny it, I'll stop those guys, so you cultivate well and don't have to worry. Han Jie nodded. The atmosphere followed the silence. Xian Qingjun stared at Han Jie with a smirk, and Han Jie felt embarrassed and looked away. After a while, Han Jie couldn't resist and took out his golden wooden staff, saying, This is the Green Python Great Sage's magic treasure. Give it to you. This treasure is not simple. It's also stolen property to keep and prone to trouble. Xian Qingjun raised his eyebrows and laughed. This treasure is indeed extraordinary. It's just as well that I'll take it back and convince those guys that the real culprit is dead. After saying that, she put the golden wooden staff into her storage ring and got up after it. The heavens and earth are about to change drastically, so you should cultivate well. You are my Taoist. Even if you destroy the heavens and earth, I will be able to keep you safe. Xian Qingjun walked to the window and prepared to leave. Han Jie hurriedly asked, Can I know the name of the person who wants to avenge the Green Python Great Sage? Xian Qingjun stopped and glanced at him with her afterimage, saying, Luo Qiu Demon. She disappeared over the ledge after her. Han Jie used the simulated trial to detect it and found that she was no longer within 100 miles of the Jade Clearance sect. Slipped away really fast. Han Jie got up and left. Back inside the innate cave, he directly took out the Book of Doom and started cursing Luo Kumo. 3 years later, Han Jie raised his cultivation to the 9th level of the Harmonization Realm's Great Circle, preparing to break through to the Transition Realm. According to the records of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique, The duration of the heavenly tribulation in the transition realm was several times longer than that of the harmonization realm, and the power was also several times greater. He was a bit hesitant. The heavenly tribulation of the transition realm was definitely terrifying. If he went back to the 10,000 demon realm, he might destroy it. Han Jie got up and walked out of the cave. Black Hellcock, Yang Tiantong, Sun Chanan, and Morong Chi were still practicing. Ever since the end of Han Jie's battle with the Green Python Great Sage, these four fellows had firmly resolved to cultivate bitterly and would never go out again. Han Jie didn't talk to them and went straight down the mountain. He found a cave located halfway up the mountain, which housed Li Qingzi. The 9 cauldrons had not yet returned, but Li Qingzi had moved over several years ago. Hearing Han Jie's voice, Li Qingzi immediately opened the door of the cave and invited Han Jie inside. Sect leader, is there any place nearby that is suitable for crossing the threshold? It's best if there's no disturbance within 100 miles, Han Jie asked as he opened the door. Li Qingzi's eyes lit up when he heard this. A robbery? This is going to be a big breakthrough. Li Qingzi mused. There is a plain to the east of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. Due to the constant rain and cloudy conditions, a lot of poisonous insects and demonic beasts grow. Cultivators seldom go there, and they can cross over there. I'll take you there. Han Jie nodded, and the two of them quickly left the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. Under the fuchsia tree, Morong Chi was surprised and asked, why did Master Ancestor and Sect Leader go out? The black prison chicken on the tree branch grunted. It's definitely time for a breakthrough. The Master's breakthrough speed in the higher realms is even faster than yours in the lower realms. Are you guys any good? Morong Chi skimmed his lips. What about you? It feels like you haven't made any breakthroughs either. Yang Tiantong didn't have the good sense to say. The black jail chicken screamed. The chicken is better than you. So what? Chicken Man is just better than you. You. Yang Tiantong was going to be furious, and could only huff and puff and turn around to cultivate, turning his back to the black prison chicken and not looking at its dejected appearance. A chicken or a dog under the master is too much to beat. Half a day later, Han Jie and Li Qingzi arrived at a rainy plain. You go back first. I need time for my tribulation. Han Jie opened his mouth. Li Qingzi hesitated and asked, you don't need me to guard for you? An enemy that can interfere with my transmigration. You can block it? Words to the wise. Farewell. After Li Qingzi left, Han Jie continued to fly forward. It was cloudy and rainy. The sky was foggy and majestic, and it was impossible to see the end. The sparse trees on the plains were crawling with all kinds of poisonous insects, and occasionally one could see some demonic beasts that hadn't transformed into forms running on the grass. It wasn't long before Han Jie selected a place, sat down in midair, and began to utilize his energy in preparation for the tribulation. 3 hours later, the apocalypse arrives. With the spiritual treasures on Han Jie's body and his own strength, dying in the heavenly tribulation was almost impossible unless someone took the opportunity to sneak up on him. Although there was no one stronger than him in Great Yen, he would always worry. Based on some of the immortal cultivation experiences he had read, the new plot would probably start with the protagonist being disturbed during his journey. 1 month later, Han Jie succeeded in crossing the tribulation and successfully stepped into the tribulation realm. At the same time, he understood that he was not the protagonist, and that people like Zhou Fan were. You have the following choices if you successfully break through to the transitional realm. 1. Prepare for ascension. All 3 worlds can go. You can get a spiritual treasure, a heavenly spiritual stone. 2. Continue to cultivate. Sprint to the Mahayana realm. You can get a spiritual treasure, a divine inheritance. You can ascend at the transition realm? Han never thought of the vermilion bird or the absolute diffraction Daoist. These 2 pussies are still squatting him in the sky. How can he ascend? Chapter 113, 100, 000 years of life. Son of heaven and earth. Han Jie silently chose to continue his cultivation and not ascend for the time being. You choose to continue your training, sprint to the Mahayana realm, and obtain a spiritual treasure and a divine inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining a Tai spiritual treasure, purple gold soft inner armor. Congratulations on acquiring the avatar, Xiankuan in the sleeve. Purple gold soft inner armor, Tai grade 8th grade defensive treasure. Stretchable, extremely strong defense, sleeve Xiankuan. The sleeve of the coat is the heaven and the earth, which contains all things in the heaven and the earth. Yin and Yang, defense spirit treasure. It's still too ethereal, deep in my heart. Han Jie thought prettily, only this defense is extremely strong and not good to hold. But it was fine. The mock trial had already copied Xian Qingjuan's cultivation, so he could try it on her. Han Jie didn't pass down divine abilities, but rather consolidated his cultivation. After reaching the transition realm, his spiritual power could be said to have skyrocketed, far exceeding the previous by more than 10 times. During the process of consolidating his cultivation, quite a few memories flooded Han Jie's mind. The law of ascension. With his own qi, he invokes the heavenly Tao. which helps him to transcend the mortal world and ascend to the supreme realm. Han Jie could not only go to the upper realm, but also to the Yin realm, as well as other realms. It should be related to the path of the reincarnated sword immortal that he had chosen before. No matter which realm, Han Jie didn't want to go there for the time being. Chicken heads are cooler than phoenix tails. It's hard to reach the first-class level of the current world, but you end up jumping to the upper realm to be a stepping stone? Han Jie could never be so, and he still had a long life expectancy anyway. Thinking about longevity, Han Jie called up his attribute panel to check. Name, Han Jie. Life expectancy, 478109. 200. Race, human. Metamorphosis stage. Cultivation level, first level of fairy realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be passed on. Spells, absolute finger divine sword. 7 illusory steps, triple Qing absolute shadow sword, absolute. 9 dragons demon removal seal. 1000 thunderstorms. Wind divine technique. Return phase technique. Avatar, 6 soul suckers. Heavenly ghost sword. Heavenly law. Somersault clouds, 10,000 swords. Rolai mantra, 6 absolute seals. Xian Huang sword chi. Heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary breaking sword finger. Xian Koan Koan in the sleeve. Artifacts, golden cicada Xianshin clothes, 7th grade spiritual treasure. Small Qian Koan belt. Shilin sword. Demon binding rope. Burning fury bell, 6th grade spiritual treasure. 9 stars treading spirit boots, 5th grade spiritual treasure. Cold monarch's glazed crown, 4th grade spiritual treasure. Book of Doom, extreme grade Tai spiritual treasure. Emperor of the Earth's imperial spiritual scarf, 3rd grade spiritual treasure. Protecting the heart heavenly immortal chain, 3rd grade spiritual treasure. Meditation pagodas, Tai grade 6th grade spiritual treasure. Juntian spiritual bracelet, absolute grade spiritual treasure. And purple gold soft inner armor, Tai grade 8th grade treasure. Self-created aptitude, 3 Qings kill the world, Tai level. Accompanying magic weapon, Hongming judgment sword. Spiritual roots qualification, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots, increasing a certain amount of chi. The innate energies are as follows. Unrivaled in the world, immortal posture, top charisma, divine fate sword idiot, top sword qualification, top sword enlightenment, stance, top stance qualification, descendants of immortal emperors, acquisition of an unparalleled immortal cultivation technique, 199,000 years of life. Han Jie seriously doubted that this was the work of the 6 paths of reincarnation feat. He hadn't heard of a cultivator being able to live for 100,000 years. He was only at the transition realm. When he broke through to the Mahayana realm, how outrageously would his lifespan have to increase? Han Jie shook his spirit and began to concentrate on consolidating his cultivation. 7 days later, Han Jie's cultivation completely stabilized, becoming a true-to-life transition realm grand cultivator. Looking up, the plains were scorched by the heavenly thunderbolt. The grass was scorched and black, there were potholes everywhere, and the overcast rain no longer fell. The heavenly calamity had not only changed the landscape, but also the climate of the place. Han Jie began to return. It didn't fly for long before a line suddenly appeared in front of him. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck, the innate chiropractor, Han was never curious. It had been a long time since he had encountered an innate chi luck person. It was really rare. He immediately chose to view it. Fang Liang, Chi refining realm level 3, son of heaven and earth, born with the luck of heaven and earth, sheltered by the luck of heaven and earth, because the luck is too huge for the body and soul to carry. Once breaking through to the Jindan realm, the luck of heaven and earth will be revealed, and from then on it will be unstoppable. Son of heaven and earth? What the hell? Han Jie raised an eyebrow as he suspected that he had misread the situation. He looked closer and was sure he was right. Is this a dragon pride type of protagonist? Han Jie immediately searched with his divine sense. Soon, he captured Fang Liang. Fang Liang was hiding in a grove of trees and was probing in Han Jie's direction. Han Jie dodged in front of Fang Liang, scaring him into backing away. This son appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, and his face still had a childish look to it. Senior has no intention of disturbing. If I have offended Senior's journey, Senior apologizes. Fang Liang was so scared that he quickly fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Han Jie was speechless. This is the son of heaven and earth? It's also soft. Han Jie said expressionlessly, your cultivation is so weak. Why did you come here? Fang Liang said in fear, to be honest, I am a casual cultivator who wants to join the Jade Clear sacred sect and happened to pass by here. Han Jie gave him a deep look and threw out a divine beheading token that landed in front of him. Meeting is fate. When you enter the Jade Clear sacred sect, you may take out this order. Han Jie disappeared into thin air after dropping those words. Even though he was the son of heaven and earth, Han Jie didn't think too highly of him. By the time Fang Liang crossed the world, Han Jie might have become immortal. Fan Liang picked up the divine beheading token and looked at the 2 words on the token clearly. His face changed drastically as he muttered, "Could it be that he's the divine beheading elder of the Jade Clear sacred sect that the bizarre cultivators are talking about?" A line followed before Han Jie's eyes. "Fan Liang is favorably disposed towards you. Current favorability is 4 stars. When a person is at the end of his or her rope, he or she is always prone to worship when they get a mention from a strong person for no apparent reason." Returning to the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, Han Jie ignored the black prison chicken, Sun Chanan, and the others, and returned to the cave as if it were a gust of wind. He sat down on the bed, and without saying a word, he just took out the Book of Doom and started cursing. Such a great event must be celebrated. Heaven and Earthgrass said excitedly, "Master, you finally returned." Han Jie had been gone for so long that it was worried that it had been abandoned. "How is your cultivation these days?" Han Jie asked. This grass had already reached the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Its talent was a bit strong. The heavenly grass replied, "When I am cultivating, I always surface some memories of cultivation, as if it was a gong method." Han Jie wasn't surprised. After all, the heaven and earth grass had followed the immortal god to enlightenment. "If something is wrong, feel free to tell me." "Yes, master." The news of Han Jie's breakthrough to the transition realm didn't spread, and Xingzili didn't go around proclaiming about it, spending the entire day in closed-door cultivation. A few days later, Fan Liang arrived at the Jade Clear sacred sect, and because of the divine beheading order, he directly broke the rules to become an inner disciple. Fan Liang inquired about Elder Zhanshen's residence, and also asked how those disciples of Elder Zhanshen worshipped him. Soon, he sought out a way to kneel before the stone monument at the foot of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. He wasn't the only one. There were more than a dozen people kneeling at the same time. Ever since the death of the Green Python Great Sage, the number of disciples who wanted to worship Han Jie had skyrocketed, and every once in a while, disciples would come to kowtow, which had become a specialty of the Jade Clear sacred sect. However, the elders were under strict orders not to clamor near the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, and severe cases would be expelled from the division. Han Jie noticed Fan Liang's arrival and was a little hesitant to accept it. Chapter 114, full of great Qi lucky people. Su Qi's returning journey. Han Jie thought about it and ignored Fan Liang for now. The son of heaven and earth looked powerful, but if he was of the same nature as young Tiantong and chaotic heavenly dog, he would instead cause more trouble for him, and that would be more trouble than it was worth. Han Jie didn't need to rely on the power of others at the moment either. After thinking about it, Han Jie closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. The years are long. Since Xian Changjun left, Luo Kumo, who wanted to avenge the Green Python Great Sage, had also not appeared, and it looked like Xian Qingjun had already set everything right. As the Jade Clear sacred sect grew stronger and stronger, Han Jie no longer encountered trouble that required him to make a move, and he was able to focus on his bitter cultivation. 5 years passed quickly like a white horse. Under the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, the disciples kneeling in worship had changed, and Fan Liang was still there. Han Jie was a bit surprised, not expecting this son of heaven and earth to have such patience. He got up and walked out of the cave, found Sun Chanan, and said, "Do you still want to take on a disciple?" When these words came out, Yang Tiandong, Black Prison Chicken, and Morong Chi couldn't help but open their eyes. Sun Chanan hesitated. "Master wants me to take it?" Teaching Morong Chi had already caused him a lot of anxiety because Morong Chi's talent was stronger than his and his cultivation had caught up. In the future, if the disciple is more powerful than the master, and the word gets out, will he still have face? If he were to take on another disciple, there would still be a delay in cultivation. "Master, should I take it?" Yang Tiantong asked with a smile. Seeing how strong Morong Chi's talent was, he had long been itching to do so. Han Jie glared at him and said in a bad humor, "If I give you a collection, I'm afraid I'll have to send it to the other demon kings to be their grandchildren." Yang Tiantong was instantly deflated and lowered his head in shame. "Okay, master, who do you want me to take? A disciple under the mountain?" Sun Chang'an said helplessly. Han Jie waved his hand and directly moved Fan Liang up from the bottom of the mountain. Fan Liang's cultivation was weak, and after kneeling for 5 years, he directly sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to stand up. He was instantly excited to see Han Jie. "Senior, you are willing to accept me as your disciple?" Fan Liang asked excitedly. Morong Chi said disdainfully, "Worship? With just you? You can only serve me as a senior apprentice." Fan Liang froze. Han definitely commanded Sun Chanan. The Jade Clear skill can be imparted to him, and he is not allowed to go down the mountain before the Jindan realm. After saying that, Han Jie walked back to his cave. At this point, Fan Liang was apprenticed to Sun Chang'an and became the second disciple of his grandson. After returning to his cave, Han Jie hit the bed and sat on the couch as he rubbed his chin in thought. The eldest disciple, Yang Tiandong, is of the demon saint bloodline. The second disciple, Su Chi is the reincarnation of the heavenly broomstar. Third disciple Sun Chang'an, reincarnation of the Taiku spirit Ginseng from the upper realm. The eldest disciple's grandson, Mo Rong Chi, was the reincarnation of the god of war of the divine palace and was honored with the title of Myriad Truth Divine Emperor. Second disciple, Fong Liang, son of heaven and earth, Black Hell Chicken, reincarnation of the demon saint from the upper realm. In its original form is the Black Hell Phoenix, Chaotic Tengu, the divine beast of Qi. There is also the grass of heaven and earth that can become immortal gods. Sheesh, a luxurious lineup full of people with great Qi. Without realizing it, Han Jia had gathered so many potential stocks under his hands. The strongest should be Morong Qi, or else wait for them to develop before I ascend? Or let them ascend first and back me up later? Han Jia thought silently as he shook his head and lost his smile, no longer thinking about it and continuing to cultivate. Another 3 years have passed. The Nine Cauldrons realist returned with a group of disciples. Among them was Chang Yuer, and this matter caused quite a stir within the Jade Clear sacred sect. Chang Yuer had wanted to visit immortal Shixian, but she couldn't help but frown when she learned that immortal Shixian had moved to a mountain with Han Jia. It's not right. Thousands of calculations, missed the master. The more Chang Yuer thought about it, the more she panicked, and carefully recalled that Han was indifferent to everyone, except for Shixian Fairy, who often showed a smiling face. Could it be that the reason why Han Jia rejected her, Mo Zhu, and Xing Hongxian was because he liked immortal Shixian? Chang Yuer hurriedly looked for someone to inquire about the situation, and then she was relieved to learn that the sect leader had also moved to the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. Looks like I was overthinking it. Shidoshi doesn't seem like someone who was that easily moved. Chang Yuer immediately traveled to the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. Han Jia opened the mountain protection formation and let Chang Yuer into the cave. As soon as the black prison chicken saw Chang Yuer, the chicken's head shrank. It remembered that when it was young, Chang Yuer touched its head every time it came, and would even pull its chicken feathers. It could be considered a childhood shadow. Senior, long time no see. Chang Yuer shouted excitedly and immediately pounced on Han Jia. Han Jia raised his hand a little, fixing her, and said helplessly, "Senior sister, what else do you want?" After being away for so long, Chang Yuer's cultivation level had risen very quickly, and she was already at the 9th level of the Jindan realm. The most important thing was that Chang Yuer also had talents in talisman refining, spell formation, planting, and alchemy, so it could be said that she was well-rounded. "I miss you," Chang Yuer grumbled, her heart shocked. What kind of tactics is this for senior brother? Surprisingly, it was able to immobilize her. If the senior brother at this time to her, LOL. Unfortunately, he's ruthless. Han Jia let go of her, and the two of them sat down on the bed and started chatting. Chang Yuer talked about her experiences over the years, and Han Jia listened attentively, learning about overseas in the process. The overseas sect where the Nine Tripod realist was from was not harmonious and had enemies, and several of the Jade Clear sacred sect's disciples who accompanied them had died. Han Jia secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't follow the Nine Cauldrons realist to leave in the first place. In that case, there would be constant trouble, and his cultivation would definitely not be as high as it is now. The two talked for a long time. Before saying goodbye, Han Jia asked Chang Yuer to move to this mountain. Chang Yuer happily agreed, then went out to choose a location to open the cave. I don't know if it was Han Jia's overthinking, but Chang Yuer chose her cave between Immortal Shixian and Xing Hongxian, and the distance between the two was not far from each other. Immortal Shixian and Xing Hongxian had gone out a while ago and had yet to return. The matter of Chang Yuer's return could only be considered a minor incident, and it didn't disturb Han Jia's Dao heart. Han Jia also didn't intentionally take time out to cultivate his feelings with Chang Yuer, but continued to cultivate. Love is all a cloud. Cultivation is what matters. The only way he could get stronger was to keep getting stronger, and the people who liked him would like him more. A woman could never occupy the most important place in his heart. Mountain paths under dusk. Su Chi walked forward with his sword, his expression vicarious and dusty. He was rushing towards Great Yen. For some reason, he always felt that the return journey was more dangerous than when he came. There were a lot of demonic cultivators that he had recently encountered. All of them were vicious and evil. Su Chi couldn't help but use his afterglow to glance at the old man walking forward on the top of the mountain next to him. This person was none other than the great cultivator of the transition realm he had previously encountered within the ruins of the Imperial Demon sect, named Transition Bitter. The Royal Demon sect was destroyed. Watanabe always felt regret. If he couldn't understand his heart's desire, he would ascend in the future. This not or become a heart demon, so he followed Su Chi all the way, wanting to accept Su Chi as a disciple. Su Chi already had a master. How could he worship him? Wataru Bitter didn't force himself and followed all the way, helping Su Chi to kill a lot of demonic cultivators. Suchi felt out Watanabe's temperament and would not rely on his cultivation to forcefully suppress his juniors, so he also dared to joke with Watanabe, and the two of them were now as if they were enemies, often struggling, and also falling apart. Stop! Wataru Bitter suddenly drank, frightening Suchi and stopping him in a hurry, looking around vigilantly to guard against enemy attack. Duo Bitter flashed to Suchi's body, his face grim as he said, "Luocho demon, you've been staring at my disciple, what are your intentions?" Following his gaze, a dark shadow emerged from the shade of the tree in front of him. It was hard to recognize his real face, and his figure was frightening, as if it was a severe ghost. Your disciple? Isn't this the Demon Lord's disciple? Wataru Bitter, if you want to ascend properly, you should obediently let go. I'll take this son. Chapter 115, Gate of Reincarnation. Life Reduction Effect. The Demon Lord's disciple? Wataru Bitter looked at Suchi in shock, his expression odd. No wonder this guy hadn't agreed to him, and he wondered if Suchi's master could be as powerful as him? Suchi frowned. He was also puzzled in his heart. Ever since the Demon Lord passed on his gung-fu and left, he never appeared again, and he even suspected that the Demon Lord was dead. Suchi took a deep breath, looked at Luo Kumo and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Luocho Demon teasingly laughed, "Granting you a chance. A great chance." Suchi's eyes flickered as he weighed the pros and cons. Wataru frowned bitterly, not knowing what to choose. "Senior, go away. Thanks for taking care of you all this time." Suchi looked at Wataru Bitter and said seriously. He could see that Wataru Bitter was afraid of Luo Tsumo and didn't have a strong attitude, so he didn't want to make things difficult for Wataru Bitter. Watanabe hesitated. Suchi thought for a moment and said, "If you really want to end your knot towards the Imperial Demon sect, then you should head to Great Yen and serve the Jade Clearance sect for a period of time. I came from the Jade Clearance sect before joining the Imperial Demon sect, and the Jade Clearance sect is equivalent to my hometown." Wataru sighed bitterly. It was so hard to be ascending. He naturally couldn't give up his great future for a junior. Jade Clearance sect? Luo Kumo thought in surprise. Wasn't the person who killed his master's demonic favorites from the Jade Clearance sect? Is this a coincidence, or is there a destiny in the sky? Suchi looked at Luo Kumo and said, "You take me away." Somehow, Luo Kumo was inexplicably unsettled when he met Suchi's eyes. The third year after Chang Yuer's return, Hanjia had completely practiced the 8th layer of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. The 8th layer of the heart method was incomparably profound and involved quite a lot of true meanings about yin and yang, and over the years, he had studied the 8th layer of the heart method while he had been nourishing his chi and cultivating. After practicing the 8th layer of the heart technique, a huge wave of memories flooded into Hanjia's mind. Avatar. Some specific realms of the 6 paths reincarnation technique would come with divine abilities. The previous 6 paths soul-sucking and 6 paths seal had made Hanjia suffer endlessly, and he was looking forward to what the divine abilities would be this time. Hanjia entered a state of arcane epiphany. The grass of heaven and earth shook slightly. A few days later, Hanjia had mastered a new divine ability, the Gate of Reincarnation. As the name suggests, he can step into the door of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and he can either throw his soul directly inside the 6 paths of reincarnation or step into the netherworld through the door of reincarnation. That's a pretty topsy-turvy avatar. Hanjia mood is gorgeous. With this magical ability, in the future, if you cannot fight, you can still escape to the netherworld. His favorite means of defense, escape-related. Hanjia followed by taking out the Book of Doom and started cursing Luo Kumo. After that came Taoist Jian, Zhu Yao, and Mo Ling. One by one, Hanjia cursed as he checked his email. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X10023. Your best friend Mo Vengeance has mistakenly entered the ancient Forbidden Land and is entangled by an ominous force. Your good friend Joufan was hunted by 3 clans, burning his essence blood and giving birth to an evil heart. Your friend Xing Hongxian has realized the true meaning of the blessed land and her enlightenment has risen greatly. Your enemy, Jia Yen Daoran, has been cursed by you. His fortune has been diminished, and the chance of encountering a demon has been increased. Your friend Suki spreads bad luck, and with your curse, Luo Tsumao's life is reduced by 1,000 years, and the effect will last. Your grandson Morongchi has created his own magical power and his luck has risen. Some wonderful. No more clean beatings, more new tricks. What does the ominous force mean? Evil spirits? Han by no means mourned for his great uncle. Xing Hongshuan's enlightenment had grown, and it seemed that the cavernous paradise she had gone to was quite something. Seeing the Taoist Jian and Luo seeking demon had been successfully cursed by him, Han Jia was so happy that he wanted to clap his hands. And so on. Suki spreading bad luck to Luo Tsumao? What a coincidence. These two bumped into each other? Han Jia fell into deep thought. Of the 4 daily targets, he hit Luo Tsumao the hardest, and he wasn't afraid of cursing the wrong one, because in the process of cursing, He kept instilling his own consciousness into the Book of Doom. Luo Kumo, who had a causal relationship with Xian Xingjun. Han Jie suddenly had a bold idea. Was it possible that it was because of the curse of the Book of Doom that Luo Chiemo ran into Su Qi? The power of cause and effect was the most bizarre and arcane way of rules in heaven and earth. Han Jie could not figure it out. Simply no longer think about it. Luo Kumo had better die a moldy death, so as to completely cut off the possibility of finding him revenge. Although Xian Xingjun had sworn to guarantee it, Han Ju never put his hopes on others. It's better for the enemy to be dead, or there will be a lot of trouble afterward. A month later, Han Jie summoned the disciples into the cave. The black jail chicken followed. Han Jie told them to find their own place to sit down, and Fang Liang almost stepped on Tiandi grass, startling it and causing it to yell and scare Fang Liang. This is the immortal grass I raised, so be careful. Han Jie frowned. Fang Liang's face turned pale with fear. Afraid of offending Han Jie, the black prison chicken came to the heaven and earth grass and asked curiously, "Master, when did you raise it?" Han Jie calmly said, "I forgot. Today I called you all here. It's because Master wants to preach for you. If you have any doubts about your cultivation, you can all ask questions." After reaching the transition realm, the cultivation growth rate slowed down, and he could spare less time to teach his disciples. Upon hearing this, the crowd was pleasantly surprised and thanked Han Jie. The sermon began, and Han Jie recounted his sword path to his disciples. Although there were very few pure sword cultivators, the vast majority of cultivators practiced the sword, and the sword was the king of all armies, which was very much in line with the temperament of an immortal cultivator. 7 days later, Han Jie stopped preaching. All the disciples were enlightened, including the black hell chicken. Han Jie began to clear up their confusion one by one. It lasted for 10 days before the disciples walked out of the cave. Master Ancestor's Tao is truly profound. Morong Qi lamented, his face full of admiration. Fang Liang nodded along. Yang Tiandong clenched his fists and made up his mind that in the future, he could no longer give birth to the distraction of wanting to go out, and he would follow Han Jie to cultivate properly. Listening to Han Jie's sermon was better than being out in the world for 100 years. Without a word, Sun Chanan walked to the edge of the cliff and began to cultivate the desperate flying sword. Inside the cave, Han Jie took out the elixir that Xian Xingjun had gifted him and took it before starting to exhale the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The heavenly grass suddenly spoke. "Master, how about I become a sword cultivator in the future? Kensho grass? Feasible. Perhaps you'll become the #1 sword in the 6 realms." Han Jie smiled, smiling rather dotingly. Upon hearing this, the heaven and earth grass became even more excited. It couldn't wait to take shape immediately. Han Jie predicted that in 50 years at most, the heaven and earth grass would be able to take shape, thanks to the aura of the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. All of the disciples were cultivating at ease and thriving, which made Han Jie very satisfied. This was the life of immortal cultivation he aspired to. The years are quiet. Oh, except the Chaos Tengu hasn't returned yet. Better not come back. Surrounded by mountains, there was a huge altar on the flat ground between the mountains, and the Chaos Heavenly Dog was lying on the altar, bound by a vine full of sharp thorns, and its silvery white fur was stained with large swaths of red. The altar was surrounded by demonic cultivators in circle after circle. A middle-aged man in a black Taoist robe drew the sword at his waist, pointing it at the chaotic heavenly dogs, saying, "The auspicious time is coming, with the blood of the gods, summoning the heart of the demons. Are you ready to welcome the Demon Emperor's descent? Greetings to the Devil Emperor for his arrival." All the demonic cultivators shouted in unison, fervor written on every single face. Chapter 116, The Devil Emperor's Plan. The Fairy Realm Visitors' Attendance. A bunch of reptiles, quickly let go of this king. Do you know who this king is? The Chaos Heavenly Dog heard the black-robed middle-aged man's words and broke into a rage. Its curses directly overshadowed all the demonic cultivators present. Know the Green Python Great Sage? It was under this king's master that he died. Have you considered the consequences of touching this king? When my king's master comes to kill you, I will surely thwart your bones and ashes. The more the Chaos Heavenly Dog cursed, the smaller his voice became, because it realized that these demonic cultivators were crazy, fearless, and still looking at it furiously. It panicked. Is it really going to be a sacrifice to the Demon Emperor? At the moment of death, the Chaos Heavenly Dog's mind surged with a mixture of emotions. It recalls these years. There is scenery, but most of the time it is very painful. It is hot-tempered. At the drop of a hat, it must fight with people and demons to the death, but it is single and weak, often ending up in the tragic end of being surrounded. What to do? Going to die here? The Chaos Heavenly Dog panicked so much that the dog's body began to tremble. It prayed that someone would come to its rescue. It wasn't until the demonic cultivator's sword landed on it and began to bleed out that it realized no one would come to its rescue. It's starting to get desperate. Endless remorse flooded its mind. If heaven gave it a chance to start over, it would definitely not leave the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. It must listen to the chicken daddy. Unfortunately, there are no do-overs. 5 years have passed. Hanjia finally broke through to the second level of the transition realm. The elixir that Xian Xingjun had given him had already finished a bottle, and the effect was not bad. Such an elixir must be worth a lot of money, and this sentiment of Xian Xingjun towards him was a bit big, so in the future, if there was no way to return it, he could only give his body in return. After the breakthrough, Hanjia took out the Book of Doom and started cursing his enemies while checking his emails. Quickly, he frowned. Your sacred pet, the Chaos Tengu, is sacrificed and becomes the mount of the Demon Emperor, Kainiwa. What can the Devil's Plan do? What the hell is that? Hanjia instantly came under fire. Although he disliked the Chaos Heavenly Dog, it was still his dog no matter what. The Devil Emperor sacrificed his dog. Did he ask him? Without saying a word, Hanjia directly took out the Book of Doom and started cursing Kainiha. The heavens were far away, and he couldn't find the chaotic heavenly dog even if he wanted to, so he could only take out his anger like this. Unprecedentedly, Hanjia cursed 3 months in one breath. The fact that Kainiha was able to appear on Earth meant that his cultivation would not be any stronger than Vermilion Bird or Absolute Diffraction Taoist, and at most he would be in the Mahayana realm. Since Kainiha didn't have any favor or hatred towards Hanjia, Hanjia couldn't see his movements. Hanjia got up and found Li Qingzi, prying for information on Demon Emperor Kainiha. Demon Emperor Kainiha? That's the legend of a devil cultivator. It's nebulous. Even if it's true, it's probably already ascended. Li Qingzi shook his head. Hanjia asked, can you help me investigate? You don't have to make a big deal out of it. Just poke around within the sect. That's naturally no problem. For Hanjia's requests, Li Qingzi never refused. He acted immediately. As Hanjia returned to his cave, he sensed that immortal Shi Xian had returned, and after hesitating for a moment, he decided to pay a visit. When he arrived in front of immortal Shi Xian's cave, the cave door opened before Hanjia could speak, and he followed him into the cave. Immortal Shi Xian's cave was simple, without too many decorations, and a faint fragrance filled the cave. She hit the futon and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Hanjia walked over to her and sat down, asking with a smile, has Fairy made any gains recently? Immortal Shi Xian laughed softly. Indeed there are gains. Fellow Taoist Han is truly a blessing for the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. Since you joined, not only has the Jade Clear Sacred Sect strengthened, but the chi of the elders such as myself have been boosted, and we didn't return from our previous outings empty-handed. The fairy is joking. That's right, I'm the one who brought the chi. Hanjia was secretly pleased. In his opinion, besides him, it was also related to Morong Chi, Fang Liang, and the others, and the chi of these disciples converged in the chi of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, blessing the entire sect. The two chatted for a while, and there was really nothing to talk about, so they began to discuss the Tao. A few days later, Hanjia got up and left. Looking at his back, the corners of immortal Shi Xian's mouth rose slightly before she closed her eyes and continued her cultivation. Walking out of the cave, Hanjia wondered how the favorability didn't increase. Is it that hard to cheat? Could it be that immortal Shi Xian has already severed her bonds of love? Hanjia smiled and didn't think much of it. He was just interested and didn't necessarily want any results. Li Qingzi suddenly appeared in front of Hanjia and asked, Elder Han, why did you come out of your senior sister's cave? His tone was a little wary. Hanjia was speechless. You have already cut off your male roots for the Big Dipper's golden body. Why are you still jealous? Just paying a visit. After all, I was once a disciple of Jade Pavilion Peak. Poking around for information on Kainiha? Hanjia said casually. His attitude made Li Qingzi remove his guard. Li Qingzi replied, I poked around from my ancestor. Kainiha was once the emperor of a dynasty, cultivated magic power, went off the rails. After 1,000 years, he actually regained his sanity. When he returned to his dynasty, he found that the dynasty had long since changed its rivers and mountains. The infuriated him bloodwashed the dynasty, and from then on he became a devil. Because of the cruelty and unkindness, killed countless people. He broke out of the Devil Emperor's name, and had united the world's devil cultivators. The power was monstrous until he ascended to the sky, but he didn't ascend successfully, but died in the heavenly calamity, because he was the first person to ever unify the world's demonic cultivators. The name of the Demon Emperor is worshipped as an immortal god in the demonic path. The deeds are legendary, but dying in the Ascension Heavenly Tribulation was a bit of a crotch-puller, and it wasn't even as good as Taoist Jia Yan, who had at least succeeded in Ascension. Thus, it seems that Kainiha was resurrected through the sacrifice of the Chaos Tengu. Why is Elder Han prying into Kainiha? Could it be that Kainiha's demonic disciples are making a comeback? Li Qingzi asked nervously. The Jade Clear Sacred Sect had just been at peace for a short while, and he didn't want to be broken. Just asking. I'm going back to practicing. Han Jie clasped his fist and smiled before turning to leave. Li Qingzi didn't believe it and secretly guessed, could it be that Demon Emperor Ke Naiha has been resurrected? He walked to the entrance of Immortal Shi Xian's cave and asked with a smile, "Senior sister, can I come in and catch up with you?" "Can't." Li Qingzi left in a state of disorientation. 1 year later, the Jade Clear Sacred Sect welcomed an honored guest, a great cultivator of the Ferrying Realm who was willing to serve as a guest elder of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, guarding the Jade Clear Sacred Sect for 100 years. This news quickly sensationalized the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. This person was none other than Watanabe. When Watanabe realized that there weren't even any Harmonization Realm cultivators within the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, he was instantly disinterested in the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. As for the matter of the Green Python Great Sage, many years had long passed, and the elders no longer mentioned it. Han Jie detected a message from Watanabe. Dudu Bitter, 3rd level of the Transition Realm, once a disciple of the Imperial Demon Sect, currently a wandering monk. The Demon Sect? Han Jie frowned, and killing intent arose in his heart. Should we kill this guy? On second thought, the matter of the overthrow of the Imperial Demon Sect had nothing to do with him, and what Watanabe was currently showing was also good intentions. Look again. If Watanabe acted abnormally, then Han Jie would strike directly, just to be on the safe side. Han Jie still used the mock trial to test the waters. Aha! Seconds. Thoroughly reassuring. K Nao has developed a hatred for you. With a current hatred level of 3 stars, a line suddenly appeared in front of Han Jie's eyes, and he couldn't help but freeze. Chapter 117, The 5 Sovereigns of the Devil's Path. Watanabe's trepidation. Why does Kenai have a grudge against me? Han Jie's first reaction was that the chaotic Tengu had betrayed him, but on second thought, no, if the dog was prone to betraying him, he would have done so long ago. Could it be that Ke Naiha had read the memories of the chaotic Tengu? Quite possibly. Just right. Let me feel you out. Han Jie tuned out his interpersonal connections and quickly found Ji Naiha. This guy's avatar looks very feminine and demonic, very much like the image of black and white. Ke Naiha, 3rd level of the Mahayana realm, mortal demon emperor. His demon disciples sacrificed your divine pet Chaos Skydog to summon Ke Naiha back from the demonic abyss. Ke Naiha extracted the soul of the Chaos Skydog, knows of your existence, is full of scorn for you, and will surely kill you if he has the chance. The current hatred degree is 3 stars, 3rd level of the Mahayana realm. That's it? It wasn't as high as his Taoist couple, Xian Qing Jun's cultivation level. How dare you call yourself a demon emperor? Han Jie secretly despised it, and then he began to worry about the chaotic heavenly dog. The dog won't die. Even if Han Jie found the chaotic heavenly dog, he might not be able to save it. The first order of business is still to cultivate hard. Han Jie took a deep breath and took out the Book of Doom, cursing Ke Naiha for half a month before cultivating. Above the sea of clouds, a black cloud sped past, and on the cloud sat 2 figures, one of which was Su Qi. The other person was a black shadow, unable to see his real face, as if he was a human shadow, and it was none other than Luo Kumo. Senior, where exactly are we going? Su Qi asked. Ever since they had followed Luo Kumo, they had been uprooted, often encountering natural disasters and also mistakenly entering ancient forbidden lands, which could be described as miserable. Luo Qiu demon coldly grunted. Keep asking and asking. Are you done? Then I'll tell you. Let's go find the demon emperor. Ever since he met Suki, he hasn't been smooth. He even suspected that Suki was a calamity. Demon emperor? What is his relationship with the demon lord? Su Qi asked curiously. It doesn't matter much. It's just the same demonic path. Who's stronger? It's hard to compare. The demon emperor belongs to a much older era with higher achievements. What achievement? He has unified the world's demonic paths. Then you are giving me to the demon emperor as a henchman for the demon emperor? Under the emperor, there must be generals and soldiers. You're rather thoughtful. The two began to have a casual conversation. Rumble. A thundercloud appeared at the end of the sea of clouds in the sky, incomparably vast and huge, with lightning and thunder, causing the atmosphere of the sky dome to become oppressive. Luo Gimo's heart sank. Oh no, could it be that he's going to encounter another natural disaster? In a flash, several more years passed. Detecting that you have reached the age of 500 and are taking another step in life, you have the following choices. 1. Come out of the gate immediately, pacify the devil, and make your name known to the world, and you'll get a Tai spiritual treasure. 2. Continue practicing, stay away from the world, and don't initiate trouble. You can get a Tai spiritual treasure. The rewards are the same, so follow your heart. Han Jie silently chose the second option. You choose to continue your training, away from the world, and obtain a Tai spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the 9 stirrup boots, a Tai spiritual treasure. 9 heavy stomping boots, Tai grade 6th grade spiritual treasure. Contains the true meaning of wind. Can step into the sky, step into the 9 heavens. Not bad. spiritual treasures that can enhance the ability to run. Han Jie immediately took out the 9 stirrup boots and began to recognize the owner. He decided to give Xing Hongxian the 9-star spirit treading boots that he was wearing. The 9-star spirit treading boots were a 5th grade spiritual treasure, the size of which could be changed with the foot. Anyway, Xing Hongxian was often outside and needed a pair of spiritual treasure boots. Half an hour later, Han Jie put on the 9 stirrups boots, and he directly jumped out of the innate cave and began to ascend to the heavens with the power of the 9 stirrups boots. In just one step, the earth becomes small. Stomping one more step, Han Jie saw a sky full of stars. One step further, Han Jie was blocked by an invisible barrier. He looked down and saw that the mortal world was not round like the earth, but an immense continent surrounded by uncountable stars that twinkled with a faint bright light. Han Jie raised his hand and touched the invisible barrier. What the hell is this? Is breaking through this barrier ascension? And where is the immortal world? Han Jie scanned the vastness of the stars, trying to find the immortal realm, but he couldn't find it at all. Don't look. The immortal world is not in it. The stars beyond the mortal world are said to be a scroll of pictures, the treasures of the immortal gods. The mortal world is trapped by the heavenly rule, and if you get the permission of the heavenly rule, you will be able to ascend. And the minimum requirement of the heavenly rule for ascension is the transitional realm. A voice came, and Han Jie glanced over to see that the speaker was none other than Watanabe, guest elder of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. Han Jie asked, "Why haven't you ascended?" Wataru Bidda replied, "In order to return the wish. After guarding the Jade Clear Sacred Sect for 100 years, I will ascend." He looked toward Han Jie, his eyes full of deep meaning, and said, "I didn't realize that the Jade Clear Sacred Sect still had a great cultivator like your excellency. To be able to come here, one would at least be at the cultivation level of the ferrying realm. Harmonization realm cultivators can't come up here. Truthfully, I came to the Jade Clear Sacred Sect because I was entrusted by one of your disciples. This son's name is Su Qi. He was captured by the great demonic cultivator Luo Qiu Demon. Luo Qiu Demon is one of the 5 zoons of today's Devil Dao. He said that Su Qi has also worshipped the Devil Lord as his master. Luo Qiu Demon and the Devil Lord are out of the world. I'm afraid that the world is going to be a big mess. In 100 years' time, would you like to ascend together with me, fellow Taoist? After you and I ascend, we can still take care of each other." Fairy Bitter seriously said, "Lo seeks the devil's lord, plus the newly resurrected demon emperor. Is Mordor a renaissance?" Han Jie politely refused. "No, it's too early to ascend now. The trouble in the upper realm is bound to be no smaller than in the mortal world, and if I don't have the ability to defend myself, I won't ascend." Watanabe shook his head and laughed. "It seems that this Taoist friend has a long life expectancy. LOL, that's natural talent." Han Jie asked, "Which 5 are the 5 exalted ones of the Devil's Path?" Wataru Bitter didn't hide anything and said, "Luo Qiu Demon, Demon Monarch, Blood Demon Ancestor, Greedy Demon Rowan, and White-Haired Demon Nun. All 5 of these people are the top powers of the Demon Dao. All Mahayana? It's not clear, and even if it isn't, it's probably close. Then there are no great powers in the righteous path to fight against them? Naturally, there are. But most of the great powers of the righteous path are ascetic cultivators, always in seclusion and near ascension. Most of them are unwilling to cause trouble and make enemies." Han Jie listened and pondered. Han Jie hesitated for a moment and said, "I've gotten word that the Devil Emperor has been resurrected. Do you think it could be related to the 5 exalted of the Devil Dao?" At these words, Wataru Bitter's face changed drastically. "The Demon Emperor is resurrected? Damn! Fellow Daoist, let's not talk about this matter any further. We'd better close our doors and cultivate." Watanabe disappeared into thin air after dropping those words. Han Jie frowned. Was the Demon Emperor that intimidating? He followed back inside the innate cave. The conversation just now at least proved that Du Bitter had no malicious intent, and although this person's cultivation was high, he was clearly afraid of trouble and should not jeopardize the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, just to be on the safe side. Han Jie got up again and went forward to retrieve Qingyuer and Immortal Shixian's heavenly puppets, preparing to update the puppets' spiritual power and raise them to the transitional realm cultivation level. Xing Hongxian is not yet back, so it will have to wait for another time. A month later, the 2 heavens puppets successfully replaced their spiritual energy, and Han Jie returned the 2 puppets to Immortal Shixian and Qingyuer. He didn't chat much with the 2 women and returned immediately. When he came to the Fusang tree, the disciples were practicing. Han Jie's gaze looked towards Fang Liang, who had already reached the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and to be honest, the qualifications were a bit poor. After all, the aura of the Mountain of Immortality was incomparably dense from the bitter cultivation. Morong Qi and Sun Chang'an had already broken through to the Yuaning realm. Should we help this kid? Han Jie thought silently. Once Fang Liang reached the Jindan realm, his qi would skyrocket, and Han Jie was a bit curious as to how it would skyrocket. Chapter 118, 3rd level of the Transition Realm. apprentice and divine favorites meeting. Forget it, let him feed himself before he swells. Han Jie shook his head, then walked straight back to the innate cave. Just as he entered, the black prison chicken on the fusong tree jumped down and said, "Come, come, come, fight, all of you together except little Liangzi." Morong Chi immediately got up. After breaking through to the Yuaning realm, he wanted to try with the black hell chicken. The black hell chicken often bullied them due to its high cultivation, and coupled with its seniority, Morong Chi didn't dare to complain. Yang Tiandong followed and got up. Sun Chanan was not interested. Subsequently, the black prison chicken, Morong Chi, and Yang Tiandong flew above the clouds and began to fight. Such a fight would no longer cause much of an impact in today's Jade Clear Sacred Sect, which had more and more Yuaning realm cultivators, and the Yuaning realm was no longer the first-class level of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. After Zhou Dingjin retook over the position of the headmaster, he vigorously reorganized the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, whether it was the outer sect, the inner sect or even the secret hall. The average strength of the disciples was increasing drastically, and his management system was very good, so it was obvious that he was more suitable to be the headmaster than Li Qingzi. Because of his cultivation, Li Qingzi faced many elders with a pleasing attitude. The 9-tripod realist was at the 9th level of the fusion void realm, and was very close to the harmonization realm. There were very few people within the Jade Clear Sacred Sect who were stronger than him, and the elders didn't dare to put up a fight in the face of him. Under the strong control of the 9 Cauldrons realist, the Jade Clear Sacred Sect and the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect had truly begun to merge, and were currently in a stage of high-speed development. All of this has nothing to do with Han Jie, and the 9 Cauldrons realist did not disturb Han Jie, and every time the elders met, they did not invite Han Jie, but the cultivation of the aura about the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain has not stopped, and from time to time, disciples would come over to refurbish the celestial treasures on the mountain. Han Jie had a sense of crisis after he knew that the Devil's Way was foolishly moving, and for the next period of time, he stayed out of the gate. A full decade has passed. He took all of Xian Qingjuan's 2 bottles of elixirs, and with 10 years of nascent soul, he finally broke through to the 3rd level of the transition realm. Han was never satisfied that the cultivation growth rate was a bit slow. He suppressed Xian Qingjuan's cultivation to the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm, and was still unable to defeat her. In other words, there was a high probability that he wouldn't be able to defeat the Demon Emperor. After the breakthrough, Han Jie took out the Book of Doom and cursed Keniha. The others could be uncursed. Kenai had to arrange it, lest the guy have a brain fart and fly over to him one day. While cursing, Han Jie checked his email. Your disciple Su Qi spreads bad luck and Luo Chi-mo reduces his life by 1,000 years. This effect will last. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X8211. Your Taoist partner Xing Hongxian has been attacked by the righteous monks, X17. Your partner, Xian Qingkuan, has left the earth. Your wife, Xing Hongxian, had a chance encounter with a great cultivator, and her skill has risen greatly. Your friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X30009. Your good friend Mo Vengeance has been turned into a true demon by an ominous force. Your best friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your best friend Mo Vengeance. His body was torn apart and his soul was saved by your best friend Xian Shishir. Your friend Xian Shishir has been attacked by your friend Mo Vengeance, and his Tao has decayed. Han Jie frowned as he watched. He couldn't help but think of the demonic trend started by the Green Python Great Sage decades ago, and now it was the demonic cultivators that were running rampant. Even Mo Vengeance turned into a true demon. Could it be that the demon race has been blessed by heaven? Zhou Fan was too miserable to die again, this time still killed by his good brother. Definitely went the bitter hate hot-blooded route. Han Jie also noticed Huang Jihao, which was directly setting a new record for the number of times he had been attacked. He remembered that Huang Jihao was also an innate chi-lucky person, born with a sword heart, and his cultivation had grown very quickly, and he was on the verge of reaching the void-melting realm. The Devil's Way is rampant. All the more reason not to go out and make waves. I'll have to remind them. Han Jie thought silently as he immediately transmitted his voice to his disciples and grandchildren, telling them to never go out. He also told Li Qingzi to remind the 9 Cauldrons. Ever since the 9 Cauldrons realist came back, this guy had been going out a lot, determined to make the Jade Clear Sacred Sect the strongest sect in the cultivation world of the 10 states and 9 dynasties. Han Jie finally understood why Li Qingzi had been so prodigal before, and it turned out to be an inheritance. After brushing up on his daily tasks, Han Jie continued to cultivate. I will try to be able to defeat Xin Chungjun soon, otherwise I will always feel insecure. Inside a dilapidated palace hall, a white-haired man wearing a black dragon robe sat on the dragon chair. His face was handsome and demonic, his lips were deep red, and he was not a good person at a glance. He is the Devil Emperor Kenai. Next to the dragon chair lay the Chaos Heavenly Dog, which had a black iron ring tied around its neck, making it more like a watchdog. The Chaos Tengu stared forward numbly, as if it had lost its soul. Finally back. Do you know how prosperous my dynasty was back then? K-Niha muttered. The Chaos Sky Dog didn't reply. It was used to Kinai talking to itself. In its opinion, K-Niha was absolutely crazy. Just then, a sound of footsteps came, only to see two figures walk into the hall. The chaotic heavenly dog subconsciously glanced at it, then froze as it blinked and looked closer, its expression becoming stunned. This is not the master's apprentice. Suki, Su-Chi, who was following Luo Gimo, also saw the chaotic heavenly dog, but he didn't think much about it. Back then, before he left, the chaotic heavenly dog was still a fat dog, naive and cute, and now it looked vicious. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, I am Luo Kumo, and I am willing to serve your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Luo Kumo cupped his fists and smiled. K-Niha looked at him expressionlessly and said, You are the one who arranged for someone to summon me, right? Tell me, if I unify the world, what do you want to get? Luo Cho Demon laughed. Your Majesty can unify the world. That is what I want the most. I will definitely go to join the Devil Palace in the upper realm when I ascend someday. This is the mission entrusted to us in the dream of the Devil Palace. Kinai nodded slightly. He looked toward Su-Chi, frowned slightly, and asked, Who is this person? For some reason, he was instinctively uncomfortable when he saw Suki. This is the disciple of the Demon Lord, who received the Demon Lord's inheritance. The Demon Lord was busy cultivating and politely declined my invitation, allowing his disciple to come and serve you. Luo Cho Demon replied. He actually didn't look down on Su-Chi either, but Su-Chi's status was important, representing the Demon Lord and helping them integrate the Demon Dao faster. K-Niha asked, The Demon Lord doesn't want to serve me? Luo Tsumo replied, This person is aloof and murderous. It's fine if he doesn't join us, as long as we have his attitude it's enough. K-Niha nodded his head expressionlessly as he slowly raised his right hand, pointing at the chaotic heavenly dog next to him, and said to Su-Chi, From now on, you'll help me raise the dog, and watch over it in the meantime. Su-Chi didn't dare to refuse and could only agree. The chaotic heavenly dog secretly rejoiced. Could it be that Su-Chi was arranged by his master to save him? That's good. At least you're surrounded by your own people. I want you to do a favor. K-Niha stared at Luo Kumo and said indifferently, What is it? Travel to Great Yen, find a clan called the Yuching sect, and execute a cultivator named Han Jia. When these words came out, the chaotic heavenly dog and Su-Chi were both moved. Luo Tsumo froze. It's the Jade Clearance sect again. How come the Demon Emperor also wants to deal with the Jade Clearance sect? Chapter 119, The Heavenly Maiden Scatters Flowers. Heavenly Fortunes. Well, I'll be there when I can. Luo Tsumo answered down, and he didn't put his heart into it regarding this matter. Great Yen was too far away for him to bother going. Besides, the Demon Lord had already taken over this matter, so he was guilty of not going back. In response to K-Niha's command, Luo Gimo felt diabolical. You just met me and you're telling me what to do. I was being polite when I said I would serve you, but what had that cultivator named Han Jia done to K-Niha to make K-Niha want to kill him? How long has it been since Kanaiho came back? Luo Tsumo became interested in Han Jia. In his opinion, those who died on the path of cultivation were doomed to not obtain the Great Tao and were all losers. Kinai is just a tool for the revival of the demonic path. Afterward, Luo Kumo saluted and left. Kinai looked at his back, his eyes twinkling. Luo begs the devil to take a liking to you. Current liking level is 1 star. Han Jia had a question mark on his face. What the hell is this? Could it be that the curse is out of affection? He immediately checks out the relationships. Luo Seeking Demon, 4th level of the Mahayana realm, one of the 5 devils, dissatisfied with K-Niha's lack of face, so interested in you, whom K-Niha wants to kill. Current favoritism is 1 star. Han Jia was happy. The 5 monarchs of the devil's path and K-Ni are going to implode? He immediately took out the Book of Doom and continued to mess with Luo Kumo's mind. Perhaps the irascible Luo Kumo would tear his face off with the Demon Emperor as a result. 3 years later, Fang Liang's cultivation was stuck at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and Xin Chang'an realized that his qualifications were at the end of the line, and that he could not go to the next level. When Fang Liang learned of this, he was struck by lightning, and his entire body was disoriented. Just then, Han Jia told him to enter the innate cave. Fang Liang was nervous. Could it be that Master Ancestor was going to expel him from the division? The Black Hell Chicken, Yang Tian Tong, and Morong Chi could all be heavenly talents, and his qualifications were truly incomparable. After entering the cave, Fang Liang carefully bypassed the heaven and earth grass and came to kneel in front of Han Jia. Apprentice grandchildren pay homage to Master Ancestor. Fang Liang spoke nervously, not daring to look at Han Jia. Han Jia raised his hand, placing it on his forehead as 6 channels of spiritual energy probed into him. There was a massive chi in Fang Liang's body that was blocking his dantian, preventing him from practicing the Golden Dan. This massive chi was very mysterious. Any other harmonization realm cultivator might not be able to discover it. No wonder Sun Shanan couldn't discover it. Han Jia was expressionless as he said, Fang Liang, what do you pursue in your cultivation? Fang Liang was so nervous that he hesitated for a moment and said, become immortal. What's the point of becoming immortal? Naturally, it's for eternal life. Will you be held back from practicing by power, profit, and women? Not in the past, and not in the future. My parents died and I had no one to turn to. It was Master Ancestor who took me in, and I very much agree with Master Ancestor's philosophy of cultivation, that all things are inferior, but only cultivation is superior. If I give you a chance to fly high, what will you do later? Ah, I would break my bones for Master Ancestor in a heartbeat. No, it's to dive into cultivation and ignore world affairs. Never cause trouble for Master Ancestor. Seeing Fang Liang's sincere fear, Han Jia nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Han Jia immediately poured his 6 spiritual powers into Fang Liang and said softly, your master said that you're not gifted, so I'll create giftedness for you. Fang Liang felt the surging spiritual energy in his body and showed surprise and shock. How high is Shifu's cultivation? Your apprentice grandson Fang Liang's favorability towards you has increased, and the current favorability is 5 stars. 5 stars? Not quite the highest. Han Jia was secretly dissatisfied and followed. Humph, restricted by heavenly destiny? How can my disciple's grandson be limited by heavenly destiny? In that case, I'll sacrifice some of my Tao. He surprised Fang Liang with this self-talk. For his own sake, the Master Ancestor even had to sacrifice the Tao. Fang Liang's eyes were red. Your apprentice grandson Fang Liang's favoritism towards you has increased, and the current favoritism is 6 stars. Han Jia's face was expressionless, and he was happy in his heart. Still have to play the setup. Boom! The massive chi in Fang Liang's body was dispersed by Han Jia's shock, and with Han Jia's help, Fang Liang's spiritual energy was uncontrollable and began to condense the Jindan. The moment the chi dispersed, Fang Liang had the feeling of having his 2 veins opened. His senses all became clear, and heaven and earth became very different in his perception. This is the metamorphosis? Fang Liang was grateful to Han Jia, and in his excitement, 2 lines of tears flowed indisputably. Master Ancestor had been practicing hard for so many years in order to grow his Tao, and as a result, because of this incompetent apprentice grandson of his, he had now compromised his Tao. How can he pay it back? Fang Liang asked himself that he was of no help to Han Jia, and was even a liability. Just because of the one-sided relationship in the beginning, Han Jia changed his life. From now on, Master Ancestor is my heaven, my most important person, Fang Liang swore in his heart. In the meantime, a strange change appeared in the dome of the sky outside the cave. A 7-colored haze appeared in the sky above the jade-clear sacred sect, and the sea of clouds tumbled as if divine beasts were frolicking. Soon, the dome of the sky began to snow, and the snow that fell was golden snow, and the clouds were divinely humanoid, as if they were heavenly maidens scattering flowers, stunning all the disciples of the jade-clear sacred sect. What's with this vision? This is the heavenly Tao sheltering our jade-clear sacred sect. I've been practicing for 300 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a vision. Our jade-clear sacred sect's fortune is going to rise. Could it be that a heavenly talent has come out of nowhere? Under the Fusong tree, the black prison chicken, Sun Chanan, and the others were also stunned. Chang Yuer, Li Qingzi, and immortal Shi Xian couldn't help but step out of their cave to watch the heaven and earth visions. Han Jia didn't care about what was going on outside, and he used his 6 spiritual powers to blockade the cave to avoid Fang Liang from discovering the strange phenomenon outside. He wanted Fang Liang to feel like an ordinary person. Obviously the chi is strong to the point of bursting, yet he thinks he's mediocre. Such a person is said to be able to live longer for Fang Liang. Han would never want Fang Liang to follow the path of last week's mortal life. The next day, when Fang Liang became a Jindan realm cultivator and walked out of the innate cave, he had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Sun Shanan looked at him and asked in surprise, "You broke through? Thanks to the help of Master Ancestor." Fang Liang nodded. Sun Chanan, Yang Tian Tong, Black Prison Chicken, and Morong Chi were surprised. Could it be that yesterday's heaven and earth anomaly was the work of Master Ancestor? Also right. Reversing heaven's destiny is supposed to be a big deal. They stood in awe of Han Jie. To be able to do this for the sake of an apprentice grandson with limited talent, he seemed indifferent, but he actually had a warm heart. Fang Liang didn't say much and walked under the Fusong tree to start practicing. Less than 6 months, he then broke through to the first level of the Jindan realm. 3 years later, another breakthrough, the second level of the Jindan realm. That's kind of fast. This day, Fang Liang pays a visit to Han Jie, who is puzzled and lets him into his house. Master Ancestor, just now a stone fell from the sky. It contained extremely rich spiritual chi. It should be a treasure. It's smashed on my head. I want to offer it to you, Fang Liang said as he took out a stone. The stone was the size of a fist, a deep purple color, and not a mortal stone at first glance. Han Jie took it and waved him away. Is this the son of heaven and earth? A chance to be sent up without leaving the house? Off the charts. Han Jie began to survey the stone. When Fong Liang left the cave, Tiandi Grass suddenly called out, I've seen this stone. Chapter 120, The Sword of Enlightenment. You've seen it? Han Jie glanced at the heaven and earth grass and asked carelessly. The heaven and earth grass replied, my last. She held such a stone when she practiced. The stone that the fairy god took? Han Jie stared at the deep purple stone in his hand and thought. He examined it carefully with his divine sense. But unfortunately, no matter how he looked at it, it was a spirit stone. Only that it contained far more aura than any other spirit stone. Han Jie threw the stone next to the heaven and earth grass, wanting to see what effect the stone had. If it was just a spirit stone, it wouldn't be worth the immortal god holding it in his hands day after day. Han Jie closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. While he was busy cultivating, the world's cultivation world was in turmoil. The devil cultivators became more and more active, which gave the righteous path a bad feeling. Previously, when the green python great sage swept through the world, the devil's way sects all just bailed out, and most of the ones who went to war with the green python great sage were the righteous way sects. So after the green python great sage's death, the righteous way was weaker than the devil's way. In such a situation, it is disturbing that demonic practitioners are active. Until a piece of news spread throughout the cultivation world. The demon emperor from thousands of years ago was surprisingly resurrected. The devil emperor wanted to create a devil Dao dynasty, a dynasty organized by devil cultivators. He is recruiting devil cultivators from all over the world to join him. For a time, various legends of the demon emperor circulated in the world. 7 years later, news about the resurrection of the demon emperor reached Great Yen, and by this time, the devil Dao imperial dynasty had already been established for some time and was dominating the area. The Nine Cauldrons realist summoned the elders to the main peak's deliberative hall, and Li Qingzi also came. When Li Qingzi heard that the demon emperor had been resurrected, his expression was odd. Alas, the world will be in chaos again. What are you afraid of? The demon emperor is far away from us. The cultivation world is meant to be strong in turns for both good and evil, and that's why heroes come and go. We don't have to worry too much. That's right, the green python great sage was that strong before, but he still died. The demon emperor once unified the world's demonic cultivators. That was many years ago. Times have long changed. Realist Jiuting noticed that Li Qingzi looked odd and seemed to be about to speak. He suddenly remembered something and asked. Elderly poked around the demon emperor decades ago. Could it be that he knows something? When these words came out, everyone looked at Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi hesitated. Decades ago, Elder Zhan Shen asked me to specifically investigate the demon emperor. Perhaps he calculated something, but he didn't say much. And he also hoped that I wouldn't spread the matter. The Nine Cauldrons frowned, and the elders couldn't help but whisper. Guan Yu Gang mused. Could it be that Elder Zhan Shen had already calculated that there would be this catastrophe in the cultivation world? And the reason why he didn't say anything about it was because he was afraid that we would be worried? The elders thought it made sense and agreed. They all knew that the true pillar of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect was Elder Zhan Shen, and even Elder Zhan Shen had specifically inquired about it. So it was evident that this catastrophe would not be small. Since this is the case, the Jade Clear Sacred Sect's contribution missions are all restricted to within Great Yen, and all disciples outside of Great Yen are summoned back. The Nine Cauldrons realist ordered. Lu Bufei spoke up. Sect leader, I want to move the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect directly to Great Yen. Is that okay? The Nine Cauldrons realist shook his head and said, Great Yen doesn't have that much space for you to cultivate. Establish a teleportation spell formation. Yes. On that day, the elders of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect began to get busy. Han Jie did not know about this. He was still cultivating, and was still some distance away from the 4th level of the transition realm. This day, heaven and earth grass is going to take shape. The weird thing was that it hadn't even encountered a heavenly tribulation when it transformed into its form. When demons take human form, they all have to go through a heavenly tribulation. Han Jie looked toward the deep purple stone next to it. Could it be related to it? The heaven and earth grass erupted with dazzling white light, and the aura within the cave madly surged into it. Han Jie narrowed his eyes. Is this incarnation a Pokemon? Or a Digimon? Han Jie secretly snickered, and during the boring years of cultivation, he liked to fill the void by brainstorming about his past life. About 3 hours passed. The heaven and earth grass had finally succeeded in taking shape, and with some deviation from what Han Jie had expected. It wasn't a lively and silly young girl, but a woman who looked very high and cold. Without changing his face, Han Jie pulled out a Taoist robe from his small Qiankuan belt and threw it to her to put on. After Heavenly Grass put on the Taoist robe, she smiled and said, Master, how does this image of me look? Han Jie said, It's okay. When men critique a woman's looks, okay is beautiful. This is the appearance of my previous owner. Heaven and Earth Grass replied. Han Jie raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but resurvey the Heaven and Earth Grass. In a white robe, she was even more cold. Her black hair was casually draped. Her face was absolutely beautiful. Her eyes seemed to shimmer with shimmering light. Her eyebrows were playful, and her nose and lips were just the right amount of perfect. It had to be said that the appearance and figure were truly worthy of an immortal goddess. Among the women Han Jie knew, only immortal Shi Xian could compare. Master, how about I call the Sword of Enlightenment from now on? Heavenly Grass said as she twisted around, sizing herself up as well. Han Jie's face twitched slightly. Sword of Enlightenment, a fairy by that name? Forget it. This is it. Too lazy to think. She's just a blade of grass anyway. Aha. Han Jie nodded in agreement. From then on, the Heaven and Earth Grass was renamed the Sword of Enlightenment. The Sword of Enlightenment blinked and asked, shouldn't Master teach me the way of the sword? Han Jie was a bit uncomfortable. The previous Tiandi Grass was staggering, just like a hairy girl, and now she was talking maturely. The contrast was too great. Then I'll teach you the Absolute Finger Divine Sword first. Just like that, Han Jie began to teach the Enlightenment sword technique hand in hand. Time rushes. The changes in the cultivation world are like the river and the sea. Sometimes calm, sometimes shocking. The Jade Clear Sacred Sect had been in a state of calm. 13 years have passed. Han Jie finally broke through to the 4th level of the transition realm. He was pleasantly surprised to find that since the appearance of the deep purple stone, the aura of the innate cave had been rising, making his breakthrough speed not much slower than before. The Wudao sword's qualifications also made Han Jie a bit surprised. After transforming into her form, the Wudao sword cultivated even faster. She was really talented in the sword path, stronger than Han Jie's disciples and grandchildren. Currently, she had mastered the Absolute Finger Divine Sword and the 3 Qing Absolute Shadow Sword. Han Jie didn't continue to teach, mainly because her cultivation wasn't strong enough to manage a stronger sword technique. About another 6 months passed. Xing Hongxian is back. As soon as she saw the Enlightenment sword, her face instantly changed as she asked in a deep voice, who are you? The Sword of Enlightenment replied, the Sword of Enlightenment. What kind of name is that? Xing Hongxian was extremely unhappy in her heart as she looked toward Han Jie. Han Jie was expressionless as he said, you go cultivate outside the cave first. Out. The Wudao's sword bristled. This was the first time she had been kicked out by Han Jie. However, she didn't dare to go against Han Jie's will and could only reluctantly go out. She could scare young Tiandong and the others when she went out. How did a fairy come out of Master's cave? She was transformed from a spirit herb I raised earlier, and can enhance the aura within my cave. Han Jie briefly explained, which was true. A spirit plant? Xing Hongxian grumbled. Husband, if you want a woman you can tell me. I won't go out in the future. Move over to accompany you. Don't even think about it. Don't disturb my cultivation. But I miss you. It's not enough that you have the puppet of heaven? Ha! Xing Hongxuan's pretty face instantly turned red. Could it be that Han Jie had noticed when she did those things? Han Jie changed the subject and asked, how have you been these years? He wanted to ask if there was a baby, but felt bad about being too direct. Hurt feelings. Chapter 121 Bitter Brothers. Battle between the righteous and the demons. Xing Hongxian sat down next to Han Jie and began to recount her experiences over the years. She stumbled upon a demonic powerhouse and was even instructed in cultivation. That Devil Dao powerhouse was the disciple of the white-haired Devil Nun, one of the 5 exalted of the Devil Dao, a great cultivator of the harmonization realm, who wanted to take Xing Hongxian as his disciple. Xing Hongxian said that she had a husband and wanted to go back and inquire about it first, and although the demonic cultivator was unhappy, he still agreed. Husband, harmonization realm grand cultivator, are you afraid of offending? Xing Hongxian asked. Her tone was flirtatious. Even the demon saint of the transitional realm couldn't defeat her husband, so why should she be afraid of a mere harmonization realm? Han Jie said with a straight face, I'm afraid, after all, she has a strong background. In case of a fight, if I beat her to death, and she asks her master to help, I'll still have to find a way to beat her master to death. It's very troublesome. Xing Hongxian froze, speechless. Han Jie said, it's not peaceful outside lately, so don't go out. You're already at the Yuaning realm. Your lifespan should be close to 1,000 years, right? Yuaning realm. That's right. This has reached the Yuaning realm. Han Jie felt that she was truly immortal, cultivating immortality and spelling chants. Xing Hongxian nodded her head and said, I also feel that there's going to be chaos outside. There are more and more demonic cultivators. That female demonic cultivator said that the Devil Dao is going to rise, and that the world's demonic cultivators will be honored by the Devil Emperor, and then sweep the world again. Husband, do you think the Devil Emperor will be able to do it? Can't. Why? The devil is 1 foot tall. The Tao is 10 feet tall. This is the way of heaven. Xing Hongxian was lost in thought. Han Jie had some regrets. This went out for so many years and didn't pick up any good treasures? Xing Hongxian flipped her right hand and said, Husband, although I've had opportunities over the years, I haven't come across any treasures that I can hold. How about this item? Do you fancy it? Han Jie looked into her palm, which was a crystal shard. On the pinkish side, he picked up the crystal shard and subconsciously probed his divine sense into it. He felt a wave of resistance. Han Jie frowned as his divine sense forced its way through. Boom! The crystal shards instantly turned into flying ash, and Han Jie's divine sense captured a memory. It was a palace, located above the sea of clouds, as if it were a fairyland, with a number of fairies frolicking and laughing in the vault of heaven. After this memory was read by Han Jie, he was surprised to find that his divine sense had enhanced quite a bit. Interesting. It all happened so quickly that it was over before Xing Hongxian even noticed Han Jie's abnormality. Not bad. Good treasure indeed. Han Jie laughed with satisfaction before taking out the 9-star spirit treading boots and gifting them to Xing Hongxian. Courtesy. Xing Hongxian suddenly grabbed Han Jie's hand and pressed her body up as she moved closer, saying with a slight gasp, Husband. Han Jie sighed and honestly undressed. Xing Hongxian stopped him. Winks like silk. Playful smile. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Let's wear clothes first too. Han Jie frowned. This is getting an inch of her life. 1 month later, Xing Hongxian, who was full of smiles, walked out of the innate cave and nodded slightly towards Yang Tiantong, Sun Chanan, and the others before turning to leave. The Wudao sword frowned and asked in a low voice, Why does she have such a strong master's aura on her? The black jail chicken in the Fusuma tree laughed strangely, because she has eaten her master. Ha! The sword of enlightenment was startled, and he hurriedly got up and rushed into the innate cave. Sun Chanan shook her head and laughed. Ask what love is in the world. Black hell chicken grunted. Xian'er is dead. Sun Chanan's smile instantly coalesced. The black prison chicken is not a joke. Xian'er did die, just 10 years ago, died outside while going out to practice. Li Qingzi knew about her past with Sun Chang'an and specially told him about it. In those years, Sun Chang'an sat withered in front of the Fusang tree. His soul was not in the right place. Stinky chicken. Sun Chanan gritted his teeth. The black hell chicken laughed. It's good to be dead. She doesn't look up to you anyway. Cultivate well. And when you ascend in the future, I'll send you a fairy. Sun Chang'an snorted coldly and twisted her head away, no longer looking at him. Morongqi couldn't stand to see his master being bullied and got up. Master Chicken, let's spar. Senior brother, let's go together. Yes. Fan Liang followed and got up with a look of eagerness. The black hell chicken was disdainful, but there was a sense of crisis in his heart. These two silly boys are breaking through so fast. If we keep this up, sooner or later we'll surpass it. LOL. Wouldn't it be nice to have another Johto? The black jail chicken looked down at the trunk of the Fusuma tree, and a bold thought popped into his head. How about it leaves the Fuso tree for a while? After calming the Sword of Wonders for a while and waiting for her to calm down, Han Jie took out the Book of Doom. The black jail chicken is jumping again. Time to knock it off. Han Jie thought silently. The Wudao sword had just taken form and didn't understand a lot of things. And just now, she really thought that Xing Hongxian had eaten Han Jie, causing her to be hostile towards Xing Hongxian. Han Jie started cursing Keineku while pulling up the personals and checking his emails. After so many years, I don't know how the cultivation world outside has changed. Your friend Mo Vengeance is sealed in the Forbidden Land by your friend Xian Shishir. Your divine pet Chaos Heavenly Dog encounters your disciple Su Qi spreading bad luck. As it is a divine beast of Qi, Qi counteracts bad luck, X6643. Your enemy K Naiha encountered your disciple Su Qi spreading bad luck and magic. Your friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by a fellow disciple, X15. Your friend Luo Kumo has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X4921. Your partner, Shen Qingkuan, has returned to Earth. Your best friend Zhou Fan reincarnated and awakened memories of his past life. Your friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X40024. Han Jie frowned. Mo Vengeance and Zhou Fan, the brothers, are too miserable, aren't they? One is sealed and the other is cast in death. There was also Huang Jihao, which was attacked too many times. And before that too. This guy broke into the Devil's Cave? It looked like the Demon Emperor's power would spread to Great Yin sooner or later. Han Jie had a sense of crisis. One must take the time to practice, curse first, brush up on your daily quests and start cultivating. With the addition of the deep purple stone and the transformation of the Enlightenment Sword, the aura within the innate cave had risen greatly, and Han Jie's cultivation speed hadn't slowed down much compared to before. Han Jie actually wasn't afraid of the Devil Emperor. With so many spiritual treasures on him, as well as the Tai Yi spiritual treasure, how could the Devil Emperor kill him? All he was afraid of was not being able to kill the Demon Emperor in seconds. LOL. The road to Gasho is actually the toughest. 1 month later, Han Jie continued to cultivate. The years passed quickly. Another 13 years of light passed, and a piece of news reached Great Yin. the Devil Emperor led the Devil Dao Imperial dynasty to start attacking the world's righteous sects, and the momentum was so strong that a branch of righteous sects were slaughtered one after another. The great sects and holy places in the sky began to join forces, and the war between the righteous and the devils officially kicked off. All the clans in Great Yen were anxious, and it was worth mentioning that all of the Magic Path clans in Great Yen had already withdrawn, and except for the scattered cultivators, there was no Magic Path clan in Great Yen today. They were also afraid of being eradicated by the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, while the Great Yen cultivation world was terrified. Han Jie smoothly broke through to the 5th level of the Transition Realm. Chapter 122, Huang Jihao's Enlightenment. Fong Liang's appearance. On this day, the 9-tripod realist came to visit. Interrupting Han Jie's cultivation, Han Jie asked him to enter the cave to talk to him. When the 9 cauldrons saw the Sword of Enlightenment, they couldn't help but stare. Elder Han is harboring a mistress? This is my demon pet. She was born here, so there's no need to worry about her leaking information. Han Jie opened his mouth. Demon pet? Realist Joding revealed a subtle look of I understand, and Han Jie rolled his eyes. This old thing looks like the kind of cultivator who can play. Experienced, the 9 cauldrons realist said with a straight face, the Devil Emperor has begun to wage war on the righteous path. The world is in chaos. Fortunately, the Devil sect in Great Yen has fled Great Yen in fear. We are free from worry for the time being, but only for the time being. I would like to ask you for your opinion. You have been paying attention to the Devil Emperor since a long time ago. Han Jie's face did not change, saying, my view is simple. Develop at ease. The Jade Clear Sacred Sect is not the number 1 in the world. It may not even be counted as a third-rate sect in the world. With our strength we can't change the world's momentum. Rather than being cannon fodder, it's better to cultivate properly. When the sky collapses, there's the righteous sacred ground to cover it, so why should we get involved? When the 9 cauldrons heard this, they felt that it made sense. He hesitated for a moment and asked, what is Elder Han's cultivation level today? When he first heard that Han Jie had strongly crushed the transitional succession realm, he nearly peed in fear. It had only been how many years? And Han Jie's breakthrough speed was too exaggerated. Han Jie replied, still in the transition realm. Still in. These 2 words deeply irritated the 9 cauldrons. He was aware of Han Jie's age, which was just over 500 years old. He had never heard of a great cultivator of the transition realm who was over 500 years old. Off the charts. Alright, I'll do as you say, and I hope that the demonic path won't spread to our Great Yen. The 9 cauldrons didn't linger and quickly left. After he left, the Gautama sword asked curiously, who is he? Han Jie calmly said, the sect leader of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. Can I go around the Jade Clear Sacred Sect? Well, as long as you don't leave the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. The Sword of Enlightenment leapt for joy and immediately left. Han Jie didn't care and continued to cultivate. He had the same arrangement for Morong Chi and the others. They could move around within the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, just don't leave the sect, and anyone who dared to leave without authorization would have nothing to do with him ever again. Han Jie was cultivating while checking his emails. As expected, apart from the people from the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, almost all of their close friends had encountered attacks from demonic cultivators. The number of times Huang Jihao was attacked directly broke 50,000, and this guy's cultivation even increased greatly during the battle. It was worthy of being an innate Qigong master. Luo Kumo also encountered another demonic cultivator attack, and Han Jie guessed that he should be the one helping K Naiha absorb the demonic cultivators. Devil cultivators were already arrogant. How could all devil cultivators directly follow the orders of the Devil Emperor? Still have to fight. Looking at this situation, without 100 years, it would be difficult for the Devil Emperor to unify the world's devil cultivators. This is not a mortal war. The cultivators have a variety of means. If you can't beat them, you can still escape, and if you are taken in, you can still backstab them. Han Jie felt that the Devil Dao dynasty was a joke. How is it possible to build a dynasty full of people who could go berserk at any time? The reason why demonic cultivators were scorned was not because of a different Taoist lineage, but the fact that demonic cultivators were prone to go off the deep end and go berserk and kill, sometimes more dangerous than demons. After Zhou Fan reincarnated and recultivated, his cultivation had progressed well and had already reached the 8th level of the Qi refining realm, and counting. He was only 13 years old. Han Jie felt that he was really bitter. How many times had he died? This time it was good. Directly deleting his number and starting over. Mo revenge is even worse. Carrying the responsibility of revenge since childhood, it was not easy to get revenge, and followed Zhou Fan to breakthrough, and as a result, he was infected by the ominous power to become a true devil, and now he is trapped in the ancient forbidden land, and he does not know when he will be able to see the sky again. Han Jie recalled the scene where he met Mo Revenge. At that time, Mo Revenge was like a gentleman, no matter male or female. It was easy to feel good about him. The contrast between now and then was saddening. This is the human world. where all beings have their own encounters. Han didn't sink into pity. He warned himself instead. Can't get lost. The path he's on now is the right path. The dusk is pale and picturesque. Countless demonic cultivators were suspended in the air, holding all sorts of magic weapons. They were all staring in one direction. It was a halfway up a mountain. Blood had stained the entire mountain, and bodies were piled up at the foot of the mountain. A man stood on the mountainside with a sword, his white robe stained with blood and dyed crimson, his hair disheveled and murderous. It was none other than Huang Jihao, that innate chi luck person who had gone up to the Jade Clearance sect to challenge Han Jie, who was born with a sword heart, and who later left Great Yen and was forcibly taken in by the true martial sect as a sword Dao genius. Huang Jihao panted heavily. He had been fighting for 5 days and 5 nights, and his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Just then, rolling demonic clouds gathered, and vast heavenly might enveloped the heavens and earth. Huang Jihao's face changed greatly, and his heart sank. The Devil's Way powerhouse is here. The demonic clouds that stretched for dozens of miles coalesced into a terrifyingly huge face, and a voice fell. Latecomer, your talent is good. If you're willing to kneel down, I won't kill you. If you're persistent, humph. The voice was clearly Luo Gimo. Huang Jihao's face was gloomy, and the hand holding his sword was shaking. He felt an unprecedented crisis. This devil in front of him, he is definitely not an opponent. Huang Jihao couldn't help but think of Han Jie. How strong could this devil be a match for that senior? If I don't even have the courage to face this demon, how can I challenge that senior in the future? Born with the heart of a sword, born for the sword, died for the sword. If my sword is no longer sharp, what's the point of me living? Huang Jihao muttered something to himself. Just as Huang Jihao was about to raise his sword, a vast pressure came from all directions, covering the sky and pressing all the devil cultivators in the air to fall down, screaming endlessly. Humph, Luo Kumo, do you really think that there is no one in the righteous path? Old ancestor, I'd been in seclusion for 1,000 years, and now I hear that the Devil's Way wants to take control of the world? It's really a joke. Old friends, haven't seen you for many years. Has your Tao risen? Ha ha. Today together we will kill one of the 5 devils of the Devil's Path and raise our righteousness. Since ancient times, evil can't defeat good. In the face of the Devil's Path, righteous cultivators should prefer to die rather than give in. Junior, you've done well. Listening to the voices coming from all directions, Huang Jihao let out a long breath, a smile on his face. The world was ravaged by the Devil's Way, and although Great Yen was spared, it had been keeping an eye on the world's affairs, especially the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, which had already established ties with the neighboring cultivation worlds, with intelligence coming and going faster and wider than before. When they learned that the world's great powers of the righteous path had emerged one after another, the elders of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect were overjoyed. There were even quite a few elders who wanted to participate in this vast tide of demon slaying, but fortunately, the 9 cauldrons were strong enough to suppress these remarks and forbid the disciples of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect to leave Great Yen, and so 7 years passed. Han Jie was still stuck at the 5th level of the ferrying realm, and Fang Liang had already broken through to the Yuanying realm. Fang Liang's display of natural talent was even fiercer than Morong Chi's, causing the crowd of disciples and grandchildren to worship Han Jie even more, and in their opinion, it was all due to Han Jie's reversal of fortune, the son of heaven and earth. At least in this heaven and earth the chi is unique. Even the reincarnation of the god of war in the upper realm Morong Chi is difficult to cover its sharpness. Han Jie took time out to specialize in teaching Fang Liang and Morong Chi. Han Jie decided to release Fang Liang. With Fang Liang's fortune he was sure to get a lot of chances. Maybe he had a part in it. After all, Fang Liang was a 6-star goodwill towards him. After so many years of teaching, Fang Liang had developed a cautious character, and coupled with the heaven and earth's chi, it was hard to die. Chapter 123, 6th level of the Transition Realm. Guardian of the Sword Dao for a million years, Han Jie imparted the 3 Qing Absolute Shadow Sword, 7 Illusionary Steps, Great Thousand Thunderstorms, and Wind God Technique to Fang Liang and Morong Chi. The two were worthy of being heavenly wizards, and in just half a year, they had mastered all of them. They were all at the Yuanying realm cultivation level, and now that they were out in the world, they had the power to defend themselves. Fang Liang, go out into the world and experience. When you see through the red dust and come back to bitter cultivation, you will definitely be able to realize the true meaning of heaven and earth. Morong Chi, you can also participate in the Jade Clear Sacred Sect's missions in the future and no longer be bound to this mountain. Han Jie said with his hands behind his waist and his back to the two of them. Sun Shan'an and Yang Tiandong under the Fusang tree could not help but open their eyes. Han Jie wants Fang Liang to come out? This was the first time Han Jie had taken the initiative to let someone go down the mountain. Yang Tiandong's eyes were full of envy, and he understood that he was no match for Fang Liang. Fang Liang was terrified and hurriedly said, "Why are you driving me away?" Senior ancestor. Morong Chi, on the other hand, was secretly surprised and outwardly did the same as Fang Liang. Fan Liang was cautious, but Morong Chi wouldn't be. He was even a bit arrogant. He had a pride in his bones, a pride that Sun Shannon couldn't erase no matter how much he taught him. In Morong Chi's opinion, he was so gifted that he deserved to be famous in the world, not a submerged dragon hiding in the abyss. He was also willing to stay because he felt that his cultivation was not enough. Go for some adventures and come back anytime you want, Han Jia replied. Fan Liang was relieved. Han would never pay any more attention to them and turned around to go back inside the innate cave. The Sword of Enlightenment was still meditating and cultivating. She went to the Jade Clear sacred sect to take a stroll, and soon found it uninteresting, so she began to honestly cultivate again. Han Jia hit the bed and began to cultivate. Although the cave was accompanied by the additional Enlightenment sword, the two seldom talked, and most of the time, they each spoke quietly, which was exactly what Han Jia liked. Fan Liang stayed for 7 days and then went down the mountain alone. Sun Shannon stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at him as he went away, his face filled with worry. Seeing him in this state, the Black Hell Chicken rarely struck a blow, but sighed. Alas, is the chaotic heavenly dog dead? How come it hasn't come back yet? Yang Tiantong said helplessly. Death is impossible. That guy's cheap life. Trying to kill it is harder than climbing up to the sky. Black Jail Chicken didn't answer. 8 years later, Han Jia finally broke through to the 6th level of the transition realm. The first thing he did after his breakthrough was to use a simulated trial to fight against Xin Xingjun, who was set at the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm. This time, Han Jia finally didn't lose the battle. After a few minutes of great battle, he managed to kill Xin Xingjun. Han Jia was slightly dissatisfied that he couldn't kill Xin Xingjun in seconds after even casting his Tai divine power. The Devil Emperor was also at this cultivation level. When the time came for the Devil Emperor to kill, how troublesome it would have to be if he couldn't be killed in seconds. Looks like it's time to beef up the avatar a bit more. The last time it was strengthened was when it was in the harmonization realm, and now it should be able to take another step closer in the long river of the Sword Dao. Han Jia thought about it and decided to strengthen the heaven, earth, Xian Huang boundary breaking sword finger. This divine ability could kill the enemy from a long distance, so that Han Jia would not have to throw his head in the sand. Han Jia began to think deeply and comprehend the heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary breaking sword finger. Soon, he entered the state of enlightenment. 2 months. The natural phenomenon alarmed the entire mortal world, but it was at the time of the war between the righteous and the devils, and both paths were worried that it was a great power breaking through on the enemy side. The one who caused this vision was naturally Han Jia. Han Jia came to the long river of sword paths in a familiar way, and this time, unlike before, he was able to manipulate his consciousness to move forward and stop. We should still meet that guy this time, right? Han Jia thought silently. He stepped forward. A silhouette was overtaken by him as he walked unhurriedly, keeping an eye out for flickering images of sword cultivators in the process. After a while, Han Jia saw a familiar figure that was ahead of him, waiting for him. He immediately greeted, "Senior, it's been a long time, are you still well?" The other party grunted. "It hasn't been that long, you're here again. This time I won't stop you, you go and die." Han Jia arrived in front of him, cupped his fists and smiled. "Thanks for helping Senior many times. I still don't know Senior's name?" The other party was silent and did not answer. "I have already crossed the tribulation realm. Sooner or later I will ascend, and in the coming days I would like to repay Senior. With my current cultivation, I may not be looked upon by Senior, but I will work hard for it." Han Jia continued. "The other party has been guarding the long river of the Sword Dao. It must not be a passerby character. Perhaps in the upper realm is also a great power of the world." There were already 2 of Han Jia's enemies in the upper realm, and Han Jia didn't want to be isolated. The other party grunted. "Come less. I sit in the long river of the Sword Road. Just want to guard the Sword Road. The mortal world where you are is not simple. In addition to you, earlier also came a celestial pride, although not gone as far as you. His day to achieve the Sword Immortal will not be difficult." Han Jia raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Who is that person's name?" "Naturally I cannot say, but he has a cause and effect with you." These words made Han Jia think of one person, Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao, who was born with a sword heart, had already stepped into the void-melting realm, displaying the posture of a heavenly pride. Han never gave it another thought and moved on. As he crossed over to the mysterious man, he felt a great pressure in just one step. He moved on. Step 2. Step 3. The last time was when he stopped at the 3rd step and couldn't advance any further. This time, Han Jia went 1 step further. Step 4. Step 5. A terrifying pressure met his face, causing Han Jia to frown. He gritted his teeth. Take it a step further. Boom! Han Jia's consciousness flared violently with blue flames, but his feet still landed steadily. He realized he couldn't get back in. After Tai, 6 steps forward were sufficient. Han Jia didn't directly retreat, but instead carried the terrifying pressure and slowly turned around. The mysterious man exclaimed, Remarkable. Your sword Dao talent surpasses all sword cultivators in the 10,000 mortal realms. The Lone Star has taken a liking to you. Current liking is 1 star. Battle Lone Star? Lone Star sword fighting? Hanjia pondered silently, then walked up to Battle Lone Star and said, "Thanks for the compliment, Senior, so I won't disturb Senior's cultivation." Battle Lone Star nodded slightly, and Hanjia followed to dispel his consciousness. In an instant, the long river of the sword Dao shattered, and Hanjia returned to the mortal world. Boom! The 6 spiritual powers within him suddenly erupted. His cultivation surprisingly began to grow like crazy. Your aptitude heaven, earth, metaphysical and yellow boundary-breaking sword finger has been greatly enhanced and advanced to Tai aptitude. You've realized the way of the sword and your skill has increased greatly. Hanjia immediately ran his Gong method and began to submit to the rising trend. The Wudao sword opened its eyes and looked at Hanjia in shock, but didn't interrupt. In order not to disturb the Jade Clear sacred sect, Hanjia opened the system boundary and blocked the innate cave. 7 full days later, his cultivation no longer grew, and although he was still some distance away from the 7th level of the transition realm, it was already better than several years of hard cultivation. Not bad. Hanjia tuned out his interpersonal relationships to find Battle Lone Star. Battle Lone Star, middle stage of Tai True Immortal, has been guarding the sword Dao for millions of years, has a favorable impression of you for your superb sword Dao qualification, but still has great doubts about your heart. If you accost him again intentionally, it will cause him to be disgusted. The current goodwill level is 1 star. Tai True Immortal. Good bull. Hanjia's expression couldn't help but be embarrassed when he saw the notes at the back. Is this the strong man? High and mighty. Will it grow in favor to just ignore him next time? Chapter 124, The Chance of the Son of Heaven and Earth. 1,000-year-old Mahayana Heavenly Pride. Hanjia was amazed by Battle Lone Star's cultivation, and he thought for a while about all sorts of ideas for rating his favor. Eventually, he discarded these distractions. Iron sharpens iron. The right way is to cultivate in a practical manner, and never think of relying on the power of others. Hanjia shook his spirit and began to simulate the trial. Facing Xin Chongjun, who was at the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm, he directly executed the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. Seconds, Hanjia didn't stop and adjusted Xian Qingjuan's cultivation to the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. Seconds, the 5th level of the Mahayana realm. It didn't kill in seconds, but it was able to severely injure Xian Qingjun, 6th level of the Mahayana realm. Well, it missed straight away, and was killed in seconds by Zuanarukuan. When masters spar, victory or defeat is often only in a split second, and whoever strikes first wins. Hanjia tried a few more times, and his reaction really wasn't as fast as Xian Qingjuan's. It should be enough to deal with the Demon Emperor. If Jinaiha could have been stronger than Xian Qingjun, he wouldn't have died in the Ascension Heavenly Tribulation. Hanjia opened his eyes and took out the Book of Doom, preparing to curse Naiha, Luo Seeking Demon, Jia Diffracted Daoist, Zhu Yao, and Mo Yu Ling. Daily tasks that can't be left behind. Hanjia clicked on the email to check it. After so many years, I don't know how Fang Liang is doing. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by righteous monks, X38222. Your disciple Suki has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X12004. Your disciple Suchi spreads bad luck, and the Devil's Wade dynasty's fortunes plummet. Your grandson, Fang Liang, has acquired the body refining technique. Your friend Luo Kumu has been attacked by a great power of the righteous path, and is dead. Your grandson Fang Liang kills a demonic practitioner across the realm and has an epiphany. Your friend Huangji Hao has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X41172. Nice guy. In 8 years, Fang Liang encountered chances up to 4 times. Is this the son of heaven and earth? Scary as hell. Hanjia was secretly staggered, and immediately, he noticed that Luo Kumo was actually dead. He rushed to check out the relationships. Law Seeker's avatar is gone. Hanjia was suddenly a bit despondent. Some people don't realize it. One less daily task to do. Then again, with one of the 5 demon Dao honors dead, is the righteous Dao making a push? This was normal. In Hanjia's opinion, the world was bound to be stronger for the righteous path. Demonic cultivation was ultimately a cultivation style that could not rise to the surface. How can you pursue the great Dao when you can't even control yourself? Hanjia secretly teased. Naiha, I hope there's a chance for me to kill you. Don't lose you before you even meet me. 5 years later, Hanjia smoothly broke through to the 7th level of the transition realm. He was very satisfied with his cultivation speed, and compared to his close friends and enemies in his relationships, his breakthrough speed was absolutely overwhelming. The cultivation speed of the Enlightenment Sword was also very fast, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before it could impact the Yuaning realm. Yang Tiantong was close to the God Transformation realm, and the Black Hell Chicken was still struggling at the Void Melting realm with a slower cultivation. This day, Emoju called out to him from within the palace. his tone anxious, and Han Jie sensed it and pranced to the palace. What is it? Han Jie asked with a frown. Emoju spent most of his time in quiet cultivation, and his cultivation grew quite fast. He was close to reaching the spirit transformation realm. It seemed that the Mo family's ancestral technique was not simple. Emoju gritted his teeth. I want to get out. Please, let me out. My people are waiting for me to save them. Save who? Mo revenge or your grandparents? Save them all. Han Jie was silent. Emoju grabbed Han Jie's hand and said seriously, I know what you're worried about. Worried that I'll be deceived by the Mo family's ancestors. But even though our Mo family is a demonic path, we're not cold and unfeeling. And now that the entire Mo family has been sealed, and I'm the only one still around, if I don't save them, the Mo family will die. It was so hard for me to know that there were others in the Mo family besides my elder brother, and I was not willing to ignore their pain. Han Jie calmly said, you might die. Are you still going? Moju nodded heavily. Han Jie took out a long-prepared puppet of heaven and handed it to her, saying, put it in the storage ring. It can save your life in times of danger, but only once. This time when you leave, you should not presume that I will come out to save you, and if you die, we will only be able to renew our relationship in the next life. Anyway, Moju had already been marked by him with the six-path seal, and it was time to say what he had to say. After dropping these words, Han Jie turned around and left, and Moju looked aggrieved. She also understood that Han Jie cared about her. It was just that a person's pursuit couldn't just be their own safety and security. She cared about other than herself. Han Jie. After leaving the Great Hall, Han Jie transmitted a message to Jing Suzhenren, asking her to lift the seal and let Mo Zhu leave. Back inside the innate cave, Han Jie once again clicked on Mo Yuling's avatar to check it out. The cultivation level of the fifth level of the transition realm was no longer in Han Jie's eyes nowadays. Under Han Jie's perennial curse, Mo Yuling had previously gone off the deep end and was still in a state of serious injury. I won't curse you in the future, so I hope you'll be good. Han Jie thought silently in his mind. Mo Yuling's hostility towards him might not necessarily harm Mo Zhu. After all, she had chosen Mo Zhu as her successor. If she dared to mess around, it was just the right time for Mo Yuling to see her true colors. And anyway, with the puppet of heaven, killing Mo Yuling in seconds wasn't a difficult task. In that case, I have to thank my parents for abandoning me in this life and saving me a lot of trouble. Han Jie laughed to himself as he thought that after so many years, they had probably long since turned into white bones. If they still remembered Han Jie, they would inevitably have a favorable impression of Han Jie and thus enter the human relations list. But no. Of course, maybe they were still alive, just not thinking about Han Jie. Han Jie continued to cultivate, not caring about Mo Zhu. Everyone has their own will, and he cannot impose his will on everyone around him. If one day, his disciple also had to leave due to some compelling and hard-to-part-with matters, Han Jie would not forcefully detain him. In any case, the only person Han Jie could control was himself. He has only one goal: everlasting life. The path of cultivation is destined to be lonely. The people around him, Han Jie can pull a hand, but will never be shattered for them. 2 years later, the 9 cauldrons came to visit. Elder Han, good news. It's true that you're right. There's no need for our Jade Clear Sacred Sect to make a move. It's impossible for the Devil Dao to succeed. The righteous sacred ground has made a move. One of the Devil Dao's 5 Zuns, Luo Kumo, was executed by a Supreme Celestial Pride of Heavenly Immortal Province. That Supreme Celestial Pride is said to be only 1,000 years old. It's truly terrifying. The 9 Cauldrons realist excitedly said. Han Jie raised an eyebrow. He had thought that Luo Kumo had been surrounded and died, but he hadn't expected that he was single-handedly killed by one of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion's Celestial Pride. 1,000 years old to kill the 5 exalted ones of the Devil's Path is truly remarkable. 1,000 years old in the Mahayana realm? Scary as hell. Han Jie asked. So, is the Devil's Way in a frenzy right now? The 9 Cauldrons realist shook his head and said, Luo Kumo's death has instead intensified the conflict between the righteous and demonic paths, and it is rumored that the other 4 are about to come out as well. Han Jie frowned. Will Narukuan be involved? To be honest, he didn't want Xin Qingjun to die in this havoc. However, he always felt that Xin Qingjun was not completely on the side of the Devil's Way, or else she wouldn't have helped him conceal the matter of executing the Green Python Great Sage. Just then, a line suddenly appeared before Han Jie's eyes. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck. Chapter 125, Ji Xianshan, Spiritual Competition. A preternatural airbender? Han Jie raised an eyebrow and immediately chose to view it. Ji Xianshan, 9th level of the realm of the transition. Born with the heart of the invincible, that he is the only immortal god of the living world. Extremely conceited. Born in the heavenly immortal mansion. 100 years old Jin Dan. 200 years old Yuanying, the strongest pride of the heavenly immortal mansion ever, has been in seclusion to cultivate until the righteousness of the devil and the 2 paths of war. had to be out of the world. Heard that the Jade Clearance sect Guan Yu is the world's #1 cultivator. Came to challenge the strongest heavenly pride of the heavenly immortal mansion? And so on. Could it be that this is the man who killed Luo Kumo's pride? Han Jie asked. Sect leader. Was the man who killed Luo Kumo named Ji Xianshun? The 9-tripod realist shook his head and said, I'm not sure. The news has traveled too far and a lot of information has been lost. Han Jie was helpless. One thing he noticed was that Ji Xianshun was extremely conceited. The Tianxin mansion is full of egomaniacs? The previous Ji Lingchan also had a conceited personality. Speaking of which, both of these two had stayed in the heavenly immortal mansion until their cultivation had reached great heights. This heavenly immortal mansion seemed to be deeper in the water than Han Jie had imagined. Han Jie immediately detected the strongest person within the Jade Clearance sect. Quickly locking onto the Ji Xian god, he directly closed his eyes and began to simulate the trial. When the 9 cauldrons realist saw him closing his eyes, he didn't disturb him, thinking that he had something to say and was currently deliberating. 10 breaths later, Han Jie opened his eyes and frowned slightly. There's something about this guy. No wonder he was able to kill Luo Kumo, who was at the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. The most crucial thing was that Han Jie sensed a kind of vigor from him, an aura of conviction that he is invincible, an aura that is extremely bluffing in battle. Han Jie was unable to kill him in seconds, and it was only after the 3 Qing execution worlds plus the heaven, earth, Xian Huang, and yellow boundary-breaking sword finger came out at the same time that they were able to kill him. You have to know that this guy is only at the 9th level of the transition realm. Han Jie was at the 7th level of the transition realm. Across 2 small realms, you can't kill in seconds? Han Jie felt the pressure. He looked at the 9 cauldrons and asked suspiciously, is there anything else to say? The 9-tripod realist froze, shook his head, and got up to leave. Looking at his back, he seemed a little depressed. Han Jie no longer cared about him, instead pondering how to fend off the Ji Xianshun. Just then, Han Jie heard the sound of a blowjob. Someone was blowing. The sound of this blowjob is filled with a murderous aura, as if a great battle is brewing. Han Jie swept his divine sense out and realized that Sun Chanan, Black Desire, and Yang Tiandong didn't seem to have heard the sound of the Shao. Fellow Daoist, there's a strong enemy coming. What should we do? Fairy Bitter's voice drifted in, his tone filled with nervousness. Han Jie frowned. Could it be that only fairy realm cultivators could hear it? Is that Kasijan god sucking cock? Han Jie transmitted his voice to Wataru Bitter and said, it's fine, I'll go take a look. To be able to kill Luo Kumo, there was absolutely no one within the Jade Clear sacred sect other than Han Jie who could resist. Han Jie directly disappeared inside the innate cave. Dozens of miles away, the mountains were rolling. A man in green stood in front of a cliff halfway up the mountainside. Standing in front of the wind, his head of black hair was long up to his waist, fluttering in the wind. His face was clear, with a kind of gentle and elegant temperament. He had his left hand behind his waist, and his right hand was hanging in the air, with a green-colored bamboo shao turning in his palm. Han Jie appeared behind him and asked, what do you mean, fellow Daoist? The man in green turned around, squinted at him, and laughed. My name is Ji Xianshun of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, and I have heard that the Jade Clear sacred sect has a great cultivator named Guan Yu, who is the best in the world, and I would like to fight with him, and spar with him. Han Jie replied, Guan Yu? He left a long time ago, over 100 years ago. Where did he go? Off to deal with the devil's way. Then how about your excellency sparring with me, without hurting your life? I'm no match for you. If you can hear my shao, you must be in the transition realm, and I can't see through your cultivation. You must be very strong. Right, Guan Yunchang. Han Jie was silent. He began to think about how to defeat Ji Xianshun. This man was extremely conceited. Would it piss him off if he defeated him? If he had to be put to death? Would it anger the Heavenly Immortal Mansion? Ji Xianshun laughed lightly. Don't worry, I will never kill you. So crazy. Han Jie frowned. If I win against you, will you pester me and even evolve into hatred? Ji Xianshun smiled even more subtly and said, no, truth be told, I am already invincible. Rub, what a way to say something like that. Han definitely generated a hint of respect for the Jishan god. In terms of cheek, this guy was absolutely invincible. Let's put it this way, you and I will compete in spirit power and fight with our palms. Whoever takes a step back will be considered a loser. Ji Xianshun smiled and said, and as he spoke, he put the bamboo shao away and raised his right hand toward Han Jie. Han Jie thought for a moment and said, go to the sky so as not to damage the Jade Clear sacred sect. Yes. The two of them leapt up and jumped above the sea of clouds in an instant. Inside a palace on the main peak of the Jade Clear sacred sect, Watanabe was nervously watching the battle. That #1 heavenly pride of the Ji Immortal God, Heavenly Immortal Mansion has unexpectedly come out. Zhan Shindao, you are in big trouble. Wataru Bitter thought sadly. If Han Jie lost, should he make a move? If Immortal God Ji wanted to deal with the Jade Clear sacred sect, What should he do? Damn, this clan is either fine, or it's experiencing something big like this. Above the sea of clouds, the sky is high and magnificent. Han Jie and Ji Xianxin stood opposite each other, raising their right palms at the same time, 10 feet apart from each other. Almost instantly, both of them mobilized their spiritual energy at the same time. Boom! The sea of clouds was shaken apart and swept for hundreds of miles. The robes of the two men bulged crazily, and the two vast forces crashed together, producing a high-temperature scorching-like distorted scene in the surrounding space. Both men frowned at the same time. Both had only one thought. The other side is a little strong. Ji Xianxin began to increase his spiritual power, and Han Jie did the same. How am I going to act? Han Jie was torn. Ji Xianxin secretly said, should I go all out? Will it hit him hard? The two men's change of mind was almost identical. Both are thinking of the other. As the two of them grew more and more powerful with their spiritual energy, the Jade Clear Sacred Sect was startled, and countless disciples flew to midair, looking out at the two Han Jie in the distance. Under the Fusong tree, the Black Prison Chicken, Sun Chanan, and the others were also startled. The Sword of Enlightenment and Xing Hongxian ran out of the cave. The Nine Cauldrons realist was just about to lead the elders forward to support them, when Duo Bitter suddenly stopped them and said in a deep voice, this person is the number one heavenly pride of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, an absolute powerhouse of the transition realm. Going up there is just a way to send them to their deaths. Xiao Yao was in a bit of a trance when he heard this. He was once also the number one heavenly pride of the Heavenly Immortal Palace, but he hadn't grown up by then. One heavenly pride of 5,000 years ago was far inferior to today's one heavenly pride. Who would dare to believe it if it was rumored? Noticing the movement of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, Han Jie decided not to act anymore and violently exploded. Boom! Ji Xianxin's face changed drastically, and he immediately pushed his spiritual power with all his might. His body trembled, and he was not even pressed back in an instant. Not good. I can't even block it. Ji Xianxin was shocked, and his elegant and clear face instantly became hideous. Immediately afterward, his spiritual power was directly dispersed by Han Jie's 6 spiritual powers, and he followed suit. His body's chi and blood stirring as blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. He stared at Han Jie with a deadpan expression of disbelief. How is that possible? Chapter 126, Transition Realm 8th Level. 3 Suns. Han Jie rolled up his sleeves and said in a cloudy manner, you, defeated. Don't show degrees of hate. If it shows up, you're dead. Ji Xianxin froze in place, as if struck by lightning, and he didn't bother to wipe the corners of his mouth even though they kept bleeding. His face was cloudy, and it was obvious that he was extremely unsettled inside. Ji Xianxin gritted his teeth and asked, you're a Mahayana? He had even killed great demonic cultivators at the 4th level of the Mahayana realm, so how could he lose to this person in front of him? Could it be that this person is at the 9th level of the Mahayana realm? Han Jie hesitated for a moment and slowly nodded his head. Seeing this, Ji Xianxin felt slightly better in his heart, but he still couldn't accept it as he said with a pained face, how could I possibly lose to a Mahayana realm cultivator? On what grounds? Han Jie wanted to say, you're floating too much. You're at the 9th level of the ferrying realm. Why can't you lose to the Mahayana realm? Of course, I'm not in the Mahayana realm either. The immortal god Ji took a deep breath and stared tightly at Han Jie as he said, Guan Yu, you're the first person to defeat me, but I'll defeat you again. I'm destined to be invincible under the heavens. I was born to be an immortal god. Han Jie nodded and said, I believe in you. Your natural talent is truly unparalleled. The future belongs to you. Ji Xianxin's face improved. Kasijin has taken a liking to you. Current liking is 2 stars. Ji Xianxin dropped a sentence and left. I will prove your words right. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. Han Jie, on the other hand, returned to the innate cave and ignored everyone in the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. The Wudao sword quickly ran back inside the cave and asked curiously, was that person just now very strong? Han Jie replied, very strong, comparable to a Mahayana. The Guru's sword was shocked. That strong? But she knew that Mahayana was the highest realm in the human world. That is to say, her master is already a Mahayana? Han Jie shook his head and laughed. I'm still far from being a Mahayana. Then why were you able to repel him? Because I cultivate bitterly. My accumulation is stronger than his. So you'll have to be like me in the future. As long as you keep cultivating bitterly and accumulating Tao in order to defeat existences whose realms are higher than yours. The Sword of Enlightenment was lost in thought. Han Jie continued. There are 10,000 Mahayanas in the world without 100,000. Not to mention the transition realm and the conformity realm. Even though you've already transformed into a form, you're still practically a heavenly treasure. And if you're discovered by a great power, you're bound to be eaten. The Gautama sword's pretty face turned white when she heard this. Han Jie followed suit and closed his eyes. Starting to cultivate. Defeating the G immortal god didn't make him feel much of a big deal. It would be better to break through to the 8th level of the transitional realm earlier. The joy would be even greater. The matter of defeating the G immortal god did not cause a stir in the Jade Clear sacred sect, and when the Nine Cauldrons realist learned of the G immortal god's identity, he was nearly scared to death, and directly suppressed the matter for fear of it spreading out. The Jade Clear sacred sect was far from being able to compare to the heavenly immortal mansion, and this battle record was a knife edge hanging from the neck. The Nine Cauldrons realist held Han Jie in even higher regard, and sometimes personally came to the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain to refurbish the heavenly materials and treasures, chatting with the Black Prison Chicken, Yang Tiantong, and Sen Shangan to bring them closer together. Morong Chi was even honored by him, and his status and power rose. Morong Chi would also return to cultivate under the Fusang tree most of the time until he went out to carry out the clan's mission. Han Jie subconsciously cultivated, preparing to cultivate to the 8th level of the transition realm in a single breath. 13 years have passed in a hurry. Han Jie finally broke through to the 8th level of the transition realm, and now he is close to 600 years old. Han Jie checked the cultivation levels of Xing Hongxian, Immortal Shi Xian, Mo Zhu, and Chang Yuer. The lowest was at the 5th level of the Yuaning realm, and Immortal Shi Xian was even leading the way at the Spirit Transformation realm, which wasn't bad. They were able to make this kind of progress thanks to the aura of the Mountain of Immortals that they had cultivated into bitterly. In addition to chance, Han Jie also wanted them to become as strong as possible. He was not Long Ao Tian, and the system was not the heart's desire system, so he couldn't take out the elixir of longevity or the elixir of immortality. Han Jie took out the Book of Doom and started cursing Kniha. He cursed as he checked his email. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu has been attacked by righteous monks, X53111. Your friend Huangji Hao has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X58934. Your disciple Fong Liang was attacked by a demonic beast, X467. Your disciple Fong Liang stumbled upon the Demon King's cave and obtained the 10,000-year-old demon pill. Your friend Kaizi Jinjin has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X107666. Your best friend, Ji Xianshen, slaughters a demonic clan, and his fortune rises. Your disciple Suki has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X5873. Your friend, Sheng Liang, has been attacked by a demonic monk and has been killed. Your disciple Fong Liang stumbled upon a place where the ancient masters discussed Taoism and realized the true meaning of heaven and earth, and his Taoist skills have risen dramatically. Throughout, it's all magic. The number of times Kaizi Jinjin has been attacked is too exaggerated. Absolute he took the initiative to go to the door and encountered a counterattack from 100,000 demonic cultivators. Han Jie noticed the fall of Qing Xianjinjin. This was an elder of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, who had sneaked into the Jade Clearance Sacred Sect and tried to attack and kill Han Jie, only to be killed in return, and then never dared to do so again, but instead helped the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect surrender to the Jade Clearance Sacred Sect. His death would probably break Willow Imperishable's heart. This is the world of cultivation, where people die every single day. Han Jie once again tapped on relationships and always felt that there were some more avatars missing, but fortunately the people he cared about were still there, rolling in the red dust and the great waves. Fellow Taoists, I'll walk your path for you. Han Jie thought silently as he raised his hands and saluted with his fists in front of him. I have to thank you for the rare chance to meet you in this world, and even more so for your appreciation and kindness to me. Han Jie sighed in his heart. The Wudao sword asked curiously, Master, what are you doing? Han Jie replied, farewell to those departed Taoists. Who died? One who is not familiar, many who do not remember. If you don't know each other well and don't remember, why do you curtsy to say goodbye? Admonish yourself that the path of cultivation is dangerous. Always remain cautious, and never lose your sense of reverence. The Sword of Enlightenment stood in awe. The Master's realm was really high. Han Jie got up and walked out of the innate cave. Just as he stepped outside, he frowned. Surprisingly, the Black Hell Chicken guy didn't stay in the tree, but instead, he lay on his back and practiced at the edge of the woods in the distance. Han Jie walked behind Sun Chanan and asked, has the Fusang tree shaken recently? Sun Chang'an was practicing when he was startled by Han Jie's voice and subconsciously replied, yes. He turned around to see that it was Han Jie and hurriedly knelt down. Yang Tiandong followed suit and woke up, kneeling down to worship Han Jie. The Black Prison Chicken opened its chicken eyes, saw Han Jie, and hurriedly flew towards the Fusang tree. Han Jie raised his hand and sucked it into his hand through the air as he grasped the neck of the Black Prison Chicken and asked, how long has it been? A few years. A couple years? It's been like 5 years. Have you ever heard of chicken casserole? Cassoulet, roasted chicken, or chicken with mushrooms? Ah, Master, I was wrong. I was really wrong. The Black Jail Chicken nearly cried out in shock, his voice choking. It was most afraid of Han Jie, although Yang Tiandong and Sun Chang'an hated it. They all discouraged it when they heard Han Jie's words. It's not a mortal sin. Han Jie suddenly looked up. The black jailbird is still begging for mercy. Yang Tiandong and Sun Chang'an subconsciously looked up. Sun Chang'an's face was odd as he asked in a low voice, "Are my eyes blurred? Why are there 3 suns in the sky?" Chapter 127 Mortal Golden Crow. Divine Golden Crow. Han Jie's face was grave. 2 more suns? Could it be the mythical 3-legged golden crow? 2 3-legged golden crows at once. Who can stand it? Han Jie detected with the simulated trial and didn't detect the 3-legged golden crow. A vertical distance estimated to be more than 100 miles. Yang Tiantong froze for a moment, turned his head and cursed at the black prison chicken. Stinky chicken. This is great. Do you know what kind of divine beast the sun is? Nervous as hell. The black hell chicken asked in a trembling voice. What divine beast? The golden crow that feeds on dragons and phoenixes. Ha! The black jail chicken shuddered, its feathers shaking off the ground. That's when it really realized things were big. How can this be? It didn't even dare to look at Han Jie. Han Jie didn't say anything and kept staring at the sky. Soon, he realized something was wrong. The temperature between heaven and earth did not rise. Could it be that the 2 golden crows were blocked from the mortal world? Quite possibly. The fact that even the vermilion bird can't descend to earth means that it's hard for immortal gods to descend to earth, and neither can the golden crow. Perhaps it is for this reason that the golden crow guards the entrance to the mortal realm. But at this rate, sooner or later, it's going to be a disaster. Han Jie threw the black prison chicken onto the fusang tree and said in a cold voice, "If you dare to take another step down, I'll chop off your chicken wings first." The black prison chicken nodded its head in a hurry. This time, it was truly scared. Han Jie watched for a while, then re-entered the innate cave. Since the golden crow couldn't get down for the time being, he didn't have to worry. In the meantime, more and more people all over the world are discovering that there are 3 suns in the sky. This matter caused both the righteous and the devilish to become nervous. With such a vision, there will be unprecedented plagues. For a while, the war between the righteous and the devil was not as intense, until a few months later, when the beings realized that 2 more suns didn't seem to have any effect, they continued to be active again. 3 years later, the 9 cauldrons found Han Jie, with a worried look on his face. He said, "Elder Han, things are not good. The heavenly immortal mansion as well as the other holy lands are calling for the righteous paths of the world to gather and go together to overthrow the Devil Dao dynasty. The righteous sects around Great Yen are all preparing to go. If we, the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, don't go, will we be treated as a Devil Dao?" Han Jie raised an eyebrow. "So soon it's time to take sides?" Han Jie opened his mouth. "Then go. Sect leader will lead it personally. After all, the Jade Clear Sacred Sect isn't strong enough yet, and with me sitting in the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, the sect leader can rest assured." The 9-tripod realist nodded his head and immediately left. He then said something about coming and going. After he left, the Sword of Enlightenment couldn't help but say, "Master, why do I get the feeling that you're the sect leader?" Han Jie glared at her and said, "Such words are forbidden to be repeated in the future." The Gautama sword skimmed his lips and said nothing more. Han Jie continued to cultivate. He secretly prayed, hoping that nothing would happen to the 9 cauldrons and the others. With the heavenly immortal mansion leading the way, the Devil Dao dynasty should be finished. A few days later, the 9 cauldrons real person then issued a conscription order, recruiting disciples who are willing to go forward to deal with the Devil's Path Imperial dynasty, all on a voluntary basis. This time, the danger of going forward is heavy. Hope that the disciples will consider it well. To Han Jie's surprise, Immortal Shi Xian and Xing Hongxian were also going. Immortal Shi Xian, needless to say, was considered one of the core elders of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, and controlled one of the 18 peaks, Jade Spectre Peak, so she was obligated to take the lead in this great event. Xing Hongxian visits Han Jie before she leaves, and she's going because she loathes the Devil's Way. Ever since she was a child, she had been threatened by the Green Destiny Demon sect and sent to the Jade Clearance sect as an undercover agent, so she had always aspired to eradicate all demonic cultivators in the world. Han Jie didn't stop her when he saw that she was resolute. Anyway, she and Immortal Shi Xian's Heaven's Puppet had been updated, and with the Heaven's Puppet in place, there was no problem with staying alive. Furthermore, now that the righteous path has joined forces, the Devil's Way dynasty will surely die. The 9-tripod realist eventually led 20,000 disciples away, the weakest of which were at the Jindan realm Cultivation, half of which came from the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect. Han Jie, on the other hand, looked back up to the sky. The black jail chicken has already re-inhabited the Fusang tree, so why do the 2 golden crows still refuse to leave? It's easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away? Han Jie suddenly had a bold idea. He began to comprehend his Xianhuang sword chi, cultivating a mouthful of Xianhuang sword chi within his Jindan and spitting it out to kill his enemies, which he rarely used. This time, he decided to raise the Xianhuang sword chi to the Tai divine power level. 1 month later, born with a vision. Purple light shines, and the world is surprised again. Han Jia came to the long river of Sword Dao in a familiar way, just like going home. He marched straight ahead and soon saw Battle Lone Star. The two stood opposite each other in silence. Han Jia broke the silence and asked, "Does Senior know about the Golden Crow?" Battle Lone Star said quietly, "You specialized in having an epiphany of the Sword Dao just to find me and ask about the Golden Crow?" "That's naturally not the case. I dearly love the way of the sword, and I was lucky enough to have an epiphany. So I'm asking Senior by the way. Golden Crow is an ancient beast, can be transformed into the sun? The Golden Crow is divided into the mortal Golden Crow, the god Golden Crow. The mortal Golden Crow is the son of the mortal world. Eternity shall not leave the mortal world under their charge. Cultivation cannot be increased. The god Golden Crow is one of the gods of the immortal realm. The bottom line is strong, even if it is the heavenly court, the palace of the gods, and the palace of the devils do not dare to easily mess with it." Hearing his words, Han Jia's heart sank. Mortal Golden Crows can't leave, which means the two new suns in the sky are likely to be divine Golden Crows? Han Jia asked, "Can the divine Golden Crow enter the mortal world?" "That naturally can't be. The sun true flame in their bodies is enough to destroy the mortal world, and the rules of heaven strictly forbid them from descending to the mortal world." Han Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Battle Lone Star seemed to think of something, pinching his fingers and wondering, "How did two divine Golden Crows appear above your mortal world?" "Although they are young divine Golden Crow," Han Jia asked, "is the young divine Golden Crow strong?" Battle Lone Star said, "It's not strong. It hasn't been long since it was born, and it's only at the Mahayana cultivation level." You're just born and you're a Mahayana?" Han Jia felt insulted. Why doesn't the divine Golden Crow plan discipline them? If they run to our mortal world, it's bad news for us mortals. Han Jia grumbled. Battle Lone Star replied, "Who knows? It's none of my business. My duty is to guard the way of the sword. Other matters are none of my business. I saw nothing, and you don't expect me to help you." Han Jia was silent. 3 breaths later, he bypassed Battle Lone Star and continued on his way. "If you're here, you have to try to get stronger. Like last time." Han Jia couldn't afford to take 6 more steps. The Xianhuang Sword Qi was also formally promoted to a Tai divine ability. Back inside the innate cave, Han Jia shook his spirit and continued to cultivate. Next target, the 9th level of the transition realm. In case the 2 divine Golden Crows descended to earth, he must have the strength to fight against them. Inside a dark cave, Shen Changjun, the black-robed old man, the white-haired woman, and the hideous monk sat around. The black-robed old man was the blood fiend elder ancestor, one of the 5 reverends of the devil Dao. The white-haired woman was the white-haired devil nun, and the hideous monk was the greedy devil Rowan. The fall of one of the 5 honored ones made their atmosphere low. Greedy demon Rowan said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect the heavenly immortal mansion to be so strong. The G immortal god has already transcended the realm of heavenly pride. Even if we were to go one-on-one with him, we might not be his opponent." The blood demon elder ancestor looked at Jun Xianchang and asked, "Demon monarch, can you be sure of dealing with the G immortal god?" Shen Qingjun said expressionlessly, "No." Chapter 128 Su Qi becomes devil. 9th level of the transition realm. Immortal god G is too powerful. We must find an opportunity to execute him. Otherwise the righteous path will become more and more vocal. The blood demon old ancestor spoke in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over Shen Changjun, the white-haired demonic nun, and the greedy demon Rohan, hesitantly not knowing who to let out. The white-haired demonic nun covered her mouth and laughed. "Then why doesn't old ancestor make a move? You're the strongest among us." Shen Changjun and greedy demon Rohan nodded their heads. The blood demon old man cursed. Killing the discipline immortal god wasn't that simple, and even if he succeeded, the aftermath would be endless. "This is the treasure of the heavenly immortal mansion?" Shen Changjun suddenly asked. 2 golden crows appeared above the mortal world. "Will this be any omen?" The 3 devils followed with a frown. They are also wondering about this. Devils were not favored by the heavenly Tao after all, and they were worried that it might be the heavenly Tao that wanted to punish them. "Demon monarch, why don't you make a trip to the netherworld and inquire about this matter from the demon race?" The blood demon old ancestor hesitated. Shen Qingjun calmly said, "No problem, but I'll be gone for more than 10 years. Can you guys stabilize the situation?" The white-haired demonic nun laughed. "Steady, naturally steady. We also want to go to the netherworld." "Nay, we don't have such ability as you, demon monarch." Shen Qingjun smiled faintly and did not answer. The atmosphere amongst the 4 dunces of the devil Dao followed subtlety, each harboring dark thoughts. On top of a broken cliff, Su Qi was surrounded by countless demonic cultivators. He was holding a sword in his hand, covered in blood, panting like a cow, and his eyes were filled with blood. Kniha stood on the chaotic heavenly dog, looking down on Su Qi from above, and asked, "Why did you betray me? Was it the devil lord's intention?" The chaotic heavenly dog looked at Su Qi with complicated eyes. struggling inwardly. It didn't know if it should save Suki or not, but even if it made a move, it couldn't change the ending. It couldn't possibly be a match for the Demon Emperor. It has nothing to do with the Demon Lord. I am a cultivator of the righteous path. It is impossible for me to be in the company of demons, Suchi said in a deep voice as he straightened his back and was blatantly fearless. Master will definitely step in to save me. Suki was convinced of this. Kainaiha narrowed his eyes, killing intent flowing from his eyes as he ordered in a deep voice, Tengu, you go and eat him. At those words, the Chaos Heavenly Dog was greatly shocked. Kinai takes off and no longer restrains it. The chaotic Heavenly Dog looked at Suchi, who looked at it calmly. Suchi shook his head slightly. They have long recognized each other and have even been companions for more than 10 years. But Suchi could not bear to work for Kainaiha, so he betrayed Kainaiha. It's sad that the same family is now the enemy. Suki still wanted to pull the Chaos Tengu. He signaled with his eyes for the Chaos Tengu not to strike at him. Otherwise, the master would not have bypassed it. Suchi didn't dare to use his divine sense to transmit his voice for fear of exposing his master's existence. The Chaos Tengu was caught in the middle of a celestial battle. It thought of the black prison chicken and Han Jia. Think of the cozy mountain of asceticism into immortality. At one time it had it all. It was it that gave it up. Now that it was a prisoner, how could it kill its own fellow disciples again? The more the chaotic Heavenly Dog thought about it, the more it suffocated, and the anger in its heart was ignited. What are you waiting for? Kainaiha droned impatiently, his tone full of dissatisfaction. The chaotic Heavenly Dog threw back its head and whistled, violently turning around to pounce on Kainaiha, cursing profusely, this king will fight you. Boom! Kainaiha blasted it out with a palm, spilling blood into the air. Don't you dare! Suchi was furious, and his anger went to his head and overcame his mind. His eyes instantly became pitch black, and a strand of bizarre black chi appeared around him. Kainaiha looked at him in surprise and was secretly shocked. This power is. Just then, a loud laugh that was wild to the extreme came out. Demon Emperor, finally let me find you. Suffer. All the devil cultivators turned their heads to look, only to see the sky-swept rolling thunderclouds. Endless thunder constantly split down, blasted the mountains along the way. The sky of thunder and lightning. There is a man in green foot on the long steps of thunder to come, as if the nine heaven above the true immortal, with the momentum of 10,000 pounds of thunder to kill. Kiss engine. 11 more years passed after Han Jie's epiphany of the Xianhuang sword chi. Detecting that you have reached the age of 600 and have taken another step forward in your life, you have the following choices. 1. Immediately leave the gate, kill the demons and get rid of the devils, and be famous in the world. You can get a spiritual treasure. 2. Continue to cultivate, away from the world, and sprint to the Mahayana realm. You will receive a spiritual treasure and a bottle of random elixir. Without saying a word, Han Jie directly chose the second option. You choose to continue your training and sprint to the Mahayana realm. Receive a spiritual treasure and a bottle of random elixir. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai spiritual treasure, Giant Spirit Wrist Guard. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of Mahayana Soul Nirvana. Giant Spirit Wrist Guard, Tai 5th grade spiritual treasure. Can absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and enhance the strength of the physical body in battle. Mahayana Soul Numinous Pill, used by Mahayana practitioners to strengthen their souls. Another Tai spiritual treasure. Not bad. Han Jie's mood was instantly pleasant. He immediately took out his Giant Spirit Wrist Guard and began to recognize his master. 2 hours later, he put the Giant Spirit Wrist Guard on, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. As for the Mahayana Soul Numinous Pill, he couldn't use it for the time being. He would use it after he broke through to the Mahayana realm. Han Jie was close to the 9th level of the transition realm. He continued to practice while pulling up his relationships to check his mail. Your friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X67823. Your divine pet, Chaos Sky Dog, was attacked by a demonic cultivator and was seriously injured, fortunately saved by a great power. Your disciple Suchi has gone mad. The power of the Godhead is out of control, and all living beings are suffering from bad luck. Your apprentice grandson Fang Liang has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X12004. Your friend Kaizi Jinjin has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X110982. Your partner, Shen Chengkuan, has left the earth. Your friend Emo Chuk has entered the forbidden land of the ancient world and his life and death are unknown. Your grandson Fang Liang encountered a demonic cultivator, and his luck backfired on the demonic cultivator, causing his own soul to be greatly strengthened. Your friend, the Nine Cauldrons, has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X9877. Han Jie frowned. Suki went off the deep end? What's going on? There was also the chaotic Heavenly Dog, who was also severely injured. These two guys were too miserable. This cultivation world is really getting more and more chaotic. Han Jie sensed Fairy Shi Xian, Xing Hong Xian, and Mo Zhu's heavenly puppets, and as the three women were all fine, he stopped conceptualizing. The devil path is too tenacious. Just how many devil cultivators are there? Han Jie secretly wondered. This war between the righteous and the devil had been going on for decades, and might even continue for hundreds of years. Luckily he wasn't involved. If you have the effort to fight, you might as well cultivate. Han Jie shifted his attention to the sky above the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. The two golden crows were still there. They were really persistent. Immediately, Han never gave it another thought and continued to cultivate. Let heaven and earth crumble. Don't even think about disturbing my heart of cultivation. About the last 5 years, Han Jie finally broke through to the 9th level of the transition realm. In 3 years at most, he would be able to start breaking through the Mahayana realm. 600 years old at the beginning of the Mahayana realm. It's okay. Han was still satisfied with his cultivation progress, but he wasn't proud of it. After all, there were still his enemies in the upper realm squatting on him. Not to mention anything else, Han Jie wouldn't be able to ascend without exceeding Vermilion Bird's mid-Tai Earth Immortal cultivation. Han Jie began to check the cultivation levels of the others. Fan Liang had unexpectedly reached the God Transformation realm, and Morong Qi was still at the 9th level of the Yuaning realm. Yang Tiandong and Sin Shanan were also at the 9th level of the Yuaning realm. Fan Liang countered the rest of his fellow disciples. The Enlightenment Sword had also reached the 7th level of the Yuaning realm. After Su Qi went off the deep end, his cultivation had been skyrocketing, and now he reached the 6th level of the Spirit Transformation realm. Chapter 129 Mahayana Realm, Heaven Avoiding Stone. 3 years went by fast. Han Jie raised his cultivation to the 9th level of the Transition Realm's Great Circle. The next step was to break through to the Mahayana realm. Han Jie's gaze went to the deep purple stone in the corner of the cave, the one that had fallen from the sky and smashed on Fan Liang's head. Ever since this stone appeared, the Enlightenment Sword's breakthrough had not encountered a heavenly tribulation, and it had directly broken through within the cave. This stone may be able to conceal the heavenly chances from the heavenly calamity. The reason the immortal gods hold such stones is to avoid the mortal heaven? Han Jie was only guessing, not daring to be completely sure. If one were to directly cross the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would still continue, and the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality would surely be razed to the ground. The heavenly tribulation that he encountered when he broke through the transition realm before was already terrifying, let alone the heavenly tribulation for breaking through to the Mahayana realm. After thinking about it, Han Jie picked up the deep purple stone before getting up to leave. Master, where are you going? The Sword of Enlightenment asked in a hurry. Han Jie replied, go out for a while and come back soon. Keep your home at ease. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. This time when he left, Han Jie didn't startle anyone else. He came to the wilderness where he had previously broken through the transition realm. 100 years had passed, and it still hadn't rained again in this wilderness, so it was evident that the power of that heavenly calamity was strong. Holding the deep purple stone in his hand, Han Jie sat down in midair and began to break through the Mahayana realm. If the apocalypse was to come, then this deep purple stone would not be able to come. Inside a cave, Su Qi sat down in a large cauldron, his body immersed in medicinal water. His skin reddened and his face showed pain. The chaotic heavenly dog was lying next to the cauldron, staring at Su Qi for a while, and then looking at the figure at the cave entrance who was looking at the setting sun. That figure was clearly the Ji Xianxian. Outside the cave entrance was a cliff, and Ji Xianxian was sitting on the edge of the cliff, holding a bamboo shao in his hand, and the sound of a sluggish, lonely shao was carried into the cave. The afterglow of dusk spilled down and landed on Ji Xianxian's body, as if draping him in a layer of divine clothing. The chaotic heavenly dog couldn't help but ask, can he really regain his sanity? More than 10 years passed and Su Qi never woke up, causing the chaos heavenly dogs to think that he was hopeless. Don't worry, he went off the deep end earlier. He just couldn't control the power within his body. Like me, he was born extraordinary and contains a powerful power that transcends all beings. Under our heavenly immortal mansion's secret medicine soak, it won't take long for him to get a hold of his own power and regain his sanity. The disciplined immortal god replied softly. His gaze looked toward the sky, and for some reason, he thought of Han Jie. That man must have been born extraordinary as well. When he thought of his defeat to Han Jie, Ji Xianxian became extremely upset, and he fiercely got up, dropping a sentence and leaving. I'm going to slaughter a demon sect to spread my anger. After the disciplined immortal god left, the chaos heavenly dog looked at Su Qi anew. Should I leave on his back? Chaos heavenly dog thought hesitantly. Although the Ji Xianxian saved them, it always felt that the Ji Xianxian had its own agenda. Ji Xianxian's gaze was hot every time he looked at it, making it think of K Naiha. If the chaotic heavenly dog was correct, immortal god Ji wanted to use it as a mount and wanted to train Su Qi as a henchman. Ugh, I really want to go back to Great Yen. The chaos heavenly dog sighed in his heart. This place was too far away from Great Yen, so far that the chaos heavenly dogs weren't sure they could go back. If they went back, Would the Jishin god be annoyed? Han Jie had killed the Green Python Great Sage and might have been at the transition realm cultivation, but Ji Xianxin was able to fight against the Mahayana. Thinking of the scene of the Ji immortal god battling Kaniha, the Chaos Heavenly Dog couldn't help but tremble with fear. 6 months later, Han Jie officially stepped into the Mahayana realm without a sound. He didn't encounter a heavenly calamity. What does that mean? It meant that the deep purple stone was the same as he had guessed, and that this stone was able to cloud the heavens. God's stone. Han Jie pressed down his excitement as his body landed on the grass and began to consolidate his cultivation. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, he understood many true meanings in the underworld, such as the rules of heaven and earth and the order of the mortal world. The Mahayana realm belongs to the highest cultivation level that the mortal world can carry, and after reaching the 9th level of the Mahayana realm's great circle, one will be forcibly expelled from the mortal world for ascension. Han Jie didn't want to ascend early, so perhaps the deep purple stone could give him hope. Since this stone could help him avoid the heavenly calamity, could it help him stay in the mortal world? Han Jie felt it was very likely. The previous owner of the Sword of Enlightenment, that immortal god, may have relied on this stone to remain in the mortal world. Even if it doesn't work, when the time comes, Han Jie will first escape to the netherworld to practice. There are always more ways than there are difficulties. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Mahayana realm. You have the following choices. 1. Immediate ascension. Detachment from the mortal world. Can obtain a divine power inheritance, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a spiritual treasure. 2. If you continue your training and don't ascend, you can get a spiritual treasure. Han Jie couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw the prompt in front of him. Is this to lure me into ascension? Categorically impossible. Han Jie directly chose the second option. You choose to continue your training and not ascend for the time being, and obtain a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Imperial Dragon Sedan Chair, a Tai spiritual treasure. Imperial Dragon Sedan Chair, Tai 2nd grade treasure. Mounted treasure. Can withstand the full force of an immortal. Han Jie raised an eyebrow. Can it withstand the full force of an immortal? Finally, a clear hint appeared, which meant that the other Tai spiritual treasures on his body added together, and an ordinary loose immortal couldn't kill him? Han Jie was secretly surprised. This is the kind of baby I like. Defense was what Han Jie wanted most. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. Half a month later, Han Jie completely stabilized his cultivation and became a genuine Mahayana realm cultivator. He quickly returned to the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. Back inside the innate cave, Han Jie sat on the bed. The Wudao sword breathed a sigh of relief and patted its chest. Master, you finally returned. I thought you had abandoned me. Don't worry, even if I abandon you, I won't abandon the baby out there. The Gautama sword had a questioning face. Han Jie picked up the deep purple stone and asked, what should this stone be called? The Wudao sword bristled, still feeling indignant at Han Jie's words just now. Let's call it the Sky Avoidance Stone. Han Jie murmured, revealing a satisfied smile. What a great level of naming yourself. He threw the Sky Avoidance Stone to the corner and then took out the Imperial Dragon Chiluk Palanquin. This sedan chair was only palm-sized and landed on Han Jie's palm, with golden light and 4 golden dragons carrying a golden sedan chair, full of atmosphere. Han Jie began to let it recognize its owner. 2 hours later, the Imperial Dragon Chiluk sedan chair recognized its owner successfully, and Han Jie put it on the small Chen Kuan belt. Afterwards, Han Jie began to simulate the trial against Xian Chengjun. This time, he didn't adjust Xian Chengjun's cultivation and directly confronted the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. The heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger came out. Seconds. Cool. Han Jie's bottom line was suddenly strengthened. Now, there shouldn't be many people in the mortal world who could kill him. Han Jie was once again comprehending the heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, he should be able to raise the upper limit of this divine ability again. It's not the intensity, but the nature of the avatar. 1 month later, Han Jie once again came to the long river of the sword path, and he quickly advanced at a fast pace, soon meeting Battle Lone Star. Battle Lone Star was annoyed and scolded. Why are you here again? Is it interesting to enhance the same divine ability over and over again? Can't you cultivate properly and enhance your cultivation? Chapter 130, Demon Welcoming Ceremony. Mysterious Avatar. Senior, I can't agree with that. No one in the mortal world cultivates harder than me. Han Jie frowned. Battle Lone Star froze and said in shock, you've already reached the Mahayana realm? It's only been how many years? Not only is this son's talent in Sword Dao outstanding, but even his cultivation talent is this terrifying? Battle Lone Star couldn't help but re-examine Han Jie. Han Jie clasped his fist at him and saluted, then crossed over to him and continued on his way. This time, Han Jie wanted to see how far he could go. Battle Lone Star followed and turned to look at his back. For some reason, Battle Lone Star felt that Han Jie was different from before. He, it seems, is no longer mortal. underneath the cloudy sky dome, broken walls, and above the extended earth. The Nine Cauldrons realist led the cultivators of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect forward vigilantly. Lu Bu Bu Bu, Guan Yu Gang, Immortal Shi Xian, and Xing Hong Xian were also among them. Is this the Devil's Way Imperial City? It looks so run down. It's said that when the demon cultivators go berserk from time to time, the demon emperor doesn't bother to build the city anymore. Strange, why are the people from the other righteous great clans missing? I don't feel right either. Everyone be careful. People of the Devil's Path are tricky. The cultivators of the Jade Clearance Sacred Sect exchanged words, all of them gripping their magical treasures tightly, not daring to relax. Xing Hongxian raised her eyes and looked up. The dome of the sky at the end of the cloudy sky was blood red, and a huge city could be vaguely seen at the end of the rolling earth. She frowned, inexplicably uneasy inside. Lu Bu 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 followed beside the Nine Cauldrons realist and said in a low voice, "Sect leader, have you noticed something bizarre? What is it? The demonic cultivators don't seem to be able to kill enough. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the number of devil cultivators to be greater than our righteous path, but after decades of the Great War, there are still devil cultivators everywhere, and in addition, the number of our righteous cultivators seems to be decreasing." The Nine Cauldrons' face changed, and he asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Lu Bufei's face was gloomy as he said, "This is a result of this and that. I suspect that the Devil's Path has a power that is making the righteous cultivators fall into the Devil's Path. Along the way, didn't we encounter many devil cultivators who went off the deep end?" The Nine Tripod realist's heart trembled, and now, he was completely unable to remain calm. He looked nervously around at the crumbling city, corpses everywhere, and he suddenly felt like there was something spying on him in the shadows. "Otherwise, let's retreat. There's no need for us to kill our way to the Devil Dao Imperial City." Guan Yu Gang came over and said, although the Jade Clear Sacred Sect was the #1 sect in Great Yen, when looking at the world, it was barely third-rate. The influence of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect in this kind of great battle was minimal. The Nine Cauldrons mortal stopped and turned around. "Everyone follow me and retreat." He leapt up and flew in the direction he came from. Rumble! A figure smashed down from above the rolling clouds of gloom, directly smashing into the dilapidated street, setting off a circle of dust and debris sweeping across the area. The dust cleared and a burly figure appeared. It was clearly the greedy devil Rohan, one of the 5 dignitaries of the Devil Dao. Upon seeing him, the faces of the Nine Cauldrons and the others changed drastically, and they could all feel how powerful the other party was. Greedy demon Rohan slowly opened his eyes, stood with his right hand in front of his chest, and spoke, "Amitba Buddha, where do you all want to go? Since you're here, let's enter the devil together." Inside the innate cave, Han Jie's consciousness returned to his body. Aura madly drilled into his body, and his Dao began to grow. This time, crossing Tai Yi, he advanced 20 paces. The heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger received a metamorphosis. Under his comprehension, this divine ability expanded boundary breaking from strength to trajectory. Sword chi was shot out, boundary breaking shot to a distant place, similar to instantaneous movement, space jumping, as long as the divine sense could capture the other party. It could be realized as a long-range shot. Han Jie was satisfied, regardless of whether it was at close range or at a distance. The heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger had infinite killing power, and he believed that there were not many people in the mortal world who could withstand it. Han Jie took out the Book of Doom and began cursing Kaniha, Zhu Yao, and Jia Yan Daoist. "No matter how strong, you can't lose your daily tasks," he cursed as he checked his email. "Your friend, the Nine Cauldrons, has been captured by demonic cultivators. Your friend, Fairy Shi Xian, has been captured by a demon. Your partner Xing Hongxian has been captured by a demon. Your disciple, Su Qi, is out of his demonic state. His godhead has awakened and his power has risen greatly. Your apprentice grandson Fang Liang was attacked by a demonic cultivator, X4679. Your grandson, Fang Liang, was seriously injured and was saved by a divine beast and brought to a heavenly paradise. Your best friend Mo Vengeance is saved by your best friend Mo Chuk and is freed from the seal. Your friend Huang Ji Hao has been captured by a devil." So many captives. Han Jie frowned. Even Guan Yu Gang and Lu Bufu were captured. What's going on? Han Jie immediately connected his consciousness to Xing Hongshuan's puppet of heaven. The moment. Xing Hongxian and the cultivators of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect were being held in a large hall, each in a depressed state. This hall was vast, admitting tens of thousands of cultivators, and Han Jie also saw Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao fought and sat in the corner, his hair disheveled and extremely wretched. "What's going on here?" Han Jie transmitted his voice to Xing Hongxian through the puppet of heaven. "What happened? Transmit your voice to your storage ring and keep it quiet." Xing Hongxian was startled by the sudden sound, but once she heard that it was Han Jie's voice, she immediately calmed down. "We were captured by the greedy demon Luo Han. Xing Hongxian transmitted her voice to her storage ring and began to recount the experience during this time, when they encountered the greedy devil Rohan, one of the 5 exalted ones of the devil Dao. The Jade Clear Sacred Sex group was naturally no match. The 9 Cauldrons Realist and Lu Bumi were wasted by a single punch from the greedy demon Rohan. Luckily, greedy demon Rohan was not trying to kill them, so they managed to survive. It seems that the 4 exalted ones of the Devil's Path are on a rampage to capture the righteous cultivators, and it's rumored to have something to do with the welcome to the devil ceremony. Which welcome? Bah, don't get any ideas. The welcome. The demon emperor seems to have an ulterior motive. It is said that he was summoned to the mortal world, and that he may want to summon more demons, which means you might be sacrifices? Well, husband, this time, we planted. Let's be husband and wife again in the next life. What about the heavenly fairy mansion? Unclear. Han Jia was lost in thought. What's going on? He had thought that the righteous path had gained the upper hand, but now that he heard Xing Hongxian say it, it seemed that the devil's path had the upper hand. And the demon welcoming ceremony, it's not about summoning the ancient demons, is it? The more Han Jia thought about it, the more nervous he became, and he soothed Xing Hongxian for a few moments. Don't no longer transmit voice contact. When it comes down to it, it has to be done. When the demons came, then the world would be even more unpeaceful. And Han Jia didn't want his cultivation to be disturbed. Han Jia lifted his own right hand, raised his middle finger, and muttered, "It's up to you when the time comes." The sword of enlightenment was facing him, mimicking him by raising the middle finger of his right hand, and asked Han Jia, "Master, what does this mean? The avatar starting stance? Well, this divine ability can't be used easily unless there is certain death. What's the use of that? It'll give you some peace of mind before you die." Han would never pay any more attention to the enlightenment sword and got up to walk out of the innate cave. Chapter 131, The Mahayana Sermon. If there is a fate in the afterlife. Coming under the Fusong tree, Han Jia noticed that Morong Chi had returned, and he hit the ground sitting under the tree. Thinking hard, the black prison chicken was napping on the tree. Yang Tiandong was cultivating. Sun Chahan was sitting on the edge of the cliff, looking at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking, his back sad. Han Jia looked up, and there were still 3 suns in the sky. Those 2 little golden crows couldn't get in, but they refused to leave. They were really persistent. When Morong Chi saw Han Jia walking towards him, he hurriedly got up and saluted. Han Jia nodded slightly. Morong Chi came up and asked nervously, "Master Ancestor, can I ask you for advice?" "Ask for advice on what? Which of the 10,000 paths under the heavens is the strongest? The way of the sword? There is no strongest Tao, only the strongest cultivator. Master Ancestor, I feel as if I'm not suited for the sword Dao." Morong Chi's face was worried. Lately he had been going out on missions a lot, and he realized that his combat power couldn't be like the rumored celestial prides who could fight across the ranks. He even felt that he was a bit mediocre. Han Jia asked without moving, "Then what Dao do you think you're suited for?" "I'm not sure." "Then go and learn. There are spells of all paths within the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. When you find one that suits you, come back to me and I will personally instruct you." "Thank you, Master Ancestor." Surprised, Morong Chi hurriedly saluted and left directly. Han Jia turned his gaze toward the Fusong tree, which was already very tall, and the earthy mortal gourd vines on the tree were growing well, only that he didn't know when they would blossom and bear fruit. After watching for a while, Han Jia returned to the innate cave and began practicing the 9th layer of the 6 paths reincarnation technique's heart technique. 1 year later, inside that spacious and huge prison hall, tens of thousands of righteous cultivators were still running their energy and cultivating. A demonic aura permeated the hall, constantly eating away at the spiritual energy of the righteous cultivators, who could only cultivate and resist tenaciously, suffering greatly. Xing Hongxian and immortal Xixian were also cultivating. Most of the time, the cultivators did not communicate, as if they were in seclusion. Rumble. The main door of the hall suddenly opened and a burly figure appeared. It was none other than greedy demon Rohan. Greedy devil Rohan scanned the cultivators in the temple and slowly spoke. "You still have half a year. If you are willing to join the devil's way, you can report to the devil cultivators outside the temple at any time. Half a year later, the welcome devil ceremony will be opened, and all those who are unwilling to return to the throne will all be sacrificed to the true devil." Dropping these words, greedy demon Rohan turned around. "Wait, I'm willing to become a demonic cultivator." A middle-aged man shouted loudly and stood up trembling. The surrounding cultivators threw angry glances at him. One of them directly drew his sword, wanting to behead the middle-aged man. A devilish aura appeared out of nowhere, blocking his sword from flying out, then wrapping around the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man showed a look of surprise. Seeing this, the other cultivators could not hold back. "I would also like to join the devil's way." "Me too. I beg Elder to protect us. I don't want to die." "Sorry guys, fellow Taoists, we've done our best. It's really not possible. More and more cultivators stood up. The disciples of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect also had flickering eyes and were restless. The Nine Cauldrons realist said in a deep voice, "My disciples of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect can only die in a dignified manner and shall not succumb to the devil." At those words, the disciples of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect looked at each other in dismay, and none of them stood up. Xing Hongxian called out toward the storage ring, but Han Jie didn't answer, so she could only sigh. In the current situation, Han would never be able to help them. Even if Han Jie personally rushed here, it was impossible to cross mountains and seas to this place in a short period of time. You know, it took them decades to get here. 5 months later, Morongqi visits Han Jie and says he has found the right path for him. Han Jie walked out of the innate cave and led him to sit under the Fusang tree. The sword of enlightenment came along for the ride. The black jailbird in the tree opened its eyes and looked at them curiously. "Master Ancestor, I think the way of weaponry that suits me is the gun, or the long soldier, but very few cultivators use the long soldier, and the long soldier is more suitable for mortal conquests," Morongqi said bitterly. Han Jie wasn't surprised. Living up to his reputation as a divine palace war god, warlords do mostly use long weapons, both mythological and mortal. Han Jie waved his hand and chopped off a branch of the Fusan tree, sharpening it into a wooden gun with his spiritual energy and handing it to Morongqi, saying, "From now on, it will be your gun." Morongqi froze when he caught it. He didn't dislike it, but was surprised. Fusang tree can be said to be Han Jie's most precious heavenly treasure, and even attracted 2 sons. This tree must be a god tree. Han Jie even chopped off a branch to give him. The others don't get that kind of treatment. Morongqi's favoritism towards you has increased. Current favoritism is 5 stars. Senior ancestor. This, Morongqi hesitated. Sun Chanan also spoke up in a hurry. "Master, this cannot be allowed." Han Jie glared at him and said, "You're helping me attach the branch now?" Sun Chang'an was embarrassed and could only strike out. "Today, I will give you a sermon on the true meaning of heaven and earth, and see if you can comprehend a divine ability or Tao of your own." Han Jie continued, and when young Tiandong heard this, he hurriedly sat over. The Mahayana sermon. This kind of treatment, even the heavenly immortal mansion heavenly pride might not have it. Han Jie began to preach, and his voice was inscrutable, causing Morongqi and the others to quickly enter a state of comprehension and deep thought. They didn't hear clearly what Han Jie was talking about, but Han Jie's voice just had such a power that it could make them quickly fall into meditation and even enhance their enlightenment. Boom! The main door of the hall opened and a demonic cultivator quickly poured in as greedy demon Rohan's voice came out, saying, "Escort them to the demon welcoming altar, but anyone who dares to resist will be directly executed." The righteous cultivators panicked. Huangji Hao was the first to get up and hummed coldly, "I'd like to see if you guys can have the last laugh." He took the lead and stepped out, not allowing the other demonic cultivators to touch him. The others followed in rows, as did the 9 cauldrons, Xing Hongxian, and immortal Shi Xian. The 9 cauldrons of truth laughed out loud as he walked away. "The disciples of my Jade Clear Sacred Sect are all good." His words caused the trepidation of the disciples of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect to be swept away. Hot blood welled up in everyone's chest. There is no fear of death. Xing Hongxian couldn't help but show a look of contempt when she noticed that many of the surrounding devil cultivators were the righteous cultivators who had surrendered earlier. She sighed softly, "Husband, we will be husband and wife again in the next life." "Your husband is Elder Han?" Immortal Shi Xian asked. Xing Hongxian also lived in the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, but the 2 women didn't socialize much. Xing Hongxian responded, "Aha, then there may be no hope in the afterlife. By the time you are reincarnated, he may have become immortal." Xing Hongxian was depressed. The corners of immortal Shi Xian's mouth rose slightly in a hidden smile. Guan Yu Gang walked over and said, "Senior sister, before I die, I have a word that I have been holding back for a long time that I don't want to hear it. Senior brother, in the next life if there is fate, I will be a senior sister and I will come to protect you and return the care you took of me in this life." Nearly 20,000 righteous cultivators walked out of the main hall in great numbers. Chapter 132, The Origin of the Devil, the Way of Eternal Life. After walking out of the main hall, Xing Hongxian saw that vast numbers of righteous cultivators were also being escorted out of other nearby palaces. It was hard to imagine how many righteous cultivators the Devil Emperor had captured. Is there really no hope? What about the heavenly immortal mansion? What about those holy places? A female disciple's voice came from the side, her tone filled with indignation. Before they were caught, they all thought victory was at hand. Unexpectedly, the nightmare has just begun. The 9 cauldrons realist looked east and west, secretly alarmed. How could there be so many demonic cultivators? How did those righteous monks quickly transform into demonic cultivators? It was reasonable to say that the transformation of spiritual energy into demonic energy required a cultivation process. Could it not be dispersed and recultivated in a short period of time? The earth was flat, with dozens of huge palaces spread out, bonfires everywhere. The number of demonic cultivators was incalculable, and the demonic chi formed rolling clouds of darkness, covering the sky and the sun as if they were in the middle of the evening. Looking from high up in the sky, the palaces surrounded into a huge circle, all the gates facing the same direction. It was a huge altar that was 1,000 feet long and wide, pale as if it was made of white bones, and it was eerily frightening. Welcome to the devil's altar. There was a circle of demonic cultivators standing around the altar, all dressed in black robes, as if they were ghostly agents of hell. Rumble. The dark clouds above the altar churned violently, forming a terrifying vortex of lightning and thunder. In the distance, on a small hill, Suchi and Chaos Skydog were lying behind a rock, probing and looking. So many devil cultivators, do we really have to go on? Chaos Heavenly Dog shivered and asked. It was hard to escape from the Devil Emperor's poem. He didn't want to get into danger again. Suchi said with a straight face, we belong to the righteous path. How can we be afraid? Today if the Devil Emperor's big plan succeeds, the world is in trouble. At that time, my master, your master also do not want to feel at ease to cultivate. At that time and the look back at the past, maybe the lack of this part of our force. The Chaos Heavenly Dog had a bitter face. This kid was too righteous, right? He suddenly missed Kasijin God. It would be so nice for that guy to kill, suffering to become immortal on the mountain. Han Jie's sermon ended, and the disciples were still in a state of enlightenment, unable to return to their senses for a long time. At this point, Li Qingzi rushed over. He came to Han Jie's side, glanced at Morong Qi, Wu Dao's sword, and the others, and said in a low voice, Elder Han, the sect leader and the others have been captured. What should we do? The distance was so great that it caused a delay of over a year in hearing from him. Han Jie replied, wait, he wanted to say they'd be fine, but what if something happened? You can't pack your bags for this kind of thing. I don't know what's going on with those holy places either. One by one they've disappeared. Damn it! Li Qingzi gritted his teeth and said, always feeling that there was a big conspiracy behind this. Han Jie said, they might be in trouble too. This statement was true. He had looked at the mail earlier and found that the heavenly immortal mansions Ji Xianshan, Ji Langchan, and Taoist Ji Kong were all experiencing attacks from demonic cultivators, all of which far exceeded the number of times that the Jade Clear Sacred Sect and the others were attacked. It seems like they should be held back. Li Qingzi sighed and then left. Han Jie's face didn't change, but in reality, he was observing the situation in the Devil Dao Imperial City with the puppet of heaven. He's waiting for someone. The Devil Emperor counted on it. As long as we kill K Naiha, the Devil's Way will naturally collapse. It didn't take long. The cultivators of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect were escorted to the Devil Welcoming Altar. They had been imprisoned for so long that they had long since lost their fighting strength under the ravages of the demonic aura, and they could only look at the surrounding demonic cultivators with abhorrence in their faces. So this is the demon welcoming ceremony? What's in the sky? It's not really going to summon a demon, is it? Legend has it that demons were once the most powerful race before the human and demon races. Damn it, I can't mobilize the spiritual energy in my body. Where is the demon emperor? The cultivators were talking as panic, tension, and uneasiness spread across the altar. More and more cultivators were being herded onto the demon welcoming altar. Greedy Devil Rowan stood next to the altar, chanting with his eyes closed. Some cultivators tried to resist, but they were directly knocked down by the demonic cultivator, wasted their meridians, and thrown onto the altar, wailing and miserable. Huan Jihao came to Jiao Dingjinjin and asked softly, has your sect's divine beheading elder come? In his mind, Han Jia was the most powerful cultivator, and if he came, he might still have a chance of survival. The Nine Cauldrons shook his head. He was glad that he didn't let Han Jie come. If he did, the Jade Clear Sacred Sect would have even lost its fragrance. Huang Jihao revealed a look of regret. Rumble. Rolling blood chi appeared above the altar, and a figure appeared out of thin air above the blood chi, which was clearly the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor looked down at the demon welcoming altar and nodded slightly. He directly exuded his own terrifying pressure, enveloping the earth and making it very difficult for all the cultivators on the altar to feel as if they had been hit hard in the chest. Once all the cultivators were on the altar, all the demonic cultivators knelt down and made a pilgrimage to the altar. Except for the demonic cultivators guarding around the altar, the heavens and the earth fell into silence. The number of righteous cultivators on the altar had exceeded 100,000. All of them didn't dare to say anything and looked nervously into the sky. What's going to happen next? Welcome the demon emperor's arrival. The blood demon old ancestor opened his mouth and shouted, and as his words fell, hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators shouted in unison, greetings to His Majesty the Demon Emperor, greetings to His Majesty the Demon Emperor, greetings to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. The demonic cultivators shouted in unison, their voices converging and deafening, and every demonic cultivator's face was written with fervor. a figure appeared in the swirl of demonic energy in the sky. It was the demon emperor Kanaiha who raised his arms and spoke. Inheritors of the devil Tao. All the demonic cultivators shut up at his words and stared at him intently. The righteous monks became even more nervous, not knowing what would happen next. At the beginning of heaven and earth, all things were chaotic. First there were devils, then there were gods, and only after that was the birth of the human race and the emergence of immortals. The devil's way is the pursuit of not being constrained by the heavenly Tao. Immortality, long life and immortality. Do as you please, quick grace and hatred. Kanaiha's voice was full of vicissitudes, leading the devil cultivators back to that ancient and long ago era. Han Jie, who was far away in the mountain of bitterness into immortality, also heard his words through the puppet of heaven and secretly said that this was a devil's way distribution. Han Jie didn't strike immediately. Kanaiha was hanging high in the air and it wasn't the best time to strike. By this time, Mo Rong Chi, the black prison chicken, Sun Chanan, Yang Tiantong, and the sword of enlightenment had all awakened. Master Ancestor, should the Tao we pursue be longevity, or spiritual power? Mo Rong Chi asked. Han Jie replied, all beings have their own ambitions. My ambition is longevity. When you live to the end, your power is the strongest. Yang Tiantong asked, there are heavenly rules in the heavenly Tao, and the cycle of life and death is a heavenly rule. Does one jump out of the cycle of life and death after becoming an immortal? He had now put down his ambitions and was bent on pursuing the great Tao of eternal life. Immortal gods are only stronger than mortals. The real immortality is still far away. Otherwise there would not be so many immortals and gods reincarnated in the myths to come down to earth. It is precisely because the end of the great road is far away that we have to cherish the present moment. How much time has been wasted by practicing less than one incense stick of time today? And 1,000 years later? What about 10,000 years from now? What about after 1,000,000 years? Han Jie leisurely said. He was absent-minded, but in the eyes of the disciples, it was profound and inscrutable. Seeing through the red dust. Chapter 133, the sky is a different place. One finger to kill the enemy. Master, what realm are you in now? And when will you reach Mahayana? Yang Tiandong asked curiously. Don't look at the fact that all of them, the senior brothers, had strong natural talent, but they all knew it in their hearts. In terms of natural talent, they were no match for Han Jie. Li Qingzi lived halfway up the mountain, and occasionally when he chatted with them, he would mention Han Jie back then. He had watched Han Jie become powerful. Han Jie calmly said, Master is already a Mahayana. When these words came out, Mo Rong Chi, the sword of enlightenment, Sun Chanan, and the black prison chicken all stared in disbelief. Mahayana realm, mortal supremacy. As the crowd was shocked, Han Jie narrowed his eyes. Here's your chance. The other side. When the demon emperor Kanaiha was passionately recounting the origins of the devil, a terrifying aura erupted from the sky. 10,000 pounds of thunder roared, and all the cultivators turned their heads in unison to look, only to see countless thunderbolts forming a terrifying wall of electricity that reached the ends of heaven and earth and attacked with an overwhelming force. In the midst of the roiling thunder and lightning, the Jixian god stepped forward, his green clothes bulging recklessly. With an exuberant smile on his face, he stared deathly at Kanaiha and laughed indulgently. Demon Emperor, this time, I have to kill you. His appearance invigorated all the cultivators on the demon-welcoming altar. After so many years of the war between the righteous and the demonic, Ji Xianxian had become famous in the world by virtue of his great strength, and was even the number one in the world in their eyes. The arrival of the disciplined immortal god also signified the imminent arrival of the heavenly immortal mansion. Kanaiha frowned and looked, and the blood demon ancestor and greedy demon Rohan similarly turned to look. Facing the disciplined immortal god, they were all terrified. This man is too strong. Su Qi and Chaos Heavenly Dog followed behind Ji Xianxian. The chaotic Heavenly Dog said excitedly, has this guy gotten stronger again? Su Qi looked at Ji Xianxian's back, his eyes filled with shock. This was the kind of aura that could only be achieved with what kind of cultivation? Facing the entire demonic path alone, though millions of people will go their own way. In the meantime, a voice rang in Xing Hongxuan's ears, bring out the puppet of heaven. At those words, Xing Hongxian froze, and once he heard that it was Han Jie's voice, he immediately took out his puppet of heaven. Next to her, immortal Shi Xian glimpsed the puppet of heaven, and a strange color flowed from her eyes, while everyone else looked at the Ji Xianxian in the sky, and no one noticed the appearance of the puppet of heaven. Under the gaze of the two women, the heavens puppet raised its right hand and pointed its index finger at Kanaiha in the sky, bitterly cultivated into an immortal mountain. Under the Fusong tree, Morongchi asked excitedly, Master Ancestor, you have reached Mahayana. When will you ascend? What is a Mahayana? How strong is a Mahayana? Han Jie rose, and the others followed, only to see Han Jie raise his right hand, put up his index finger, and point to the sky, his gaze looking out of the corner of his eye as a terrifying aura erupted. What is Mahayana? Mahayana is, the sky is different, one finger to kill the enemy. The Mahayana is, I am invincible. Han Jia laughed in a spirited manner, and as his words fell, he violently erupted 6 channels of spiritual energy. Heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. The sword light flashed, and heaven and earth were like day, under the shocked looks of Morong Chi and the others. A terrifying sword chi shot out from Han Jia's index finger and disappeared in the blink of an eye to the end of the sky and the earth, kicking up a fierce wind that caused the forests on the mountains to sway violently. This scene deeply shook them, especially Morong Chi. The aura that Han Jia was displaying now was what he wanted to pursue. Invincible. Beneath the rolling clouds, K. Naiha frowned and stared at the incoming Ji Xianxian in the sky, his heart irritated. What's going on with Devil Ant and the others? Surprisingly, they let this guy out. Killing intent flashed in K. Naiha's eyes. Since this was the case, then he would kill this heavenly immortal province's #1 heavenly pride. Ji Xianxian was similarly filled with killing intent, and apart from killing intent, there was more excitement. If he can kill the Devil Emperor in front of the righteous and the devil today, then he will be the best in the world, the first in the world to save the world. Boom! A terrifying roar came from behind him, startling Ji Xianxian so much that he subconsciously turned his head. But before his head could turn, the light of the sword illuminated his face, and his afterglow glimpsed a terrifying sword chi. He had never encountered such a terrifying sword chi before. It's too fast. It was so fast that Ji Xianxian was completely unable to react in time. K. Naiha's feelings were even stronger than his. He only felt that a sword chi appeared out of thin air behind the Ji Xianxian, piercing through the Ji Xianxian's thousands of thunderbolts and killing directly towards himself. K. Naiha couldn't think too hard and subconsciously tried to dodge. Pity. It's too late. Unstoppable. Keeney stared wide-eyed as the light of the sword shone on his face. In this instant, his mind went blank, not thinking about anything, and his heart still maintained his killing intent towards Ji Xianxian, until he was drowned by the sword chi and his form was destroyed. Above the earth, all the devil cultivators and righteous cultivators likewise didn't react. They only saw a sword chi appear out of thin air, cutting through the sky, tearing through the boundless clouds of gloom, and directly slamming into the Devil Emperor. There was no deafening roar or explosion that shook the heavens and earth, and when the sword energy dispersed, the Demon Emperor was no longer there. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor and the greedy Demon Rowan stared blankly, both of them stunned. The Jishin God also stopped and froze in place. He subconsciously twisted his head to look. There was no one else in the sky dome behind him. There was someone on the earth, a man and a dog. Who is it? Ji Xianxian moved and trembled. How is that possible? Was that an immortal's hand just now? No mortal could have such power. It's horrible. The Jishin God had never felt such fear before. Even when he had faced Guan Yu at the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, he had done so. Besides Guan Yu, is there anyone stronger in heaven and earth? The heavens and earth were silent, and only the thunder at the feet of the disciplined immortal god was still roaring. Everyone fell into silence, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Ryoko, Huang Jihao couldn't help but say, the Demon Emperor is dead? His voice was not small, and he broke the silence directly. Boom! The welcome demon altar exploded. All the cultivators were cheering. Xing Hongxian and Immortal Shixian, on the other hand, stared blankly at the puppet of heaven. The 9 cauldrons, Guan Yu Gang, and Lu Bu 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 just happened to catch a glimpse of the puppet of heaven, which was still maintaining its movement of pointing at the Demon Emperor K. Naihe. Han Jia was able to shoot K. Naiha thanks to the heavens golem taking care of the aim. Murphy. A bold possibility occurred to the trio of 9 cauldrons. The figure of the golem of heaven resembled one person. On the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, Han Jia withdrew his hand, and the Fusong tree was still swaying in the wind, and the fallen leaves were flying. The Wudao sword looked at Han Jia's back obsessively, and Sin Chang'an and Yang Tiandong were similarly filled with adoration. The black jail chicken looked comical with its wide chicken eyes. Morong Chi clenched his fists and asked excitedly, Senior Ancestor, what divine ability is this? Han Jia glanced at him and said, Heaven, Earth, Xian Huang, boundary-breaking sword finger. Want to learn it? Think, I thought you didn't like swords? I can try to improve it into a gun technique. It's so dominating. Han Jia smiled and retraced his steps to sit in front of the Fusong tree, with the others following. Peace was restored to heaven and earth. Morong Chi and the others thought that Han Jia was just showing them the power of the Mahayana realm, not realizing that Han Jia had just saved the world with that one finger. Han Jia wasn't thrilled, only relieved in his heart. Now, the righteous are stable, aren't they? Chapter 134, There is a true demon in the mortal world. Neho Bridge. After killing K. Naiha, Han Jia's heart was considered to have one less piece of hanging stone, and while he was solving the confusion for his disciples and grandchildren, he was also paying attention to the situation on the side of the Devil's Road Imperial City. As soon as Ji Naiha died, The blood demon old ancestor and greedy demon Rohan were almost scared to death and immediately fled away. The difference between Ji Naiha's strength and theirs wasn't too great, and they didn't even see clearly how Ji Naiha died, indicating that the strength of the person who had struck was far beyond them, so how would they dare to linger? The Ji Xianxian who was robbed of his head was furious and began to slaughter the demonic cultivators to vent his anger. The ceremony to welcome the devil was thus interrupted. The righteous monks were saved. Xing Hongxian reclaimed the puppet of heaven within the storage ring at Han Jie's command. Cheers resounded through this dimly lit land. My God, what the hell is going on? A great power strikes. Surprisingly, they directly killed the demon emperor. Did Kaizi Jinjin kill them? Definitely not. Just now Ji Xianxian was shocked. Who the hell is it? Isn't the devil emperor a Mahayana cultivator? Could it be that the one who struck was an immortal? God bless my righteousness. Su Qi and Chaos Tengu froze in place. They were still in shock. The sword chi that had just passed over their heads was like a miracle. Suki was hyper, clenching his fists and cheering non-stop. It must be Master. Hearing Su Qi's words, the chaotic heavenly dog froze and asked in surprise. It was the Master who killed the demon emperor? Su Qi nodded his head and said, it must be him. He has been secretly harboring me. Otherwise I would have died long ago. The chaotic heavenly dog was depressed when he heard this. Why doesn't the Master protect me? It still doesn't believe it in its heart. Hurry up and slip away. I want to go back to Great Yin. Seeing that Ji Xianxian was still making a big kill, Su Qi felt that this was a good opportunity and turned around after saying these words. Chaos Tengu hurriedly followed. It also didn't want to be a mount for Ji Xianxian. The other side. Han Jia had been gaining insight into the battlefield through the puppet of heaven, ensuring that nothing happened to the Jade Clear sacred sex side. The death of the Devil Emperor dealt a severe blow to the morale of the Devil cultivators. No one died on the altar, and the Devil cultivators all fled in the wind. But the Ji Xianxian was in hot pursuit. Back inside the innate cave mansion, Han Jia hit the bed and sat on the couch. In order to celebrate this victory for the righteous path, Han Jia took out the Book of Doom and began to curse Xu Yao and Jia Yin Daoist. Half a month for one person. Doubled. After the curse ended, Han Jia continued to cultivate the 9th layer of the 6 paths reincarnation technique's heart technique. After the demon emperor's death, the world should soon be at peace, and Han Jia would be able to cultivate in peace again. He had already told Xing Hongxian through the puppet of heaven to advise the 9 cauldrons to return early and not to linger. In less than a year, the death of the demon emperor shocked the entire world. The devilish aura directly collapsed as Han Jia had guessed. Legends of immortals on Earth began to circulate, mainly because the demon emperor died so outrageously, killed by a mysterious sword chi in a dramatic process. Who the immortals were and which sect they came from became the biggest topic of conversation in the whole world, and many storytellers even wrote all kinds of legends for this purpose. In all kinds of ways, a dimly lit space filled with majestic fog. Xian Changjun half kneeled in the fog, and an icy voice rang out, Ji Naiha is dead? You are still unclear about who killed him. Xian Changjun took a deep breath and said, according to what the 2 Mahayana cultivators saw at that time, the other party did not show up, so I suspect that it was an immortal god, and it's not the first time that an immortal god has descended to the mortal world privately. Silence. The icy voice did not sound again. After a while, Xian Chongjun asked, is the plan for the devil race to enter the mortal realm going to be implemented again? Previously, K Naiha had already started the sacrificial ceremony, and the demon race's chi was close to the mortal world. This matter is expected to have already alarmed the immortal world, and I'm afraid that if it continues, continue. Let the demon lord come. There is already a true demon in the mortal world. This seed has already told the demon lord to seek out that true demon. As for you, fly up soon. Yes, sir, Xian Qingjun answered, her eyes twinkling as she lowered her head. In a flash, 10 years passed. Han Jia finally practiced the 9th layer of the 6 paths reincarnation technique's mind. He didn't comprehend any new divine abilities, but his cultivation speed was enhanced. From now on, he could absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, and he could absorb the 9 ghosts chi in the netherworld. At the same time, he was still some distance away from the 2nd level of the Mahayana realm. Han Jia decided to head to the netherworld to check it out. He didn't dare to go there personally and created a puppet of heaven first, allowing the puppet of heaven to test the waters. If he reached the perfection of the Mahayana realm and had to ascend, he would still be able to take refuge in the netherworld first. Half a month later, Han Jia managed to create a heavens puppet. He followed with a spell, and a black aura emerged from the ground in front of the bed, and a stone door inlaid with odd patterns rose up. The Gate of Reincarnation. This was the divine ability attached to the 8th layer of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, which could step into the netherworld and could absorb souls and throw them into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The enlightened sword stared with wide, curious eyes, and she didn't dare to say anything, but only dared to watch quietly. Han Jia maneuvered the puppet of heaven into the Gate of Reincarnation. He followed, closing his eyes and dropping his attention to the golem of heaven. Upon entering the gate of reincarnation, the heavens golem was flooded by rolling black mist and was unable to see. Han Jie advanced cautiously. This was his first time exploring the netherworld. As he walked, Han Jie felt running water appear under his feet, which made him even more nervous. He spread out his divine sense and realized that there was nothing around him, and there was indeed water under his feet, which was so weird that it directly dissipated after his divine sense touched it. Water that dissolves divine sense? Could it be the legendary yellow spring water? After a while, light finally appeared ahead, and Han Jie saw a bridge, located in the fog, above the water. Unable to see the other end of the bridge, there was an old woman on the bridge, and a constant stream of spirits appeared in front of her out of thin air, took the bowl in her hand, and after drinking from it, they stepped onto the bridge and disappeared into the mists on the bridge. The bridge to nowhere? Bomba? Han Jie was curious in his heart. Wary, he turned in the other direction. He's not reincarnated. Why does he have to go to the Naiku bridge? Mang may be a great power in the netherworld and cannot be underestimated. You want to turn back before the cycle of life and death? A vicissitude voice entered Han Jie's ears, and as soon as Han Jie heard it, he immediately sped up and quickly disappeared into the mist. Before he could fly for long, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, crushing Han Jie and causing him to fall into the water. Han Jie immediately had the puppet of heaven explode itself, lest the netherworld powerhouse follow the puppet of heaven to find his true self. Boom! Inside the innate cave, Han Jie opened his eyes and immediately will retrieve the gate of reincarnation. Cold sweat broke out on his back. The pressure just now was too strong. One must know that the heavens puppet was at the Mahayana realm cultivation level, but it was actually crushed to the ground by the pressure. This netherworld can't be stepped into easily. Han Jie thought with hindsight. Are the gates of reincarnation randomly connected to the land of the underworld? Han Jie shook his head. He didn't dare to try again anyway. Fear not 10,000. Fear not. If the other party follows the puppet of heaven, locks onto his original body, and kills him across the boundary? Not out of the question. After all, he was alien to the underworld. Master, what's wrong? The Sword of Enlightenment couldn't help but ask. Han Jie shook his head and was about to reply when he suddenly felt the temperature rise and the cave was so hot, and so on. Could it be? Han Jie thought of a possibility and immediately disappeared into the bed. Chapter 135, Subduing the Golden Crow. Arrival of the Demon Lord. Arriving outside the cave, Han Jie looked up as the sun transformed by the two small golden crows grew larger and larger. Could it be that they are coming down to earth? Han Jie frowned. Yang Tiandong, Sun Chanan, Mo Rong Chi, and Black Prison Chicken were all nervous, especially the Black Jail Chicken, since it's the one who got into this mess. It was terrified at the thought of the legendary divine bird, the Golden Crow, about to descend to earth. The Wudao sword followed out of the cave, looked up and asked in surprise, those two suns are going to fall? Not only them, the disciples of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect also sensed that something was wrong, and more people soared into the air, pointing at the three suns in the sky. Han Jie hesitated. Should he shoot a finger at the two little golden crows to scare them away? He felt the temperature getting warmer and felt that he couldn't wait any longer, and immediately leapt up and quickly came under the zenith. Looking up, he could see two huge fire crows crashing into the sky wall, the true fire of the sun on their bodies growing stronger and stronger. Golden Crow, shaped like a fire crow, with 3 legs and a wingspan of 10 miles, is very domineering, and it is not at all obvious that it is still in a juvenile state. Cracks had already appeared in the sky wall, and the two 3-legged golden crows were about to break in. Just then, a line appeared before Han Jie's eyes. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck, a preternatural airbender? Han Jie immediately chose to view it. Divine Golden Crow, 7th level of the Mahayana realm, juvenile state, abandoned by the Golden Crow divine clan due to qualifications, felt the breath of the Fusong tree, in order to become stronger, specially rushed to the mortal world. Due to the demonic race interfering with heavenly chi, the two small golden crows found the opportunity to try to force their way into the mortal world. 2 identical messages appeared in front of Han Jie's eyes. Abandoned by the Golden Crow gods? Han Jie captured important information. Since they were abandoned, Han Jie wouldn't offend the Golden Crow divine clan by executing them, right? Not necessarily. A god race like this was bound to want to save face, so if they knew that their own people had been executed by mortals, how could they not be annoyed? Han Jie thought silently. A Taoist appeared out of thin air not far away, his face showing horror. 3-legged golden crow. Not good. He was so frightened that he immediately disappeared into thin air. Han Jie's face was full of question marks. Was this person here to be funny? Boom! The walls of the sky were like glass shattering, and the 2 little golden crows immediately rushed towards Han Jie, or to be precise, towards the earth. Han Jie shot 2 fingers toward the sky, and his sword chi shot up into the sky, Heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. The bodies of the two small golden crows were pierced through, letting out a wail, and the true fire of the sun on their bodies instantly dissipated. If it wasn't for the divine golden crow bloodline, they would have had to die violently in the first place. Han Jie waved his hand and performed the divine ability Qiankuan in the sleeve, taking them into his sleeve. Even Xin Qingjun, who was at the 8th level of the Mahayana realm, would be killed in seconds when facing him, not to mention the little golden crow, who was at the 7th level of the Mahayana realm. Although the little golden crows were divine, they were still small. Han Jie was about to leave when a figure sped up, and it was definitely Ji Xianshun. What about the two sons? Ji Xianshun asked curiously, not feeling surprised to see Han Jie. Han Jie calmly said, "Gone." The celestial wall quickly recovered as if it had not been breached. Han Jie was curious as to what was beyond this sky wall. If the little golden crow could break in, would the other immortal gods do the same? He suddenly felt uncomfortable. This mortal world might not be safe. Ji Xianshun came in front of Han Jie and carefully sized him up, his eyes burning as he said, "Was the person who killed the demon emperor you? I felt the sword chi clearly just now." If it was really Han Jie, then he would feel better in his heart. It was hard to accept that someone was better than him, and he didn't want two people to be better than him. Han Jie nodded his head and said, "This matter shall not be spread out, and you will still be the number one in the world." Ji Xianshun frowned. "Why? You don't cultivate for fame? I am for immortality." Hearing Han Jie's reply, Ji Xianshun was silent. Han Jie turned around and left. Ji Xianshun didn't stop him, but only looked at his back in a complicated manner. The Kisei immortal god's favoritism towards you has increased, and the current favoritism level is 3 stars. Han Jie shook his head and lost his smile when he saw the prompt in front of him. He pranced right back to the Fuyuki tree. Morongqi was the first to ask, "Master Ancestor, how is the situation? The golden crow was removed by you?" The fact that there is only one sun left in the sky speaks volumes about the outcome. The others looked at Han Jie adoringly. Han Jie said in a deep voice, "This matter shall not be publicized. Just pretend you don't know." The crowd nodded at that. Han Jie walked over to the fusang tree and sat down, then closed his eyes, and the others didn't dare to disturb them, so they could only talk on the sidelines. Han Jie put his divine sense into the small world of Qiankuan in his sleeve, and in the darkness, the two small golden crows huddled together, shivering. They looked pathetic after the true fire of the sun dissipated. "I'll give you guys a chance. If you recognize me as your master, I can let you live and even become stronger." Han Jie opened his mouth. The divine sense transmitted his words into the two little golden crows, transforming them into a message they could understand. The two little golden crows looked at each other in dismay, hesitate for a moment. They bowed their heads towards Han Jie, expressing their willingness to surrender. Han Jie wasn't at ease and quietly punched 6 seals into them. He was going to observe for a while before releasing the little golden crow. The reason for adopting the little golden crow was because the fusang tree might attract other golden crows in the future. So it would be better to give it to these two abandoned divine golden crows. And wouldn't it be a good idea to use the golden crow as a mount in the future? The matter of the golden crow attracted much discussion in the world, but with the sudden disappearance of the two sons, the world quickly fell into calm again. 1 month later, Han Jie determined that the two little golden crows had very low spiritual intelligence, similar to that of a 3 or 4-year-old child, and taking advantage of their young age, Han Jie deepened the 6 seals within their souls, thus controlling their life and death. The 6th-path seal was so hidden that it was hard for them to find it. After doing so, Han Jie released them. The two small golden crows shrunk to the same size as the black jail chicken and excitedly flew up to the fusang tree. Han Jie strictly ordered them to restrain the sun true flame, but even so, the black jail chicken was still terrified to face them. "Master, will they eat me?" the black prison chicken asked in a trembling voice, feeling like it was about to cry. Han Jie grunted, "Didn't you invite them here? From now on, you'll be companions together." The black jail chicken wanted to cry. Yang Tianton looked at the two little golden crows and was instinctively afraid. The golden crow was the supreme bloodline for the demon race, and Yang Tiandong, who carried the bloodline of a demon saint, was naturally afraid. Sun Chanan, Morongqi, and Wudao Sword were curious. After releasing the two little golden crows, Han Jie returned to the innate cave to continue his cultivation. During that time, Li Qingzi and Shang Yuer made a visit, and they were shocked to see the little golden crow, while at the same time becoming more curious about Han Jie's cultivation. How strong is he? Even divine beasts can be taken in. 1 year later, Han Jie, who was cultivating, was awakened by a voice. "I didn't realize you had a golden house. Sianarokuan." Her tone seemed to be laughing. Hearing Han Jie's heart inexplicably tighten, he immediately dispersed his divine sense and discovered that Xin Qingjun had already arrived at the foot of the bitter cultivation immortal mountain. "Go ahead and get out." Han Jie looked toward the Wudao sword and commanded, while using his divine sense to open the mountain protection formation and let Xian Qingjun in. The Gautama's sword got up honestly, though he was puzzled. She had just stepped out of the cave when she bumped into Xian Qingjun. Xian Qingjun ignored her and walked straight into the cave. The Wudao's sword frowned, looking at the stone door of the cave closing, and she was inexplicably unhappy in her heart. Chapter 136, the second level of the Mahayana realm. The world's greatest cultivator. After Xian Qingjun entered the cave, he walked over to the table and sat down. She looked at Han Jie with a smile and said, "Even the golden crow can be subdued. You're already a Mahayana, aren't you?" As soon as Han Jie heard this, he suddenly felt that he had missed something. He hastily opened the system boundary, enveloping the entire bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. As he got stronger and stronger, the system's functions also increased, and it wasn't difficult for the boundary to envelop a mountain. I also wonder if the system's boundaries can hide from the probing of the immortal gods. That's right, Han Jie replied. There was nothing to hide in this matter, and if Xian Qingjun had other thoughts about him, it was just the right time to knock them out. Avoid conflicts and trouble if you can. Xian Qingjun was still quite good to him, and he didn't want Xian Qingjun to get the wrong idea and take the incorrect path. Fight! You definitely can't beat me, Xian Qingjun lamented. I once thought that Ji Xianxian was the #1 heavenly pride in the world, but I didn't expect you to be. I did look away back then, but it can also show that I had strong luck and was able to meet you when you weren't yet strong enough. My little dog, would you want to get rid of me nowadays? Xian Qingjun asked with a smirk. Coming to the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, she was still shocked in her heart. This mountain of treasure, the Fusang tree also struck her as extraordinary, plus the 2 golden crows, a treasure that a mortal should have? Han Jie smiled. Naturally, I won't. After all, you've helped me a lot as well. The two appeared polite, even though they were Taoists. Xian Qingjun raised her right hand and wiped it toward her face, her ordinary appearance disappearing, replaced by a demonic and absolutely beautiful face with seductive eyebrows and delicate features. Looking at Han Jie slightly lost in thought, sure enough, there's no way a hallowed demon lord could look so ordinary. Any mortal can become good-looking, let alone a cultivator. I'm about to ascend. Would you like to ascend with me? Xian Qingjun asked, staring straight at Han Jie. Han Jie shook his head. I don't want to ascend just yet. Why? You don't want to travel with me? I have calculated that I have enemies in the upper realm. There are miscreants waiting for me to ascend. I still have to get stronger. I will only drag you down if I ascend with you. When Xian Qingjun heard this, she couldn't help but frown. She gave Han Jie a deep look. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her was full of mists, as if he was the most mysterious mystery in this world. In that case, before ascending, would you like to cultivate with me for half a year? Xian Qingjun came over to Han Jie's side and asked with a smile. Han Jie subconsciously wanted to refuse, but on second thought, people paid money. So many resources were given away earlier. Besides, the face isn't bad. Han Jie answered. Half a year has passed in a flash. Xianarukuan left. Han Jie sent her out of the cave, and the Sword of Enlightenment and the others looked sideways. Xian Qingjun laughed softly. See you in the immortal realm someday. Han Jie nodded. Xian Qingjun dissolved into a puff of demonic energy and dissipated in place. Han Jie lamented in his heart. It was really practicing together, and Han Jie had thought that the two would have some indescribable things happen, but he didn't realize that they were just discussing the Tao and exchanging ideas. That's it? Thanks to my centuries of nervousness, Han Jie thought to himself mockingly. Why was there some regret in his heart? It must be the heavenly Tao that's messing with me. My Tao can't be held back by a woman. Master, who is she? The Sword of Enlightenment asked as he walked over. The black jail chicken laughed strangely from the Fusang tree. No need to ask. Want to eat the master's female goblin? A golden crow squeezed over, scaring the black jail chicken so much that it jumped out of the way. Han Jie replied, a fellow Taoist, we've argued a bit, so you can enter the cave. After saying that, Han Jie turned around and headed back to his house. Han Jie hit the bed and began to cultivate while wondering why Xing Hongxian and the others hadn't returned yet. Most of the time, Han Jie didn't pay attention to the puppets of heaven unless they were in danger. Han Jie tapped on relationships to view the email. Your grandson Fang Liang had a chance encounter and realized the great power of the ancient gods. Your friend Mo Vengeance has gained the devil's luck, and his moral ability has increased greatly. Your friend Fairy Shishuan has entered the ancient realm by mistake. Your partner, Xing Hongxian, entered the ancient realm by mistake. Your friend Nine Cauldrons has mistakenly entered the ancient mysteries. Your good friend, Kisijin, has left the earth. Your friend Joufan has been attacked by a righteous monk, X10877. Han Jie sked. Fang Liang, this brat, had encountered another chance. Could it be that he won't come back? Come back again and you might already be immortal. Han Jie noticed that Mo Revenge had gained demonic chi and didn't understand what it meant. The previous Devil Dao dynasty seemed to have involved the Devil race. Could it be that the Devil race's thieving heart is undefeated? Also, the gods of Kisei left the earth? The avatar is still there. Is it ascended? Han Jia couldn't figure it out and didn't bother thinking about it. It was better to seize the time to cultivate, so that the vermilion bird in Jieyan Daoist would not come down to earth to hunt him down. Time passed and another 7 years passed. Han Jia finally broke through to the second level of the Mahayana realm. The refinement in his cultivation made Han Jia happy, and what made him even happier was that he realized that with the arrival of the 2 golden crows, the Fusang tree had spawned aura at a much faster rate. The 2 little golden crows could already spit out human words and their spiritual intelligence was growing. They were in awe of Han Jia and couldn't help but shiver every time they saw him, causing the black prison chickens to wonder if Han Jia had tortured them. The cultivation of the disciples and grandchildren were also rising. Morongqi had already become the #1 heavenly pride of the Jade Clear sacred sect, and since choosing the way of the gun, he had created quite a number of gun techniques, and his combat power had increased drastically. This day, the Jade Clear sacred sects group finally returned. Realist Jioding, Xing Hongxian, and Immortal Shixian first came to visit Han Jia at the innate cave. Elder Han, the person who killed the demon emperor was you? The 9 Cauldrons realist asked, holding back his excitement. It's a long way to travel, and the trek will take more than 10 years. However, when he recalled that sword chi back then, the 9 Cauldrons were still very excited. Han Jia said, it's me right, but don't spread this matter out to avoid unnecessary trouble. Today's Jade Clear sacred sect is not yet invincible. The 9 Cauldrons of the realm nodded their heads with forced excitement. Xing Hongxian had a face of adoration as she said, worthy of being my husband, you're definitely the #1 cultivator in the world right now. Immortal Shixian also wore a look of emotion. Thinking back to the beginning, how could she have thought that this disciple who had given her a headache in the past would become the #1 in the world in just a few hundred years? Han Jia's rise also made her realize one thing. Giftedness is really important. If you are gifted, you don't need to go out and explore the world, and your cultivation will still grow at a rate that is unparalleled in the world. If the natural talent is not good, even if one often obtains the opportunity, one still cannot catch up with the heavenly pride. The world's #1 doesn't dare to be. This world may still harbor many powerful people. One mustn't underestimate the world's people. Han Jia said seriously. The 9 Cauldrons realist adjusted his emotions and said, recently a true demon has appeared in the world, named Mo Vengeance. I suspect that he is a disciple of our Jade Clear sacred sect. What do you think we should do? Should we place a kill order? If it was really a disciple of the Jade Clear sacred sect, it would be too much of a discredit to the Jade Clear sacred sect, and would probably make the world think that the Jade Clear sacred sect was a devilish sect. Han Jia asked, he's already started killing? That's not true. It's just rumored that he's a true demon. Then leave it alone for a while. For Mo revenge? Han Jia still had a good feeling, but it was only a good feeling. There was no need to invite trouble for Mo revenge. Ti Hongya has developed a crush on you. Current crush is 3 stars. A question mark popped up in Han Jia's head as he saw the line appear before him. Who is Emperor Hongye? Chapter 137, Suchi's Return. Demon Lord's Split Soul. Han Jia chatted with the 9 Cauldrons while tapping on his human connections to look for Di Hongye. Soon, he found Ti Hongye's avatar. Judging from the avatar, this is a rich and beautiful woman. Di Hongye, cultivation unknown, from the Golden Crow divine race, had given birth to 7 golden crows for her husband. The smallest 2 golden crows were expelled from the Golden Crow divine race due to their poor qualifications. Di Hongye has always been attached, counting on you to take in the 2 small golden crows, and develop a good feeling towards you. If you kill the 2 small golden crows, you will get the hatred of the Di Hongye, and will never rest. The current good feeling level is 3 stars. Oh, it turned out to be the mother of the golden crow. Han Jia was secretly glad that he hadn't killed the 2 little golden crows, otherwise he would have been dead. This was the first time that there was a terrifying existence where the system was unable to recognize cultivation. Then again, it's true that you can give birth to 7 golden crows. After chatting for a while, the 9 Cauldrons realist left. Immortal Shixian and Xing Hongxian didn't stay long either. The Sword of Enlightenment couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, you are already the strongest cultivator in the world? Through realist Jioding's earlier narration, she suddenly realized that Han Jia's finger all those years ago wasn't just a demonstration for them of what it meant to be a Mahayana. Impossible. That's because they're short-sighted. I can sense that there are less than 10,000 Mahayana cultivators in this world. Many of them are stronger than me. They just don't want to be disturbed by the world. Han Jia shook his head. The guru's sword frowned. She felt the pressure again. Still, she had to cultivate hard and not relax. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to survive if her master discarded her one day. After the return of the 9 Cauldrons realist and the others, the Jade Clearance Sacred Sect began to release a large number of sect quests that were no longer limited to Great Yen. and the disciples were free to appear within Great Yan's borders. Han Jie finally had his ideal time to cultivate. Even though he was already considered invincible, he didn't relax and spent most of his time on cultivation, and unlike in the past, he would take time out to teach those around him, especially Xing Hongxian and Chang Yuer. Both girls were not innate Qi masters, and their qualifications were not considered superior, so if they wanted to cultivate to the transition realm, it was honestly very difficult, close to impossible, unless there's a great opportunity to get off the ground. Although Han Jie is a Mahayana, he does not have the ability to change his destiny against the heavens. Otherwise the chances of ascension in the mortal world would be substantially increased. If Xing Hongshuan's two daughters live to a ripe old age, in Han Jie's opinion, it would also be a good thing, and in the next reincarnation, if they were to cast a good talent, they would get twice the result with half the effort in their cultivation. Reincarnation can easily change a person's soul, mainly because of different experiences and memories. If Han Jie had helped them open their past life memories when they were first reincarnated, they wouldn't have become another person. Of course, this was only Han Jie's preparatory plan, and Xing Hongxian and Chang Yuer definitely didn't want to die right now. What Han Jie could do was to try to help them cultivate. 7 years later, Xing Hongxian couldn't help but go out to look for opportunities again, and this time, Chang Yuer followed along, and the two girls were taken care of together. Ever since Xing Hongshuan's return, Chang Yuer had often visited her, and the relationship between the two women had drastically improved, now resembling bosom friends, making it difficult for Han Jie to understand. Perhaps it was the sort of enlightenment and immortal Shixian that stimulated them. When Xing Hongxian learned that immortal Shixian and Chang Yuer both had heaven's puppets, she understood. This day, Suki and Chaos Tengu are back. Han Jie almost died of fright. He hurriedly called Su Qi inside the innate cave. As for the chaotic heavenly dog, he was too lazy to take care of it. The Chaos Tengu was surrounded by the crowd and began to howl. It was so hard. The trials and tribulations have been constant since leaving the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. Yang Tiandong comforted on the surface and gloated in his heart. Stinky dog. Serves you right. Sun Shan'an was curious about the chaotic Tengu as well as Su Qi, while Morong Qi had recently gone out and was not in the mountains. Come on, after all these years, Master Chicken has come to see what you can do. The black prison chicken dejectedly said. Here we go. Finally, it dreamed of fluking the Chaos Tengu. The chaotic heavenly dog wasn't stupid. It could sense that the black hell chicken's aura was stronger than it. It turned its head to look at the two fire crows on the Fusama tree and asked curiously, "What's that? Your boy?" After the little golden crow converged on the true fire of the sun, there wasn't a single bit of aura, and coupled with the fact that the realm was far higher than the chaotic heavenly dog, the chaotic heavenly dog couldn't see through their cultivation. Well, that's the sibling I hatched for you. The black prison chicken responded indifferently. The mention of the golden crow made it uncomfortable. The two little golden crows also somehow liked to pester it, which made it bitter. Facing the golden crow, it was truly afraid. The chaotic heavenly dog exploded and said, "Then I'll fight them and you'll test the success of my cultivation." After saying that, it walked straight towards the Fuso tree. Yang Tiantong, Black Prison Chicken, and Sun Shan'an didn't stop them, and they all wore wry smiles. The other side, the sword of enlightenment was driven out of the cave again. She looked indignant. A woman is just a woman. Why did the master kick her out for a man? Inside the innate cave, Su Qi kowtowed to Han Jie one after another, howling just as much as the chaotic Tengu, leaving Han Jie speechless. "Master, I have completed the task you gave me. Thanks to you for blessing me in secret all these years." Suki was so excited to be back here that he felt a sense of peace of mind. "Undercover protection? That's your bad luck," Han Jie said with a straight face. "From now on, you'll be accompanying master in the cave to cultivate." These words he said casually, but they were the warmest words Su Qi had heard in a long time. Han Jie suddenly frowned and raised his palm to slap Su Qi through the air. Su Qi was sent flying out and fell on the wall, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. He looked up at Han Jie in shock and was about to ask when he saw a demonic shadow. The outline of this magic shadow, Demon Lord. Su Qi was shocked. He had previously wondered where the Demon Lord had gone, but he didn't think that the Demon Lord was hiding inside him. Could it be that when he was making merry with the women, the Demon Lord also? Su Qi's hatred for the Demon Lord was instantly full of stars. Han Jie looked at the demonic shadow with an expressionless face and said, "Why is Taoist friend hiding inside my disciple's body?" The Demon Lord teased, "So the master he has been talking about is you. Your excellency is really good at detecting my presence. I think you must be a Mahayana realm cultivator as well." "He's the Demon Lord," Su Qi shouted in shock. "The Demon Lord has developed a hatred for you, and the current hatred level is 4 stars. A line popped up in front of Han Jie's eyes, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He cautiously checked the Demon Lord's information. Demon Lord, 7th level of the Mahayana realm, split soul state. the strongest demonic cultivator in 10,000 years in the Devil's Path, honored with the title of Demon Lord, due to you being Suchi's master's hatred towards you, will definitely kill you when he has the chance in the future. The current degree of hatred is 4 stars. Split spirit state? Han Jie fiercely struck out, performing the 6th soul absorption, sucking the Demon Lord's split soul into his palm, and quickly punching out 6 seals, imprinting them on the Demon Lord's split soul. What do you want? The Demon Lord said in a deep voice, his anger unbearable. Han Jie pretended to hesitate and said, "You are a Demon Lord. Killing you is something I should do in the righteous path, but I'm afraid of trouble. If I let go of this split soul of yours, can I let go of my disciple?" When the Demon Lord heard this, he was disdainful in his heart, so he was a goon. Naturally. Okay, you go. Farewell. The Demon Lord's split soul quickly slipped away. Demon Lord's hatred for you has increased. Current hatred level is 5 stars. Han Jie couldn't help but be speechless when he saw the prompt in front of him. You're really narrowing your path. After the Demon Lord left, Suchi said in a deep voice, "Master, his words cannot be trusted." Han Jie calmly said, "My master didn't believe it in the first place, only because it was only a split soul just now. When the Demon Lord's split soul returned to his original body, Han Jie would give him a taste of the treatment he received from Kinai." Chapter 138, 3rd level of the Mahayana realm, killing the Demon Lord. Hearing Han Jie's words, Suchi couldn't help but think of the sword chi that had killed the Demon Emperor. Murphy. Suchi's face showed a look of anticipation. "Tell me about your experiences over the years." Han Jie smiled, and his smile fell so kindly and warmly in Suchi's eyes. Suchi's heart was inexplicably touched as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, came to sit in front of Han Jie, and began to recount his experiences over the centuries. Han Jie listened while he nourished his chi and cultivated. He didn't need to interrupt, just listen to Suki. It must be said that Suchi's experience was truly legendary. Ups and downs, wonderful, and could be completely written as a fairy tale. It took 10 days and 10 nights for Suchi to finish his speech. Even though his cultivation level was close to the void melting realm, his mouth was still a bit dry. Han Jie lamented, "It's been hard on you all these years." Suchi replied, "Master must be holding on to me. The fact that I can always turn danger into safety must be Master's arrangement. Just as you killed the Demon Emperor." Han Jie was embarrassed to hear it, but his face was calm. "Cultivate for 10 years first, after which your master will teach you the divine abilities." Han Jie opened his mouth. Suki nodded his head, and he was now calmed down. Subsequently, the master and disciple entered a state of cultivation and stopped talking. After the end of the war between good and evil, accompanied by the many holy places led by the heavenly immortal house to join hands, the demonic path is retreating, as if it were a street rat. The demon race is even more afraid to mess around, and the world is back to peace. The righteous path seemed to realize that the surface power wasn't strong enough, and the holy places began to create momentum for the heavenly prides under their respective sects. Among them, Ji Xianshan was the most famous, beheading Luo Qiu demon, one of the 5 exalted of the devil Dao, and slaughtering millions of devil cultivators. His fame was instantaneous. Ji Xianshan even had the stance of being the #1 cultivator in the world, only that the identity of the mysterious cultivator who had killed the Demon Emperor had not been revealed, causing Ji Xianshan to not yet be able to securely sit at #1. Time passes in the context of such times. Another 10 years have passed. Han Jie broke through to the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm. 17 years to break through a layer of minor realm. Han Jie felt it was a bit slow, but if it was spread out, it would surely cause an uproar. Han Jie's goal was to reach the perfection of the Mahayana realm at an early date and impact the immortal realm. This day, Han Jie brought Su Qi to the outside of the cave and began to impart divine abilities. Yang Tianton was driven to the foot of the mountain by him, and everyone else had the great fortune of an immortal god, and should not be molded to death by Su Qi. After all, the chaos heavenly dogs could withstand it. Su Qi's bad luck was doomed for mortal beings, but in the upper realm, it might not be that strong, and Su Qi was still mortal now. Suki was excited to finally learn the ropes from his master. Yang Tiantong, Sun Chanan, and Wu Dao's sword were curious about him. The chaotic Tengu felt like it wouldn't love anymore. The same went out for hundreds of years. Why was Su Qi so favored by his master? It thought its master would scold it and beat it, but it didn't think he would ignore it, and that made it hard. Han Jie spent a month imparting the divine ability, and while Su Qi was cultivating the divine ability, he came and sat down in front of the Fusang tree to feel its majestic vitality. It's worthy of being a sacred tree. Nowadays, the aura nourished by the Fusang tree has surpassed the entire bitter cultivation into a mortal mountain. Not only that, the aura is so dense that it started to spread out, blessing the entire Jade Clearance sacred sect. The mountains that are close to it are the first to enjoy the blessings, and 9 cauldrons real people set up the surrounding mountains as blessings. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the sect can move their cave houses over there. None of this was any of Han Jie's business. Han Jie took out the Book of Doom and began to curse the Vermilion Bird and the Jie Yen Daoist. He pulled up the personals and checked his email. After so many years of not looking, I don't know how my best friends are doing. Your apprentice grandson Fang Liang has been attacked by a demonic beast, X43211. Your grandson Fang Liang was attacked by a demonic saint and was seriously injured, but fortunately a great power passed by and escaped from death. Your friend Mo Vengeance has inherited the devil's avatar and his power has risen dramatically. Your best friend, Ji Xianshen, returns to Earth, realizes the true meaning of heaven and earth, and steps into the realm of Mahayana. Your friend Huang Jihao was attacked by your friend Mo Vengeance and was seriously injured. Your partner, Shen Qingjun, has ascended to immortality, and her fortune has skyrocketed. Your grandson, Mo Rongqi, metamorphosed his body by chance. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by a righteous monk, X3892. Han Jie looked down and felt that the cultivation world was indeed peaceful. He suddenly remembered the Demon Lord and wondered if the Demon Lord's split soul had returned to his own physical body. He began to sense the 6 seals on the Demon Lord's split soul. Soon, Han Jie captured the Devil Lord's aura. He checked the relationships and found that the Demon Lord's split soul state had disappeared. So he thought that the split soul must have returned to the main body. In that case, it's time to kill. Han Jie raised his right hand, his index finger pointing toward the sky as he closed his eyes and carefully felt the direction where that 6th Dao seal was located. The other side of heaven and earth. The wind and sand rolled across the sky on a lonely desert. The Demon Lord was hovering above the cliff, and in front of him were 3 people, which were clearly Mo Vengeance, Mo Zhu, and a black-robed woman. Mo Vengeance's 3 faces showed disbelief, as if they were struck by lightning. This is the origin of your Mo family. The devil race chose you. If you fulfill the mission given to you by the devil race, the Mo family will metamorphose and become an immortal family of the upper realm. The Demon Lord laughed, and even as he laughed, he appeared frighteningly morose. Mo Vengeance gritted his teeth and said, "We can't control our births, but we don't want to become demons that plague the world." The Demon Lord sneered. "Oh, have you killed fewer people? It's not that I do it on purpose, a lot of times I'm forced to do it. What about your brother Zhou Fan? Do you remember how you killed him?" Mo Vengeance's face was instantly gloomy. Zhou Fan's death was the biggest piece of heart disease in his heart. Every time he thought of Zhou Fan, Mo revenge was unbearable. His heart was deeply tormented, and it could be said that life was worse than death. The black-robed woman interjected. "The devil race wants to take control of the mortal world. How will the immortal gods feel about that? After all, we are human beings, not devils, and if we help the devil race to replace the human race, then how are we supposed to stand on our own? Besides, even the devil emperor couldn't succeed. How many years would it take us to succeed? Has the devil race sent any powerful helpers?" The Demon Lord glanced at her and hummed. "Even without you, the demon race will succeed. When we cultivate the demon Tao, we are no longer human. The demon race is not a single lineage. There are demon race figures in all of the thousands of mortal realms. And as for the powerful helpers that the demon race sends, this is the seat." He sounded confident. Emoju couldn't help but ask, "You're stronger than the demon emperor?" "That's natural. How can the devil emperor be compared to this seat?" The reason why this seat didn't make a move before was just to test the strength of the righteous path with the devil emperor. The demon lord's words were filled with disdain for the demon emperor. Just then, a terrifying pressure struck, startling the demon lord and Mo Vengeance, who subconsciously tried to turn their heads to look away. The sword light shone in their faces, and the demon lord couldn't react in time before his afterglow caught a glimpse of a sword chi shooting at him. That's, boom! The heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger swept across, drowning the demon lord's figure, and the terrifyingly strong winds it brought with it lifted the 3 Mo Vengeance people out. The sword energy came fast and dissipated fast. Mo Vengeance's trio stabilized in the air and looked in shock. They could no longer see the demon lord's figure, nor could they feel his demonic aura. Demon Lord, Form and Soul. Chapter 139 Heavenly Court, Divine Palace, Buddhist Sect. When Han Jie traced the 6 marks on the demon lord's body, he realized that there was another 6 marks next to it, and when he felt it carefully, it turned out to be Mo Zhu. He immediately connected to the heavens puppet in Mo Zhu's storage ring and heard the words of the demon lord. The devil race really does have a heart of thievery. When he heard the demon lord pretending, Han Jie couldn't listen anymore. "Are you dead or not?" Needless to say, shooting directly with one finger was just the right way to knock the Mo Vengeance trio, telling them that the demon race would not be able to succeed. Mo Zhu was the first to come back to his senses, gulped, and said, "He died just like that?" The black-robed woman's face showed a look of horror. She was the Mo family's second-generation family head, Mo Yuling. with a cultivation at the 5th level of the ferrying realm. Her cultivation level was the highest among the three, so she felt it more deeply. The demon lord made her feel powerful to the extreme and even gave her a sense of suffocation. Such a powerful existence was directly killed in seconds by the mysterious sword cultivator. How strong does the person who did it have to be? It's fortunate that we didn't agree straight away, otherwise we might have had to die as well. Mo Vengeance laughed bitterly. Evil can't be good. Mo Vengeance had firmly established his Tao heart. Even though he was already a true devil, he still wanted to be a true devil with a righteous heart. Mo Zhu hurriedly bowed in all directions and said, "Many thanks for Senior's forgiveness. Thank you Senior for your forgiveness. Thank you Senior for your forgiveness." She was afraid that her opponent would strike again. Han Jie couldn't help but laugh when he heard her words. The three didn't linger and quickly left. Mo Vengeance looked at Mo Yuling and asked, "Where are we going next?" Mo Yuling took a deep breath and said, "Look for the clansmen scattered all over heaven and earth. Then go back to the Mo family land. The Mo family is very big. The one left behind in your Great Yen is just a small subclan. As the main family suffered a massacre, the subclans all over the world followed in the footsteps of the dust, but just like you guys, there are always people who survived." Mo nodded with vengeance. Ma Zhu wanted to say something. She wanted to say that since the Mo family was not taking revenge anymore, could she return to the Jade Clear Sacred Sect? But on second thought, the Mo family members still need to be saved, and she can't give up at this time. After so many years, Xing Hongxian, Chang Yuer and Han Jie must have gotten closer. Will I drift away from Han Jie? Thinking in this way, Mo Zhu suffered from a loss, and his expression was also written with loss. After killing the demon lord, Han Jie felt much more relaxed. Early kill or not, lest this guy again messed up, affecting the world trend, and then affect his cultivation. But then again, how strong are the demons? Why didn't the fairy god make a move? If Han Jie was the lord of the heavenly court and saw that the devils were attacking the mortal world, he would understand that the devils were developing a downline and would definitely stop it. Han Jie felt that there might be a problem. Why don't you ask Battle Lone Star? Han Jie felt that it was feasible, so he began to have an epiphany of the three clear execution of the world to improve the nature of this divine ability. 1 month later, born with a vision, causing the world to discuss, combined with the world's customs, most cultivators believe that it is the birth of a holy land and a supreme pride of the heavens. Han Jie came to the long river of the sword path, crossing over a silhouette of swordsmen. Han Jie met Battle Lone Star. "Older brother, senior, long time no see." Han Jie smiled. "Let the red dust of the mortal world surge, the vicissitudes of the sea." In this long river of the Sword Road, Han Jie can always run into this guardian of the Sword Road of the Sword Fairy. Battle Lone Star was no longer surprised by his arrival, but asked carelessly, "Third level of the Mahayana realm, still not ascending?" Han Jie laughed. "There are enemies in the upper realm that don't dare to ascend." Oh, Battle Lone Star didn't pursue the matter, clearly not wanting to get involved, and Han Jie didn't have the luxury of expecting him to help himself. Han Jie said, "Why didn't the immortal gods intervene when our mortal realm was invaded by demons?" Battle Lone Star calmly said, "The upper realm is in chaos. The heavenly court is too busy to take care of itself, so how can it care about the mortal realm? But it won't be long before the heavenly court will restore order." "Great chaos in the upper world?" Han Jie asked curiously. "The upper realm is still in chaos? What happened?" "The demon race has produced a great demon saint, disobeying the heavenly court's discipline and causing havoc in the heavenly court. There may be a great power behind this great demon saint, making it impossible for the heavenly court to suppress it in a short period of time. But with the heavenly court's depth, it can be resolved very quickly. Be patient and wait for it. As for the demon race, their time has long since come to an end, and the demon palace can only be counted as second-rate power in the upper realm. After we mortals ascend, do we join the heavenly court directly? Think beautifully. There are many ascension platforms in the upper world, connecting the thousands of mortal worlds in the heavens. Most mortals can only join the immortal cultivation sects in the upper world after ascension. A very small number of people who are extremely gifted will be seen by great powers like the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect, and the divine palace. You can consider how to choose at that time. With your qualifications you will inevitably encounter this kind of choice. This will be the standing in line, and once you choose it is very difficult to then change. Battle Lone Star spoke meaningfully, and a look of anticipation passed through his eyes. He was looking forward to the commotion caused by Han Jie's ascension. A heavenly pride like this is rare in the upper realm for 1,000 years. Han Jie asked, "Senior, what power do you think I should choose?" Battle Lone Star rolled his eyes and said, "Don't move small mind. I travel alone in the heavens. No power background. You are a human race. It is best to choose the heavenly court and the divine palace. From the current distribution of power in the upper realm, the divine palace, the heavenly court, and the Buddhist sect are the three great overlords, and they are divided into three separate groups. But the upper realm is very large, and there are also thousands of races. For example, the dragon race, the phoenix race, the golden crow divine race, the unicorn race, the cultivation race and so on, and there are also the mysterious Taoist sect, eternal immortal sect. The water is very deep. Since you and I are destined to be together, I'll give you a word of advice. It's best not to go out into the world until you reach the Tai celestial immortal. Han Jie laughed. Senior is indeed a person of the same path as me. Truth be told, I have never left my clan in my life. Bitter cultivation is a routine for me. Even if I am a Tai celestial immortal, I do not go out into the world. Really? Seriously? Battle Lone Star pinched his fingers and lamented. You're really boring. Han Jie almost vomited blood. What the hell? Han Jie changed the topic and asked, Senior, have you heard of the Myriad True God Emperor? Ha? How do you know about the Myriad True God Emperor? That was the Divine Palace's supreme god of war, fallen for a long time, and once also an unrivaled existence that spanned the immortal emperor level. How do you compare to him? Far less so. What is the relationship between the Myriad Truth Divine Emperor and the Divine Palace? It's unclear. It said that the reason why the Myriad Truth Divine Emperor fell was related to the internal strife within the Divine Palace. The Myriad Truth Divine Emperor was besieged by many immortal emperors of the demon race, and the Divine Palace didn't provide support, and the Divine Palace didn't set up a divine statue of Myriad Truth after the Divine Emperor's fall. As soon as Han Jie heard this, he said that it was not good. Morongchi, this is a heavenly blood feud. The Palace of God. Can't go. Soar earlier, don't delay. With your qualifications, as long as you join a big power, those enemies won't come after you. Battle Lone Star waved his hand. Han Jie said, my enemy is the Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird? Then don't ascend and sit down early. Battle Lone Star said in an odd tone. How could you mess with the Vermilion Bird? The Vermilion Bird clan is a divine beast of chi. Even the Heavenly Court, the Divine Palace, and the Buddhist sect will all flatter it. If the Vermilion Bird were to find trouble with you, the three major powers would probably turn a blind eye, and no matter how strong your natural talent is, you're still ascending from the mortal realm, and it's impossible to compare to the Vermilion Bird. Listen to my advice. Dissipate your power and recultivate. Jump into the wheel of reincarnation and change your identity. Chapter 140, The Absolute Diffusion wants to come down to earth. Land immortal god. Reincarnated and reincarnated? Han Jie was completely nonplussed. He wasn't Xing Hongxian, Chang Yuer, or other grannies who had been reincarnated and had people helping them recover their memories of their past lives. He could only rely on himself. In that case, one must surpass the Vermilion Bird before considering ascension. Anyway, the Fusong tree had been growing. It was a divine tree that could attract divine beasts from the upper realms to come down to earth, and Han Jie believed that by relying on the Fusong tree, he would be able to keep cultivating as well. Senior, is there a way not to ascend? Keep cultivating in the mortal world? Han Jie asked with narrowed eyes. Battle Lone Star replied, to say there isn't, is bound to be false. The heavens and earth are vast, and there are all kinds of things. As far as I know, there is a kind of spirit stone related to the heavenly Tao that can avoid the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, and cannot be used to transmigrate, and even though their cultivation is far beyond the mortal realm, they can still stay in the mortal realm, and this kind of spirit stone isn't that rare in the upper realm, and there are often immortal gods who descend into the mortal world by relying on this kind of spirit stone, but the heavenly court has strictly ordered that immortal beings are not permitted to descend into the mortal realm. Once discovered, they will be dealt with according to the heavenly rules. Upon hearing this, Han Jie was certain that the heaven-avoiding stone was that kind of stone. He was completely relieved. You can rest easy for the rest of the day. Ugh, peaceful austerity. Thanks for your guidance, Senior. I'll see you next time. Han Jie saluted, then crossed over to Battle Lone Star and continued on. Battle Lone Star shook his head slightly and said no more. After elevating the three Qing execution world, Han Jie thus sensed the true meaning of heaven and earth and consolidated it for several months before stopping his cultivation. He told Su Qi to open a cave next to it and not to leave the house without his order. In order to prevent Su Qi from becoming suspicious, Han Jie strictly ordered the other disciples not to disturb Su Qi. Su Qi was instantly proud. Master is trying to focus on cultivating Nia. He wants me to cultivate well. Thus, the Wu Dao sword, which had been disgruntled, was finally able to enter Han Jie's cave. Han Jie didn't let her enter the cave to take care of her mood. This was if she could boost the cave aura. The grass of heaven and earth is also a heavenly treasure when it becomes essence. Han Jie once again plunged into a long period of cultivation. With the recent chaos in the upper realm, it was possible that Taoist Jieyan and Vermilion Bird would come down to earth at some point, so Han Jie had to become as strong as possible. In a dark cave, the blood demon old ancestor, the white-haired demon nun, and the greedy demon Rohan were sitting opposite each other. The three people's faces were extremely gloomy. Suspended between them was a crystal ball, within which demonic chi churned. Luo Tsumo is dead? A grim voice came out. The blood demon old ancestor took a deep breath and said, executed by the heavenly immortal mansion's heavenly pride. Not only him, this time, we all served the demon clan and were all severely injured, and the demon emperor also fell. A cold voice followed. Why do you serve the demon race? Are you selling out this realm? Upon hearing this, the three demon Dao sovereigns were silent. Where do they really want to serve the demon race? It is not because the demon race has provided them with irresistible conditions. Greedy demon Rohan sighed. Amitabha Buddha. Anyway, I'm not playing anymore. I plan to ascend like the demon monarch. The white-haired demonic nun nodded her head. She was also tired. The blood demon ancestor sighed. Although they were the top existences in the mortal world, with their current cultivation level of ascension, they would not be able to shed their bones in the ascension tribulation. Since ancient times there has been a saying that after successful ascension, one's cultivation will skyrocket, and the higher one's cultivation before ascension, the more one's cultivation will skyrocket after ascension. This was the reason why they had refused to ascend. In the mortal world, they are the great powers who control the life and death of the world's living beings, and after ascension, they will become one of the many beings again. Who will ascend before the big day? Humph, don't ascend first. At most 500 years, I will descend to the earth. At that time I will destroy the heavenly immortal mansion. You and others will ascend again. I will introduce you to the upper realm clans, so that you will have something to rely on. As for the devil clan, don't bother with it anymore. The heavenly court will be coming down on the devil clan very soon. The grim voice sounded again. Hearing the blood demon old ancestor trio's eyes light up. If we could destroy the heavenly immortal mansion, that would be great. To be honest, they were also holding a breath in their hearts and had nowhere to vent it. The blood demon old ancestor immediately clasped his fists and saluted, saying, Elder Jie, we'll be waiting for you to come down to earth. Aha! 20 years rushed by. Han Jie managed to break through to the 4th level of the Mahayana realm, and after he broke through to, he habitually took out the Book of Doom to curse the Jien Taoist and the Vermilion Bird. With this kind of breakthrough speed, Han Jie was quite satisfied. At most 100 years, he would be able to impact the realm above the Mahayana realm. He cursed as he pulled up his email to check it. Your good friend Mo Vengeance has been attacked by a righteous monk, X4897. Your grandson Feng Liang has mistakenly entered the forbidden land of the ancient world and gained the recognition of a supreme divine sword. Your grandson Feng Liang consumes the fruit of heaven and earth and his cultivation level soars. Your friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by a demonic beast, X78834. Your friend Jikong Taoist has ascended to the heavens and his fortune has soared. Your Taoist partner Xing Hongxian has mistakenly entered the Taoist temple of the land immortal god. Your friend Chang Yuer has mistakenly entered the Taoist temple of the land god of immortality. Your grandson Feng Liang enters the heavenly immortal mansion. His fortune grows. Han Jie counted carefully. In 20 years, Feng Liang had obtained 9 chances. Off the charts. The son of heaven and earth really doesn't make sense. The most crucial thing was that this guy had even entered the heavenly immortal mansion. It felt like by the time this kid came back, he really might already be at the Mahayana cultivation level. Sons of heaven and earth are still suitable for release. Han Jie also noticed Xing Hongxuan's and Chang Yuer's chances, and he became interested in the land immortal gods. What is a land immortal god? 1 month later, Han Jie ended the curse and put away the Book of Doom before turning his attention to Xing Hongxuan's puppet of heaven. Things have to be done piece by piece, and daily quests should never be skipped. Through the puppet of heaven, Han Jie saw an extremely spectacular Taoist temple. This Taoist temple was splendid. The space inside the temple reached hundreds of feet high, and those stone pillars supporting the temple reached several feet in diameter. As if this place was a giant's Taoist temple, Xing Hongxian and Chang Yuer sat down in front of a mural, seemingly comprehending something, sometimes frowning, sometimes laughing. Han Jie spread out his divine sense and carefully examined this Taoist temple. Soon, Han Jie found a remnant soul, located within a stone statue in the Taoist temple. This residual soul was an old Taoist nun, wearing a Taoist robe, curled up inside a stone statue, seemingly trapped in a deep sleep. Han Jie didn't know his cultivation and didn't dare to disturb him. Is it possible that there really are land fairies and gods? Fellow Taoist Guan, I've broken through to Mahayana. Come out and spar. A voice entered the ears of Han Jie's main body. Han never returned his consciousness to his physical body. Kiss engine, this guy has broken through to the Mahayana? Han Jie cautiously used the mock trial to fight first. So close. Still seconds. Han Jie immediately disappeared inside the cave. Ji Xianxin was waiting for Han Jie in a mountain forest dozens of miles away. He was also cautious, although he had broken through to the Mahayana. But what if he couldn't win the fight? If he raised a crowd, wouldn't the news of his defeat spread? Han Jie appeared behind Ji Xianxin. Ji Xianxin turned around and said in a spirited manner, Guan Yu, I have achieved Mahayana and comprehended a new divine ability. The elders of the heavenly immortal mansion have been defeated by all of me, so as long as I defeat you, I will be the veritable #1 in the world. Chapter 141 Mighty Disciple's Grandson. Great sound of heaven and earth. When Ji Xianxin finished speaking, he noticed a nervous look on Han Jie's face, and he was pleased in his heart. It seemed that his own talent could still shock the other side, only to hear Han Jie ask cautiously, "If I win this time, will I still come back to spar with me in the future?" When the disciplined immortal god heard this, he was instantly offended. "What do you mean? That's a bit conceited of you. Categorically impossible. I, Ji Immortal God, am invincible in the world. Before I was only weaker than you in terms of realm. Now I'm bound to defeat you." Ji Xianxin waved his sleeve and said, "You'll use the same move that killed the demon emperor. I'll follow." Han Jie was speechless. Why do young people have to die? He hesitated. "That's not necessary, is it?" Ji Xianxin hummed. "What? Are you afraid of losing to me? You must answer the battle today." Han Jie sighed, then raised his right hand, and this time, he raised his middle finger to Ji Xianxin. Ji Xianxin's arms revived and golden lightning erupted around his body, wrapping around his body and forming a sturdy golden tower. Han Jie urged the 6 spiritual powers and began to build up his momentum, preparing to execute the heaven, earth, Xian Huang, and boundary-breaking sword finger. He was hesitant. How many % of spiritual power should I use? When Han Jie raised the spiritual energy within his middle finger to 30%, the terrifying aura caused Ji Xianxin to frown. This is the sword chi that killed the demon emperor? To have a finger as a sword, it is indeed remarkable. Ji Xianxin thought with secret alarm. When the spiritual energy within Han Jie's middle finger increased to 50%, Ji Xianxin was creeped out. It's not good. Will it not be able to be blocked? Will it die? Such thoughts popped into the mind of Ji Xianxin. How is that possible? I'm the strongest heavenly pride the heavenly immortal mansion has ever seen. I won't die. Han Jie continued to raise the spiritual power of the heaven, earth, Xian Huang, and boundary-breaking sword finger. 80%. Wait. Ji Xianxin suddenly called a halt as cold sweat spilled from his forehead. Han Jie withdrew his hand and asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Ji Xianxin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. His cheeks slightly reddened as he said, "Never mind. Since you don't want me to disturb you, I'll come back when you're free. Farewell." After saying that, the Ji Xianxin turned around and left, transforming into a trail of residual shadows that quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests. Han Jie shook his head and lost his smile. This guy's kind of cute. This is the best in the world? Han Jie re-entered the innate cave. The Gautama sword asked curiously, "Where were you just now?" "To meet a friend. Male or female?" What's it to you?" Seeing Han Jie frown, the Wudao sword panicked and hurriedly waved his hand. "I'm just worried about you." Han Jie didn't bother with her and directly closed his eyes, transferring his consciousness back into Xing Hongshuan's puppet of heaven. He continued to examine the Taoist temple and found that the one remnant of a soul was all that was in the Taoist temple. As for the ban, the level of danger is also very low. Han would never continue probing again. When Xing Hongxian woke up, he would have to remind the 2 women not to disturb the residual soul. What if it's strong? According to Han Jie's experience of watching immortal cultivation in his previous life, it was essential for heaven and earth to hide great powers, and the mortal world might also harbor terrifying existences that could overthrow the 6 realms. Maybe the era where there are as many loose immortals as dogs and Mahayanas everywhere could come at any time. Han Jie's consciousness returned to the cave and continued to cultivate. He had to maintain this rate of cultivation. It could only be faster, not slower, otherwise his heart would not be solid. 5 years later, the guest elder of the Jade Clear sacred sect, Wataru Bitter, came to visit Han Jie. He came to say goodbye. He was ready to ascend. Before he left, he also wanted to pay Su Qi a visit. No matter what, Su Qi was also the last disciple of the Imperial Demon sect, and before he ascended, he had to say goodbye, sort of cutting off the mortal dust. Han Jie frowned. "I think it's better if you don't visit him and just ascend." Wataru Bitter followed with a frown. "Why? Could it be that you are afraid of me digging in?" "No, just thinking of you. I'm just saying goodbye. If you stop me, I'm afraid I'll become a heart demon when I think about this in the future." "Okay, then you make it quick." "Aha." Wataru Bitter left and went forward to find Suki. Han Jie cursed. "I'm thinking of you and you're still angry?" What made Han Jie even more speechless was that after this guy found Su Qi, he didn't directly say goodbye, but instead began to tell the story of the royal demon sect's past with himself. Su Qi was also speechless, because in his opinion, the one who overthrew the royal demon sect was his master, and he had to conceal this matter so as not to cause trouble for his master. It was 5 days and 5 nights before Watanabe left. For some reason, when Han Jie observed him with his divine sense, he always felt that his seal was dark, a sign of great evil. 8 years later, Han Jie, who was cultivating, opened his eyes as he remembered Watanabe and started checking his emails. Your friend Zhou meets with chance and obtains the Tai spiritual treasure. Your friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a demon saint and was seriously injured. Your best friend, who was ascending after a bitter journey, encountered a sudden change in the heavenly tribulation and almost died. Although he succeeded in ascending, he suffered a great loss in his moral conduct and his cultivation went backward instead of upward. Your grandson Fang Liang has been recognized by the spirits of the ancestors of the heavenly immortal mansion, and has acquired great magical powers. Your apprentice grandson Morongqi has been attacked by a demonic beast, X753321. Your grandson Morongqi has realized the way of the gun and the killing, and has awakened the godhead. Your friend Mo Revenge suffers a ghostly attack, X1762. Han by no means mourned for Watanabe. Oh Taoist, you deserve this. However, this old boy is also considered to have strong luck, and surprisingly, he has survived. Han Jie noticed that Zhou Fan had actually obtained a Tai spiritual treasure. Was this another rise? Tai spiritual treasures were definitely considered invincible divine weapons in the mortal world. As for Fang Liang, don't be alarmed by Qi Chao. What surprised Han Jie was that Morongqi had awakened his godhood. Good apprentice. Han Jie hadn't thought before that it wasn't the disciple generation that he was most looking forward to, but the disciple grandchildren. Fang Liang and Morongqi had already surpassed Sun Chang'an and Yang Tiantong, displaying their talent and qi to the fullest. In particular, Morongqi can be focused on cultivation. Perhaps the heavy lifting of decapitating the vermilion bird would be done by him. Han Jie thought silently as he was about to continue his cultivation. Master, you've opened your eyes, just in time. The Fusang tree has moved again. The sword of enlightenment spoke. When Han Jie heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Why? The Wudao sword shook his head. I'm not sure, but in recent times, the Fusang tree has been shaking at night, and your disciples are worried. Han Jie got up and walked out of the cave. As soon as they saw Han Jie, Sun Chanan, the chaotic heavenly dog, and the black prison chicken hastily knelt down. Han Jie raised his eyes to see that the two golden crows were still napping on the tree. They did not leave the fuchsia tree. Why is the Fusang tree shaking? Don't invite trouble again. Master, I definitely did not leave the Fusang tree. Even if I left, it wouldn't take more than an incense stick of time. The black prison chicken hurriedly assured him, his tone filled with trepidation. Han Jie ignored it and instead probed his divine sense into the Fusang tree, trying to see if there was an abnormality within. The fuchsia tree was healthy and vibrant, not like something was wrong. Han Jie was puzzled. Boom! The heavens and earth roared as an explosion like a thunderbolt from a clear sky suddenly rang out, startling the Wudao sword and the others. Even all the disciples of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect were startled. The two golden crows on the Fusang tree immediately raised their necks and looked in the same direction, their eyes full of hostility. Chapter 142, 5th level of the Mahayana realm. True Dragon Descendant. What's that noise? What's going on? Could it be that someone has blown up the ferry? I don't know. It seems to be coming from outside the clan. Mother asterisk 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 her. I almost got screwed out of my mind. I'm smithing. My precious materials are all ruined. Could it be an enemy attack? The disciples of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect were in a state of shocked deliberation, and the elders also came out to survey the situation in all directions. Han Jie noticed the abnormality of the two little golden crows and couldn't help but follow their gaze, but he couldn't see any divine beasts or demonic birds. The mountains and rivers around the Jade Clear Sacred Sect were also safe and sound, and had not suffered any damage, so it was obvious that the previous loud noise had come from a very distant place. Han Jie used the simulated trial to detect no demonic beasts or divine beasts within a 100-mile radius. He didn't let his guard down and waited patiently. Soon, the 9 cauldrons and Li Qingzi arrived and inquired about the situation. Han Jie shook his head. I'm not sure what happened. The black prison chicken, Sun Chanan, and the Sword of Enlightenment all had the good sense not to mention the abnormality of the Fusang tree. They only belonged to Han Jie, not to the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. I hope there won't be another major disaster, Li Qingzi said with a heavy sense of worry. He had been busy with his cultivation lately, and after breaking through the transformation spirit, his cultivation couldn't grow any further, making him sad. Even though he had practiced hard to become an immortal mountain with abundant aura, his qualifications limited his cultivation. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. You guys go back to minding the clan. You can't mess up yourselves. Han Jie opened his mouth. The 9 cauldrons and Li Qingzi nodded their heads and stopped interrupting. After they left, Han Jie re-looked to the sky. What the hell was that? The Fusang tree shook every night after the giant sound of the heavens and earth appeared, but the presence it attracted never appeared, and so it went on for 6 months. The 9 cauldrons came to visit again. The loud noise half a year ago was a movement coming from the demon race. An ancient ferocious beast came out, named the 3-headed Jiao King. This Jiao has a mixed bloodline, has wings, can ride the wind and call the rain, has a ferocious nature, and isn't too far away from our great Yen. The nine-tripod realist opened his mouth, his face grave. A three-headed scaly king? Han Jie asked. Has this demon unified the demon race? That's not true. It said that the demon race also rejects him. He's a glutton. When he used to be the demon king, he ate the demons under him at every turn, and the demons are unwilling to serve him. The nine-tripod realist replied. Han Jie breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the demon race was going to start a great war in the world just like the demon path before. But fortunately, the three-headed Jiao King shall not be allowed to have a demon heart. So here's the question. The Fusang tree was shaking, indicating that the three-headed Jiao King had come out for the Fusang tree. Why is the three-headed Jiao King so late? Is it vigilance? Or are you plotting something? Han Jie couldn't figure it out, and since he couldn't, he could only take the Book of Doom. The Nine Cauldrons realist spoke some more about the recent developments of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, and he intended to cultivate Morongqi to be the grand disciple of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, with the power to order all the disciples of the sect, and in addition to his status not being as good as that of an elder, his substantive power would be higher than that of an elder. Han Jie didn't have an opinion on this, letting the Nine Cauldrons look after it. Morongqi was truly a surprise to the Nine Cauldrons, not expecting this son's natural talent to be so terrifying. The Nine Cauldrons were even wondering if the other disciples under Han Jie would be so powerful. However, he didn't dare to ask more questions. It was good enough for Han Jie to make Morongqi work for the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. After the Nine Cauldrons realist left, Han Jie directly took out the Book of Doom and began to curse the three-headed Jiao King. The northern border of Great Yen, the Dianchang Demon King was kneeling on the snow and shivering. In front of him, in the midst of the sky of flying snow, there were three pairs of scarlet eyes. The eyes were even bigger than the Dianchang Demon King, and its original body was bound to be incomparably huge. The direction you are talking about may be from the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. I advise you, it is better to give up this idea. The Dianchang Demon King said in a trembling voice. The fear that this demon in front of him brought to him reminded him of the Green Python Great Sage from before. There have been more than enough. Three-headed Jiao King. A hoarse voice followed. The Jade Clear Sacred Sect is strong? It's very strong. There could be an immortal living inside. Nonsense. How can an immortal live in the mortal world? Anyway, it's very strong. Nowadays, in the whole world, the Jade Clear Sacred Sect is definitely the most terrifying place. I even think that the Heavenly Immortal Mansion is not as terrifying as the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. At those words, the three-headed Jiao King was silent. The three-headed Jiao King was originally sleeping underground, absorbing the earth's aura, but as the Fusang tree continued to grow, it finally awakened him from his slumber. He broke through the surface of the earth, trying to find the treasure that had attracted him from the underworld, but for some reason, he was inexplicably chilled during the rush. I always feel like I'm going to die on this trip. Thus, the three-headed Jiao King did not dare to go forward easily. He began to slow down, asking about the demons along the way as he hurried along. He gets a uniform answer. If there were treasures in Great Yen that attracted him, they would definitely be treasures within the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. Then if it's the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, don't go. Previously, Shudo flew vociferously into Great Yen and flew to the Jade Clear Sacred Sect and died. Previously, the Green Python Great Sage was unstoppable and died when he hit the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. These things may have faded into oblivion in the human race, but in the demon race they are still horrifying legends that terrify the demons. Could it be that the Jade Clear Sacred Sect really can't go? The three-headed Jiao King thought silently. He was at the 6th level of the Mahayana realm. Who in the world can kill him? But the feeling of unease was really there. The Dianchang Demon King was apprehensive, fearing that the three-headed Jiao King would become enraged and eat him. Eventually, the three-headed Augur King walked away. The Dianchang Demon King breathed a sigh of relief. 13 years have passed. Han Jie broke through to the 5th level of the Mahayana realm. The Fusang tree had also been shaking for 13 years, and Han Jie even suspected that the Fusang tree was doing it on purpose. This could be a predatory behavior, similar to cannibalistic flowers. With the two golden crows around, the mortal demons and divine beasts probably wouldn't dare to come. However, Han Jie was still cautious and would test the Jade Clear Sacred Sect every so often to prevent demons from sneaking in. After the breakthrough, Han Jie consolidated his cultivation while detecting the existence of the highest cultivation within the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. Three-headed Jiao King, 6th level of the Mahayana realm, descended from a true dragon. Sure enough it came. Han Jie narrowed his eyes. A true dragon descendant? Background? Han Jie first had a wave of mock trials with the three-headed Jiao King. This guy is so brittle. It's straight up seconds for him. Han Jie began to detect the location of the three-headed Jiao King, and immediately, he was speechless. The three-headed Jiao King unexpectedly changed into a young male disciple, kneeling at the foot of the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain with several other disciples, wanting to worship Han Jie as his master. Ever since Sun Chahan, Morongqi, and Feng Liang had succeeded. There had been disciples kneeling at the foot of the mountain of bitter immortality, who didn't dare to clamor and quietly kowtowed. Especially with the rise of Morongqi, the disciples were even more eager for the divine beheading elder. What kind of path is this? Han Jie thought as he stroked his chin. Forget it, keep him on his knees. Han Jie closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. 1 year later, the three-headed Zhao King was still kowtowing. Han Jie felt that this was not the way to go on, so he had Sun Chang'an go and pick up the three-headed Zhao King, and just in case something happened to Sun Chang'an, he had the 2 golden crows land on both of Sun Chang'an's shoulders to protect him. The golden crow's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Mahayana realm, and 2 7th-level Mahayanites would be unable to defeat a 6th-level Mahayana realm? Chapter 143, 700 years old, Tai Yi Supreme Treasure. On the way down the mountain, Sun Chanan's body stiffened and her pace was very unnatural. The 2 golden crows were on his shoulders and he was really scared. In case these 2 little guys accidentally ignited the sun true flame, he would instantly be nothing. Passing halfway up the mountain, Yang Tiandong, who was practicing, curiously asked, "Senior brother, where are you going?" Master said that there is a viable talent at the bottom of the mountain and asked me to go and bring him up. Sun Chang'an answered truthfully. Yang Tiantong frowned slightly when he heard this. Another apprentice? No way. This time, I'm also taking on an apprentice. Morongqi and Feng Liang's qualifications were extremely coveted by Yang Tiantong, and he wanted disciples like that as well. I'll go with you and check it out. Aha! Sun Shan'an wasn't stupid and could guess and understand Yang Tiandong's small mind, but he didn't care. Honestly, he really didn't want to take on an apprentice. He felt like an empty shelf, and his own disciples were being taught by their masters. The disciples clearly respected his master more. If one day, Han Jie asked Morongqi and Feng Liang to kill him, he believed that these 2 brats would definitely not hesitate. The master and brothers each came to the foot of the mountain. Sun Chang'an opened the spell formation and called the 3-headed Zhao King in, and the other disciples cast envious, jealous looks at the 3-headed Zhao King. When the 3-headed Zhao King saw the 2 fire crows on Sun Chang'an's shoulders, his heart beat wildly. The 2 little golden crows were staring at him with deadly hostility. What kind of bird is this? It actually scares me. The 3-headed Zhao King's heart set off shocking waves. In this mortal world, this was the first time he had encountered a being that could make him tremble in his bloodline. The most crucial thing was that Yang Tiandong and Sun Chang'an were so weak. How did they get these 2 mysterious fire crows? Dare I ask the 2 seniors who is the divine beheading elder? The 3-headed Zhao King asked cautiously. Sun Chang'an said expressionlessly, Elder Zhanshin is our master. You are not qualified to see them yet. Yang Tiantong laughed. Don't be in a hurry, senior. Master, let us take you up. He must be looking after you. The attitudes of the 2 were a stark contrast, making the 3-headed Zhao King puzzled. The 3-headed Zhao King could only press down his doubts and follow the 2 up the mountain. The 2 little golden crows kept staring at him, making him extremely uncomfortable. It didn't take long. They came to the top of the mountain, and the 3-headed Zhao King was astonished when he saw the fusang tree. It was definitely what he was looking for. The 3-headed Zhao King held back his excitement. He noticed another black chicken in the fuchsia tree and a white dog underneath. These are the demonic pets of Elder Zhinshin? From today onwards, you will first cultivate under the tree. As to whether or not you can pay homage to the master, it will depend on your performance. After dropping these words, Sun Chang'an walked to the edge of the cliff and looked towards the sky in a daze, his back extremely despondent. Like a dog, in recent years, he would always think of Qianer, causing him to be unable to concentrate fully on his cultivation. A calamity cast by a god or a Buddha is not something that can be resisted by a mortal mind. The 3-headed Zhao King walked to the fusang tree and sat down, and the 2 little golden crows reappeared on the tree. Still staring at him in death, Yang Tiantong sat down beside him and talked to him. As a senior, Yang Tiandong began to recount his experiences over the years, wanting to make the 3-headed Zhao King worship himself. Although the 3-headed Zhao King was very upset, he had to endure it. The more he listened, the more disdainful he became. Dengchuan Demon King? That's the goons in the northern part of Great Yin? The 3-headed Zhao King was stupidly eager to take over the fusang tree, but he wasn't sure about the cultivation level of that divine beheading elder, so he was hesitant. Reason told him that to be able to raise those 2 mysterious fire crows, this goddess beheading elder must be very strong. Wait a little longer. The 3-headed Zhao King sighed in his heart. A few years later, within the innate cave, 3 lines appeared before Han Jie's eyes. Detecting that you are 700 years old and have taken another step forward in life, you have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and break into the world's first prestige. You can get a spiritual treasure. 2. Continue to cultivate and surpass the Mahayana realm as soon as possible. You can get a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Jie didn't hesitate and directly chose to continue cultivating. Heavenly Dao Spirit Stones are good for strengthening magic treasures. Han Jie took out the Heaven's Path Spirit Stone and started the Book of Doom. The Book of Doom is the only magic weapon he has that can remotely scourge his enemies in the upper realms, and it deserves infinite reinforcement. Several days later, the fusion of the Heavenly Dao Spirit Stones was successful. Your Book of Doom has been upgraded from an extreme Tai spiritual treasure to a Tai supreme treasure. The Book of Doom is a treasure of karma. Please use it with caution. Tai supreme treasure? Han Jie raised his eyebrows, suddenly regretting it a bit. Will the Book of Doom backfire on him? Han Jie carefully began to use the Book of Doom to curse Taoist Jie Yan. He didn't dare to use too much spiritual energy to try the effect first. 7 days later, Han Jie put down the Book of Doom as he noticed that his lifespan had actually decreased by tens of years. It seems that he can't have more than 7 days at a time, or he's going to lose his life. He clicked on relationships and began to check his email. Your apprentice grandson Fang Liang was attacked by a demonic beast, X97884. Your friend Kaizi Jinjin has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X170210. Your grandson Morong Chi has broken into the Devil's Abyss and is still alive. Your friend Mo Vengeance absorbed the souls of ghosts and gods and transformed his fortune. Your friend Zhou Fan is being hunted by 10 clans, condensing killing energy. Your partner Xing Hongxian has realized the ancient breathing technique. Your friend Chan Yu has realized the ancient breathing method. Your enemy, Master Jie Yan, has lost 10,000 years of his life due to your curse, and has developed a demon in his heart. Your grandson Fang Liang mistakenly entered the forbidden land of the heavenly immortal mansion and took the 10,000-year-old holy fruit. His qualification soared. Han Jie was instantly happy to see what happened to Taoist Jie Yan. He felt like he could curse Taoist Jie Yan to death. His loss of a few decades of life could reduce the life of Taoist Jie Yan by 10,000 years. It's outrageous. Han never wanted to take any chances. Although he had a lifespan of over 100,000 years, if he messed around like this too often, sooner or later he would harm himself. Next time, curse up to 6 days. No more. Slowly grind down Jie Yan Daorun in Zhuyao. Han Jie thought triumphantly. He turned his attention to the outside of the cave, where the three-headed Zhao King was still cultivating under the Fusang tree, accompanied by Yang Tiantong. Over the years, the three-headed Zhao King had behaved honestly. Han Jie decided to have a showdown with him. You go out and call the new kid in, and when he goes out, you come back in. Han Jie opened his mouth and commanded. At those words, the Sword of Enlightenment immediately got up and left. The three-headed Zhao King was inexplicably apprehensive after hearing the Enlightenment Sword's transmission. Yang Tiandong patted his shoulder and laughed. The opportunity has come. Master is going to teach you divine abilities. The three-headed Zhao King secretly disliked it, but on the surface, he nodded his head smilingly. He carefully walked inside the innate cave. Boom! The stone door of the cave closed, making the three-headed Zhao King even more nervous. The three-headed Zhao King came to kneel in front of Han Jie, and the first time he saw Han Jie, he was stunned. What a handsome man! It was the first time he had seen such a good-looking face. Ugh! What was I thinking? The three-headed Zhao King felt that he had been infected by Yang Tiantong, and his psyche began to twist. Thinking this way, he hated Yang Tiantong even more. Han Jie said expressionlessly, Three-headed Zhao King, 6th level of the Mahayana realm. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. To become a mountain guardian general of the mountain of immortality of bitterness, and to be allowed to cultivate under the divine tree on weekdays. 2. Die. The three-headed Zhao King raised his head violently and looked at him in horror. Chapter 144, Heavenly Court Plan. Fang Liang returns. He knows my identity and cultivation? How? The three-headed Zhao King's heart set off shocking waves. He had an innate divine ability to conceal his cultivation and true nature. So why was he still discovered by Elder Divine Beheader? What does that mean? It means that the other side is far stronger than him. Han Jie spoke with incomparable calm, not like he was bluffing. The three-headed Zhao King had an intuition that if he stood up, he would definitely be put to death. Not even a chance to escape. Han Jie stared at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to give an answer. As long as the three-headed Zhao King dared to say a single word of no, or tried to escape, then to hell with it. The Fusang tree had already been exposed, and this kind of divine tree could not be rumored. Han Jie is not afraid of offending the true dragon behind the three-headed Zhao King. Dragons are inherently absurdly good at sowing seeds, and the devil knows how many descendants of true dragons there are. The three-headed Zhao King gritted his teeth and asked, who exactly is senior? Han Jie said, the 6 paths of reincarnation. My body does not enter the 5 elements, and my soul does not fall into reincarnation. The three-headed Augur King was uncertain. He was still a little hesitant. Just to be a watchdog for the other side? Han Jie asked, you think I'm bluffing? Otherwise, if you take one of my fingers and if you survive, you should die as well. No. The The three-headed Zhao King waved his hands in a hurry, almost dying of fright. He immediately bowed his head and gritted his teeth. I, three-headed Zhao King, will be the mountain guarding general under senior from now on. When the mountain is there, the demons will be there. And when the mountain is destroyed, the demons will die. Han Jie got up, came to him, raised his hand to touch his head, and quietly punched in the 6 seals. Follow me around. You won't lose out. This will be your greatest chance in this life. Han Jie said softly. The three-headed Zhao King hurriedly thanked Han Jie. But no goodwill was generated. That's good. You still have to be watched back there. And if you're not right, you're just going to be put to death. Han Jie thought silently. Afterwards, he let the three-headed Zhao King leave the cave. He transmitted his voice to the 2 little golden crows and kept his eyes on the three-headed Zhao King. The little golden crow desperately longed to eat the three-headed Zhao King, but currently, the three-headed Zhao King hadn't done anything bad and hadn't developed hatred towards Han Jie. Han Jie felt that he could cultivate it. When he surpassed the vermilion bird and ascended again, he would definitely have to take the bitter cultivation into Immortal Mountain with him. By that time, his disciples and grandchildren might also reach the threshold of ascension, and the stronger the power of the mountain of asceticism into immortality, the better. The three-headed Zhao King returned to the Fusang tree, and Yang Tiandong asked in surprise, so fast? As soon as he saw him, the three-headed Zhao King became upset and grunted. Well, from now on, I am the guardian general of the bitter cultivation into Immortal Mountain. A mountain guardian general? That's right, I am the three-headed Zhao King of the 6th level of the Mahayana realm. I'm done pretending, so get the hell away from me. What? Yang Tianton was shocked. The black prison chicken, the sword of enlightenment, Sun Chanan, and the chaotic heavenly dog looked at him in surprise. The human head of the three-headed Zhao King violently turned into 3 Zhao dragon heads, frightening Yang Tianton to tumble out and crawl away from him. Seeing this reaction from him, the three-headed Zhao King was happy. What you said about the Daiyin Chang Demon King is just as weak as you are when facing this king, the three-headed Zhao King said proudly. Hearing Yang Tiantong's shame, wishing to find a crack in the ground, Han Jie didn't say anything as he witnessed all of this from within his cave. The fact that the three-headed Zhao King revealed his identity to himself was satisfying to him. At least it showed that the three-headed Zhao King didn't care about fame, and it would also make the others wary of him. Han Jie once again entered a state of cultivation. Inside a Taoist temple, sandalwood incense filled the air, as if immortal mist was curling up. An old Taoist who was meditating and cultivating suddenly vomited blood and his state followed suit. He opened his eyes and wiped the blood from the side of his mouth, his face grimacing as he gritted his teeth. Damn it! Who the hell is cursing me? How many years? That mysterious power of the curse was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't even remember exactly how many times he'd been cursed. That's right, he was Taoist Jieyan, the master of the Green Python Great Sage, Luo Kumo's master, and Han's enemy. Although Taoist Jieyan was cursing, there was more trepidation in his heart. The other party must be a person of great power. The power of the recent curse had even begun to shake his Tao foundation. So what the hell? At this rate, will he be cursed to death? Taoist Jieyan gritted his teeth, took out a jade slip from his sleeve, and poured spiritual energy into it. After a while, a silhouette rose from the jade simplicity, emanating a green light all over his body, and it was impossible to see his real face and clothes. What is it, Elder? I've been cursed. I count. Taoist Jieyan waited apprehensively. The silhouette of green light said in astonishment, I can't even calculate. Have you offended someone? Taoist Jieyan was aggrieved and said, since my ascension, I've been in seclusion, so where could I have offended someone? Weird. The glazed figure muttered to himself. The Jieyan Taoist was even more terrified. Even this senior couldn't figure it out. Then wouldn't he be dead? Recently, the heavenly court was attacked by the demon saint. The devil race took this opportunity to disturb many mortal worlds. You just ascended thousands of years ago. You may be related to the mortal world's chi, at most 1,000 years. When the heavenly court is slowed down, the heavenly court will clean up the devil race's forces in the mortal world. There are some mortal worlds that have been corrupted too deeply by the demons. They will have to be cleaned up when the time comes. I will take this opportunity to make you a heavenly soldier. Take advantage of it. The glowing silhouette spoke, his words surprising Taoist Jieyan. Taoist Jieyan immediately said, the mortal world I'm in has been invaded by the demon race, and I was planning to descend to the mortal world in a few hundred years to check it out. Well, it's good to go down to the earth in advance to understand the situation, so that when the time comes, you can provide intelligence for the heavenly court. The green light silhouette disappeared, and Taoist Jieyan carefully retrieved the jade slip. Damn demon race, how dare you curse me? Taoist Jieyan thought with hatred that when he descended to the earth, he would definitely break the devil race's plot. Spring goes to fall. 11 years rushed by. Han Jie smoothly broke through to the 6th level of the Mahayana realm. This day, Fong Liang is back. The Black Hell Chicken, Chaotic Heavenly Dog, Sun Chanan, Morong Chi, Enlightenment Sword, and Yang Tiantong all surrounded him. Fong Liang had actually reached the void melting realm. The crowd was shocked. Morong Chi was stuck at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm and originally thought that his progress was already outrageous. But he didn't expect Fong Liang to be even more exaggerated. The Black Prison Chicken was depressed. What it had feared before had finally happened. It would probably not be able to beat Fong Liang and Morong Chi teaming up now. Sun Chanan was also depressed, and was finally left far behind by his disciple. Yang Tiantong's envy turned into jealousy. He also wanted such a disciple. The Chaos Tengu was dumbfounded. The ugly monk's disciples are better than it? I've encountered quite a few chances over the years. That's why I'm in the realm I'm in now. Fong Liang humbly laughed, but it was obvious to the crowd that he had changed. Become more confident and spirited than ever before. The three-headed Jiao King was disdainful. A mere Rongshu realm could make them so shocked? The two little golden crows suddenly landed on Fong Liang's shoulder and rubbed his face affectionately. Fong Guchi asked. These two little guys are. The Black Prison Chicken laughed evilly. The Chicken Master was born. Before the master caught a firebird for the Chicken Master. Before it could finish its words, the two little golden crows twisted their heads to look at it, frightening it so much that it didn't dare to speak again. Chapter 145, 7th level of the Mahayana realm. Earthly ceiling. Senior brother. It's been a long time. Why don't you and I team up to battle the Black Hell ****? Morong Chi squeezed his eyebrows and laughed. He couldn't stand to see the Black Prison Chicken pretending to be a pussy. Upon hearing this, Fong Liang laughed cheerfully. Great. I haven't seen you in years. But the Black Jail Chicken is still such a... The Black Jailbird yawned and pretended not to hear. The crowd sat down and started chatting. Fong Liang recounted his experiences over the years, fighting demons and devils and ghosts, and now he had become the heavenly pride of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, and was extremely famous within the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. The three-headed Jiao King pretended not to care, but was actually eavesdropping. This kid's talent is so terrifying? The three-headed Jiao King was secretly terrified. Are all the Elder Zhanshan's hands filled with heavenly talents? It seemed that other than Yang Tiandong, everyone else's natural talent was outstanding. In the meantime, a line popped up in front of Han Jie's eyes. The three-headed Jiao King has grown fond of you. Current favorability is 2 stars. Han Jie felt that there was something wrong with the three-headed Jiao King. Brains. The good feeling came inexplicably. Han Jie didn't care too much. He was also eavesdropping on Fong Liang's experience. If Su Qi is a bumpy immortal hero, then Fong Liang is a riotous metaphysical fantasy. Over the years, there were only a handful of times that he had been seriously injured, most of which were when he had traveled across the 8 directions, with opportunities coming to him one after another. The crowd listened with emotion. Fong Liang is awesome. Even Morong Chi was a bit impressed. Several hours later, Fong Liang got up and went to visit Han Jie. After entering the cave, Fong Liang knelt in front of Han Jie. He was so excited that he even had the urge to burst into tears. Han Jie revealed a smile and said, "How do you feel about this experience?" Fong Liang excitedly said, "My disciple grandson finally understands the good intentions of my master ancestor. The training has indeed transformed me. I became a heavenly pride in the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, and I am conscious that all the chances that I can get have been obtained, and that there is no need for any more chances. So I am back." The disciple grandson still wants to cultivate at the knee of the master ancestor and practice the great Tao diligently. After reaching the void melting realm, Fong Liang really didn't need chances. Nowadays he had everything in terms of feats, divine abilities, spells, and magic treasures. He just needed to keep accumulating his cultivation. The grandchildren talked for a long time. Fong Liang left and came to the Fusang tree to find a spot to meditate. The Sword of Enlightenment returned to the cave, looked at Han Jie, and asked, "Master, do you think I should go on an adventure?" Fong Liang's experience made the crowd apoplectic. They also want all kinds of opportunities. Han Jie asked, "Why are you practicing? Experiences can gain chances. What is the use of chance? It can get stronger." Getting stronger for what? Protect the master. I need your protection? The Sword of Enlightenment thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. She cocked her head and asked, "And what is the meaning of my existence to my master?" Han Jie said seriously, "Companionship, pleasing to the eye. You just need to cultivate on the ground and be able to keep up with everyone." Upon hearing this, the guru's sword couldn't help but blossom, and his smile became even more beautiful. In Han Jie's opinion, as long as the enlightened sword cultivated at ease, it would become an immortal god sooner or later, and there was no need to go on a rampage. What's more, not everyone who practiced had Fong Liang's effect. There is only one Fong Liang. In the end, all of them didn't propose the idea of an adventure to Han Jie, especially Yang Tiantong and Chaos Tengu. They're really scared. Don't dare go out again. The mountain of asceticism into immortality is not too boring, and they can still chat and discuss the Tao and even fight when they are not doing anything. Han Jie also allowed them to head to the inner gate cities to wander around, which was already pretty good. At the same time, the disciples and God's favorites were all a bit worried in their hearts, worried about Han Jie ascending. With the strength Han Jie had shown, he wasn't far from ascending. What will they do when Han Jie ascends? Under Morong Chi's call, everyone decided to cultivate hard and strive to ascend with Han Jie. Han definitely had a better feeling about Morong Chi. Morong Chi is not only gifted and bold, but also has leadership skills. Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being a former divine palace war god. The god of war is not only strong in personal cultivation, but also in command of the army. 19 years later, Han Jie broke through to the 7th level of the Mahayana realm. A hint of excitement finally appeared in his ancient heart. The 7th level of the Mahayana realm. The human ceiling is close. At most 20 years a layer of the minor realm. Maybe in 50 years he would surpass the Mahayana realm. Cool. Han Jie took out the Book of Doom and started cursing Zhu Yao. He experimented with it, and as long as the curse didn't last more than 6 days, it didn't wear out his life. He pulled up the personals and checked his email. Your friend Mo Vengeance has been attacked by a righteous monk, X54427. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X74200. Your best friend, Ji Xianshen, has had an epiphany of the Tai divine power, which is astounding. Your friend Huang Jihao has condensed the heart of the sword, and his sword intent is heavenly. Your friend 9 Tripod Realist has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X743. Your divine pet, the Black Hell Chicken, has awakened to its past life's power. Your enemy Vermilion Bird has a demon in his heart because of your curse. Aside from the difficult pair of Mo Vengeance and Zhou Fan, the number of times the others had encountered attacks was not exaggerated. Han Jie scanned through it, and most of it was news about obtaining a chance. He wondered a little, have these buddies been playing chicken all these recent years? For some reason, Han Jie inexplicably had a strong sense of unease. It always felt wrong. As a Mahayana realm cultivator, the ability to have premonitions was real. It's a sense of the way of heaven. No way. Gotta ask Lao. Han Jie began to comprehend his sword intent. His reincarnation sword intent had never been improved, and it was just the right time to improve it. 1 month later, the heavenly dome regenerated visions. The world's cultivators were calm. Only the mortals felt surprised. Decades is a lifetime for mortals. It's rare to see a celestial event like this once in a lifetime. Han Jie once again came to the long river of Sword Dao. He quickly stepped in front of Battle Lone Star. Battle Lone Star smiled and asked, "What is it that you came to ask this time?" Ever since Han Jie's frequent arrivals, it caused Battle Lone Star to usually not be able to help but wonder when that kid would come. He even suspected he was ill. Elder, quite a few great Chi-Luckers have appeared in our mortal world recently, and all of them have gained their chances within the same period of time. Do you think this is reasonable? Han Jie asked. Battle Lone Star said, "It's normal for there to be people with great fortune in the mortal world. Even in the upper realm, there are quite a few people with great fortune, but people with great fortune is not equal to the strong. And the strong don't necessarily have great fortune, so you're probably overthinking it." Han Jie frowned, "But there's always some uneasiness in my heart." Battle Lone Star hesitated for a moment and said, "There is indeed a possibility that people have flashbacks, and so does the Heavenly Tao. The mortal Heavenly Tao may have a premonition that trouble is about to befall it. This is the Heavenly Tao's self-rescue action. Trouble in the mortal world?" Han Jie became even more uneasy. Battle Lone Star continued, "Counting like this, I do understand something. It may be related to the invasion of the devil race into the mortal world. The heavenly court may want to cleanse the devil race. When that time comes, the immortal gods will come down to the earth. If there are too many devils, and the devil way prevails, the heavenly court may directly destroy this side of the mortal world. Although the heavenly Tao is a rule, never think of it as too simple." Chapter 146, Cleaning Up the Devil's Path. The three sovereigns are helpless. Destroy the mortal world? Han Chang was shocked. So ruthless? He quickly asked, "Can the heavenly court still be considered heavenly court when it does this? It is inhumane to overthrow a side of the mortal world at every turn." "How is this? Thousands of mortals. The extermination of a mortal in the upper realm can't make waves at all. Besides, just the mortals are exterminated. All beings can still be put into the 6 paths of reincarnation." Reincarnation. Besides, are there fewer races that mortals have exterminated? When mortals think about the heavenly court, they shouldn't make themselves the main focus. Battle Lone Star waved his hand, feeling that Han Jie's idea was a bit ridiculous. When Han Jie heard it, he felt that it made a few sense. To put it bluntly, it's still the underdog. Whoever makes the rules, calls the shots. Han Jie asked, "How much longer does the celestial court have to clean up the demon race?" Battle Lone Star replied, "A short period of hundreds of years, or thousands of years. It won't be too long." The power behind the demon saint is about to talk with the heavenly court. It's a pity that the demon saint is still being kept in the dark. Han Jie looked odd as he asked, is that demon saint the great sage of Qi Tian, Sun Wukong? No. Oh, Han Jie thought he had come to the Western world. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Han Jie continued on, realizing that he was inside his own body. Han Jie consolidated his understanding of the reincarnation sword intent. The reincarnation sword intent had also been successfully raised to the Tai level, and his strength could only be described as being more comprehensive, and he hadn't gotten a boost in the strength of his attacks. Still have to improve my cultivation. After consolidating his sword intent, Han Jie took out the Book of Doom and began to curse the Vermilion Bird and the Jayan Daoist. No matter what you achieve, you must never forget your heart and your enemies. 12 days later, Han Jie continued to cultivate. The pressure brought on by the heavenly court could be considered enormous, and it had been a long time since Han Jie had felt such pressure. During that time, he summoned Fong Liang to come to the cave. The heavenly court in the upper realm is preparing to hunt down and kill the devil race. Our mortal world is being invaded by the devil race. We will most likely be treated by the heavenly court as a subordinate force of the devil race, and will end up being purged, with the entire realm of living beings being massacred, transmigrating into the cycle of reincarnation, and reincarnating again. If you want to avoid this calamity, you have to notify the heavenly immortal mansion, and let them call on the cultivation realm to eradicate the devil race forces, and get rid of the suspicion. The matter shall not be said to have come from me, but you shall say that you were instructed by a land god, Han Jie said seriously, and at those words, Fong Liang's eyes widened, and the enlightenment sword that he was cultivating couldn't help but open his eyes as well. Fong Liang's face changed greatly as he asked, Master Ancestor, is this matter true? When will the heavenly court act? 1,000 years at most. Remember, it's the most. Recently many heavenly prides have gained great opportunities. It's a return of the mortal heavenly ways, wanting to rely on the power of all beings to protect themselves. The apprentice grandson will immediately send a message to the heavenly immortal mansion, never revealing that it was the master ancestor who said it. Fong Liang left in a hurry. The Wudao sword asked curiously, Master, how do you know about the upper realms? Han Jie said, I have connections in the upper realm. What relationship? Unspeakable. Han Jie closed his eyes and said no more. In the heart of the Gautama sword, his image was once again elevated. 2 years later, Fong Liang received a reply saying that the heavenly immortal mansion had taken his advice and started to notify all the sects in the world. Less than 3 more years passed before the 9 cauldrons came to visit. Han Jie noticed that his chi and blood were a bit disorganized, and he hadn't been beaten up a lot over the recent years of going out to practice. Elder Han, the heavenly immortal province has called on all the sects in the world to hunt down and kill the devil's way, saying that due to the invasion of the devil's race, the immortal gods feel that our mortal world has become the devil's mortal world, and they fear that we will encounter the wrath of the heavens, and that the mortals will need to save themselves, and that we of the Jade Clearance Sacred Sect, being the #1 sacred place in the Great Swallow, have received the letter from the heavenly immortal province. So what do you think we should do? The 9 cauldrons were agonized. What is this called? As far as he was concerned, the heavenly immortal mansion was just pulling the wool over his eyes. Han Jie said solemnly, this matter is true, so if the Jade Clear Sacred Sect can contribute, do so. How can mortals resist in the face of the heavenly court, the overlord of the upper world? One could only try their best to disassociate themselves from the demon race. When the 9 cauldrons realist heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. Even Han Jie said so it seemed to be true. He didn't say much and soon left. Han never felt good about the heavenly immortal mansion. The heavenly immortal mansion actually really believed it, which if in some miles, must not believe it, thus leading to a great catastrophe, forcing the protagonist to rely on himself. And after saving the world, all the world's beings were shocked, and the holy places were remorseful, while at the same time respecting the protagonist even more. Ahem! Han Jie thought for a second and felt naive again. Perhaps the heavenly immortal mansion also had connections in the upper realm. After all, the heavenly immortal mansion had countless ascendants throughout the generations, so there must be someone who remembered the old days, and after learning the news, they might have quietly disclosed the information to the heavenly immortal mansion. As a holy land, it was impossible for the heavenly immortal mansion to believe the alarmist words of a mysterious person for no reason. Regardless, with the heavenly immortal mansion and other holy places taking over this matter, Han Jie would be able to cultivate in peace. After cultivating, Han Jie would pay attention to the 3 Mo people. There were more and more people from the same Mo family. Mo Vengeance and the others really didn't have the heart to fight. They just wanted to find a place to hide. But Mo Vengeance's demonic aura was too strong, and he often encountered chivalrous and righteous cultivators attacking him. Because of his personal and private feelings, Han Jie was also worried that something bad had happened to Emoju and Mo Revenge. But what should be persuaded? Han Jia had already persuaded. Everyone has their own path. Han would never be able to take the entire Mo family to the mountain of bitterness and immortality. As soon as he opens this mouth, his disciples and grandchildren will beg him to take in more people in the future. Who doesn't have feelings in the red world? Who doesn't have someone they care about? In the dark cave, the blood demon ancestor, the white-haired demon nun, and the greedy demon Rohan sat around each other. A cloud of demonic energy was suspended between them. The world's righteous paths are joining hands. The devil path is suffering greatly. At this rate, it won't take hundreds of years, not to revive the devil race. I'm afraid that even the devil path will be cleaned up. Blood demon old ancestor laughed bitterly. An ice-cold voice came out from the demonic aura. Humph, don't be afraid. Soon this seat will send a batch of true demons to come, and then we'll bloodwash the heavenly immortal mansion to deter the righteous path. As the words fell, the demonic aura dispersed. Greedy demon Rohan frowned and asked, "Didn't Elder Jian say that he told us not to meddle in the affairs of the demon race?" The white-haired demonic nun shook her head. "It's not that we want to intervene, but if we wait any longer, before Senior Jian descends to the earth, I'm afraid that we'll die under the Ji Immortal God. And nowadays, the three of us are no match for the Ji Immortal God." Greedy devil Rohan was silent. The blood demon old ancestor sighed. "We have become pawns. Any ambition is not worth mentioning. It's good to survive. Even if we want to ascend, there's no place for us to cross the threshold now. The heavenly immortal mansion is watching us too closely. So the solution today is to ask the demon race for help." The three once mighty demon Dao reverends all laughed bitterly and sighed. Ascension takes time, and if you are attacked during the passage, you are likely to die. The blood demon ancestor was then interrupted by an ascension tribulation. Greedy demon Rohan gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, the reason why the demon monarch ascended, could it be that she got some information in advance? When she ascended, the heavenly immortal mansion didn't interfere. How come it's our turn?" At the mention of the demon monarch, the three dignitaries were outraged. "You can ascend. Why don't you take us with you?" Chapter 147 8th level of the Mahayana realm, True Demon Invasion. 12 years later, Han Jia broke through to the 8th level of the Mahayana realm, and with pressure came motivation, and his cultivation speed was even faster than before. After the breakthrough, Han Jia habitually took out the Book of Doom and cursed while checking his emails. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X4729. Your friend Kaizi Jinjin has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X110332. Your disciple Morongqi has been attacked by the righteous monks, X78. Your friend Huangji Hao has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X74110. Your friend 9 Tripod Realist has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X85. Your grandson Fang Liang realized the way of heaven while practicing and his moral power has risen greatly. Your partner, Shen Changjun, has gained the divine path of Qi. Your friend Wataru Bitter has been attacked by an immortal and his life hangs in the balance. The whole thing is full of demonic attacks, but this time, it was no longer the devil's way sweeping the world, but the devil's way becoming a street rat and being hunted down. Han Jia didn't sympathize. He wasn't a saintly mother. The two paths of righteousness and devilry are inherently incompatible. Previously, when the devil's way swept through the righteous path, how many clans were slaughtered and how many people were tragically poisoned by the devil's cultivator? Perhaps there were many scum in the righteous path, but it was even more unlikely that the devil's path was the one that had been vilified as a devil. As for the righteous devils joining forces to fight against the heavenly court, it was too much bull **** to be possible. The heavenly court was originally on the side of the righteousness, equivalent to the top boss of the righteousness. And now that the top boss suspected that his subordinates were colluding with the enemy, the subordinates were really colluding with the enemy in order to survive? Not to mention, even if the righteous and the devil join hands, they can't stop the heavenly court. And if they do that, will the righteous still be righteous? Han Jia didn't put his hopes entirely on the righteous path. He still had to become stronger on his own. At that time, if the heavenly court insisted on destroying the mortal world, he would have to have the strength to defend himself. Big deal. When the time comes, we'll take our hard work into hiding in the netherworld on Immortal Mountain. Han Jia could still jump to other realms. After all, he had chosen the path of the reincarnation sword immortal, but traveling to other realms could only be done by him alone. He couldn't bring anyone else with him, and since he had absolutely no knowledge of other realms, he couldn't independently choose which realm to jump to either, which meant that jumping to other realms would be a random landing once he cast his reincarnation aptitude. He wouldn't jump to another realm until he had to. Wouldn't it blow up if we jumped to the demon world? Han Jia silently thought that there were still many ways for him to survive. He secretly prayed that the demon saint would make a little more noise and not let the heavenly court come back to its senses in a short period of time. After the curse ended, Han Jia continued to cultivate. He only had one goal right now, and that was to reach the 9th level of the Mahayana realm's great perfection as early as possible. 1 year later, A familiar voice entered Han Jie's ears. Fellow Daoist Guan, come out for a gathering. I won't challenge you this time. Kiss engine. Han Jie frowned. Why was this guy here again? Han Jie thought about it and went out to meet him so that this guy wouldn't make a scene. It was still the same forest, and after decades of not seeing it, Ji Xianshen's aura had more than doubled in strength. This guy goes around slaughtering demonic cultivators and still gets stronger. It's just not heavenly. Han Jie even suspected that he and Huang Jihao had systems that allowed them to swipe and upgrade. Why doesn't my system have this feature? I still have to cultivate myself. Han Jie sighed in his heart. The Ji immortal god looked toward Han Jie with a burning gaze. Fellow Daoist Guan, on behalf of the Celestial Immortal Mansion, I invite you to join me as an elder of the Celestial Immortal Mansion. Are you willing to do so? Thanks to the good intentions of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, it's not necessary. Why? A golden nest is better than your own family's doghouse. Ji Xianshen was stupefied by Han Jie's words. What kind of words were these? He continued. The Heavenly Immortal Mansion has discovered a boundary set up by the Devil Dao. It has connected to an unknown heaven and earth. I'm afraid it's related to the Devil race. We have encountered a heaven and earth opened up by the Devil race before, and I've killed my way in. Would you be interested in going to battle the Devil race with me? Usually heavens and earths like that hide cultivation resources given to the Devil Dao by the Devil race. There might be treasures you need. Han Jie was surprised and asked, the demon race is so weak? When Ji Xianshen heard this, he became irritated. What do you mean? Ahem. I'm not belittling your heavenly immortal mansion. The devil race should be stronger than mortals no matter what. Otherwise why would the Devil Dao honor them? The true demons are trapped in the netherworld and can only send some true demons to preach. The strongest true demon we've encountered is almost at the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. I'll pass, and wish you all the best. Han Jie shook his head, and after he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Ji Xianshen pulled him back and asked, by the way, Fang Liang is related to you? I saw him on the mountain of bitter immortality. Han Jie said, it's fine, just being a guest. That's good. This son's natural talent is powerful, and he's even considered to have a stronger natural talent than me, so I'm going to clean him up. Oh, I remember. He's my apprentice grandson. Ji Xianshen wanted to curse. No wonder Fang Liang is so perverted. There was a saying that after living for thousands of years, apart from Han Jie, Ji Xianshen felt the pressure for the first time. It's not the pressure of strength, it's natural talent. Fang Liang had risen too quickly. Even his master had reminded him that he wanted him to promote Fang Liang more. Farewell. Ji Xianshen waved his sleeve and left. Han Jie shook his head and re-entered the innate cave. Under the Fusan tree, the three-headed Zhao King frowned, while the others couldn't feel the aura of the disciplined immortal god. He did. It's strong. Such a powerful existence faced Han Jie as if he were a child, and he was even more curious about Han Jie's cultivation. 7 years later, Han Jie, who was in the middle of his cultivation, was suddenly disturbed, and he opened his eyes. What's going on? Why are you suddenly so upset? Han Jie frowned tightly, and the Wudao sword opposite him, who was cultivating, also opened his eyes. Master, do you have an uneasy feeling? The sword of enlightenment opened its mouth and asked. Han Jie asked, you have it too? What did you feel? I can't say. It's just depressing. The enlightened sword's reply made Han Jie even more uneasy. Could it be that heaven is attacking? That fast? Just then, 3 lines appeared before Han Jie's eyes. A true demon has been detected invading the mortal world, and the mortal world is in for a great catastrophe. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately, kill all the true devils, and be famous. You'll get a spiritual treasure and a heavenly spirit stone. 2. Continue practicing, stay away from right and wrong, and you can get 1 avatar inheritance. A real demon invasion? Han Jie's eyebrows jumped, so it was the demon race that was making a move. His first reaction was to contact the puppet of heaven and tell Xing Hongxian, Immortal Shi Xian, and Chang Yuer to hurry back to the clan. It was the first time the 3 women heard Han Jie ask them to return so urgently, so they immediately put down the matters in front of them and all returned to the Jade Clear sacred sect. Han Jie silently chose the second option. To be able to cause a great calamity, this batch of true demons was bound to be very strong, and he couldn't take any chances. Taking a shot can be done, preferably with certainty. Immediately, Han Jie detected whether there were any true devils within 100 miles of the Jade Clear sacred sect. Building Prison Blood, 9th level of the Mahayana realm. True Demon Commander. Chapter 148, The Greatest Human Luck, The Past of the Devil Race. You choose to continue your training, stay away from right and wrong, and gain 1 avatar inheritance. Congratulations on acquiring the avatar invocation. Invocation technique, inherited divine ability, can be passed on to others, who can summon you remotely by performing the invocation technique, and can use the invocation technique to return to the place they came from within 1 hour. Han Ju ignored these 3 lines suddenly popping up in front of his eyes, and instead looked at the line of information about Lu Jieblood on it. The true demon commander? How did it come so fast? Was it directed at me? Or did it just happen to appear around the Jade Clear Sacred Sect? Han Jie frowned and became even more nervous. He immediately used the simulation trial to fight against Lu Jieblood. So close. Seconds. However, the aura that Lu Jieblood exuded during the battle could be much stronger than Ji Xianxin and Xin Chengjun. Han Jie began to detect Lu Jieblood's location. This guy was less than 30 miles away from the Jade Clearance Sacred Sect, standing on the top of a mountain without making a move. This is a good opportunity to deter the 3-headed Zhao King. Han Jie thought silently before transmitting his voice to the 3-headed Zhao King. On top of the mountain, a black-robed man looked at the sky from afar. He had white hair, a demonic face with double pupils and lips so red they were dripping blood, and he still looked quite frightening under the sunlight. Floor Prison Blood, the true devil of the demon race. This time, he brought dozens of true devils to the earth. The other true devils went to collect information about the heavenly immortal mansion first, while he was sent by the devil ancestor to the place where the mortal world's chi was the strongest. The devil ancestor told him to destroy this place first, so that the chi of the human race in the mortal world would be greatly reduced, and they would act smoother afterward. Lu Jiexian blood swept with his divine sense. This clan is not strong. It should not be a heavenly immortal mansion. Why is it the place with the strongest chi in the mortal world? He couldn't figure it out and thought it might be a trick, not daring to act rashly. Just then, a figure came speeding in. It was certainly the 3-headed Zhao King, 6th level of the Mahayana realm. Lu Jieblood frowned. The bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain was shrouded by Han Jie's system boundary, and he hadn't found the 3-headed Zhao King when his divine sense had swept through earlier. Sure enough, there's a trick. This place just seems weak, but in reality it may be the most terrifying place in the entire mortal world. The 3-headed Zhao King took out a large halberd and laughed hideously. You're the true demon? Without saying a word, he swung his halberd to kill Lu Jieblood. Lu Jieblood moved. How did the other side know he was a true demon? Could it be that the demon's plans have been leaked long ago? Lu Prison Blood couldn't think too long and quickly fought with the 3-headed Zhao King. 2 Mahayanas. What a terrifying aura. In less than 5 breaths of time, the surrounding mountains and rivers were razed to the ground, and the roar of the battle startled the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, as the elders flew out of the sect and looked nervously into the distance. Lu Prison Blood is worthy of being a true demon commander, indeed far stronger than the 3-headed Zhao King. The demonic aura is monstrous, covering the sky, covering a 10-mile radius, suppressing the 3-headed Zhao King to continuously fall down. The overbearing demonic chi transformed into a long pillar that fell from the sky, forcing the 3-headed Zhao King to constantly dodge in the ruins. Only after engaging in battle for a while, the 3-headed Zhao King was already covered in blood. The 3-headed Zhao King was shocked and angry in his heart, not expecting his opponent to be so strong. This was his first battle after worshipping under Han Jie. Was he about to lose? The 3-headed Zhao King raised his voice to the sky and directly transformed into his true form. A black-scaled Zhao dragon with 3 heads appeared in the heavens and earth, hundreds of feet in length, mighty and domineering, stepping on dragon flames under its 4 claws, with a pair of fleshy wings on its back with a wingspan of 1,000 feet. Lu Jieblood raised his eyebrows and said darkly, "True dragon bloodline?" He raised his right hand and pressed downward, and the rolling demonic chi in the sky transformed into a mountainous black palm that smashed down. In front of this black palm, the huge 3-headed Zhao King was actually like a small snake, pressed to the ground and unable to move. "Master, I can't hold it anymore." The 3-headed Zhao King hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted. The difference in spiritual power was too great, causing him to not even be able to cast many divine abilities and spells in time. Lu Prison Blood's demonic aura was extremely strange, causing the 3-headed Zhao King to be unable to perform the transportation aptitude in the area covered by the demonic aura, and even his speed slowed down a lot, as if he was carrying a 10,000-foot huge mountain on his body. The 3-headed Zhao King had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. He was clearly strong, but from the perspective of an onlooker, he was defenseless, as if he was a clumsy beast, not a Mahayana demon king. Sure enough, there are others. Lu Jieblood's eyes flickered as he secretly thought. Boom! A strong wind suddenly struck, washing away the demonic chi that roamed the sky. Lu Jieblood opened his eyes wide and turned his head to look, only to see a figure speeding towards him. It was certainly Han Jie. Lu Jieblood's soul trembled, sensing an extremely terrifying crisis. He subconsciously took out a black wooden sword and swung it towards Han Jie. The wooden sword had just been lifted, and Han Jie took the lead by raising his finger and shooting out a sword chi. Heaven and Earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. Lu Prison Blood couldn't resist in time, and his fleshly body was directly annihilated by the sword chi. In a flash of lightning, Han Jie lifted his palm and sucked it in, taking Lu Jieblood's soul away. This was the reason why he came out in person. Otherwise he could have stood on the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality and shot the building prison blood. Floor prison blood falls. The demonic aura in heaven and earth collapsed. The black palm suppressing the three-headed Zhao King dissipated afterward, and he looked at Han Jie in shock. The towering Han Jie glanced at him and disappeared into the air. The three-headed Zhao King was so ashamed that he couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into and sleep for tens of thousands of years more. Back inside the innate cave, a line popped up in front of Han Jie's eyes. The three-headed Augur King's favoritism towards you has increased. The current favoritism is 4.5 stars. Han Jie didn't care. Sitting on the bed, his right hand flipped open, and Lu Jie blood soul emerged, and under the binding of the 6 spiritual powers, Lu Jie blood couldn't escape. He looked at Han Jie in horror and said, "You're an immortal? How can mortals be so powerful?" Han Jie asked expressionlessly, "Why did you appear nearby?" Lu Jie blood gritted his teeth and said, "I was just passing by. I didn't intend to harm you guys." As soon as the words left his mouth, a horrifying shock of divine sense slammed into his soul, hurting him so much that he almost screamed. "I was sent here by someone, only because the chi of this place is the greatest in the mortal world, and I'm afraid of death. I beg Senior to spare my life." Lu Jie blood gritted his teeth and said, his soul body trembling unceasingly. Han Jie asked expressionlessly, "Who sent you here?" "Magic. Ancestors. What does the demon ancestor want?" "Blood on earth. And he sent you guys? Are the demons that weak?" Lu Jie blood felt a great insult, but he had to bow his head. He doesn't want to die. He gritted his teeth and said, "The true devils lost in the great heavenly calamity many epochs ago and were sealed in the 6 paths of reincarnation. We true devils were found outside by the devils with much effort. The devil ancestor compelled the ghosts on the bridge of Manhwa, so that those who did not want to be reincarnated would become devils cultivators until they were cultivated to become true devils. There is a heavenly rule restriction in the mortal world. If existences over the Mahayana realm trespassed into the earth, they would alarm the heavenly rules. The heavenly court, the divine palace, and even the Buddhist sect will surely be enraged. So the devil ancestor can only send true devils like us, who are at the 9th level of the Mahayana realm, to infiltrate the earth." Han Jie raised an eyebrow. A question mark popped into his head. Don't the demons and the underworld have a heaven-avoiding stone? Chapter 149 Going to the Great Tao Together. "Something, Elder, as long as you let me go, I will absolutely never come back." Lu Jie blood gritted his teeth. Han Jie's power was beyond his reach, and he could only beg for mercy one after another. Damn! Sure enough, this mission is unreliable. When Lu Hellblood received the demon ancestor's command, his first reaction was to think that there was a pitfall. The plan arranged by the devil to the mortal world is not 1,000 years and 100 years. It has to be calculated in units of 10,000 years, and it has not been successful. Fruity, he had just come to the mortal world and flipped. Lu Prison Blood hated the demon ancestor. "Aren't you comfortable in the underworld? You have to come to the mortal world to cause trouble. The building's Prison Blood has developed a grudge against you, and the current grudge level is 1 star. Han Jie narrowed his eyes. The 1-star hate level is actually okay, nowhere near as bad as an undead situation. Han Jie hesitated to let him go, and even if he did, he would have to imprison his soul. "Can any of the other true demons be stronger than you?" Han Jie asked. Lu Prison Blood bitter smile, "Which is not. The strongest is me, the result of the first time out to encounter you." Han Jie withdrew his hand and imprisoned Lu Jie Blood's soul in his own soul. Might be able to use this guy later. The Wu Dao sword, which had been holding back, couldn't help but ask, "Master, what should we do when the demons attack?" Han Jie calmly said, "Let's take another look, and if we really can't defeat them, we'll run away again." Outside the cave, the 3-headed Zhao King returned to the Fusang tree in ashes. He lowered his head, not daring to face the others. The black hell chicken teasingly laughed. "This is the Zhao King? We need our master to make a move, and you need your master to help you. So tell me, where is the gap between us?" The 3-headed Zhao King almost exploded with anger when he heard this. Fong Lian lamented. That true demon just now was indeed ridiculously strong. It looks like the Zhao King was overwhelmed and powerless, but in reality, the gap between the two sides' strengths was too great. At those words, the 3-headed Zhao King became even more depressed. Sun Chang'an took this opportunity to educate Fong Liang, saying, "You must cultivate well. You and your senior brother will be our hope. In the future, it will still depend on you to relieve master's worries." Yang Tiantong, the 3-headed Zhao King, the black prison chicken, and the chaotic heavenly dog all felt connoted, especially the chaos Tengu. It was already at the bottom of the list, and usually couldn't choke anyone, so it was suffocating in its heart. "No way, I'm going to surpass them." The 2 little golden crows were lying on the branches of the Fusang tree, shaking their heads and looking at these people. They communicate with each other in dainty voices, like children of 6 or 7. "Was that guy strong just now?" It didn't feel that strong. Maybe they're just too weak. Guess so. 1 year later, Han Jie successfully mastered the invocation technique. The invocation technique has a main avatar and a sub-avatar, and by learning the sub-avatar, one can summon someone who has mastered the main avatar. When one learns the divine distraction, one is merely mastering summoning. Han Jie decided to pass on the divine distraction to his disciples and grandchildren. This divine ability could only be given to one's own people. It was impossible to impart it to the entire Jade Clear sacred sect, and even if it was imparted to one's own people, it would have to be said differently. Han Jie called on the Sword of Enlightenment to walk out of the innate cave together and came under the Fusang tree, where he called Su Qi out as well. Morong Qi had already returned and wanted to go out again before, only to be called by Han Jie just to pass on the divine invocation technique. Among the crowd, other than the Black Prison Rooster and Chaotic Tengu, it was the first time the others had seen Su Qi. Fang Liang and Morong Qi were interested in this mysterious second master, Devil Cultivator. Fang Liang muttered softly. Su Qi smiled bashfully. He was excited in his heart. The natural talent of these senior brothers and juniors were all very good, especially Fang Liang and Morong Qi. The cultivation level of the third generation disciples were on the verge of catching up with him. The second generation disciple, Han Jie, opened his mouth. Before Su Qi was sent forward by me to infiltrate the devil sect, he had no choice but to turn into a devil cultivator. When the war between the righteous and the devils was going on, there were quite a lot of devil cultivators who died in his hands. At those words, the crowd stood in awe of Su Qi. Among the disciples and grandchildren under Han Jie, there wasn't a second person who had been given a mission by Han Jie. Looking at Su Qi's weathered face once again, they felt guilty in their hearts. Han Jie had sheltered them so much, and they were still constantly thinking about going out. Han Jie captured the crowd's expressions without saying much. This time, he called on Su Qi to test the waters. Let us see if the Qi of the Mountain of Bitter Cultivation into Immortality can suppress Su Qi's bad luck. Before the Lu Jiexian blood all said that the Qi of this place is the most on earth. As for what Ari Bitter, he was not related to Han Jie, and he was not a great Qi luck person, so it was normal for him to suffer when he dared to be alone with Su Qi for 5 days. I will impart to you a divine ability. This divine ability can only be used when your life is at stake. Once you use this divine ability, you will gain extreme power, but the cost will be unimaginable, and you will be faced with the nightmare that you fear the most. Han Jie said solemnly, hearing the crowd look at each other. Fang asked, are the nightmares visions, or are the fears materializing? Han Jie said in an inscrutable manner, only you yourselves know clearly. You are afraid of coming true, or are you afraid that everything is illusory? All in all, until the last resort, never use this divine ability, but if it is a life and death situation, it should be used or used. I hope that all of you can live and accompany me to go to the great Tao together and enjoy eternal life. These words were heard with fervor by the crowd. Together we go to the road. Enjoy eternal life. Morong Qi clenched his fists and said, the disciple grandson will definitely cultivate well, and in the future, he will cut down all roadblockers on the great Tao for the master ancestor. Others have also assured. A look of anticipation also appeared in the eyes of the always salty Senchanan. Golden Crow. 3 heads. You guys come over here too and learn together. Han Jie looked to the side and smiled. The 3-headed Zhao King, who had been eavesdropping, hurriedly crawled over when he heard this. The 2 little golden crows also flew over and landed on Fang Liang's shoulders. For some reason, they were particularly fond of Fang Liang and often rubbed against him. The 3-headed Zhao King's favoritism towards you has increased. Current favoritism is 5 stars. Han Jie began to teach the divine invocation technique's sub-divine aptitude. Enough to teach for 2 months. The divine invocation technique's divine distraction was still very complex, but Fang Liang, Morong Qi, and Su Qi mastered it after only a few days, and the slowest learners were Yang Tiandong and Black Hell Chicken. They almost got depressed. The Chaos Tengu finally found confidence and was happy. Han Jie returned to the innate cave with the Enlightenment Sword. Su Qi didn't stay much longer and quickly returned to his cave, cultivating at ease. Han Jie used the Puppet of Heaven to check on Xing Hongshuan's 3 daughters, who were still on their way home and hadn't encountered any true demons for the time being. According to what Lu Jailblood said, the true demons were aiming for the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. I don't know if the Heavenly Immortal Mansion can block it. 8 years later, Han Jie was close to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm, and he was thinking of continuing his cultivation in one breath. Whether to check the origin of the person who detected the innate luck. Han Jie raised an eyebrow. It had been a long time since I had encountered a new great Qi warrior, and the last one was still Ji Xianxian, a conceited maniac who deluded himself into thinking that he was number 1 in the world. Han Jie immediately chose to view it. The introduction of that Qi lucky person popped up in front of him, watching Han Jie's eyes widen. It's a little something. Chapter 150, Ancient Great Witch, Heavenly Immortal Mansion's Revenge. 2 Linger, Romshu Realm 9 Layers, Ancient Witch Reincarnation. barbaric epic, witch and demon race to fight for the hegemony of the heavens. Both fell, lost the race of great luck. The witch race was extinguished. A small number of witches to hide into the 6 paths of reincarnation. 2 linger after 10,000 generations of reincarnation, and finally washed off the witch karma, but its soul is still a witch's soul. The achievement of the immortal emperor can be metamorphosed into the great witch. The heavens through the earth. 2 linger is the heavenly immortal housedeacon. By the order of the master to come, find Fong Liang, ancient wizard, reaching an immortal emperor to transform into a great sorcerer? How strong does that have to be? Han Jia was secretly shocked. This woman was not simple. However, he noticed that 2 linger had come on the orders of the heavenly immortal mansion, so he guessed that the visitors were not good. He was in a position of caution and had a mock trial with 2 linger. A second later, he smiled to himself. 2 linger only had the background of a great sorcerer, not a true great sorcerer, and her strength was only able to rival some harmonization realm cultivators, far less than him. Han Jia detected that 2 linger had already arrived at the foot of the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. Fong Liang sensed her scent and went down the mountain to meet her in person. Senior, what brings you here? Fong Liang cupped his fists and asked, looking a little embarrassed. He almost forgot that he was also a disciple of the heavenly immortal mansion. 2 linger was wearing a yellow shirt and green clothes. Her hair was coiled under a jade hairpin, and her face was pretty. Although she wasn't a stunning color, with matching temperament, she was still stunning. 2 linger looked toward the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain and asked, Fong Liang, what is the origin of this mountain? Why is the aura so rich? This had already caught up with the heavenly immortal mansion's cultivation sanctuary. It's amazing that a bulletproof place like Great Yen is harboring a treasure trove. Fong Liang said awkwardly, this is my first division. What are you looking for me for? Didn't I tell the heavenly immortal mansion that I won't go back again unless the heavenly immortal mansion is in trouble? The heavenly immortal mansion was not a mere sect, and in addition to the disciples that they personally trained, they would also teach disciples from other sects and make good karma. With a talent like yours, comparable to that of a Jishin god, do you think the heavenly immortal mansion would be willing to give you up? This time, I'm looking for you because the heavenly immortal mansion has encountered a great difficulty. Dozens of true demons attacked the heavenly immortal mansion, and the heavenly immortal mansion is caught in a fierce battle. My master told me to look for you in hopes of inviting that land immortal god that you mentioned in your letter to take action. Can he be found on the mountain? 2 linger asked carelessly. Her gaze was fixed on the fuchsia tree at the top of the hill. That tree is not simple. Where did it come from? Fong Liang shook his head. The land immortal god I met was just a casual encounter and has long since left. There is no great power within the Jade Clear sacred sect that can help the heavenly immortal mansion. 2 linger asked with a smile. Does your Jade Clear sacred sect still lack elders? I want to cultivate in this mountain, so ask for me. Ha? What? Isn't the heavenly immortal mansion in trouble, senior, and you're not in a hurry? It is precisely the difficulty that prevents us from going back. Didn't you also say that you would go back to the heavenly immortal mansion if it was in trouble? So do you go back? Fong Liang was speechless. He thought for a moment and said, wait here, I'll go ask my master ancestor. 2 linger nodded her head and followed to sit in front of the mountain gate stone monument. Fong Liang quickly went up the mountain to visit Han Jia. Han Jia asked him to enter the mansion for a chat. Fong Liang spoke about 2 linger's intentions before saying, Master Ancestor, 2 linger's qualifications can be ranked in the top 10 in the heavenly immortal mansion. However, this woman is known for her cunning, and now that she is using the mission as an excuse to stay away from the heavenly immortal mansion, it means that she isn't a good person either. It was obvious that he didn't like 2 linger, but he just had to give face due to the seniority of the heavenly immortal mansion. Han Jia asked, did she carry any blood feuds? Fong Liang thought for a moment and said, that's not true. She grew up in the heavenly immortal mansion, but she cultivated hard for many years and seldom befriended anyone. Turn her down. Yes. Fong Liang left happily. Although 2 linger's soul background was bullish, she had currently grown up and was inconvenient to brainwash, and since she was a disciple of the celestial immortal mansion, Han would never want to cause trouble. Immediately, Han Jia began to check the mail. After so many years had passed, the true devils hadn't made too much noise, and without Lu Jailblood's leadership, they couldn't even capture the heavenly immortal mansion, which was surprising to Han Jia. There's something about the heavenly fairy mansion. Your friend Kaizi Jinjin has been attacked by a true demon, X145. Your friend Kasenjin is seriously injured and his life hangs in the balance. Your friend Jilingchan has been attacked by a real demon, X4. Your friend Zhoufan has gained a chance to transform his flesh. Your friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by a real demon and is seriously injured. Your partner, Shen Changjun, has realized the true meaning of the Great Tao, and her moral power has increased greatly. Your best friend, Mo Revenge, is under the spell of the demons and has developed a demonic mind. Your best friend, Kisijin, will be enlightened with the holy law and transformed into a spirit. Han Jie raised an eyebrow. Even immortal god Ji was seriously injured, so it seemed that the heavenly immortal mansion was indeed in danger. Han Jie hesitated to help. Spinning around, he shook his head. He had already solved the true demon commander. If the heavenly immortal mansion couldn't even solve the other true demons, how would it face the demon race in the future? Han Jie didn't want the Jade Clear sacred sect to be stolen from his family after he left. In addition, Ji Xianxin's epiphany of the holy dharma was clearly a protagonist template, so perhaps this battle would be the battle where Ji Xianxin would soar to the heavens. Just as Han Jie was thinking, Fong Liang is back. Master Ancestor, she refused to leave. She said she could worship you as her master. Fong Liang smiled bitterly. He was no match for Tu Linger, so he couldn't forcefully expel her either. Han Jie was expressionless as he said, if you want to worship me as a teacher, you can do so as well. Kowtow for 10 years. When Fong Liang heard this, he was a bit hesitant, but he still went down the mountain to deliver the message. The Wudao sword asked curiously, you really want to take her? Han Jie laughed, let's see if she's willing to bow down first. At the foot of the mountain, after listening to Fong Liang's words, Tu Linger directly knelt down in front of the stone monument and began to kowtow. Fong Liang frowned and asked, why is this necessary? Even if you are trying to avoid the heavenly immortal mansion's calamity, it may not be necessary. Tu Linger kowtowed while laughing. To be able to make you give up the generous hospitality of the heavenly immortal mansion and to be able to cultivate a treasure mountain like this, the owner of this mountain is bound to be the land immortal god of your faith. Fong Liang was silent. There was one more thing that Tu Linger hadn't said. In fact, it wasn't the heavenly immortal mansion that asked Fong Liang to go back. For the calamity of the heavenly immortal mansion nowadays, how much role could Fong Liang play? She was the one who took the initiative to mention that she wanted to find Fong Liang, with the beautiful name of gathering the power of the heavenly immortal mansion outside. More than 10 years ago, Tu Linger was always prone to dreaming when she practiced. In her dreams, she often sees a mountain with a mysterious figure on it. At first the dream was vague, but later on it became clearer and clearer, and knowing that she dreamt that Fong Liang, with whom she had once socialized, was kneeling in front of that mysterious figure, she understood that the other party must be related to Fong Liang. Turinger believed in her dreams a lot. Ever since she was a child, she had also comprehended divine powers in her dreams. This was the biggest reason why she had become the heavenly immortal mansion's heavenly pride. When she heard Han Jie ask her to kowtow for 10 years, her first reaction wasn't anger, but a sigh of relief in her heart. The other party has such a big mouth, so he must be a great power. Sure enough, the dream in turn guided her towards chance. Seeing her insistence, Fong Liang stopped persuading her and turned to leave, preparing to return to his house to continue his cultivation. Chapter 151, The Peak of Humanity. Tu Linger's arrival didn't cause Han Jie to pay too much attention as he continued to cultivate, striving to reach the 9th level of the Mahayana realm as soon as possible. Time is running out. The sky was changing, while for the ascetic, time seemed to stand still. Xing Hongxian, Chang Yuer, and immortal Shi Xian had already returned, but hearing that Han Jie was in seclusion, none of them disturbed them. 7 years passed swiftly. Han Jie finally broke through to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm, the pinnacle of humanity. After the breakthrough, the spiritual energy in Han Jie's body skyrocketed. Instead of stopping, he continued to cultivate, raising his spiritual power to a state where it couldn't grow any further. 3 years later, Han Jie told the Enlightenment Sword to go and lead Tu Linger up the mountain to cultivate under the Fusang tree first, and the matter of worshipping the master would be discussed later. After Tu Linger entered the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, she found that the aura inside was even more dense than what she had felt at the bottom of the mountain. Could this mountain have a powerful and invisible boundary? Tu Linger was secretly shocked and became even more curious about Han Jie. When she arrived under the Fusang tree, Yang Tian Tong, Sun Chanan, Mo Rong Chi, Chaotic Heavenly Dog, Black Prison Chicken, the 2 little golden crows, and the 3-headed Jiao King all looked at her. Tu Linger's gaze fell on the Fusang tree. Tu Linger's entire body went into a trance, and the moment she saw the Fusang tree, she inexplicably wandered off. The Sword of Enlightenment spoke, you can cultivate here first, and no loud noises are allowed on weekdays. Tu Linger returned to her senses and hurriedly nodded her head. The others didn't interact with her and continued to cultivate. Although Tu Linger had many doubts in her mind, she still held them in her heart and honestly began to meditate and cultivate. For some reason, she always felt that these people were not simple. It made her think of those heavenly prides in the heavenly immortal mansion. 6 months later, Han Jie had finally raised his cultivation to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm, the Great Circle. You have reached the pinnacle of your cultivation on earth, and you have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascending, transformed into an immortal, can obtain a divine power inheritance, a spiritual treasure. 2. If you don't ascend and stay on earth, you'll get a supreme treasure. Without hesitation, Han Jie directly chose the second option. You choose not to ascend and gain a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai Supreme Treasure, 9.5 Supreme Chi Luck Robe, 9 to 5 Supreme Chi Robe, Tai Defense Supreme Treasure, Emperor Chi Refined Supreme Treasure. Defense is extremely strong. After wearing it will obtain Emperor Chi, Tai Defense Supreme Treasure. Defense. Han Jie was pleasantly surprised. This was too good to be true. The system is deep in my heart. Han Jie took out the 9 and 5 Supreme Chi Luck Robe, which was a dragon-patterned gold robe. Mighty and overbearing, the golden light shone in the cave, and the enlightenment sword opened his eyes and looked at it, showing a surprised look. That's way too high profile. Han Jie frowned, but on second thought, he was not afraid of being high profile as he hid inside his cave every day. He immediately began to let the 9-5 Chi robe recognize himself. It was only after 2 days that this Tai Supreme Treasure recognized him, and it was worthy of being a supreme treasure. Han Jie's sense of security skyrocketed as he put on the 9-5 Chi Luck Robe. He had wanted to put the 9 and 5 Supreme Chi Luck Robe over the golden cicada Xianxin clothes, but it was extremely awkward when he put it on, so he had no choice but to take off the golden cicada Xianxin clothes. Master, can I have this garment? The Wudao sword asked, pointing at the golden cicada Xianxin clothes on the table. Very keen. Han Jie said, it's not like you're going out, so you don't need to wear the spirit treasure clothes, but you're not going out either. Master, if I die, you can't escape death, so I can wear it. The Gautama sword skimmed his lips, somewhat aggravated. Han Jie had wanted to give the golden cicada Xianxin clothes to Xing Hongxian, but on second thought, the golden cicada Xianxin clothes were similarly high profile, so if Xing Hongxian wore them out, it might lead to even more trouble. It's just a matter of giving it to you. Put it on and then you go out. I'm going to make a breakthrough and I'm afraid of shocking you to death. Han Jie waved his hand. The Wudao sword was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked Han Jie before putting on the golden cicada Xianxin clothes. Han Jie was speechless. This girl even undressed in front of him, though he had seen it. It was too presumptuous. Han Jie frowned. You can't undress in front of other people in the future. The Wudao sword beautifully surveyed the golden cicada Xianxin clothes on his body, and replied, there is a difference between men and women. I naturally understand that. I will only change clothes in front of my master. After saying that, she quickly slipped out and looked for Yang Tiantong, Sun Chanan, and the others to show off. Han Jie shook his head and lost his smile before shaking his spirit and preparing for a breakthrough. He raised his hand and sucked the sky avoidance stone in the corner into his palm. He placed the sky avoidance stone by his leg and muttered, it's up to you. It would be perfect if Han Jie could surpass his mortal cultivation and stay in the mortal world. Han Jie began to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, and by integrating the mortal cultivation chapter, he would be able to comprehend the cultivation mindset of a higher realm. Under the fuchsia tree, as soon as the sword of enlightenment came out, the atmosphere under the tree became lively. Fang Liang, who was meditating and practicing, glanced at Tu Linger with his eyes open and asked, will you return to the heavenly immortal mansion in the future? Tu Linger didn't even open her eyes and replied, what's the point of going back? This place is quite good, isolated from the world. I can cultivate at ease. I don't want to go back and suffer. Fang Liang was speechless. The heavenly immortal mansion had raised a white-eyed wolf? He was okay with that. After all, he was not a disciple of the heavenly immortal house himself and had performed missions for the heavenly immortal house. However, Tu Linger was the heavenly immortal mansion's key cultivation pride, and from a young age, she only needed to cultivate and did not need to go out, which meant that she had yet to build up her achievements for the heavenly immortal mansion. In the day when your cultivation is complete, you won't continue to betray my master ancestor, right? Fang Liang asked vigilantly. The others also looked at Tu Linger. Tu Linger finally opened her eyes and said in a bad mood, what do you mean by betrayal? Even though I left the heavenly immortal mansion, it's not like I'm an enemy of the heavenly immortal mansion. What is betrayal? Besides, isn't this a mountain of asceticism to become an immortal? Isn't serious asceticism the greatest consolation to Master's old man? Now, even if the elders of the heavenly immortal mansion personally came to force her to go back, she would not go back. The aura under the Fusong tree was simply too rich. Tu Linger could no longer afford to leave. Rumble. The sound of thunder came from the sky. The crowd turned their heads to look. Rolling clouds swept in. There was no demonic aura or devilish aura. It seemed that a rainstorm was coming. Tu Linger frowned and muttered, that guy finally succeeded. Fang asked good-naturedly, who succeeded? Immortal God Ji, the #1 heavenly pride of the heavenly immortal province. You haven't seen this person before, but his natural talent is definitely the #1 in the world. A complicated look passed through Tu Linger's eyes. Being in the same generation as the discipline immortal god was a sadness for them. The celestial pride. As soon as Fang Liang heard this, wariness flowed out of his eyes. He had also heard of immortal god Ji, and one day, He would prove to the world who was the #1 heavenly pride of the world. He's going to fight for his master's honor. Morong Chi, Sun Chanan, and the others had also heard of the Ji immortal god, and when they heard the conversation between Fang Liang and the two of them, they couldn't help but become even more curious about the Ji immortal god. There's no need to worry about the heavenly immortal mansion. This calamity of the heavenly immortal mansion will definitely be resolved. Tu Linger closed her eyes and smiled. Fang Liang was surprised and asked, just because of immortal god Ji, he alone can dissolve the calamity of the heavenly immortal mansion? Well, I'm afraid there's no one on this earth who is his match. He wouldn't be a match for my master ancestor. Isn't your master ancestor a land immortal god? Not considered mortal. Chapter 152 Reincarnated Scattered Immortal. Yuan Shen out of body. Inside the innate cave. After Han Jie had integrated the mortal cultivation chapter of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, he finally realized a higher level of cultivation technique. The 6 realms of reincarnation. Scattered immortals, earth immortals, heaven immortals, true immortals, Xianxian immortals, and golden immortals. Han Jie's heart surged as he began to impact the scattered immortal realm. Taoist Jie Yan was also a loose immortal. When he reached the realm of the diffuse immortal, would he not be able to kill Taoist Jie Yan in seconds? And Jubilee, and only earth immortals. Han Jie suddenly felt that these two enemies weren't that strong, and at least the hope of surpassing them could already be seen. Han would never think about it anymore and focused on the breakthrough. With his qualifications, breaking through wouldn't take too long. Inside the dark cave, the blood demon old ancestor, the white-haired demon nun, and the greedy demon Rohan gathered together once again. Greedy demon Rohan clenched his fists and cursed in a deep voice. When will Taoist Jiesian come down? The true devils of the demon race have been attacking the heavenly immortal mansion for 10 years without coming down, and it's rumored that the Jishin god has learned the strongest holy method of the heavenly immortal mansion, which has not been practiced by anyone for 10,000 years. He, who is already invincible, awaits us with a path of death. The blood demon ancestor's face was gloomy. The white-haired demonic nun gritted her teeth and said, I don't care. I want to ascend. Greedy demon Rohan nodded along. He didn't want to wait either. But if we ascend now, will we be attacked by the righteous path? The blood demon old ancestor hesitated. Greedy demon Rohan scolded. Blood demon old ancestor, are you confused? The true devils attacked the heavenly immortal mansion. How could they have time to care about us? Forget it if you don't ascend. Beware of regretting it later. After saying that, he and the white-haired demonic nun got up and left. The blood demon ancestor's face was cloudy. Only after the aura of the greedy demon Rohan and the white-haired demon nun was far away did the blood demon elder ancestor take out a crystal ball, and he asked softly, Senior, how much longer do you have? He got no reply and continued to wait. For a long time, a weak voice came out from within the crystal ball. Don't be anxious. Cough. It's almost time. The blood demon old ancestor's heart thumped as he asked, You're injured? No, the cultivation has gone a bit awry. I'm waiting for a senior from the heavenly court, so don't worry. As long as you're obedient, I'll take care of you after you ascend. I won't let you be uprooted. The blood demon old ancestor held back his surprise and said, The demon race sent true demons to attack, but they can't defeat the heavenly immortal house. I am afraid. Heavenly immortal mansion waste. You continue to encourage the demon race to send more true demons to come. Remember, you don't want to get involved. You only need to persuade. If you get caught up in it as well, I won't be able to protect you when the time comes. The late generation understands. The late generation understands. Aha. Then can senior reveal a time? I'm afraid I won't be able to top it. 100 years at most. Okay? Centennial. I'll try to hurry. Ha. Many thanks to your predecessor. 2 years later, the innate cave mansion shook violently, causing the entire bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain to shake with it. Under the Fusong tree, Fang Liang, Sun Chanan, and the others turned their heads to look. Li Qingzi, Immortal Shi Xian, Xing Hongxian, and Chang Yuer, who were cultivating, were also startled and came out of their caves. They followed to the top of the hill and gathered with the crowd. What's going on? It's Master's cave. Master is making a breakthrough? It's never been like this before. This is the first time, isn't it? What realm is Master Ancestor in today? If he's breaking through the realm, he'd have to cross the tribulation. Why has he been inside the cave? The crowd was talking. Li Qingzi spoke. Elder Han also transmigrates. I even let him to transmigrate before. This time I think he must have had an epiphany of some sort. Xing Hongxian smiled triumphantly. My husband is just this powerful. Husband? Tu Linger couldn't help but look at her. This is the master mother? The Wudao sword and Chang Yuer glanced at Xing Hongxian with meaningful eyes. In the meantime, inside the cave, Han Jie's breakthrough was successful, and the 6 spiritual forces in his body transformed into mana, which was constantly and incessantly catalyzed. Congratulations on your achievement of reincarnation as a loose immortal. You have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and enjoy the baptism of the heavenly Tao. You will receive a supreme treasure and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Stay in the mortal world without ascending, and you'll get a supreme treasure. 3 lines popped up in front of Han Jie's eyes, and he directly chose the second option. Since there was no heavenly tribulation and he was not expelled from the heavenly Tao, what was he ascending for? Apart from the fact that the heavenly court is really going to be extinguished. Otherwise I'll stay here in the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality. Han Jie set a goal for himself. Either you don't ascend, or if you do, you're not afraid of the vermilion bird. You choose not to ascend, and gain a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai treasure, Taishi Phoenix Winged Crown. Taishi Phoenix Winged Crown, Tai Defense Treasure. A crown made of Taishi energy and phoenix feather wings. Extremely strong defense to the core. It's okay. Han Jie was in an even happier mood. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. The mana in his body running along with the 6 paths reincarnation technique mind method, growing rapidly. In the dark, Han Jie felt much less bound. It was as if this heaven and earth could no longer hold him back. He leaps out of the mortal world with a single leap. It's such a wonderful feeling. As his physical body consolidated his cultivation, Han Jie's Yuanshan exited his body and quickly jumped out of the cave to the top of the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. He looked down and saw vapors above the heads of his disciples. Above Fong Liang's head was a ball of qi. Above Sun Chanan's head was a ginseng. And above Morong Chi's head hovered a godly shadow, clad in armor, mighty and domineering. A black phoenix hovered above the head of the black prison chicken. A very different image from its chicken body. One could even say that it was a world apart. Han Jie's gaze fell on Tu Linger, the Great Witch. Tu Linger was pretty and was considered a beauty, but the Great Witch appeared extremely hideous, with a human body and animal head, and a vicious image. So scary? When Han Jie stared at the Great Witch spirit on top of Tu Linger's head, the Great Witch spirit suddenly raised its head, and its eyes, which were like snake eyes, looked at Han Jie. With 4 eyes, Han Jie felt very uncomfortable. No way. This guy is a bit dangerous. Got to send it away. The Great Witch's spirit opened her mouth at Han Jie. There was no sound, but Han Jie could see clearly what she was saying. Save me. Han Jie was puzzled in his mind as to why he had to save her. He didn't think much about it. First seizing the feeling of the current breakthrough, Han Jie continued to ascend, the earth and mountains shrinking extremely fast in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the zenith of the sky, and further up was the endless sea of stars. This time, Han Jie felt like he could easily jump over the radiant star river and fly to the upper realm. But he didn't. He was afraid that Jubilee was squatting herself. Thus, Han Jie's Yuanshan rushed towards the earth, and with a gaze in his eyes, he directly jumped out of the mortal world and came to the netherworld. The familiar dimness, the familiar aura of reincarnation. It's a good thing there's no Yellow Springs or Neho Bridge nearby. Han Jie dispersed his divine sense, and there were no living beings within a 10,000 mile radius as his Yuanshan began to enjoy the baptism of the qi of reincarnation. In the process, the strength of his Yuanshan rapidly increased. You, again, a hoarse voice came. Han Chang was shocked. Wasn't this the same voice that the puppet of heaven had encountered earlier? He subconsciously tried to run. Wait, I'm not going to hurt you. Han Jie couldn't help but calm down once he heard this. Come to think of it, it seemed like he had overreacted earlier, and the other party really didn't mean to kill him. The mortal world has such a heavenly talent as you, less than 800 years old. You have surpassed the mortal beings. Do not cross the tribulation. Into the scattered immortals, can freely come and go between the yin and yang worlds. Perhaps, you are the one I have to wait for. Chapter 153, Meng, A Million Years of Life. Han Jie listened to the other party's words and pondered in his heart. What do you mean? Trying to recruit him? Want to take him as a disciple? Trying to take him? Taking away? Han Jie's heart was in a batch of panic. He was so handsome and had such a high qualification. If he were an immortal god, he would probably be greedy. This area has been isolated by my mana. No one can detect you're in my presence. We can talk without worry. The hoarse voice sounded again. Han Jie asked cautiously. I don't know the identity of Senior. The hoarse voice replied. I come from the Nayad Bridge. The bridge to nowhere? Isn't that a bridge? The Nayad Bridge in disguise? And so on. Mona. Han Jie was shocked. What did Meng want? Recruiting him to be a punching bag? Your new apprentice. You know her roots, don't you? Han Jie asked suspiciously. What kind of roots does she have? The Heavenly Immortal Mansion's heavenly pride? Could it be that the Heavenly Immortal Mansion has your support? A loose immortal would be able to see through the roots of a great sorcerer, and if this were to be spread, it would surely stir up scorn. Really don't know? Those disciples and grandchildren of yours are not generalized. The hoarse voice teasingly laughed. Han Jie was silent. The hoarse voice continued. I'll open the door and say it straight. Tu Linger is the reincarnation of a great sorcerer of my witch clan. She was able to find you. It must be because you can make her stronger. Every great sorcerer has an inherent special ability. Tu Linger's special ability is to premonition the most favorable chances for herself through her dreams. That's also the reason why she was able to survive from the witch demon cataclysm. You came to the netherworld before and I remembered your scent. So when Tu Linger found you, I purposely checked you out. You don't have karma or a big background. Yet you've made it this far. You might become the hope of the sorcerer clan. The hope of the witches? Meng is a witch, Han Jie thought quickly in his mind. As long as you lead Tu Linger to achieve Immortal Emperor, you will be a nobleman of the witch clan. Han Jie asked curiously, what realm is an Immortal Emperor? Golden Immortal? Above the Golden Immortal is the Immortal Emperor. To tell you the truth, the Heavenly Court may want to clean up the mortal world I'm in. Can you help with the talking? No, the Heavenly Court is in charge of the Hellmouth. I have no right to intervene. So what do I get if I help the witches? If you die, I can take you in. Han Jie was speechless. He felt teased. He turned to him and asked, then you can help me carve out a place in the netherworld where I can live undisturbed? It's no problem. Han Jie breathed a sigh of relief, which was more or less the same. So, you sort of say yes? The raspy voice asked. Han Jie replied, I also have quite an eye for Tu Linger, not to mention that she's already worshipped me as her teacher. The other party had shown their cards, and Han Jie was afraid that if he refused, he wouldn't be able to leave. Mengpa has developed a favorable impression of you, and her current favorable impression is 3 stars. Han Jie immediately opened the mock trial with the Yuanshan as the center. He found Mona and went straight to war. 1 second later, he was defeated in seconds. Han Jie wasn't surprised. He just wanted to copy the data and use Meng as a template later. In Meng's eyes, Han Jie just closed his eyes for a second, as if he was thinking about something. Han Jie cupped his fists and said, Senior still has to continue his breakthrough, so I won't talk more with Senior. Aha! Meng's voice came. Han would never give it another thought, concentrating on absorbing the chi of reincarnation and strengthening his Yuan Shen. The bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain returned to calmness, and Xing Hongxian, Li Qingzi, and the others also left one after another to continue their cultivation. The disciples didn't talk about it for long. 3 years later, inside the innate cave, Han Jie's Yuanshan returned to his physical body, and his entire state metamorphosed, with all of his spiritual treasures and supreme treasures shining brightly, as if he were an immortal god. He completely became a reincarnated loose immortal. A body was more than 100 times stronger compared to before the breakthrough. Han Jie called up his attribute list. Name, Han Jie. Lifespan, 779129. 4000. Race, Immortal. Cultivation, Early Reincarnation Immortal Realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be passed on. Spells, Absolute Finger Divine Sword. 7 Illusory Steps, Triple Ching Absolute Shadow Sword, Absolute. 9 Dragons Demon Removal Seal. 1000 Thunderstorms. Wind Divine Technique. Return Phase Technique. Avatars, 6 Soul Suckers. Sword of Heavenly Execution. Heavenly Elements. Somersault Clouds, 10,000 Swords. Rolai Mantra, 6 Absolute Seals. Xianhuang Sword Chi, Tai. Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Boundary Breaking Sword Fingers, Tai. Xiankuan in the Sleeve. Door to Reincarnation. Invocation of the Divine. Artifacts, Small Qiankuan Belt. Shilin Sword. Demon Binding Rope. Burning Fury Bell, 6th Grade Spiritual Treasure. Cold Monarch's Glazed Crown, 4th Grade Spiritual Treasure. Book of Doom, Supreme Treasure of the Tai. Emperor of the Earth's Imperial Scarf, 3rd Grade Spiritual Treasure. Heart Protecting Heavenly Immortal Chain, 3rd Grade Spiritual Treasure. Meditation Puffer, 6th Grade Spiritual Treasure of the Tai. Juntian Spirit Bracelet, Ultimate Spiritual Treasure. Purple and Gold Inner Armor, 8th Grade Spiritual Treasure of the Tai. 9 Heavenly Stirrups Boots, 6th Grade Spiritual Treasure of the Tai. Giant Spirit Armor, 5 Grade Spiritual Treasure of the Tai. Tai 5th Grade Spiritual Treasure. Imperial Dragon Chi Luck Palanquin, Tai 2nd Grade Spiritual Treasure. 9. 5 Supreme Chi Luck Robe, Tai Supreme Treasure. Self-Created Aptitude, 3 Qings Kill the World, Tai Level. Sword Dao, Reincarnation Sword Intent, Tai Level. Accompanying Magic Weapon, Hongming Judgment Sword. Spiritual Roots Qualification, 6 Spiritual Bodies, containing top wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots, increasing a certain amount of chi. The innate energies are as follows. Unrivaled in the world, Immortal Posture, Top Charisma, Divine Fate Sword Idiot, Top Sword Qualification, Top Sword Enlightenment, Stance, Top Stance Qualification, Descendants of Immortal Emperors, Acquisition of an Unparalleled Immortal Cultivation Technique, 1,299,000 years of life. Anyone else? Han Jie instantly swelled. The surge in the upper limit of lifespan was Han Jie's favorite thing to see. Han Jie forced himself to hold back his excitement and called up his relationships to check Meng's cultivation. Meng Pei, early stage of Tai Yi True Immortal, ghost god of the netherworld, created by the ancestral witches, lurking in the hell, assuming the heavy responsibility of the cycle of life and death, bent on growing the witch race. Current favorability is 3 stars, Tai Yi True Immortal. No wonder you can't beat it. Han Jie was secretly glad that he didn't have cerebral palsy to reject Meng, otherwise he would have had to die in the netherworld. This was good. In the future, after the people he cared about were seated, he could greet Meng and ask her not to feed them manhwa soup. But then again, the demon and witch clans are hiding in the netherworld. Could it be that the underworld is an asylum for defeated races? Han Jie took out the Taishi Phoenix winged crown and began to let it recognize its owner. Several hours later, he put on the Taishi Phoenix wing crown, and he decided to give the cold monarch glazed crown to Xing Hongxian. Han Jie took out the Book of Doom and started cursing Zhu Yao. As for Taoist Jie Yan, he was no longer enough to be feared. Han Jie decided to wait for his door-to-door delivery. He cursed as he checked his email. Judging from the emails, the cultivation world seems to be peaceful. It was also the case that the Jishan god had encountered dozens of attacks by the True Devil, and there had been no news of the True Devil since then. Could it be that the Jishan gods have reunited the true demons? Boy, this guy is a bit fierce. There is no remarkable past life background, but from the many great fortune people to kill out of the circle, to achieve the name of the world's first heavenly pride. Han Jie checked Ji Xianshan's avatar and realized that this guy's cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. That's a ferocious rate of breakthrough, second only to me. Chapter 154 Emperor Realm, God Realm, Great Luo Golden Immortal. Han Jie transmitted his voice to the Sword of Enlightenment, indicating that she could come in. Upon hearing this, the Sword of Enlightenment immediately rose up in joy and rushed towards the innate cave. When the others saw this, they understood that Han Jie had finished his seclusion. Morong Chi Sked. How strong must Master Ancestor be nowadays? It's the first time he's been in seclusion for so long. Although Han Jie had been practicing hard, he could visit him anytime during the weekdays. Unlike this time, it was not to be disturbed for several years, and even the Sword of Enlightenment was driven out. It's unclear. I'm afraid it's already above the 5th level of the Mahayana realm. Fong Liang shook his head. 5th level of the Mahayana realm? The 3-headed Jiao King secretly disdained it. I'm afraid your master's ancestor has reached the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. The 3-headed Jiao King was curious as to why Han Jie didn't ascend when he was clearly a bitter cultivator whose cultivation had reached the apex of the earth. Could it be that you want to experience invincibility? But Han Jie doesn't go out either. Tu Linger was also curious about how high Han Jie's cultivation level was. The other side. Inside the innate cave, the Wudao sword sat on its own futon and looked curiously at Han Jie, asking, Master, was it a realm you broke through? Or a divine ability? Han Jie closed his eyes to cultivate and replied, Realm. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the Fusang tree was emitting more than just heaven and earth aura. There was also a much higher level of aura, which was much more powerful than the ordinary aura. Could it be that this is the immortal aura of the immortal world? Quite possibly. The fact that the Fusang tree can attract the golden crow from the upper realm to come down to the earth indicates that the Fusang tree has the aura that can help the living beings in the upper realm to cultivate. Han Jie was completely relieved that even though he had stepped into the reincarnation scattered immortal realm, he could still cultivate in the mortal world. He was confused at one point, whether or not the reincarnation scattered immortal realm is equal to the scattered immortal realm. The 6 realms of reincarnation are divided into loose immortals, earth immortals, heaven immortals, true immortals, Xian immortals, and golden immortals. Whether or not a reincarnation earth immortal is equal to a Tai earth immortal, still have to ask Senior. Cultivate well. I have to continue comprehending divine abilities. Han Jie interrupted the gushing enlightenment sword, then began to comprehend the heaven and earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. The sword of enlightenment pressed its excitement and began to cultivate as well. A few days later, Han Jie entered the long river of Sword Dao, and this time, he didn't cause any heaven and earth anomalies because he had already transcended all beings, and the heavenly Dao couldn't control him. He quickly stepped in front of Battle Lone Star. Battle Lone Star laughed. You kid is here again. You, loose immortal realm. You ascended? He was calm in the first part of his sentence, then his pitch jerked up in the second half. Han Jie asked with a smile. Senior, I would like to ask you, is it an earth immortal above the scattered immortals? Or is it a Tai earth immortal? Battle Lone Star calmed down and replied. Naturally, it's Tai earth immortal, and upwards are Tai heavenly immortal, Tai true immortal, Tai Xianxian immortal, as well as Tai golden immortal. Tai is a Dao fruit, created by the Dao sect. When the Dao sect was at its height, it opened up the cultivation system, and the Tai Dao fruit went deep under the rules of the heavenly Dao. Han Jie suddenly realized that this was the case. He had thought that the Tai realm was only above the 6 realms of reincarnation, and that would be too scary. Also right, he was a reincarnation sword immortal, and he didn't follow the conventional system. Han Jie continued, above Tai is Dala? In mythology, it's all about this system, and in Taoist literature it's also mentioned that Tai and Dala are side by side. Just different systems, Battle Lone Star replied. During the barbarian era, above the Tai is indeed the Deluo, but in the long years there have been countless strong people who have emerged, and they have used their own Dao deeds to uplift the strength of the realm in their own lives, and have passed it down from generation to generation, changing the level of cultivation. Nowadays, there is still an emperor realm and a god realm separating the Tai from the Deluo, and the achievement of an immortal emperor can jump out of the 6 realms and travel freely through all the heavens and all the worlds, and is no longer subject to the restrictions of the rules of heaven, and no longer have a great lifespan. Immortal emperors are the top existences in the upper realm, and even if an immortal emperor dies, with a single breath of his soul remaining, he can kill his way back from reincarnation, and not be annihilated by the cycle of reincarnation of the Tao heart. Mentioning the immortal emperor, Battle Lone Star's tone was filled with envy. Han never thought of Morong Chi. This guy was surrounded and killed by a group of immortal emperors in his previous life. Could it be that he reached a higher god realm? Han Jie asked. What about the god realm? What is the god realm? Battle Lone Star replied. The god realm is made by enjoying chi and earthly incense. The chi is not extinguished, and even if the soul is dispersed, it can still be resurrected. It is even more difficult to deal with than immortal emperors, and in terms of strength of mana, it is also more powerful than the emperor realm, and often, the great powerhouses who have attained the god realm have created a heaven and earth that belongs to them. As for the great Luo Golden Immortal, that is the supreme existence. Legend has it that the great Luo Golden Immortal, overriding the 3,000 rules, can traverse the long river of history, spacetime and cause and effect. Han Jie listened with uncertainty. Set a small goal. The great Luo Jingxian. Battle Lone Star's speech turned. Curious, you are less than 1,000 years old. You have achieved the Luce Immortal. With your qualifications, if you pass the ascension of the disaster, perhaps you can directly reach the Tai Earth Immortal. You have not ascended? Han Jie nodded and said, didn't I say before that the vermilion bird is squatting me in the upper realm, and I don't want to go to my death, much less delete my number and start over. Delete and start over? It's just reincarnation all over again. Oh, the two lapsed into silence. After a while, Han Jie asked again, how did the heavenly court clean up the earth? Directly destroying the mortal world, or slaughtering all beings? Battle Lone Star replied, slaughtering the living beings. The formation of a side of the mortal heaven and earth takes countless years, and the cost of destruction is too high, usually just sending heavenly soldiers and generals to kill all the living beings, and then bringing in living beings from other mortal worlds to reproduce again. For the mortal heavenly Tao, the living beings are the heavenly Tao, and when all the living beings perish, the heavenly Tao perishes. Then how strong are the heavenly soldiers and generals sent by the heavenly court? Most of them are led by Tai Earth Immortals, and in some extreme cases, Tai Heaven Immortals will be sent. Han Jie felt the pressure. He asked some more questions, and Battle Lone Star knew everything. Han Jie took his leave and moved on. After achieving reincarnation scattered immortal, he wanted to see how far he could go. Battle Lone Star looked toward Han Jie's back in secret anticipation. How far can this kid go? A line popped up in front of Han Jie's eyes afterward. Battle Lone Star's favoritism towards you has increased. Current favoritism is 3.5 stars. Han Jie quietly smiled. Sure enough, strength is the best means of socializing. Back inside the innate cave, Han Jie's heaven, earth, Xian Huang, and yellow boundary-breaking sword finger metamorphosed far beyond what it had been before. After consolidating his senses, Han Jie immediately conducted a mock trial to battle Meng. Scratch that, then get a second from Mona. Han Jie came back with Xin Qingjun for seconds. It's not energizing. Han Jie desperately wanted to meet a loose immortal and try out his strength. Crap, the Tao is unstable. Shouldn't I stay away from danger? Han Jie was secretly wary, feeling that his thoughts were dangerous. Tendo compels me again. Han Jie calmed down, thinking of nothing and doing nothing. Only after his heart was in the right place did he get up and leave. Walking out of the innate cave, the crowd under the Fusong tree rose. Master, Shifu. When Tu Linger heard this, she followed and opened her eyes to look at Han Jie. This was the first time she had seen Han Jie. What a handsome man. Tu Linger was stunned. Even the heavenly immortal mansion didn't have a man as handsome as this. Tu Linger has a favorable impression of you. Her current favorability is 4 stars. Chapter 155, The Challenge of the World's Best. That's a 4-star favor? Han Jie secretly sighed, ignoring his disciples and grandchildren as he walked towards Xing Hongshuan's cave. Arriving inside Xing Hongshuan's cave, Han Jie received warm hospitality from Xing Hongxian. Han Jie wanted to talk to her first, but he didn't expect her to be eager. He had to use his mana to shroud this cave to avoid any movement from getting out. 1 month later, the two men were fully clothed and sat opposite each other. Han Jie took out the cold monarch glazed crown and presented it to Xing Hongxian. Xing Hongxian accepted it beautifully and stopped speaking politely. She took out an elixir she had acquired by chance and wanted to give it to Han Jie, but Han Jie refused. I don't need the things of the mortal world anymore, so you can take care of yourself from now on. Han Jie laughed. Although he had quite a few confidants, his favorite was Xing Hongxian. Liking is cheap, giving is hard. Falling in love with someone may be because she is good looking, it may be because she says something you agree with, or it may be because she shows you a smile when you are at a low point. But the only way to prove this person's place in your heart is to give. In the past, every time Xing Hongxian went out to practice, she would give Han Jie a gift of treasure upon her return. And although Han Jie didn't thank her, she always kept it in her heart. Han Jie asked Xing Hongxian to take out her heaven's puppet and chat with her while replacing the heaven's puppet's spiritual energy for her. A heaven's puppet with the strength of the scattered immortal realm. It would be difficult for Xing Hongxian to go out again in the future, even if she wanted to die. Xing Hongxian kept smiling as she realized that Han definitely got better at herself and talked more than before. She no longer had the luxury of monopolizing Han Jie now, but only hoped that she could be the most important person in his heart. Han Jie could sense some of her heart, but it didn't matter. What could he care if she could do anything to please him? Through Xing Hongxian, Han Jie also learned about the recent situation in the cultivation world. The heavenly immortal mansion was attacked by a demon race and was nearly destroyed, but fortunately, the other Holy Land stepped in to help, and in the end, the Jishen god was famous for killing all of the true demons with his own strength. Today's Ji Xianxin was already the veritable number one in the world. What number one in the world? I think my husband is the number one in the world, but my husband keeps a low profile. That's what a true cultivator is. Xing Hongxian hummed. Han Jie didn't have the heart to say, when you become number one in the world, then I'll truly be satisfied. Well, I'll try my best. I practice hard on weekdays. I don't waste time. Keep it up. A few days later, the puppet of heaven was replaced with a loose immortal mana, and Han Jie told Xing Hongxian to put it in his storage ring. After that, he led Xing Hongxian out of the cave and called Fairy Shixian, Chang Yuer, Li Qingzi, and Su Qi all under the Fusong tree. Han Jie intentionally had chaotic heavenly dog, Fang Liang, and Morong Qi surround Su Qi to suppress his bad luck, and began to preach for the crowd. After becoming a reincarnation scattered immortal, Han definitely had a deeper understanding of the great Tao. His single word could make the crowd feel quite enlightened, and his voice could even briefly raise the crowd's enlightenment. The reason for this was that Han Jie had incorporated his own Tao into his voice, causing them to share in the enlightenment. This sermon lasted a year. Han Jie stopped preaching and the crowd woke up. Tu Linger's favoritism towards you has increased. Current favoritism is 5 stars. It wasn't just Tu Linger, the goodwill of the others as well had more or less increased. Han Jie got up and smiled. This is the end of the line. I should continue my cultivation as well. He turned around and walked back to the innate cave, and the sword of enlightenment hurriedly followed. Li Qingzi lamented. Elder Han is really getting more and more powerful. It feels like he has become an immortal. Immortal Shixian asked doubtfully, if you become an immortal, how can you stay in the mortal world? The others were also curious about Han Jie's realm. Su Qi was the first to leave and rushed back to his cave without stopping, continuing to enlighten the great Tao. After accomplishing the reincarnation scattered immortal, Han Jie still didn't slack off and continued to cultivate diligently. As long as the Jade Clear sacred sect was free of disasters, he didn't care about the flooding of the cultivation world. 5 years of light have passed. Casijin God is at it again. Where is Guan Yu? Come out and fight. This time, the Ji Immortal God was no longer transmitting his voice to Han Jie, but instead shouted loudly, resounding throughout the entire Jade Clear sacred sect, causing everyone to hear it clearly. Under the Fusong tree, Tu Linger opened her eyes, her face showing surprise. What's the Kasenjin doing here? Morong Qi asked suspiciously. Who is Guan Yu? Yang Tiantong laughed. It's your master ancestor. His old man had other names, Chao Chao and Zhao Yun. Inside the cave, Han Jie frowned. This guy was a bit arrogant this time. It seems that becoming number one in the world has made him a bit bloated. Han Jie immediately conducted a mock trial. Seconds, that's it? Han Jie shook his head and lost his smile, thinking that Ji Xianxin was too inflated. He immediately disappeared inside the cave. Dozens of miles away, the same woods, Han Jie appeared in front of the Ji Immortal God, who nowadays changed into a golden robe, but it was still inferior to the 9-to-5 Qi Luck robe that Han Jie was wearing. Ji Xianxin glanced at Han Jie and was secretly jealous. I can't believe I'm dressed more fancy than I am. Ji Xianxin proudly said. Guan Yu, I've already killed dozens of Mahayana realm devils. My strength is not what it used to be. Do you dare to fight me? Han Jie said expressionlessly. Didn't you say before that you wouldn't bother me again? Just want to spar with you. There's no end to it. Why don't you and I just fight to the death? So arrogant? When Ji Xianxin heard Han Jie's tone of voice was so impulsive, he was also angry in his heart. But on second thought, what if he couldn't beat Han Jie? He hesitated. He gritted his teeth and said, "This time, if I lose again, I will directly ascend. Never bother you again." "You said that? Well, only fight, regardless of life or death." Han Jie suddenly took a step forward. The two of them were less than half a meter apart. Han Jie raised his hand, pressing down on Ji Xianxin's shoulder. His mana erupted, suppressing Ji Xianxin. Boom! Ji Xianxin couldn't carry it. His legs went weak and he fell to one knee, shaking the woods violently. He paled instantly. How is that possible? This spiritual power. Ji Xianxin wanted to break free, but he simply couldn't do so. The spiritual energy in his body couldn't rush out of his body, and Han Jie's mana formed a shackle that imprisoned him. Ryoko. Ji Xianxin lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "I've lost." He was more than defeated. He was defeated. Han Jie withdrew his hand and said, "Cultivate well. With your talent, sooner or later you will surpass me. As for ascension, wait a little longer. The mortal world needs you to take shelter. This guy can't fly up. Soon heaven will be here." Ji Xianxin took a deep breath. He also had dignity. Never again. The Jixian god got up and left. Han Jie flashed back inside the cave and continued to cultivate. Under the Fusong tree, Tu Linger and Fang Liang were still in shock. The others didn't know Ji Xianxin. They did. Although they were separated by tens of miles, they could see clearly with their cultivation level. Ji Xianxin was pressed to the ground by Han Jie, unable to move. How big must this cultivation gap be? I really came to the right place, Tu Linger thought secretly. However, Han Jie hadn't formally opened his mouth about taking her on as a disciple so far. Could it be that he wasn't worried about her yet? Is it because of who she was before? Tu Linger was in agony. How should she please Han Jie? When she thought of Han Jie's absolutely unrivaled face, her cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. Ugh, how can we cultivators think about those things? How about a baby? Chapter 156, Black and White. Han Jie's limit. Defeating the Ji Xianxin didn't make Han Jie too happy. The fact that immortal god Ji was able to take the time to challenge him meant that the true devil's tribulation had ended. Han Jie understood one thing: the world will continue to turn without anyone. According to this, with the devil race routed and the devil Dao suppressed, the heavenly court shouldn't need to clean up the earth, right? Han Jie thought silently. No way. There must be a foolproof plan. Han Jie immediately exited his Yuan Shin and jumped into the netherworld. Jumping from the Yang to the netherworld was faster than he could rush to the ends of the earth. After achieving the reincarnation loose immortal, Han Jie could clearly sense the existence of the netherworld and the immortal realm. Upwards to the immortal realm and downwards to the netherworld. As for the rest of the heavens and the earth, he couldn't capture them for the time being. Elder Mona. Han Jie opened his mouth and shouted. There was ghostly mist in all directions. The sky and the earth were dim. There was no sun or moon. It was like the deepest part of the abyss. What is it? Meng's voice came. Han Jie asked, if I want to bring some people to the netherworld, can I be allowed to do so? The living shall not enter the netherworld. You may kill them, and I will send their souls to you then. Han Jie smiled and asked, Senior, are you serious? Meng woman said helplessly. I'm also just a ghost messenger. I can't be the master of the hell. In the future, if the witch race rises, I can help you with these favors. Then what can Senior help me with now? You let me collect 2 ling air. I will collect, but you cannot do things for me. You want to white, empty gloves white wolf? At those words, Meng was silent. Han Jie was also silent. Mona won't be so enraged that she'll kill him, will she? If this is the case, then this person cannot be trusted. Han Jie panicked a little. After a while, Mona sighed. How about I give you 2 Ghostbuster slots? Han Jie said helplessly. That still leaves people dead. I'll give you another flower from the other side of the river, which grows aura and produces fruit that raises the dead. The flowers still bear fruit? Han Jie had grown in knowledge. Alright, how do I get the other shore flower? Han Jie asked. In the dead of night, I will have the black and white irregulars sent to your cave. Yes, Tu Linger is in your care. No problem. Han Jie clasped his fist towards the void and saluted before leaving. Late night, Han Jie waited patiently for the black and white irregulars to arrive. Speaking of which, he had yet to see a ghost messenger, and very few ghosts existed in the Jade Clear sacred sect. After all, it was a righteous sect, with its chi luck sheltering it, and after a disciple's death, their souls would be directly sucked into hell by reincarnation, and they wouldn't be reduced to being orphan ghosts. At midnight, a cold wind blew into the innate cave, only to see 2 ghosts pass through the stone door, one black and one white. They looked like the black and white irregulars, wearing long ghostly robes, with hideous faces, their tongues falling outside their mouths, as long as their chests. hideous and frightening, and the two ghosts looked exactly the same, with the only difference being that one was black and the other was white. A hanged man? Han Jia secretly spat. The Sword of Enlightenment was still cultivating, and it obviously couldn't feel the arrival of the black and white irregulars. Black Impermanence came to Han Jia and said respectfully, Granny Meng asked my two to bring this treasure to you. With a wave of his right hand, a flowering plant appeared on the table. The flowers of the other side of the bank. The leaves are red. The petals are narrow and thin, as if thousands of red threads exploded. Weird and poignant. Han Jia immediately used the simulation trial to detect it. The black and white irregulars, 5th level of the immortal realm. Ghostbusters of the underworld. Only at the 5th level of the immortal realm? Han Jia still thought that black and white was strong. Curious, he asked, are you the only two black and white irregulars in hell? White Impermanence laughed. That's not all. The two of us are only responsible for the yin and yang ghost affairs in this mortal world. A mortal pair of black and white? Farewell. Black Impermanence arched his hand and laughed, turning to leave with White Impermanence, and they disappeared in thin air before they reached the stone door. Han Jia got up and picked up the pishy flower, and the Sword of Enlightenment asked curiously, who were you talking to just now? Upon hearing this, Han Jia casually replied, two Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters? The Guru's sword creeps out. How come she didn't see it? Han Jia carefully surveyed the petiole flower, and could feel that the flower contained a huge amount of spiritual qi, as well as the qi of reincarnation. Not bad for a flower of the underworld. Han Jia wasn't in a good position to judge the value of the petunia, and he planted it in the corner of the cave. From now on, this flower is yours to watch over. Han Jia instructed towards the enlightenment sword. The Wu Dao sword hurriedly nodded, then stared at Han Jia as he planted the pishy flower in the corner. Han Jia re-entered the bed and began to cultivate. The reincarnation scattered immortal realm was not divided according to the 9 levels of subrealms, but was instead divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and consummation. After being divided into 4 layers, the time required for Han Jia to break through each layer of the minor realm was bound to be longer than ever. The more this happened, the more effort Han Jia had to spend on cultivating. Can't slack off. Above the sea of layered clouds, a black slit appeared in the azure dome of the sky, and lightning continuously overflowed. As if a thunder snake was shaking, a figure slowly stepped out from the black slit. It was none other than the Jiayan Taoist. Taoist Jiayan opened his arms and breathed in the aura of the mortal world as he lamented. It's still the mortal world that's good. Another silhouette stepped out from the black slit behind him. A woman in black. The woman in black had a cold face. Her hair was coiled into a bun, and her posture was dignified, but her eyebrows and eyes were filled with a coldness. I will not interfere in the affairs of the mortal world unless I encounter an existence that transcends the mortal world. The woman in black spoke. Taoist Jiayan hurriedly turned to look at her, bent down and saluted, saying, many thanks to Senior for following this time. The woman in black coldly grunted. I don't know what relationship you have with him. Since he personally asked for it, I'll come and help you. Go ahead. I'll stroll around the earth by the way. Taoist Jiayan had a smile on his face and nodded his head. The woman in black disappeared into thin air. Taoist Jiayan let out a long breath as he beamed. The heavenly immortal mansion. And the guy who killed my demon pet. None of you can escape. Time flew by and 10 years passed after the planting of the other side of the flower. Han Jia, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and frowned slightly. For some reason, his mind had been restless lately, and the feeling was growing stronger. The last time it was a true demon attack. Could it be that the demons are up to something again? Han Jia took out the Book of Doom and started cursing Zhu Yao for venting. He cursed as he checked out the relationships. After all these years, his buddies have improved. The slowest ones were still the original elders of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, including Qingzili, whose qualifications were too mediocre. Nowadays, the Jade Clear Sacred Sect was already considered a holy land, taking in disciples not only from Great Yen, but also from the neighboring states, all with qualifications that far exceeded those of the previous disciples. As the Jade Clear Sacred Sect became stronger and stronger, the elders were constantly being replaced, most of them resigning themselves, and they couldn't handle the pressure. When the average cultivation of the core disciples reached Yuaning, the elders at the Yuaning realm did seem awkward. No, my cultivation can't be raised for a short period of time. I have to enhance my divine abilities. After all, the heavenly court could kill at any time. Han Jia thought silently. 6 days later, he began to attend to the 3 clear execution of the world. A month later, he continued to attend to the somersault clouds. You can't just think about seconds. You have to be well-rounded. 1 year later, Han Jia had comprehended all of his divine abilities in sword intent to the limit. He breathed a sigh of relief, the unease in his mind finally subsiding. Sure enough, security is still up to you. Chapter 157, Mysterious Curse. Strong enemy attacks. After a year of enlightenment, Han Jia felt his strength leap. he began a mock trial. Versus black and white, 2 at a time against 2. The black and white irregulars were both existences at the 5th level of the scattered immortal realm. At the beginning of the battle, Hanjia directly performed the 3 Qing execution. Millions of sword shadows erupted, killing the black and white constants with nowhere to hide, killing them in strong seconds. Hanjia was a reincarnation sword immortal, and he could directly crush any living being in the yin and yang realms. Not bad, as long as it takes seconds. It was that I didn't know if I could kill a Jieyan Taoist at the 8th level of the scattered immortal realm in seconds when I encountered him. Thinking of Taoist Jieyan, Hanjia suddenly felt relieved. Perhaps the uneasiness did not come from the celestial court, but the Jieyan Taoist? Quite possibly. Hanjia immediately took out the Book of Doom and began to curse Taoist Jieyan. 6 days after the curse, he was still unsure. Why don't we sacrifice some of our lifespan and curse Taoist Jieyan to death? He has a million years to live anyway. As soon as this thought came out, Hanjia was instantly moved. No way. With the first, there will be a second, and countless more. It's like all kinds of chanting in modern society. It's a trap. It's a trap. Hanjia shook his head and lost his smile, then began to check his email. I also wonder how the cultivation world is doing these days. Your friend, Mo Revenge, had a chance encounter with a beast, and his luck has risen. Your friend, Ji Xianshan, has been attacked by your enemy, Jia Yan Daoran, and has been seriously injured. Your friend Ji Lingchan was attacked by your enemy, Jia Yan Taoist, and was killed. Your friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X76544. Your pupil grandson, Fang Liang, dreamt of the heavenly Dao in his training and his Dao has risen greatly. Your Daoist partner, Xian Changjun, has been attacked by a demon, X10223, Jia Yan Taoist. This pussy has come down to earth? Han Jia was shocked. Ji Xianshan was seriously injured. Ji Lingchan was directly killed. Could it be that the heavenly immortal mansion was terminated by Taoist Jia Yan? No, gotta curse this guy. Han Jia once again took out the Book of Doom and continued to curse Taoist Jia Yan. Although he could kill black and white in seconds, it didn't mean he could kill Taoist Jia Yan in seconds. It may not even always beat. After all, there was a 3-level minor realm difference between the black and white irregulars and the Jia Yan Taoist. The mountains were rolling, the sky was clear, and the dome of the sky was so aesthetically pleasing. On top of a gigantic peak thousands of feet high, a palace was destroyed and smoke curled up. Taoist Jia Yan was sitting inside a crumbling hall, his face pale as if he was severely injured. In the corner of the main hall, a group of senior members of the heavenly immortal mansion were trapped within a circle of light, including the Ji Xianshan. What happened to him? Injured? Which one of you hurt him? Probably went off the deep end. He is originally a demonic cultivator, and probably has demons in his heart and is fighting against them. Alas, what on earth is he going to do with us? Why not kill us? Ji Xianshan's face was grim as he did not participate in the whispers of the others. He stared at Taoist Jia Yan dead in the face, itching to break him into pieces. Facing Taoist Jia Yan, he had lost in a mess. Even worse than facing Han Jie, who had at least stayed his hand. But Taoist Jia Yan would not. Not only did Taoist Jia Yan defeat him, he also trampled on his dignity. Ji Xianshan had been waiting for an opportunity. He didn't know why Taoist Jia Yan didn't kill them all, but he understood that this was the opportunity. Just then, Taoist Jia Yan spewed out a mouthful of blood, which spilled all over the ground, and his entire aura shriveled along with it. He covered his chest and opened his eyes, his face grimacing as he muttered, "Damn it! Who the hell was that?" He panicked. Once again he suffered a curse, and this time it was stronger than ever. His mana rapidly dissolved, and his lifespan was even more crazily reduced. At this rate, he'll probably die. Taoist Jia Yan hurriedly cast a spell and called out to the woman in black. It wasn't long before a black vortex appeared in front of him, and the woman in black followed and stepped out. "What's the matter?" So alarmed, the black-clothed woman asked impatiently, her face changing slightly as her gaze followed and landed on Taoist Jia Yan. Taoist Jia Yan began to bleed from his 7 orifices, incomparably miserable. He gritted his teeth. "The curse I spoke of earlier is back, stronger than ever." The woman in black raised her right hand and pinched her fingers. However, she couldn't even calculate where that cursed power came from. She had to come from behind Taoist Jia Yan and landed her palms on his back, using her own spiritual energy to help heal his injuries. In less than 5 breaths, the woman in black also began to bleed from her 7 orifices, and she had to withdraw her hand. "No, this curse power is too strong," the woman in black said in a deep voice. Despairing, Taoist Jia Yan hurriedly shouted, "Can you ask for help, senior? Hurry up, I can't hold it anymore." The woman in black hesitated for a moment, but still took out a token and probed her divine sense into it. The group of people from the heavenly immortal mansion looked stunned. Cursed power? Someone is cursing Taoist Jia Yan? They were ecstatic in their hearts. Taoist Jia Yan was a mighty cultivator who had ascended. and to be able to curse him into serious injury. It must have been an immortal god's hand. The woman in black stared at Taoist Jie and spoke. You must find a place with the strongest qi to suppress the power of the curse. Otherwise you won't be able to wait for him to come. Taoist Jie nodded his head, and the two of them immediately got up and disappeared into thin air. As for the people of the heavenly immortal mansion, in Taoist Jie's opinion, they couldn't run away at all, and the mortal world was the biggest prison. Your enemy, Taoist Jie, has lost 500,000 years of his life under your curse and is seriously injured. Seeing this email, Han Jie immediately stopped. He wiped the blood from his face and nodded in satisfaction. With this wave, he had lost nearly 100 years of his lifespan, and although it was insignificant compared to his more than 1,000,000 lifespans, he was still heartbroken. Just this once, never again. Han Jie thought silently, then began to heal his wounds. A few days later, his injuries recovered and he continued to cultivate. His injuries weren't considered serious, but it would be difficult for the Jiayan Taoist to recover without decades. A few decades was enough time for Han Jie to break through to the middle stage of the reincarnation scattered immortal realm. The immortal qi emanating from the Fusang tree was even more abundant than its aura, and Han Jie could feel the growth of his mana every day. The good times don't last long. 1 month later, Taoist Jiayan and the woman in black arrived. They stood on the clouds, looking out at the distant mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, with astonished expressions on their faces. This mountain actually contains immortal energy. What is it? Taoist Jiayan was shocked. He had traveled the world before ascending and had not seen such a treasure mountain. The black-clothed woman's gaze fell on the summit of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, and she saw the Fusang tree. The 2 fire crows on the fuchsia tree seemed to be. Her eyes widened, and a huge wave rippled through her heart. How is that possible? 2 little gold crows. Could it be that this mountain is the habitat of the golden crow divine race? She took a deep breath and led Taoist Jiayan forward carefully. Currently, only this place could help Taoist Jiayan suppress the power of the curse. Arriving in front of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, the woman in black didn't dare to forcefully break the formation, but instead cupped her fists and saluted. The 2 of us have taken the liberty of interrupting. I don't know the senior's name. Mo Rongqi, Fang Liang, Sun Chang'an and the others under the Fusang tree opened their eyes to look. They were stunned to realize that they couldn't see through these two's cultivation. The 2 little golden crows opened their wings as if they were facing a great enemy. Top Chi Luck. Quietly cultivate for 1,000 years. Latest chapter address. Top Chi Luck. Quietly cultivate for 1,000 years. Full text reading address /read/1666750 / Top Chi Luck. Quietly cultivated for 1,000 years. TXT download here. Top Chi Luck. Quietly cultivating for 1,000 years. Mobile readers /read/1666750 / In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record this. Chapter 158, Mysterious Curse. Strong enemy attack, reading record. Next time open the bookshelf to see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blogs, Weibo, etc. If you like Top Chi Luck, quietly cultivate for 1,000 years. Thank you for your support. Chapter 158, Battle of the Scattered Immortals. Taoist Jie Diffractor, 8th level of the Immortal Realm. A loose practitioner in the Immortal World. Yang Yanjun, 9th level of the Immortal Realm. Disciple of the Immortal World's Yulong Island. Seeing these 2 lines in front of him, Han Jie was silent. He was in a panic. Instead of answering the black-clothed woman named Yang Yankun, he began to use the simulation trial, facing the Jiayan Taoist in seconds. Facing Yang Yanjun, unable to kill him in seconds. This guy even had a mysterious magic treasure that could block Han Jie's attack. While after a few seconds, Han Jie still killed him with his strong strength. Han Jie tried a 1-on-2. 10 breaths later, he opened his eyes. I can't spike. With the capabilities of these 2, it was likely that they would plague the Jade Clear sacred sect. What to do? Han Jie frowned tightly. The Sword of Enlightenment spoke up and asked, Master, why are you frowning? Is that an enemy coming from outside? Han Jie said softly, just stay within the cave and don't go anywhere. Han Jie got up and walked out of the cave. The other party was already here. He couldn't hide even if he wanted to. In front of the mountain of bitterness into immortality, Taoist Jiayan and Yang Yanjun were still waiting. Is it really the Golden Crow divine race? Taoist Jiayan asked in shock. Yang Yanjun nodded his head and said, it is indeed a Golden Crow, but it only has the cultivation of the Mahayana realm, and it is considered to be of average qualification among the Golden Crow divine race. But to be able to take in a Golden Crow of average qualification, this person is by no means mortal, so we'd better face it with caution. Taoist Jiayan nodded his head, a look of hope in his eyes. I don't know what's the matter with you 2 fellow Taoists. Han Jie's voice floated out. When Taoist Jiayan heard this, he inexplicably felt familiar. He squinted and saw Han Jie, who had walked out of the cave. It's him. Taoist Jiayan's face instantly grimaced. The Green Python Great Sage's memories before his death were transmitted to Taoist Jieyan's eyes through a special divine ability, and this was the reason why Taoist Jieyan developed hatred towards Han Jie. In an instant, Taoist Jieyan thought of many possibilities. The person who cursed him is most likely Han Jie. Taoist Jieyan immediately transmitted his voice to Yang Yanjun, recounting that hatred of his demon pet. Upon hearing this, Yang Yanjun didn't move as she smiled towards Han Jie. Can you allow the two of us to stay in the mountains for a while? This Taoist friend of mine is severely injured and needs to find a place to recuperate. She couldn't see through Han Jie's cultivation and expected that the other party was also from the upper realm. Plus, the man is really handsome. Taoist Jieyan tried to restrain his emotions and didn't interrupt. This brat doesn't know I exist. I can find an opportunity to sneak attack. Taoist Jieyan thought silently. Han Jie's voice drifted in. That's not good, is it? There aren't enough spots on the mountain to accommodate the two Taoists. Yang Yan-kun has developed a hatred for you. Current hatred level is 4 stars. That's 4 stars? Han Jie cursed. This looks polite, but I didn't expect to be so petty. Yang Yanjun sighed. How can you be so cruel? See death to save. We are only temporarily living for a period of time. Never disturb. Save a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. The 9 cauldrons real person and a group of elders rushed to the other party. The other party came to live in the bitter cultivation into the immortal mountain. Obviously not an idle generation. What sect do the two Taoists come from? The 9 cauldrons realist cupped his fists and asked with a smile. He was smart enough not to come up and keep his distance from Yang Yanjun and Taoist Jieyan. Yang Yanjun glanced at him and looked back at Han Jie, saying, fellow Taoist, is it really not possible? Although she couldn't see through Han Jie's cultivation, she didn't feel any danger from him. Han Jie's attitude wasn't tough either, so it didn't seem to have a big background. Yang Yanjun had also inquired before he descended to the mortal world, and there were no famous immortal gods lurking in this mortal world. Thinking that, Yang Yanjun raised his right hand and a flying sword appeared in his hand. Han Jie narrowed his eyes. Fellow Taoist is threatening me? He immediately flashed and moved out of the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain and came outside the mountain protector formation. Yang Yanjun narrowed his eyes and smiled. We are desperate and must stay in this mountain of yours for a while, so I hope that you will not be too much. Before the word absolute love could be uttered, Han Jie violently waved his sleeve, and the Hongmeng Judgment Sword appeared in his hand at some point. In an instant, countless sword shadows shot out along the blade of the Hongmeng Judgment Sword, turning into black torrents that swept towards Yang Yanjun. Yang Yanjun's face changed greatly, not expecting Han Jie to strike so decisively. Almost instantly, Yang Yankun threw his flying dagger. The flying dagger transformed into a giant blade that was 100 feet long and was erected in front of his body to resist Han Jie's sword shadow. Rumble! In the battle of the scattered immortals, the pressure shook the heaven and earth, and even the sky dome was torn apart as a streak of heavenly thunder surfaced. The 9 cauldrons and the elders exploded back in fear. Under the Fusong tree, the crowd also watched the battle nervously. What a terrifying aura! What realm are they in? Cold sweat overflowed from Morong Chi's forehead. He had thought that he was already considered a strong man, but when he faced the pressure of Han Jie and Yang Yanjun, he realized how small he was. The others were also shaken. Tu Linger's eyes were beaming as she looked at Han Jie. Taoist Jieyan was horrified in his heart, not expecting Han Jie to be so powerful. Just then, Han Jie suddenly raised his left hand and pointed his index finger at Taoist Jieyan. Heaven and Earth Xian Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. Phew! Sword chi shot out and swept across the sky. Yang Yanjun widened her beautiful eyes and drank. How dare you! Han Jie fought with her and even dared to attack and kill Taoist Jieyan, totally unafraid of offending them to death? The heavily injured Jieyan Taoist could not react in time without any defense, and was directly annihilated by the sword chi. The body is dead, the soul is broken. Han Jie followed and closed in on Yang Yanjun. He closed his sword with his right hand and raised it to point at the sky. Sword intent rushed up to the sky. The azure dome of the sky quickly appeared as an ocean of sword chi, magnificent and grandiose, the length and width of which was unknown to be several hundred miles. You're dead. Yang Yanjun was furious. Her mission was to protect Taoist Jieyan. She didn't expect Taoist Jieyan to die in front of her eyes. How would she explain to her own senior brother? This man must be put to death. Occupy its treasure mountain by the way. Yang Yanjun cast a spell with both hands, and the giant flying dagger killed Han Jie directly. She was going to interrupt Han Jie from casting her divine ability, but Han Jie simply ignored her flying daggers and continued to perform the 3 Qing execution. Countless sword shadows coalescing from the ocean of sword chi, as many as millions of them, spreading out across the sky and shaking the heavens and earth. All the cultivators of the Jade Clear sacred sect looked up, and all of them were stupefied. From their field of vision, the entire vault of heaven was hung with sword shadows, a scene that they had encountered for the first time in this life. Boom! The huge flying dagger crashed into Han Jie, and a strong light erupted from Han Jie's body. actually forcing the flying dagger to block it down. Tai supreme treasure. Yang Yanjun lost his voice and shouted, how could this guy have a Tai supreme treasure? Han Jie's way of answering her was to attack. Millions of sword shadows swooped down as if the sky was collapsing, and all the cultivators of the Jade Clearance Sacred Sect only felt a strong wind falling from the sky, pressuring them to fall to the ground. The mountains shook and trembled, and the earth crumbled. Yang Yanjun cast his spells quickly, his mana shining strongly around him as if it were a huge ball of light. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword shadows fell crazily, bombarding the huge ball of light to tremble violently. Yang Yankun's physical body was also trembling. He's not a loose immortal? Yang Yanjun thought in horror. Not good. Unstoppable. Chapter 159 8th Grade Heavenly General. Danqing Jinran. Han Jie stared at Yang Yanjun dead on, and when he saw that Yang Yanjun hadn't fled, he was ecstatic in his heart. Since you have the guts, you're not going anywhere. Han Jie swung his sword again, and the ocean of sword chi in the sky once again condensed countless sword shadows, killing Yang Yanjun with the momentum of a heavenly collapse. Unstoppable. Yang Yanjun was shocked and immediately pranced around, but in that moment, as soon as her mana dissipated, she was shocked by Han Jie's sword chi. She pranced to dozens of miles away, and just as she appeared, her breath hit her heart and a mouthful of reverse blood rushed up her throat. Put! Yang Yanjun raised her hand and the flying dagger cut through the air and landed in her hand once again. Damn it! If it weren't for the heavenly rules, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Yang Yanjun cursed angrily as she threw her flying dagger above her head and cast a quick spell with both hands. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled tremendously, and the earth's aura gathered up towards her flying dagger, forming a wave of chi visible to the naked eye, which was extremely spectacular. She wasn't going to run away. She was going to fight. Han Jie completely enraged her. Phew! A cracking sound shot through the air. It was clearly the heaven and earth Shen Huang boundary-breaking sword finger. Yang Yanjun was prepared for this and immediately dodged. She had just turned around when Han Jie appeared behind her. Han Jie had used the somersault cloud as the basis to create a Tai-level stance last year, and he could jump behind his enemy in a single somersault with unparalleled precision. Yang Yanjun's afterglow caught a glimpse of Han Jie, and her pupils couldn't help but dilate. How is that possible? A black sword chi suddenly erupted and rose up into the sky, as if a brush had been swung towards the sky, and the black sword chi hung high in the sky. Yang Yanjun's physical body was directly annihilated by Han Jie's sword chi, leaving only his Yuanshan still in front of Han Jie. I am a disciple of Lantau Dragon Immortal Island. My senior brother is a heavenly general of the heavenly court. Yang Yanjun cried out in shock, and as soon as the words fell, she immediately turned around and her Yuanshan flew away. Han Jie lifted his sword and swung it, and millions of sword shadows came from the 8 directions of heaven and earth to kill and directly annihilate Yang Yanjun. Finally dead. The Sky General is great? Laozi is still a descendant of the immortal emperor. Han Jie secretly disdained it. With things having come to this point, it was impossible to end the karma by sparing Yang Yanjun. Han Jie raised his left hand and sucked it through the air, drawing a storage ring and a flying knife into his palm. He flew towards the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain. Along the way, he didn't find Taoist Jie Yan's storage ring, presumably destroyed by the heaven, earth, Xian Huang, and boundary-breaking sword finger. When they returned to the Fusang tree, the crowd immediately surrounded them. Even Xing Hongxian, Immortal Shi Xian, Chang Yuer, and Li Qingzi were there. How's it going, Master? Where did those two come from just now? Master Ancestor is too powerful. No need to ask? Definitely dead. Who under the sun could survive our master's hand? The crowd was excited. In the past, Han Jie had almost always killed his enemies in seconds, and rarely fought in a wide-open battle like this. They couldn't forget the roiling sword shadows just now, and the pressure that made their souls tremble. The three-headed Jiao King was the most shocked. He who was at the 6th level of the Mahayana realm was also crushed by the pressure of the might just now and knelt on the ground. What does that mean? It meant that Han Jie and Yang Yanjun were definitely beyond the Mahayana realm and were in the realm of immortals. Han Jie smiled. It's fine, so continue your cultivation. After that, he returned to the innate cave. There's no need to tell anyone else about some of these things. It just creates panic. Seeing the end of the battle, the 9 Cauldrons realist hurriedly told the elders to go and pacify the disciples of the clan. Today's battle had caused the name of the Divine Beheading Elder to once again stir up the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. After so many years, many disciples were on the verge of forgetting about Elder God Beheader. The ones who were most excited were the new disciples, not expecting the Jade Clearance Sect's Divine Beheading Elder to be so terrifying. Inside the innate cave, Han Jie began to count Yang Yanjun's storage rings, and the Wudao sword curiously came over. Yang Yanjun was worthy of being from the upper realm, really rich. Magic treasures, spell secret scrolls, divine ability scrolls, and so on, everything was available. And there were also many elixirs that could help loose immortals cultivate. This wave is earned. Yang-san has developed a hatred for you. Current hatred level is 6 stars. Zhou Qingjinjin has developed hatred towards you. And the current hatred level is 3 stars. 2 lines appeared before Han Jie's eyes. He wasn't surprised. Fast and Furious sums it up in 2 words. The condom. After you kill the little ones, the old ones will come. What is a man? What is a jungle? The jungle is all about connections. If someone killed Han Jie's disciples and grandchildren, Han Jie would definitely take revenge as well. Besides, the people of the upper realms must have divine powers to project who killed the people they cared about. Only 2 people had hatred towards Han Jie, and Han Jie still felt that it was less. It seems that Yang Yanjun has bad luck with this woman. Han Jie pulled up his relationships and began to check out the information on these 2 people. Yang San, late stage Tai Immortal, 8th ranked heavenly general in the heavenly court. Because you killed his beloved sister Yang Yanjun and his subordinate Jian Taoist who he was going to support, he has a hatred for you that will not stop until he is dead. His current hatred level is 6 stars. Dancheng Jinran, middle stage of Tai True Immortal, one of the 7 Jinran on Yulong Immortal Island. Because you killed his beloved disciple, Yang Yanjun, he has hatred for you, and will definitely kill you if they meet. And his current hatred degree is 3 stars. Late stage Tai Earth Immortal, middle stage of Tai True Immortal. That's good. It's all very strong. Han Jie forced a smile and panicked a little in his heart. However, he noticed that the message of the Danqing realist said if they met, which meant that the Danqing realist would not descend to earth. And there's young Scatter, heavenly generals. When the heavenly court cleans up the demon tribe, this guy will definitely lead the team personally. No way. Must curse. Han Jie didn't curse immediately and cursed after a while to avoid being discovered by the other party. Once Yang San and Dan Changjinjin realized that it was Han Jie who was cursing them, they would definitely take care of this scourge of Han Jie as early as possible. A large, brightly lit hall. Its stone pillars and decorations all shaking. A man with a divine and martial figure sat on the first seat. He wore loose Taoist robes and had a handsome face. At the moment, anger was written all over his face, and the killing intent in his eyes was close to condensing into substance. Sister. Yang San gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with blood, and his eyes were about to turn into beads of blood. All blame me. Should not let the senior sister to go. If we wait a little longer, and wait for the heavenly court to collect the heavenly rules, how could her cultivation of the early stage of Tai Earth Immortal be restricted to the scattered immortal realm? And how could she die? Yang San muttered to himself in pain. How could he have expected the mortal world to harbor loose immortals? Blame it on the Jian Taoist. This guy was pushing hard and had to come down to earth, and ended up dragging his senior sister down with him. That guy's so ruthless. He's even willing to kill a woman. His senior sister had finally declared herself, but she didn't even give her face. Yang San hated Han Jie, and couldn't wait to kill him by 1,000 cuts and break his body into pieces. When he caught Han Jie, he would make Han Jie taste the most painful heavenly punishment. No, this matter must be reported to the immortal officials. Yang San immediately got up, transformed into a gust of fresh wind, and rushed out of the great hall. After killing Yang Yanjun and Taoist Jian, Han Jie removed Yang Yanjun's flying dagger from his soul imprint and then gifted it to Su Qi. Su Qi happened to lack a powerful magic treasure. Han Jie took out Yang Yanjun's pills and continued to cultivate, striving to break through to the middle stage of the reincarnation scattered immortal realm as soon as possible. With his strength, it would be difficult to defeat a late-stage Tai Earth Immortal. 1 year later, Han Jie took out the Book of Doom and began to curse Yang San. In the future, Jubilee can defer the curse, and young Scatter is the primary target. He had just started to curse when a line suddenly appeared in front of him. Red Cloud Immortal is favorably disposed towards you. Current favorability is 4 stars. Chapter 160 Reincarnation Scattered Immortal Realm Middle Stage. Little Sister. Red Cloud Immortal? Who? Han Jie froze, immediately pulling up relationships to check his avatar. The Red Cloud Immortal looked like a mortal at first glance, with a head of reddish hair, a face that wasn't exactly handsome but wasn't ugly either, and pupils that were green in color, making it hard to tell what race he was incarnated in. Red Cloud Immortal, early stage of Tai Heavenly Immortal, 6th grade immortal official of the Heavenly Court, in control of the Heavenly Tao in the mortal world. Extremely dissatisfied with Yang San because he reported you to the Heavenly Emperor for killing Yang Yanjun, and at the same time he has developed a good feeling towards you, with the current good feeling level of 3 stars, early stage of Tai Heavenly Immortal. A little fierce, Han Jie was secretly surprised. Cultivation realms are categorized into loose immortals, Tai Earth Immortals, Tai Heaven Immortals, Tai True Immortals, Tai Xianxian Immortals, and Tai Golden Immortals. In other words, Red Cloud Immortal was stronger than Yang San. He controlled the heavenly Tao of the mortal world. Could he be the heavenly god of the mortal world that Han Jie was in? If that's the case, then Han Jie can understand that Yang San is equivalent to messing with the Red Cloud Immortal's territory. Can the Red Cloud Immortal tolerate it? However, this is only Han Jie's speculation. If the Heavenly Court really wants to clean up this mortal world, Red Cloud Immortal, a 6th grade immortal officer, dares to refute? Han never gave it another thought and continued to curse Yang San. 6 days later, Han Jie ended the curse and began to cultivate. Either way, he had to hurry up and get stronger. 3 years later, detecting that you are 800 years old and have taken another step in life, you have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and become an immortal god. You can get a supreme treasure. 2nd, if you don't ascend and stay in the mortal world to cultivate, you'll get 1 avatar inheritance. Han despaired of making an immediate choice as he looked at the 3 lines that appeared before him. Without realizing it, he was 800 years old. He couldn't help but be despondent. Life really goes by fast. Han Jie silently chose the second option. You choose not to ascend for the time being, and receive 1 avatar inheritance. Congratulations on acquiring the avatar. 3 heads, 6 arms, 3 heads, 6 arms, casts a 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma body that can use 6 magic treasures at the same time, and the strength of the physical body is greatly enhanced. Han Jie immediately began to pass down the 3 heads and 6 arms. A few days later, he completely mastered the 3 heads and 6 arms avatar, and when he turned into 3 heads and 6 arms, he startled the Sword of Enlightenment. Learning that this was the avatar, the Sword of Enlightenment stated that she wanted to learn it as well. Han Jie sized her up and said, "You're so good looking, it'll affect your image if you learn it." The Sword of Enlightenment was not saddened by the rejection, but rather a little happy. "I'm pretty?" In the next second, another thought occurred to her. Her image was that of Murphy's last immortal god master. Did Han Jie like her, or her last immortal god master? Thinking like this, the Sword of Gnosis was depressed again. Han Jie didn't care about her change of face and continued to cultivate. As the Sword of Enlightenment matured more and more, she also had the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a human being, and it was normal for her to have her own emotional changes. It is often said that a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Han Jie cultivated while tapping on relationships to check. He was 800 years old, and immortal Shi Xian was bound to be thousands of years old, and he didn't know when the big day would come. Currently, immortal Shi Xian had already broken through to the 5th level of the transformation god realm, and her progress was quite good, thanks to the aura of the bitter cultivation immortal mountain as well as the chances she herself had encountered. Xing Hongxian and Chang Yuer were still in Yuaning, but they were close to transforming into gods. Emoju was already in existence at the god transformation realm, and the Mo family had a little something. Li Qingzi was stuck at the 2nd level of the transformation spirit realm and was slow to progress. The qualification thing was a really hard injury. Su Qi had already crossed into the fusion realm. The black prison chicken was also in the fusion realm and was still far from the conformity realm. Yang Tiandong, Sun Chanan, and the chaotic heavenly dog were still in the transformation god realm, and were close to the fusion realm. Fan Liang and Morongqi crossed into the void melting realm one after another. The natural talent of the 3rd generation disciples was as terrifying as it was. Tu Linger hadn't broken through to the harmonization realm since she came to the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, but she was getting close. The 2 little golden crows reached the 8th level of the Mahayana realm, and the 3-headed Zhao King made no progress in his cultivation. Han Jie looked at the email again. The cultivation world was once again at peace. Ji Xianshen, Huang Jiahao, Zhou Fan, and Mo Vengeance had been competing for the top 3 in the list of number of times they had been attacked. The demons seemed to have subsided. Also right, if Han Jie was a demon ancestor, he would probably have given up as well. 10 years later, Han Jie finally broke through to the middle stage of the reincarnation scattered immortal realm. From the early to the middle period, he spent a total of 31 years. For a loose immortal, this speed was definitely considered fast, but Han Jie still felt a bit slow. The immortal chi of the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality was already very dense. Plus there was no one to compete with him for the immortal chi, and he had it all to himself. In addition to the Fusang tree, the earth immortal gourd vine had also begun to catalyze the immortal chi, and together with the Peishang flower, the immortal chi of the mountain of bitterness into immortality would continue to grow over time. After all, the Fusang tree, the earth immortal gourd vine, and the Peishang flower were still far from reaching a mature state. When the Wudao sword and Sun Chang'an broke through to the scattered immortal realm, they might also help the growth of the immortal chi of the bitter cultivation into immortality mountain. After the breakthrough, the first thing Han Jie did was to simulate the trial. With 1 against 2, Han Jie killed Taoist Jie Yan and Yang Yanjun in seconds. He was instantly satisfied. He checked the situation of his friends. No one had died, and Xing Hongshuan's 4 girls were not in danger. So he continued to cultivate. Months later, Turinger came to visit. During these 10 years, she went out to cross the threshold and managed to break through to the harmonization realm. Han Jie hesitated for a moment. but still let her into the cave. Although he didn't like Tu Linger's attitude towards the heavenly immortal mansion, there was someone behind Tu Linger, so he couldn't show too much rejection. After all, Mona did give away money. Tu Linger came to Han Jie and saluted, saying, "Senior, my disciple has already broken through to the harmonization realm, and I gained a piece of chance on my way back, so I've come to offer it to your old man." She took out a palm-sized piece of scale. Han Jie glanced at it and asked, "What's this?" He had no eyes for mortal treasures now. "I'm not sure, and it's precisely because I'm not sure that I think it might be valuable, and I still need your old man to palm my eyes." Tu Linger's posture was low. Han Jie took the scales and probed his divine sense into them. He wore a look of disbelief. There was actually a dragon soul hidden within the scales, and it wasn't a mortal soul, emanating mana fluctuations, which meant that it was at least a loose immortal. However, this dragon soul was very weak and was not enough for Han Jie to fear. Han Jie accepted it for the time being and looked at Tu Linger. "You have a heart, elder, as long as you like it," Tu Linger said happily. Han Jie hesitated. "From now on, you are my fourth disciple. First disciple Yang Tiandong, second disciple Su Qi, third disciple Sun Chang'an." Tu Linger said, "I cannot be your disciple. Being a maidservant is fine. I can be the same as the three-headed Zhao King, guarding this mountain and guarding you." Han Jie frowned. This is greedy for his body? Tu Linger's favorability towards him had already reached 5 stars, and all he had to do was ask and she would offer herself. Han Jie, however, did not want to get involved in a more complicated relationship with her. After all, this was the reincarnation of a great sorcerer, and with the past of the sorcerer tribe as well as the current situation, there was bound to be a lot of trouble in the future. "My mind is made up. You go out." Han Jie waved his hand. Tu Linger could only call it quits, her heart not willing to do so. After leaving the cave, her eyes were firm. "I'm not giving up." As of this moment, the three of them, Yang Tiantong, had another junior sister, a junior sister who was stronger than all of them. Chapter 161, Fuchsia Yellow Dragon. Kill all the heavenly soldiers and generals. After Tu Linger left, Han Jie began to observe that dragon soul in the scales. He used his divine sense to awaken the dragon soul. "Who are you?" Dragon soul asked weakly. Han Jie used his divine sense to communicate with it, inquiring about its identity and why it had fallen here. Dragon soul didn't hide it either. He was already desperate and it was already not easy for someone to find him. This dragon soul from the upper realm of the true dragon tribe, hundreds of thousands of years ago. This side of the mortal world has just opened up. He went down to the mortal world to travel. The result of the encounter with the fight, the death of the Taoist, only a wisp of the remnant of the soul to live. The dragon soul hid in a piece of snake scale in order to prevent it from being discovered by the enemy, wanting to attach to the demonic beast and absorb the demonic beast's spiritual energy to nourish the remnant soul. But unfortunately, hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and the piece of scale was buried in the earth most of the time, so in order to minimize the consumption of the soul, he could only fall into a deep sleep. "If you save me, I will definitely repay you," Dragon Soul continued. Han Jie balked. "Okay, I'll find a way to save you. Nourish my soul with your immortal power every day, and with perseverance, you will save me." "Yes, thanks a lot. It's okay," Han Jie responded on the surface, but in his heart, he was dissatisfied. "I've promised to save you. Why haven't you developed a crush on me?" Han Jie tried to nourish the dragon soul with his immortal power. After an hour, the pussy still hadn't gotten the better of him. Han Jie directly cut off the immortal power. "Why did you stop?" the dragon spirit exclaimed from within its scales. "The yellow dragon of the abyss has developed a hatred for you, and its current hatred level is 2 stars. Son of a, that's a 2-star hate rating?" Han Jie wanted to scold him, but he still cautiously checked the information on Profound Yellow Dragon. Abyssal Yellow Dragon, a mid-stage Tai immortal from the true dragon race, treacherous and petty in nature, once offended by the red cloud immortal and killed by him, displeased with your interruption of nourishment of his residual soul, and has hatred towards you. Current hatred degree is 2 stars. When Han Jie saw this, it turned out that the one who killed him was Red Cloud Immortal. Then he wouldn't have to worry about offending the true dragon clan. Han Jie immediately probed his divine sense into the scales and erased the dragon soul's consciousness, leaving only a strand of unconscious residual soul. Devouring residual soul strengthens the soul, which is one of the reasons why taking over the soul is so popular. The reason why some great powers were able to make a fortune is that they encountered a great power to take over their bodies when they were young, and as a result, they were devoured by it, inherited the memory inheritance of the great power, and their souls metamorphosed, and only then did they soar to the heavens. There are few such examples. Han Jie didn't devour the dragon soul, but instead kept it and gifted it to the 3-headed Zhao King when he performed well. He checks his relationships and realizes that Abyssal Yellow Dragon's avatar is gone, indicating that it's really dead. Han Jie was completely relieved, then began to cultivate. The Wudao sword was perplexed, and in her perspective, Han Jie kept changing his face with that scale, his moods changing in many different ways, and he was eccentric to the extreme. She didn't inquire, though. It wasn't the first time Han Jie had been like this. 4 years later, Fang Liang and Morong Qi went out to practice, while the others were still cultivating under the Fusong tree. This day, late at night, Han Jie, who was cultivating, suddenly felt a powerful divine sense attacking him, and he subconsciously opened his eyes and realized that his consciousness had come to a vast sea of stars, the universe dark and dotted by billions of stars, which appeared incomparably aesthetically pleasing. There was a figure in front of Han Jie with crimson clouds hovering around him. Han Jie recognized him at a glance. Red Cloud Immortal. Red Cloud Immortal smiled as she surveyed Han Jie and asked, "You're not afraid?" Han Jie said, "If Senior wants to kill me, it's useless for me to be afraid. Worthy of someone who dares to offend the heavenly generals. You've already accomplished loose immortality. Why don't you ascend? I've offended Jubilee and I'm afraid he'll squat me. I can help you, quietly send you to the heavenly court. When the soldiers, the vermilion bird you offended should be Zhudo's father. When the vermilion bird descended to the earth, he didn't give me face, and I'm not happy with him either. I can protect you." Red Cloud Immortal laughed, his attitude causing Han Ju to be a bit surprised. In Han Jie's opinion, immortal gods shouldn't be too blunt in their speech. They were all full of cities and didn't tear their faces apart easily. "You're going to be a soldier in heaven?" Han Jie was a bit resistant. "If you're a soldier, you can't fix it. Besides, the heavenly court would still be attacked by demon saints, and there would be too much trouble." Han Jie asked, "Dare I ask about Senior's identity?" Red Cloud Immortal stroked his beard and laughed. "The mortal world you are in is under the charge of me, Red Cloud Immortal. I am mainly in charge of the heavenly Tao to avoid mistakes in the heavenly rules, and I cannot intervene in the affairs of the mortal world, but it's a trivial matter to promote you into the heavenly court." Han Jie continued to ask, "I heard that the heavenly court is going to clean up the mortal world. Is this matter true?" At those words, Red Cloud Immortal's face sank. "Who did you hear that from? Truth be told, I have a senior that I met at the Long River of the Sword Tao." Long River of Sword Tao? Could it be that? I didn't expect you to be a genius of the Sword Tao. My piece of the mortal world really has strong luck. No wonder the Devil Clan has been engaging in plots and tricks. Red Cloud Fairy's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability is 3.5 stars. Han Jie was secretly pleased. Older brother is quite the poker player, the Red Cloud Immortal said with a straight face. "To be honest, the heavenly court has indeed put the mortal world you are in on the list of key tests. This realm will most likely be cleaned up. By then all beings will be annihilated. The heavenly Tao of this realm will cease to exist, and I will be transferred out of my immortal position to serve as some other immortal official. That's why I have specially come to look for you. No matter what, you are also considered to be the mortal who has broken out from under me, and I'm willing to support you a little bit." Han Jie frowned. "Then can I bring my disciples with me?" Red Cloud Immortal shook her head. "I'm afraid it won't work. Their cultivation is weak. If they go to the heavenly court, they won't be able to withstand the heavy pressure of the heavenly court's immortal chi. Besides, mortals entering the heavenly court would have been a violation of heaven's rules. I can only take you into the heavenly court, and after I leave the heavenly court, I can't care if the vermilion bird finds you in trouble." Han Jie's frown deepened. Red Cloud Immortal sighed. "The demon race has invaded too deeply. Plus Yang San, as a heavenly general, has been writing letters, although my immortal position is higher than him. In the eyes of the heavenly court, the heavenly emperor, the civilization is inferior to the martial arts, and it's also my fault that I, who have been in seclusion for many years to cultivate, have neglected to exercise jurisdiction over the mortal world." Han Jie asked, "There are still demons in this mortal world?" "Yes, there are quite a few descendants of the demon race, even lurking within the righteous clans and families. They don't have a demonic nature, they just retain the blood of the demon race. If we kill them all, I'm afraid the world will be in chaos. As a heavenly Tao immortal officer, I'm not allowed to personally take action against the heavenly Tao beings under my command, or else I will be subjected to heavenly Tao's revolt, and can only be enforced by the heavenly soldiers and generals." Red Cloud Immortal's words made Han Jie think of the Amo family. "I didn't realize there were quite a few families like the Amo family. The devils have so many backhanders. It's actually not without a solution." The Red Cloud Immortal suddenly laughed. Han Jie asked, "What method?" "Kill all the incoming heavenly soldiers." The Red Cloud Immortal was not surprised by his words. Han Jie looked at him in surprise. "This guy is not a werewolf?" Red Cloud Immortal said, "This is my divine sense heaven and earth. No one can gain insight into your conversation with me. In fact, although the heavenly court is the land of immortals and gods that holds all the worlds of the heavens, there are countless enemies. If you kill all the heavenly soldiers and generals, proving your potential, the Heavenly Court might be able to recruit you. With the rise of the Divine Palace and the Buddhist sect, the Heavenly Court is too eager for powerful heavenly pride, especially those who are killed up from the mortal world, without a strong background, yet they can slay immortals and kill gods. Such a qualification is enough to make the Heavenly Court go crazy. Millions of years ago, the Heavenly Court Great God General was killed in this way, before he ascended, slaughtered all the immortal gods that descended to the earth, shocking the Heavenly Court, and now, he is the most powerful existence among the Heavenly Generals. He is also the most distinguished immortal god in the entire Heavenly Court. Top Chi Luck. Quietly cultivate for 1,000 years. Latest chapter address. Top Chi Luck. Quietly cultivate for 1,000 years. Full text reading address /read/1666750 / Top Chi Luck. Quietly cultivated for 1,000 years. TXT download here. Top Chi Luck. Quietly cultivating for 1,000 years. Mobile readers /read/1666750 / For next time reading, you can click favorites below to record this. Chapter 162 Fuchsia Yellow Dragon. Kill all heavenly soldiers and generals. Read the record. Next time open the bookshelf to see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blogs, Weibo, etc. If you like Top Chi Luck, quietly cultivate for 1,000 years. Thank you for your support. Chapter 162 Immortal Emperor's Fortune. Late reincarnation scattered immortal realm. Kill the heavenly soldiers and generals, then wait for the Heavenly Court to recruit them? Han Jia looked at Red Cloud Immortal with an odd expression, as if his eyes were saying, "Are you serious?" Immediately afterward, a story suddenly came to him. The story of the Monkey King. The Monkey King has a big background, but he doesn't. The matter is too dangerous. Can't do it. Red Cloud Immortal laughed. If you don't dare and want to live, then you'll have to follow me into the Heavenly Court. Han Jia asked, is there really no other way? No. You can only do so much if you want to save your apprentice. When will heaven clean up the earth? A few hundred years in the short term, 1,000 years in the long term. Let's see. Aha! Red Cloud Immortal waved his sleeve, and the surrounding cosmic sea of stars instantly shattered as Han Jia's consciousness followed him back into his physical body. Han Jia opened his eyes and rubbed his chin and thought, I will have to ask Lao about this. Han Jia immediately enlisted in the way of the sword. 10 or so days later, he entered the long river of the sword Dao as familiarly as if he were returning home. He found Battle Lone Star and inquired about the deeds of the great divine general. And as for the Red Cloud Immortal, he did not sell the Red Cloud Immortal. Red Cloud Immortal had already been kind enough to tell him so much. If he told Red Cloud Immortal off, would he still be human? This might also offend the Red Cloud Immortal. Battle Lone Star mused. You want to follow the example of the Heavenly Court's great divine generals? The Celestial Emperor does have this stinking problem of bullying the weak. There are quite a few Celestial generals in the Celestial Court who were once the enemies of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Emperor saw that they had good qualifications, and let them off the hook, and even gave them a big reward. It's okay for you to want to follow this path. If you can get into the eyes of the Celestial Emperor, then the Vermilion Bird wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Although the Heavenly Court is afraid of the Vermilion Bird clan, it cares more about the heavenly pride, and the Heavenly Emperor once offended the Buddhist sect for the great divine generals, nearly setting off a great war in the immortal world. It's hard to go down that road, and you don't have that much time. Han Jia sighed. I can only try, and if it really doesn't work, then I'll have to run. If he couldn't beat them, he jumped to the netherworld, and if the Heavenly Court told the earthly palace to hunt him down, he jumped to other worlds. There's always a place to hide. TSK, if you really succeed, you'll have a bright future. Although the Heavenly Court has been in constant trouble lately, at least it's the most powerful force in the upper realm, representing the Heavenly Tao. Battle Lone Star laughed, while in his heart he wondered who had told Han Jia about this. This man is really bold. Han Jia lamented. What is wrong with most of the living beings in the mortal world? They have to face the end of being slaughtered. The heavenly soldiers and generals go out to die for the Heavenly Court, in front of the qualification, and all become ants. This seemingly sacred and powerful also has many criticisms. Would those who believe in the immortal gods know that they are nothing more than powerful people? The so-called immortal god is originally a lie. Battle Lone Star shook his head. Han Jia didn't say much and left after learning that this method worked. When Han Jia left the long river of the sword path, a purple figure appeared beside Battle Lone Star. Is this the mortal you have your eye on? The purple figure asked. Battle Lone Star replied. Well, this sun is only 800 years old. The purple figure teased. He's no mortal. He has immortal emperor chi on him, so he's probably the descendant of a certain immortal emperor or has been favored by an immortal emperor. Immortal emperor? I see. Then his future is all the more worth looking forward to. What did you expect? Wanting him to replace you? Wait until he makes it through this. Enough about him. The Divine Palace has asked me to invite you if you are willing to go back. Your original body is still being raised in the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace has never truly given up on you. The Divine Palace is deep. I don't want to go back. It's quite good to be here, carefree, envisioning the Sword Tao, and not having to think about anything else. If eternal life is like this, then I'll be satisfied. Back inside the innate cave, Han Jie consolidated the Sword Tao he had just comprehended. It was only after several days that he resumed his cultivation. The middle stage of the reincarnation scattered immortal realm wasn't enough. While Han Jie was in closed-door cultivation, the cultivation world was in turmoil. The heavenly immortal mansion suffered a massacre by the Jieyan Taoist, killing and injuring more than half of them. This matter has been over for many years. The other holy places sensed hope and took advantage of the opportunity to develop. And the Devil's Path was even gathering strength to continue to besiege the heavenly immortal mansion. Although the heavenly immortal mansion was suffering, when one looked at the cultivation world and the whole world, most of them were in peace, and there was no difference from the previous years of cultivation. The Nine Cauldrons realist began to go out again, going around recruiting guest ministers and new disciples with outstanding spiritual root qualifications for the Jade Clearance Sacred Sect. In a flash, 7 years later, Li Qingzi couldn't make it. His time had come. He came to visit Han Jie. Elder Han, I probably won't last more than a few years. The heavenly treasures within the sect are no longer able to increase my lifespan. I'm going to go out for a few years, and I'm likely to die out there just like my master. Li Qingzi laughed. Instead of sadness, he had a sense of relief. Han Jie asked, do you have any unfinished business? Li Qingzi's smile disappeared and he said with a straight face, before you ascend, protect the Jade Clear Sacred Sect and protect my senior sister, Immortal Shi Xian. Han Jie nodded. Li Qingzi began to talk to him about the past, recounting his life. Han Jie listened attentively. The Gautama sword was also listening intently. Li Qingzi's life might not be considered legendary. From being internalized by the Supreme Elder to running for the clan, he narrated it calmly and narratively. Han Jie wasn't sad, just a little emotional. It's good to be dead, to be reincarnated in the next life and pursue the great Tao again. In addition to longevity, Li Qingzi has gotten all the fame, power, and women that most people want to pursue, and he has no regrets in this life. It was not until the next day that he left. Han Jie got up to see him out of the house. Qingzi Li had already visited Fairy Shixian, the Nine Cauldrons, and other old friends before, and Han Jie was placed last by him. The person who had the greatest influence on him in his life might not be Han Jie, but Li Qingzi felt that the one he should be most grateful to was him. Looking at Li Qingzi flying into the sky, Han Jie stood at the edge of the cliff, quietly watching with a calm expression. Instead of joking around, the black prison chicken rarely came to Han Jie's side and asked, Master, from now on, don't we all need to run away? Although Han Jie had always said to run away, the black prison chicken had stayed here for as long as it could remember. That's not necessarily true, Han Jie responded. Qingzi Li's departure did not cause waves in the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. So many years have passed that many people have forgotten him. If we can meet in the next life, I will grant you a chance. Han Jie laughed softly, and when he said that, he lowered his head and turned back. It's normal for people to have births and deaths. Besides, Li Qingzi did not die with hatred. 4 years later, Han Jie saw an email. Your friend, Li Qingzi, has reached the end of his life and has died and gone to reincarnation. Han Jie just sighed softly and continued his cultivation. After experiencing the passing of Li Qingzi, Han Jie's state of mind was elevated. 23 years later, Han Jie then broke through to the late stage of the reincarnation scattered immortal realm. He stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Doom to start cursing Yang San, Zhu Yao, and Zhou Qingjinjin. This day, the dome of the sky changed drastically. A black crack that could not be visualized for much longer appeared above the sea of clouds, and the cultivators of the Jade Clear Sacred Sect all panicked when they witnessed this scene. This is Sky Crash? Chapter 163, 5 main characters. East Heavenly Clan. What's that? The sky is cracking open? Could it be the Devil's Way attacking? Everyone be careful. Something's not right. There's no demonic or devilish aura. How long does this crack have to be? The disciples of the Jade Clearance Sacred Sect looked up at the crack in the sky dome in shocked deliberation. Han Jie, who was cultivating inside his cave, also noticed the abnormality outside, and when he poked his divine sense out, he saw the spectacular and frightening vision in the sky. Han Jie immediately detected the cultivators within the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, arranged by cultivation level from highest to lowest, and found no enemies. He got up and walked out of the cave, with the Sword of Enlightenment following close behind. Sun Chanan, Yang Tiantong, and the others came over. Master, what is the origin of this celestial phenomenon? An enemy attack? Yang Tiandong asked. Han Jie tilted his head and squinted at the sky. He didn't see anything. It didn't take long. The cracks in the sky disappeared again, and the dome of the sky returned to normal. Aesthetically magnificent, as if the previous visions were just illusions. Since it wasn't an enemy attack, Han Jie was relieved. he was really afraid that Heavenly Court would kill him at this time. With his current cultivation level, where could he block the heavenly soldiers and generals? That demon saint. You have to hold on a little longer, Han Jie thought silently. With that, he walked over to the Fusang tree and began to mask the development of the Fusang tree and the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. Not bad. Now the Fusang tree was almost 100 feet tall. The Earth Immortal Gourd Vine was like a snake coiled around the main trunk, and the two golden crows had each built their nests and were quietly cultivating. As time goes by, they are not as intimate as they used to be, always huddled together. It was worth mentioning that perhaps because of the influence of the black prison chicken, the two golden crows had also become venomous, often mocking others, especially the chaotic heavenly dog and the three-headed Zhao King. Master, I want to go back to the heavenly immortal mansion to take a look around, and I'll be back soon. Tu Linger walked to Han Jie's side and spoke cautiously. Will Master think she's running away? Han Jie responded. Go ahead. For Tu Linger, he was not worried at all. Running away is running away. When Tu Linger heard this, she let out a sigh of relief and said, Don't worry, Master, I will definitely come back as soon as possible. That won't be necessary. Tu Linger thought that her master didn't want her to exert herself and didn't think much of it. After she left, Han Jie pulled up the personals to check his email. After so many years, I don't know if the cultivation world is peaceful. Your friend Mo Revenge has been attacked by a righteous monk, X2993. Your friend Zhou Fan joins the Five Immortals Mountain and worships the land immortal god as his teacher. His fortune rises greatly. Your friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X84333. Your friend Huang Jihao was seriously injured and his life was on the line. Fortunately he was saved by a great power. Your grandson Fang Liang has left this world. Your grandson Morong Qi has awakened to his past life's power. Your best friend, Ji Xianshen, has developed the Tsong Lei holy body, which rips through the heavens and shakes the world to its core. Zhou Fan, Huang Jiahao, Fang Liang, Morong Qi, and Ji Xianshen each had a great creation, and could be called the five main characters. Han Jie checked Fang Liang's avatar and it was still there, indicating that he hadn't passed away, but had simply left this mortal realm. During the decades of Han Jie's cultivation, they all had their own excitement, their own opportunities. Han Jie watched for a while, then returned to the innate cave and continued his cultivation. Months later, an old friend came to visit, Wei Yuan, patriarch of the Nine Dragons sect of the Western Abyss Prefecture. His true identity was the Demoiselle Sacred Sect Master, Huang Zuentian. If Han Jie hadn't given Huang Zuentian a chance, Huang Zuentian would have died long ago, much less taken over Wei Yuan and become the Nine Dragons sect leader who was even more powerful than the Demoiselle Sacred Sect. Huang Zuentian found the Nine Cauldrons realist and directly explained his intentions. He pitched. The Nine Cauldrons were shocked. The Jade Clear Sacred Sect hadn't targeted the Nine Dragons sect either. So how did this patriarch cast his vote? Could it be trouble? The previous Bloodflame Heavenly sect was unable to defeat the Phaseless sect, which was why they joined the Jade Clear Sacred Sect. After a few exchanges, the Nine Tripods were finally convinced that the Nine Dragons sect really wanted to join them. Being cautious, the Nine Cauldrons realist said that he would first consult with the elders and let Huang Zuentian be a guest for a period of time. Huang Zuentian didn't have a problem with it and then went forward to visit Han Jie. Han Jie asked him to come into the mansion for a gathering. Upon entering the mountain of bitter cultivation into immortality, Huang Zuentian was shocked. The aura here is not yet. Seeing Yang Tiandong, Sun Chanan, and the others, a strong impulse surged in Huang Zuentian's heart. He wanted to be an ox for Han Jie. Seeing Han Jie again, Huang Zuentian was thrilled. Nowadays, he was at the second level of the void melting realm, breaking through one level compared to only a few hundred years ago. Han Jie smiled and asked, How have you been these years? In the beginning, Huang Zuentian had also saved Yang Tiantong and Chaotic Heavenly Dog, and had even been seriously injured as a result, a sentiment he had always remembered. When Huang Zuentian saw his smile, he was instantly not nervous and began to recount his experiences over the years. The Sword of Enlightenment listened quietly from the sidelines. After listening for half a day, Han Jie realized where Huang Zuentian was coming from. Huang Zuentian couldn't carry the pressure of the Nine Dragons sect and didn't want to be the sect leader anymore, wanting to focus on cultivation. If you want to move in beside me, you'll have to build up your achievements. And when the Nine Dragons sect is merged into the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, and you build up more achievements for the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, and when you've become a senior within the Jade Clear Sacred Sect who makes the disciples look up to you, then I'll allow you to move in. Han Jie murmured, and upon hearing this, Huang Zuentian was overjoyed and immediately agreed. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Zunzi Huang left. Han Jie, on the other hand, was lost in thought. As the aura of the Mountain of Bitterness into immortality became more and more dense, it would attract more people in the future, and he had to control the scale so that the Mountain of Bitterness into immortality wouldn't become overcrowded and weaken the aura instead. It would be good if we attracted more great Chiluckers, at which time I will no longer teach myself and let my disciples come. Han Jie thought silently. He didn't have the connections to the heavens, but he could create the connections to the heavens. The mighty sun monkey embarked on the road to the western paradise, but he still had to rely on those connections he had in the heavenly court to get all the way through. Of course, all of this had to be done without affecting Han Jie's cultivation. Above the sea of clouds, countless heavenly thunders struck the same place. Kiss engine! The Jishin god fought and sat in the air, thunder twisting around him, his head full of black hair as if it were a swarm of snakes writhing uncontrollably. At this moment, he was as if he was possessed by an immortal god, exuding an unrivaled aura. In the distance, a dozen figures stood on a patch of clouds. All of them were the top echelons of the heavenly immortal mansion. Unbelievable. He really refined the Sun Thunder Saint body. He is considered to have surpassed all the heavenly immortal mansion's generations of heavenly pride. Unprecedented. What a terrifying aura. I'm afraid that even a Mahayana cultivator wouldn't be able to carry one of his moves. The first great cultivator in the world. And I wonder when he will choose to ascend? While the executives of the heavenly immortal mansion were still discussing, a huge eye appeared in the thundercloud above the head of the Ji Xianxian, looking down on the Ji Xianxian. In the meantime, in another part of the sky, where a rolling sea of clouds formed the ground, two majestic stone pillars stood, each with two white dragons wrapped around them, and below them 2 rows of heavenly soldiers in silver armor stood, majestic and extraordinary. 2 stone pillars are articulated with gold and jade plaques at the top, inscribed with 3 large characters, East Heaven's Gate. A heavenly thunderbolt pierced through the sea of clouds and shot towards the East Heavenly Gate plaque. A celestial soldier immediately swung the lance in his hand to disperse that celestial thunderbolt. Chapter 164 Reincarnation Earth Immortal Realm. The sudden heavenly thunder scared a group of heavenly soldiers. They thought it was an enemy attack and immediately reported it to the heavenly generals, then began to survey where the heavenly thunder came from. Soon, a heavenly general wearing heavy silver armor and a phoenix-winged and bejeweled crown arrived carrying a large sword. This heavenly general had a majestic face, with eyes like torches, and was not angry. Where did the heavenly thunder come from just now? The heaven general asked in a deep voice. A celestial soldier replied, from a mortal place. Mortal? Tian would come to be interested. He took a few steps forward, took out a mirror and shone it towards the bottom, his left hand casting a spell on the back of the mirror. The mirror bursts into light and shoots into the sea of clouds. It wasn't long before the light disappeared, and the heavenly general lifted the mirror to take a look, and the scene of Ji Xianxian's tribulation surfaced within the mirror. Ha! The mortal world has produced this kind of heavenly pride again. It's really something to be able to cause the heavenly rules to shake, the sky general muttered, his eyes glowing. This son, he must take. 30 years later, Han Jie smoothly broke through to the reincarnation scattered immortal realm perfection. This kind of breakthrough speed was not much slower than before the scattered immortal realm, and it could even be said to be about the same. It used to be possible to break through a great realm in about 100 years, and nowadays it was about the same. After breaking through to the consummation of the reincarnation scattered immortal realm, Han Jie took out the Book of Doom and began to brush up on his daily quests. Every 10 years, he cursed it, just in case his enemies were getting too comfortable. He cursed as he checked his email. Your disciple Tu Linger has been attacked by a demonic beast, X10489. Your disciple Tu Linger was attacked by the Demon King and was seriously injured, triggering the great sorcerer's soul power at the critical moment. Your disciple, Fan Liang, returns to Earth and his fortune soars? Your friend Kasijin got a dream from the god of immortality, and his luck soared. Your friend Zhou Fan has realized the ancient divine power and his Tao has risen dramatically. Your friend Lu Bu 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 was attacked by an evil demon and was seriously injured. Your grandson Fan Liang's cultivation has risen dramatically after he saved a fish from being sacrificed by a demon saint. Is this the return of heaven? Scary as hell. Han Jie secretly spat. So many people get the chance. Han Jie noticed that Lu Bumi had been attacked by a demon, and nowadays, Lu Bumi was the enforcement elder of the Jade Clearance Sacred Sect, with a special status. He checked Willow Imperishable Savitar and it was still there, which meant it was fine. Han Jie continued to curse. Half a month later, he began to cultivate the 6 paths reincarnation technique, preparing to break through to the earth immortal realm. He pinned the sky avoidance stone to his waist. The closer the sky avoidance stone was to him, the more secure he felt. It was also unknown how long the heaven avoidance stone would allow him to stay in the mortal world. The immortal chi from the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain surged towards him as much as it could, and a whirlwind formed inside the cave, making it impossible for the Wudao sword to cultivate at ease. Han Jie then told the Wudao sword to go out and stay there. This time, he would definitely break through to the earth immortal realm. The ocean is vast under the blue sky. On the beach, Fan Liang sat on the reef looking towards the sky, quietly lost in thought. He was no longer the same teenager, now mature and with much broader shoulders. A shapely woman in black stepped out of the woods behind him, with a pretty face and a pair of animal ears on her head. She walked over to Fong Liang's side and sat down, softly saying, "Liang, what are your next plans?" Fong Liang came back to his senses and said, "I want to go back to see my master ancestor." "Why? Didn't we agree to go to my father and propose marriage? This matter has to be approved by my master." You were brought up by your master's grandfather?" "Not really, but I wouldn't be where I am today without my master." "I'll go with you?" "You go back first, and when my master ancestor agrees, I'll immediately go and propose marriage." "What if your master ancestor doesn't agree?" "No, it won't. Don't worry, my master's grandfather doesn't like to meddle in our personal affairs. I just think it's respectful to inform him of the matter first." "Okay." The woman in black frowned, but still agreed with Fong Liang. Fong Liang followed and got up, saying, "That's it, see you next time." The woman in black answered, then watched Fong Liang leave. Is this the kid you have your eye on? Although his qualifications are good, but he's so old and still listens to his master's words. Could it be that his master is a Mahayana?" A rough and majestic voice rang in the black-clothed woman's ears. The woman in black pouted. "This is not quite good. Heavy feelings and righteousness. The love between man and demon is difficult for the world to understand. If his master ancestor opposes, it won't. There's no way Rio would give up on me." Then watch. 2 years later, Han Jia finally succeeded in his breakthrough. Name, Han Jia. Lifespan, 873576. 1200. Race, immortal. Cultivation, early reincarnation Earth immortal realm. Looking at his attribute panel, Han Jia was thrilled. 5,700,000 years of life. That's longevity. Han Jia's mana continued to skyrocket, and his divine sense was also strengthening. After stepping into the Earth immortal realm, all of his senses were metamorphosed, and the heavens and earth became different in his eyes. You can't be proud. This cultivation level is simply not enough, Han Jia thought silently. After the breakthrough, he still had to seize the time to cultivate. Half a year later, Han Jia completely consolidated his Earth immortal realm mana. To celebrate this, he took out his Book of Doom and began to brush up on his daily quests. After cursing, he called the Sword of Enlightenment in and then continued cultivating himself. The Sword of Enlightenment asked curiously, "Master, you've made another breakthrough?" She was also getting stronger, but Han Jia was getting more and more inscrutable in her eyes. "Aha," Han Jia answered casually. The Sword of Enlightenment continued, "Sun Shanan wanted to find you, but didn't dare." Upon hearing this, Han Jia opened his eyes and asked, "What is it?" He wanted to go and find the reincarnation of Miss Qianer, and all this time, he didn't even cultivate. Sitting under the Fusong tree, as if he had lost his soul, the Sword of Enlightenment shook his head at the mention of this matter. She couldn't understand Sun Shanan's state. What's the point of hanging on to someone like that? Han Jia was silent. The curse of God and Buddha is so terrible? The desperate love flying sword could not make Sun Shanan completely forget his feelings either. That's just it. Let Cheer accompany his master. It's just the right time to sharpen him. Han Jia opened his mouth. Morongqi had already returned and was practicing under the Fusan tree. The Sword of Enlightenment immediately got up and went to deliver the message. When Sun Shanan, who was originally soulful, heard this, he immediately climbed up with excitement and kowtowed towards the innate cave. Morongqi bristled and said, "I guard master?" Sun Chang'an glared at him and said without any good humor, "What? You don't recognize me as your master?" "No, it's just that I think your old man is idle. There are so many women in the world that he has to pursue one." You don't understand. The truest, purest and holiest thing in this world is love. Can't love break through the barrier of looks? Not far away. Yang Tianton watched with a burst of envy. This ugly monk was so lucky to have such a powerful disciple with him. If he had such a powerful disciple, why would he worry that he wouldn't be able to become a party of demon kings and have a great deal of power? It's just as well. If he leaves, if master wants to take on new disciples during this time, I can take over. Yang Tiandong thought prettily. He really craved Morongqi and Fang Liang. The talent of these two is simply outrageous. Chapter 165 Heaven's Remarkable Windfall. Han Jia's Magnificence. After Morongqi accompanied Sun Chang'an and left, Yang Tiandong found Han Jia. He made it clear where he was coming from. Han Jia cried and laughed. How dare someone rush to take on a disciple? You don't think you want to take on disciples to serve as fighters for yourself and compete for demon territory, do you? Han Jia asked with a wry smile. Yang Tiantong was embarrassed when he was seen through, and hastily waved his hands, saying, "How could that be?" Han Jia hummed, "We'll see later. Right now there are no good seedlings for you to be a disciple. When I take in disciples, I must look at the qualifications. You'd better not go around accepting some crooked juju back for me." That's natural. The disciple is also afraid of trouble. Get lost. You haven't even reached the void melting realm yet. You're afraid that you're going to be the weakest disciple under my door. Okay. Yang Tianton left in a grayish manner. His cultivation had indeed been padded. It was good that Sun Shannon was still with him. The Sword of Enlightenment suddenly said, Master, when will you arrange a disciple for me as well? Taking on an apprentice seems like fun. Do you want a male disciple, or a female disciple? Han Jie asked with a smile. The Wudao sword laughed playfully. Of course it's a female disciple. You have too many male disciples under you. I'm used to seeing them all. It's the female disciples that are few. Linger usually focuses on cultivation and doesn't like to chat with me. Cultivate properly. What's the point of chatting? No, I'm not saying I like. Well, this matter will be discussed when you reach the Mahayana. The Gautama sword skimmed his lips, somewhat aggravated. Han Jie likes to see her aggrieved little look, a high cold goddess face, but reveals a little woman's aggrieved. Don't say, but also strange cute. The next female disciple, let you lead. Thank you, Master. The Sword of Enlightenment was suddenly beaming. Han Jie had the feeling that he was teasing a child. LOL, that's an old mentality. For some reason, Han Jie felt that his heart wasn't as hard as it used to be. The heart of the way must be consolidated. Han Jie immediately took out the Book of Doom and started cursing. 3 years later, Fang Liang returns, and he pays a fiery visit to Han Jie. Coming to kneel in front of Han Jie, he first saluted, then opened the door to tell the story of his relationship with the demon race's holy maiden. Once by chance, he witnessed a fish flopping by the river. He walked over and put the fish into the river, not realizing that he would thus gain the favor of the demon clan's holy maiden. This holy maiden of the demon race was so badly injured by her enemies that she could only turn into a fish and hide. Fang Liang saw that the fish had been following him and felt that it had a spirit, so he put it in a bamboo basket. After realizing that the fish was unusual and injured, Fang Liang used his spiritual power to heal it. Han Jie listened with great interest. Fang Liang asked apprehensively, Master Ancestor, can I marry her? Han Jie said, if you genuinely like it, naturally there's no problem, but you can't delay your cultivation because of a woman. Your goal is to become an immortal, not to live a worldly life like a mortal. Fang Qingliang sighed in relief and said, Apprentice understands. In fact, he was a little confused. Nay, his first encounter with love, the other pounced too raw, causing him to keep holding his nose. For some reason, he always felt that marrying a wife and having children was not the life he was supposed to have. His target was Han Jie. He's going to live like Shifu. After Fang Liang left, Han Jie didn't think much about it. In his opinion, this was a necessary calamity for Fang Liang. If you can't see through the red dust, how can you see through the way? Han Jie had also fallen into the bitterness of love, but that was in his last life. Men and women each hold a piece of the sky, but when they are mixed together, the sky is broken. After entering the reincarnation Earth Immortal Realm, Han Jie continued to cultivate, striving to break through to the heavenly immortal realm as soon as possible. According to what Battle Lone Star had said, a heavenly immortal might emerge from clearing the mortal world of heavenly generals, and Han Jie was only of earthly immortal cultivation, which wasn't enough of an insurance policy. When Han Jie fell into a single plane, the world's cultivation world was still bustling with heroes. The heavenly immortal mansion Ji Immortal God began to go around slaughtering demonic cultivators, while challenging the experts of the Holy Land without a single defeat, setting off a wind of invincibility. A certain great power exclaimed, Heavenly pride should be like Ji Xianxian. These words led other heavenly prides to follow suit, and for a while, all the sects in the world began to encounter challenges from the heavenly prides. Even the Jade Clear Sacred Sect was like this, but fortunately, the Jade Clear Sacred Sect was able to cope on its own. Xiaoyao had suppressed several celestial pride with his powerful strength, and this old blind man was worthy of being the #1 celestial pride of the heavenly immortal province 5,000 years ago. Time flies. 7 years later, Kasijin God is at it again. Fellow Daoist Guan, come out for a gathering. This time it's not a fight, it's a catch-up. I have a chance to bestow upon you. Ji Xianxian's tone was somewhat cheerful, obviously in a good mood. Han Jie hesitated for a moment, but still got up and went to meet him. It's the same familiar grove. Seeing Han Jie again, Ji Xianxian still couldn't see through him. How strong is this guy? Ji Xianxian cursed. He was already at the 8th level of the Mahayana realm and had refined the Sun Thunder Saint body, but he was still unable to see through Han Jie's cultivation. Luckily this time it wasn't inflated or it would have been humiliating again. What is it? Han Jie asked. Chance, could it be a gift? Want to be his teacher? Han Jie felt that the more he looked at Ji Xianxian, the better he looked. Anyone who gives him a gift is a good person. Ji Xianxian coughed falsely and said, I received a dream from the immortal god, from the heavenly court of the upper realm, a heavenly general who is willing to take me in, and at that time, if I ascend, I will be a part of the heavenly court. That's it? Han Jie frowned, a little dissatisfied in his heart. Turns out it was showing off with me. Your strength is very good, I can take you with me, and when the time comes, you and I will combine our swords and become the two most powerful war gods in the heavenly court. How about that? Immortal God Ji asked with a burning gaze. If you can't beat him, invite him. Han Jie frowned. You're working as a dog for the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, Ji Xianshan's face instantly darkened and he said in a deep voice, what do you mean? He meant well and was scolded as a result, and if he hadn't been unable to fight, he would have stormed out. You don't know that the heavenly court might want to clean up the mortal world? As a heavenly immortal province heaven's pride, you can tolerate your hometown being slaughtered? Han Jie said bluntly. At those words, Ji Xianshan frowned. The heavenly immortal mansion had also received a revelation from the seniors in the upper realm, that it was the heavenly immortal mansion's great powers who had previously ascended, telling them to hurry up and ascend if they could. Ji Xianshan was also informed of this, so he was very happy when he received the invitation from the heavenly general. What can I do then? It's not like I can change the heavenly court's decision. Immortal God Ji held back his anger and said. Han Jie said expressionlessly, if heaven wants to destroy my human race, my generation of cultivators should overthrow heaven. If you don't even have such a backbone, what will the heavenly court think of you when you get there? How will those immortal gods look at you when they learn that your homeland has been massacred and you have done nothing about it? Ji Xianshan's heart was deeply pierced. He was born with an invincible heart, and Han Jie's words stirred his pride. I want to be the strongest immortal god. If I bow down now, what about later? Keeping your head down? Ji Xianshan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. You and I can overthrow the heavenly court? Han Jie calmly said. It can't be overthrown, but we'll kill as many as come. We can show how powerful we are and make the heavenly court give up on cleaning up the earth for our sake. These words made Ji Xianshan's blood run cold. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Could this be the reason why Han Jie was stronger than him? The heavenly king of execution is favorably disposed towards you. Current favorability is 2 stars. When Shu Xing has developed hatred towards you, current hatred level is 3 stars. The giant spirit Vulcan has developed a favorable impression of you. With a current favorable impression of 1 star, the God's Eye has developed a hatred for you, and the current hatred level is 1 star. Chapter 166, The Heavenly Palace. 9 Heavenly Milky Way Water. Tianfeng Immortal has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred level is 2 stars. The Great Spirit will be favorably disposed to you, and the current favorability is 1 star. The Goddess of Virtue has taken a liking to you. Current liking is 1 star. Emperor Tai Bai has developed a hatred for you, and his current hatred level is 1 star. Wind and Rain Immortal officials have developed hatred towards you. Current hatred level is 1 star. Repulsing Thunder Heavenly King is favorably disposed towards you. Current favorability is 1 star. A huge question mark popped up in Han Jie's head. Bigger than the sky. Bigger than the earth. What the hell? Han Jie was almost scared to death, and his body stiffened. Dozens of prompts popped up in front of his eyes all at once. Which was a first? It's too big of a card. Han Jie had already imagined the scene of roaming immortals and gods staring at them. It was too frightening, wasn't it? The immortal world can spy on the mortal world? On second thought, this was normal. After all, they were immortal gods. What do I do now? You admit it? Or is it hard? Ji Xianshan clenched his fists and said excitedly, good. I'll accompany fellow Taoist Guan to stir him up. As soon as these words came out, another large swath of hints appeared before Han Jie's eyes. Han Jie nodded and said, go back and cultivate properly. Aha! Ji Xianshan turned to leave, his back even more spirited than when he arrived. His pattern changed. No longer is it a race to be number 1 in the world. He will fight against the sky. Han Jie re-entered the bitter cultivation into Immortality Mountain, and that feeling of being spied on finally disappeared. He was apprehensive, not knowing if the heavenly court would send troops down immediately. Back inside the innate cave, Han Jie inquired in his mind, can the system boundary isolate the prying eyes of the immortal gods? One word jumped out at him. Can. Han Neveran's heart calmed down a bit. Above the 9 heavens, a lofty palace stood above the clouds, with a plaque hanging above the gate. Lingsha Palace. Inside the hall was spacious and atmospheric, a silver-white pillar entwined with dragons and phoenixes, and 2 rows of mighty and majestic immortal gods stood, all facing a magnificent figure above the main hall. Celestial Emperor. The heavenly emperor sat on top of the dragon chair, nearly 100 feet tall, with golden light shining behind him and stars dotting the sky, making him appear sacred and magnificent. The immortal gods on the temple were nowhere near as tall as the heavenly emperor, and the majestic-faced heavenly emperor wore a curtain-bead emperor's crown on his head as he swept his gaze sharply downward. What do you all think of that mortal's words just now? The heavenly emperor spoke, his voice thick with thunder. A crane-haired Taoist-robed old man stood out, bowed his hand, and said, for mortals to be so arrogant and detrimental to heaven's authority, the heavenly court can send heavenly generals to go and kill them. As soon as the words fell, A heavenly general with a dragon wrapped around his waist and a figure like an iron tower followed and stood out, saying, "Your Majesty, nowadays, the heavenly court is at a time when it is in need of people. If this person is really gifted, it is indeed possible to take him in. Even though the heavenly court is characterized by strict heavenly rules, it has to show great atmosphere, in order to attract the pride of all the heavens to join it." Other immortal gods stepped forward to express their opinions. That demon saint still refuses to be put to death, and now mortals dare to jump up and take a bite out of the heavenly court. Where does the face of us immortals and gods go? Is face important, or is the future of heaven important? The Buddhist sect, the divine palace, the demon court, the Taoist sect, and so on, are all trying to pull in the mortal realm, even the demon race. So if we in the heavenly court insist on cleaning up the earth, won't we be going against the general trend? The heavenly court is the land of immortals and gods. How can we look at things from the perspective of power struggle? Why don't you Wenxian go kill the demon saint? Wenxian and Tianshui formed two camps. Most of the heavenly generals appreciated Han Jie, while the Wenxian couldn't stand him. The heavenly emperor frowned as the clamor in the heavenly palace was like a marketplace. Ryoko, the gods and goddesses stopped. The heavenly emperor stared at them with an expressionless face, frightening them into lowering their heads and returning to their stations. When the matter of the demon saint is dealt with, the heavenly soldiers and generals will be dispatched to descend to the earth to clean up the mortal world. If these two mortals can block the heavenly soldiers and generals, then I can do as he wishes. If they can't block it, then they will go into reincarnation along with the mortal world. The heavenly emperor spoke, his tone undeniable. The immortals and gods saluted in unison. Regarding the conditions of the Buddhist sect, what do you think? The heavenly emperor asked. The atmosphere within the heavenly palace instantly became dull. Ever since he knew that the immortal gods were spying on him, Han Jie hid inside his cave and stopped going out. He first concentrated on cultivating the Six Paths reincarnation technique, and his Six Paths seal, Six Paths soul-sucking, door of reincarnation, and yin-yang shuttle became more and more skillful and powerful. A wink. Nearly another decade has passed. Detecting that you are 900 years old and one step closer in life, you have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and become an immortal god. You can get a supreme treasure. 2. Don't ascend. Stay in the mortal world. You can get random heavenly treasures. Han Jie also didn't think about it and directly chose not to ascend. You choose not to ascend for the time being, and receive random heavenly treasures. Congratulations on receiving the 9 heavenly Milky Way water. 9 heavenly Milky Way water, one of the heavenly waters. It can generate immortal energy and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to continuously nourish the 9 heavenly Milky Way water. A sip of which can heal the injuries of the physical body, and a bowl of which can heal the injuries of the spirit. It looks awesome. It can heal wounds and catalyze immortal energy. Han Jie immediately took it out, and a fist-sized ball of silver water hovered in his palm. Is that all? It's not enough for a bowl. Han Jie looked toward the corner of the cave. Where should he put it? He got up and walked to the corner, threw a small pit and put the 9 heavenly Milky Way water into it. The 9 heavenly Milky Way water didn't soak into the soil, and Han Jie was relieved. The Wudao sword asked curiously, "What kind of water is this? The aura is so thick." Han Jie said, "My precious silver water. You're not allowed to steal it." "How could I possibly steal a drink?" Wudao sword puffed up his cheeks and grunted. Han Jie smiled, then sat back on the bed and took out the Book of Doom to start cursing. He cursed as he checked his email. He noticed that the demon race had become more and more active recently, which was not a good sign. Could it be that the demon race wanted to take advantage of the internal strife of the human race and take advantage of the situation? Not impossible. Han Jie secretly thought. He wasn't going to intervene. The human race had the G immortal god, and it was difficult for the demon race to turn the tables. He had used a simulated trial before, in which he didn't take the lead and waited for the Ji Xianxian to attack. The Ji Xianxian's strength was already comparable to the first level of the scattered immortal realm. This kind of strength is determined to be a big boss-like existence in the mortal world. Han Jie also thought of the heavenly court. So many years have passed, and the heavenly court has not moved. Could it be that the matter of the demon saint has not yet been resolved? Why can't the heavenly court send a troop of heavenly soldiers to finish him off? Could it be that there is a price to pay for closing the heavenly rules? If Han Jie was an immortal god, he would have definitely pressed him to death the first time. But from the perspective of an immortal god, it's understandable. The difference in strength is too great. If one of the Jade Clearance Sacred Sect's Chi-refining realm geniuses were to threaten to stop Han Jie from clearing out the outer sect right now, Han Jie would just laugh it off and wouldn't directly step in to crush the other party. Regardless, Han Jie at least had time. He had to hurry and get as strong as he could. 1 month later, Han Jie began to comprehend the heaven, earth, Xian Huang, and boundary-breaking sword finger, preparing to enhance his sword Dao aptitude. Once again coming to the long river of the sword Dao, Hanjia met Battlestar River. Battlestar River laughed. You, Earth Immortal Realm, how is that possible? His tone became horrified. Chapter 167, The Demon Race Gathers, Great God Generals and Immortal Emperors. Hearing Battle Lone Star's words, Hanjia was secretly pleased. He intentionally didn't hide his cultivation, just to lighten it up for Battle Lone Star to see. One can't keep a low profile all the time. One has to fake it and vent. Hanjia liked to see Battle Lone Star shocked, and it might even increase his favorability. Battle Lone Star's favoritism towards you has increased. Current favoritism is 4 stars. 4 stars now, can be developed into a path. Ahem, Taoist friends. Hanjia felt that his thoughts were skewed, or that he had become stuffy. Battle Lone Star sighed with emotion. Your kid broke through really fast. There is immortal energy in the mortal world too? Normally, there could be no immortal energy in the mortal world, which was why the immortal gods were reluctant to descend to the earth. Most of those immortals and gods who came down to earth did so out of curiosity or to hide from their enemies. Hanjia laughed. Well, how is this cultivation speed of mine? Can it attract the heavenly court? Battle Lone Star replied. It's not just attracting the heavenly court. I'm afraid that the Buddhist sect and the divine palace will all be greedy. Hanjia's heart became even more complacent. That's 900 years of hard work. Do you really intend to fight against the heavenly soldiers and generals? Battle Lone Star asked. Hanjia helplessly said. Otherwise, what else is there to do? I have no one to rely on, and I want to keep the people around me, so I can only grit my teeth on it, and even if I bite my teeth, I have to swallow them into my stomach. Battle Lone Star was silent. Hanjia didn't say much either, bypassing Battle Lone Star and continuing on. Battle Lone Star turned to look at Hanjia, not knowing what he was thinking. In the year to come, Hanjia came back 3 more times in order to improve his 3 Qing execution, Reincarnation Sword Intent, and Xian Huang Sword Qi. Each time, Hanjia just nodded to Battle Lone Star and was not polite. Inside the innate cave, Hanjia sat on the bed and secretly thought, this old brother really doesn't have a big background? With my talent, you're still not pulling the strings? Hanjia shook his head and continued to cultivate without further thought. 3 years later, a visit from the 9 Cauldrons. He hadn't visited Hanjia for a long time, indicating that the Jade Clear Sacred Sect had been living peacefully during this time. It's been a long time. How has Elder Han been cultivating lately? The 9 Cauldrons realist asked with a smile. Hanjia inexplicably missed Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi wouldn't be polite with him. Hanjia laughed. It's not bad. Has anything happened recently? The 9 Cauldrons nodded and said, something has indeed happened. Or something big. The demon race is gathering. Why are they gathering? What for? The demon race has risen a demon emperor, threatening to lead the demon race to strength. This demon emperor is said to have the support of the demon immortal emperors in the upper realms. After the great war between the righteous and the demons, the human race is weak. If the demon race is allowed to gather success, the human race may not really be able to stop it. So what? What does the Jade Clear Sacred Sect need to do? That's what I wanted to inquire about. The human Holy Lands have already begun discussing their countermeasures, but the 2 races are spread out, intertwined and intersecting. So once they go to war, it's bound to be very chaotic, even more so than the war between the righteous and demonic paths. Don't be afraid. With me in the Jade Clear Sacred Sect, nothing will happen. And as for the world, with the G Immortal God of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, even less will happen. That means we don't have to do anything? Aha! Hanjia said in a serious tone, setting our position right. Although we swallowed the 9 Dragons sect, we're still not the strongest sect in the 10 states and 9 dynasties. The 9 Cauldrons took a deep breath. He also realized that he had been a bit impetuous lately. As the Jade Clear Sacred Sect grew stronger and stronger, the ambitions of some of the elders and disciples began to expand. Hoping that the 9 Cauldrons realist would lead the Jade Clear Sacred Sect to continue expanding. Power is a road that, once you set foot on it, is hard to put down on your own. Hanjia didn't think much of it after the 9 Cauldrons realist left. No matter how much trouble the Jade Clear Sacred Sect made, with him around, the sect would not be destroyed. Hanjia clicked on the email to check it. Your apprentice grandson Fang Liang was attacked by the Demon King, X12. Your good friend Kaizi Jinjin has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, X170003. Your Taoist partner Xing Hongxian had a chance encounter and her soul was uplifted. Your disciple Fang Liang had an epiphany during the battle. Your disciple Tu Linger has been attacked by a demonic beast, X54928. Your disciple Tu Linger's bloodline has begun to transform into a great sorcerer. Your apprentice grandson Morong Qi has been attacked by a demonic beast, X204211. Your disciple Sun Shanan has been attacked by a demonic beast, X9842. Your friend the Great God will be attacked by the Immortal Emperor. The cultivation world is not peaceful again. Hanjia noticed the dynamics of the Great God General. Sheesh, Immortal Emperor. Hanjia's previous rant had pulled in a large wave of hatred as well as goodwill. and since he had heard of the legend of the Great God General, he had arranged for the Great God General to receive special attention. I didn't realize that it had only been a few years before the Great God General was attacked by an immortal emperor. It seems that working for the Heavenly Court, especially the Heavenly Generals, is extremely dangerous and tiring. It was worth mentioning that the system didn't show the cultivation level of the Great God General, which was the same as Emperor Hongye's unknown cultivation level. Han Jie also noticed that Sun Cha'an, Morongqi's master and disciples, suffered from a large number of demonic beasts, which was an exaggerated number of encounters. In other words, over the years, 200,000 demonic beasts had launched attacks on Morongqi. This wasn't even counting the demonic beasts that were actively killed by Morongqi. As expected, Sun Chang'an was the low-matched version of the Tang monk, which was extremely attractive to demons. Han Jie wasn't worried about him being eaten. After all, there was Morongqi. Morongqi was already in the realm of fused void, equivalent to the mortal demon saints, and it would be hard as hell for an ordinary demon king to kill him. Han Jie continued to check out the friends who hadn't been set as special concerns, especially the immortal gods of heaven. The highest number of clear attacks by demons topped 300,000. Off the charts. It's outrageous. Han Jie suddenly felt that joining the Heavenly Court wasn't a good thing either. The Heavenly Court wasn't the strongest force, but it was the loudest in terms of name, and it was definitely being watched by countless powerful people. This way it seems that even if I ascend, it would be most appropriate to find a hidden sect. The Heavenly Court is too ostentatious and not suitable for me, Han Jie thought silently. After watching for quite a while, Han Jie only continued his cultivation. 2 years later, Turinger came back. She first visits Han Jie. Tu Linger knelt in front of Han Jie, looking excited, saying, "Master, on the way back I was attacked by a demonic beast and accidentally awakened mysterious powers. Can you help my disciple take a look at my body to see if I'm harboring some powerful bloodline?" "Look at the body?" Han Jie frowned. The Wudao sword looked at Tu Linger suspiciously. Tu Linger was self-conscious of her slip of the tongue and hurriedly explained, "Previously, in the heavenly immortal mansion, although my qualifications were outstanding, I wasn't detected as having a powerful bloodline. And now, the strength of my fleshly body is growing rapidly, which is really odd." Han Jie calmly said, "Your past life wasn't simple. It's best if this matter doesn't spread out, or else it will lead to murder. And even I won't be able to protect you at that time." Upon hearing this, Tu Linger was shocked and asked cautiously, "You knew this already?" The master has insight into the three realms, and the heavenly eye of the soul can explore reincarnation. Thanks for the reminder, Master. Tu Linger had a look of fear on her face as she looked at Han Jie with even more awe. With a flip of her right hand, a Lingji appeared in her hand. "Master, this is a heavenly treasure that I exchanged for by spending all my spirit stones in the heavenly immortal mansion, and this treasure can be ranked as one of the top 3 in terms of value within the heavenly immortal mansion's treasure pavilion." Tu Linger laughed playfully. Han Jie frowned. "You worshipped me, and this matter has already been made known to the heavenly immortal mansion?" Tu Linger replied, "I have severed my ties with the heavenly immortal mansion. Before I left, I took on a large number of tasks as a way of repaying the favor, and my former master also agreed to it. The current heavenly immortal mansions are all circling around the G Immortal God, with their respective resources being given to the G Immortal God as a priority, and they aren't repulsed by my departure at all, but instead seem to have breathed a sigh of relief.